Country Fox Prison. In the cell, a young man with black hair and yellow skin was writing furiously at the desk, covering the paper with dazzling symbols. The cellmate on the top bunk, a tall, thin black man, leaned over to look, felt dizzy at the sight of the complex symbols, and clearly could not understand any of them. "Zhou, are you drawing talismans? You come from that distant and mysterious eastern country, right? I heard everyone there knows magical martial arts, even flying through the sky and burrowing underground. If you draw these talismans, can you escape from prison? Or invisible?" The black man's eyes widened as if he had discovered some great secret. His name was Glenn, and he had been cellmates with the young man for 2 years. During those 2 years, the young man had been constantly writing and drawing. Now it seemed he was casting a spell, and once the spell was complete, they could escape prison. The young man's name was Zhou Yang. He glanced back at his imaginative black cellmate, speechless. Such a touching level of... Returning to the paper, Zhou Yang wrote the last few lines. As the final symbol was completed, an abrupt sound rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have found the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equation. System activated. Rewards being distributed." The pen in Zhou Yang's hand dropped to the floor with a clatter. 2 years, from entering prison until now, exactly 2 years. Finally, Zhou Yang had found the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equation, the NS equation. This NS equation is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. It describes fluid motion and has massive applications in weather simulation, stellar motion vehicle, and aircraft design, etc. The scientific community has long sought to explain the smoothness of NS equation solutions. Simply put, to find a general solution among the many particular ones. Finding this general solution will push the application of the NS equation to a higher level. And how difficult it is can be seen from its status as a Millennium problem. The 7 Millennium Prize problems were proposed by the Clay Mathematics Institute. Solving any one earns a 1 million reward from the Institute. $1 million is only a symbolic reward. Whoever solves a Millennium problem becomes a god in academia, gaining supreme honor. And now a prisoner in jail had found the general solution to the NS equation, solving a Millennium problem. If this got out, it would shock countless people. But Zhou Yang was no ordinary person. He came from Country C, and both his parents were military industrial experts in Country C. However, when Zhou Yang was very young, enemy spies kidnapped his parents to get military research secrets. Despite threats and bribes, his parents revealed nothing and were cruelly killed. At that time, Zhou Yang was old enough to understand. After learning the truth of his parents' death, he vowed to take up their baton, continue research, and make Country C the strongest nation on the planet. Under the care of the nation, Zhou Yang entered a gifted youth class early and displayed remarkable talent. At 18, he was sent to Princeton University in Country to pursue a Ph.D. in physics. At 20, he completed his physics Ph.D. That same year, he began his mathematics Ph.D. By 23, he had earned dual doctorates in mathematics and physics. After 2 years of experience working in a physics research institute, Zhou Yang decided to return home and use all he had learned to serve his country. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Zhou Yang was reported for stealing and leaking valuable experimental data from the institute, then arrested and sentenced to 10 years. A shining star fell like a meteor. But heaven never bars all roads. On the first day Zhou Yang was thrown into prison, he unexpectedly awakened a system, the Altec system. But to activate it, there was a test: find the general solution to the NS equation within 3 years. This was a Millennium problem. Zhou Yang considered himself a genius, but dared not claim he could solve it. But instinct told Zhou Yang that this system was his hope of getting out of prison. So for 2 years he devoted himself entirely to the study of the NS equations general. Fortunately, the system provided a certain research direction. Although it was just a direction, its value was unparalleled, like a lighthouse in a fog guiding Zhou Yang. Otherwise, even 10 years might not have been enough. With effort, persistence, 2 years of obsessive research, Zhou Yang succeeded. I wonder what rewards the system will give. Zhou Yang felt excited, anticipating. After a few minutes, he heard the system's voice. Reward distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the manufacturing technology for a Generation 1 mecha. Zhou Yang instantly held his breath. A mecha? Manufacturing technology. Is it real? Zhou Yang's mind seemed to gain something new. He concentrated to examine it, and instantly countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Yes, it was the technology to build mechas. And it wasn't just a simple blueprint saying build according to this design. It encompassed all aspects of mecha manufacturing technology, even the method of making a single screw or wire along with detailed technical principles. A mecha is the pinnacle of integrated technology, energy systems, power transmission control systems. Even a single screw involves manufacturing techniques beyond current science. Jackpot! Zhou Yang shook his fist excitedly. If he could master these technologies, he could elevate Country CS scientific research to unimaginable levels. Once the mecha is successfully built, it would be possible for Country C to dominate Earth. Then the system's voice sounded again. Main quest host must build the first mecha within 5 years. Quest reward unknown. Zhou Yang frowned. Building the first mecha in 5 years was no simple task. Although Zhou Yang now possessed all the mecha manufacturing technology, this was a cross-era technological product. Every component involved technology beyond the current era. For example, the high-density integrated chip was not the mainstream silicon-based chip used in the world today. Silicon-based chips are gradually reaching their limits. The academic community anticipates next materials like graphene carbon nanotubes, but the mecha manufacturing technology Zhou Yang obtained used a more difficult biomimetic cell chip for some key system chips. Although the system provided the specific manufacturing method for this material, knowing the method does not guarantee you can produce it. It's like telling someone in a primitive society that purified sand can be used to make chips, giving them the exact method. They still could not produce it. The level of science and technology, the level of manufacturing, to build a mecha within 5 years is no easy feat. However, the first problem facing Zhou Yang now is to get out of prison. Zhou Yang still has 8 years of imprisonment, but the system only gave a 5-year deadline. He couldn't possibly build a mecha in prison, could he? And getting out of prison through legitimate means is not an easy task. Looking back now, Zhou Yang's imprisonment seemed like a setup. Someone reported him, then the FBI came to his house and found stolen data and top-secret documents, and even evidence of communication with buyers on his computer. Even Zhou Yang's bank account suddenly had millions of dollars added out of nowhere. The whole process was clearly a frame-up. Now he thinks it likely relates to the key material he discovered in his experiment. That institute studied high-strength flexible materials mainly for military bulletproof vests. Zhou Yang accidentally found some critical data in his experiment, which should have significant research value. Maybe some people wanted to take credit for the research, or some officials were afraid that Zhou Yang would bring the results back to China, so they framed him. So through normal channels, the possibility of leaving the country is almost zero. The only way is through his motherland. Let his motherland rescue him. After his imprisonment, Zhou Yang's friends sought help from the embassy, and the embassy worked for him, hiring expensive lawyers, and so on. But it was useless, and the embassy couldn't use extraordinary means to rescue him. After all, Zhou Yang was just an ordinary person. To make the country spare no effort to rescue me, I must prove that I am worth it. Zhou Yang slowly formed an idea. Zhou Yang planned to write a letter to his motherland proving his value. But this letter couldn't be mailed by himself. Although 2 years had passed, Zhou Yang didn't know if he was still under surveillance. To avoid interception for safety, Zhou Yang looked at his cellmate, the big black guy. Glenn, you guessed right, I am indeed drawing talismans. But this talisman is too difficult, I can't finish it alone. If you help me, I'll teach you. Once you learn, you can become invisible and sneak out of prison. How about it? Zhou Yang said. Glenn jumped off the bed excitedly and shouted, Zhou, I knew it. You are drawing talismans. Magical Eastern sorcery. Okay, not just one favor, it'll even help you blow. Zhou Yang shuddered and quickly said, no, just mail a letter for me. Soon Glenn mailed the letter to one of Zhou Yang's friends. Then the friend forwarded the letter. It traveled across the ocean and arrived at the mail room of the Institute of Aerodynamics under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The recipient was the director of the institute, Lin Peiyuan. Early that day, Lin Peiyuan arrived at his office, and his secretary came in to report his schedule. Today's schedule was all important, cannot be cancelled. Finally, the secretary placed some letters on Lin Peiyuan's desk. Although email is now used, some people still communicate by mail. Of course, they were usually speaking invitations from universities or award ceremony invitations, not important. So Lin Peiyuan wasn't in a hurry to read them. He turned on his computer and began his work. After briefly assigning tasks in the work group, Lin Peiyuan brewed himself a cup of green tea, then picked up the letters one by one. Sure enough, they were all the same invitations. From the United States. Flipping through, Lin Peiyuan suddenly saw a letter from America. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Peiyuan opened it. The envelope was thin, only one sheet of paper. He glanced at it and was stunned. Proof of the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. Holy crap. Instantly, Lin Peiyuan spat out his tea, his first reaction that it was crazy. What lunatic sent this letter? Proof of the NS equation general solution. Are you kidding me? Lin Peiyuan cursed inwardly. This was the famous Navier-Stokes equations. If anyone had proven the general solution, it would be known to all with worldwide. But when Lin Peiyuan subconsciously glanced at the following content, he was stunned. How this is? The content seemed magical, drawing him in. The secretary pushed the door open and said, Director, it's 10 o'clock, we need to leave. But Lin Peiyuan seemed not to hear. Called again, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand impatiently and said, don't bother me. The secretary opened his mouth in surprise and said cautiously, Director, this meeting is very important, it can't proceed without you. Then cancel it. Unexpectedly, Lin Peiyuan said bluntly. After a moment, he added, by the way, all my appointments today, no tomorrow, the day after, cancel all of them. The secretary was startled. Lin Peiyuan's schedule was extremely full. Cancel all. Director, is something going on? The secretary saw that something was wrong. Lin Peiyuan didn't speak, then suddenly stood up. Check for me the fastest flight to W City, how long? Huh. The secretary was confused. He had just been told to cancel all appointments, and now he wants to go to W City. He quickly took out his phone and checked. Director, all flights to W City today are fully booked. The earliest is tomorrow at 8 a.m. Should I book a high-speed train ticket? Train. No, too slow. Lin Peiyuan shook his head. Then his eyes lit up. Go find Colonel Chun of the adjacent Army Aviation Regiment. Have him arrange a helicopter to take me to W City now. Huh. The secretary almost thought he misheard. Arrange a helicopter to W City. What important matter could be so urgent? Stop saying how go quickly. If anyone asks, say I arranged it. Lin Peiyuan urged, dismissing the secretary. As an academician, he had the authority to request a helicopter. Soon a helicopter took off, carrying Lin Peiyuan directly to W City. W City Supercomputing Center. The center director Lu Guangda suddenly received a message that in 10 minutes a helicopter would land on their helipad carrying an important person. Since someone arriving by helicopter was clearly not ordinary, Lu Guangda didn't dare slack off. He immediately took several main responsible persons to the roof. Since its construction, the number of times a plane landed here could be counted on one hand. Director, who are we waiting for? Someone asked. Lu Guangda shook his head. He didn't know. Just then the roar of a helicopter sounded, and the next moment a military camouflage helicopter appeared in view, flying straight. Lu Guangda's mouth dropped open, his mind blank. A helicopter, you said, but a military helicopter. What the heck? Not only was Lu Guangda's mind blank, but everyone present was equally stunned, their minds overwhelmed with shock. Anyone who could arrive by military helicopter was certainly no ordinary person. The military helicopter slowly descended, its imposing fuselage exuding a pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. The cabin door opened, and an elderly man with white hair quickly stepped out. Dean Lin. Recognizing the old man's face, Lu Guangda was startled once more. This was Lin Peiyuan, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a leading authority in domestic aerodynamics, adorned with countless honors and accolades. A visit from such a prominent figure would typically be announced in advance, with the supercomputing center preparing a reception plan. This sudden appearance, especially by military helicopter, was unprecedented. Lu Guangda's first thought was that something monumental had occurred. Spare me the pleasantries. I just want to ask, does your supercomputer have any idle computing power right now? Lin Peiyuan asked directly. Behind him, the military helicopter had already soared into the sky. If not for the violent gusts of wind, everyone would have felt like they were in a surreal dream. Lu Guangda snapped back to reality with a jolt and hastily replied, it probably doesn't. Whether there was any computing power available, Lu Guangda had no idea. Such trivial matters were beyond his purview. However, this supercomputing center in W City housed the nation's most powerful supercomputer, the River of Light, which since its inception had been undertaking scientific research computations for the entire country. Idle computing power was simply non-existent. Modern scientific research constantly required running data which ordinary computers couldn't handle. Supercomputers were essential. Moreover, the more complex the research, the higher the demand for computing power. Ordinary supercomputers often couldn't manage it, so the River of Light, as the nation's sole supercomputer, had tasks lined up for years. Thus, without consulting his subordinates, Lu Guangda could deduce that there was definitely no available computing power. Lin Peiyuan, having anticipated this, followed the group downstairs and said, Director Lu, I have a crucial proof to run. Could you pause some non-essential tasks and allocate some computing power to me? Pause, eh? Lu Guangda's eyes widened, and he instinctively said, that wouldn't be appropriate. Those using the computing power had paid for it, and stopping any of the numerous research institutes would inevitably offend someone. Lin Peiyuan, however, seemed unconcerned. What's inappropriate about it? Matters have their priorities. My work is more important. As he spoke, the group arrived at the supercomputing control center. Various screens displayed the supercomputer's operational status. As expected, it was running at full capacity. Lu Guangda asked cautiously, Dean Lin, what exactly is this computation that requires your personal visit? Lu Guangda couldn't fathom why, for an ordinary computation task, Lin Peiyuan couldn't have sent someone else, or simply made a call, or sent an email. By the way, Lu Guangda continued, how much computing power do you need? Given Lin Peiyuan's status, he couldn't be refused outright. Stopping 1 or 2 projects would be acceptable as long as the demand wasn't excessive. How much computing power? Lin Peiyuan pondered for a moment and said, let's start with 50%. We can add more if it's insufficient. Lu Guangda's jaw dropped. 50% of the computing power. Was he joking? The River of Light's computing capability reached 9.3 Jing per second. If the unit Jing is unclear, think of it as billions. 9.3 Jing equals 9.3 billion operations per second. Occupying 50% of the computing power meant using 5 billion operations per second, an astronomical figure. The other leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. What did Lin Peiyuan need such massive computing power for? There had been no news of any major project at the Aerodynamics Research Institute recently. Dean Lin, you must be joking. 50% of the computing power. Lu Guangdao said with a dry laugh. Lin Peiyuan frowned and said sternly, joking. Director Lu, I traveled a great distance by military helicopter. Do you think I'm joking with you? Or are you joking? The retort left Lu Guangda's face flushed, and he dared not speak further. Lin Peiyuan gave a light snort and continued. Do you know what I need to compute? I'm verifying the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. Do you understand what that means? At these words, everyone present was startled. Each of them was a professor-level scholar. They had all heard of the famous Navier-Stokes equations. Some had even studied them. Yet now Lin Peiyuan claimed he was verifying the general solution to the NS equations, and everyone almost thought they were hallucinating. Did I hear that right? The general solution to the NS equations. Has someone actually solved it? I haven't heard anything. If someone had solved the NS equations, the news would be everywhere. Could it really be kept a secret? Exactly. These are the NS equations, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Whoever solves them is practically guaranteed the Fields Medal. The Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics, often called the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. Lu Guangdao suppressed his inner shock and said in a trembling voice, Dean Lin, you mean you're going to verify the general solution to the NS equations? Lin Peiyuan nodded. Was I not clear enough? No, Lu Guangdao quickly shook his head. I mean, these are the NS equations. Has someone proven them? Who? You. With no international news reports and Lin Peiyuan personally rushing to verify the NS equation solution, the only explanation was that Lin Peiyuan himself had proven it. For a moment, Lu Guangda's gaze toward Lin Peiyuan was filled with awe and respect. An academician and a giant in aerodynamics, indeed capable of solving such a monumental problem. This was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, Lin Peiyuan shook his head. It wasn't me. Then who? Professor Qiu Yuyan. Lu Guangdao was taken aback. The most renowned name in domestic mathematics was undoubtedly Professor Qiu Yuyan. Lin Peiyuan shook his head again. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that in his eagerness to review the proof, he hadn't noticed who sent the letter or erased the thing. I received a letter from Country M this morning. The sender proved the NS equations. I've reviewed the proof process and my intuition tells me it's correct, but the final general solution requires verification by a supercomputer. As he explained, Lin Peiyuan pulled out his phone and sent a voice message to his secretary instructing him to carefully keep the letter from Country M and find out who the sender from Country M. Those present exchanged glances and frowned. They had hoped it was a domestic achievement, but it turned out to be from a foreigner. Lu Guangdao, however, was puzzled. That doesn't add up, Dean Lin. If it was proven by someone from Country M, why would they specifically write to you? They could have published it directly there. I think the prover is likely one of our own. Everyone else suddenly understood. Exactly. If it was a foreigner, there's no reason to send it specifically to Dean Lin. So it must be one of our people, probably a scholar abroad, who sent it to Dean Lin for review. At that moment, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand. Enough. Who proved it isn't urgent now. The most important thing is to verify the proof. Director Lu, can you allocate some computing power to me? Lu Guangdao snapped back to reality and nodded firmly. Forget a portion of the computing power. He'll make a decision today, halt all current computing projects, and use all available power to verify this proof as quickly as possible. Previously unaware, but now knowing it involved the NS equations, there was nothing more to say. To expedite the verification, stopping all other projects was a sacrifice worth making. Lin Peiyuan's secretary Yang Mu was organizing meeting minutes when he received a message from Lin Peiyuan. Upon reading its contents, he was instantly dumbfounded. The sender's information. Typically, unless Lin Peiyuan specifically instructed otherwise, Yang Mu would directly shred any letters he had read and then discard. That previous stack of letters had already been shredded and thrown into the bin by Yang Mu. Holy shit. Yang Mu let out a sharp cry, dashed out of the office, and bolted towards the trash can like lightning. The small trash can was completely empty, already fitted with a fresh liner by the diligent cleaning lady. Yang Mu felt like he was about to vomit blood. He found the cleaner responsible for the director's office area, and after inquiring felt even more nauseated. The trash had already been taken to the central waste collection station. By the time Yang Mu arrived at the waste station, hundreds of bags of all sizes, identical black plastic garbage bags were piled. Yang Mu felt he was going insane. How could he find anything in this mountain of trash? However, since Lin Peiyuan had given the order to find the sender's information and the letter's content, and Lin Peiyuan's instructions were the highest command, he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the pungent stench, Yang Mu plunged into the garbage heap and began his search. This search lasted until noon. Many at the research institute, while strolling in the yard after lunch, were horrified to find the dignified chief secretary of the director rummaging through the trash. What the hell are you doing, Secretary Yang? Someone asked in astonishment. Yang Mu, covered in filth and looking utterly exhausted, murmured, looking for something. The person wondered what kind of item could be so important that Yang Mu would personally dig through the trash for it. This was a top-secret aerodynamic research institute. Important research materials were always handled by designated personnel, shredded and incinerated with even the ashes disposed of. The trash here was just ordinary household waste. So this person couldn't fathom what could possibly compel Yang Mu to such lengths. Why don't you get more people to help you search? Yang Mu paused, struck by a sudden realization. He was being foolish. Searching alone would take forever. And why was he doing the dirty work himself? He could just order others to do it. You have nothing to do, right? Come here, help me search. Yang Mu pointed at the speaker and commanded directly. The man's face darkened instantly, regretting his loose tongue, wishing he could slap himself. But since the director's secretary had given the order, the man dared not refuse. He could only step forward with a grimace and start sifting through the garbage. You start looking, he'll go get more people. Yang Mu turned and vanished in a flash. Soon over a dozen security guards and several office logistics staff from the institute were conscripted by Yang Mu to join the trash search. Many hands make light work. Before long, they found the garbage Yang Mu was looking for. As he poured it out and saw the crumpled shreds of paper, Yang Mu couldn't help but shudder. What are you looking at me for? Start piecing it together, Yang Mu barked. Fortunately, the letter was sent from the United States, and its envelope was distinctive enough to be easily identified. Before long, Yang Mu had restored the envelope and found the sender's information. Just an address and nothing more. Yang Mu quickly noted down the address, searched for it on his phone map, and confirmed its existence. He then sent the address details to Lin Peiyuan. However, Lin Peiyuan did not reply. At that moment, at the supercomputing center, Lin Peiyuan, Lu Guangda, and others were anxiously awaiting the verification results from the supercomputer. Zhou Yang's proof of the Navier-Stokes equations detailed the process and provided a general solution. But whether this was a true general solution or merely a universal particular solution needed verification by the supercomputer. It was like knowing the answer and then using the supercomputer to plug it in repeatedly to solve the Navier-Stokes equations under various conditions. The entire process involved an immense amount of computation and required staggering processing power. Fortunately, Lu Guangda had halted all other computational projects to dedicate the supercomputer, capable of nearly 100 quadrillion operations per second, to this verification, making the overall process quite fast. Director Lin, how about I stay here and keep watch? You should go rest, Lu Guangda suggested. But Lin Peiyuan shook his head, saying, rest? How could I rest at a time like this? Do you realize what solving the Navier-Stokes equations means? It will fundamentally change the entire field of fluid dynamics and countless other areas of research. How could I possibly leave? The Navier-Stokes equations are essentially a pure mathematical problem, but mathematics is the foundation of many sciences. Solving them is not just resolving a mathematical challenge, it provides powerful theoretical support for numerous scientific endeavors. For instance, in aerodynamics, how to design fighter jets, how missiles maneuver, how satellites launch. All of these depend on the study of aerodynamics and fluid dynamics. Breakthroughs in any technological application rely on theoretical breakthroughs, which in turn begin with mathematics. Thus, solving the Navier-Stokes equations held monumental significance for Lin Peiyuan, a researcher in aerodynamics. At such a moment, even if it meant death, Lin Peiyuan would wait here to witness the birth of the final result. Lu Guangda opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing more. And so they waited for an entire day. With full computing power, the supercomputer's verification process was still quite rapid. As the program finished running, a prompt appeared. Lin Peiyuan shot to his feet and urgently asked, "What's the result? Is it proven?" A researcher directly pulled up the computational results. Lin Peiyuan, who understood the data, glanced at it and was instantly frozen in place. Everyone present was also stunned, speechless. "Holy shit, it's actually proven," someone exclaimed after a long pause, unable to hold back a curse. No one criticized him. At that moment, everyone felt the urge. Only a curse could vent the excitement churning within them. The Navier-Stokes equations, a millennium problem, had been proven right before their eyes. If this news were made public, it would shake the entire world. Director Lin, it's true, it's true. Lu Guangdao exclaimed, as thrilled as if he himself had proven the equations. Lin Peiyuan fiercely pumped his fist, his excitement palpable. After a long moment, he calmed down and said, "So now the most crucial question is who proved the Navier-Stokes equations?" Lu Guangda nodded emphatically. Now that the supercomputer had verified the proof process was correct, the most important issue was the identity of the prover. If the letter from the United States was from a foreigner, their joy would be in vain. Of course, a theoretical advance benefits the entire scientific community. But who wouldn't want this honor destined for the history books to belong to someone from their own country? Let me see. Lin Peiyuan pulled out his phone. Yang Mu should have finished investigating the sender's information by now. There were many messages on his phone. He opened them, glanced through, and was instantly stunned. In prison? How is that possible? Lin Peiyuan was utterly dumbfounded. As a secretary to a leader, it's always wise to keep a keen eye open. After sealing the envelope, Yang Mu climbed over the wall, searched the address online, managed to find the home phone number, and even tried calling, but it didn't go through. Having arrived here, he had basically grasped the situation, and it should have been sufficient to send a message back to Lin Peiyuan to conclude the matter. However, upon carefully reflecting on the message sent by Lin Peiyuan, Yang Mu found himself restless again. The message stated that Lin Peiyuan needed all the information about the cinder, and it was evident that the information he had collected was not comprehensive. Moreover, looking beyond the surface of the matter, it was solely because of this letter that the esteemed director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, a national academician and a prominent figure in the academic world, personally authorized the use of a military helicopter to rush to City W. All of this was just because of this letter. Thus, the content of this letter, or rather the cinder, appeared to be of utmost importance. Therefore, such a simple investigation would surely leave Lin Peiyuan dissatisfied. Thus, after careful consideration, Yang Mu decided to call the embassy of Country M, directly requesting their assistance in visiting the cinder's home to inquire about the situation regarding this letter. To facilitate this, Yang Mu even borrowed a connection from a classmate working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, incurring a favor. A few hours later, Yang Mu received a return call from the embassy, learning the details of the letter. The sender was named Chang Bin, a doctoral student working in Country M. Then came the crucial part. According to Chang Bin, he was not the one who sent the letter, it was a friend who asked him to mail it on their behalf. And this friend, named Zhou Yang, was currently serving time in prison. The embassy went above and beyond, even inquiring about Zhou Yang's situation, which Yang Mu noted down, gradually forming a preliminary impression of Zhou Yang. His parents were military experts who were assassinated by spies, and he received care from the state. At a young age, he displayed astonishing research talent, which led to his study abroad, and he earned dual doctoral degrees, while still young, marking a bright future ahead. However, at that moment he was imprisoned for profiting from the theft of research data, and his life trajectory could be described as a wild roller coaster of highs and lows. Nevertheless, Yang Mu had managed to gather all the information about the cinder, promptly reporting the findings to Lin Peiyuan. He then climbed over the wall to go online, preparing to search for information regarding Zhou Yang's case to avoid being at a loss if Lin Peiyuan asked for details. In his search, Yang Mu indeed discovered some anomalies. The entire case was unusually smooth with evidence that was overwhelmingly solid. Yet Yang Mu felt there was something wrong, primarily because he instinctively believed that Zhou Yang was not someone who would steal experimental data for profit, given that his parents were also assassinated for similar reasons. There's something off about this case. It feels like a setup, Yang Mu muttered to himself. After pondering for some time, just as he was about to get up to make himself a cup of coffee, the phone. Upon seeing the caller, Yang Mu instantly perked up. It was Lin Peiyuan calling. Director. Lin Peiyuan's tone was very serious as he said, "I've reviewed the information you've gathered. You've done well. The information is quite comprehensive." His words made Yang Mu secretly pleased, feeling that his efforts rummaging through the trash had not been in vain. "It's my duty," Yang Mu quickly replied. Lin Peiyuan continued, "This Zhou Yang is very important. You need to book a flight immediately and head to Country M. Find a way to meet Zhou Yang, ask him what he needs, and contact me as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Yang Mu was momentarily dumbfounded. Booking a flight to Country M right now. Why was Lin Peiyuan so eager? What was the situation with this Zhou Yang that warranted such attention over a mere letter? Is there a problem? Not hearing a response, Lin Peiyuan pressed for an answer. Yang Mu snapped back to reality with a start and hurriedly replied, "No problem, director. Rest assured, I will book the flight right away." After hanging up the phone, Yang Mu was still filled with disbelief. His intuition told him that the letter, or rather Zhou Yang, posed a significant issue, yet he had no way of knowing the specifics of the problem. Lin Peiyuan had not disclosed anything, and he did not dare to ask further. "I must see what kind of person this Zhou Yang is," he thought to himself. In Fox Prison, Zhou Yang was lying on his bed resting. For the past few days, Zhou Yang had refrained from writing or drawing anything. Any single thought he expressed could lead to significant trouble, so he recalled in his mind, thankful that the content provided by the system was etched in his brain with crystal clarity. During these 2 days, Zhou Yang had preliminarily grasped the entire power system of the mech. Of course, this grasp meant that he understood it. The key to the entire power system lay in the battery technology, which was revolutionary, employing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent to produce batteries with higher energy density. This was no ordinary technology. To put it bluntly, a breakthrough in battery technology would lead to world-altering changes, directly dismantling the existing petroleum energy structure. At that moment, the cell door suddenly swung open and a prison guard approached. "Zhou, you have a visitor," the guard stated. Zhou Yang instantly opened his eyes. They've come. His letter had worked. Following the guard, Zhou Yang arrived at the visiting room. There was a young man wearing glasses, refined in demeanor, and a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit. Hello, my name is Yang Mu from the domestic side. This is Huang Xiang, a well-known local lawyer," the well-dressed young man greeted Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang frowned and took a seat. Yang Mu sat down and said, "Mr. Zhou, let me introduce myself again. I am the secretary to the director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, Lin Peiyuan. The letter you sent to Director Lin has already been reviewed by him, and he personally instructed me to come to Country M to meet with you to inquire about the intent behind your letter." By the way, regarding your case, I have gathered some information and feel that there may be some issues. You might be wrongfully accused, which is why I brought along Lawyer Huang. Lawyer Huang is a particularly renowned lawyer in the area with his own private law firm and has a good cooperative relationship with our embassy. He might be able to assist you. How about this? Let's have Lawyer Huang explain it to you. Yang Mu glanced at Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang nodded, took out some documents from his briefcase, laid them flat on the table, and said, Mr. Zhou, I have studied your case carefully. Although the chain of evidence is quite complete, there are actually some issues with the procedures for collecting evidence. Given time, I should be able to prove that there are problems with the evidence collection process. Once the collection procedure has issues, the evidence will be rendered invalid. Therefore, I remain quite confident regarding your case. He spoke rapidly and extensively. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang felt a surge of anger within him. Is this all they could offer? Hiring a lawyer to help him fight for release from prison. What a joke. If lawyers were effective, Zhou Yang would have been out long ago. During his 2 years of work in Country M, he earned a high salary and could afford any level of lawyer he wanted. The key issue here was that there were powerful backers behind the research institute. Normal legal channels wouldn't solve anything. It seems that the power of this letter was still in. Suddenly Zhou Yang stood up, startling Yang Mu and the others. Zhou Yang said, tomorrow at the same time I will give you something. You can take it back to Director Lin for me. With that, Zhou Yang turned and left. Since the NS equation's value was insufficient, he would provide them with something that would drive the world wild. Stepping out of the prison, Yang Mu wore a puzzled expression. What does he mean by this? He murmured to himself. From Yang Mu's investigation, Zhou Yang had deliberately sent a letter to Lin Peiyuan, likely with the aim of capturing his attention. As it turned out, Zhou Yang succeeded. Lin Peiyuan took it extremely seriously and even dispatched Yang Mu to the United States to meet Zhou Yang in person. Yang Mu speculated that Zhou Yang's purpose might be to secure his release from prison. Yet now that Yang Mu had brought a lawyer, why would Zhou Yang refuse even to speak with him? Huang Xiang shrugged and said, who knows? But Mr. Yang, I've examined this case. Overturning the verdict would be exceedingly difficult, so the legal fees, as if he hadn't heard, Yang Mu muttered to himself, forget it. They'll come again tomorrow. I'm determined to see what game this fellow is playing. The next day, Yang Mu arrived as promised. In the visiting room, Zhou Yang appeared holding a letter which he first handed to the prison guard. The guard opened it. 2 thin sheets of paper covered in symbols that seemed like celestial script to him. After slipping the papers back into the envelope, the guard nodded to Zhou Yang, signaling that it was permissible to send it out. Only then did Zhou Yang place the envelope before Yang Mu. Please deliver this letter to Dean Lin, he said. With that, Zhou Yang turned and left the visiting room. Yang Mu's eyes widened, his mind consumed by a single thought. Is that it? Another letter. At that moment, Yang Mu was utterly baffled as to what Zhou Yang was up to. But since Zhou Yang had already departed, Yang Mu gritted his teeth, opened the envelope, and retrieved the 2 thin sheets to examine them. Yang Mu hadn't become Lin Pei's secretary through connections. He was a legitimate graduate from a prestigious university and a former top student. He could decipher some of the symbols on the paper. They were chemical equations. The rest were mathematical symbols, the kind so advanced that even most doctoral candidates might not have encountered them. This seems to be a mathematical model, Yang Mu murmured. Rubbing his head in frustration, he pondered for a moment before deciding to tuck the envelope away and exit the prison. Once outside, he immediately called Lin Peiyuan. Xiao Yang, how did it go? Did you meet him? Lin Peiyuan asked quickly. Yang Mu replied, Dean, I met him, but he didn't say a word to me. He then recounted the details of both meetings. Lin Peiyuan paused, then said urgently, you mean he gave you another letter, and its contents might be a mathematical model? Yes, Dean. I'm sorry, but I can't quite understand it. I suspect it's a mathematical model. How about I take a photo and send it to you for review? Yang Mu suggested. Lin Peiyuan agreed. All right, take a photo and send it to me. Without hesitation, Yang Mu snapped 2 pictures with his phone and sent them to Lin Peiyuan via W City. Having verified the Navier-Stokes equations, Lin Peiyuan had not yet left W City. He had a strong intuition that Zhou Yang might have more to offer. A brilliant man who had ended up in prison had secretly proven the NS equations and sent them to him, a move that could quietly astonish the world. Perhaps Zhou Yang was hiding even more groundbreaking research. So Lin Peiyuan decided to stay at the supercomputing center ready to verify any further research results Zhou Yang might produce. Upon hearing that Zhou Yang had indeed sent another letter, how could Lin Peiyuan not be excited? As the first to prove the NS equations, Zhou Yang might have already made numerous breakthroughs in that field. The 2 images arrived. Lin Peiyuan opened them and examined them closely. At first glance, he was stunned. This was not a mathematical model, nor was it related to the NS equations. It was a data model for a battery. According to the description on the paper, this was a high-performance battery model using carbon nanotubes as the conductive agent. The entire model detailed the preparation principles, material ratios, and the process of data validation. If all the data were correct, the battery's performance would be over 100 times superior to current batteries. Lin Peiyuan was shocked, his mind going blank. Every technological revolution in this world has been inseparable from energy. Energy is the foundation of industry. From the steam power of the Industrial Revolution to petrochemical energy, then to electricity, wind, and solar power, and even nuclear energy. The core of human technology has always been the utilization of energy. Modern society is built upon energy. Every breakthrough in energy reshapes the global landscape, just as the steam age elevated Great Britain and the oil age elevated the United States. All scientists predict that the next energy revolution will be electric. But breakthroughs in energy are incredibly difficult, and the development of batteries has constrained technological progress. Even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers still boil water to generate power. Thus, a breakthrough in energy is the fundamental breakthrough. Imagine a car that can travel thousands of kilometers on a single charge, a phone that lasts months on one charge. Such advancements in electrical energy would transform the human world in every way. And now a brand new battery lay before Lin Peiyuan. How could he not be excited? Drawing a sharp breath, his hands trembled as he held the phone. He fully understood what a breakthrough in battery technology signified. It could even shatter the United States' hegemony over oil and overturn the existing global economic system. The design before him was highly detailed, complete with theoretical foundations, validation, and even data. Without exaggeration, one could use these two sheets to directly manufacture such a battery. This can't be real, Lin Peiyuan muttered, rubbing his eyes as he quickly performed mental calculations. After a while he stopped. Based on his preliminary estimates, it was correct. The theory was flawless, only a physical prototype was needed for verification. Isn't Zhou Yang in prison? How did he manage to research this? Lin Peiyuan's whole body trembled. Lin Peiyuan was trembling all over. Countless scientists worldwide were researching battery technology breakthroughs. Without exaggeration, even a 200-person research team with a budget of hundreds of billions might not yield any results. Yet Zhou Yang alone and in prison had apparently achieved it. It was utterly astonishing. After a while, Lin Peiyuan calmed down and began to contemplate the value of this material. Its authenticity still needed verification. But the immediate concern was not verification, but how to ensure its security. This material could determine the rise of a nation, so it must never fall into the hands of any hostile country. At that moment, Yang Mu, who held the material, was in the United States. In an instant, many thoughts raced through Lin Peiyuan's mind. As Yang Mu drove back to the hotel, his phone rang. "Dean, have you looked at the material?" Yang Mu asked. Lin Peiyuan's voice turned extremely grave. "Yang Mu, you need to do two things. First, drive to the embassy and await further instructions. Second, immediately destroy your phone after I hang up, completely, so that no data remains. Do you understand?" Yang Mu slammed on the brakes, utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? What was in Zhou Yang's letter that had provoked such a strong reaction from Lin Peiyuan? Bewildered, puzzled, even terrified, Yang Mu felt that he had stumbled into something monumental. "Do you understand now?" Lin Peiyuan's voice was stern. Yang Mu snapped back to reality with a jolt and immediately replied, "I understand, Ding." Lin Peiyuan grunted in acknowledgement and hung up the phone. Yang Mu took a deep breath, staring at the envelope resting on the passenger seat, and couldn't help but shudder. Glancing at the phone he had just bought not long ago, Yang Mu felt like crying, but he still got out of the car, gritted his teeth, and hurled the phone violently onto the ground. Fearing it wasn't destroyed thoroughly enough, Yang Mu got back in the car and drove over the phone twice back and forth. The phone was reduced to Yang Mu then gathered all the fragments, making sure not a single piece was left behind. The Aerodynamics Research Institute was a classified unit after all, and Yang Mu was familiar with basic confidentiality principles. At this moment it dawned on him. He had come into contact with classified information. Meanwhile, in City W, Lin Peiyuan, after hanging up, immediately got up and went to find Lu Guangda. "Director Lu, I need to use your secure phone." Lu Guangda's jaw dropped. What was going on? A secure phone? Was it really that serious? The key point was they didn't have one here. Lu Guangda said with a wry smile, "Dean Lin, how about you send an email?" Lin Peiyuan shot a disdainful glance at Lu Guangda, his eyes full of contempt, as if to say the prestigious supercomputing center doesn't even have an internal line. How low grade. Lu Guangda felt even more humiliated. Lin Peiyuan thought for a moment and said, "All right, find someone to drive me to the nearest military district. I recall there's one in City W. They'll definitely have a secure phone." Lu Guangda stared at Lin Peiyuan in disbelief, desperately wanting to ask who on earth he was calling that required such a grand fuss. Couldn't he just send an email or a WeChat message? But then he thought better of it. He shouldn't ask about things that weren't his business, asking would only be awkward. Half an hour later, Lin Peiyuan arrived at the military district, identified himself, found the person in charge, and was led to a red telephone. "Dean Lin, please go ahead." The colonel who had escorted him saluted gravely and left the room. Without further ado, Lin Peiyuan picked up the red phone and dialed the number. Meanwhile, Yang Mu, now in Country M, was anxiously waiting at the embassy. He locked himself in his room, clutching the envelope Zhou Yang had given him, too afraid to do anything. He neither ate nor drank, not even daring to doze off. At the slightest footstep outside, Yang Mu would jolt up in panic. Finally, 2 hours later, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a stern expression knocked on the door. "This is my identification." The man directly flashed his credentials. In his nervous state, Yang Mu couldn't make out the name or title. The only thing he clearly saw was the embossed national emblem. "Comrade Yang Mu, I am here on orders from my superiors to take possession of a classified document," the man said expressionlessly. Yang Mu snapped out of it and hastily handed over the envelope Zhou Yang had given him. "Very well, we'll take it from here." With that, the man turned and left the room. And Yang Mu suddenly remembered which department was written on the man's credentials. The 6th Special Intelligence Bureau. That legendary, almost mythical 6th Special Intelligence Bureau. One of Yang Mu's college classmates had joined a special intelligence department. Yang Mu had specifically asked him about it, and though the guy was tight-lipped, he had confirmed some details, like the existence of the legendary, most mysterious 6th Bureau which handled overseas intelligence operations akin to the CIA. "Damn, I've really stepped in it this time." Yang Mu muttered to himself, then said, "Who exactly is this Zhou Yang to trigger such a massive response with just a letter?" In City S at the Penguin headquarters. The bustling headquarters building suddenly received an unexpected visitor. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man carrying a briefcase with a completely unremarkable face resembling a typical office worker. Approaching the front desk, the man said directly, "Hello, I need to see the head of your data center." The receptionist paused and asked, "What's your name, sir? Do you have an appointment?" "An appointment? No. But can this make an appointment?" The man reached into his coat and pulled out a credential, handing it over. The beautiful receptionist took it. The gilded national emblem on the front made her freeze for a moment. Opening it and seeing the contents, she was instantly dumbfounded, her voice trembling as she said, "All right, I'll contact them for you right away. Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, the man was meeting with the head of Penguin's data center. And not just the data center head. A vice president of the group also arrived. Police visits, though rare, were normal. But a visit from a special intelligence department was unprecedented. For a split second, the data center head even suspected the government was about to move against Penguin. Hello. I'm Wang Hui, head of the data center, and this is our vice president Han Yusen." The middle-aged man nodded, smiling warmly as he showed his credentials for them to verify. They both examined it carefully and nervously handed it back. It couldn't be fake. No one would dare impersonate a special intelligence agent. The man, still smiling, said, "Hey, race the situation. We need to access your database and delete some data. I hope you can grant me the permissions to do it myself. And by the way, not just the domestic data, but also your international databases. You'll need permission to delete some data there too." Wang Hui blinked, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. Han Yusen immediately exploded, shaking his head frantically. "How can this be? This is our company's own database involving our trade secrets. How can we just give you access to delete data at will?" Wang Hui nodded vigorously in agreement. Allowing someone into the database to delete data at will was no trivial matter. The man remained smiling, his tone calm. "Vice President Han, is it? First, you need to understand one thing. I'm not here to discuss whether this is possible. I'm here to inform you. So whatever doubts or confusion you have, suppress them all. Now grant me the permissions and let me do my job. Every second of delay that leads to serious consequences. That responsibility is one you cannot afford to bear." Though the man was smiling, his gaze was as firm as a rock, making Han Yusen shudder violently. His face flushed red as he shouted, "I now doubt whether your credentials are real. No, I need to make a phone call. Be my guest." The man's gaze didn't waver. He turned to Wang Hui and said, "Now take me to the control center and grant me the permissions." Wang Hui was stunned. Han Yusen screamed, "Wang Hui, don't you dare." Just then the phone call connected. Han Yusen's face lit up with relief as he hurriedly said, "President Ma, there's a major issue at the company. Someone's here." "What? You already know." The next moment, a torrent of furious scolding erupted from the phone. Han Yusen's face alternated between red and pale. By the time he hung up, he was drenched in cold sweat. The middle-aged man, still smiling warmly, looked at Wang Hui and said, "Is it all right now?" Wang Hui shuddered, nodded hastily, and led the man toward the control. A single phone call from Lin Peiyuan had already alarmed the higher-ups, who made an immediate decision. Now 3 tasks needed to be done. First, ensure the security of the data. Special agents would escort the envelope in Yang Mu's hands back to the country through confidential channels, while simultaneously deleting records on WeChat and erasing any data related to the letter. Second, utilize the available materials to rapidly conduct process verification at the Research Institute. This task was assigned to the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, led by academician Shen Tiankai, a leading expert in battery research who would head a team for production feasibility studies. Simultaneously, the final task was to find a way to extract Zhou Yang and bring him back to the country. No matter how advanced the technology, it could not surpass the person who developed it. Moreover, this individual had also proven the Navier-Stokes equations, an equally remarkable achievement. This task was entrusted to the 6th Bureau of Special in City B, an ordinary office building on the outskirts. No one would suspect this was the headquarters of the 6th Bureau. Director Han Haining was hunched over his desk studying all available information on Zhou Yang. The materials were extensive, detailing even Zhou Yang's scores on elementary school math exams. After finishing his review, a knock came at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a slender figure entered. She wore a pencil skirt and a white blouse, her attire neat and crisp. Her hair was cut short to her ears, and her features were delicate. She was a beauty surpassing many celebrities and looks with a cold, elegant aura like an iceberg in human form. "Director." Han Haining looked up and smiled. "Ruyan, have a seat." Once the woman sat down, Han Haining studied her. This woman, though female, was the most outstanding agent of the 6th Bureau, having completed countless seemingly impossible missions. "Comrade Chen Ruyan, I have a mission for you." Han Haining pushed the documents toward her. "Your target is to safely escort this Zhou Yang back to the country." Chen Ruyan quickly flipped through Zhou Yang's file and nodded slightly. Han Haining continued, "Two things first, the target's safety is paramount. If anyone fires at him, you must immediately throw yourself in front and block the bullet with your body. In short, I want the target alive. Dead. No, the target cannot die. There is no room for failure. You must succeed, and you will succeed. Understood?" Chen Ruyan's breath caught. Her gaze fell on the front page of the file, a frontal photo of Zhou Yang wearing a doctoral cap. According to the information, Zhou Yang was an ordinary scholar studying abroad. Beyond that, Chen Ruyan could not discern anything special about him. Yet she never expected Han Haining to make such demands. Absolute safety for the target, no death, no failure, and failure not permitted. Chen Ruyan had never received such instructions before. "Understood, Director." She nodded firmly. Han Haining added, "The target is currently held in A.U.'s prison. I don't care what methods you use, legitimate, illegitimate, underhanded, even if you have to blow up the prison. I only want one result: rescue him safely and bring him back. As for the resources you need, any resource is at your disposal. Any consequences or fallout, don't worry, I'll cover for you. If I can't, the nation will." "Understood." Chen Ruyan held her breath again. Deploy any resources, disregard any consequences or fallout. She had never encountered a mission like this. Special agents operated in the shadows, especially those of the 6th Bureau, who primarily worked overseas. In case of trouble, the nation would deny their existence, so their actions were always cautious, fearing major incidents. But now Han Haining implied she could cause any chaos, no matter the scale, as long as the mission was completed. In that instant, Chen Ruyan understood the importance of her mission, or rather of Zhou Yang's safety. "Director, I understand. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Chen Ruyan stood up and spoke emphatically. Han Haining nodded. "Good. Make your arrangements and depart as soon as possible. He'll give you a phone number. You can coordinate any resources through him." Any resources, understood." Han Haining added finally. Chen Ruyan's heart tightened, and she nodded firmly. An hour later, Chen Ruyan was aboard a plane bound for the U.S. The next day she arrived. Section Chief Chen, the middle-aged man who had received the envelope at the embassy earlier, picked her up at the airport in a car. "He Bing, right?" "Hello." Chen Ruyan greeted him, gave an address, and said, "Take me here." He Bing asked no questions and drove off immediately. By dusk, the car arrived at its destination, a very ordinary residential community. The car stopped in front of a 2-story house. The lights were on, and through the window faint shadows could be seen moving. Chen Ruyan, wearing sunglasses, got out and knocked on the door. A middle-aged white man with a red nose opened it. Seeing Chen Ruyan standing there, he froze, completely unfamiliar with her. "Mr. Mason, I presume. My name is Chun Yun. If it's convenient, could we talk in the yard?" Chen Ruyan said with a smile. The middle-aged white man was surprised she knew his name directly. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, closed the door, and followed her into the yard. They stood there alone. Chen Ruyan smiled. "Mr. Mason, you work at Fox Prison as a head guard with an annual salary of 5,400. Your wife works at a supermarket earning 4,300 a year. You have 3 children. Your eldest daughter is in college out of state with tuition of 2,300 a year. You also have a mortgage and a car loan. According to our investigation, you are likely carrying significant credit card debt." Mason's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman knew his family's financial situation inside out. "Who the hell are you?" Mason asked, both wary and angry. Chen Ruyan continued. "Oh, and you seem to have an outstanding debt of about 8,000. So in my view, your financial situation is flashing red." Before Mason could respond, she added, "So I have a proposal that could earn you millions, maybe even more. What do you think?" Mason, on the verge of exploding, froze at the mention of millions of dollars. Chen Ruyan's expression remained unchanged. "There's a prisoner in your jail. I want him out. You arrange the specifics. Given your position, you should be able to manage it right. Upon completion, it'll give you $3 million and arrange for you and your family to move to a country without an extradition treaty with the U.S. How does that sound?" Mason's jaw dropped. He stared at Chen Ruyan for a long moment, his breathing growing heavy. "Impossible. Too difficult. The prison isn't run by me alone." Mason shook his head. Chen Ruyan said calmly, "Then make it 5 million. Mason's eyes narrowed. After a long pause, he still shook his head. How about 10 million? Chen Ruoyan smiled. Mason's eyes were bloodshot. Gritting his teeth, he said, I might not be able to do it alone. Then make it 30 million. You decide who to bribe. Just say yes, and he'll transfer 10 million US dollars to you immediately. The remaining 20 million will be in your account as soon as my man is out. Mason's mouth fell open. He said nothing. Upon receiving the transfer notification and seeing the string of zeros in his account, Mason's eyes instantly reddened. Rest assured I will follow your instructions and rescue the person. Mason hurriedly replied. Nothing was more real than the money in that bank account. A full 30 million. To accomplish the goal, Mason might need to bribe a few night shift workers perhaps $1 million each. He figured he could pocket at least 25 million. With so much money, what was wrong with leaving Country M and living freely in a brand new nation? Then I'll await your good news. Chen Ruoyan left a phone number and walked away gracefully. Han Haining had already stated that any method was acceptable as long as the person was rescued. Bribing the prison guards seemed to Chen Ruoyan the most straightforward and simple approach. $30 million was nothing compared to the entire mission. Mason thanked Chen Ruoyan profusely and saw her off. Chen Ruoyan got into the car and gave another address. Take me here. He Bing asked no questions, silent as a tool, and drove to the destination. This was the outskirts filled with all sorts of factories, dirty and chaotic streets, and walls covered in colorful graffiti. He Bing grew more alert. If he remembered correctly, this was the territory of a local gang. Eventually the car arrived at an abandoned factory complex. Chen Ruoyan glanced at the time, got out of the car, calmly walked to the iron gate, and waved at the camera above it. After a moment the iron gate opened and two burly men emerged. One approached Chen Ruoyan, the other He Bing. Hands up, one of the men said to Chen Ruoyan in Russian. Chen Ruoyan complied, raising her hands. But she said coldly, I don't like being touched. The man frowned, about to lose his temper when a voice came from inside. Let them in. Chen Ruoyan walked straight into the factory. The factory was dilapidated, but inside it was a different world. A car repair shop, filled with luxury supercars. He Bing's gaze swept the factory warily. He already had a count, 13 people visible. No big deal. He Bing felt slightly relieved. Even without Chen Ruoyan's help he could handle these people. And if his memory served, Chen Ruoyan was also a top-tier expert. Big Love, a middle-aged man with a sleazy appearance, approached Chen Ruoyan with a smile, attempting to embrace her. Chen Ruoyan deftly avoided him and said in fluent Russian, Mr. Big Love, where are my goods? Big Love waved his hand, and several men carried out large military weapon crates. They opened them in front of Chen Ruoyan. Inside the protective foam were weapons, tactical accessories, throwing weapons, and even combat knives. He Bing quickly scanned the crates. The equipment inside could outfit a 5-man tactical team. In a flash he understood many things. The money? Big Love asked. Chen Ruoyan shook her phone. Account. Big Love quickly recited the account number, and Chen Ruoyan, without a word, began the transfer. $1 million has been transferred. You can check, Mr. Big Love, Chen Ruoyan said. Big Love pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and nodded with a smile. But the next moment Big Love suddenly closed the weapon crate and asked, I'd like to know, what are you buying all this high-precision weaponry for? Chen Ruoyan's expression remained unchanged. Does a knife seller need to ask a customer if they're buying the knife to chop bones at home or to rob and kill? What if I insist on knowing? Big Love asked with a sneer. The moment he spoke, the noisy repair shop fell into dead silence. All the mechanics stopped working and turned to look. The air itself seemed to freeze. He Bing's body tensed instantly, like a predator ready to strike, prepared to pounce at Chen Ruoyan's command. Chen Ruoyan smiled. So are you saying that if I don't tell you what I'm using these weapons for, I can't take them? Big Love nodded. Exactly. The mechanic's tools in hand surrounded them. Fine. Chen Ruoyan's smile remained. She nodded to He Bing and turned to leave. Big Love's men did not stop them. He Bing's eyes flickered with killing intent, reluctant. Section Chief, Chen, leave it to me. Despite the numbers against them, He Bing was unafraid. How could these street thugs compare to killing machines forged through the harshest training? If He Bing wanted to, in 1 minute, at most, he was confident he could kill everyone present. Chen Ruoyan said nothing, walked straight out of the factory and got into the car. He Bing had no choice but to follow. He was a special agent bound to follow orders. Without Chen Ruoyan's command, he couldn't act. Just then an SUV pulled up and stopped beside their car. He Bing's alertness spiked. Could Big Love be planning to double-cross them and kill them? But then the SUV's window rolled down, revealing a square Eastern. Chen Ruoyan also rolled down her window. Comrade Chen Ruoyan, under orders from above, Captain Hu Zhengping of the Jialong Squad reports with 14 members. Please give your instructions. The man's voice was as hard as stone. He Bing was startled. Allies. Chen Ruoyan nodded slightly and pointed to the factory behind her. The weapons you need are inside. From now on, use this factory as your base and await my orders. Oh, and I've already paid for the weapons. If they refuse to hand them over, handle it as you see fit. With that, Chen Ruoyan closed her window. Drive. He Bing was stunned then laughed. Chen Ruiyun was even more ruthless than he thought. She had directly dispatched a special forces squad not only to retrieve the weapons, but also to seize their base. Hu Jinping stopped the car and glanced back inside. Inside, 4 burly men sat cramped. Each was muscular and dark-skinned, one of them nearly 9 meters tall, built like an ox. 30 seconds. In the fight. Hu Jinping said calmly. Got it, Captain. The 4 exchanged glances and grinned. They had no idea what the factory held, but even if it were a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, they were unafraid. They were the elite members of the most formidable amphibious special operations unit, the world's top special forces. Inside the factory. Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time. $1 million pure profit, an underling exclaimed excitedly. Bigelow was equally exhilarated. His earlier demand for Chen Ruiyun to reveal the purpose of buying weapons was pure nonsense. As Chen Ruiyun had said, a knife seller doesn't care if you use the blade for slicing vegetables or cutting throats. In truth, Bigelow had intended to pull a double-cross to intimidate Chen Ruiyun. He never expected it to go so smoothly. These country people, they're all cowards. I just scared them a little, and they gave up. Haha, a bunch of fools. Next time we get such a deal, we can do it again, understand? A chorus of laughter erupted from his men. At the same time, Hu Jinping and his 4 team members began their operation. The 3-meter turtle iron gate was nothing to them. With a standard 2-man cooperative climbing maneuver, they easily vaulted over it. Behind the gate, a burly man lounged on a deck chair looking at his phone. He was stunned speechless as the 4 figures descended from the sky. Who are you? The man barely had time to cry out before the most muscular of the team kicked him square in the chest. A dull, heavy thud echoed, and the giant flew back 7 or 8 meters like a cannonball, his neck twisting as he fell unconscious. Iron Ox, go easy. If you kill someone, it'll be trouble, a teammate warned. Iron Ox scratched his head and said, I was going easy. He's just too weak. The other 3 teammates glanced at the fallen man. At over 8 meters tall and built like an ox himself, or was he weak? The 4 arrived at the main entrance. Without a word, Iron Ox kicked it. A boom like a bomb exploding in the flatlands, and the heavy iron bar door was sent flying, taking the wooden door behind it several meters away. The 4 strode into the factory with their heads held high. Inside, the men who had been laughing triumphantly all turned in unison, staring at them in stunned silence. Who are you? Bigelow snapped back to reality and roared angrily. Iron Ox laughed heartily and yelled, We're here for the weapons. Idiot, they can't understand you. Less talk, more action. The 4 descended like wolves among sheep, starting the fight. In just over 10 seconds, everyone in the factory was down. Too weak. Iron Ox grabbed a man and tossed him casually into a pile of tires. All right, I'll go open the door for the captain. Soon Hu Jinping walked in. Ignoring the bodies strewn across the floor, he went straight to a few weapon crates, picked up an M4, pulled back the bolt, aimed briefly, and nodded with satisfaction. Check the weapons. Yes, sir. The 4 team members quickly stepped forward and began to gear up. First, they donned bulletproof vests, then tactical vests, followed by ballistic helmets and night vision goggles. Next, they began assembling their weapons according to personal preference, attaching various tactical accessories. The entire process was silent, punctuated only by the clatter of weaponry. Bigelow, still conscious, lifted his head and stared at the 5 men in terror. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The 5 ignored him completely. After a string of curses, Bigelow fell silent. The men's practiced movements and the uniquely imposing aura they exuded told him everything he needed to know. My God, you're soldiers. Country soldiers. Bigelow's eyes widened. These 5 were definitely soldiers and not ordinary ones. They were the most elite of the elite. 5 soldiers fully armed in country. What were they planning? At that moment, Bigelow felt a wave of regret. He had been a fool to ask Chen Ruiyun what she intended to do. Asking meant death. Even now, Bigelow felt his life was hanging by a thread. He stammered, Don't kill me. I don't know anything, I saw nothing. Hu Jinping holstered a pistol and gave the order. Dismissed. From now on, keep your weapons on you at all times. Await orders, ready to move at any moment. Yes, sir. As the 4 dispersed, Hu Jinping turned to Bigelow and said in English, This place is now requisitioned. Bigelow understood and dared not refuse, simply nodding stiffly. As for Chen Ruiyun, after deploying the Jialong squad, she decided to meet with Zhou Yang. Bribing Mason was Chen Ruiyun's plan A, theoretically the most likely to succeed, while the Jialong squad served as backup plan B. Chen Ruiyun preferred not to use it unless absolutely necessary. But regardless of which plan, Chen Ruiyun needed to inform Zhou Yang beforehand to prepare him mentally. Moreover, Chen Ruiyun was deeply curious about Zhou Yang himself. What kind of man was he that the nation would go to such lengths to save him? The next day, at Foxworth Prison. Zhou, someone's here to see you, a guard notified him. Zhou Yang, who had been reading, stood up thinking, here it is. My second letter has taken Glenn poked his head out from the top bunk, curious. Zhou, why have so many people been visiting you these past 2 days? It's nothing, Zhou Yang replied with a smile, getting up to leave. After Zhou Yang left, Glenn thought for a moment, then climbed down and called the guard. Officer, I'd like to make a phone call, is that okay? Led to the phone by the guard, Glenn dialed a number. Mr. Chris, there's something about Zhou Yang I think you should know, Glenn said it. Oh, what is it? Glenn lowered his voice further. People have been coming to see him frequently these past few days. Plus a few days ago he asked me to mail a letter for him. After that he changed. He used to be writing and drawing all the time, but now he stopped. That letter, I've already seen it. It's not a big deal. But you say people have been visiting him. Has he said anything? The voice on the other end asked. Glenn shook his head. No, nothing at all. Good. This month's $1,000 will be wired to your wife. If anything else happens, inform me immediately. Understood. Yes, sir. Glenn hung up the phone. At the Minsk Institute of Physics. In an office, a middle-aged Caucasian man hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. His name was Chris, a senior researcher and deputy director of the institute. Zhou Yang had once been a member of his research team. This very team had developed a high-strength, bulletproof material. The research had been commercialized, taken up by a company that successfully produced new body armor, securing a procurement contract worth hundreds of millions with the Department of Defense. This achievement had made Chris a fortune. Through subsequent collaborations, he had infiltrated the upper echelons of arms procurement, building deep connections within the Department of Defense. But despite his success, Chris harbored a lingering unease, a hidden threat. That threat was Zhou Yang, the very man who had invented that high-strength, flexible material. For 2 years since Zhou Yang's imprisonment, Chris had kept Glenn on the payroll to monitor him. Now, with Zhou Yang suddenly making frequent contacts after a long period of inactivity, Chris' instincts told him something was wrong. After a moment's thought, Chris picked up the phone and dialed. Frank, first, congratulations on your promotion to FBI Bureau Chief. Second, we need to meet at your convenience. In the prison visiting room, Zhou Yang met Chen Ruyun. Her beauty left him momentarily dazed, yet took him a while to come to his senses and take a seat. Mr. Zhou, hello. My name is Chen Ruyun. Chen Ruyun introduced herself with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded, silently uncertain of Chen Ruyun's identity or purpose. He feared she might be another lawyer sent to placate him, much like Yang Mu had done before. Unfazed by his silence, Chen Ruyun looked him over before speaking. Mr. Zhou, I am responsible for escorting you safely back to your country. You can leave here as early as tomorrow or at the latest the day after. Please be mentally prepared. Beneath the table, Zhou Yang clenched his fists, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Finally, his letter had worked. Good, he replied with a slight nod, then asked, is there anything else? Chen Ruyun shook her head with a smile. Once again, Zhou Yang found himself captivated by her smile. Then goodbye, he said, rising to his feet. Chen Ruyun smiled back. Goodbye. The next day, she received a call from Mason as promised, instructing her to be at the prison gates at midnight sharp to pick someone up. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang prepared to leave prison. At 5 that afternoon, a guard opened his cell door. Zhou, pack your things. You're being transferred. Before Zhou Yang could react, Glenn from the bunk above let out a strange howl. Zhou, what's going on? Why are they moving you to another prison? Did you request it yourself? Zhou Yang's face remained calm, though his heart raced with excitement. This must be Chen Ruyun's doing. Her influence was vast enough to move prison officials. Nothing to pack. Let's go. Zhou Yang straightened his clothes and strode out of the cell. Soon he would be standing on his homeland's soil. Following the guard, he boarded a transfer vehicle that drove out of the prison and onto the highway heading east. Meanwhile, at 6 o'clock, Mason arrived at the prison in a brand new Porsche. Sheriff, did you win the lottery? A colleague asked in astonishment. Mason beamed with pride. With $10 million in hand, he couldn't resist splurging on a Porsche to replace his old Toyota, a mere $100,000. Secret, Mason replied with a mysterious smile as he entered the prison. His night shift colleagues gathered, exchanging knowing glances. Mason handled the shift handover, smoothly waiting for midnight. But just after the handover, a panicked colleague rushed over, pale-faced. Mason, something's wrong. That person is gone. Which person? Mason was confused. The colleague winked. You know that person? It took Mason a moment to realize. The man they were supposed to rescue. What happened? Where is he? Mason demanded urgently. Without the prisoner, their plan was useless, and $20 million. The colleague explained, I don't know. After my shift, I checked his cell, and he was gone. I asked around and found out had been transferred, but there's no record of it in the system. Cold sweat broke out on Mason's forehead. His first thought was that their scheme had been discovered, prompting the early transfer. Keep quiet. Act like nothing happened, Mason whispered urgently. Fortunately, he had already pocketed the $10 million advance. The colleague nodded stiffly, then asked, and our money? Mason glared. What money? We didn't do the job, so there's no money. Bullshit. Don't think I don't know you got paid. How else could you afford a Porsche? The colleague retorted. Mason was furious, regretting his flashy purchase. Now he'd have to bribe them all to keep quiet, or someone might report him out of spite. After splitting the money, only $5 million would remain, a huge loss. Fine, I'll give it to you. Mason said, his heart bleeding with every word. Outside the prison, He Bing drove as Chen Ruyun waited silently. Midnight came and went without incident. Section Chief Chen He Bing frowned. Chen Ruyun furrowed her brow, thinking, let's wait a bit longer. Another hour passed. Chen Ruyun called Mason. After 2 attempts, he finally answered. Mr. Mason, I believe I deserve an explanation, she said coldly. Mason's voice trembled as he explained, it's not my fault. When I came on shift, I found out the person you wanted was transferred without any record. Someone must have found out. Don't call me again. He hung up abruptly. Damn it. Chun Ruyun cursed under her breath. She was furious. First, because the plan had gone awry with Zhou Yang's sudden transfer, and second, because Mason hadn't informed her immediately. 7 hours had passed since his shift started. Heaven knew where Zhou Yang had been taken. He Bing's expression turned serious. Section Chief, what now? Chun Ruyun took a deep breath, calming herself to plan their next move. First, they needed to locate Zhou Yang. Mason had revealed a crucial detail. Someone had moved him without leaving any transfer records. Such a feat required significant influence. Mobilize every intelligence network. Focus on the police system. And the FBI. Chun Ruyun added, suspecting that ordinary police couldn't pull this off. The FBI was the likeliest culprit. But why would the FBI take Zhou Yang? Had their operation been exposed? If so, why was she still free while only Zhou Yang was moved? Someone had been watching Zhou Yang all along. A flood of questions arose. Also, dig into the case from 2 years ago that put him in prison. See if we missed anything. He Bing nodded. At Chun Ruyun's command, the 6th Intelligence Bureau's entire network in the U.S. was activated. Every available connection was leveraged, including hacking into local surveillance systems to trace the transfer vehicle. Though the records were erased, the transfer vehicle couldn't vanish without a trace. Half an hour later, Chun Ruyun had located Zhou, but the news was grim. The vehicle had entered the local FBI headquarters and never emerged. This meant Zhou Yang was now imprisoned in the FBI headquarters. In an abandoned factory, the 5 members of the Jiaolong squad had already waited for an entire day and night. None of them showed any signs of impatience. Some watched television, others played poker, all resting. Just then a phone ring suddenly pierced the silence. Hu Zhongping, who had been watching TV, jolted alert, swiftly grabbed the phone and scanned it. His expression shifted instantly. Fall in. At the command, the 4 team members stood before Hu Zhongping in an instant, each fully equipped. Even when using the restroom, none of them had ever let go of their 1 minute to erase all traces, then we move out. Having spoken, Hu Zhongping turned and left the factory. A minute later, the 5 of them were on the road driving off. At 5 in the morning, with the sky barely light, the car slowly came to a halt before a large building on the edge of the city. Hu Zhongping pulled out a tablet and displayed a photo of Zhou Yang. This is the target. Our mission is to extract the target safely. Remember, the target's safety is our paramount priority. As long as the target is alive, the mission is not a failure. In other words, the target must not die and the mission must not fail. He lifted his head to look at the 4 men, his tone severe to the extreme. Do you understand what I mean? The 4 of them all let out a chuckle. One team member said, understood. His life is worth more than ours. We'd rather die than let him die. Don't worry, Captain. If there's a bullet to take, Blackbird will be the first. As he finished, the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Missions that forbade failure were always the most difficult. Hu Zhongping said nothing more. Their duty was to complete the mission at any cost, even if it meant sacrifice. This is the headquarters of the local FBI bureau. According to intelligence, the target is being held on the 5th floor. The entire building has over 30 armed security personnel, plus an unknown number of FBI agents. So we have no idea how many armed enemies we'll actually face. At this, Tiniu raised his hand. After Hu Zhongping nodded, he asked, Captain, are we authorized to shoot to kill? The other 3 also fixed their gaze on Hu. This was a foreign country, an urban area, and the target was inside the FBI's headquarters. Their adversaries were essentially ordinary security staff and many regular office workers. To break in and extract the man safely without firing a shot was nearly impossible, so they had to use their guns. But causing mass casualties would be no trivial matter. Hu Zhongping hesitated for a moment. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary. Try to resolve engagements with hand-to-hand combat. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Though there were only 5 of them, and they were about to storm the treacherous lair of the FBI building, none of them felt any fear. All 5 donned their masks simultaneously. Hu Zhongping said go. At the command, they dashed out of the car and rushed toward the main entrance like a gust of wind. At the main entrance, a security checkpoint stood with a guard sitting beside it looking at his phone. From 50 meters away, Hu Zhongping led the charge, covering the distance in seconds. He flew through the security arch like the wind. His fully loaded gear triggered the alarm instantly. But in the very moment the alarm blared, Hu Zhongping had already launched a kick. A thunderous crash echoed. The desk in front of the guard was sent flying, carrying the guard several meters away. He crashed to the ground and fell silent. Hu Zhongping landed smoothly, barely breaking stride, and fired a long burst. 2 muffled pops. The 2 guards sitting at the front desk had just looked up to see what was happening when they felt a cold draft pass over their heads. Instinctively they ducked. Turning back, they saw 2 holes had appeared in the wall behind them. Only then did they realize that 2 bullets had grazed their scalps. Hu Zhongping hadn't missed. He had done it on purpose. Blackbird. Seizing the moment the guards were frozen by the gunfire, Blackbird sprinted forward, leaping into a flying kick. The two guards collapsed to the ground instantly. By then Hu Jingping was already charging toward the stairwell. Up. The five of them, fully armed, sprinted up the stairs, taking at least 3 steps at a time. In just 20 seconds they had reached the 5th floor. They burst through the stairwell door. Outside was a large open-plan office. Though it was early morning, many people were still bustling about, busy with work. The sight of 5 heavily armed figures stunned every agent present. They had no idea what was happening. But Hu Jingping and his team didn't slow down, charging toward an interrogation room 30 meters away. Inside the interrogation room, Zhou Yang was chained to a table. A white man was yelling furiously in front of him. From the moment Zhou Yang had been taken from prison, he had been interrogated for nearly 10 hours. Several different people had taken turns relentlessly pressing Zhou Yang. Tell me, who were those people you met? The white man's face was almost in Zhou Yang's. You're very tired. Tell me, and he'll let you sleep. Also, you're hungry, right? Want a hamburger? Tell me, and he'll go get it for you right now. Zhou Yang's lips were parched. At first he had been furious, wondering what Shen Ruiyun was playing at. Was this her idea of rescuing him? Later, exhausted and weary, Zhou Yang had become numb. He remained silent to the white man's questions, pretending not to hear them. Just then a deafening crash erupted. The door seemed to explode, half of it collapsing inward. Several figures stormed in like lightning. Who are you? The white man shrieked, instinctively reaching for the pistol holstered at his waist. But before he could grab it, Hu Jingping lunged forward and delivered a knife-hand strike to the back of the white man's neck. The man's head lolled, his eyes rolling back, and he collapsed unconscious instantly. Mr. Zhou, we have orders to escort you out, Hu Jingping said in a low voice as he stepped before Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang jolted back to his senses, staring at the 5 heavily armed men who had descended like divine soldiers. He was momentarily stunned. They were undoubtedly military. Was the country this bold? Sending soldiers directly, even storming the FBI headquarters. This was incredible. All right. Zhou Yang nodded, snapping out of it. Blackbird had already found the handcuff key and unlocked them. The moment Zhou Yang sat up, his vision went dark, and he slumped back. Having had no food or water for 10 hours, and being interrogated relentlessly, Zhou Yang's strength was completely spent. Tiniu, Hu Jingping called out in a low voice. The bulliest member, Tiniu, stepped forward and scooped Zhou Yang up in a princess carry. Move out. Hu Jingping led the charge out the door. Outside, the initial shock had turned into chaos. Armed guards from the monitoring center had already spotted the situation on the 1st floor and rushed over, arriving on the scene. The agents present had also received the alert. The quick-witted ones had reacted, drawing their weapons and aiming them at the interrogation room. So the moment Hu Jingping stepped out, he was met with a hail of bullets. On the 6th floor of the FBI headquarters, in the bureau chief's office, Paul, the branch director, had not yet left for the day, having just received a call from his friend Chris. Don't worry, I've brought the man back. He's being interrogated. This guy's tough. It's been nearly 10 hours, and he still hasn't talked. But I think it's almost over. 12 hours is the limit for an ordinary person. By then he'll spill everything. Trust me, old friend. I'm a professional. You're overthinking this. He's just an ordinary man. What trouble could he possibly cause? If you ask me for a permanent solution, I'll send him to a maximum security federal prison. Arrange an accident, make sure he never speaks again. That should put your mind at ease. All right. Once I'm done questioning him, I'll send him off. Paul hung up the phone and was about to call someone to check on the interrogation progress when, Chief, we have a problem. Terrorists have broken in. Paul froze, almost thinking he had misheard. Terrorists, really? Call security. Paul panicked. Just then the subordinate's walkie-talkie crackled with chaotic voices. They're charging out. Damn it, flashbangs. On my, open fire. Shoot. A barrage of gunshots turned Paul's face pale. Flashbangs. What kind of joke was this? Terrorists had actually stormed the FBI headquarters. This was a major incident. Someone's hit. Fall back. Their firepower is intense. Backup, call for backup. They're on the 5th floor. No, they're heading down the stairs. Hold on, I'm here. I've reached the stairwell. No, it's empty. No, they're fast. They're on the 2nd floor. Someone hurry. Amid the gunfire like firecrackers came the faint sound of shattering glass. Damn, they broke the window and jumped from the 2nd floor. After them. Damn it, we've lost them. Paul's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a pear as he rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. He caught a glimpse of an SUV speeding away in style. In that moment, Paul trembled all over, his mind consumed by a single question: who in the world had the audacity to cause such chaos at the FBI headquarters? Even if it was just a branch office, it was still the FBI. No brute, no matter how ferocious, would dare to oppose the FBI. Quick! What are you looking at me for? Get after them. Call the police. Search the whole city. Paul screamed as he dashed out of the office. Downstairs, the 5th floor was in shambles, as if a hurricane had swept through. Several security guards and agents were in. Chief, someone stepped forward to report. Initial count shows over 20 injured, including 7 with gunshot wounds. But it seems they held back. None of the wounds were fatal. Paul's vision went dark. He had only recently been promoted to chief. If the culprits weren't caught, his career was as good as over. Who the hell are they? Paul demanded. The subordinate shook his head, his face etched with fear. I don't know. They were fully armed and wearing masks. We couldn't see their faces. But they're highly trained, excellent shots. I think they might be military. Oh, and they took a prisoner from the 5th floor. A prisoner? Which one? Paul was taken aback. The one you brought in for questioning yesterday, sir. I think his name was Zhou Yang. What? Him? Paul jolted. 5 heavily armed assailants equipped with professional gear like flashbangs had risked a raid on the FBI headquarters just to rescue Zhou Yang. Who in the world was this man? Soldiers. And then he recalled Zhou Yang's frequent meetings with others a few days ago. In an instant, Paul felt as if an electric current had shot through him. He realized he was in deep trouble. Quick, contact headquarters. And give me the Department of Homeland Security. Yes, you heard me, Homeland Security. This is a damn catastrophe. While Paul was frantic, Hu Jinping and his team had already left the scene swiftly with Zhou Yang. This mission was a bit too easy, muttered Tinio. They had all been prepared for the worst, but the FBI agents were so incompetent that rescuing the man had been a breeze. Tell me about it, added Hang Yao. They had barely fired their weapons, afraid to kill and escalate the situation. If they had gone all out shooting, without restraint, they could have rescued the man in minutes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at them. It wasn't that the FBI was incompetent. It was that these men were too formidable. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a true special forces unit. Using such a heavily armed elite team against FBI guards armed only with pistols was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Overkill. Thank you. Zhou Yang said, his heart racing with excitement. He was finally out. At that moment, Zhou Yang's mind was already back in his homeland. He was ready to use all his knowledge to make his country stronger, to make it the most powerful nation. It was only right when a ruler treats a subject with the utmost respect, the subject will repay them with the utmost loyalty. The fact that his country had deployed special forces showed how much they valued him. Hu Jinping shook his head slightly, indicating it was nothing, but he couldn't help studying Zhou Yang with curiosity. He wondered what kind of person was worth such a sacrifice from an elite unit. But after a look, Hu Jinping saw nothing special. Just an ordinary young man, nothing more. Still, Hu Jinping had taken note of Zhou Yang. He had left a deep impression, and perhaps soon that impression would grow even stronger. The car stopped at a street corner. Another vehicle pulled up beside them. The door opened, and Chun Ruyan stepped out. Mr. Zhou, my planning was flawed, and the situation went awry. I apologize for the fright. Chun Ruyan offered her apology. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. Had Zhou Yang come to any harm, she would never have been able to atone for it. At first, Zhou Yang had resented Chun Ruyan. She had promised to rescue him, yet he ended up being delivered straight to the FBI. But now, thinking it over, he wasn't angry. Plans always fell short of reality. Accidents happen to everyone. It's fine. What do we do now? Zhou Yang asked. After all, they were still in the United. Chun Ruyan smiled. Leave the rest to me. Please, Mr. Zhou, this way. Zhou Yang nodded, waved goodbye to Hu Jinping, and got into the car. Proceed with the original extraction plan. Chun Ruyan instructed Hu Jinping. The assault on the FBI headquarters would undoubtedly alert all of America's security agencies, the FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security. A dragnet would be cast to hunt down Hu Jinping and his team. But Chun Ruyan wasn't worried about their safety. This was the elite Jiaolong squad. A clean getaway was a piece of cake. At the FBI branch headquarters, officials from the main office, the CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security had all arrived. In the conference room, leaders from each department gathered to hear the case briefing. Paul, presiding over the meeting, let out a long sigh and said, "Everyone, just watch the video." The entire branch headquarters building was covered with cameras, and Hu Jinping and his 4 companions had never considered cutting off the video feed, so the entire incident was recorded. From the moment Hu Jinping and the others appeared, Hu Jinping accelerated, kicked a table, and the man behind it flying, then dashed up to the 5th floor at lightning speed. They're facing a room full of armed agents. He used a stun grenade to clear the way and swiftly fought their way out of the headquarters. The entire video was very short, taking less than 5 minutes from start to finish. At the time, there were over 50 armed agents and more than 30 armed security guards in the building, totaling about 80 people. Yet in just 5 minutes, these 5 people had completed the entire process of kidnapping the prisoner and escaping safely. After the video played, the assembled leaders fell into silence. These 5 were experts. Their equipment is excellent, not just good, said the CIA director. And they are highly trained professional, extremely professional. They undoubtedly have experience serving in special forces. The more he spoke, the more solemn the expressions became. This time they had encountered true professionals. All right. A director from the FBI headquarters stood up and said, "The key now is how to catch them. Storming our FBI branch and kidnapping a prisoner is a provocation against the FBI. If they escape, what face will we have left?" The directors of the other 2 departments exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was the FBI's reputation on the line, not theirs. But despite these thoughts, they dared not show it. First, trace the weapons. Their guns aren't ordinary. They should be easy to track. We can also check the lists of retired military personnel and mercenaries. Right, to pull off something this big, there must have been rumors locally. We should look into that too. Everyone offered suggestions one after another. At that moment, Paul cleared his throat, took out a photo, and pinned it to the whiteboard. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the person we should be investigating first. As everyone turned to look at him, Paul continued. This man is Zhou Yang, the prisoner, who was just taken. He was an inmate in prison. We received intelligence that someone might try to break him out, so we moved him from prison to our headquarters temporarily. But we never expected that as soon as we brought him here, they would directly assault our headquarters and take him. The CIA director raised his hand and asked, what is so special about this man? Amidst his panic, Paul suddenly realized that Zhou Yang's kidnapping could perfectly cover up the frame-up he had orchestrated against him years ago. He was once a researcher at the Lofa Institute of Physics working on a classified military project for high-strength flexible materials. 2 years ago, he stole crucial research data to sell to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported and caught, or this classified research would have leaked. Everyone in the room frowned, their expressions grave. This even involved classified military research. It seemed like a major plot was unfolding. Paul continued, the evidence was solid and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. But our surveillance on him never ceased. A few days ago, he suddenly began frequent contact with some country nationals. Given the intelligence we received about a potential jailbreak, I have a bold hypothesis: the kidnappers are from country, and their goal is the research data that Zhou Yang still possesses. The room fell into a tense silence as the implications sank in. No one had imagined country would be involved. Paul, are you certain about this? Do you have evidence? Don't make wild guesses without proof. The CIA officer asked sternly. Paul nodded emphatically. Of course. We had people monitoring him constantly, and we have prison visitation records. All of this can serve as evidence. The director of Homeland Security suddenly stood up. You continue. I need to report this to the secretary. With that, he walked straight out. Seeing this, the CIA director also grew restless and quickly followed suit. From that moment on, Zhou Yang's name entered the radar of the country intelligence. After confirming the potential leak of crucial military research results, the country intelligence agencies launched a frantic search for Zhou Yang's whereabouts. In country, at the Energy Research Institute, Chun Tiankai's research team had successfully fabricated a battery model and was now conducting data tests on the fingernail-sized battery. Due to a breakthrough in materials, the battery's volume was drastically reduced. This was another incredible breakthrough. With modern battery technology, reducing volume while maintaining the same capacity had become extremely difficult. First, test the capacity. Chun Tiankai's eyes were bloodshot. He had barely rested in days, fully immersed in this verification research. The researchers beside him began the test. Soon the data came out, 8300 mAh. As the data was announced, the researchers on site gasped, their breathing quickening. With current battery technology, an 8300 mAh battery would be the size of a palm. Yet this battery was only the size of a fingernail and a millimeter thick. Truly incredible. Suppressing his excitement, Chun Tiankai urged, continue testing. One by one, the test results came in. The energy retention efficiency was as high as 90. The battery energy reached 43 watt-hours. Performance indicators like open circuit voltage, internal resistance, and operating voltage were all several times better than those of modern batteries. This is simply miraculous. Chun Tiankai's eyes widened, trembling with excitement. This tiny battery was a revolutionary technology that could change the entire world. The researchers in the room couldn't help but burst into cheers. No one understood better than them what this battery technology represented. Who developed this battery? They're amazing. I don't know. It seems the manufacturing process was sent down from above. No explanation was given about whoever it is. I have only one thought now. I'm in awe. The person who developed this battery is a genius, truly remarkable. Absolutely. Without exaggeration, this is another technological revolution. Everyone buzzed with discussion. Chun Tiankai waved his hand and said, all right, let's continue testing the other data. There was still a lot of data to test, such as charge and discharge rates and battery performance under extreme conditions. Then there was safety performance. No matter how good the performance, it would be useless if it exploded upon use. Moreover, such a small battery storing such a large amount of electricity was like a tiny bomb, making safety critically important. After arranging everything, Chun Tiankai hurried out of the laboratory. On one hand, Chun Tiankai needed to report the verification results to his superiors. On the other, he was curious about what kind of genius could have developed such battery technology. The aircraft gradually descended. Mr. Zhou, the plane will be landing soon, Chun Rian said softly. Zhou Yang turned his head, and through the window could already see the vast expanse of land. Motherland, I have returned, Zhou Yang murmured, his eyes slightly reddening. He had left the country at 18, and now at 27, nearly a decade had passed since he departed his homeland. He left home young and returned old, his accent unchanged, but his temples streaked with gray. Though Zhou Yang's temples bore no white hairs, the 2 years of imprisonment had added a touch of weathered weariness to his demeanor. Thank you, Zhou Yang said, composing himself to Chun Ruyun beside him. Without her, getting out of prison would not have been easy this time. After leaving the FBI headquarters under Chun Ruyun's arrangements, Zhou Yang had changed his appearance, forged an identity, to travel to Country J north of Country M, and only then taken a flight back to his homeland. Chun Ruyun smiled. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Her smile was so radiant and captivating that even Zhou Yang couldn't help. Just then the voices of the people in the seats ahead caught Zhou Yang's attention. Sister Sue, how many people do you think will come to pick us up? How do I look in this outfit? Zhou Yang was seated in the business class cabin with a man and a woman in the row ahead. The man, wearing a baseball cap and dark sunglasses that obscured half his face, looked quite mysterious. The woman beside him said, why bother with the scarf? What you need now is exposure. Don't worry, I've arranged everything below. Just walk out looking beautiful. Their conversation also caught the attention of a young woman in a nearby seat. She stared at the man for a long moment, then suddenly let out a shriek. Are you Huko? Oh my god, you're Huko. I'm on the same plane as Huko. The young woman's companion also began shouting excitedly. The other passengers in business class were drawn by the commotion, looking over curiously and pointing. Some even pulled out their phones and started taking surreptitious photos. Chun Ruyun, who had been sitting calmly, immediately stood up and positioned herself face-to-face in front of Zhou Yang. They were standing very close, no more than 10 centimeters apart. Zhou Yang could almost feel Chun Ruyun's breath on his face. Startled, he asked. Chun Ruyun reached into her backpack in the overhead compartment, pulled out a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses, and handed them to Zhou Yang. Once he had put them on, she said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'm worried those people might take photos and include you. The higher-ups want you to maintain a low profile for now. Zhou Yang understood and nodded slightly, then glanced at the man named Huku in the front row. He seemed to be a celebrity. Many in the business class apparently recognized Huku, who stood up to greet them and pose for photos. Chun Ruyun's sharp eyes scanned everyone present, noting each person who had taken pictures. Do you know him? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Chun Ruyun glanced at Huku. He seems to be a celebrity. He became famous after appearing on some variety show this year. Zhou Yang was surprised to learn that Chun Ruyun, the cold-faced female agent, actually watched variety shows. Chun Ruyun's face flushed slightly. Occasionally. Just then the plane began its descent. After it came to a stop, passengers gathered their luggage ready to disembark, but the cabin door remained shut. Hey, why isn't the door opening? There are only a few people in first class. Why haven't they finished deplaning yet? As passengers grew puzzled, a flight attendant appeared. Please be patient, everyone. We may be a bit delayed in deplaning. Delayed? How long? We're in business class. We usually get off first. Why are we being made to wait? The passengers erupted in complaint. The flight attendant just smiled, offering no explanation. Then someone noticed that no shuttle bus had arrived, meaning that even the economy class passengers hadn't disembarked. What's going on? Everyone was confused. Zhou Yang, who had been ready to leave, was also puzzled. Chun Ruyun said softly, Mr. Zhou, please be patient and wait a moment if you don't mind. Zhou Yang nodded and sat back down. Just then the woman surnamed Sue beside Huka shouted, Hey, what's your airline doing? The plane has landed. Why won't you let us off? Don't you know there are many people waiting to pick up our cuckoo outside? The flight attendant remained unmoved, standing there with a smile. Another 5 minutes passed. Huka stepped forward, removing his sunglasses to reveal a handsome face. Pretty sister, there are many fans waiting for me outside. I already promised them on Weibo a pickup time. If you don't let me off now, they'll be waiting for nothing. There are hundreds of them. Can you make an exception and let me go first? Zhou Yang couldn't help rubbing his chin. The young man was quite handsome. The woman surnamed Sue also chimed in. And it's not just fans, there are many reporters waiting to photograph our cuckoo. If you mess up, our plans will make trouble for you. Where's your manager? Call him out. The flight attendant remained impassive, as if under strict orders to let no one leave. Zhou Yang, growing restless, stood up. Mrs., there's some special situation. If so, could you explain it to us? If there's a valid reason, we don't mind waiting. Chun Ruyun opened her mouth as if to speak, but said nothing, sitting back down with a slightly exasperated look. The flight attendant kept smiling. Just then someone shouted, Look, there are many cars coming outside. Yes, several of them. How did cars drive onto the tarmac? And they're all Hongqi sedans. Look at the license plates, all numbers. That's incredible. Damn, I get it now. No wonder they won't let us off. There's a VIP on board. They're probably preparing a welcome ceremony. We'll have to wait. What kind of VIP takes a commercial flight? Are they in first class? Who could it be? It can't be just anyone. Don't you understand what that line of honkies means? Zhou Yang also looked out curiously, but saw nothing. Then the cabin door opened. Soon a middle-aged man in a suit boarded the plane, appeared in the business class cabin, scanned the room, and his gaze settled on Zhou Yang. He quickly walked over. Mr. Zhou, welcome back to the country. My surname is Li, and I'm in charge of picking you up today, the man said, smiling without showing his teeth, his voice extremely gentle. In an instant, the entire business class fell into dead silence. All passengers stared intently at Zhou Yang, realizing he was the VIP. Zhou Yang himself was stunned. So all this fuss was because of him. And Zhou Yang himself was stunned. So all this commotion was because of him. Did you come specifically to pick me up? Yes, Mr. Zhou. The middle-aged man surnamedly nodded with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance back at Shinryu. Didn't you tell me to keep a low profile? All right. Zhou Yang picked up his luggage, or rather what little he had, just a single backpack. The middle-aged man surnamedly stepped aside respectfully. All the passengers in business class stared at Zhou Yang in disbelief. They had speculated that a special VIP was on the plane, assuming such a person would be in first class. Never did they imagine the VIP was right there among them in business class and so inconspicuous. Indeed, from everyone's perspective, Zhou Yang had already been quite low-key. Given the scale of the reception he commanded, one would expect him to be flanked by black-suited bodyguards exuding an air of inaccessibility. Shinryu followed as well. Just then Zhou Yang suddenly stopped, turned to Huku, and said, "Weren't you in a hurry to get off? Want to come along?" "And them, Mr. Lee, is it? Can they disembark now?" Zhou Yang gestured toward the other passengers in the cabin. The middle-aged man surnamed Lee smiled and nodded. "Of course. If you say so, then it's so. This gentleman and lady, please." Huku's jaw dropped as he stared at Zhou Yang. He had thought his own entourage was impressive, but compared to Zhou Yang's, it was utterly insignificant. Moreover, who could dare not refuse such an arrangement? Just as he was about to decline, the woman surnamed Su nudged him from behind and quickly chimed in with a smile. "Sure, that would be wonderful. A chance to get acquainted. Anyone who could command such a spectacle was no ordinary person. Who wouldn't want to know such a figure?" Shinryu frowned slightly, a cold sneer in her heart. "Get acquainted. You're not worthy." But Shinryu said nothing. Whatever Zhou Yang said, that was the final word. Huku followed Zhou Yang dazed as they descended the plane and even got into the... Huku was a celebrity who had ridden in every kind of luxury car, but the Hongqi before him was one he had never even dared to imagine. The sedan drove straight out of the airport. "And we're not going to the terminal," the woman surnamed Su suddenly remarked. The middle-aged man surnamed Lee replied, "That's right. We'll leave directly from the underground parking lot." The woman surnamed Su was taken aback. "But how can we?" She stammered for a while, but dared not voice her reason. Zhou Yang guessed what she meant. "Maybe we should make a stop. There are hundreds of fans and reporters waiting for them." The woman surnamed Su was deeply embarrassed. The fanfare she had boasted about earlier seemed impressive, but compared to Zhou Yang's, it was utterly pathetic. Huku's face flushed bright red. He quickly said, "It's fine. They'll explain to my fans later." The middle-aged man surnamed Lee maintained his smile. "You don't actually need to go. The entire terminal is virtually empty." Empty. Both of them were stunned, not understanding. As they spoke, the sedan arrived at the parking lot entrance. The car stopped and someone opened the door. "You two can get off here, take that staircase over there, and you'll reach the arrival hall," the middle-aged man surnamed Lee said. They exchanged a glance, dared not utter a word, and obediently got out. The woman surnamed Su had hoped to ride with Zhou Yang and get to know him. But once in the car, she was utterly intimidated and didn't dare mention getting acquainted. "Goodbye then. Sorry for any inconvenience," Zhou Yang said with a smile, waving to them. Huku quickly replied that it was no trouble, behaving as meek as could be. The sedan drove off again. Only then did Huku let out a long breath, clutching his chest. "Whoa, I was so scared I barely dared to breathe. Sister Su, who is that guy?" "How should I know? But he's definitely no ordinary person," the woman surnamed Su said, still shaken. She regretted ever having joined Zhou Yang earlier. There were 4 sedans in total, all filled with black-suited bodyguards. And the middle-aged man surnamed Lee, though he hadn't revealed his identity, was clearly not an average man. His demeanor was impossible to fake. "Let's go." Huku picked up his suitcase and headed toward the arrival hall. "All right, the big shots affairs are none of our business. Get ready. Your fans are waiting outside. Don't get too close to them and smile when facing the reporters, got it?" The woman surnamed Su instructed. Huku nodded, taking note. They arrived at the arrival hall. But when they saw the scene before them, both were instantly stunned. The vast arrival hall was completely empty. No, there were people, but all of them were police officers, including heavily armed tactical units patrolling back and forth. Fans and reporters. Not a single one. Their jaws dropped as they finally understood why the middle-aged man surnamed Lee had said it was useless to go to the arrival hall, because there truly was no one there. Did they lock down the entire airport? The woman surnamed Su murmured. All for what? Just to pick up Zhou Yang. Even a foreign dignitary wouldn't warrant such a massive display. Just then a man in a black suit walked over and said coldly, "Please hand over your phones. I need to check if you've taken any unauthorized photos." Huku was dumbfounded once more. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already left the airport by car. He too saw that the entire airport was swarming with police and tactical units. "Did you shut down the whole airport?" Zhou Yang asked in astonishment. "All for picking him up." The middle-aged man surnamed Lee nodded slightly. This was specially arranged by the higher-ups. Zhou Yang was deeply moved. This was his homeland's regard for him. There's really no need for this, he said softly. The middle-aged man, surnamed Li, smiled without a word. Zhou Yang shook his head slightly and turned to Chen Riyun. You told me to keep a low profile. Is this what you call low-key? Chen Riyun replied. Actually, I think this is already quite low-key. Returning to the country without public fanfare. If that wasn't low-key, what was? Zhou Yang was speechless. He then asked, so what's the plan next? Having returned, he was eager to make a significant impact using the technology he had acquired from the system to contribute to his homeland. The middle-aged man, surnamed Li, said, the leadership's opinion is that you've just returned from abroad and must be weary from the journey. Perhaps you should rest for a while, relax your body and mind before discussing future matters. He paused and added, besides, you've been away from your homeland for nearly a decade. In these years, the country has developed rapidly. Don't you want to see these majestic landscapes? Zhou Yang's heart stirred. Can you take me to a place? Having been abroad for nearly 10 years, the first thing he should do was pay respects to his parents. Given Zhou Yang's parents' status, they could have been interred in a public cemetery. But following his grandparents' wishes, they were laid to rest in their hometown. Very well, I'll arrange it immediately, the middle-aged man, surnamed Li, said at once. The next day, Zhou Yang took a special car back to his hometown city Z. In Z City, Linzhou County, Gushan Township, Wanghu Village. The township earned its name from a mountain standing several hundred meters tall known as Gushan. Wanghu Village lay at the mountain's foot. Before Gushan stretched a vast lake, and the village nestled against the mountain and overlooking the lake was thus named. Wanghu Village was small. A few years prior, a road had been paved, and along both sides of the cement path into the village rapeseed flowers were planted. When they bloomed, the hills were awash in gold, a scene of breathtaking beauty that drew townsfolk for spring outings. The village thrived with agritainment spots, and its economy flourished. 3 sedans drove into Wanghu Village, one after another. In the middle car sat Zhou Yang, Chen Riyun, and the middle-aged man, surnamed Li, who had met them at the airport. His name was Li Tianshu. When I was a child returning to my hometown with my parents, what left the deepest impression was the sea of rapeseed flowers on the hills. It's a pity it's not the season now, or we'd see them. Zhou Yang spoke, gazing out the window. No rapeseed flowers were in sight, not even fields of them, only bare peaks. On the mountain, a temporary road led upward, lined with engineering vehicles. Countless workers in hard hats bustled about the construction site. Zhou Yang frowned. Li Tianshu leaned in for a look. Seems like development, he said. Zhou Yang remained silent, then said in a low voice, drive faster. Li Tianshu's brow furrowed slightly. A former secretary, he was adept at reading a superior's mood. Now he sensed clearly that Zhou Yang's spirits had soured. Soon the car stopped. The once quiet Wanghu Village now bore a commercial air. Agritainment spots had vanished, replaced by restaurants and small supermarkets. Along the main road through the village, cars were parked on both sides, including a few luxury vehicles. The car came to a halt, but Zhou Yang did not alight. The occupants of the front and rear cars disembarked first, all plainclothes security personnel. All clear, Chen Riyun said, touching her earpiece address. Only then did Li Tianshu open the door, inviting Zhou Yang out. Zhou Yang stepped out, looked around, and found no trace of his childhood memories. Who's that? Villagers from a nearby shop peered over curiously, sizing up Zhou Yang and his entourage, murmuring among themselves. Never seen him, but what a show. So many followers, must be a big shot. Probably some higher up from the developers on an inspection. Last time some official came with a crowd too. Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, a complex sigh escaping him. He had no relatives left in the village. Not close ones, not even distant kin. His only attachment was the joint grave of his parents on the mountain. Chen Riyun retrieved offerings from the trunk. Let's head up the mountain. Without a word, Zhou Yang led the way up. Along a familiar yet unfamiliar winding path, then onto the mountain trail they climbed. Suddenly a security guard blocked their way. Where do you think you're going? This is a construction site. No entry, the guard said, stopping them. Zhou Yang's expression darkened. His worst fear had come true. Seeing the construction site earlier, he had worried his parents' grave lay within its bounds. Now it seemed his fears were realized. Step aside. Zhou Yang's eyes reddened as he barked. The guard was taken aback. Oh, you dare glare at me. I'm telling you, this is a work site. If you want, and find your superior to escort you. Zhou Yang said nothing, but Li Tianshu's face changed dramatically. He shot a quick glance at Chen Riyun, who waved a hand lightly. Several security men moved forward, hoisted the guard up, and dragged him aside without a word. Zhou Yang strode forward in silence. Soon he reached a leveled patch of ground. The earth had been flattened. But if his memory served, this was where his parents' grave lay. Zhou Yang's vision went dark, and he nearly fainted. Mr. Zhou. Li Tianshu quickly steadied him, alarmed. Chen Riyun immediately called out, Doctor. A doctor was among their retinue. A middle-aged physician with a small medical bag rushed over. I'm fine, Zhou Yang said, pushing Li Tianshu away. He dropped to his knees on the dirt. Father, mother, your son is back. With a mournful cry, Zhou Yang could speak no more. At that moment his heart was filled with fury. His parents' grave was his sole remaining tether in this world, and now it had been razed. A sense of injustice for his parents washed over him. They had died for their country, military engineering experts. As a child, Zhou Yang remembered them often away day and night for their research. They had devoted their entire lives to the nation's defense industry, even sacrificing their lives. Yet after death, not even a grave remained. Was this the treatment heroes deserved? Beside him, Li Tianxi's face was grim. He stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will see to this matter." Without Zhou Yang needing to say a word, Li Tianxiu knew what he must do. Just then a crowd rushed over from a distance brandishing clubs and sticks. "It's them." The man in front pointed at Zhou Yang's group. "Brother Hu, they're the ones causing trouble at the site." Brother Hu, a young man with a thick gold chain around his neck, swaggered forward, sizing up Zhou Yang and his party. "You've got some nerve. Do you know where you are? Causing trouble here, looking for a beating." No one in the group spoke. Brother Hu glared. "I'm talking to you. Playing deaf. Fine, you want take the easy way. They'll teach you a lesson. What are you waiting for? Beat them. Throw them all out." Chen Ryun waved a hand lightly. "Li Mo, you go." A security agent stepped forward, cracked his knuckles, and charged with a swift stride. Opposite him stood over a dozen men, all armed. But Li Mo, as if unseeing, charged alone. "Get him." Brother Hu swung a steel pipe. Li Mo threw a punch so fast it blurred. With a dull clang, Brother Hu was struck as if by lightning, collapsing backward, his vision swimming. He looked at the pipe in his hand. It was bent. Li Mo's punch had bent the steel pipe. Brother Hu was dumbfounded. By then, Li Mo was like a wolf among sheep, striking left and right, fists and feet flying. A series of thuds echoed, and half a minute later only Li Mo stood. Having done all this, Li Mo stood back calmly, as if defeating over a dozen people single-handedly was a trivial matter to him. Zhou Yang rose and said, "Can you find me a shovel?" Chen Ryun pointed to a person who immediately went to fetch it. Meanwhile, Boss Hu and his gang lay on the ground wailing incessantly. Boss Hu shouted, "Fine, you think you're tough, huh? Just wait, this isn't over." With that, he pulled out his phone and started dialing. No one stopped him. In fact, they didn't even spare him a glance. Soon the shovel was brought. Zhou Yang took it, compared the location, and began to dig. This patch of land had been leveled, and his parents' graves should be buried beneath. Moreover, many years had passed, and the surrounding terrain had changed, so Zhou Yang wasn't entirely sure of the exact spot. But he was determined to dig and rediscover his parents' graves. "Mr. Zhou, let me do it." Li Tianxiu quickly stepped forward. "No, I'll do it myself," Zhou Yang refused. Li Tianxiu's expression shifted slightly as he pulled out his phone and made a call. In about 10 minutes, a large number of workers came running from the construction site. At the same time, 2 police officers in uniform appeared on the mountain path. A throng of people approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Manager Chu. Seeing this middle-aged man, Boss Hu seemed to find his backbone. He scrambled up and went forward, saying, "Manager Chu, these people are ruthless, every one of them a fighter. Look at how they've beaten me. They're here to cause trouble. You can't let them off easy." The middle-aged man stepped forward, sized up Zhou Yang and his group, and said sternly, "Who are you? Do you know what this place is? This is the construction site of our Qian group. I'm Chubo, the project manager here. Why are you causing trouble on our site?" No one paid him any attention. Zhou Yang was still digging, having already created a shallow pit, but still hadn't found his parents' graves. Just then the 2 police officers approached. "Inspector Suyu finally arrived. These people are causing trouble at my site. Could you please handle this?" Chubo said, pointing at Zhou Yang and his group. With the large-scale development of Wanghu village, many people came and went. The town police station had set up a police post, and these 2 officers were from that post. A middle-aged police officer stepped forward, glanced at the beaten Boss Hu and his gang, and then called out, "Who are you people?" Still no one answered. Everyone stood near Zhou Yang silently, watching him dig alone. The middle-aged officer frowned and said sternly, "Won't talk, huh? Fine, then don't. All of you come back to the station with us." But no one moved. The middle-aged officer glared and stepped forward. However, as soon as he approached, he was stopped by a special agent. "Are you assaulting a police officer?" the middle-aged officer roared. The special agent remained silent. Chen Ryun gave a signal, and the agent pulled out a badge and showed it to the officer. The middle-aged officer, initially furious, glanced at the badge before him. Instantly, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Cold sweat broke out immediately. Who are you really?" the officer stammered. The special agent put away the badge without answering. This time being ignored, the middle-aged officer dared not show anger. The words and the embossed seal on that badge made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. "Inspector Su, what's the matter? Is there a problem?" Chubo approached and asked. The middle-aged officer shook his head. Chubo frowned and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Take them away. If they stay here, they'll delay our schedule." The middle-aged officer quickly shook his head again and said, "Maybe we should let it go. It's a minor issue, not worth it." He didn't even dare to reveal the identity of Zhou Yang's group. Not worth it. Chu Boss' eyes widened as he eyed the officer suspiciously. He remembered that the officer's attitude had changed drastically after seeing the special agent's badge. After a moment's thought, Chu Bo looked at Chun Ryun and said, "Fine, you have connections, do you? Let's see who in Z City dares to oppose our Chi Yun group." With that, Chu Bo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he said loudly, "Director Liang, is that you? This is Chu Bo from Chi Yun. We met at that banquet last time." The middle-aged officer shuddered. Director Liang, if he wasn't mistaken, was the director of the city's Public Security Bureau. "Director Liang, there's a small matter I'd like your help with. Our group's project at Gushin is being obstructed. As you know, this is a key city project with investments of several billion. The schedule is tight. If people are causing trouble and delaying the work, I won't have a good report to give." "What? You're sending people over? Great, I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Chu Bo looked arrogantly at Chun Ryun and pointed, saying, "If you've got guts, don't leave. Just wait. They'll show you how I deal with you today. Dare to oppose Chi Yun group? Go ask around. In Z City, our Chi Yun group is the top dog." He gave a thumbs up, exuding arrogance to the extreme. Unfortunately, no one at the scene paid him any attention, not even a second glance. Chu Bo felt as if he were talking to air, which infuriated him. He gritted his teeth and walked back. No one left the scene. Everyone was waiting. Only Zhou Yang remained, digging profusely, drenched in sweat. Another quarter of an hour passed, and in the distance, several police cars could be seen coming up the mountain. Within minutes, over a dozen police officers ascended the mountain. Leading them was also a middle-aged officer. Hee-jun, the chief of Gushin Township Police Station. "Which one is Manager Chu?" the officer said. Chu Bo stepped forward. Hee-jun shook his hand and said, "Sorry for the delay, Manager Chu. Where are the troublemakers? He'll take them away and deal with them." Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang's group and said, "It's them." Hee-jun frowned slightly and was about to speak when Officer Su quickly came over and whispered a few words in his ear. "What?" Hee-jun's expression changed and he quickly asked, "Are you sure? Could it be a fake ID?" "Fake?" Officer Su was startled. He had only glanced at it and hadn't seen it clearly. Hee-jun snorted lightly and said, "Old Su, I think you've lost your mind. Those kinds of people wouldn't come here. It must be a fake ID. Fine, forging government documents is a crime. That gives us even more reason to take you in for investigation." With that, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so officers surrounded them. But just then, over a dozen military trucks appeared at the foot of the mountain. "Hey, why are there so many military vehicles down there?" someone noticed and exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a troop formed up and quickly ascended the mountain, coming straight to the crowd. An imposing force of a full 100 men, each armed and fully equipped, marched in unison straight to the scene. Everyone present was instantly frozen in fear, not understanding what was happening. Then the leader, bearing the insignia of a first lieutenant, ran up to Zhou Yang's group, stopped, sharply saluted, and announced clearly, "Comrade leader, the 1st Company 121st Regiment, Z Military Subdistrict, reporting for duty under the command of Company Commander Meng Yuanqi. Please give your orders." At these words, everyone at the scene was utterly stunned, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. Chu Bo, Hee-jun, and the police officers present, along with dozens of workers from the construction site, were all frozen in place, motionless. Faced with so many armed soldiers, they dared not move. Li Tianshu nodded slightly and said, "Comrade Company Commander, please have your men seal off the entire construction site and then halt all work." "Yes, sir." Meng Yuanqi snapped to attention, then turned to face the troops and announced in a clear voice, "All company personnel, 1st platoon to the north, 2nd platoon to the east, 3rd platoon to the south. Each platoon will detach one squad under Deputy Company Commander Hong's command to secure the west side. Establish a security cordon. No one is permitted to enter or leave the site." The order was given and the troops moved into action swiftly. The entire process was conducted in silence, broken only by the sound of footsteps, a sight that was utterly awe-inspiring. Chu Bo's jaw dropped and he screamed, "On what grounds are you sealing off our construction site? On what grounds?" Li Tianshu beckoned to Chu Bo, signaling him to step forward. "Manager Chu, don't go over there. They have guns." Hu Laoda stammered, trembling, and tugged at Chu Bo surreptitiously. Chu Bo gritted his teeth and said, "Let them kill me if they dare." With that, he stepped forward and said, "I'd like to hear what reason you have for shutting down our site. Otherwise, our Chi Yun group will not let this rest." Li Tianshu let out a contemptuous smile, as if to say, "Young man, you're still too green to play this game with me. Chi Yun group, is it? Let's not say I'm abusing my power. Let's talk reason. This is Gushin, isn't it? The state has long issued regulations forbidding commercial development of pristine mountain forests. How did your Chi Yun group obtain a development permit? Is there something questionable about that? Do I need to elaborate?" Chu Bo's mouth hung open as he stared blankly at Li Tianshu, unable to utter a single word. "Oh, and let me add one more thing. Start looking for a new job now, because you'll be unemployed very soon," Li Tianshu added after a moment's thought. "Unemployed?" Chu Bo snapped back to reality and said through clenched teeth, "Our development is a legitimate commercial activity. The Chi Yun group isn't afraid of an investigation. And you think you can make me unemployed? Who do you think you are? Even if the Jade Emperor himself showed up, he couldn't meddle in our company's internal affairs. And let me tell you, the company's vice president is my uncle, making me unemployed. What a joke. Li Tianshu shook his head with a smile, too weary to argue further with Chu Bo. Given his status, debating with Chu Bo would be beneath him. Moreover, in Li Tianshu's eyes, Chu Bo's vision was far too narrow. When he said make you unemployed, he didn't mean having the Qi Yun group fire him. He meant the entire Qi Yun group was about to collapse. Take them away. Li Tianshu waved his hand nonchalantly. Meng Yuanqi and the remaining soldiers immediately stepped forward and escorted everyone present off the premises. As Chu Bo made his way down the mountain, the other side of the construction site was already completely sealed off by soldiers. All the workers were walking out in a daze. Just as Li Tianshu had said, the site was sealed and work was halted. Damn it. Chu Bo pulled out his phone and called his uncle. But the line was busy for a long time before it finally connected. As soon as the call went through, his uncle roared, "You idiot, what the hell happened at the Gushin site?" Chu Bo was baffled by the question. How did his uncle already know about the incident that had just occurred? Damn it, do you have any idea how many people have called me just now? The Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Tax Bureau, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Fire Department, and even the Social Security Bureau. All of them called me. They're trying to crush the Qi Yun group. I asked around and found out it's because of something at your Gushin site. Someone's got it in for the Qi Yun group. Tell me what happened at the Gushin site. Chu Bo's jaw dropped once more. How long had it been? So many departments were already investigating them. Was this for real? Earlier, Chu Bo had blustered that the Qi Yun group wasn't afraid of investigations, but that was complete nonsense. How could they not be afraid? Any single department could find plenty of violations if they dug deep enough. And now multiple departments were joining forces to investigate, something practically unheard of. Uncle, what's going to happen to the Qi Yun group? Chu Bo asked numbly. What do you think, you pig-brained idiot? With all these departments investigating us, at once it's over. The Qi Yun group is finished. Now tomorrow, we're going to go bankrupt. Chu Bo clutched the phone, stunned, suddenly recalling Li Tianshu's earlier words about finding a job. If the Qi Yun group collapsed, he really would be looking elsewhere. Zhou Yang's shovel struck something with a dull thud. He quickly set the shovel aside and began digging with his hands. As he cleared away the dirt, a black coffin was revealed, and Zhou Yang instantly burst into tears. Found it. After a long moment, Zhou Yang stood up, carefully refilled some of the soil, and then climbed out of the pit he had dug. Director Li, Zhou Yang called out. Li Tianshu, an official from some unknown department, hurried over. Zhou Yang gazed at the distant lake where a gentle breeze stirred a shimmering expanse of ripples. How are the results of the items I handed over to you? Zhou Yang asked. It had been several days since he submitted that battery technology to the state. If things were moving quickly, a prototype should already have been produced. After all, Zhou Yang had provided a detailed design plan with ready-made data. While industrial production might pose some challenges, creating it in a lab was relatively... Li Tianshu's expression shifted, and he said urgently, I'm not sure of the specifics. Let me make a call to find out. With that, he stepped aside and pulled out. A few minutes later, Li Tianshu returned, slightly excited, and said, excellent. Those 2 words were enough. The outcome was within Zhou Yang's expectations. You asked me earlier what my plans were. I've made up my mind now. Zhou Yang turned and faced the Gushin before him, saying, I want to build a laboratory here. Agreed. Li Tianshu said without a moment's hesitation. He had just spoken with his superior, who briefly explained the battery validation results and concluded with a single directive. The directive was this: whatever Zhou Yang requested, it must be granted no matter what. So building a laboratory was nothing. Even if Zhou Yang wanted to blow up the entire mountain, Li Tianshu would see it done. Zhou Yang chuckled and said, Director Li, I haven't even told you the scale of this lab. Are you sure you can agree so easily? Li Tianshu replied, Mr. Zhou, you jest. No matter how large a laboratory is, it's still just a laboratory. It can never be as important as you are. So as long as you're willing, we'll build you a lab of any size. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, sensing the weight of his words. It seemed his second letter had indeed achieved its intended effect. Very well then. Start by hollowing out this mountain for me. Zhou Yang said casually, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Hollow out. Li Tianshu instinctively looked up at the majestic Gushin towering at 400 to 500 meters and covering dozens of acres. Is there a... Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu regained his composure and quickly shook his head, saying, No, you make the request, and I will be responsible for its execution. Even if you want to drill through the earth, I will make it happen. With the current infrastructure capabilities of the country, not to mention hollowing out a mountain, even filling up the sea would be a piece of cake. Good. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was the attitude he desired. Upon returning to the country, Zhou Yang's sole thought was to make his homeland stronger, to transform it into the first nation of the blue planet, even aspiring towards the boundless cosmos. Money and power were trivial to Zhou Yang, utterly mundane and tiresome. To say nothing of the battery technology, Zhou Yang proposed to the state, demanding 100 billion. Would the country give it? Of course they must. Not just 100 billion, even 2 or 300 billion. What difference would it make? Thus Zhou Yang didn't care about money at all. For him, it was merely a number. What he wanted the state would not deny. Returning to the village, he and his party settled in. Zhou Yang began designing the blueprints, and the idea of placing the laboratory inside Gushin suddenly struck him. His goal was to create the mechs within 5 years. Such a world-changing weapon required utmost secrecy, therefore hiding it within the mountain was absolutely necessary. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang got out of bed and handed a preliminary laboratory design blueprint to Li Tianqiu. The entire laboratory was divided into several major areas. One area was for auxiliary components responsible for the production and design of parts surrounding the mechs. The second was the assembly area, as the mechs would stand nearly 10 meters tall, requiring a spacious place for assembly and testing. The third area was the experimental zone, where relevant theoretical research and technology validation would take place. As for the other related living areas, there was no need to elaborate. The entire design blueprint was merely Zhou Yang's initial thoughts and concepts. Turning it into finalized designs and construction blueprints would certainly require consideration of the terrain and collaboration with a professional design institute. This aspect could be entrusted to Li Tianqiu. All right, Mr. Zhou, I will arrange it. Li Tianqiu immediately went to work. The national apparatus operated with stunning efficiency. The next day, government officials entered the village, offering an irresistible condition: relocation of all villagers from Wanghu village. Moreover, it wasn't just Wanghu village, several villages within a 20-kilometer radius of Gushin were also relocated. Simultaneously, the engineering team had already entered Wanghu village to begin on-site measurements. That day, large machinery arrived, working alongside an engineering team of thousands to initiate construction, starting with road repairs. Not ordinary roads. Zhou Yang didn't inquire about the specifics of the destination. In his view, the entire progress of the project seemed almost inconceivable, like moving mountains and filling seas. What might have been barren land one day was leveled the next, concrete poured, and foundations laid by the third day, and by the fourth day, it had transformed into a wide straight. Such investment was simply without cost and unfathomable expenditure. Mr. Zhou, this is the first version of the design. What do you think? If it's not satisfactory, I can have them revise it. In the conference room, Li Tianqiu presented a video rendering of the overall laboratory design to Zhou Yang. It was very detailed, with the entire laboratory designed within the mountain based on Gushin, fulfilling all the requirements Zhou Yang had previously mentioned, and the laboratory design standards adhered to the highest criteria. Having previously worked at an internationally advanced physics research institute, Zhou Yang was extremely familiar with laboratory design standards. The standards of this laboratory were among the best globally. This is acceptable. Oh, let's proceed with this design for construction. Zhou Yang nodded. Li Tianqiu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Producing design blueprints within days was no easy task. He said, "Good, the estimated construction period is 45 days. What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yang nodded. 45 days to hollow out a mountain and construct a high-standard laboratory was an impossible task, unless it was for the country's incomprehensible infrastructure capabilities. By the way, I'd like to visit BYD, is that all right? Zhou Yang remarked. With the laboratory matters settled, there was only one thing Zhou Yang needed to focus on: creating the mechs. Mechs are a systematic engineering project. Even a single screw on the mech cannot simply be any random screw bought from a hardware store. The technological content of such a screw might surpass modern society's technology. Moreover, the key is industrialized production. Zhou Yang had no intention of trial production. He was preparing to skip this phase entirely and head straight for industrial mass production. This plan had not yet been disclosed to the state. In fact, the state still believed Zhou Yang was focused on battery research and had no idea he was planning to manufacture mechs. No one inquired, and Zhou Yang did not elaborate. The critical point was that the state was still fully supportive, so Zhou Yang didn't need to present a PPT to request funding. In short, he could. Li Tianqiu nodded. Of course, I will arrange it. The next day, Zhou Yang flew directly to the nearest airport by helicopter, accompanied by Li Tianqiu and Chunrun. It seemed the state had arranged for Li Tianqiu to handle daily operations, while Chunrun was responsible for Zhou Yang's safety. Through the helicopter window, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a camp had appeared out of nowhere, just a few kilometers around Gushin. This will be a confidential research institute. These are some basic security measures, Li Tianqiu explained. Zhou Yang was internally astonished. Basic. They had directly stationed a military unit here. Was that basic? The journey continued in silence, and that evening Zhou Yang and his party arrived in City X. After resting for a night, they set off for BYD's assembly plant the next morning. Zhou Yang chose BYD because it was the absolute leader in battery technology in the country, boasting unparalleled industrial production capabilities and tech. Having been notified in advance, when Zhou Yang and his party arrived, the factory area was festooned with lights and balloons. "Hello, Director Li." The one leading the welcome was none other than Wang Haoning, the chairman of BYD, who eagerly stepped forward to shake hands. and express his welcome upon seeing Li. Wang Haoning understood that Li Tianshu was no ordinary person who at his level, even the highest-ranking provincial officials would treat him with utmost respect. Li Tianshu nodded slightly, but quickly stepped back, introducing Zhou Yang. Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning grasped at air with his hand, but his reaction was swift. He didn't retract it, and instead turned to Zhou Yang, already saying hello Mr. Zhou. Hello Mr. Wang. Zhou Yang shook hands with Wang Haoning, feeling great admiration for this man who had brought battery technology to the world's top tier. Upon withdrawing his hand, Wang Haoning finally had a moment to scrutinize Zhou Yang. His first impression was one of youth, far too young, at most 30 years old. For someone so young to make Li Tianshu voluntarily step back and yield the central position, it was evident that Zhou Yang's status was far from ordinary. Wang Haoning was a man of experience. When the parked coaster bus came to a halt, security personnel descended first. Each of them exuded an aura of vigor and alertness far from mere window dressing, and their bulging waists hinted at genuine firearms. A man who travels with real weapons. Could he be an ordinary person? Thus Wang Haoning racked his brains to recall who Zhou Yang was, but after much thought, he came up empty. The key question was, why had Zhou Yang come to tour his factory? Was it for extortion? Never mind, I'll deal with whatever comes. I mustn't skimp on formalities lest I give him cause for complaint. With this in mind, Wang Haoning's smile grew more sincere as he led Zhou Yang and his entourage into the factory for a tour. Zhou Yang, for his part, did not indulge in excessive pleasantries and focused intently on inspecting the entire facility. During the tour, he frequently posed questions. This inspection lasted over 2 hours, covering not only the assembly plant, but also the R&D center and a showcase of the latest lithium batteries. Finally, as the group headed toward the administrative building, Wang Haoning lingered behind and secretly asked his CTO Wu Chun, "What do you think they're here to see?" Wu Chun frowned in thought, then shook his head. "I don't know what he's here for, but I do know one thing, this Mr. Zhou is definitely an expert." "An expert?" Wu Chun nodded. During the tour, he asked several critical core questions. "I can't say he knows the specific technology, but he certainly has a profound understanding of the battery industry and its technical aspects." Wang Haoning furrowed his brow. So Zhou Yang might be a technical expert. A technical expert accompanied by someone of Li Tianshu's caliber and with such a high security clearance. Why would he come to tour his company? For a moment, Wang Haoning was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yang was also exchanging thoughts with Li Tianshu. Zhou Yang understood that Li Tianshu served as a conduit between himself and the higher-ups. His intentions could be conveyed to them through Li Tianshu. Therefore, it sufficed to discuss certain matters with Li Tianshu. "Director Li, what do you think?" Zhou Yang asked. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment before replying. "Very impressive. I am familiar with BYD. It's a model among private enterprises with battery technology that is internationally first-rate and domestically top-tier." Zhou Yang smiled. "So what do you think about entrusting the production of my battery technology to BYD?" "What?" Li Tianshu was startled and quickly said, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean you intend to have BYD manufacture the battery you developed?" "Why?" Li Tianshu's first reaction was confusion. Such high-tech batteries should logically be produced by state-owned enterprises. Even if existing state-owned enterprises were unsuitable, establishing a new company wouldn't be difficult. "No." The next moment, Li Tianshu suddenly realized a more critical issue and urgently asked, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean that the battery is ready for production? Wasn't this technology still in the laboratory validation phase?" Laboratory production and industrial-scale production are entirely different concepts. Could it be that Zhou Yang had already solved the industrial production design for the carbon nanotube battery? A sudden possibility flashed through Li Tianshu's mind. Li Tianshu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This was no small matter. Some technologies are validated in the lab, and even prototype products are developed, but the journey to mass industrial production is a long one, often taking years or even a decade to transform into an industrial sector. Take aero engines, for instance. In the lab, the nation can produce highly advanced engines rivaling the world's best. But to put them on an industrial assembly line, that's not feasible because the production technology isn't there. Technology is one thing, production technology is equally important. Especially in modern society, mass industrial production demands a higher level of industrial foundation and technical expertise. However, as the developer of the carbon nanotube battery, it was entirely possible that Zhou Yang had preemptively solved the industrial design issues. At this thought, Li Tianshu was instantly electrified with excitement. The nation had previously prepared for this technology to take several years or even a decade to realize. But now it could suddenly enter industrial production. Zhou Yang smiled. The system had provided not only the battery technology, but also the corresponding technology for industrial production, like the carbon nanotube. This encompassed everything from the industrial production of carbon nanotubes to the preparation of the battery's positive and negative electrodes, the injection of conductive agents, and the final packaging. It was ready-made. All that was needed was to overcome some production processes and design some manufacturing machines to enable mass production. Zhou Yang's smile only solidified Li Tianchu's conviction that he had indeed completed the industrial design. Mr. Zhou, let me make a phone call to coordinate with the higher-ups, Li Tianchu said hastily. Zhou Yang nodded. Such matters definitely required communication with the top brass to secure their support. As for entrusting it to BYD, that was an opportunity for them to soar to new heights. So Zhou Yang felt that Wang Haoning should be thanking him properly. Arriving at the meeting room in the administrative building, Zhou Yang sat down to drink tea, while Li Tianchu stepped out to make a call. Left behind were Wang Haoning, Wu Chun, and several other BYD executives exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of Zhou Yang's intentions. Just then Li Tianchu returned. Li Tianchu first approached Zhou Yang and lowered his voice. The higher-ups placed great importance on your idea, Mr. Zhou. In principle, they agree to let BYD handle the industrial production of this technology, but the specific cooperation terms may involve state participation. After all, this technology was developed by Zhou Yang, and he had never explicitly stated that it would be transferred to the state without compensation. From this perspective, how Zhou Yang chose to dispose of this technology was entirely his own affair. Zhou Yang immediately understood. In simple terms, the state wanted to take a stake. Agreed. Zhou Yang nodded. His initial idea was to have the state take the lead, selecting BYD solely to leverage their mature and high-quality industrial production capabilities in the battery sector. Mr. Wang, I am deeply impressed by BYD's battery technology. Another reason for my visit today is to propose a collaboration with you to produce a new type of battery. Zhou Yang looked at Wang Haoning and spoke. Wang Haoning was taken aback. All the BYD executives present were equally stunned, never anticipating such a proposal from Zhou Yang. Collaboration. Produce a brand new battery. The first thought that crossed everyone's mind was, is Zhou Yang serious? Was such a matter something one could just decide on? Moreover, they had no idea what kind of battery technology Zhou Yang might offer. In the domestic lithium battery technology arena, BYD was undeniably the national leader. They kept a close watch on battery technology research at various universities and institutes, and would be the first to know of any new breakthroughs. Wang Haoning's mind raced, and his first instinct was to politely decline, as he found the whole idea unreliable. But before he could voice his refusal, his phone, "Excuse me, I need to take this call," Wang Haoning apologized, stepping aside to answer. After a few words, Wang Haoning exclaimed in surprise, "What? Academician Chen Tiankai has agreed to come. He's already on his way, and will be here soon. Great, I'll go downstairs to welcome him right now." Wang Haoning rushed out of the meeting room in excitement. After stepping out, Wang Haoning suddenly remembered that he still had guests inside. He hastily ran back, wearing an apologetic expression. "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, my apologies. A distinguished guest of mine is arriving soon, so I must go greet them. Please make yourselves comfortable and wait for me. They'll be back shortly. Wu Chen, make sure to take good care of our esteemed guests, understood?" Wu Chen nodded hastily. Wang Haoning smiled apologetically and hurried out. Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of displeasure at being kept waiting. Li Tianchu raised an eyebrow slightly and said in a low voice, "It's Academician Chen Tiankai. He was the one who helped verify your carbon nanotube battery." Oh, Zhou Yang was taken aback. If possible, he wouldn't mind having a conversation with him later. Across from them, Wu Chen quickly stood up to pour more tea for Zhou Yang. "I apologize. President Wang has been trying to invite this guest for a long time, and now that he's finally agreed to come, President Wang got a bit carried away. Please forgive any neglect." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Is there a blackboard here?" "A blackboard?" Wu Chen was startled, then quickly nodded. "Yes, we have one." He immediately had someone bring in a whiteboard. Zhou Yang stood up, picked up a marker, and said, "You're the CTO, right? Let me write something down for you to take a look." With that, Zhou Yang began sketching on the whiteboard. "Is this a process flow chart?" Wu Chen glanced at it and immediately realized. Zhou Yang nodded slightly and continued. Li Tianchu, however, changed expression drastically. His first instinct was to clear the room of everyone present to prevent them from accessing this carbon nanotube battery production process. But since Zhou Yang was still there, and it was his decision to write it down, Li Tianchu held back after some consideration. Instead, he stepped forward to examine it himself, even though he couldn't understand it. "Mr. Zhou, what product does this process flowchart produce?" Wu Chen asked after observing for a while. Zhou Yang replied, "Batteries." "Batteries?" Wu Chen was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "That can't be right. The production process for lithium batteries generally consists of 6 steps: electrode slurry preparation, coating, electrode sheet cutting, stacking, assembly, and electrolyte injection. But what you've written here is completely different." He was thoroughly familiar with lithium battery production. "Of course it's different, because this is a battery production process that overturns conventional." Zhou Yang put down the marker. "Estimate how many of these process steps your company's current technology can meet." The production flowchart Zhou Yang had written not only outlined the process, but also detailed the technical standards and requirements for each step. Wu Chen propped his chin on his hand and studied it seriously for a long time. Frowning, he said, "Mr. Zhou, I don't know what kind of new battery you're referring to, but based on the process flowchart you've written, BYD can probably meet about 40% of the process requirements." 40%. To be honest, that figure exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. He had previously estimated that 30% would be the ceiling. After all, although they were both battery production, carbon nanotube batteries were a completely different beast. "What about process upgrades?" Zhou Yang asked. Wu Chen shook his head. "That would require a lot of money. However, some areas could indeed meet the requirements through upgrades. If we don't consider the investment, maybe we could reach 70%. He quickly added, "I'm talking about an ideal scenario, without considering costs. In simple terms, the investment would far outweigh the returns." "That's about what I thought." Zhou Yang smiled and sat back down. BYD's technical strength and production processes were top-notch in China. He hadn't made a wrong choice in selecting them. Of course, some might argue that military enterprises should be even more advanced than civilian ones. In theory, that was true, but in practice, military and civilian enterprises followed entirely different technological paths. Take chips, for example. Military enterprises focused on making chips more durable and stable. Simple as that, as long as they worked and were reliable. Size and nanometer scale didn't matter much, since their chips weren't confined to spaces as small as a phone's pigeonhole-like compartment. Civilian enterprises, on the other hand, had to prioritize performance, integration, and miniaturization, which imposed different requirements on production processes. So the notion that military technology was easily 20 years ahead of civilian technology and could be directly applied to civilian use was completely unrealistic. When it came to batteries in China, BYD was undisputedly number one. Wu Chen looked at Zhou Yang with suspicion. At this moment, he had genuinely become interested in the new battery Zhou Yang was talking about. After all, Zhou Yang had even produced a process flowchart that looked quite legitimate, not something scribbled at random. Could there really be some new technology on the market? Wu Chen couldn't help but pull out his phone and start searching for related news. But he found nothing. He asked some friends and managed to glean a bit of information. A classmate working at the Chinese Academy of Sciences replied to Wu Chen with this: "Don't ask. If you ask, the answer is no." Wu Chen's heart raced. So there really was something. He looked up at Zhou Yang again, his expression shifting repeatedly. Intuition told Wu Chen that Zhou Yang knew something. Zhou Yang, however, paid no further attention to Wu Chen and was quietly conversing with Li Tianxu. "For the remaining 30% of the process, I can organize a team to make breakthroughs. The investment won't be small, but in the long run it's necessary." Zhou Yang. The greatest gain from conquering a technology wasn't necessarily the technological achievement itself, but the research talent cultivated during the talent was priceless. Li Tianxu nodded in deep agreement. "Then Mr. Zhou, what's your preliminary estimate for the investment needed in this area?" Zhou Yang thought seriously for a moment and held up one finger. 100 billion. Li Tianxu nodded slightly. That wasn't too much. If investing 100 billion could solve the production process for carbon nanotube batteries, the country would be overjoyed. For such a strategic investment, 100 billion was just a drop in the bucket. To promote battery energy development, the state had already subsidized several hundred billion for new energy vehicles alone. Zhou Yang looked at Li Tianxu speechlessly. "Director, you really don't treat money like money. I said 10 billion, not 100 billion. And even that, I think, is more than enough." "How much?" Li Tianxu's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly said, "Mr. Zhou, isn't 10 billion too little?" In Li Tianxu's view, solving such a groundbreaking production process would warrant an investment of at least 100 billion, if not more. It was like solving chip manufacturing. If it could be done, investing hundreds of billions would be nothing. "It's not too little," Zhou Yang said with a smile. He had already obtained detailed production processes from the system. Now he just needed to translate them into reality. Li Tianxu nodded with a hint of skepticism. He decided not to argue with Zhou Yang over figures like 10 billion or 100 billion. After all, the nation was fully supportive. Whatever Zhou Yang asked for, they would provide. "So, Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts on this collaboration?" Li Tianxu asked again. Zhou Yang replied, "We can establish a new company, spin off BYD's battery production business, and incorporate it into this new entity through technology equity. The state will then invest proportionally, and profits will be distributed according to the shareholding ratio. As for the specific equity proportions, you can negotiate with BYD." The battery production business was one of BYD's core operations alongside other ventures like automobiles. Zhou Yang's idea was to completely separate BYD's battery business into a new company, leveraging their existing battery production technology while avoiding ambiguous ownership issues. "I understand." Li Tianxu nodded and then asked, "And what about you, Mr. Zhou? If this new company were established, BYD would provide production technology, the state would provide funding, and Zhou Yang would contribute the most crucial core technology. Without the technology, there would be no company. As for me, there's no need. I don't lack money," Zhou Yang said casually, even though he currently had not a single cent. Yet Zhou Yang truly didn't need money. Meals were arranged, transportation was provided, and even his clothes were purchased for him. Chen Ryun not only handled Zhou Yang's security, but also took full charge of his daily life. Thus Zhou Yang had no use for money at all. Li Tianshu smiled, and said no more. He had asked merely to gauge Zhou Yang's intentions. Zhou Yang might decline, but the state could not neglect him. It was a matter of not shortchanging those who had rendered meritorious service. After a while, Wang Haoning returned, offering profuse apologies before saying, Mr. Zhou, Director Li, it's almost noon. Allow me to host a simple meal at the company cafeteria. As it happens, Academician Chun is also here, so we can sit together, chat, and get acquainted. Zhou Yang nodded. Li Tianshu also rose, and said, Fine, I happen to know Academician Chun. Oh. Wang Haoning was startled, unaware that Li Tianshu and Qin Tiankai were acquainted. The group set off toward the cafeteria. It was not the employee cafeteria, but the executive dining hall, lavishly decorated like a five-star hotel. As they entered, they encountered a group heading out. Leading them was a white-haired elder with someone anxiously trying to dissuade him. I told you my time is extremely tight. I have no leisure for dining with you, the elder said with dissatisfaction. Wang Haoning's expression changed, and he hurried over, asking anxiously, Academician Chen, what's the matter? Why the sudden urge to leave? The white-haired elder was Qin Tiankai. He glanced at Wang Haoning and said, I appreciate your kindness, President Wang, but I have more important matters to attend to. So let's skip the meal. Just ensure that the discharge testing machine is available to us on time. That's all that matters. Qin Tiankai had come to BYD to borrow a discharge testing instrument, the only one of its kind in the country. Wang Haoning said, Academician Chun, I've already agreed to lend you the instrument. It will be arranged. I know you're busy, but even with work you need to balance rest. A meal won't waste much time. By the way, I'd like to introduce you to a friend. Forget it. Qin Tiankai was stubborn and waved his hand to leave. Just then Li Tianshu stepped forward and said, Academician Chen, long time no see. Qin Tiankai froze, studying Li Tianshu, and said uncertainly, Director Li, what are you doing here? They had met before, barely acquaintances. By the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? Can I meet him? Qin Tiankai asked urgently. These days Qin Tiankai had been overseeing the verification of carbon nanotube batteries. The more he tested, the more astonished he became. The superior performance of this new battery surpassed any existing battery of the era. He was intensely curious about the developer of this battery, and had repeatedly filed reports requesting a meeting, but higher-ups had not approved. Nevertheless, Qin Tiankai used his connections to learn that the battery's developer, surnamed Zhou, was currently in the country and accompanied by Li Tianshu. Finding Li Tianshu would lead to Mr. Zhou. Please, Director Li, I really want to meet Mr. Zhou and seek his advice. Qin Tiankai even pleaded. Wang Haoning and the BYD executives were instantly dumbfounded. Qin Tiankai had been curt with them, unwilling to even share a meal, yet now he was begging Li Tianshu to meet someone named Zhou. Not only that, but Qin Tiankai also wanted to seek advice from this Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning screamed inwardly, You're an academician. He couldn't fathom what kind of genius could make Qin Tiankai willingly seek guidance. Wu Qin's expression shifted, and he discreetly nudged Wang Haoning, nodding toward Zhou Yang in the distance. Mr. Zhou, accompanied by Li Tianshu. Could it be Zhou Yang? Wang Haoning stared at Zhou Yang, his mind in turmoil. From the moment Zhou Yang appeared, he had dismissed him as a mere influential princeling. When Zhou Yang later proposed collaborating to develop a new battery, Wang Haoning hadn't even listened, thinking it was nonsense. But now Wang Haoning realized he was the biggest fool, searching far and wide for divine help, only to find that Zhou Yang, who had come to him, was the true deity. Li Tianshu smiled and pointed to Zhou Yang, saying, Academician Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou. You are Mr. Qin Tiankai's eyes lit up. He strode over to Zhou Yang, studying him with uncontrollable excitement. Academician Chen, hello. Zhou Yang extended his hand in greeting. Qin Tiankai eagerly shook it and said excitedly, Mr. Zhou, the carbon nanotube battery you developed is simply divine, a groundbreaking, world-changing invention. For a moment, Qin Tiankai couldn't find more fitting words to describe the technological marvel of the carbon nanotube battery. In his view, battery innovation was like the heart of industry, capable of transforming the entire world. Wang Haoning and the others were stunned again. Qin Tiankai's reaction and humility were staggering. What was this carbon nanotube battery that had earned such praise from the nation's top battery expert, academician Qin Tiankai? Wang Haoning could tell that the tone was no mere commercial flattery, but genuine admiration. In an instant, his gaze toward Zhou Yang changed. By the way, I heard you also solved the Navier-Stokes equations. Another great triumph for the scientific community, Qin Tiankai added. News of the NS equations being solved had begun circulating in small circles, and Qin Tiankai was aware. Wang Haoning was startled again and whispered to Wu Qin, What are these NS equations? Some kind of formula. Wu Qin, of course, knew what the NS equations were. He smiled wryly at Wang Haoning and said, In short, it's something incredibly, no, extraordinarily, powerful. Solving this is beyond human, it's the work of a god. At that moment Li Tianshu stepped forward. Academician Chen, please don't get too excited. Mr. Zhou is right here, he's not going anywhere. If you have any questions, the two of you can discuss them slowly. How about we have a meal together? Chen Tiankai was overwhelmed with excitement, like a fan meeting their idol. Li Tianshu was genuinely concerned that the old man in his 60s or 70s might suffer a heart attack. Zhou Yang, equally taken aback by Chen Tiankai's enthusiasm, quickly said, Indeed, Academician Chen, I also have some issues I'd like to discuss with you. Let's talk over the meal. Discuss? You mean instruct? Your research on batteries far surpasses mine, Chen Tiankai said humbly. Yes, let's eat right away. Chen Tiankai sighed emotionally, then urged. Wang Haining's jaw dropped. He had pleaded for ages to get Chen Tiankai to stay for a meal, yet Zhou Yang had managed it with a single sentence. Please come in. Wang Haining quickly set his heart racing with inexplicable excitement. First, he realized Zhou Yang was the true technical mastermind. Second, it dawned on him that Zhou Yang had come to seek collaboration. Zhou Yang had previously mentioned partnering with BYD to produce a new type of battery, which Wang Haining had dismissed at the time. Now he understood that this new battery was likely the carbon nanotube battery Chen Tiankai had spoken of. Deliberately hanging back, Wang Haining quietly asked Wu Chun, what does this carbon nanotube battery make you think of? Wu Chun replied, carbon nanotubes have already been studied for use as a conductive additive in slurries, which can greatly enhance battery performance. But the stuff is expensive. Wang Haining was taken aback. Wu Chun nodded. Yes, expensive. It's quite troublesome to produce, and I haven't heard of any domestic company achieving industrial scale production. So it has to be imported. For instance, the carbon black conductive agent we commonly use costs around 50,000 yuan per ton, while a conductive agent made from carbon nanotubes costs over 500,000 yuan per ton, a tenfold increase in cost. Sometimes a good technology isn't necessarily viable for civilian use because cost must be considered. No matter how excellent the product, if it's too expensive to produce and sell, that's a major problem. I see. Wang Haining furrowed his brow slightly, asked no further questions, and quickly caught up. Inside the private room, the host and guests took their seats. Chen Tiankai pulled Zhou Yang aside, eager to delve into the technical details of the carbon nanotube battery. Academician Chen, let's eat first. After the meal we can talk in detail, all right? Zhou Yang said with a smile. Chen Tiankai reluctantly nodded, but the meal passed without him savoring a single bite. Subsequently, everyone focused on the meal, avoiding business matters, and instead chatting idly about local customs and such. It wasn't until after the meal, when Wang Haining led everyone into an adjacent lounge and served tea, that Zhou Yang spoke. I have arrangements tomorrow, so I'd like to resolve some matters today, if possible. Everyone present felt a stir of tension, their eyes fixed on Zhou Yang, wondering what he intended to do. Manager Wu, could you help me find a blackboard? Zhou Yang asked. Wu Chen nodded, and promptly had someone bring in a blackboard. President Wang, if it's convenient, could you ask your staff to step out for a moment? What we're about to discuss might be quite confidential. Oh, and Wu Chun can stay in case there are technical points you might not understand. Zhou Yang said somewhat bluntly. Several BYD executives exchanged uneasy glances, looking to Wang Haining. Wang Haining had a gut feeling that Zhou Yang was about to discuss the major issue, the collaboration. He gave a slight nod, signaling the executives to leave. Li Tianshu also exchanged a look with Chun Riyun, who quickly exited and had the security personnel guard the meeting room. Zhou Yang approached the blackboard, pondered for a moment, and wrote down a few words. Matrix energy. Carbon nanotube battery. 2 lines of text. Zhou Yang turned around and said, here Director Li represents the nation, President Wang represents BYD, Academician Chun represents the research strength, and I am in charge of the technology. President Wang might think this way of discussing matters is a bit hasty, but I have limited time and many places to visit. I won't have much energy to devote to the battery side, so we'll leave it to you all. Battery technology was just a small part of the entire mecha system. Next, Zhou Yang would travel across the country to resolve all industrial production issues. The system had given him 5 years, and time was truly of the essence. Wang Haining quickly raised his hand. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to ask, what kind of battery is this carbon nanotube battery? Is it using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If so, hasn't it already been developed? Zhou Yang pointed at Chen Tiankai. President Wang, let Academician Chen answer that question, shall we? Chen Tiankai nodded, eagerly stood up, and went to the blackboard to start writing data. He'll skip the overly complex details. This carbon nanotube battery isn't simply about using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We've already prepared it in the lab, and a prototype has been produced. These are the specific data for the battery, all accurate and valid. Chen Tiankai began writing data furiously on the blackboard. Except for a few tests not yet completed, all basic tests had been done, and Chen Tiankai was intimately familiar with the battery's data. Wu Chun was the first to exclaim upon seeing the data on the blackboard. Wang Haining's eyes widened in disbelief. Academician Chen, are you sure the dimensions of this battery aren't a mistake? Shouldn't the length and width be 20 centimeters instead of 20 millimeters? According to the data, Qin Tiankai had written a battery with a side length of 20 millimeters and a thickness of just 1 millimeter boasted a capacity of over 8,000 milliampere-hours. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Tiankai had anticipated Wang Hanning's reaction and said with a hint of pride, "That's why I say this is a groundbreaking battery that will change the entire world." Wang Hanning's jaw dropped. If all this were true, then, as Qin Tiankai had said, it would indeed change the entire world. An electric car that could travel thousands of kilometers on a single charge, a phone that could last a month on one charge, and with such a compact battery, phones could be made even thinner and lighter with more functional modules added. Changing the world was no laughing matter. Zhou Yang gestured for Qin Tiankai to sit down, then said, "President Wang, next we will establish a new company named Matrix Energy. Your company will spin off its battery production business and contribute it as technology equity to Matrix Energy, while the state will provide the initial funding." Qin Tiankai, who was about to sit down, was startled and stood up abruptly. "Mr. Zhou, are you saying we're going to start mass-producing carbon nanotube batteries immediately?" Zhou Yang nodded. "How is that possible? With current production technology, this battery can't be manufactured yet," Qin Tiankai said, urgently, losing his composure. After successfully preparing the prototype battery in the lab, Qin Tiankai had estimated that given the current production capabilities, it would take several years to overcome the relevant production processes and achieve industrial-scale manufacturing. Yet now Zhou Yang was telling him that this product was ready for industrial production, and he had even thought of a company name. Was he joking? Zhou Yang paused and turned to look at Wang Hanningg. "I believe this is also the question in President Wang's mind," Zhou Yang inquired. Wang Hanningg nodded dumbly, his mind still ablaze with thoughts of how this battery, once mass-produced, would transform the entire battery industry. Hearing Qin Tiankai's words, he suddenly snapped back to reality. This battery was still in the laboratory stage, miles away from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued, "Unlike traditional lithium batteries, carbon nanotube batteries have their own unique properties. Not only is the conductive agent primarily carbon nanotube-based, but the battery itself is also fabricated using modified carbon nanotube materials. As for industrial production, I see two major challenges. First, low-cost raw materials for carbon nanotubes. If I recall correctly, China has yet to achieve industrial-scale production of carbon nanotubes, and domestic demand relies entirely on imports." Wu Qin quickly nodded, as this was precisely the key reason he was pessimistic about the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. In industrial manufacturing, cost was everything. Qin Tiankai also agreed deeply. Indeed, in terms of theoretical research on carbon nanotubes, we are not far behind world-class standards. The critical gap lies in the production process. The nation's theoretical research has always been strong. To put it bluntly, even if we cannot produce something, it does not prevent us from conceptualizing it. Under laboratory conditions with enough funding, almost anything can be fabricated. However, when it comes to industrial-scale production, there is a considerable gap compared to foreign countries, a problem rooted in the entire industrial environment that cannot be improved overnight. Zhou Yang said, "The low-cost preparation of carbon nanotube materials. I will take charge of that. I will resolve it soon." Everyone present was startled by his. Wu Qin and Wang Hanningg in particular looked at Zhou Yang with skepticism, thinking, he claims he can solve such a problem just like that. That's quite an arrogant statement. Zhou Yang offered no explanation. In his system, he possessed the complete industrial production data for carbon nanotubes. This material was not only essential for battery production, but also used in many parts of mechas due to its excellent conductivity, structural stability, and high-pressure resistance. To manufacture mechas, the production process for this material had to be resolved. For now, explanations were futile. He would simply wait for the results once production began. Zhou Yang continued, "That is the first challenge. The second is the production of the casing. Since the entire battery consists of multiple layers with an extremely precise structure, my idea for mass production is to use chemical etching. In simple terms, we divide the battery production into multiple layers. Each layer is bonded using a layer-by-layer pressing method. Finally, chemical etching is used to carve out the complete battery casing layer by layer, followed by grouting." Zhou Yang sketched a simple diagram on the blackboard. Qin Tiankai's eyes widened, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Exactly. Why didn't I think of that?" In the laboratory, he had created a prototype using many high-precision instruments, almost building it up piece by piece. Zhou Yang's method solved two problems. It allowed the complex internal structure of the casing to be formed in one go, and it enabled mass production, thereby reducing costs. At the same time, the entire process was actually much simpler than the production of lithium batteries themselves. Wu Qin was also dumbfounded. The production method Zhou Yang proposed was nothing short of a stroke of genius. He had no idea how Zhou Yang, but then he thought Zhou Yang was the developer of this carbon nanotube battery and had even solved the Navier-Stokes equations. For someone like him, solving such production process issues was surely a piece of cake. Will it work? Wang Hanningg asked, unable to understand, secretly whispering to Wu Qin. Wu Qin thought seriously for a moment and nodded slightly. If these two challenges were truly resolved, then, in Wu Qin's view, the industrial production of the battery would be achievable. Wang Haoning nodded gravely, a sense of certainty settling in his heart. All right. Zhou Yang put down the pen and looked at Wang Haoning. I've said about all I need to. What do you think, President Wang? Are you willing to cooperate? The state would undoubtedly offer full support, so the only question was BYD's stance. Wu Chun watched Wang Haoning nervously as if wanting to speak, but Wang Haoning, however, remained calm, a man who had weathered many storms. After studying Zhou Yang seriously for a moment, he said slowly, all right. How could BYD possibly pass up something that will change the entire battery industry? At this point, all information about the carbon nanotube battery came solely from Zhou Yang and Chen Tiankai's accounts. Wang Haoning had not even seen a prototype. To be blunt, their pitch was less convincing than a PowerPoint presentation. Yet what drove Wang Haoning to make this decision was the attitude of the state. Li Tianshu represented the state, and with state backing, Wang Haoning had nothing to fear. Moreover, Wang Haoning saw clearly if this was real, it represented the future. To oppose the future was to be abandoned by the times. Only by keeping pace could one achieve brilliance. President Wang is quite bold, Li Tianshu said with a smile, though his tone carried a hint of melancholy. Li Tianshu had secretly hoped Wang Haoning would refuse. He would have preferred to entrust such a promising venture to a state-owned enterprise. But since Zhou Yang had decided to partner with BYD, he chose to respect Zhou Yang's wishes. It was simply a pity that BYD had gained yet another golden opportunity for a leap forward. Wang Haoning chuckled. Li Tianshu's tone only confirmed that he had made the right decision. He quickly stood up and said, Mr. Zhou, since the major matters are settled, it is our honor to reach this cooperation. Since you took the time to visit X City, allow me as the host to fulfill my duties. Why not stay a couple more days? He'll show you around the city. Zhou Yang shook his head. No need. Perhaps another time. Like Chen Tiankai, he had little interest in dining and entertainment. Then Zhou Yang added, since that's decided, hey, race the plan. BYD will provide the production technology, the state will supply the initial funding, and as for you, academician Chen, if possible, I hope you and your team can assist with the industrial design and factory upgrades for the carbon nanotube battery on a commercial basis. As for the intellectual property rights of the research results, Matrix Energy will either buy them outright or collaborate on development. The specifics are for you to negotiate. Chen Tiankai thought carefully and replied, I don't have any major projects lately, so that works. Wu Chun felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of collaborating with Chen Tiankai. Then it's settled. For any technical issues, feel free to contact me directly. Zhou Yang concluded. Many things were easier said than done, and practical difficulties would inevitably arise requiring his involvement to resolve. However, with the production data from the system, the overall direction was secure. That was the most crucial part. Having tackled the battery issue, Zhou Yang still could not relax. The battery problem was merely the first step of a long journey. To develop the mecha, countless technical challenges still lay ahead for Zhou Yang. When the nation decides to act on something, its speed is beyond question. The very next day, as Zhou Yang set off for his next destination, Li Tianshu informed him that the broad strokes of the cooperation had already been negotiated. In the equity structure of Matrix Energy, BYD contributed its entire battery production division valued at 40 billion yuan in exchange for a 40. The state, on the other hand, would provide 60 billion yuan in funding, securing a 51% stake. Theoretically, with Matrix Energy valued at 100 billion yuan, the state's 60 billion yuan should have entitled it to a 60% stake. Yet it received only 51%, as the remaining 9% was granted to Zhou Yang. In other words, without lifting a finger, Zhou Yang had acquired a 9% stake in a company valued at 100 billion yuan, worth 9 billion. So does that make me a billionaire? Zhou Yang asked with a smile. Indeed, Li Tianshu replied. After you sign the documents in 10 days, it will be official. Zhou Yang understood that this 9 billion was likely a reward from the state. He considered declining, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that feigning detachment would itself be a form of attachment. Besides, if the state was offering, he might as well accept. All right, let's proceed as quickly as possible, Zhou Yang said. 10 days later, the signing ceremony took place as scheduled. BYD held a special press conference. As a publicly traded company, such a significant asset restructuring required public disclosure. At the press conference, a number of financial journalists had gathered. Brotherly, any inside scoop? No idea. I asked a senior contact at BYD, but he claimed he didn't know either, whether that's true or he's just keeping mum. Familiar journalists exchanged information among themselves. Honestly, what's the point of all this secrecy? They'll have to reveal it eventually. Why not give us a heads up so we can prepare our drafts in advance? Maybe they're cooking up something big, like a new generation of electric vehicles rolling off the line. Don't be ridiculous. If it were a car launch, the venue wouldn't be this small. Impossible. Just then, staff members ushered the journalists into the venue. The conference hall was modest in size, and a banner overhead read, Signing Ceremony, BYD Group, Matrix Energy. A signing ceremony. What's going on? And Matrix Energy, never heard of it. An energy company. In the battery business. Is BYD planning something major with its battery division? Enough guessing. We'll know when they arrive. After a brief opening address by the host Wang Haoning and a host of BYD executives appeared. The signing representatives from Matrix Energy numbered only two: a young man in his 30s, bespectacled and refined, introduced by the host as Zhou. Accompanying him was a young woman, his assistant. Many journalists quickly pulled out their phones to search for information on Matrix Energy. But there was nothing online. Interesting. Matrix Energy seems to have materialized out of thin air. Can't even find its business registry. Everyone took their seats. Wang Haoning offered a brief welcome to the journalists before announcing, "I hereby declare that BYD will fully divest its battery business, contributing it as a technological equity stake to Matrix Energy in exchange for a 40% share." A wave of murmurs swept through the room. Good heavens, what is BYD doing? Selling off its battery business? Impossible. The battery division is BYD's core asset. Did you not hear? It's a technology for equity deal. They're joining Matrix Energy. Still doesn't add up. BYD's battery business is worth at least tens of billions. How did they only get 40%? I get it now. BYD clearly secured a major investment and spun off its battery division in the process. They'd already announced plans to split the battery business, so they set up a new company, rebranded it, and brought in the investment. If that's the case, then BYD's entire battery business fetched only 40%. That means the investment must exceed 50 billion, more than 50 billion, probably a full 60 billion. BYD's battery division is worth about 40 billion. 60 billion in investment. From whom? That's a staggering sum. The financial journalists buzzed with speculation. Clearly, BYD's low-key approach had reason. This investment was a bombshell. All eyes turned to Zhou. They were desperate to know who stood behind Matrix Energy, capable of pouring 60 billion yuan. Zhou sat calmly, showing no intention of speaking. The contracts were prepared, and Wang Haoning and Zhou signed them simultaneously. And with that, the press conference concluded. The journalists were stunned. That's it. No introduction. A multi-billion yuan investment, and they don't even explain what BYD plans to do with the funds or what new ventures they'll pursue. And Matrix Energy, so mysterious. With such a huge move, they could at least introduce themselves. 10 to 1, it's some mysterious giant looking to enter the battery industry, but not ready to announce yet. Could it be Evergrande Group? They've announced plans to build cars, new energy vehicles no less. What they lack is battery technology. A direct investment in BYD's battery business would solve that problem. The journalists speculated wildly, but Zhou offered no explanations. After the conference, he departed quickly, giving no interviews. BYD, for its part, remained equally low-key. Wang Haoning and the other executives declined all interview requests. The next day, as expected, the news dominated the financial headlines. Even some general interest media outlets ran extensive coverage. The name, Matrix Energy, quickly caught the attention of certain circles. But Matrix Energy was too enigmatic. Many media outlets spent hours digging but found little information about the company, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Consequently, many outlets resorted to conspiracy theories, churning out speculative pieces that garnered considerable attention. Yet the most significant impact was on BYD's stock. The divestiture of the battery business, such a monumental event, caused BYD's stock to hit the daily limit down as soon as trading opened. It was a free fall that no force could stop. Damn it, I'm wiped out. A black swan, a total black swan. I lost hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. That's nothing. I doubled down last week and now I'm completely blown up. Millions lost, my entire savings. In BYD's stock forums, there was nothing but lamentation. And this was only the beginning of the plunge. Zhou Yang stared at the contract before him. With a single signature, 90 billion yuan would be his, representing a 9% stake in Matrix Energy. What would it feel like to become a billionaire overnight? Zhou Yang didn't know. He felt as calm as if he were signing a payroll slip for 90 yuan. Li Tianchu put away the contract and chuckled. I heard BYD's stock has been dropping for days. President Wang must be quite frustrated. A drop is only natural, Zhou Yang replied. BYD had spun off its core battery business, exchanging it for a 40% stake in an unheard-of company called Matrix Energy, an investment at best. With such bad news, it would be a miracle if the stock price didn't plummet. Yet this was only a temporary downer. Once the carbon nanotube batteries went into production, BYD was bound to explode. So buying BYD stock now would yield massive profits later. By the way, Section Chief, Chen, what's your monthly salary? Zhou Yang suddenly asked Chen Riyun, who was nearby. Startled that he had addressed her, she thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Maybe 20 to 30,000. Impressive. You don't even know your own salary. Zhou Yang found it curious. If you have spare cash, buy some BYD stock. In 3 months, I guarantee you'll make 10 times your investment. If carbon nanotube batteries went into production, they would revolutionize not just the electric vehicle industry, but every sector that relied on batteries. When that happened, BYD's stock would inevitably soar. 10 times the profit effortlessly. Chen Ruiyan thought it over, but shook her head. No thanks, I don't need the money. Zhou Yang cast her a curious glance. This girl, like himself, seemed indifferent to wealth. Li Tianshu asked, Mr. Zhou, do you mean the production issues for carbon nanotube batteries can be resolved in 3 months? The deal was done, and Chun Tiankai's team had already moved into BYD's RD center to begin process development and upgrades. Li Tianshu didn't know exactly how long it would take, but 3 months seemed too fast. More or less, Zhou Yang said. He had the technical data ready. With Chun Tiankai's team and BYD's years of experience in battery research, 3 months would be enough. But there was one prerequisite: the raw materials. By the way, has Tianai Chemical responded? Zhou Yang asked. Standing behind Zhou Yang was a young woman named Li Ziyu, assigned by the higher-ups to serve as his secretary, handling routine administrative tasks. She was said to be a top graduate with an impressive resume. Li Ziyu shook her head. He'll contact them again. Over the 10 days since the signing, Zhou Yang had visited numerous companies. These included bearing manufacturers, transmission system firms, hydraulic oil companies, and various machinery makers. He had also stopped by Tianai Chemical, but he hadn't met their CEO, leaving after a brief tour. Tianai Chemical was a domestic leader in carbon nanotube production, holding numerous patents. Yet despite being the top player in China, their products still lagged behind international standards. At least they fell short of the requirements for carbon nanotube batteries. But with a solid foundation, Zhou Yang's idea was to collaborate with BYD, offer them technology to elevate their production capabilities. Soon Li Ziyu returned with a grim expression. Mr. Zhou, Tianai Chemical has refused. Refused? Li Tianshu frowned. Why? Li Ziyu nodded. Their exact words were that they have confidence in their own products and see no need for collaboration. Farragut. Li Tianshu snorted. Their CEO is Yang Bo, right? They'll remember that. In Li Tianshu's view, approaching Tianai Chemical was about securing raw materials for carbon nanotube batteries. Their refusal was an act against the national interest. Such an uncooperative company deserved to be taught a lesson. But Zhou Yang raised a hand. Forget it. Since they're unwilling, we'll produce it ourselves. Have Matrix Energy set up a subsidiary for carbon nanotube production. Hey, race the relevant manufacturing technology I've compiled. Aim to start production within 3 months. With that, Zhou Yang pulled a document from a nearby folder and handed it to Li Tianshu. He had nothing more to say about Yang Bo's disrespect. Anger. Not at all. For Zhou Yang, this was a trivial matter. He had originally intended to support a local enterprise, but since they had turned down the opportunity handed to them, there was no helping it. Once low-cost carbon nanotubes began production, the direct impact would hit Tianai Chemical. With their current technology, lowering prices would mean losses. Keeping prices high would leave them uncompetitive. Their only options would be to pivot or shut down. Good. Li Tianshu opened the document, but found it incomprehensible. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about the raw material problem, but now his concerns were laid to rest. It seemed as Zhou Yang had said all along that he had not only developed the carbon nanotube battery, but also solved the problem of its industrial-scale production. So, Mr. Zhou, where shall we go next? He'll make the arrangements, Li Tianshu asked. Over the past few days, Zhou Yang had visited many places, all machinery companies, leaving Li Tianshu puzzled about his true intentions. None of this seemed related to battery production. Next, let's return to Wanghu Village. I need to prepare some things for the upcoming plan, Zhou Yang said. Having toured the leading domestic machinery companies, Zhou Yang now had a general grasp of the country's manufacturing capability. The next step was to prepare the relevant materials and tackle each issue one by one. However, a few core problems required careful preparation. These included chip technology, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems. Compared to these, even the batteries seemed trivial. Wanghu Village. Li Tianshu was taken aback, but nodded without further questions. The next day, Zhou Yang returned to Wanghu Village. Li Tianshu did not accompany him, as Zhou Yang said he wouldn't need any further arrangements for now. Li Tianshu also needed to report on the recent work. However, Chen Ruiyan remained with Zhou Yang, responsible for his security. Though he had been away for only about 10 days, Wanghu Village had transformed dramatically. Machines roared at the foot of the mountain where the original village had been raised, and new structures were rising. Excavation of the mountain was progressing rapidly, giving Zhou Yang a first-hand glimpse of the nation's infrastructure capabilities. He settled into a temporary dwelling at the mountain's base and began preparation. In between, he resolved some technical issues for BYD. 3 months passed in a flash. Li Tianshu called. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has rolled off the production line. At the BYD headquarters, the entire factory was festively decorated with lanterns and banners, and a red carpet stretched all the way from the entrance to the administrative building, spanning over 2 kilometers. Quick, he's coming. By the way, do I look presentable? Wang Haoning led a group of BYD executives as they hurried out, asking his assistant about his appearance while walking. The assistant barely managed to keep up with a trot, nodding breathlessly. You look great, absolutely stunning. Looks aren't everything, it's the aura that matters. Forget it, let's just go. Wu Chen, did you organize the RD team for a welcome? Are they in position? Wu Chen quickly nodded. Yes, I had them waiting since 8 in the morning. Good. Without further ado, Wang Haoning and his entourage hurried to the main gate. After waiting nearly half an hour, a coaster bus finally approached. He's here. The anxious Wang Haoning and his team rushed forward to greet him. Wu Chen discreetly waved his hand, and the 30-plus RD members standing neatly in formation outside the gate immediately waved their bouquets and cheered. Some even unfurled a banner welcoming Chief Engineer Zhou Yang for his guidance. The coaster came to a slow stop, and the door opened. Chen Rian stepped out first, scanning the surroundings warily before stepping aside. Zhou Yang then descended from the vehicle. Mr. Zhou, welcome. Wang Haoning approached, eagerly extending his hand with excitement. President Wang congratulated. Zhou Yang shook Wang Haoning's hand and offered his congratulations. Wang Haoning's grin nearly split his face as he replied, mutual joy. The credit for successfully launching the Longshin battery production goes largely to you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. I merely provided some data. The actual work was done by your team. The credit belongs to you. Zhou Yang then shook hands with Chen Tiankai and Wu Chen. Over the past 3 months, although Zhou Yang had supplied the relevant technical data, completing the production line upgrades and developing several key pieces of equipment would not have been possible without the hard work of Chen Tiankai's and Wu Chen's teams. Chen Tiankai shook his head. I dare not take credit for this. Several critical production devices were designed almost entirely under your guidance, Mr. Zhou. So the greatest credit is yours. Wu Chen quickly echoed with a nod. The production line upgrade was no simple task. It began with a major overhaul of the original line. For the major overhaul, Zhou Yang provided the direction while Chen Tiankai and Wu Chen handled the specifics. However, when it came to designing several key pieces of equipment, Chen Tiankai and Wu Chen faced difficulties. After multiple failed attempts that didn't meet process requirements, Zhou Yang finally provided the design concepts to complete the final designs. Thus, despite not being present at BYD for these 3 months, Zhou Yang's involvement was indispensable to the production line's completion. Mr. Zhou, no need to be modest. Let's head inside. Zhou Yang nodded. Resolving the battery issue in 3 months delighted him. Although he had seen the prototype, this was his first time viewing the finished product. Just then a land cruiser approached in the distance. Notably, it bore military license plates. The land cruiser stopped, and the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform accompanied by a lieutenant colonel. The man glanced around and walked over. Though he didn't introduce himself, his imposing military demeanor caused those in his path to step aside. He came directly to Zhou Yang and smiled. You must be Mr. Zhou Yang. I've long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, you truly are accomplished at After a pause, the man extended his hand. First meeting, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Jianjun from the General Armament Department. General Armament Department. Wang Haoning couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhou Yang was also intrigued. The General Armament Department was no ordinary agency. It was responsible for military equipment procurement and logistics, directly liaising with major defense enterprises wielding immense power. Hello, General Gao. Zhou Yang quickly shook his hand. If his guess was correct, Gao Jianjun's visit was likely about the Longshin battery, with information probably leaked from high-level sources. At that moment, another coaster bus arrived. Wang Haoning was taken aback. More guests. He had only informed Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu, no one else. Had he known so many would come, he would have arranged a grander welcome. The coaster stopped, and an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with graying temples stepped out. Minister Ling. Wang Haoning's eyes widened. He was all too familiar with this elder, the current head of the Ministry of Energy. Given BYD's core business and batteries, frequent dealings with the Ministry of Energy were inevitable, so Wang Haoning knew its top official well. Behind the elderly Tianshu also descended. Following him was He Ziyu, the legal representative of Matrix Energy, though the company was still a shell with no office. Minister Ling. Wang Haoning hurried forward to greet him. Minister Ling, named Ling Hongjuan, warmly shook hands with everyone before finally reaching Zhou Yang, smiling. Mr. Zhou, I've long heard of you. Today I finally meet you in person. During this period, although Zhou Yang had been in Wanghu village, his reputation, especially among high-level officials, had grown. The nation valued Zhou Yang so highly because of his development of the carbon nanotube battery, now named Longshin. Initially, the nation believed the Longshin battery would be a long-term project, possibly taking years to yield results. Yet they invested without. When Zhou Yang requested a laboratory, the nation invested billions to build it. When he wanted to collaborate with BYD, they invested 60 billion. They had even prepared for potential failure. But within just 3 months, Zhou Yang had brought the Longshin battery to fruition. When Li Tianshu relayed the news, high-level officials were stunned. The entire process was too fast and too smooth. After all, they had repeatedly discussed how the emergence of the Longshin battery would reshape the landscape. Now the nation was unprepared for its arrival. And all of this was orchestrated by Zhou Yang. Thus his importance to the nation skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. Consequently, even Minister Ling treated Zhou Yang with utmost respect. Outside the gate the group exchanged pleasantries for a while. Finally Li Tianshu said, Minister Ling, General Gao, and President Wang, let's not stand here talking. Since we're all here for the same thing today, let's head straight to the factory. Everyone nodded in agreement. The purpose of their visit today was the Longxin battery. Gao Jianjun represented the military, while Ling Hongjun stood for the top echelons of the state. The group proceeded toward the factory. On the foundation of the original battery production line, BYD had carried out upgrades and renovations, working overtime to complete the construction of 3 production lines. Now they arrived at the first production line. Since the entire factory was a dust-free environment, they went directly to the central control room on the second floor, where a massive window offered a full view of the production line below. Wu Chen introduced, this is our No. 1 production line. Apart from a few critical stations, it achieves about 80 automation. The output of this entire line can reach 1.3 million units per day. Oh, 1.3 million units, that's impressive, Minister Ling said with a smile. With 3 production lines, the daily output would be 3.9 million units, a remarkably efficient rate. Wu Chun added, the key is our newly designed chemical etching equipment, which allows for large-scale unified production. After that we slice the material and proceed with subsequent steps like slurry injection. As he spoke, Wu Chen glanced at Zhou Yang and said, and these critical pieces of equipment were all designed by Mr. Zhou. Ling Hongjun nodded slightly. I've heard about that. Mr. Zhou excels not only in theoretical research, but also in industrial design. I truly admire. Zhou Yang humbly demurred. Wang Haoning said, leaders and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, let's officially start the production line and witness the first batch of Longxin batteries roll off. Ling Hongjun and the others nodded. Zhou Yang was indifferent, he had already seen enough. The battery issue was resolved. Afterward, a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the commencement of operations was held outside the factory. No journalists were present, but this moment would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on history. Back in the control room, the production line below was ready with workers at all stations in position. They awaited the command to set the line in motion and begin production. Mr. Zhou, please go ahead, Ling Hongjun said with a smile, before Wang Haoning could speak. Gao Jianjun also nodded. Among those present, only Zhou Yang was qualified. Zhou Yang thought for a moment, then stepped forward without hesitation and pressed the main control switch. The production line powered up, the system started, and workers assumed their positions. Low-cost carbon nanotube raw materials began to flow in. As the production line operated, each process was carried out in sequence. About half an hour later, the first batch of Longxin batteries was produced. Workers promptly delivered the first batch. Zhou Yang picked up a Longxin battery. It was 2 centimeters square with a thickness of just 1.5 millimeters. The positive and negative terminals were on the front and back sides respectively. By stacking 2 batteries together and securing them with a dedicated slot, a series connection could be achieved. Parallel connections were equally simple. In short, the square batteries could be easily connected to form battery packs meeting various requirements. Ling Hongjun held a Longxin battery and remarked, it's hard to believe such a small battery can have such immense capacity. Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement and added, it's a groundbreaking product. People always talk about foreign black technology, but I think the Longxin battery is the true black technology. Wang Haoning was also filled with excitement. Over the past 3 months, the more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. He was grateful for his decision to collaborate with Zhou Yang, foreseeing the immense impact this invention would have on the world. By the way, what about the cost? Ling Hongjun asked. Gao Jianjun also turned his attention to the matter, as cost was a critical factor. Wang Haoning raised one finger and said with pride, based on our calculations, with the 3 production lines running at full capacity, if the monthly output exceeds 100 million units, the cost can be reduced to about 10 yuan per unit. Oh, Ling Hongjun was startled. That cheap? Gao Jianjun was equally incredulous. Take the 18650 battery for example. A high-quality one costs around 20 yuan at the factory gate. Yet the Longxin battery outperforms any existing lithium battery in capacity, performance, and every other aspect, and still manages to be this cheap. How did you achieve that? Wang Haoning explained with a smile, the low cost is due first to the low-cost carbon nanotube preparation method provided by Mr. Zhou, which significantly reduced raw material expenses. Additionally, we haven't factored in R&D costs. Normally, high-quality lithium batteries involve patents and extensive R&D, which drive up costs. For our battery, from R&D to production line modifications, Mr. Zhou did all the heavy lifting. Since that contribution is nearly incalculable, we didn't include it in the cost calculation. Ling Hongjun nodded. Indeed, the primary credit goes to Mr. Zhou. As he observed Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, Ling Hongjun was filled with awe. The successful launch of the Longxin battery production line was largely Zhou Yang's doing. In terms of contribution, no one could surpass Zhou Yang. At that moment, Zhou Yang asked, have you produced sample battery packs yet? Individual Longshin batteries were just the foundation. For shipment, they needed to be assembled into various types of battery packs. Wang Haoning gave a mysterious smile. Everyone, let's move to another location. I have a surprise for you all. Oh, what surprise? Ling Hongjun's interest was piqued. Wang Haoning didn't elaborate, leading the group out of the factory and into a vehicle which drove them to a building in the industrial park. Zhou Yang smiled. If he remembered correctly, this was BYD's automotive battery assembly plant. He had already guessed what Wang Haoning's surprise might be. Take a look, everyone. The factory doors opened, revealing a brand new sedan. A car, Ling Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. Wang Haoning nodded. This is our new Han DM, originally slated for release in the second half of the year. However, with the advent of the Longshin battery, we redesigned the vehicle. The main change was reducing the battery compartment. Compared to the 18650 battery, the Longshin battery was much smaller, yet its capacity was far greater. Consequently, the final battery pack would be very compact. What about the range? Gao Jianjun asked urgently. Zhou Yang also looked on curiously, suspecting that BYD had already conducted tests. Sure enough, Wang Haoning raised one finger again. 1,000 kilometers. Gao Jianjun exclaimed. A range of 1,000 kilometers was already astonishing. Wang Haoning shook his head and said slowly, no, it's 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. Everyone present was stunned. Zhou Yang, however, remained calm. This figure was within his expectations. Mr. Wang, Zhou Yang said, the 10,000 kilometer range you mentioned should be based on the capacity of the original battery compartment. Under the same conditions, a battery compartment using 18,650 cells might achieve a range of 4 to 500 kilometers. Even with BYD's self-developed blade batteries, it would likely be around 5 to 600 kilometers. But with the same volume, it can accommodate several times more Longshin batteries. Not to mention the astonishingly large capacity of the Longshin battery itself. So multiplying the range by over 10 times is quite normal. However, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open. My God, 10,000 kilometers. That's too incredible. Wouldn't one charge last half a year, or even a year? Ling Hongjun exclaimed. Gao Jianjun quickly nodded, agreeing that 10,000 kilometers was indeed somewhat exaggerated. And what about charging efficiency? For that 10,000 kilometer range, how long would a full charge take? Gao Jianjun pressed. Wang Haoning thought for a moment and said, if we're talking about a 10,000 kilometer range, a full charge might take a day or two. Given the capacity, the charging efficiency hasn't been improved yet. Fully charging it is no simple task. Even so, it's still impressive, Gao Jianjun said. Spend 2 days charging it, and then you don't need to charge it for months, maybe even a year. Wang Haoning smiled. Gao Jianjun, the 10,000 kilometers I mentioned is just the theoretical maximum. In practice, after considering discharge decay and charging efficiency, we've ultimately decided to design the battery's range at 3,000 kilometers. This way, with a dedicated fast charger, it can be fully charged in 4 to 5 hours. At the same time, it prevents the battery from slowly losing its charge during long term. Any battery left idle will slowly discharge. Even the Longshin battery can't solve this problem. This strikes a good balance between usage efficiency, economy, and range. The others nodded in agreement. Even a range of 3,000 kilometers was astonishing. And with a full charge taking only 4 to 5 hours, it could be charged overnight and then not need charging again. For office workers who only use it for daily commuting, they might go months without needing to recharge. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianchu exchanged glances. He could already foresee the impact such a new energy vehicle would have on the entire automotive. Next, everyone took the car for a test drive. Wang Haoning even prepared one for Zhou Yang, saying he wanted to give it to him as a gift. After all, it was the first car to use the Longshin battery, carrying considerable commemorative value. Zhou Yang thought it over and accepted. A car was nothing significant. After the visit, Zhou Yang took a car directly back to Wanghu village. Over the past 3 months, Zhou Yang hadn't been idle. He had been working on something very important: chip design. Specifically a biomimetic cellular chip for Mecha. The laboratory in Wanghu village had been operational for a while, but it wasn't yet fully staffed. Only a few graduate students assisting with groundwork. That was because Zhou Yang was still in the preparation phase for chip design and industrial manufacturing. Some system software for the equipment in particular no one else could help with, as Zhou Yang had to write it himself. The system provided the complete code, but fully understanding it and writing it out was no easy feat. Modern large-scale production equipment had systems with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lines of code. For these 3 months, Zhou Yang spent a significant portion of his time coding. Now the preparatory work was essentially complete. The next step was actual implementation. Zhou Yang's idea was still to collaborate with domestic companies, much like he did with BYD. This approach achieved results, cultivated talent, and could directly translate into products. If the state were to invest in a new company for production, it would likely take considerable time. But he hadn't yet decided which company to partner with. There were quite a few chip enterprises in China, and the domestic chip level wasn't as poor as some online claims suggested. Nor was the gap with the world as vast. Of course, there was still a significant gap in high-end chips. That was precisely why Zhou Yang felt his support was needed. 10 days after returning to Wanghu village, Zhou Yang had completed all the preparations. Then an invitation arrived. It was for BYD's Longshin battery launch event. Wang Haoning personally called Zhou Yang, inviting him to attend and witness history. In truth, Wang Haoning had wanted to visit in person, but after asking around, he couldn't find out which research institute Zhou Yang worked at. The lab in Wanghu village was still under strict confidentiality. After some consideration, Zhou Yang decided to go. Just as Wang Haoning said, it was about witnessing history. History he himself had created. The launch event was set in Beijing. It was the largest venue available, and BYD had invited almost all major domestic media outlets. They also invited any company related to batteries, including the top players in the industry. Meanwhile, a massive promotional campaign had been underway. Advertisements for BYD's launch event were everywhere online. September 9th, BYD's New World. See you there. Online, countless people were discussing BYD's upcoming launch. The sheer volume of ads made it impossible to ignore. What kind of launch is BYD holding? A new car launch? Not sure. Wasn't BYD always low-key before? Why are they being so flashy now? An ad campaign of this scale must cost billions. Billions at least. I've seen ads for this launch everywhere these past few days. The investment is staggering. The key is we don't even know what BYD is launching. They're just a car company. Even if it's a new car, do they need to go this far? Even Mercedes-Benz doesn't play it this big. Forget it. No use speculating. We'll find out on the 9th. I heard CCTV is even broadcasting it live. How much did BYD have to pay to get CCTV to cover it? Amid the curiosity and anticipation of countless netizens, September 9th arrived. The weather was perfect with bright sunshine. The National Convention Center was covered with enormous promotional banners for the launch. The most eye-catching slogan was undoubtedly "Meet the Future." At 8 a.m., 2 hours before the event, invited journalists, corporate representatives, and various guests began arriving. Any inside scoop? Familiar journalists whispered to each other. Don't bother. With BYD making such a big splash, how could any leaks get out? But it's probably about cars. Not necessarily. Guess who I just saw? Lei Jun from Xiaomi. What? Lei Jun? Why is he here? Exactly. So I think BYD might not be launching a car. It could be a battery. Remember 3 months ago when BYD suddenly announced splitting off its battery business and partnering with Matrix Energy? I suspected then that BYD was cooking up something big. And now here it comes. A sedan slowly pulled into the parking lot of the National Convention Center. It took quite a while just to park. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people and too many potential risks. My suggestion is if you must attend this press conference, you'll summon the support team to reassign the security arrangements. Chen Riyun said with a grave expression. At this moment, they were in the same car, and aside from Zhou Yang and herself, there were only 3 security guards. Zhou Yang asked, "Do you think many people recognize my face?" Chen Riyun hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Although Zhou Yang was engaged in world-changing work, he was undeniably too low-key. There you have it. Nobody knows me, so what danger could I possibly face? Besides, I'm in my own country, why would anyone attack me without reason? Zhou Yang said with a smile. This was his homeland, not the U.S. Chen Riyun had no retort, and could only nod, saying, all right then. The car came to a halt. Zhou Yang stepped out, and together with Chen Riyun headed toward the press conference. Arriving discreetly, Zhou Yang didn't even notify Wang Haoning and the others. At the venue entrance, a torrent of people flooded in. 3 security check lanes were open, but the crowd was so massive that everyone was queuing. Zhou Yang initially intended to queue as well, but before he could, Chen Riyun stopped him. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people here. Queuing is unsafe. Let's go straight in. With that, Chen Riyun and the others escorted Zhou Yang directly to, excuse us. Chen Riyun coldly intercepted a young man who was about to be checked. The young man was shoved aside. Zhou Yang quickly said sorry. The young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, instantly erupted, shouting, sorry. Do you know who I am? How dare you shove me and cut in line? Where are the guards? Isn't anyone going to do something? Get lost. Go to the back. The young man stepped forward to push Zhou Yang away, but a burly arm reached out and blocked him. 3 robust special agents stood like guardian deities, glaring coldly at the young man. Their mere presence intimidated him. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, feeling that Chen Riyun's actions were inappropriate. He was about to apologize again to the young man when Chen Riyun tugged at him and whispered, Mr. Zhou, let's get inside first. With that, she led Zhou Yang through the security gate. The gate began beeping frantically. Several security guards, startled by the alarm, quickly surrounded them. One asked, Miss, please take out any prohibited items. Keys and such, put them in the tray. Behind them, the young man continued shouting, Great, not only do you cut in line, but you also push me. Fine, I'll remember you. Do you know who I am? I'm from Tianai Chemical, loaded with money. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The people queuing behind had initially sided with the young man, disapproving of Zhou Yang cutting in line. But now with the young man's incessant ruckus, they too frowned. Compared to Zhou Yang, who had cut in line, the young man was far more annoying. As if oblivious to the commotion, Shen Ruyun pulled a document from her pocket and handed it to the guard. Zhou Yang saw clearly that it was a gun license. The guard took it, opened it, and was instantly stunned. Swallowing a gulp of saliva, he quickly said, "I'm sorry, please go." Shen Ruyun nodded slightly without a word and led Zhou Yang straight inside. The three special agents swiftly followed. Each time one of them passed through the security gate, it beeped wildly. The guard swallowed hard in shock. If he guessed correctly, each of them was armed, legally carrying weapons. Could they be? Or, hey, what's going on? How can you just let them go? They have contraband. Why don't you take them away and search them? The young man exploded again when he saw the guards letting Zhou Yang's group pass. The guard's expression shifted, and he said sternly, "Sir, please wait in line for inspection." The young man was furious. Not only had Zhou Yang's group cut in line, but they were also let through without inspection while he had to undergo a check. Wasn't this blatant discrimination? Just as he was about to speak again, a man with a camera hanging around his neck patted him on the shoulder. "Buddy, calm down. Do you know who those people are?" "Who?" The young man was taken aback. The man smiled mysteriously and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the beauty just now showed a gun license. Legally armed and not dressed like cops. You figure it out." With that, he stepped past the young man and began his own security check. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the young man's forehead and his face. A gun license for legal carry. In legend, it was akin to a license to kill. That meant if he had caused too much trouble, they might have shot him on the spot. The young man swallowed hard, never imagining he had just brushed past the edge of life and death. As Zhou Yang followed Shen Ruyun into the venue, he couldn't help but say, "Director Chen, isn't this too conspicuous? We could have just queued up, there was no need." Shen Ruyun shook her head and replied, "Mr. Zhou, I think you have a misunderstanding of conspicuous. I believe we were already very low-key. This was for your safety. Cutting in line. Was that even considered conspicuous? Not arranging a private escort or using the VIP lane was already the epitome of low-key, wasn't it?" Zhou Yang was speechless and said no more. He followed the crowd into the venue. His seat was in the very front row. "They'll go on my own." Shen Ruyun nodded slightly and signaled the three special agents. They quickly dispersed to either side, forming a wedge formation around Zhou Yang. Handed his invitation to a staff member. The staff member took it, glanced at it, and his expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained composure and led Zhou Yang to a seat at the very center of the first row. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. It seemed his invitation was special. He had been placed in the position of the press conference. Sure enough, the moment he sat down, many intense gazes turned toward him. Many bigwigs had arrived today from various industries, including government officials and special guests. Their seats were in the front rows, but due to the large number, they occupied 4 full rows. Among these 4 rows, there was a hierarchy. Those in the first row were undoubtedly the most esteemed, and the one seated at the very center of the first row was unquestionably the most honored guest. All major automobile manufacturers were present in their top brass, such as the president of Mercedes-Benz Asia Pacific and the general manager of FAW Group. Also from the tech industry, the CEO of DJI, and Lei Jun, the president of Xiaomi. These industry titans didn't occupy the position, yet a young man like Zhou Yang did. At that moment, a single thought arose in the minds of all. Who exactly is this young man? Under the curious and probing gazes of numerous luminaries, Zhou Yang sat calmly and steadily. At that moment, a hand suddenly extended from beside him. "Hello, I am Yu Changhong from Huawei." Zhou Yang turned to look at the newcomer, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor. "Hello, Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang shook hands with Yu Changhong and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Yang's calm and aloof demeanor stifled Yu Changhong's ensuing words, leaving him to offer an awkward smile and withdraw his gaze. But then Zhou Yang suddenly turned and asked, "Huawei is designing chips, right? The high silicon Kirin, isn't it?" Yu Changhong was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to initiate conversation. He quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. I didn't expect you to know about the high silicon." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Changhong inwardly chided himself for his foolishness. Who in the country didn't know about the Kirin chip? Especially given the recent news of the Kirin chip being sanctioned by the M country. "Then could I visit your high silicon RD headquarters sometime?" Zhou Yang asked. With the battery issue resolved, the next matter was the chip problem. Following the established approach, it was still about cooperating with local enterprises to aid their development. There were quite a few domestic semiconductor companies, such as High Silicon Unisoc, ZTE Microelectronics, and Huada Semiconductor, among others. Among them, due to differing business scopes, only High Silicon was truly involved in high-end chips and could align with international standards. Crucially, Huawei, the parent company of High Silicon, though not state-owned, was a private enterprise with a sense of responsibility. Thus, Zhou Yang's first intended partner was High Silicon. Yu Changhong was startled. He still didn't know Zhou Yang's identity or profession, but being seated at the center of honor indicated he was no ordinary person. He said, "Of course, that's perfectly fine. I would welcome it. Whenever you have time, you can contact me directly." With that, he handed over a business card. Zhou Yang took it and patted his own pockets, realizing he had no card to offer in return. He waved to Qin Ruyun in the distance. Qin Ruyun hurried over. Upon learning what Zhou Yang needed, she swiftly produced a card from her person and handed it to him. Yu Changhong took it, momentarily stunned, staring after the departing Qin Ruyun before snapping back to reality. Zhou Yang had a bodyguard with him, and Qin Ruyun's demeanor suggested she was no ordinary guard. He then looked down at the card in his hand. It was an exceedingly simple card with Zhou Yang's name on the front and a phone number on the back. This type of card only deepened Yu Changhong's sense that Zhou Yang was someone of extraordinary status. Yu Changhong was about to continue the conversation when the press conference venue suddenly dimmed, the lights went out. The conference had begun. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, CCTV's financial channel and major news streaming platforms all began broadcasting the event live. The invited guests took their seats with only the low murmur of whispers filling the room. Then a beam of white light shone down from above. It was a holographic projection, a countdown of the number 10. Wow, is this a press conference by BYD? The tech vibe is amazing. In the online live stream room, the number of viewers instantly exceeded 10 million, with many people chatting and discussing. This is a significant investment. BYD is going all out this time. I'm even more curious about what they're going to unveil. Could it be the legendary electric super? That's possible. Hasn't there always been a rumor that BYD plans to build a supercar? Only such a high-end grand press conference would be worthy of a supercar. Most viewers speculated that BYD would be launching a brand new car. After all, BYD is an automaker. The countdown on site stopped, and the light beam froze, focusing on the stage. Amidst stirring music, a figure walked onto the stage. It was Wu Chun. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon him. Tens of millions of viewers before the cameras, along with industry leaders and journalists present, were all curious about what BYD's grand spectacle was for, and now the mystery was about to be revealed. Wu Chun showed no stage fright. After a brief opening remark, a video began playing on the large screen behind him. Everyone, in daily life, have you ever encountered scenarios like this? For instance, on the highway, when your electric car has only a few dozen kilometers of range left, and the next service station is still far away. And when by some stroke of luck you struggle to reach the service station, you find the charging stations are broken and unusable. As these words were spoken, countless viewers wore expressions of "I knew it." No doubt about it, BYD was definitely launching a new electric vehicle, and this time the main selling point would be range. Wu Chun continued. And what about when your phone is about to die and you can't find a power bank anywhere? Or when you're using a drone to capture the magnificent landscapes of our motherland, you're limited by battery life and can't film for long. In life, the anxiety caused by insufficient power exists all around us all the time. Accompanied by the video on the screen, Wu Chun's speech carried a touch of humor, drawing bursts of laughter from the audience. However, many people began to feel puzzled. Starting with electric car range made sense, but moving on to phone batteries, drone batteries, and various battery scenarios in life seemed somewhat off topic. Oh, come on, why so much rambling? Just show us the new car. Exactly, I'm here to see the new car, not to listen to you ramble. Easy there, folks. At this kind of press conference, rambling and digressing are standard procedure. The various industry leaders and journalists on site also began to look disinterested, except for some automakers, especially the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific region, who listened with rapt attention. In the electric vehicle industry, BYD was definitely a formidable challenger to Tesla. However, as the absolute leader in the global EV market, Tesla didn't really take BYD all that seriously. It wasn't arrogance, it was simply that there was no real competition. Moreover, with Tesla now producing domestically and lowering prices, they were trouncing other EV companies. The video concluded and Wu Chun announced clearly, "Have you ever fantasized about a world where an electric car could run for a month, or even months on a single charge, and a phone could last for months too? What kind of world would that be? So now let us meet the future together." Wu Chun waved his hand excitedly. On the large screen behind him, accompanied by a countdown and rousing music, an image of a chip-like battery finally appeared. This is our new generation carbon nanotube battery, co-produced by BYD and Matrix Energy, with proprietary intellectual property rights. The long core. As these words were spoken, the audience was left utterly astounded. No one had expected that after all this fanfare, BYD would unveil not a car, but a battery. Was a battery alone worth such a grand celebration? In the live stream, the moment the Dragon Core battery appeared, the chat erupted into an uproar. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to be a car launch? Why are they unveiling a battery? Exactly, I was waiting for the supercar. I hope BYD can bring down the price of supercars so everyone can have a Ferrari and enjoy the thrill of driving one. Meanwhile, the audience at the venue stared curiously at the Dragon Core battery displayed on the giant screen, their faces filled with confusion. Why does this battery look like that? It's square and neat, almost like a microchip. By the way, what was Wu Chun saying earlier? Something about a battery. Wasn't it a lithium battery? I don't know. I didn't catch it either. Maybe it's a new battery developed by BYD. but judging by its appearance it probably isn't much different from the Blade battery. The screen didn't indicate the size of the Dragon Core battery, so it was impossible to gauge its dimensions visually. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wu Chun deliberately kept them in suspense for a moment before pulling a Dragon Core battery from his pocket, holding it high, and announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the Dragon Core battery." The camera zoomed in on the battery between his fingers, and the giant screen displayed it with crystal clarity. The moment they saw it, both the live audience and the online viewers erupted into an uproar. "Is this the Dragon Core battery? Why is it so small?" "Exactly, I thought it would be a huge chunk, but it really does look just like a microchip." "Regardless of its appearance, if this thing is really a battery, what kind of capacity does it have?" 1,000 milliampere hours. 1,000. Are you kidding me? At that size it's barely a few dozen milliamps at most. So BYD made all this fuss just to launch a button cell. Many journalists and industry insiders in the audience were equally baffled, unable to fathom what BYD was up to. They simply couldn't see what technological breakthrough such a tiny battery could offer. The key factor was capacity. No matter how flashy the design capacity was, did BYD really think a button cell could solve the range anxiety of electric vehicles? It was laughable. The crowd murmured among themselves. Yu Changhong, sitting beside Zhou Yang, couldn't help muttering, "What is BYD playing at? Does this Dragon Core battery have some special feature? If it had a decent capacity, it would be perfect for smartphones." He then turned to Zhou Yang and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you think?" What did he think? Zhou Yang thought to himself, "I'm just sitting here watching." But after all this time, even he felt BYD was dragging it out too much. There was a limit to keeping people in suspense. In Zhou Yang's opinion, they could have just used a PowerPoint presentation. All this spectacle was nothing but flashy showmanship. Just then Wu Qin declared, "I imagine the biggest question on everyone's mind is the capacity of the Dragon Core battery. Allow me to tell you, its capacity will surpass your wildest imagination. Let's invite a few friends to make a guess. Mr. Lei, what's your take?" Zhou Yang was speechless. Here we go again with the suspense. He was tempted to leave. The camera focused on Lei Jun. He pondered for a moment, then said earnestly, "Given its size, I'd estimate it to be around a few dozen to 100 milliampere hours. But since President Wang has organized such a grand launch, there must be some special technology involved. So we'll guess about 300 milliampere hours." Several battery industry experts present nodded in agreement with Lei Jun's guess. As Lei Jun had pointed out, if BYD went to all this trouble only to unveil a button cell, it would be absurd. So 300 milliampere hours seemed plausible. For a battery of that size to hold 300 milliampere hours would already be quite impressive. Wu Qin smiled and said, "All right, I'll stop keeping you in suspense. Let me tell you, this tiny Dragon Core battery has a capacity of 8,450 milliampere hours." The giant screen displayed the figure 8,450. The venue fell into dead silence. The live stream chat went silent too. Everyone was stunned. "No way. 8,000 milliampere hours. Are you dreaming? A battery this small with over 8,000 milliamps. That's insane. I don't believe it." The live stream chat exploded. At the venue, the president of Tesla Asia Pacific couldn't help exclaiming, "Impossible." Many of the VIPs in the front row had similar reactions. Lei Jun's eyes widened. Beside Zhou Yang, Yu Changhong wore an expression of utter disbelief, muttering, "This has to be a joke. A battery that small with over 8,000 milliampere hours of capacity. It was nothing short of a miracle." A journalist suddenly stood up and asked, "President Wu, do you stand by your words?" Many in the audience nodded in agreement. The data was too exaggerated. Who knew if it was just BYD's hype? Wu Qin chuckled and replied, "Dear journalist, of course I stand by my words. This data comes from battery tests conducted by an authoritative institution." A test report appeared on the giant screen. The testing body was the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A bright red official seal attested to the report's credibility. "But this is simply unbelievable," the journalist murmured as he sat back down. His words echoed the thoughts of everyone present and countless viewers on a tiny battery with over 8,000 milliampere hours of capacity. It was truly beyond belief. Wu Chun continued, "The theme of this launch is meeting the future. So let's take a look at how the world will change once the Dragon Core battery is adopted. First, BYD will launch the latest model of the Han series, the Han DM, nationwide 6 days from now on the 15th of this month. The specific configurations will be announced later, but I can tell you now that all versions of the Han DM will have a range of 3,000 kilometers, with a full charge taking 4.5 hours. Additionally, there will be a high-end version of the Han DM with a range of 8,000 kilometers, which can be fully charged in 12 hours. Although Wu Qin didn't go into detail about the Han DM specifications or price, the range alone spoke volumes. Range had always been the Achilles heel of electric vehicles. Now with the advent of the Dragon Core battery, that problem was solved. The live stream chat went berserk. 5 hours to full charge and 3,000 kilometers of range. Am I dreaming? And the high-end version with 8,000 kilometers. My god, BYD is about to turn the world upside down. Does this mean I only need to charge once every 6 months? With my commute being less than 10 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers would last me 10 months. I'm not saying anything more. They'll put it in writing. If BYD releases it, and the range really hits 3,000 kilometers, I'll buy one immediately. Count me in. They'll go for the high-end version with 8,000 kilometers. Damn, the world has gone mad. The live stream was a chaotic frenzy. The reaction at the venue was much the same. The most agitated was the Tesla Asia-Pacific president, who was practically hopping with frustration, screaming, "Impossible! Impossible! A standard range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-end range of 8,000 kilometers. This was a death knell for all other electric vehicle manufacturers. Not only Tesla, but all the major electric vehicle companies present, such as NIO, XPeng, Geely, and others, also saw their expressions shift dramatically. The astonishing range offered by the Dragon Core battery was undoubtedly a game-changing weapon, rendering any electric car on the market obsolete. In terms of features, most vehicles were comparable. The sole critical factor hindering electric cars from surpassing fuel-powered ones was their range. To address this, electric vehicle manufacturers had tried countless methods, researching fast charging, exploring battery swapping without recharging, and more, but nearly all ended in failure. Without a breakthrough in battery technology, electric cars would never become mainstream. Now BYD had achieved that breakthrough first, and as this launch event proclaimed, it would change the entire world. Wu Chun continued, the advent of the Dragon Core battery will transform not just the electric vehicle industry, but every aspect of life. I believe we will soon see ultra-thin mobile phones with battery capacities exceeding 1.0 mAh, needing only a single charge per month. As he spoke these words, Wu Chun glanced at the representatives of several phone manufacturers present, Lei Jun, Yu Changhong, and delegates from Vivio, among others. Compared to electric vehicle manufacturers, the mobile phone industry was also struggling to remain composed. Just as range constrained the development of electric cars, battery capacity was a major factor limiting phone innovation. Everyone wanted to make phones thinner while extending battery life, but the size of the battery made it impossible to slim down without sacrificing capacity, which in turn compromised endurance. The Dragon Core battery, with its ultra-compact size and immense capacity, perfectly solved this dilemma. Thus, the manufacturer representatives were incredibly excited, finally understanding why BYD had specifically invited them. There will also be electric scooters that can travel long distances on a single charge, drones that can fly for extended periods, and power tools with greater capacity and longer usage times. In every field that uses lithium batteries, the Dragon Core battery will bring about monumental change. Lithium batteries had such a wide range of applications in modern society that the Dragon Core battery would have no trouble finding buyers. Wu Chun introduced more potential applications for the Dragon Core battery before saying, "Alright, before we move to the next phase, we have some time. Let me answer a few of your questions." As soon as he finished, reporters at the scene raised their hands. Everyone knew that the launch of the Dragon Core battery was a landmark technological achievement. Some reporters had already begun drafting articles and posting them on their media websites. However, beyond the journalists, the many manufacturer representatives and special guests also had numerous questions. Lei Jun raised his hand. "Alright, let's start with President Lei. What question would you like to ask?" Wu Chun said with a smile. Lei Jun took the microphone and asked, "I'm very concerned about two things: the production volume and the price of the Dragon Core battery. Can you disclose that?" Many manufacturers nodded in agreement. Price and production volume were always the most critical issues. The Dragon Core battery's small size, yet massive capacity, clearly involved incredible high technology. Although BYD announced it could be mass-produced, no one knew if it was small-scale or large-scale production. And if the price were exorbitant, its cost-effectiveness would be questionable. For electric vehicles, the situation was different. Car batteries were already expensive, and if the performance was superior, consumers would be willing to pay more. But for mobile phones, it was a different story. Domestic phone manufacturers competed fiercely on features and engaged in brutal price wars, even undercutting their own products. If costs were high, the impact would be significant. Wu Chun smiled and said, "President Lei, you've really put me on the spot. Alright, since you asked, I think this is a concern for many companies." Pausing briefly, Wu Chun continued, "We currently have 3 production lines with a monthly output exceeding 100 million units. 100 million units. This number stunned many people. The Asia-Pacific president of Tesla in particular slumped back into his seat, his face ashen. A monthly output of 100 million units indicated that BYD was not engaging in small-scale production, but had achieved true mass production. With an appropriate price, this product, which would never lack demand, could be sold in any quantity. Coupled with the high margins of being the world's first, it was easy to imagine how quickly BYD would expand its production lines. In fact, BYD had already begun constructing new production facilities." Lei Jun smiled and nodded. A monthly output of 100 million units was modest, but not insignificant. Given Xiaomi's standing, it should be able to secure a substantial share. As for the price, Wu Chun held up the Dragon Core battery again and said the ex-factory price for 1 unit is tentatively set at 15 yuan. The room erupted in uproar once more. No way really. 15 yuan per unit. Many people couldn't help but curse in surprise. The electric vehicle manufacturers were shrouded in gloom. BYD was essentially driving them out of business. Impossible. How can it be so cheap? The Asia-Pacific president of Tesla shrieked again. With such high-capacity superior range and such a low price, how much did a single 18,650 battery cost? It was more expensive than a Dragon Core battery, which not only had greater capacity, but was also smaller, allowing more batteries to be stacked in the same volume. Excelling in every aspect while being cheaper, it was clear that the Dragon Core battery was poised to sweep across the nation and even the entire world. While the electric vehicle industry trembled with anxiety, other sectors were brimming with excitement. BYD's core business was electric cars, not a competitor to them. Such an affordable and high-quality Dragon Core battery was bound to revolutionize the entire industry landscape. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. He turned to face the camera and announced loudly, "Dear me fans and viewers in the live stream, it shouldn't be long before you see Xiaomi phones with massive battery capacities hitting the market." With that, Lei Jun sat down, pulled out his phone, and immediately sent a message to his company's top management. Revise the design plan immediately. Replace the batteries in the current phone layout with the Dragon Core battery. At the same time, redesign to shrink the battery compartment and deliver a new design proposal as soon as possible. At that moment, Lei Jun was immensely thrilled. Compared to the price, he was actually more concerned about the compactness of the Dragon Core battery. Because phones had a fixed size, space was extremely limited. Every millimeter counted. A battery pack typically occupied nearly a third of the phone's internal space. Now with the Dragon Core battery, that space could be reduced to the size of a single chip. The freed up space would open up vast possibilities. Compromises and cut-down features would no longer be necessary. They could simply be included without putting down his phone. Lei Jun couldn't help but glance at Yu Changhong to his left. At that moment, Yu Changhong was also on a call. Lei Jun felt that compared to the electric vehicle industry, the mobile phone sector would undergo even greater changes. Next, Wu Chun answered some other questions regarding the Longshin battery, such as charging efficiency. The atmosphere on site was enthusiastic, resembling an industry carnival, while Zhou Yang felt utterly bored. In Zhou Yang's view, this press conference could have been summarized in an announcement on the official website or a PowerPoint presentation. Beside him, Yu Changhong was on the phone, seemingly talking directly to Wang Haoning. President Wang, 1 million units per month is far too little, it simply won't suffice. How about we adjust the price a bit, say 17 yuan per unit? Yu Changhong's request was not met, leaving him with a face full of regret. Zhou Yang couldn't help but say, "How about I give him a word?" Yu Changhong was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Mr. Zhou knows President Wang." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Changhong snapped back to reality. Zhou Yang was sitting in the center of the press conference. It would be a miracle if he did not know Wang Haoning. "That's great, thank you so much, Mr. Zhou," Yu Changhong quickly said, handing over the phone. "It's a small matter." Zhou Yang took the phone and said, "President Wang, this is Zhou Yang. By the way, how many units do you need per month?" Zhou Yang asked Yu Changhong again. Yu Changhong hurriedly replied, "At least 3 million. No, it would be best to negotiate for 5 million units. Given the shipping volume of Huawei smartphones, even 5 million units a month might not be sufficient. Although the capacity of a single Longshin battery has reached 8,000 milliamperes, its small size means you can't just use a few pieces. A single phone might need several, and even with 1 million phones shipped a month, it might not be enough." Zhou Yang smiled and said to Wang Haoning, "President Wang, let's go for 10 million units a month for Huawei and offer a preferential price of 14 yuan. After saying that, Zhou Yang handed the phone back to Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong's eyes widened. Oh, was that it? He had expected Zhou Yang to build a good relationship with Wang Haoning, perhaps sweet-talking him, as it was clear to everyone that the Longshin battery was not worried about sales. They could sell as much as they produced. But with just one sentence from Zhou Yang, and in such a commanding tone, he directly secured 10 million units for Huawei, which was just too outrageous. It made Yu Changhong think Zhou Yang was joking. However, when he picked up the phone and heard Wang Haoning laughing on the other end, he said, "I didn't expect President Yu and Mr. Zhou to know each other. All right then, 10 million units per month, and we'll go with the price Mr. Zhou mentioned, 14 yuan per unit. Given the current shipping volume, once the production line expands, the cost price of 10 yuan will even decrease. Not to mention 15 yuan, even at 10 yuan per unit, BYD would still profit." Moreover, as far as Zhou Yang knew, the price of 15 yuan was likely set by the government. Otherwise, in business, BYD could sell them for 20 or 30 yuan each, and nobody would complain about it being expensive. Yu Changhong put down the phone, staring blankly at Zhou Yang with only one question in his mind. Who on earth is Zhou Yang? He's so young, yet possesses such a... "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, you've been a tremendous help," Yu Changhong quickly said, even using a respectful tone. Zhou Yang waved his hand and replied, No need for that, it's just a small matter. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I'll contact you, President Yu, when I go to SC next time. Yu Changhong quickly stood up to see Zhou Yang off. Watching Zhou Yang leave under the escort of Chun Riyun and a few bodyguards, Yu Changhong grew more and more curious about Zhou Yang's identity. In the next segment, Wu Chun introduced more features of the Longxin battery and the battery products centered around it. However, no one was paying attention anymore, and everyone was more concerned about what impact the emergence of the Longxin battery would have on the entire world. Major media platforms promptly reported on the event. A tremendous breakthrough in battery technology, the Longxin battery emerges small size, yet high capacity, the arrival of future technology. BYD has devoted years to research and development, achieving qualitative change through quantitative growth. The Longxin battery is science fiction come to life, a battery from the future. Similar reports flooded in astonishing in number, all boasting titles about future technology. In fact, for those who attended the press conference or learned about the Longxin battery through reports, it was as if the Longxin battery was a black technology of sorts. The size of a button battery, but possessing an astonishing capacity of over 8,000 milliamperes. Who would dare to believe it? On some tech forums, dedicated threads were opened to discuss what changes the appearance of the Longxin battery would bring to various industries. The most discussed topics besides electric vehicles were smartphones. The responses from major domestic smartphone manufacturers were also rapid. After the press conference, Lei Jun posted a Weibo stating that 1 month later a special edition of the Mi 10 would be released featuring a battery pack composed of 16 Longxin batteries, boasting an astounding capacity of 130,000 milliamperes. Xiaomi is mighty and Lei is impressive. 130,000 milliamperes. With that kind of capacity, one charge could last a month without needing another. Mom will no longer have to worry about my phone running out of battery. I feel like the power bank industry is about to collapse. With such a large capacity, who needs a power bank? That's not quite right. Given the size of a power bank, you can imagine how many Longxin batteries can fit inside. Soon enough, we could have a million milliamperes power bank that lasts an entire year. Power banks might become controlled items in the future. A million milliamperes of energy is practically a small bomb. Don't even think about power banks. With a capacity of 100,000 milliamperes, phones might as well become bombs themselves. Samsung batteries exploded with only a few thousand milliamperes, causing injuries. With over 100,000 milliamperes, it's no joke. People could get blown to bits. Has anyone up there watched the press conference? Please go back and search for the video. BYD has already conducted safety tests. Even when bending the Longxin battery or stabbing it with a knife, it doesn't cause a short circuit, likely due to the special materials used, so you don't need to worry about safety. I just want to know how long it takes to charge a phone with over 100,000 milliamperes. Don't even mention it. Looking at my 2,800 milliamperes iPhone 12, it suddenly feels inadequate. After Xiaomi's announcement, various smartphone manufacturers couldn't sit idle, quickly issuing statements that they would soon release new high-capacity phones. Among them, Huawei's announcement was the most impressive. The announcement stated, first, gratitude to BYD for the support that allows Huawei to secure 10 million Longxin batteries each month. Additionally, the Mate 40 press conference, originally scheduled for the 18th of this month, will be postponed to the 1st of next month, during which the new Mate 40 series will be unveiled. Huawei directly applied the Longxin battery to their yet-to-be-released flagship model, sending major smartphone fans into a frenzy. Meanwhile, other manufacturers were left feeling frustrated. The news of Huawei securing 10 million units directly stimulated them, making them incredibly envious, as they had gone through great lengths to obtain only 1 million units from BYD each month. Huawei's allocation was 10 times theirs, and just like that, the other smartphone manufacturers were at a disadvantage. Just like the mobile phone industry, the electric vehicle sector reacted dramatically. Stocks across the major EV companies tumbled in response. In particular, emerging automakers like NIO and XPeng saw their shares plummet immediately after the press conference concluded. In stark contrast, BYD's stock defied the trend and surged upward. One company hit the daily upper limit, while the other hit the lower limit. It was a world of difference between heaven and earth. Earlier, when BYD announced the spin-off of its battery business and the partnership with Matrix Energy, its stock had been on a continuous decline. Countless retail investors were forced to cut their losses and sell off their holdings, losing everything down to their last penny. Who could have imagined that just 3 months later BYD would drop such a bombshell? Every financial channel speculated that the company's stock was poised for an unprecedented surge. Those with quick reflexes and sharp information channels had already started buying BYD shares during the press conference. By the time the majority of investors caught on, the stock price had already begun its frenzied ascent. Those who had sold their BYD shares earlier were now beating their chests and stamping their feet, consumed by regret to the point of despair. Meanwhile, some who had bottom-fished when the stock was at its lowest were now reaping enormous profits as the price climbed. Yet the biggest winner of all was Wang Haoning. When the stock price was falling, BYD had already initiated a share buyback plan, acquiring a substantial number of its own shares. At the time, financial experts analyzed this move as an attempt to prop up the stock price. But now with this bombshell revelation, no one dared to question it anymore. Instead, everyone began calculating how much BYD would gain from the impending price surge. Compared to the online uproar and stock fluctuations, the biggest concern for major corporations was how much of the Dragon Core battery production they could secure. BYD itself had announced at the press conference that its monthly output was a mere 100 million units. Huawei, through some unknown connections, had already snapped up a full tenth of that. And since BYD itself was a major automaker, its own battery consumption would certainly be substantial. Once the new BYD vehicles equipped with Dragon Core batteries hit the market, they were bound to sell like hotcakes, further increasing the company's internal demand. 100 million units a month was simply not enough. Now every company was frantically pulling strings, trying every possible angle to get batteries from BYD. But no matter how many inquiries were made, the answer was always the same: no stock available, and at least for the next 3 months, not a single unit could be obtained. At BYD headquarters. President Lee, it's really not that I'm not giving you face. You know how many years we've known each other, how could I not? But there's simply no stock. 2 million units is truly the absolute limit. You have no idea how many companies out there are begging for supplies and can't get any. How about this? In 3 months, I can authorize 10 million units per month for you. Wang Haoning hung up the phone, his face etched with distress. Across the desk sat a young officer who, despite his youth, already held the rank of lieutenant colonel. He smiled and said, "President Wang, at a time like this, you should be the happiest of all." "Why the long face?" Wang Haoning glanced at the young officer and said with undisguised frustration, "How can I not worry? The demand is enormous and I have no stock. The new production lines won't be operational for at least another month or two. That's why I'm fretting." The young officer chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You're worried about making money too slowly. President Wang, I don't care about other companies, but the military's initial order of 50 million units must be completed on time and to specification." Wang Haoning nodded gloomily. This time the biggest buyer of Dragon Core batteries was in fact the military. Lithium batteries have extensive applications in the military field, including communication systems, underwater drones, and unmanned aerial vehicles. That was why Gao Jianjun had shown up when the product was rolling off the line, to inspect the finished goods and prepare to place an order. Fortunately, the price for the military was also 15 yuan per unit, otherwise Wang Haoning would have been even more frustrated. But even so, with such limited monthly output, having the military take half of it was a painful loss for Wang Haoning. He had ambitious plans to dominate the electric vehicle market, but the lackluster battery production was directly hampering his vehicle output. "All right, I'll take my leave now." The young officer rose and departed. After seeing him off, Wang Haoning had barely sat down when his assistant came in to report on business invitations. Countless corporate executives were lining up to treat him to dinner, all in a desperate bid to secure battery supplies. "Turn them all down. Just tell them there's no stock, and to wait," Wang Haoning said irritably. He had anticipated that the Dragon Core battery would be a hit, but he never imagined it would be this wildly popular. The assistant nodded and added, "By the way, President Wang, someone from Tianai Chemical is here and wants to meet with you. They mentioned discussing a collaboration on carbon." "Who?" Wang Haoning was taken aback. Tianai Chemical, he knew that name. Initially, Zhou Yang had planned to partner with Tianai Chemical to use a low-cost method for producing carbon nanotubes, ensuring cheap raw materials for the Dragon Core battery. But the problem was that Tianai Chemical had turned Zhou Yang down, claiming it was unnecessary. This was precisely why Matrix Energy had directly invested in building a carbon nanotube factory to mass-produce inexpensive carbon nanotubes exclusively for BYD. This factory had played a significant role in making the Dragon Core battery mass-producible. Hence, Wang Haoning had a vivid memory of Tianai Chemical, the company that had rejected Zhou Yang. "Where is he? Bring him here. Let me have a look," Wang Haoning said after a moment's thought. He was curious to see the kind of person who would dare to turn down Zhou Yang. Soon a young man was led into Wang Haoning's office. If Zhou Yang had been there, he would have recognized him as the same young man who had cut in line at the— "Hello, President Wang. My name is Zheng Yun, and I'm the vice president of Tianai Chemical. Oh, and my father is the chairman of Tianai Chemical." The young man extended his hand in self-introduction. Wang Haoning did not shake his hand, but quietly sized him up instead. Zheng Yun withdrew his hand awkwardly and quickly pressed on, "President Wang, I attended the press conference and know that your Dragon Core battery is produced using carbon nanotubes. I believe we can definitely collaborate because in China, Tianai Chemical is the industry leader in carbon nanotube production." Wang Haoning chuckled inwardly. Just as he had suspected, Tianai Chemical had come for the carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had been prescient enough to build his own factory, otherwise they would have been at the mercy of others for this critical raw material. "By the way, after the release of our Dragon Core battery, your Tianai Chemical stock should have gone up quite a bit, right?" Wang Haoning suddenly asked. "Not really, just a small increase." Zheng Yun was modest in words, but inwardly, he was brimming with pride. Riding the wave of the Dragon Core battery, not only Tianai Chemical, but all carbon nanotube-related companies had seen massive gains. And as the industry leader Tianai Chemical had hit the daily upper limit for several consecutive days. Wang Haoning let out a cold laugh and waved to his assistant, "Go find a few journalists and put out an announcement. Say that BYD has already built its own carbon nanotube factory, and to meet the production demands of the Dragon Core battery, we will be expanding capacity. We'll produce 5,000 tons a month. Whatever we don't use we'll sell externally at a price of 80,000 yuan per ton." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun was instantly dumbfounded. Zheng Yun sprang to his feet. "Mr. Wang, you must be joking. At 8,000 per ton, you'd be losing a fortune. The market price for carbon nanotubes high-quality imports were around 550,000 per ton, while domestic ones of considerably lower quality typically sold for about 400,000. Now Wang Haoning intended to sell at 8,000 per ton. Even by the lowest standard he'd lose over 300,000 per ton. And 5,000 tons a month at that, Mr. Wang. That's no joke. Carbon nanotubes were a novel material difficult to produce with low yield rates, hence their persistently high prices. Domestic demand was also limited. Tianai Chemical, the industry leader, understood the domestic market best. Last year, the total domestic trade volume of carbon nanotubes was just over 1,000 tons, with all manufacturers combined producing only 2,000 tons. Yet here was Wang Haoning casually claiming a monthly output of 5,000 tons. It was preposterous. A joke. Wang Haoning shot Zheng Yun a glance and rebuked without hesitation. "You're just a young whelp. Who do you think you are for me to joke with you? You're not even worthy. Let me tell you, even your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that." In the domestic business world, Wang Haoning was a renowned tycoon. In his anger, his mere presence turned Zheng Yun's face pale with fear. "Mr. Wang, please calm down. I meant no offense. But isn't this just losing money?" Zheng Yun quickly defended himself. Wang Haoning chuckled. "Losing money? How do you know we'll lose money? Let me make it clear, our own carbon nanotubes cost only 60,000 per ton at factory gate." "What?" Zheng Yun exclaimed, stunned into silence. "Carbon nanotubes at 60,000 per ton? Impossible. At such a price they could sweep the domestic and even global carbon nanotube market." Wang Haoning continued, Mr. Zhou gave you a chance before offering to cooperate in producing affordable carbon nanotubes. But you refused. Do you realize who you rejected? Mr. Zhou of all people. From mere Tianai Chemical, who do you think you are to refuse, Mr. Zhou? He'll tell you plainly, starting tomorrow, our BYD subsidiary's carbon nanotube factory will expand production. 5,000 tons a month sold at 8,000 per ton. Think about what that will mean. Assistant, see our guest out. Wang Haoning waved his hand impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that Tianai Chemical had rejected Zhou Yang, and he wanted to vent Zhou's anger, Wang Haoning wouldn't have bothered to see Zheng Yun at all. The expansion plan had long been set, driven by the immense demand for Dragon Core batteries, which required increased carbon nanotube output. Zheng Yun stumbled out of the office ashen-faced. 5,000 tons a month, 8,000 per ton. The words echoed in his mind, chilling him to the bone. If all this were true, the blow to Tianai Chemical would be devastating. Within 2 months, they would either have to switch industries or go bankrupt. Mr. Zhou, Zheng Yun murmured, then hastily asked his assistant, "Assistant Su, I just want to know, who is this Mr.?" The assistant glanced at Zheng Yun, smiled, pointed toward the elevator, and turned away. How did it come to this? Zheng Yun was on the verge of tears. He had no idea how he had offended this Mr. Zhou, incurring such heavy-handed retaliation from BYD. Wang Haoning claimed Tianai Chemical had rejected Mr. Zhou, but Zheng Yun couldn't recall any such incident. The impact of the Dragon Core battery continued to expand. On the second day after the press conference, the evening news devoted a full 10 minutes to introducing it. This was unprecedented. Suddenly, the entire nation knew of the Dragon Core battery's existence. The advertising effect was immense, but more crucial was the official endorsement and the government's stance. In the news, officials heaped praise, describing the Dragon Core battery as a force that would bring incredible changes to the nation and the world. Initially, there were doubts about the battery's authenticity, despite BYD's grand press conference and various test certificates. These could be faked. The Dragon Core battery was too astonishing. A chip-sized device with such immense capacity seemed like alien technology. But after the evening news report, all skepticism vanished. Official recognition and widespread promotion left no room for doubt. The report also stated that the battery was developed jointly by BYD's R&D team and the team of academician Chen Tiankai from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Suddenly, the Dragon Core battery became the hottest topic. Online, in the media, even among elderly folks on street corners, everyone was talking. This buzz spread the news worldwide instantly. All media reported that the mysterious Eastern nation had achieved a breakthrough in battery technology. There were skeptics who claimed that country CS research was too backward for such a breakthrough. Many internationally renowned institutes and energy experts loudly accused country C of fraud, insisting such a battery was impossible. These voices dominated mainstream Western media, which looked down on country C's research capabilities and believed such a breakthrough couldn't possibly originate there. Few countries reported it fairly. Fortunately, domestic netizens couldn't see the foreign reports, otherwise they'd be furious. A crucial point was that BYD had only held a press conference. Although official media reported it, the most important products hadn't yet rolled off the production line. Only when electric cars with a 3/5 kilometer range hit the roads and phones with over 10,000 mAh came into use would people truly believe the Dragon Core battery had arrived in their lives. Zhou Yang also watched the CCTV report. "Mr. Zhou, I think you're being too modest," said Chen Riyun, who was beside him softly. The news report made no mention of Zhou Yang at all, crediting only BYD and Chen Tiankai for the Dragon Core battery. But Chen Riyun knew that Zhou Yang had developed the battery single-handedly and even solved the mass production issues. Chen Tiankai's team had contributed but less than 1% of the credit. Now all the glory went to Chen Tiankai, while Zhou Yang remained unknown. Modest. Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Riyun. "What would you have me do? Be flashy, let the whole country know I developed the Dragon Core battery? So what? Would it make my meals taste better or grant me a longer life?" He turned off the TV and stood up. "I don't need others' praise. How they judge or see me doesn't matter. I just want to do what I set out to do, and in doing so have a clear conscience." Chen Riyun was deeply moved. "Mr. Zhou, you are a true pillar of the nation." A pillar of the nation. Such an honor was not something just anyone could. Zhou Yang smiled and asked, "Have the plans for tomorrow been arranged?" Chen Riyun nodded. Tomorrow Zhou Yang intended to go to SC to visit the headquarters of Hisilicon. In SC City at the Hisilicon headquarters, Hisilicon's RD center, heavily funded by Huawei, was located in a scenic suburb. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Yu Changhong, along with several heads of the RD Center, had been waiting early at the entrance of the campus. The technical director of the RD Center was Kong Lu, a young man with prematurely thinning hair. Wearing glasses and appearing scholarly, he looked young, but was a true genius and a technical master. "Old Chen President Yu rushed over early this morning and is now waiting directly at the gate." "Who is he waiting for? This is way too ceremonious," Kong Lu whispered to a colleague beside him. The colleague, equally puzzled, shook his head and said no idea. "Could it be a big shot from the city government?" "Probably not." Kong Lu shook his head. "If it were an official, we would have been notified in advance." As they were talking, Yu Changhong suddenly turned around and said, "An honored guest is coming. All of you mind your manners, understand?" The group quickly nodded, but their curiosity grew. Anyone Yu Changhong regarded as an honored guest was no ordinary person. Just then a Hongqi sedan slowly approached. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up and he hurried forward to greet them. Kong Lu and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. "Hey, what model is this Hongqi? It looks quite grand." "I've never seen it before," a colleague asked curiously. Kong Lu's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed under his breath, "Damn, this is an L5. And look at the body. It seems heavily reinforced. Holy crap, could this be the legendary armored version? Who the hell is this to be riding in such a car? Is this car that impressive?" A colleague who didn't understand asked. Kong Lu lowered his voice and said, "It's what leaders ride. What do you think?" Instantly the colleagues fell silent. The car stopped and Chen Riyun got out first before opening the door. "Mr. Zhou," Yu Changhong greeted with a smile. President Yu Zhou Yang shook hands with Yu Changhong and said, "I hope my sudden visit isn't disrupting your work." Yu Changhong quickly shook his head, called for a campus electric cart, and led Zhou Yang into the campus, introducing the overall situation along the way. They finally arrived at the RD Center. Zhou Yang asked, "President Yu, may I take a look at your chip design?" Yu Changhong was taken aback, wondering why Zhou Yang wanted to see the chip design. The key point was that even now Yu Changhong still didn't know Zhou Yang's specific identity. Chip design was the core secret of Hisilicon, generally not shown to outsiders. But considering Zhou Yang's status, Yu Changhong nodded and entered the RD Center with Zhou Yang. The entire RD Center exuded a strong sense of science fiction. According to Yu Changhong, the RD Center housed over 3,000 researchers, not counting the supporting technical staff. This research force was among the top in the country. Zhou Yang followed Yu Changhong and the others on a tour that took 2 hours, giving him a general understanding of Hisilicon's chip design capabilities. It was #1 domestically and at the world's cutting edge. Although the country was constrained by issues like lithography machines and couldn't produce high-end chips, its chip design was on par with the world's best. As the saying goes, just because we can't manufacture it doesn't mean we can't conceptualize it and do theoretical research. In the lab, anything can be built. "Mr. Zhou, this is our latest chip, the Kirin 9000. It's a 5-nanometer process with an octa-core design and 15.3 billion transistors. It's not far behind Apple's A14, Kong Lu said, proudly pointing at a chip. "How far behind?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. Kong Lu's expression flickered, and after a long pause he said, "About 20%. Zhou Yang nodded. "That's quite a lot." 20% was indeed significant. Kong Lu and the others flushed red with indignation of Zhou Yang's words. One person couldn't help but retort, what do you know? Exactly, only a 20% gap is already very impressive. Kong Lu clenched his fists. If not for Yu Changhong's presence, he would have wanted to have it out with Zhou Yang and make him take back his words. The Kirin 9000 was the result of the tireless efforts of thousands at Hezilicon, combined with tens of thousands from RD centers worldwide. With one sentence, Zhou Yang had dismissed all their hard work. Yu Changhong cleared his throat and said, what are you muttering about? Mister, Zhou doesn't know much about chips, so it's natural for him to think the gap is big. And I believe that a gap is a gap. Whether it's 1% or 20, it's still a gap. Remember, the original purpose of founding Hezilicon was to create the world's best chips. Don't think that just because you've developed the Kirin 9000, you can rest on your laurels. I think Mr. Zhou is right, you still have a long way to go. His words left Kong Lu and the others humiliated and resentful, their gazes toward Zhou Yang even more hostile. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong in surprise and asked, President Yu, do you truly mean that? Yu Changhong nodded. Of course I do. Mr. Ren's original intention in founding Hezilicon was to be the world's best. He once told us, if others can develop it, why can't we? Are we missing a brain? Well said. Zhou Yang applauded. Yu Changhong smiled, glanced at his watch, and said, Mr. Zhou, it's about time. How about we go for lunch? I've already made a Zhou Yang reached out to Chenrian. She immediately stepped forward and handed him a small combination lock case. Zhou Yang opened it, revealing a solid. Zhou Yang handed the solid-state drive to Kong Lu and said, Kong Lu, right. Take a good look at what's in here and get back to me with results as soon as possible. With that, Zhou Yang said to Yu Changhong, well, President Yu, let's go for lunch. Yu Changhong glanced curiously at the solid-state drive, wanting to ask what it was, but decided against it and led Zhou Yang away. Kong Lu and the others were left behind. One person shook a fist at Zhou Yang's retreating figure and said, that guy is so infuriating. If President Yu weren't here, give it a rest. Didn't you see the bodyguard with him? And a beautiful female one at that? Way too pretty. Forget it. President Yu is right. He's not a professional. When Chief Kong said the gap was 20%, it's not wrong for him to say it's a lot. Kong Lu snorted lightly. Looking at the solid-state drive in his hand, he hesitated for a moment, then handed it to a colleague at a nearby workstation and said, open it up. Let's see what this thing is. The colleague connected the drive and turned on the computer. Wow, 1 terabyte. That's not small, and it's almost full. I wonder what's on it. Let's talk, just open it, Kong Lu urged. Clicking on the drive, there was only one file, named Design Principles of Biomimetic Cellular Chips. Kong Lu's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed, holy crap, you've got to be kidding me. At the Yuezhang Grand Hotel, within a luxurious private room, Yu Changhong raised his glass and said, Mr. Zhou, the 10 million Dragon Core batteries you helped us secure previously were a tremendous boon. On behalf of Huawei, I thank you. Dragon Core batteries were in such high demand that BYD needed them for its own use, leaving very little to distribute to other enterprises. Lei Jun had boasted that a large number of Mi 10 phones equipped with Dragon Core batteries would hit the market available for purchase without the need for a frenzy all in stock. In reality, however, Xiaomi had only secured 1 million Dragon Core batteries. According to Lei Jun's plan, each phone required 16 Dragon Core batteries. 1 million batteries would only be enough to assemble 62,500 phones, a mere drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient. Thus, Yu Changhong knew that Lei Jun was likely to be proven wrong again. Only Huawei, thanks to a single word from Zhou Yang, had obtained 10 million batteries, enough for the foreseeable future. A trivial matter. Zhou Yang clinked glasses with Yu Changhong and took a small sip. He was quite satisfied with HiSilicon's research and development capabilities. However, HiSilicon's strength lay only in chip design, actual production still depended on other companies. Domestic chip manufacturing capabilities were still far behind, and improvement was no easy task. Even if Zhou Yang possessed detailed technical data for advanced lithography machines, direct production was impossible. A single lithography machine comprised over 100,000 components, many of which could not be manufactured domestically. To build a lithography machine, one would have to start from scratch, upgrading every aspect: materials, lenses, electronic signals, to reach world-class standards before production, according to the blueprints, could even be considered. Thus, some things were simply impossible to produce, even with the blueprints in hand. Since Zhou Yang had not obtained production materials for lithography machines from the system, he was powerless to improve silicon-based chips. But that did not prevent Zhou Yang from taking a different path, leapfrogging silicon-based chips to produce biomimetic cellular chips. Moreover, silicon-based chip technology, according to Moore's law, was approaching its physical limits. Like battery technology, further breakthroughs were exceedingly difficult, necessitating a completely new approach. Biomimetic cellular chips represented this new path. Is Huawei short on funds? Zhou Yang set down his glass and asked. The question caught Yu Changhong off guard. After a moment's thought, he said, Mr. Zhou, do you mean to invest in Huawei? Otherwise, Yu Changhong could not fathom why Zhou Yang would ask such a question. Since Huawei was not publicly listed, investing in or acquiring a stake in it was no easy matter. Zhou Yang shook his head. No, I simply want to know how much you can allocate for research and development. Yu Changhong frowned, then said with some pride, last year we invested over 90 billion in R&D. That was indeed a substantial figure. And for chips alone, Zhou Yang pressed. Huawei had many divisions with telecommunications as its main business. The 90 billion covered all R&D expenses combined. Yu Changhong thought for a moment. Probably around 10 plus billion. That's a bit low. Zhou Yang considered this, then said, what if I give you 100 billion for chip research and development? Yu Changhong spat out his drink, coughing violently. 100 billion, not 100 yuan. Mr. Zhou, you can't be serious. Yu Changhong stammered. Was Huawei short of money? Huawei was wealthy yet perpetually in need of funds. ORD could never have too much investment. Hiring 1,000 RD personnel versus 10,000 was an entirely different proposition. Nonetheless, Zhou Yang's casual offer of 100 billion stunned Yu Changhong. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong. I never joke. Though Zhou Yang had not a cent on him. No, based on his 9% stake in Matrix Energy, Zhou Yang was still a bit. But Zhou Yang believed that if he took the production data for biomimetic cellular chips to the government, securing 100 billion would be effortless. The nation needed battery technology, but it also needed chip technology. Investing 100 billion in an entirely new chip to overtake competitors and achieve global leadership, whether 100 billion or a trillion, the state would be willing to invest. Yu Changhong's mouth fell open, stunned into silence. For the first time, he seriously pondered Zhou Yang's identity. Not just anyone could casually declare an investment of 100 billion. Just as Yu Changhong was about to inquire about Zhou Yang's background, the private room door burst open with a bang. In walked Kong Lu and five. Manager Yu, they insisted on forcing their way in, and we couldn't stop them, the two waiters outside said nervously. Yu Changhong exclaimed in surprise, what are you doing? He hadn't invited Kong Lu and his group, and how did Kong Lu know they were dining here? Kong Lu, however, acted as if he hadn't seen Yu Changhong at all, charging straight toward Zhou Yang. But as he approached, an arm blocked his path, easily restraining him. It was Chun Ruiyun. What do you think you're doing? Chun Ruiyun said. Kong Lu was pinned to the ground, his face flushed red, and he said weakly, we don't intend any harm, we just want to ask Mr. Zhou some questions. It's fine, Section Chief Chun. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Chun Ruiyun released him. Nearby, Yu Changhong's eyes narrowed as he cast an incredulous glance. Section Chief. Government personnel. A bodyguard with the rank of Section Chief. That was likely a high level. And Zhou Yang's identity. Yu Changhong dared not speculate further. Kong Lu scrambled to his feet, casting a fearful look at Chun Ruiyun, then hurried over to Zhou Yang. The six of them stood in a neat row before Zhou Yang. Come apologize to Mr. Zhou, Kong Lu called out. The six of them bowed in unison at a 90-degree angle and said loudly, we're sorry, Mr. What is this all about? Yu Changhong watched in bewilderment. Kong Lu straightened up and said, Mr. Zhou, we were blind before and offended you. We beg your forgiveness for our ignorance and impulsiveness. To be honest, it wasn't until we saw what was on that hard drive that we realized there is always a higher mountain beyond the sky. This time we are truly convinced, utterly and completely. You are a true master. The other five nodded vigorously. As technicians, they judged everything by skill. If someone was only slightly better, they treated them as rivals and strove to catch. But for someone whose expertise far surpassed theirs, someone they could never dream of overtaking, they could only revere them as a deity. And the contents of that hard drive were more than enough. Zhou Yang glanced at Kong Lu and asked, did you understand everything? Kong Lu quickly shook his head. We grasped the basics, but the deeper theories eluded us. And the outcomes? Zhou Yang pressed. The data on that hard drive was essentially a textbook. It was normal not to understand it fully. But if one couldn't learn by following the instructions, there was no helping it. What Zhou Yang wanted was a result. Kong Lu said earnestly, give us 3 years, and we'll definitely succeed. 3 years. Zhou Yang shook his head. That was too long. 3 years to solve the chip problem. Zhou Yang found it far too lengthy. 2 years then. 2 years, and we can definitely develop it. Kong Lu gritted his teeth. Zhou Yang still shook his head. Yu Changhong, perplexed, hurriedly asked Kong Lu and Mr. Zhou, what are you talking about? 2 years, Kong Lu explained. It's a chip, a bionic cell chip, President Yu. This is a brand new design from materials to architecture. It's a chip the world has never seen. And that's not all. The most crucial part is its performance. According to Mr. Zhou's blueprint, a fingernail-sized chip would contain 2.6 trillion cellular synaptic structures, similar to transistors. President Yu, can you imagine how powerful a chip with 2.6 trillion transistors would be? It would be over 100 times more powerful than the strongest chip today. Kong Lu grew increasingly excited, feeling this was straight out of a sci-fi. Yu Changhong stared in shock, his eyes wide. Having risen through the technical ranks, he understood chips well and knew exactly what a brand new chip with such immense performance, it would dominate the entire world. Kong Lu, are you saying this biochip design came from Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong gazed at Zhou Yang, bewildered. Where had Zhou Yang obtained such a thing? Even Chun Ruiyun pricked up her ears, silently noting every word. The term bionic cell chip and everything set around her. Over the past 3 months, Zhou Yang had been busy, but Chunrin didn't know with what she lacked the expertise. Yet instinct told her he was engaged in something crucial. Now Chunrin felt she had the answer. Zhou Yang had likely been researching this bionic cell chip all along. Kong Lu nodded emphatically. Right, mister. Zhou gave us all the blueprints and theoretical foundations earlier. President Yu weren't there. That hard drive. Yu Changhong suddenly realized, incredulous. All of it. Kong Lu nodded. The hard drive contained everything about the bionic cell chip, the design theory system sets, instruction sets, every aspect of the chip. It was practically an encyclopedia of bionic cell chips. Once understood and studied, one could manufacture it. Of course, the manufacturing was challenging, but Kong Lu believed that with 2 or 3 years of thorough research, it could be produced in the lab. Yu Changhong was astounded. After a long pause, he asked, Mr. Zhou, what exactly do you mean? Giving away a complete new bionic cell chip design without any encryption. Wasn't Zhou Yang afraid Huawei would steal it and claim it as their own? And he had even offered 100 billion earlier. Yu Changhong was utterly confused about Zhou Yang's intentions. Zhou Yang said, it's simple. I'm entrusting the production, design, and manufacturing of this chip to Huawei. This only deepened Yu Changhong's bewilderment. There was no love or hate without reason. Why would Zhou Yang be so generous to Huawei, giving away research results and money? Yu Changhong couldn't fathom it. Mr. Zhou, are you with the government? As far as I know, there are plenty of state-owned enterprises in semiconductors and chip design. Why give this research to Huawei? Is the government planning to take us over? Huawei remained a private, unlisted company. It wasn't resistant to capital. Everyone knew money was good and allowed one to do what they wanted. But money was hard to take, especially from capital. Taking capital meant compromise and being controlled, even if it was the state. Only as a private company making its own decisions could every penny be spent wisely. Zhou Yang smiled. President Yu, you're overthinking. No one wants to take over Huawei. As for why I chose you, it's simple. I selected Huawei. You selected us. Yu Changhong was startled again. Who was Zhou Yang to decide on 100 billion yuan investment? Zhou Yang nodded. I think highly of Huawei. That was it. Yu Changhong's eyes widened. Just because he liked Huawei had hand over a priceless chip design and 100 billion yuan. Yu Changhong was completely lost. Then, Mr. Zhou, what do you want? If the bionic cell chip was real, what was that design worth? 100 billion, 200 billion, even 1 trillion. It was incalculable. And Zhou Yang was also giving them 100 billion in funds. So with all this, what did Zhou Yang want in return? Huawei shares. What do I want? Zhou Yang thought for a moment. I want nothing. President, you don't worry. I have my own reasons. From Yu Changhong's perspective, it was about business interests, shares, money. But at Zhou Yang's level, those thoughts were trivial. Money was too vulgar, too low for him. Zhou Yang thought about technological progress and the nation's future. Choosing a private company had its reasons, like with BYD, to bring products to market faster and benefit millions. It wasn't that state-owned enterprises couldn't lead, but they were often slower and more constrained. Of course, all this was under the premise that everything remained under. For instance, data security. Huawei had always excelled at keeping technological secrets, having been suppressed by the U.S. and understanding the importance of research. So Zhou Yang felt they did even better than the state in some areas. Yu Changhong sank into deep thought, unable to grasp Zhou Yang's purpose. But the chip data was right there, along with 100 billion in funding seemingly available. With a nod. At that moment, Kong Lu couldn't help asking, Mr. Zhou, may I ask you some questions about the chips? Since Zhou Yang had brought forth the bionic cell chip, no one was better qualified to explain its principles. Zhou Yang said, you should grasp the theory quickly. The key is manufacturing and mass production. They'll help you solve those gradually. So I'm giving you 3 months to achieve mass production. Like with the Longxin battery, 3 months seemed ample to Zhou Yang. But Kong Lu and the others were dumbfounded. 3 months? Was that even possible? After finishing the meal, Zhou Yang left first. However, Chen Riyun deliberately lagged behind and returned to the private room. Mr. Yu, regarding today's conversation and the information that Supervisor Kong has obtained, I hope you can maintain confidentiality. Shortly, the National Security Bureau will arrive at your park to conduct background checks on all your employees. I hope you can cooperate. Chen Riyun finished speaking and turned to leave without waiting for their reaction. Kong Lu and the others were left dumbfounded. Who is this beautiful woman? The National Security Bureau. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Exactly. We haven't done anything wrong. Why do we need background checks? Kong Lu frowned and said, I understand now. It might be because we've seen that piece of information, which should be top secret. You understand, right? If it leaks, it would be catastrophic. He gestured around his neck. Several colleagues rolled their eyes, but thinking of the value of such chips, they dared not say more. As for Yu Changhong, he was still in shock. After pouring himself a drink and downing it, his mind started to clear, and he asked, Kong Lu, tell me clearly, is this bionic cell chip feasible? How difficult is it to develop? Kong Lu replied seriously, it is feasible, but also very difficult. Not just any kind of difficulty. How so? Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, "In terms of theory, the information Mr. Zhou provided is perfect. It can be said that Mr. Zhou has completed the entire design of the chip. As long as we thoroughly understand the principles within it, we can complete the chip preparation in the lab in a week, at most 1 week. Every year, HiSilicon invests massive amounts of funds into research and development. The capabilities of the entire R&D center are top-notch, so manufacturing chips based on this information is not particularly difficult." After a pause, Kong Lu continued, "But just like silicon-based chips, the key is still the production technology. Although this bionic cell chip doesn't require photolithography machines anymore, I've looked closely and the production difficulty is exceptionally high. The main challenges are the preparation of bionic materials, which use nanoparticles similar to thermochemical psi. I've seen this material in the latest foreign research journals, but it's still in the laboratory preparation stage, and no technology for large-scale industrial production. Secondly, there is the curing of the materials to construct the bionic cell structure. Moreover, the most challenging part is the internal structure of the cells. They will use a technique involving electric needles to alter the positions of particles within the cells, thus forming the desired structure. And this electric needle is the most difficult to manufacture. I've seen the design requirements, and they are very challenging." Yu Changhong fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, "Kong Lu, after you return, assemble a task force of 100 people, one that is absolutely confidential, and dedicate yourselves fully to researching the information you obtained, quickly mastering the theoretical knowledge within it. Since Mr. Zhou has provided the information directly to you without any reservations, it shows that he has high expectations for you. You must not disappoint his Kong Lu nodded vigorously, and after looking over the information on the hard drive, they regarded Zhou Yang as a deity, the god of chip design. Kong Lu was unaware of the vast research team behind this information. He even thought that Zhou Yang might have developed it all by himself, as the unique narrative style and marking methods clearly indicated that it was recorded by one person from beginning to end. If it really was solely Zhou Yang's work, that would be even more impressive. In Kong Lu's mind, Zhou Yang was the kind of existence that could be deemed a god. "Alright, I understand." Kong Lu nodded vigorously. Yu Changhong stood up and said, "I will return to discuss this with Mr. Run. You don't need to worry about it." After saying that, Yu Changhong hurriedly left. During this period, Huawei was facing comprehensive sanctions from M country. The most critical issue was that TSMC, under pressure from M country, was not prepared to manufacture for Huawei anymore. As a result, even if Huawei designed the most advanced chips, they would be unable to produce them. Currently, HiSilicon is still only a chip design company and not a manufacturer, while domestic chip manufacturers have not yet reached a world-class level. Thus, the Suntober-released Kirin 9000 was once referred to as the last gasp of Kirin chips. The future situation looked grim, but now the bionic cell chip, brought by Zhou Yang, gave Yu Changhong a glimpse of hope. However, Zhou Yang was too mysterious. His generosity made Yu Changhong a bit anxious, fearing that there might be some conspiracy behind it. He needed to return and discuss it thoroughly. The next day, at the hotel where Zhou Yang was staying, an old acquaintance arrived. "Is Mr. Zhou busy?" Li Tianshu asked with a smile. Zhou Yang was sitting in front of his laptop typing away at the code, without stopping, seemingly unaware of Li Tianshu's presence. Li Tianshu was ignored, but didn't mind. He quietly sat down beside him and waited patiently. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Zhou Yang stretched his body, releasing a series of cracking sounds. He stood up and said, "Director Li has arrived." Li Tianshu nodded and smiled, saying, "Mr. Zhou, although you are still young, you must pay attention to your health. I see you working for such long hours. How about I arrange for a professional therapist to help relieve your fatigue?" Zhou Yang sat down, as Li Ziyu hurriedly poured tea for him. The temperature was just right, and the tea fragrance filled the air. Zhou Yang didn't inquire about what kind of tea it was. In any case, it was a non-branded variety that outsiders couldn't purchase no matter how much they spent. "Here to discuss the chip." Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. It seemed that Chen Ruiyun had informed the higher-ups. Li Tianshu nodded and said, "Mr. Zhou, the higher-ups asked me to come and inquire about your thoughts. That information has already reached the top immediately, and they even worked overnight to find experts for evaluation. The results were astonishing. Like battery technology, chip technology is also a significant challenge. The main issue was that previous efforts had been severely lacking, and now trying to catch up requires a massive investment. They have developed their technology over decades with years of industrial accumulation. From foundational architecture to production processes, they have created a comprehensive blockade using patents. It's not something that can be easily broken through even by nations. Currently, domestic chips can only be described as barely sufficient after years of catching up. Moreover, the urgency for catching up in chip technology isn't as pressing, as the country only lacks the most advanced chips. The mid-range and low-end chips are actually not inferior. Especially for military chips, being self-sufficient is already enough. Given the special nature of military chips, there is no need to pursue the highest-end tech. However, being reliant on others is certainly not acceptable, It is only a matter of time before there needs to be a catch-up. The country has already made up its mind to invest heavily in this pursuit. And now Zhou Yang suddenly presented a chip design completely stunning the nation's higher-ups. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. What's the thinking up there? Zhou Yang countered. Li Tianshu replied their idea is to have a state-owned enterprise take the lead or to establish a new company outright to spearhead the promotion. Zhou Yang had anticipated the nation's consideration. From the state's perspective, keeping things under its own control always seemed more reliable. Moreover, from a national standpoint, there were far more factors to weigh. For instance, this battery technology. If you suddenly unveiled a battery technology that surpassed the era and allowed it to proliferate, it could reshape the existing petroleum energy landscape. In doing so, many things would change. For example, the nation would no longer be coerced into granting generous concessions by another country just to secure an oil pipeline. It was also possible that some former allies, due to the upheaval in petroleum energy, would suddenly be pushed to the opposite side. A single move affecting the whole. This was no joke. In fact, the fact that the nation had supported the rapid production of Longshin battery exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. Yet precisely because of this, Zhou Yang perceived the nation's resolve, a heart determined to strive for strength undaunted by any challenge. Since that was the case, let the storm rage even fiercer. As long as one's own strength was formidable enough, all problems ceased to be problems. With that thought, Zhou Yang smiled and said, there's no need for that. I've seen Hizilicon's team, they're quite impressive. Besides, isn't it good to support private enterprise? Li Tianshu nodded. Then I understand. He'll go and discuss it with Huawei. Chun Ryun had relayed every detail of the previous evening's conversation to the higher-ups, so they knew Zhou Yang had proposed investing 100 billion in Hizilican. Much like with BYD, this was also a means of gaining initiative and control through investment and cooperation. This approach might truly be, as Zhou Yang put it, a way to support private enterprises. Zhou Yang nodded. By the way, don't give me shares this time. They're useless to me. Li Tianshu paused, then smiled and took his leave. After seeing Li Tianshu off, Zhou Yang returned to his laptop and began typing code again. The chip matter was settled, and next Zhou Yang decided to tackle another crucial issue: the control system. The power system, the chip, and the control system were the core components of the mech. They needed to be addressed first, while the remaining elements, materials, transmission systems, and other minor details, could be deferred. The mech's control system was, figuratively speaking, akin to J.R.V.I.S. in Iron Man's armor, a control core similar to an artificial intelligence. In fact, the data provided by the system described a rudimentary AI as its core. This AI was not the kind of artificial intelligence modern technology spoke of, which could only play chess or the like. It was a system with astonishing computational power, genuine cognitive ability, and the capacity to actively solve problems. Just like in the movie where J.R.V.I.S. could still carry Iron Man away even after he lost consciousness. If replaced by what is currently called an AI system, it would merely trigger specific behavioral patterns based on predetermined conditions. This was a massive software development endeavor. The code was dauntingly voluminous. Zhou Yang estimated that if he worked day and night by himself, it might take 3 to 5 years just to write it all out. So Zhou Yang was not writing the specific code at the moment. Instead, he was drafting the architecture and algorithm frameworks. Like sketching the trunk and branches of a towering tree, he would leave the leaves to be filled in by others. But even so, it was not something just anyone could fill in. It required experts in software development, ideally in the field of artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang's plan was to first build the framework himself, then entrust private enterprises to refine it, and finally share and promote this technology widely. True artificial intelligence had boundless applications in daily life. Smart homes, smart cars. Every aspect of life could become intelligent. Imagine owning a smart car. You get in state a destination, and the vehicle drives itself to the location autonomously. In a smart home, when you arrive, it's like having a friend who allows you to control every corner of your abode at will. Current technology was already advancing in this direction, but the intelligent cores were too crude and primitive, vastly inferior to true artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang was also contemplating which company to partner with. Domestic software development capabilities were quite strong thanks to a favorable environment and numerous, for instance, the three giants, BAT. Each possessed a wealth of IT talent and formidable R&D capabilities. There were also specialized software companies like ZT Newsoft and Yanyu. In his mind, Zhou Yang leaned toward collaborating with the BAT trio, as their applications touched more aspects of daily life. But he had yet to decide on a specific choice and planned to study the matter further. After another 2 days, Li Tianshu brought news. The negotiations with Huawei had concluded. As Zhou Yang had anticipated, the state would take the lead in investing in Hizilican to gain control. However, what Zhou Yang had not expected was that the investment entity was Matrix Energy. In other words, the state injected another 100 billion into Matrix Energy, further diluting the shares of BYD and Zhou Yang, and then used Matrix Energy's name to invest $100 billion in his silicon. You're quite cunning, Zhou Yang chuckled. The state's move was a double-edged sword. It further reduced BYD's stake and influence in Matrix Energy to gain greater. At the same time, it invested in his silicon, achieving its set goals. As a result, Matrix Energy grew stronger, and presumably that was why BYD agreed. Li Tianchu smiled. This is good for you too, isn't it, Mr. Zhou? By operating through Matrix Energy, Zhou Yang indirectly held shares in his silicon, increasing his assets once more. Zhou Yang waved his hand, too lazy to calculate the exact value of his shares. It was surely an astronomical figure anyway. In mid-September, BYD held a grand electric vehicle launch event unveiling their Han DM with a range of 3,000 kilometers and opening pre-sales on their official website. At Tesla headquarters, CEO Musk watched the entire BYD launch live. They're stirring up trouble. Asia-Pacific President Simmons slammed the table and roared. The domestic Model 3 had a starting price of 269,700 yuan, while the standard version of the Han DM was also priced at 269,700 yuan. Exactly the same. This was clearly a deliberate provocation, a direct challenge to Tesla. Musk frowned. I never imagined they would actually release a real car for sale. But a range of 3,000 kilometers. Is that possible? I still find it hard to believe. A 3,000 kilometer range was truly fantastical. There had been plenty of news about Longshan battery recently, but no actual product had emerged. Musk had been following the developments and still suspected it might be false advertising or exaggerated claims. Forget it, Musk snorted lightly. Over the years, many have tried to challenge us at Tesla, but they all failed in the end. BYD will be no different. The Han DM comes in two main versions, the Standard Edition with a 3,000 kilometer range and the Performance Edition with an 8,000 kilometer range. The Standard Edition, positioned against the Model 3, starts at 269,700 RMB. The high-end version starts at 359,700 RMB, and the top-tier configuration reaches 399,700 RMB, approaching the high price of 4,000 RMB. For a quasi-class electric vehicle to command such a price is unprecedented for a domestic brand. When this price was announced, major manufacturers breathed a sigh of relief, their first thought being that BYD had gotten too cocky. Though their batteries are impressive, daring to set such a price seemed like a suicidal move. The largest domestic automotive forum, Autohome, also ran a special report analyzing the Han DM's configuration in detail, concluding that at this price point it might face a Waterloo. Although the range was astonishingly impressive, the price was simply too high. According to Autohome, a standard edition starting at 19,000 RMB and a high-end version at 2,000 RMB might have been more marketable. Netizens were also abuzz with discussion. BYD has really gotten arrogant, daring to sell at such a high price. For 3,000, wouldn't a BMW 3 Series be a better deal? Exactly, if it were 1,000 cheaper, I'd buy one right away. Sure, BYD has broken through battery technology and made our nation proud, but the price is just unfriendly. 3,000 is way too much for me. Faced with this overwhelming negative sentiment online, even BYD itself began to lose confidence. The marketing department approached Wang Haoning. Mr. Wang, isn't our suggested retail price set too high? Wang Haoning had also read plenty of reports and felt a bit uneasy. After some thought, he said, now that the price has been announced, can we really take it back and reprice it? Let's just leave it for now and see how things go. Just then the vice president of marketing burst in. Mr. Wang, it's a huge hit. He was trembling with excitement. What hit? Wang Haoning was startled. Had the factory exploded? The marketing VP quickly explained, it's our new car pre-sales. A massive hit, incredibly hot. All 1000 cars are completely sold out. What? Wang Haoning let out an incredulous cry. Due to limited production capacity of the long-core battery, BYD had only offered 100 cars for the first month. He thought selling all 100 in a month would be remarkable, but to his surprise, they were all gone as soon as pre-sales began. From the opening of the pre-sales channel, it had only been about half an hour. It's true. The marketing VP nodded excitedly. I couldn't believe it myself at first, fearing the pre-sales would be cold. But who would have thought that in just half an hour all 100 cars would be pre-sold with deposits fully received? After checking the back-end data several times to ensure there were no errors, he came to report. Great. Wang Haoning was overjoyed. Who said our pricing was too high and wouldn't sell? Aren't they all sold now? Go tally the sales revenue and post an announcement on the official website saying that in half an hour we've sold 300 million renminbi worth. To thank the buyers, give them a gift package. You decide the specifics. Yes, Mr. Wang. The marketing VP was also extremely thrilled. Although the pricing was set by Wang Haoning, if the new car had flopped, he would have been the one to take the blame. Now that it was a massive success, he breathed a long sigh of relief. After BYD opened the pre-sales channel, not only the marketing department, but also other car manufacturers and major media outlets were closely monitoring the situation, especially Tesla. How is it going? Asia-Pacific President Simmons nervously asked his assistant. The assistant kept refreshing the webpage. With only 1000 cars available for pre-sale, if they were all sold, a notice would pop up indicating the end of pre-sales. As he refreshed, a pop-up suddenly appeared: pre-sales ended. The assistant was stunned. Sir, it seems all 1000 cars have been sold. What? Simmons was shocked, screaming, how is that possible? It's only been half an hour since pre-sales opened. Half an hour, and all 1000 cars are gone. This is crazy. Impossible. BYD must be faking the data, or they bought the cars themselves to create the illusion of strong sales. Yes, that's it. I don't believe they sold them all. Simmons ranted furiously, nearly smashing the desk in anger. Just then the phone rang. It was Musk calling. Simmons, how are BYD's new car sales? Tell me no one bought them, right? They've gone mad, daring to price their cars to compete with Tesla. Who do they think they are? Trying to challenge us. I want to show them that BYD is a joke. Musk spoke excitedly, but Simmons remained silent for a long moment before saying, Boss, BYD's 1000 pre-sale cars are all sold out, within half an hour. Musk, who had been speaking with enthusiasm, fell silent. This is insane. It's a conspiracy. They must have bought them back themselves, he screamed before hanging up. BYD's official website promptly announced that within half an hour the new car pre-sales were sold out, netting 300 million renminbi. This announcement shocked many. Damn, are there that many rich people in the country? 300 for an electric car? Are you kidding me? Exactly. Aside from the battery upgrade, I really don't see what's so great about the Honda DM. It's nowhere near comparable to a Tesla. It's probably data manipulation. BYD likely bought the cars themselves to create the illusion of a hot-selling product. It's definitely that. Countless people voiced doubts, and major car manufacturers felt a sense of disbelief. That same day, BYD's stock continued to surge while the stocks of several major electric vehicle manufacturers continued to decline. Especially NIO and XPeng, which had been falling for many consecutive days, with their market value evaporating by tens of billions. Even Tesla's stock price in the US experienced a slight fluctuation and decline, losing over $1 billion. After the pre-sales ended, BYD promptly arranged for customers to pick up their cars. In Shanghai, Douyin streamer Daming immediately started his live broadcast. Hello everyone. I'm Daming. Do you know where I'm going now? Daming is a major influencer with 5 million followers, a real-life, standard rich second generation. His videos feature him visiting various 4S dealerships to freeload meals from Wuling to Rolls-Royce. He's done them all. Of course, the reason he could go to the Rolls-Royce 4S dealership to freeload without being kicked out wasn't just great service. It was because he actually owns a Rolls-Royce. Lately, BYD's Honda DM has been all the rage online, with a 300 kilometer range and an 800 kilometer range for the high-end version. How could I miss out on such a divine car? So on the first day of pre-sales, I grabbed one. Which version? Do you even need to ask? It has to be the top-tier, highest configuration. In the live stream, over 3,000 viewers had flooded in the atmosphere, buzzing with excitement. Daming, you've lost your mind. You actually bought it. I've seen this car. It's just riding the hype to cash in on fools. Anyone who buys it is an idiot. 300,000 for a crappy electric car. Even if it has a range of 3,000 kilometers, I could just buy a gasoline car instead. I never thought anyone would actually buy it. I thought BYD's claim of pre-sale sellout was fake, that they bought them themselves. Daming, phone in hand, drove his everyday car, a Panamera, and arrived at the BYD 4S store. This is the only flagship store in all of SH where you can pick up the car. The text message said 10 in the morning. We arrived a bit early. It's 9:30 now. I want to debunk an online rumor that all 1,000 old cars were bought by BYD themselves. Let's go see if there are any other owners picking up cars together. Daming said as he walked into the store. They're probably all paid actors, the live stream comments read. Daming barely glanced at them, explained his purpose, and was eventually led to a VIP lounge. The spacious VIP lounge already had 7 or 8 people seated. Hey guys, are you all here to pick up your cars? Daming asked. The people present nodded in agreement. Daming mentioned he was live streaming, and after getting their consent to appear on camera, he said to the stream, see, people really are buying it. Just not sure if they're paid actors. The live stream erupted in uproar. It wasn't even time for car pickup yet, and already 8 people had shown up, proving that people were indeed damn, they really are idiots. Daming sat down and asked a young man next to him, bro, can you tell me why you bought the Honda DM? The young man said, no particular reason. I saw the launch event, heard the car could achieve a range of 3,000 kilometers, one charge lasting a month, without needing to recharge. I thought it was great, so I came to buy it. What about the price? Do you think it's too high? Daming asked a question that fans were most concerned about. Price. The young man smiled slightly. It's only a little over 200,000. Is that high? As soon as he said this, the live stream exploded. Whoa, a 10th critical hit. My poor heart. A little over 200,000 isn't high. What's wrong with this world? So many rich people. So it's not that BYD priced it too high, it's that we're too poor. Tears flowing. Daming chuckled and asked, can you reveal, bro, how much you earn in a year? The young man thought for a moment and humbly said, not much, just over $1 million. am a poor wretch. This dealt another 10th sandpoint critical hit to the live stream viewers. Daming then asked another young man about his reason for buying the car. This guy was straightforward. Can't get a license plate. New energy vehicles can be registered, and with such a long range plus it's not too expensive, why not buy it? He asked another who said, I heard this is the first electric car in the country to use a super awesome battery. Wanted to try something new and see what an 8,000 kilometer range car is like. It's only around 300,000 small change. The live stream viewers were bombarded with critical hits on the verge of coughing up blood. So it really is because we're poor. Buying it just for fun. I really can't understand the world of the rich. Meanwhile, more and more people were arriving at the VIP lounge. In the end, it was completely full. Daming said, I asked the sales manager earlier. A total of 89 cars were pre-sold in the entire city of SH. 89 cars in one city. It seems the claim that all 1,000 were sold out might actually be true. Alright, they've arranged for me to pick up the car. Brothers were about to see this legendary 8,000 kilometer range car. Let's go. Soon Daming arrived in front of his car. It had been washed, fully charged, and the temporary plates were ready. He could drive it away anytime. The car is quite beautiful. Passionate red, I like it. The high-end trim levels features are actually decent, quite luxurious. Alright, no more talk. Let's check out what you care about most, the range. Daming started the car. The electric vehicle made almost no sound. He immediately pointed his phone at the dashboard. Holy crap, the range shows 8,632 kilometers. Awesome. I have to post this on Moments. This range feels so satisfying. The live stream was filled with amazement. Seeing the promotional material, the 8,000 kilometer range didn't feel like much. But now seeing it on the actual car display, it's a bit terrifying. Someone like me who doesn't drive much, at most 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers a year. One charge would last almost a whole year. That's insane. Exactly. 8,000 kilometers gives you this feeling that ITLL never run out of juice. It's annoying, but I love it. Sorry, my wallet is too thin. Otherwise I'd get one too. Forget the 8,000 version, or I could still consider the 3,001. The live stream buzzed with Daming drove onto the road. As for the features and driving feel, nothing much to say. BYD says it's their flagship for this year. It has all the features you'd expect, so it's just okay. But the key point is the range. It's freaking amazing. He pulled the car over, got out, greeted a young man, and said, Brothers, let me introduce someone. This is a buddy of mine, call him Dasa. The two of us are going to start a challenge. We checked. The highway drive from SH to LS is about 4,175 kilometers one way. So Dasa and I are going to challenge ourselves drive this Han DM from SH to LS and back. That's a total of over 8,000 kilometers. We'll see if these two Han DMs really have a range of over 8,000 kilometers, or if it's just false advertising, as the internet claims. As soon as he said this, the live stream exploded. Damn, Daming, you're awesome. That's incredible. But if they actually succeed, the car would be even more amazing. 8,000 kilometers on a single charge. Can someone calculate how much it costs? BYD officially announced it's less than 1 cent per kilometer. That's awesome. It just hit me. Using this for ride-hailing would mean almost zero cost. Damn, I regret not getting one for that. Ride-hailing. Are you out of your mind? Buy it for a delivery truck? 1 million signatures begging BYD to make an electric truck. With this range and power consumption, it's incredible. Meanwhile, Daming and his companion were already on the road. As the first streamer to live challenge in 8,000 kilometer range, he quickly attracted a huge audience. Douyan's official platform also started promoting the stream. By the time the two left SH, the live stream had over 100,000 viewers. At BYD's marketing department, an assistant approached the marketing director. Director, who there's a video ID like you to see. The assistant played a live stream. It was a streamer named Daming on Douyin. The camera was inside a moving car. Hey, isn't that the Han DM? Exclaimed Hu Shuang, the marketing director, glancing at the video in surprise. In the live stream, Daming was speaking. Guys, we've been away from Shanghai for a full day and night. It's 8 in the morning now, and the odometer shows we've traveled 1,400 kilometers. The key is our range. Excuse my language, but this car still has 7,200 kilometers of range left. It's incredible. This car is amazing. It's that feeling where you never have to worry about running out of range, just drive however you want. Daming was exhilarated. True to their word, they streamed the entire journey, departing from Shanghai and driving on the highway all the way to Lhasa, with the car running non-stop, while the drivers took turns resting. After a day and a night, the battery still had 84% charge. The live stream was incredibly popular with over 300,000 viewers online. Holy crap, what kind of car has over 7,000 kilometers of range? Is it towing an oil tanker behind it? The guy above just get internet access. You don't know about BYD's latest electric car. Let me tell you, this is the high-end version with 8,000 kilometers of range. ITLL, blow your mind. I always doubted this was false advertising, but now I truly believe it. 8,000 kilometers of range is simply insane. It's ridiculous. If you buy this, you'd probably only need to charge it once a year at most. Hu Shuang asked in surprise. What? The assistant excitedly explained. It's a streamer who reviews cars. He bought one of our high-end models and took on a challenge drive from Shanghai to Lhasa and back a total of over 8,000 kilometers to see if our high-end version truly has an 8,000 kilometer range. Director Who I think this is a great opportunity to promote our Han DM. Zhou Yang nodded. Although pre-sales had sold out quickly, they had still been considering how to change public opinion online. Now this was a perfect chance to show everyone that their Han DM truly had an 8,000 kilometer range. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yang said, "Go contact Douyin, spend money, help them get more traffic." The assistant immediately went to do so. Soon Daming noticed the number of viewers in his live stream skyrocketing. "Haha, guys who gave me a traffic boost. BYD, did you pay for this?" Daming laughed excitedly. He felt he had made the right decision with this live stream. After the pre-sale, there would surely be reviews of the Han DM's range, but he was the first, and the impact would be the greatest. This traffic boost was probably a push from BYD behind the scenes. Alright guys, let's head to Lhasa and see the Potala Palace. After the paid traffic boost, Daming's live stream garnered astonishing attention. With coverage from various media outlets, the buzz exploded. Even major automakers were closely watching Daming's stream. Tesla in particular grew increasingly alarmed. Damn it, are they towing an oil tanker behind them? Simmons shouted in frustration. Just then his phone rang. It was Musk calling. Simmons, go to BYD. Get in touch with them and see if you can secure the Dragon Core battery. Musk's words left Simmons stunned. Boss, we haven't even fought yet. Are we giving in like this? Simmons exclaimed, Boss, even if this Dragon Core battery is impressive and their range is great, an electric car is more than just range. It's still a car, and this is just the beginning. BYD's pricing is too high, their cars aren't worth that much. I think we can cut prices, compete head-on, and crush them. But Musk shook his head. Yes, BYD may have made a foolish move by setting such a high price, but the power of the Dragon Core battery is undeniable. This is the future, you understand. The future. They will sell their batteries. If other electric car manufacturers in China get their hands on them and produce a car that costs just over 100,000, but has incredible range, what do you think we'll do? How much of an impact will that have on us? So we need to change to embrace the future. Go no matter what, first get in touch with BYD and see if we can get the Dragon Core battery. I hear it's in high demand and production is limited. The call ended and Simmons felt terrible. There was a time when Tesla prided itself on its battery technology, dismissing all Chinese electric car manufacturers as no match. Now they had to go begging to a domestic car maker. Simmons felt his pride thoroughly trampled. Daming's live stream continued for 6 whole days. Guys, I have to hand it to this car. The range is definitely more than 8,000 kilometers. Maybe it's because driving on the highway is more efficient. We're still 200 kilometers from Shanghai, and our range still shows 800 kilometers. 8,000 kilometers total, and we didn't charge once from start to finish. I can't believe an electric car can achieve this. Guys, no need to say more. With this incredible range, just buy it and enjoy the freedom of driving without ever needing to recharge. Oh, I heard Xiaomi is about to release a phone with a battery capacity of over 100,000 milliampere hours. No need to say more, I'm ready to buy it. Haha, finally the car arrived at Daming's villa in Shanghai. Stepping out, Daming was exhausted but ecstatic. We did it. The dashboard shows we've driven a total of 8,476 kilometers, and we still have over 300 kilometers of range left. Guys, I think this car could handle another week of commuting. BYD, you're amazing. Domestic products rise up. I can't hold on any more time to sleep. Daming waved tiredly and ended the live stream. Throughout the stream, peak viewership exceeded 6 million. It was a live streaming feast, allowing countless people to witness firsthand the power of an 8,000 kilometer range. I wonder if other electric car manufacturers are trembling right now. While they're still struggling with ranges of 400 or 500 kilometers, BYD has jumped straight to 8,000. Amazing. Looking at it this way, BYD's pricing doesn't seem too high after all. Exactly. With such an incredible battery and top-tier specs, this price is a steal. When will BYD officially start selling? I'm planning to change my car and want to get one. I can't get a license plate through the lottery, so I might as well buy a new energy vehicle. I'll pre-order the high-end version. Better be patient. I heard the Dragon Core battery production is limited. Who knows when they'll start mass sales? Even Lei Jun took the opportunity to ride the wave, posting a photo of a Xiaomi 10 with a 1,300 mAh battery on Weibo, hinting at a surprise at the end of. At the research base in Wanghu village, Li Tianshu passed through several security checkpoints before finally meeting Zhou Yang. In the laboratory, Zhou Yang was directing a few researchers in conducting experiments. Li Tianshu did not disturb Zhou Yang and waited aside. After over an hour, Zhou Yang paused and greeted Li Tianshu. Mr. Zhou. Li Tianshu approached, casting a curious glance toward the laboratory. It seemed the experiment had succeeded, as several researchers were celebrating with cheers. Mr. Zhou, what experiment were you conducting? It seems successful. Congratulations. Li Tianshu said with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded. We were preparing a crystalline material and have resolved the crystallization issues. Li Tianshu thought for a moment, but didn't press further, he wouldn't understand anyway. Mr. Zhou, the list you requested is ready. Would you like to review it? Li Tianshu opened his briefcase and handed over a document. Zhou Yang took it and examined it carefully. Li Tianshu asked curiously, Mr. Zhou, why do you need a group of metal smelting experts? The entire research base's focus had not been reported to higher authorities, as Zhou Yang had unlimited funding and thus no need to report projects or request funds. Consequently, Li Tianshu was unaware of Zhou Yang's current research. Yesterday, Zhou Yang suddenly requested a list of domestic experts in metal smelting and materials, leaving Li Tianshu even more perplexed. Metal smelting. Was Zhou Yang researching metals? Zhou Yang perused the thick document, which contained detailed introductions of the experts, including their backgrounds and research achievements. I plan to research a high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang said casually. With battery issues resolved and chip issues largely settled, Zhou Yang decided to tackle material problems next. The covering parts of the mecha materials for the core thruster and various transmission structures formed the mecha skeleton, a critically important. Li Tianchu's eyes lit up. High-strength crystalline steel. How strong? The nation was a giant in steel production, churning out more steel annually than all other countries combined. However, in high-end steel the nation still lagged significantly. Though efforts were being made to catch up, research on steel was a cumulative process built over time. At its core, steel research involved adding various elements in different proportions and conducting countless experiments. Foreign countries had been studying since the Industrial Revolution, accumulating vast experience to develop high-strength steels. The nation started late, only prioritizing high-end steel research in recent years, making the catch-up process no easy feat. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. Its strength is about 10 times that of aircraft carrier deck steel, with lighter weight impact resistance, high melting point, and structural stability at extremely low temperatures. With each specification, Zhou Yang listed. Li Tianshu's eyes widened further until they were as large as an ox's. He barely remembered the rest, only the first statement, 10 times stronger than carrier deck steel. Carrier deck steel is the most critical steel on an aircraft carrier, enduring the immense impact of aircraft takeoffs and landings. Due to carrier size constraints, the steel isn't as thick as imagined, yet it must possess incredible strength. To put it bluntly, a single centimeter could withstand over 10 tons of impact force. This was an extremely specialized steel with production technology exclusive to countries E and M, which restricted exports to country C. The nation had invested enormous effort to develop its own version, but it still lagged behind country Ms. Adequate, but not excellent. Thus, the technological sophistication of this material was evident. It was the pinnacle of steel technology. Now Zhou Yang claimed his research would yield steel 10 times stronger than existing deck steel. How could Li Tianshu not be astonished? Mr. Zhou, are you serious? Li Tianshu's breathing grew rapid. Moreover, he recalled Zhou Yang's other specifications: lightweight, high melting point, structural stability at low temperatures. The key was lightweight. If steel could solve weight issues, its applications would become vast. For instance, tank armor, ship armor, and even bulletproof plates could all be manufactured with this steel. Zhou Yang smiled. No need to be picky. There are about 100 people on this list. Go and invite them. I'll welcome as many as come. Also bring the construction team back. I need to build a blast furnace. Since he was committed, Zhou Yang intended to solve the production process for this high-strength crystalline steel as well. Limited by scale, he couldn't build a full steel mill, but a small blast furnace for small-scale production would suffice. Moreover, with mecha assembly here, any temporary part issues could be manufactured on-site, adding convenience. All right. Li Tianshu nodded, excitedly eager to report the high-strength crystalline steel to higher authorities. By the way, Li Tianshu paused before leaving. His Silicon has been spun off from Huawei as per your instructions and is now fully advancing production of bio-inspired cellular chips. I met with them. They said it will take at least 3 months, at most 6. By the end of this year, chip production will be complete. 3 to 6 months. Last time in SE, Zhou Yang had told Kong Lu 3 months, mainly to apply pressure, not expecting everything to be solved in that time. 3 to 6 months was acceptable to Zhou Yang. Agreed. He nodded, his attention returning to the experimental data. Leaving aside Li Tianshu's report on the high-strength crystalline steel, to high-level officials the buzz around the Lungsan battery continued to intensify. Following Daming's livestream, various automotive review forums and self-media tested the Han DM, or rather the Lungsan battery. They tested its capacity and safety. The results were stunning. The Lungsan battery boasted incredible safety while outperforming existing lithium batteries across all metrics. The Lungsan battery's international reputation grew, attracting increasing attention. BYD seized the opportunity to announce the addition of 6 production lines to expand Lungsan battery output, with plans for further expansion based on demand. Buoyed by this positive news, BYD's stock price rose again. Related sectors and companies also saw gains. However, the raw material for Lungsan batteries, carbon nanotube manufacturers, saw their stocks plummet. Among them, Tianai Chemicals suffered the steepest decline. Tianai Chemical was shrouded in gloom. Bid. Zhou Yang slammed his palm onto the desk in fury. For some time now Zhou Yang felt as though he were living in hell. After his last meeting with Wang Haoning, BYD immediately announced the expansion of their own carbon nanotube factory. As a result, carbon nanotube manufacturers previously buoyed by the Dragon Core battery saw their stock prices surge. Many manufacturers were brimming with ambition, preparing to scale up production. But no one anticipated that BYD would solve the carbon nanotube production problem themselves, developing a cheap preparation method with astonishingly high yields. Affected by this announcement, carbon nanotube manufacturers were in dire straits. The worst hit was Tianai Chemical. Stock prices plummeted, suppliers demanded payment, and the capital chain snapped. In just over half a month, an industry leader was on the verge of collapse. Zhou Yun's father, the chairman of Tianai Chemical, was so dispirited he nearly jumped off a building. Zhou Yun harbored intense hatred for BYD, but if he were to speak of hate, he hated one person even more. That person was Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yun clenched his teeth, his gaze falling on a photograph. It was a photo of Zhou Yang going through security. Back at the National Convention Center, Zhou Yang had cut in line to enter the venue, and it was Zhou Yun who had clashed with him. At that time, the man with a camera standing behind Zhou Yun had secretly taken a picture. Zhou Yun paid to obtain this photo. The reason was that these days he had been searching for who Mr. Zhou was. Later, from photos at the press conference, he found some clues. With so many big shots present, the obscure Zhou Yang was arranged in the center seat, revealing his extraordinary status. Zhou Yun speculated that Zhou Yang might be the Mr. Zhou that Wang Haoning had mentioned. He also investigated the rejection of Mr. Zhou's cooperation offer. Tianai Chemical had indeed received a collaboration invitation from a special entity, a government department. Recalling that Zhou Yang had armed bodyguards during the security check indicating he was a high-ranking official, Zhou Yun roughly deduced that because Tianai Chemical rejected Zhou Yang's cooperation request, BYD taught them a lesson leading to the current outcome. You want to hide your identity, right? Then I'll expose you. Even if I can't do anything to you, I'll at least disgust you to death. A vengeful gleam flickered in Zhou Yun's eyes as various ideas surfaced. Soon a post went viral on forums. The most arrogant line cutter ever, claiming cutting in line is giving you face, or the post from the perspective of someone who was cut in line recounted how the other party was arrogant and even threatened to kill him. It included videos and images, especially a gun permit and a close-up of a waist area, proving the line cutter wasn't bluffing but truly capable of killing. Driven by interested parties, the post spread wildly on forums Tieba and Weibo. The hype quickly skyrocketed. This guy is way too arrogant. He cuts in line and then threatens to kill the other person. The key is this person's unusual status. This is from BYD's press conference, right? And didn't you see the gun permit? That's like a license to kill. That woman's waist is bulging. She must be an armed plainclothes officer. Damn, this line cutter is so badass. Who is he? So what if he's powerful? Can he just cut in line and threaten to kill people because he has power and influence? This is a society ruled by law. Boost this video so everyone sees it and let him feel the power of the people. Exactly, boost it. In this day and age, the arrogant always fall. I'll be the next one. After the topic gained enough traction, another post exposed the line. At the front row of the press conference, the line cutter sat in the center seat. The post then speculated wildly about his identity from a conspiracy theory perspective. First, it speculated that this person held an extremely high status, hence the center seat, and being an honored guest of BYD, yet not appearing as a host. It concluded that this person was likely the owner of Matrix Energy, the mysterious company that acquired BYD's battery business. The post speculation didn't stop there, it fabricated various identities for the line cutter. Perhaps the line cutter was not only the owner of Matrix Energy, but also its scientist, the developer of the Dragon Core battery, invited to attend the press. It was because he was a scientist that he might be protected by armed plainclothes officers, just like in the movies. This expose post was clearly crafted by a master with wording that seemed plausible, yet highly emotionally charged, mixed with various conspiracy theories. While this person is no ordinary guy. Exactly a behind-the-scenes big shot. I'm scared, let's stop discussing, or we might get invited for coffee. But I did some research. Matrix Energy is very mysterious, as if it appeared out of nowhere. Yes, just like the Dragon Core battery, it came out of nowhere. So mysterious it shows our country has been keeping a big secret. Online discussions were rife, but the public sentiment shifted from one-sided condemnation to a neutral stance. He's someone important, and maybe he had an urgent matter. What's wrong with cutting in line? Airports have VIP lanes too. Exactly. The poster said he threatened to kill, but I doubt it. Someone of his status wouldn't say such things in public, no matter how arrogant. It's just a video with no sound. Who knows what really happened? There are too many misleading stories these days. Zhou Yun was also monitoring the comments. Seeing the shift in public opinion, Zhou Yun was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Zhou Yun stood frozen. He had paid for all of this planning to expose Zhou Yang and link him to the hottest topic, the Dragon Core battery, just fabricating stories without responsibility. This was meant to make Zhou Yang's line-cutting seem even more despicable, but Zheng Yun never expected things to develop this way. Zheng Yun immediately called the person behind the expose post and cursed, "What the hell are you doing? Why did it turn out like this?" The other party was also frustrated. "Boss, I think the direction you set for the hype was wrong." Netizens actually resonate with the Dragon Core battery angle, seeing it as a good thing. Linking this person to the Dragon Core battery backfired. Zheng Yun's eyes widened. "So it's my fault now?" The other party remained silent. Zheng Yun said irritably, "What do we do now? Do you have any other ideas?" The other party chuckled. "Don't worry, boss. This is our line of work. We'll have a way. In a couple of days, when the buzz dies down a bit, we'll Photoshop some photos and fabricate a few hot topics. The hype will definitely pick up again. Good, do it. If you handle this well, I'll throw in another 100,000. Zheng Yun nodded in satisfaction. "You're a generous boss. Just wait for the good news." What Zheng Yun didn't know was that his expose post not only caused a stir online, but also caught the attention of an intelligence agency in Country M. In Country M, the CIA operates as an international intelligence agency. This department specializes in investigating foreign intelligence, particularly from hostile nations. The intelligence from Country C has always been a primary focus for Country M. At this moment, Intelligence Officer Jack is remotely searching for information related to the Longshin battery on Country CS networks. Since the exposure of the Longshin battery, Country M has placed a high priority on it. Especially in recent days after the pre-sale of BYD's new car, various technologies related to the Longshin battery have been confirmed, causing Country M's attention towards the Longshin battery to escalate to an urgent level. This level of urgency means that they are willing to spare no expense in seeking out all relevant intelligence. The entire CIA has turned into a specialized intelligence group responsible for gathering information about the Longshin battery. Although Jack is not a member of this group, he has received peripheral intelligence investigation tasks to gather relevant information online. What kind of intelligence can be exposed online? Jack certainly does not believe there will be any valuable information. Jack envies those who operate undercover in Country C, perhaps as a business tycoon or a politician, mingling with high officials over drinks, casually inquiring about the needed intelligence. These individuals are the white-collar agents among spies. Meanwhile, Jack considers himself no more than a blue-collar worker. Jack is skilled in computers and has created a web crawler software that collects relevant keywords about the Longshin battery from major websites in Country C. Once it gathers information, it will alert him. This method significantly improves work efficiency. While sipping a cup of coffee, Jack entered today's search keywords Longshin battery, and the developers of the Longshin battery have always been a matter of utmost concern for Country M. As soon as the crawler was deployed, it immediately started to alert. "How is it so fast?" Jack muttered, holding his coffee as he opened the retrieved data for review. Upon doing so, he found himself unable to put down the coffee. What Jack was looking at was a post exposing Zhou Yang. The outcry about murder and other matters did not concern him. He was more interested in the post revealing that Zhou Yang is the developer of the Longshin battery. Although Jack quickly realized that this was a completely fabricated post, upon further reflection, he suddenly felt that it might inadvertently contain some useful information. "A few key points," Jack murmured to himself. "The armed plainclothes officers from Country C provide close protection, indicating an unusual identity. Sitting in the most prestigious position at the press conference suggests an extraordinary relationship with BYD and this person." Jack stared at Zhou Yang in the photo, starting to search for information about him. However, he found nothing, only more posts exposing him. Aside from this exposure post, there was no other information regarding Zhou Yang. "I might have caught a big fish. Even if this person isn't the developer of the Longshin battery, he could very well be a senior executive at Matrix Energy." Jack excitedly jumped up and ran towards the Longshin battery intelligence group. The group is led by Senior Agent Roberson, who was stunned after listening to Jack's report and looking at the photo. "This person," Roberson murmured, his expression strange. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" asked a nearby agent. Roberson nodded, quickly approaching his computer to open an investigation file. Upon seeing the photo, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "That's right, who is it?" The surrounding agents crowded closer. Roberson pointed at the information on the computer, saying, "This person is Zhou Yang, a physicist. He was sentenced to prison for stealing confidential research materials, but 4 months ago, he was suddenly rescued by a group from our FBI's branch headquarters." "What? Rescued from the FBI's branch headquarters? How is that possible?" an agent exclaimed. "A branch headquarters has dozens or even hundreds of armed security personnel. Who could rescue him?" "I know about this, but serious. We investigated it for a long time, but never had any leads," an agent recalled the widely discussed incident. Roberson stated, "This matter is very serious. We have investigated for a long time and can basically confirm that it was done by people from Country C. However, we have no evidence, and since the person was rescued, we could only leave it unresolved. But thinking back now, the underlying issues of this matter are significant. Zhou Yang was imprisoned for 2 full years. If he were truly important, country C would have rescued him long ago, not waited until now. Moreover, it was done in such a radical manner, almost at any cost. What does this indicate? It suggests that Zhou Yang was not important 2 years ago, but he has become significant now. During that time, Zhou Yang, who had not communicated much with the outside world, suddenly began frequent contact with people from Country C, and then Country C spared no expense to rescue him. Why? Because he provided something valuable. Initially, we speculated that Zhou Yang had stolen experimental data from the research institute, but upon reflection, it may not be that. It could be the Longshin battery. Roberson was startled by his own speculation. The surrounding agents were equally shocked, holding their breath. Roberson's thoughts were completely opened, and he continued to analyze. It's highly likely. We have been investigating the Longshin battery for a long time, but have not found any useful intelligence that seems to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Even if Country C's secrecy is top-notch, there should be some hints leaking out, but there's nothing. And not long after Zhou Yang was rescued, the Longshin battery was launched. The eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. They have caught a big fish. In Country C, the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs, Shen Riyun stood straight in front of Bureau Chief Han Haining. What the hell did you do? Han Haining shouted, angrily banging on the table. On the table lay photos related to Zhou Yang's exposure. How did you arrange this? Why did you take the ordinary passage? Was there no secure passage? Fine, you went through it, but why did you still get photographed and exposed? And a murder license. Shen Riyun, you are impressive. Who issued you that? After a long while, Han Haining sat back down and said, disciplinary action, major demerit, go back and write a self-criticism, reflect deep. Shen Riyun bit her lips, somewhat unconvinced, and thought for a moment before asking, Chief, what should we do about this matter? What else can be done? Do you even need to ask me about this kind of thing? Han Haining slammed the table again. The 6th Bureau of Special Affairs had already erased all content related to the exposure posts from the internet, and quickly apprehended the person who posted them. Taking advantage of the fact that the heat around this matter had slightly diminished, it gradually disappeared from public view. According to Han Haining's statement, it had not caused any serious consequences, otherwise Shen Riyun would face even harsher disciplinary actions. Just then someone suddenly pushed the door open and placed a document in front of Han Haining. Upon reading it, Han Haining's expression changed dramatically. Shen Riyun was taken aback. What now? Director, has something else happened? Han Haining hurled the documents in front of him at her, roaring, see for yourself. Shen Riyun picked up the papers and glanced at them. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This was intelligence from an undercover agent in Country M, containing only one piece of information. The intelligence department of Country M had confirmed that the developer of the Dragon Core battery was Zhou Yang. The fact that they knew the name Zhou Yang indicated the intelligence was genuine. The timing was critical. The sudden revelation by Country M's intelligence department was likely connected to Zhou Yang being exposed online. Perhaps some subtle clues had led Country M's intelligence to deduce that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Dragon Core battery. Shen Riyun now understood why Han Haining was so furious. Director, I know I was wrong. Shen Riyun bit her lower lip. In her entire career, she had never made such a grave mistake. Go back and reflect on your actions. Han Haining waved his hand in irritation. Gritting her teeth, Shen Riyun had no choice but to leave. She was suspended and would be swiftly reassigned away from Zhou Yang with no chance to make amends. At the Zheng family villa, or rather the villa that would soon change ownership, someone knocked on the door, but Zheng Yun ignored it. Get lost, all of you. I have no money. Zheng Yun cursed, assuming it was debt collectors. But the knocking persisted. Irritated, he grabbed his blanket and pulled it over his head. Then the knocking stopped. Just as Zheng Yun was about to fall asleep, a loud crash shattered the silence. The window glass exploded inward. In the next moment, 2 fully armed Special Forces soldiers burst through the window, roughly dragging Zheng Yun out of bed from both sides. The door was kicked open and more soldiers stormed in. That's him. Take him away. A black hood was pulled over Zheng Yun's head, and he was forcibly hauled out of the villa. Through the hood, Zheng Yun could dimly see the road outside the villa lined with police cars, their lights flashing harshly. In an instant, Zheng Yun was so terrified that he wet his pants. The 6th Special Operations Bureau struck like thunder, apprehending Zheng Yun and interrogating him immediately, but they extracted no useful information. The entire sequence of events was thoroughly investigated. Zheng Yun had not actively leaked intelligence to foreign spies. However, the Bureau speculated that his reckless fabrications might have inadvertently led Country M's intelligence to guess certain details. In any case, Zheng Yun vanished and would never see the outside world again. At the Wanghu Village Research Base, a young man, standing ramrod straight, appeared before Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I will be in charge of your security from now on. My name is Lu Jun. Zhou Yang was startled. What about Section Chief Chen? I haven't seen her in 2 or 3 days. Fully immersed in his research on high-strength structural steel, Zhou Yang had not noticed Shen Riyun's absence. Lu Jun's voice was stiff. That's classified. I'm afraid I can't answer. Classified. Zhou Yang chuckled. Was there anything classified in front of him? Zhou Yang took out his phone and called Li Tianxu. Director Li I'd like to ask about Section Chief Chen. Why was she suddenly reassigned from my— Li Tianxu was taken aback. I don't know about this. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhou. Let me inquire. After hanging up, Zhou Yang glanced at Lu Jun and tossed his phone onto the table. Lu Jun's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had misspoken. He lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou, I didn't mean to hide it. The truth is Section Chief Chen made a mistake and was suspended. Mistake? Suspended? Zhou Yang was startled. What happened? Over the past few months, Chen Ruiyun had been by Zhou Yang's side, constantly arranging everything for his daily life. Her sudden departure left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Lu Jun dared not conceal anything further and quickly recounted the situation. Someone exposed me. Who? Zhou Yang frowned. Lu Jun replied. It should be Zheng Yun of Tianai Chemical, the one who had a dispute with you during the security check. Zhou Yang immediately recalled the young man. Tianai Chemical. So it was him. In an instant, many things became clear to Zhou Yang. Just then Li Tianxu called back. Mr. Zhou, I've checked the situation. Section Chief Chen made an error and was suspended by the 6th Special Operations Bureau. Zhou Yang interrupted him. I already know the details, but I believe the fault doesn't lie with Section Chief Chen. If possible, I'd like her to resume her security duty. Li Tianxu was taken aback. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Zhou Yang and Chen Ruiyun had developed romantic feelings during their— If so, that would be wonderful. Recently, Zhou Yang had been delivering remarkable results: the Dragon Core battery, biomimetic cell chips, and high-strength crystalline steel. The more he contributed, the more the nation valued him, and the more they worried about how to retain a top-tier scientist like Zhou Yang. Treating him with the highest honors was basic, but beyond that, humans had emotions and desires. Zhou Yang cared nothing for money and seemed uninterested in women, which made the nation uneasy. Giving him shares in Matrix Energy was not only a reward, but also a way to keep him. Yet money was ultimately external. For someone of Zhou Yang's caliber, it held. What mattered were emotional bonds. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang had lost both parents and had no close relatives in the country. Li Tianxu thought if Chen Ruiyun and Zhou Yang sparked a romance and eventually married and had children, it would be perfect. With such ties, Zhou Yang would truly settle down. Very well, I understand. Li Tianxu replied promptly. Oh, and just before hanging up, Li Tianxu remembered something else. Mr. Zhou, I've contacted all the metal smelting experts you requested. Except for those currently engaged in projects, most are willing to come. That's a total of 85 people. I'll arrange for them to be sent to the Research Institute within the next day or two. Could have them come as soon as possible. Zhou Yang hung up and glanced at Lu Jun. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply anything against you. Lu Jun quickly shook his head, but inwardly he couldn't help thinking, it's just that you think Chen Ruiyun is prettier. Zhou Yang gestured for Lu Jun to leave and refocused on the experimental data before him. Zhou Yang hadn't really given Chen Ruiyun's situation much thought. He was simply accustomed to her presence, and the sudden change felt a little off. Moreover, in Zhou Yang's view, it was no big deal that Country M had discovered he was the developer of the Dragon Core battery. He was in his homeland. Couldn't his country— As for Chen Ruiyun's beauty, Zhou Yang hardly paid it any mind. Of course, seeing a beautiful face every day did lift one's spirits. A bus slowly drove into Wanghu village. On board were 7 or 8 people, the first batch of metallurgical experts. I never imagined there would be a highway in this remote mountain valley. A middle-aged expert with glasses remarked curiously. His name was Ma Jingchuan, a professor of materials science at Harbin Institute of Technology. Several colleagues nodded in agreement. Not just a highway, I also spotted a military camp. It seems this research institute is of a high level. But the problem is I know all the major metal smelting research institutes in the country, and I've never heard of this one. And they say it's for a special project with such high secrecy. Could it be a military project? The group chattered among themselves. They had been summoned from all over, told only that it was a mysterious project with no shortage of funding, but the specifics remained. A project with unlimited funds was almost certainly a major endeavor, so everyone was highly interested. Participating in such a project would be a glittering addition to their resumes. Do you know anything, Elder Su? Ma Jingchun asked. The others also turned to look at an elderly man with graying hair in the front row. This man was Su Chun, a leading figure in domestic metal materials research and an academician. Su Chun turned back and glanced at Ma Jingchuan, whom he knew from a previous collaborative project. No, I don't. That's why I've come to see what kind of project can have unlimited funding, while my own high-strength yield steel project couldn't even get 10 million approved. Su Chun snorted. The others exchanged glances, sensing his discontent. Ma Jingchun was somewhat aware of the reason for Su Chun's dissatisfaction. It seemed that Su Chun had recently made some progress in his research on high-strength yield steel, but had been unable to secure funding from higher-ups. Now, with a project boasting unlimited funds suddenly appearing, it was no wonder Su Chun was resentful. As they spoke, the group arrived at their destination and peered. What was this research institute built inside the mountain? It's possible. Damn, what level is this institute? Impressive. The group exclaimed in amazement. There were likely very few research bases that had hollowed out an entire mountain. Now the experts were beginning to believe that this project might indeed be one with no funding worries. Their anticipation grew. Such a project was undoubtedly. Su Chen snorted again, muttering, "All flash and no substance. Hollowing out a mountain is a waste of labor and resources." Everyone disembarked. Ma Jingshun looked into the distance and said in surprise, "Is that a blast furnace under construction? It doesn't look very big. Could it be for research? Good heavens, what kind of project is this? It's incredible." The others stared in disbelief. Building a blast furnace just for research was astonishing. The cost of such a furnace was no small sum. Moreover, constructing a steel plant in such an isolated location meant it would certainly be abandoned once the research was complete, a tremendous waste. Extravagant and wasteful, Su Chan said, his expression darkening. Just then staff from the institute appeared, led by Li Ziyu, accompanied by a major. "Thank you all for coming. You must be tired from the journey. Why not rest at the guest house first?" Li Ziyu suggested. But Su Chan waved his hand. "No need. We're here to work. You said there's a major project requiring our involvement. Take us to see it. I want to know what this project is all about." Li Ziyu hesitated. "Very well. The first generation prototype has already been produced and is undergoing tests in the back. Mr. Zhou is there too. Shall we go directly?" Su Chen nodded. The others were curious. "So fast? The first prototype is already done. Then why did they call us here?" Suppressing their doubts, they boarded an electric sightseeing car and headed toward the back mountain. Soon they arrived, and before getting close they heard a rumbling noise. Ma Jingshun pricked up his ears. "That sounds like artillery fire," he said in surprise. He turned to the accompanying major and asked, "Comrade, is that cannon fire?" The major smiled, but said nothing. Suppressing their curiosity, the group arrived at a test range. It was a vast open area. Behind Gushan Mountain, there had once been a depression, but the excavation of the mountain had produced massive amounts of stone, which were used to fill the area, creating an open field as a makeshift test range. Listening to the rumbling, they entered the inner area and immediately saw the scene. "Holy cow, it's a tank!" The group exclaimed in shock. About a kilometer away, a tank was parked. It was running and continuously firing shells at a target roughly 3 kilometers distant. From such a distance, they couldn't make out the target clearly, only seeing the tank fire round after round, sending plumes of dust into the air. The sight was on. Li Ziyu led the group toward an observation building beside the range, explaining as they walked. "Experts, what you see is our first-generation high-strength crystallized steel prototype. Today we're testing its penetration resistance against armor-piercing shells." The experts turned their heads. "High-strength crystallized steel? Never heard of it. Is it a crystallization of alloy steel? Has someone in the country already started researching this? This prototype is impressive. Since we got off the bus, it must have fired dozens of rounds. If they were all armor-piercing and it hasn't been penetrated, that's some serious..." The group was excited. But Su Chun said coldly, "If it's several meters thick, it's not hard to resist penetration." Li Ziyu smiled. "Academician Su, you may not know, but this high-strength crystallized steel has extraordinary strength. The target you see is 2 meters in both length and width, but crucially, it's only 50 centimeters thick, mounted on a concrete wall. The expected test goal is to withstand 100 hits from the latest armor-piercing shells." At this, Su Chen exclaimed, "Impossible. 50 centimeters thick. Are you joking?" Ma Jingshun and the others stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. A 50-centimeter thick steel plate capable of withstanding 100 armor-piercing shell impacts. Such strength would be nothing short of miraculous. Li Ziyu continued. "And this is only the first-generation prototype. According to Mr. Zhou, our development goal is to reduce the plate thickness by 3/4 under the same conditions, bringing it down to about 10 centimeters. The experts were left speechless, mouths agape in shock. Even Su Chen's eyes widened. "Impossible. There's no steel in the world with such strength." "You mentioned Mr. Zhou. Who is he? Is he in charge of this project?" "I don't believe such steel exists. Take me to see him now." Su Chen was agitated. As a researcher of high-strength steel himself, he knew that the targets Li Ziyu described were on a level akin to alien technology. Li Ziyu smiled, saying nothing more. Just then the cannon fire abruptly ceased. Faintly someone could be heard shouting about having broken through something. Everyone quickly turned their gaze, and indeed the tank had stopped firing. At that moment a group descended the stairs, led by a handsome young man accompanied by several researchers and military personnel. "Mr. Zhou," Li Ziyu hurried forward, gesturing towards Su Chun and his team. "These are the first batch of metallurgical experts who have arrived." Zhou Yang paused, then stepped forward. "Welcome, welcome. Hello, I'm Zhou Yang, the director of this research institute." Ma Jingshun and the others quickly greeted Zhou Yang. Su Chen had intended to confront Zhou Yang, but seeing how young he was taken aback. Coupled with Zhou Yang's warm welcome, Su Chen found it hard to lose his temper. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Mr. Zhou, I'm Su Chen. I heard from this young lady that your high-strength crystalline steel aims to be 10 centimeters thick and withstand 100 armor-piercing shell impacts. That's absolutely impossible. No one not just in our country, but in the entire world has developed such an alloy. You must be academician Su, Zhou Yang said, possessing an excellent memory. He had remembered everyone from the files, and quickly stepped forward to shake Su Chen's hand. Disarmed by the enthusiasm, Su Chen felt a bit awkward. After shaking hands, he said, "Director, Zhou, please answer my question." Sensing the edge in Su Chen's tone, Zhou Yang paid it no mind. This was an academician, a titan in the domestic metal smelting industry, who had made outstanding contributions to the nation, a true pillar of the state. Academician Su, the test has just concluded. Why don't we go see the results together? Su Chen nodded, equally curious about the outcome. The group took a vehicle to the target site. The smoke was slowly dissipating as they disembarked. Before them stood a high-strength concrete structure. On one wall, a 2-meter by 2-meter pitch-black steel plate was embedded in cement. At the center of the plate was a massive crater with lingering gunpowder smoke. "Mr. Zhou, it didn't penetrate." A researcher rushed over first, checked behind the wall, and shouted excitedly. Ma Jingshun and the others were startled. The moment they stepped out of the vehicle, they could see the plate was indeed only 50 centimeters thick, as Li Ziyu had said. 50 centimeters. If it had truly endured 100 armor-piercing shell impacts, the strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Su Chen quickly went behind the wall to inspect. The concrete wall was a full meter thick, but at the point corresponding to the impact, the concrete had shattered into a large hole. The steel plate had absorbed the shell impacts, but the force was still transmitted to the concrete wall. Though the plate remained intact, the meter-thick wall behind it had been violently shaken into a gaping cavity after 100 bombardments. It really didn't break. Standing before the hole, Su Chen stared at the bulging steel plate, stunned. Zhou Yang and his team followed. Zhou Yang glanced at it and smiled. "Not bad. We've met our expected target, but it's nearing its limit. I estimate another 10 shells, and it would likely be breached. But the first-generation prototype has been successfully prepared. Next, we'll officially move into the second phase of research," Zhou Yang stated. The researchers on site erupted in cheers. Caught up in the excitement, Ma Jingshun and the others applauded as well. Every one of them was an expert in metallic materials, fully understanding what this high-strength steel represented. The motherland was growing stronger, and they felt a genuine joy from the depths of their hearts. Su Chen suddenly turned to Zhou Yang. "Director Zhou, this old man was rude to you earlier. Being able to develop such an alloy steel, I am completely convinced. And you're so young, accomplished at such an age. Now I truly understand what that means. I'm old, but old as I am, I can still be of some use. Just go ahead and assign us our next tasks. I'll give you my full support." Su Chen's words filled Zhou Yang with profound respect. The older generation of researchers, like his own parents, had dedicated themselves entirely to the nation's strength, giving everything willingly. "Very well, academician Su, and all you experts. In the next phase, we'll refine the crystallization to the nanometer level, and at the same time expedite the industrial-scale production design for high-strength crystalline steel. With the addition of Su Chen and the many metallurgical experts, the pace of research would accelerate by several orders of magnitude." Zhou Yang estimated that within a few months at most, the industrial design for high-strength crystalline steel would be completed, enabling mass production. Meanwhile, the buzz around the Lungsan battery continued to intensify. After BYD announced the mass launch of the Han DM in early October, Xiaomi, as Lei Jun had anticipated, unveiled the Xiaomi 10 Special Edition at the end of September. Its battery capacity soared to an astonishing 1300 mAh. Apart from that, it differed little from the Xiaomi 10 released around the same time. On the third day after the launch event, the phone officially went on sale. But to everyone's surprise, the Xiaomi 10 Special Edition was listed as out of stock across all major e-commerce platforms, and Xiaomi's own official website was only offering limited flash sales. This caused the Xiaomi 10 to explode in popularity. Forums and social media outlets were abuzz with discussion. What is Xiaomi playing at? They said it would go on sale, but now it's limited flash sales and only 500 units a day. With so many people across the country vying for 500, they're sold out in seconds. I even bought software to help me snag one, and I still failed. Damn it, I bet they all went to scalpers. This is a total ripoff. Lei Zong is playing us for fools. Some social media outlets began leaking information. Give it up. This is just a gimmick. It's not that Xiaomi doesn't want to sell in bulk, they simply don't have the stock. The production of Lungsan batteries is too low. Xiaomi only secured 1 million battery cells, and each phone requires 16 cells. Do the math on how many phones that can assemble. If you want a truly high-capacity phone, either wait or look at Huawei. According to inside sources, Huawei obtained a full 10 million Lungsan battery cells from BYD, enough to produce hundreds of thousands of units. And the latest news is that Huawei plans to use the Lungsan battery in its newest flagship. Because of Xiaomi's hunger marketing, Huawei's profile was also boosted. Many people were already aware that Huawei had acquired 10 million Lungsan battery cells. Moreover, Huawei had announced earlier this month that it would hold a new product launch event. Logically, Huawei should have capitalized on this wave of hype. But unexpectedly, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo stating that the flagship Mate 40 would be delayed, and when it launched it would come standard with high-capacity Lungsan batteries. At the same time, there would be a massive surprise. Yu Changhong also attached an image with a pitch-black background which appeared to depict the chip. This Weibo post instantly garnered enormous attention. Beneath Yu Changhong's Weibo post, comments surged past 1,000 in an instant. President Yu is gearing up for something big. Delaying the launch, is he saving a trump card? The entire lineup is equipped with Longshan batteries. Look how domineering Huawei is. Compared to Xiaomi, it breaks our Mi fans' hearts. But why not mention that Huawei secured 10 million Longshan battery cells, while Xiaomi only got 1 million? Huawei isn't short on batteries. It's an external factor. What does Xiaomi have to do with it? You're off track, folks. This is about the illustration. Is that a chip? The US is fully sanctioning Huawei. I hear the Kirin 9000 to be released this time will be the swan song of Huawei's chips. No more Kirin after this. How tragic. What can we do? When our technology lags, we're at others' mercy. Thankfully, our battery technology has broken through. Lately, I've been reading foreign reports and comments. They all sound like sour grapes. Some accuse us of fraud, refusing to believe we've developed such powerful batteries. BYD is formidable. One Longshan battery dominates the globe. What does BYD have to do with it? BYD itself said they collaborated with Academician Shen from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Longshan battery technology likely originates from the CAS. Academician Shen Tiankai is incredible, a true national treasure. Yu Changhong's illustration struck a chord with many. How everyone knew Huawei was under US sanctions, and the Kirin chip would become a relic. Now with the delayed launch, it was highly likely that chip production had encountered issues again. Time flew by, and before they knew it, November had arrived. At Wanghu Village, the research on high-strength crystalline steel progressed according to plan. Under Zhou Yang's leadership, a team of over 100 advanced rapidly successfully producing the second-generation high-strength crystalline steel by the end of the month. In actual tests, the yield strength of the second-generation high-strength crystalline steel reached an astonishing 7,200 MPa. This level was extraordinarily high. Currently, the strongest deck steel in the world was a special alloy steel produced by Country E with a yield strength of 1,000 MPa. Even Country M lagged behind Country E. But the second-generation high-strength crystalline steel developed by Zhou Yang boasted a yield strength 7 times that of Country E's strongest alloy steel. In actual tests, a 15-centimeter thick steel plate could withstand 100 armor-piercing rounds without being penetrated. This result filled the entire team with immense excitement. It could be said that they stood proudly above the world. However, Zhou Yang was not satisfied. He said, the yield strength issue is essentially resolved, but our next step is to continue advancing upgrading factors such as lightweighting, tensile resistance, and extreme temperature tolerance. In other words, our goal is the third-generation high-strength crystalline steel, the ultimate objective of this project. Zhou Yang's words silenced the experts present, all staring at him in disbelief. Such research results were still insufficient. He wanted to continue breaking through and improving. Mr. Zhou, is this necessary? Asked Ma Jingshan. The current second-generation high-strength crystalline steel already dominated the world, not merely surpassing others by a small margin, but by several times by several generations. Was it truly necessary to invest massive funds in further research? Zhou Yang replied, I have the final say in this project. If I say it's necessary, the third-generation crystalline steel was essential to meet the design requirements of the mecha. The current second generation was at best a semi-finished product. Therefore, no matter what, Zhou Yang would develop the third generation. The experts exchanged glances and said no more. After all, the project belonged to Zhou Yang, and the funding came from him. If Zhou Yang said to proceed, they would. Su Chun sighed softly but smiled, thinking to himself that this was the nature of youth. Never content with the status quo, always striving for better. If it were him, he would have long rested on his laurels. On November 5th, Li Tianshu paid an unexpected visit. Mr. Zhou HiSilicon has produced a sample of the Tianxin 100. Li Tianshu smiled as he delivered the good news to Zhou Yang. This biomimetic cellular chip, after consulting Zhou Yang's opinion, was named Tianxin with 100 as its code name. Oh, that was fast. Zhou Yang was delighted. From September to now, it had barely been 3 months. Of course, HiSilicon had only produced a laboratory sample. There was still a distance to go before formal production. Li Tianshu said, Yu Changhong contacted me hoping to invite you to offer guidance. Do you have time? Zhou Yang gladly agreed. He couldn't miss such a momentous occasion. On the 6th, Zhou Yang flew to Shenzhen. This time Chen Riyun, having learned from past experience, opted for the VIP exit. At the VIP exit, Yu Changhong, accompanied by Kong Lu and a group of HiSilicon executives, had all arrived. Boss, what time is the flight? 9:50, so he should be out by 10 at the latest. I haven't seen Mr. Zhou in over 2 months. I'm so thrilled to meet him now. Yes, I finally get to see my idol. After deeply studying the biomimetic cellular chip over this period, Zhou Yang had achieved godlike status in the hearts of all high silicon RD personnel. Kong Lu was equally nervous. They felt like students of Zhou Yang, having worked hard to produce a small achievement awaiting the teacher's inspection. Their procession was quite conspicuous. Moreover, those using the VIP exit were business elites, and many among those picking up passengers recognized Yu Changhong. That's President Yu of Huawei. In Shenzhen, few were unaware of Huawei, or Yu Changhong, especially in business circles. Such a behemoth had a pervasive influence on the city, affecting every aspect of it. Thus, Yu Changhong's face was more famous than that of many celebrities. Is President Yu here to pick someone up? Who could warrant a personal welcome from him? No need to guess. Definitely no ordinary person. Just then, people began emerging from the VIP channel. Yu Changhong and his team spotted a young man in a woolen trench coat accompanied by a tall, beautiful woman. Their eyes lit up, and they quickly approached. Mr. Zhou. Yu Changhong hurriedly extended his hand in greeting. Kong Lu and the others, barely able to contain their excitement, also offered their greetings. Hello, thank you for coming all the way to pick me up. Sorry for the trouble. Zhou Yang shook hands with each of them, then said to Kong Lu, you managed to produce a sample in just over 2 months. Impressive. The compliment brought tears to Kong Lu's eyes. He almost broke down. Over the past 2 months, he had led his team sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day, fully dedicating themselves to the development of the Tianqin 100. Only he knew the hardships involved. All right, let's head out first, said Yu Changhong. The group set off toward the parking lot. But as they walked, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd ahead, pulled a pistol from his coat, aimed it at Zhou Yang, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The moment the gunshot rang out, Zhou Yang felt something splash onto his face. Simultaneously, a figure collapsed onto him, pinning him to the ground. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the airport. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted the assailants, showing no signs of stopping from the moment they opened fire. Yu Changhong and the others stood frozen in shock. However, the 2 special agents brought by Chun Ryun were not stunned. In the instant the assailants fired, they reflexively drew their handguns and returned fire simultaneously. Bang, bang. The gunman was struck as if by lightning. 2 bullets hit his face, one in the center of his forehead, the other in his eye. He died instantly, collapsing into a pool of blood. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it was a swift flash, too fast for anyone to react. Target neutralized. The 2 special agents quickly crouched down, one to the left and one to the right, shielding Zhou Yang in the center. Zhou Yang fell to the ground and finally came to his senses, realizing that Chen Ryun had thrown herself on top of him, pinning him down. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached rapidly from 20 meters away. 5 or 6 individuals sprinting forward, each pulling for surrounded Zhou Yang, completely encasing him, while one rushed to the gunman and kicked his handgun away. Quick retreat to the lounge. Chen Ryun flipped over and scrambled to her feet, pulling Zhou Yang with her, instructing him to keep his head down as they hurried back to the lounge. Blood, where did this blood come from? Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a pool of warm blood on his chest. However, he felt no moved. Without saying a word, Chen Ryun and the surrounding special agents swiftly escorted Zhou Yang into the lounge 30 meters away. As for Yu Changhong and the others, their faces turned pale as they finally reacted. Blood, there's blood on the ground, a senior executive exclaimed. Yu Changhong then noticed the blood on the ground. Did Mr. Zhou get shot? Kong Lu screamed. Yu Changhong's mind went blank. In the lounge, the special agents burst in, clearing the area immediately before securing the main entrance. At that moment, Chen Ryun suddenly buckled at the knees, nearly collapsing. Zhou Yang suddenly noticed blood on Chen Ryun's back. You've been shot, Zhou Yang exclaimed, recalling the moment that had just transpired. Chen Ryun, who had been at his side, had noticed the gunman drawing his weapon and immediately moved in front of Zhou Yang, using her body to shield him from the fatal first. I'm fine. Chen Ryun quickly stood up, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, yet she appeared completely unbothered, not even furrowing her brow. Radio, Chen Ryun shouted. One of the 5 special agents who had just arrived quickly tossed over a small radio. These 5 were special agents arranged by the local government to covertly protect Zhou Yang and the others. Chen Ryun quickly stated, "This is Chen Ryun. Assemble personnel, immediately coordinate with the airport police to seal off all airport access points and restrict anyone from entering or leaving, while also notifying local police to deploy all SWAT officers to block all entry roads within a 3-kilometer radius of the airport." After issuing the command, Chen Ryun took out her phone and dialed a number calmly, saying just a few words. Code red. Those 4 simple words seemed to represent something significant, causing the expressions of the nearby special agents to become extremely serious. Having completed all this, Chen Ryun added, "Mr. Zhou, please remain calm and do not panic. We guarantee that we will ensure your safety." Zhou Yang looked at Chen Ryun, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but showed no emotion, and he became anxious. "I'm fine. What about you? You've been shot. There's a medical room at the airport. Oh, we need to get there quickly." No, you have a gunshot wound and we need to go to a major hospital. Come on, we're going to a major hospital. However, Chen Ruiyun shook her head saying, I'm fine. The situation outside is unclear and there may still be lurking enemies. Therefore we cannot go out, we must wait for support here. As she spoke, a series of footsteps echoed outside, and in the next moment 7 or 8 armed special agents appeared outside the lounge surrounding it tightly. Chief Chen, I am Action Team Leader Chao Yuxing. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached Zhou Yang, first glancing at him before letting out a long breath and reporting. After speaking, Chao Yuxing was taken aback, saying, Chief Chen, you've been shot. Chen Ruiyun stood up saying, I'm fine, Chao Yuxing. Establish a defensive line. We must ensure the safety of the VIP at all costs until reinforcements arrive. Chao Yuxing nodded vigorously and added, Chief Chen, what about you? Chen Ruiyun decisively interrupted him, saying, I'm fine. How can you be fine? Zhou Yang stood up angered. Chen Ruiyun, don't think you can handle everything alone. With so many people here, my safety is not an issue. Team Leader Chao, will you listen to me? Chao Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. He knew some of Zhou Yang's identity and understood its immense importance. He nodded, saying, Of course you are a leader, and I will certainly follow your instructions. Then good, you need to arrange a vehicle immediately to take her to the nearest major hospital. Zhou Yang pointed at Chen Ruiyun. Chao Yuxing's expression. Chen Ruiyun hurriedly shouted, Chao Yuxing, I dare you. Zhou Yang said, he want dare, I dare. Chen Ruiyun, are you not going to listen to me? Chen Ruiyun was taken aback and fell silent. Chao Yuxing, what are you waiting for? Have your men take action. If she dares to resist, find someone to hold her down. Zhou Yang commanded. Chao Yuxing, startled, waved his hand, and several special agents immediately stepped forward, picking up a chair and carrying it away. Zhou Yang pointed at Chao Yuxing, saying, Chao Yuxing, I will remember you. If anything happens to her, I will not let it go with you. Chao Yuxing shivered and shouted, What are you waiting for? Hurry and get her out of here. Several special agents quickly escorted Chen Ruiyun away. At that moment, Yu Changhong and the others also arrived outside the lounge. Mr. Zhou, are you alright? Let us in, I want to see Mr. Zhou. It was Yu Changhong shouting, but he was stopped by the special agents. Let them in, Zhou Yang hurriedly said. However, Chao Yuxing shook his head, saying, No, their identities have not been verified, they cannot enter. Zhou Yang frowned and said, I trust them. If there's a gunman outside, they are not safe either. Chao Yuxing still firmly shook his head, saying, Mr. Zhou, your safety is more important than theirs. Zhou Yang helplessly shouted, President Yu, I'm fine. You all wait outside for now and follow the arrangements. Alright, as long as you're fine. Outside the lounge, Yu Changhong let out a sigh of relief. At his level, he certainly understood how important Zhou Yang was and what it meant for the entire country. If anything were to happen to Zhou Yang, it would be a catastrophe for many. Despite the massive crowd at the airport, at Chen Ruiyun's command, the airport police, under the direction of the security department and in coordination with airport security, swiftly sealed off the entire airport. Every entrance and exit had designated personnel forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. What's going on? Why are so many people here? Why won't they let me out? I have urgent matters. Can I please leave first? Many passengers blocked from moving erupted in dissatisfaction. A leader at the main entrance shouted loudly, Please remain calm, everyone. There's an emergency situation at the airport. Kindly wait patiently where you are. The airport's public address system also began broadcasting loudly. Emergency? What kind of emergency? I don't know. Someone over there said they heard gunshots. Damn, could it be a terrorist attack? Really? No way. I've got to get out of here. It's too dangerous. Many passengers, bewildered, surged toward the exits. What do we do? The leader, overwhelmed with anxiety, reported the situation to Chao Yuhang via the walkie-talkie. Chao Yuhang was also anxious and said in a low voice, What do you mean, what to do? Just wait for people. Fortunately, not far from the airport, there was an emergency response unit. With a single command, over 100 members immediately boarded vehicles and arrived at the airport within 5 minutes, cordoning it off. The sight of fully armed personnel was quite intimidating. The initially restless passengers gradually calmed down. Forget it. Something big must have happened. They'll just wait. Exactly. If something's really going on, it might not be safe outside either. The initial passenger unrest was quelled and the staff directed everyone to wait in the departure hall. 15 minutes later, many passengers saw dozens of large trucks stop outside the airport. Fully armed personnel disembarked, quickly formed ranks, and completely sealed off the entire airport. Holy crap, this is serious. This is insane. Countless people gasped and pulled out their phones to take videos. Outside the rest lounge, despite confirming Zhou Yang was unharmed, Yu Changhong's heart was still in turmoil. That guy seemed to be targeting Mr. Zhou. It's terrifying. What are you saying? Were they after us? We're just ordinary people. What status does Mr. Zhou have? Mr. Zhou's bodyguard is incredible, using his body to block bullets. I've only ever seen that in movies. I never thought it would happen in real life. Yu Changhong, growing increasingly agitated, shouted, Enough. Stop talking. Thank goodness Mr. Zhou is unharmed this time. Otherwise, would be in huge trouble. At that moment, a squad of people came running over with heavy footsteps. They immediately moved forward and cordoned off the entire rest lounge. The leader, while walking, spoke into his walkie-talkie, locked down all access points within a 3-kilometer radius centered on the airport. Don't let even a fly escape. Behind them, another group of people came running over. Minister. The personnel at the rest lounge entrance greeted the newcomer. The middle-aged man who arrived was Gao Kun, the minister of the SC City Security Department. Old Lin. Gao Kun exchanged greetings with him. Old Lin nodded, his expression solemn, and said, "Let's go inside first." The two entered the rest lounge. Inside, Zhou Yang sat calmly, but inwardly he was still anxious, worried about Chen Ri. "Mr. Zhou, it's a relief that you're unharmed," Gao Kun said hurriedly. Old Lin also stepped forward and said to Zhou Yang, "Mr. Zhou, let's leave now." Zhou Yang nodded and said, "All right, but I need to go to the new district hospital." This? Gao Kun hesitated. "That might not be very safe." Zhou Yang looked at Gao Kun and said, "Let's go. Don't make such a big deal out of it like the sky is falling." Gao Kun hesitated for a moment, then had to nod and said to Chao Yuhang, "Chao Yuhang, go to the new district hospital right now and stand guard." Chao Yuhang nodded and immediately left. "Let's go then." Zhou Yang stood up and walked out. Upon reaching the outside of the rest lounge, he saw Yu Changhong and his group being held back in a corner. "Old Lin, can you bring my friends along too?" Zhou Yang asked. Old Lin thought for a moment and agreed. The group under escort quickly made their way to the underground. The security department arranged 2 sedans. Zhou Yang got into one while Yu Changhong and the others got into the other. They slowly drove out of the airport heading for the new district hospital. "Just who is Mr. Zhou?" Konglu asked. Yu Changhong's expression was stern as he said, "Enough. Don't ask questions you shouldn't." With the national cooperation, Yu Changhong knew Zhou Yang was no ordinary person. He had his own suspicions, as the partner this time was Matrix Energy. Recalling how BYD had separated its battery business to partner with Matrix Energy, a situation identical to their own, Yu Changhong boldly speculated that Zhou Yang was very likely the developer of the Dragon Core battery. Such a national treasure deserved any level of treatment. The group arrived safely at the new district hospital. Zhou Yang went to the front of the operating room. Chen Riyun had already been taken into surgery and was currently undergoing the operation. "Mr. Zhou, I've asked the doctor." Director Chen was brought in promptly, so it shouldn't be too serious. Gao Kun said softly. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Riyun had died blocking a bullet for him, he would never have forgiven himself. But this girl was truly fierce. She actually blocked a bullet without hesitation. She was just a bodyguard. Oh, why did she have to go that far? "By the way, who attacked me?" Zhou Yang asked. Gao Kun's expression shifted slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We've conducted a preliminary investigation and ruled out several possibilities. The gunman's identity has also been identified. It should have been arranged by hostile forces." Hostile forces? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, understanding instantly. In modern society, the speed of information dissemination is astonishing. News of the SC airport being sealed off by a large number of special police and soldiers was almost instantly spread online, with videos available in abundance. The real-time trending topics on Douyin also surged rapidly, claiming the top spot. The comments below broke through hundreds of thousands in an instant. "My heavens, what's going on? The commotion is so great that even the soldiers are out. It is said that the airport heard gunfire and then detained all the passengers, not allowing anyone to leave the airport. Not only are they not letting anyone leave, but they're also not allowing anyone to enter. Just earlier, the highway leading to the airport was under traffic control, and I've heard that an area 3 kilometers away from the airport has been completely sealed off by the police, with cars unable to get close. Is it a counterterrorism drill? It shouldn't be. If it were a counterterrorism drill, they would typically notify in advance, and they wouldn't control so many passengers. It's likely that something serious has happened. There were reports of gunfire, and perhaps there are criminals causing trouble. But doesn't the airport have security checks? How could someone bring a gun inside? Even if there were criminals trying to rob something, they wouldn't target the airport. And if something did happen, the police would handle it, so why bring in the military? I am at the airport, and I can tell you at least a battalion of soldiers has arrived. It's terrifying." Discussions online were rampant, and major media outlets like cats catching a whiff of fish rushed towards the scene, but they were all blocked off. At this time, someone quickly noticed that a large number of soldiers were also appearing at the nearest new district hospital to the airport, with an entire building being sealed off and put under alert. The media outlets that couldn't find any news all rushed towards the new district hospital. Director, a lot of reporters have come outside, reported an aide to Gao. Gao Kun frowned. The speed of information dissemination was too fast now. Everyone has a mobile phone, and if something happens, they can casually shoot a video and upload it online. If they are a bit slow to react, the video spreads like wildfire, and it becomes impossible to control. Zhou Yang also heard and said, "Director Gao, this matter should not be blown out of proportion. The impact would be too negative. If there is no issue at the airport, we should quickly withdraw the people and restore normal order." As for here, there is no need for so many people to guard it. Zhou Yang added. Gao Kun understood this as well. After thinking for a moment, he said, Mr. Zhou, we can evacuate, but you must come with us to a safer place, because we are not clear if the other side has any follow-up arrangements. Therefore, even if we need to withdraw security, we must first ensure your safety. Zhou Yang wanted to stay at the hospital until the surgery was over, but knowing that if he didn't leave, Gao Kun would definitely not withdraw, he thought for a moment, and said, All right, I will go with you. Good. Gao Kun nodded busily, and thought for a moment, saying, Colonel Lin, I think the ground may not be safe. Don't you have an air cavalry regiment? Could you send a helicopter over to pick up Mr. Zhou and take him to your camp? I believe that even if the other party is bold, they wouldn't dare to attack your camp. Colonel Lin nodded and said, That's a good idea. We'll go to our camp. He'll arrange it right away, give me 10 minutes. Zhou Yang was speechless and said, No need for a helicopter, it's a waste of resources and unnecessary. No, it is very necessary, Mr. Zhou. Even if you do not realize how important you are, we do. For your safety, this is very necessary. Gao Kun said. Zhou Yang opened his mouth, but could only nod. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yang got up and walked over to Yu Changhong and the others. Mr. Yu, I apologize for this incident. It seems that the visit to Haishir will have to be postponed for 2 days. I will let someone notify you in advance for the day after tomorrow. Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong quickly shook his head and said, Mr. Zhou, please don't say that. No one wants to encounter such an incident. The one who should apologize is me for causing you distress. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said to Kong Lu, You all did well this time. I also have shares in Matrix Energy, so I consider you half in charge. Therefore, I will take the lead and give you 2 days off to rest and relax. The day after tomorrow, I will come to see your research results. Kong Lu nodded blankly. These tech-oriented men were still in disbelief. After waiting a while, Colonel Lin announced that the arrangements were ready, saying there is a helipad on the top of the hospital. Oh, let's go directly to the rooftop. Zhou Yang nodded and waved goodbye to Yu Changhong and the others. Kong Lu leaned out to look out the window and soon saw a military helicopter speeding away, instantly widening his mouth in surprise. However, thinking about Zhou Yang's identity, it didn't seem unusual for him to leave on a military aircraft. After arriving at the camp via helicopter, Zhou Yang was arranged to stay at the guest house. 4 hours later, Li Tianshu hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, his first words were, Mr. Zhou, this was a serious oversight on our part, and I apologize for the distress you've experienced. Rest assured, we will never allow a similar incident to happen again in the future. Li Tianshu, who was in a different location, nearly choked upon hearing that Zhou Yang had encountered gunmen at the airport. He was terrified. With Longshin batteries, biomimetic cell chips, and high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's presence solved multiple pain points for the country's technology, and since Zhou Yang was still young, who knew what other achievements he could come up with? At this time, if something happened to Zhou Yang, Li Tianshu would be seen as a traitor to the nation. The higher-ups, upon learning of the news, were also furious. Li Tianshu was the first to rush over, and more high-ranking officials would follow personally to express their concern. Zhou Yang, however, remained calm, saying, It's fine. I anticipated that such incidents might occur while conducting research abroad. My parents were killed by hostile forces. They refused to divulge any information, even in death. I will not abandon my research work out of fear of death. Li Tianshu felt a deep emotion. He had already investigated the circumstances regarding Zhou Yang's parents and understood what they sacrificed for the country. By the way, how is Qinruan? Has the surgery finished? Zhou Yang asked. Li Tianshu nodded and said the surgery has concluded successfully and there are no lingering effects. That's good. Zhou Yang felt a long sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Qinruan, he would never forgive himself. So has this incident been investigated? Zhou Yang asked. Was it the hostile forces from Country M? The key issue was why Country M had targeted him. Was it merely because of the previous incident after his release? That shouldn't be the case, as that event had happened so long ago, and Country M wouldn't resort to assassination for something so trivial. Li Tianshu replied, I don't know the specific details, but Director Han from the Special Affairs Bureau is also here. Oh, perhaps he can brief you. Zhou Yang then noticed Han Haining, who was following behind Li Tianshu. Han Haining stepped forward. This time he too was drenched in a cold sweat. Shen Ryun was his subordinate, directly responsible for Zhou Yang. If anything had truly happened to Zhou Yang, a large number of people would undoubtedly be implicated, and Han Haining would be the first to bear the brunt with no escape. Mr. Zhou. Han Haining approached and said, We haven't fully investigated the entire incident, but we can roughly piece together the sequence of events. The root cause seems to be the Dragon Core battery launch event, where Chun Ryun cut in line with you. Oh, Zhou Yang was surprised. He hadn't expected it to be related to that matter. Han Haining then explained Zheng Yun's situation. The 6th Bureau of Special Affairs had conducted a thorough investigation and had also obtained some intelligence from the M countries' agencies revealing that this incident had brought Zhou Yang to their attention. Zhou Yang frowned and sighed softly, so that's how it is. He hadn't expected that Tianai Chemical had such a grudge behind it. So later the M country's intelligence agencies deduced that I was the developer of the Dragon Core battery, and that's why they sent assassins after me. Zhou Yang nodded. It seems that's the case now. Zhou Yang snorted coldly. If M country wants me dead, then it'll develop even more formidable technology, making our motherland the strongest nation in the world. Excellent. Li Tianshu clapped his hands in approval, Mr. Zhou, for these words alone I admire you. Rest assured from now on leave the research and development to you, and the rest to us. Han Haining also nodded firmly, Mr. Zhou, I swear here and now if you ever suffer any harm again, I will bring my head to you. The video from the airport was still spreading wildly online. The authorities promptly issued an official statement to dispel the rumors claiming it was an extreme criminal using a homemade shotgun to attack a personal enemy, but had been subdued. Simultaneously, with the aid of technical measures, the incident was gradually suppressed. However, Zhou Yang knew that M country would not let them, but Zhou Yang had nothing to fear. The next day, he headed to the headquarters of HiSilicon to inspect the sample of the biomimetic cell chip. Yu Changhong was the one to receive Zhou Yang again, and he apologized profusely upon seeing him. All right, it's all in the past. Let's go and see the fruits of your 2 months of labor, Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong nodded and led Zhou Yang to the laboratory. Kong Lu and the others were already waiting eagerly, and upon seeing Zhou Yang they rushed over. After the pleasantries, Zhou Yang's gaze fell upon a chip on the experimental table. Is this the Tianxin 100? He asked. The entire chip was minuscule, measuring 1.5 centimeters in both length and width. Excluding the external packaging, the actual chip size was only about 1 centimeter square with a thickness of roughly 1 millimeter. May I pick it up? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Lu quickly nodded. Zhou Yang then carefully lifted it. Externally, it appeared no different from existing silicon-based chips, but its interior held a world of difference. Have you tested its performance? Kong Lu replied, we have. Here are the test data. Compared to the A14, its performance is 112 times greater. The theoretical design projected the Tianxin 100's performance to be over 100 times that of the A14. However, the actual prototype exceeded expectations. Wow, 112 times. That's absolutely staggering. Li Tianshu, who had accompanied them, couldn't help but exclaim. Kong Lu said with undisguised pride. Its main frequency reaches an astonishing 340 gigahertz, and it demonstrates remarkable capabilities in floating-point and multi-threaded operations. Without exaggeration, this tiny chip possesses computational power comparable to a small supercomputer. Li Tianshu nodded vigorously. Though he didn't fully comprehend the technicalities, he understood one thing: the Tianxin 100 was extraordinarily powerful, capable of dominating all chips worldwide. Zhou Yang put down the chip. He was quite satisfied that HiSilicon had produced a prototype in just over 2 months. Then let's move to the next stage, industrial production, he said with a smile. Kong Lu and the researchers present burst into excited cheers. Although the chip had been successfully developed in the eyes of Kong Lu and the others, it wasn't truly a success until Zhou Yang, its creator, declared it so. Zhou Yang turned to Yu Changhong and asked, how are the supporting factories coming along? Chip design was one thing, but mass production was the key. From raw materials to slicing, electrical needle guidance, solidification, and packaging, the entire production process involved hundreds of intricate steps. No simple feat. Zhou Yang had provided the relevant production process designs. Therefore, alongside chip development, HiSilicon had assigned a large team of researchers to work on industrial design. Yu Changhong smiled. Thanks to the design documents you provided, Mr. Zhou, nearly 80 of the issues have been resolved. Most critically, the electrical needle equipment has been successfully developed. I estimate that all designs can be completed within a month, followed by another month for equipment installation and debugging. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to start production in about 2 months. The project had no shortage of funds, with the state providing hundreds of billions in capital. HiSilicon had aggressively recruited a large workforce, significantly boosting its research capabilities. But the most crucial factor was that Zhou Yang had already completed the entire industrial design. The equipment designs, process requirements, and even the control systems for the equipment were all provided by him in advance. With unlimited funding and resources, completing the industrial design to production within 4 months was feasible. Li Tianshu, however, was stunned, amazed that the Tianxin 100 would enter production so quickly. But Li Tianshu realized that just like the Dragon Core battery, it all depended on Zhou Yang's industrial design. Otherwise, such speed would have been impossible. Good. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. The chip issue was essentially resolved. By the way, Yu Changhong suddenly interjected, since Mr. Zhou and Director Li are both here, I'd like to discuss something. Should we hold a launch event for the Tianxin 100 and announce it to the world? Such a high-precision chip, once revealed, would undoubtedly cause a global uproar. Yu Changhong was unsure of the state's stance, whether to continue hiding their capabilities or to go public. After all, even the spin-off of HiSilicon from Huawei and its merger into Matrix Energy had not been disclosed to the public. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment. This is a significant matter. I need to report to higher authorities and seek instructions. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts? Li Tianshu turned to Zhou Yang, knowing his opinion was crucial. Go public, why not? Zhou Yang smiled. Such great news should be shared with the whole world. Besides, our nation no longer fears any threats. Why should we hide? We should use legitimate means to make our enemies fearful and submissive. Li Tianshu's expression turned solemn, and he immediately replied, I understand. I will convey your words to the higher authorities. Several days later, a decision was reached from above to go public. Just as Mr. Zhou said, our country no longer fears any challenge. There is no need to conceal things any longer. If we are to become the world's #1, we must display the boldness befitting that status, to become the core of technology, leaving our rivals with nothing but awe. Li Tianshu spoke thusly. Yu Changhong nodded excitedly. Having created such a remarkable innovation, it would have been terribly unsatisfying to keep it hidden away without revealing it. At that very time, Huawei was being strangled by the United States. The Tianqin 100 was the perfect counterstrike. On November 20th, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo. December 1st, a Qingtian Center. The future meets you unexpectedly. As the saying goes, the shorter the content, the greater the information. This single Weibo post from Yu Changhong quickly became a headline news, drawing widespread attention. Mr. Yu is gearing up for something big. Earlier, Mr. Yu posted a picture of a chip, and I speculated then that Huawei was holding back a major move. Well, the big move has finally arrived. I suspect Huawei has solved the chip production problem. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Impossible. TSMC won't manufacture for Huawei. Who else can? Relying on domestic semiconductor manufacturers. Don't be delusional. Maybe it's a new phone launch. The Mate 40 has been delayed for so long, it's bound to be released. If it's just a Mate 40 with a Longshin battery, then I'd think less of Huawei. Delayed this long, and still the same old thing. Would that be fair to us fans? Exactly. The production issue for Longshin batteries has been resolved. Many phone manufacturers have already secured large quantities. Fast movers like Xiaomi have started mass distribution. It's estimated that starting next month, flagship models from major manufacturers equipped with Longshin batteries will all be released. To be honest, the Longshin battery is truly impressive. With over 100,000 milliamps, I now only need to charge once a month. Online discussions were rife, and major media outlets desperately sought information about the upcoming launch from various channels. However, Huawei's secrecy was impeccable. Until the day of the event, no information leaked out. Wanghu Village. A knock sounded at the door. Zhou Yang, engrossed in coding, did not hear it. The visitor opened the door themselves and tiptoed in. At 9:40, the visitor reminded him, Mr. Zhou, it's almost time. Zhou Yang grunted instinctively, then suddenly realized the voice wasn't Li Ziyu's. He spun around to meet a pair of beautiful eyes. Chun Ruiyun. Zhou Yang's eyes widened. The visitor was none other than Chun Ruiyun. Mr. Zhou. Chun Ruiyun smiled and nodded in greeting. A rare sight from this icy beauty. Good. Zhou Yang stood up excitedly, wanting to embrace Chun Ruiyun to welcome her back, but upon approaching he felt it inappropriate and extended his hand instead. Welcome back. Chun Ruiyun shook Zhou Yang's hand and said, I should also thank you properly. You essentially saved my life. Given the situation at the time, if Chun Ruiyun had insisted on staying at the airport, a major disaster would have occurred. Zhou Yang's insistence on taking her to the hospital had indeed saved her life. Zhou Yang laughed. Come on, you took a bullet for me too. We're even. And don't ever do that again. Chun Ruiyun smiled, knowing that if a similar situation arose, she would still throw herself in front of him without hesitation. By the way, what did you just say? Zhou Yang asked. Chun Ruiyun replied. According to your schedule, you're supposed to watch Huawei's launch. It starts in 20 minutes. As she spoke, Chun Ruiyun stepped forward and turned on the television. CCTV 1 was broadcasting live. Compared to the previous BYD launch, this one was of a higher caliber. The importance of the Tianqin 100 surpassed even that of the Longshin battery. All right, pour me a cup of tea. Zhou Yang sat down. This time security protocols would never allow him to attend the event in person, and Yu Changhong dared not invite him again. On television, a reporter was providing an overview from outside the Qingtian Conference Center. The entire Qingtian Center can accommodate 700 attendees. The audience is now entering one after another. Besides enthusiastic ordinary viewers, Huawei has also invited a large number of industry insiders. Now, let's turn the camera to the interior of the Qingtian Center. Not only CCTV, but all major mainstream media were streaming live online. On Douyin, the live stream had tens of millions of viewers. What a grand spectacle. I heard even CCTV is broadcasting it. I heard Yu Changhong attended the last BYD launch too. Did he see that CCTV was broadcasting it, so he arranged for CCTV to broadcast this one as well? To be honest, it seems a bit inappropriate for a company's product launch to be broadcast live on state media. Exactly. State media should be more formal. Broadcasting a launch like the Longshin battery, a scientific achievement benefiting the nation and its people, is fine. But what's there to broadcast about Huawei releasing a phone? Netizens were buzzing with comments. At 1:00 a.m. sharp, the launch began on time. Huawei's events were always simple and straightforward without excessive. The presenter for the event was still Yu Changhong. Dressed in a suit, Yu Changhong stepped onto the stage with a firm stride. Yu Changhong first briefly announced Huawei's development achievements in the previous phase. Finally, he said, "Next, let's welcome a special guest." As he spoke, a young man walked up from backstage. Many financial journalists in the audience quickly recognized the young man. "Wow, I know him. He's Zhu from Matrix Energy." "It really is him. I've heard Matrix Energy is very mysterious." BYD's battery business spin-off was acquired by Matrix Energy. Analysts have long suggested that the state is behind Matrix Energy. How could the state entrust a strategic technological achievement like the Longshin battery to a private company? The key point isn't that. Why is Matrix Energy at Huawei's launch? Could it be? Some journalists had already guessed the reason. On stage, Yu Changhong revealed the reason. "Let's welcome President Zhu from Matrix Energy. Next, on behalf of Huawei, I will announce a decision. In fact, this decision was made over 2 months ago, but we are only announcing it now. That decision is HiSilicon Kirin will be spun off from Huawei as a separate entity, contributing its technology as equity to merge into Matrix Energy, becoming a subsidiary of Matrix Energy. The specific merger plan will not be disclosed publicly." Yu Changhong's words, though brief, caused an uproar at the scene. HiSilicon Kirin, the semiconductor enterprise that Huawei had heavily invested in, was the top chip design company in the country. Huawei poured tens of billions into HiSilicon Kirin annually. It had long been estimated that HiSilicon Semiconductor alone was valued at over 100 billion yuan. Such a 100 billion yuan company was being swallowed up by Matrix Energy. It was simply astonishing. A heated discussion erupted at the scene. This Matrix Energy is incredibly formidable. First it swallowed the battery division, and now it has taken HiSilicon Kirin. It's simply unstoppable. You should say the nation is formidable. Anyone with a bit of sense should understand that this Matrix Energy is nothing but a national team operating undercover. Indeed, if it weren't a national team, how could Matrix Energy remain so mysterious? To this day, aside from a name, not even industrial and commercial records, the attendees, all business elites, seasoned journalists, and well-informed individuals, were not surprised that Matrix Energy could acquire HiSilicon Kirin valued at 100 billion. With the strength of the national team, even if HiSilicon Kirin were worth 1 trillion, it could be devoured in an instant. What shocked them was that HiSilicon Kirin had willingly sold itself. HiSilicon Kirin was a core business of a private company not listed on the stock market. Countless capital investors had attempted to invest, but were all repelled, indicating that Huawei needed no capital and was hardly short of funds. Yet now it had suddenly sold out to the national team. Many journalists' eyes gleamed with sharp light. There was a major issue beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the onlookers on various live streaming platforms lacked such insight. Holy crap, this Matrix Energy is insane. It swallowed HiSilicon Kirin too. Can some big shot tell me how much HiSilicon Kirin is worth? How much? At least 100 billion. Stunned, what exactly is Matrix Energy? It seems to have swallowed BYD's battery business earlier. Not exactly swallowing BYD, just its battery business. But even that is impressive. BYD's battery division is worth at least tens of billions. At the press conference after announcing the first blockbuster news, Yu Changhong briefly introduced Zhu's identity. Without Zhu was merely a figurehead, and some details were not suitable for public disclosure. Let's move to the next phase. After Zhu left the stage, Yu Changhong continued, "Some time ago, many knew we were sanctioned by the U.S., dealing a heavy blow to our chip business. Many speculated that our next-generation chip would be stillborn." These words left the venue in silence. On the live streaming platform, comments were filled with indignation, all cursing the U.S. for its unfair tact. The U.S. is too despicable. First ZT, now V. Ultimately, it's because we lack core technology and lag behind. Falling behind means being bullied. When will this ever end? V is lucky compared to ZT, which collapsed entirely. At least V has held on until now. I said it before, no matter what phone V releases today, they'll support it without question. Right? Support domestic products. At the press conference, Yu Changhong said, "But in this adversity, our beloved RD team has worked hard to develop the next generation chip, the 1000. The large screen displayed an image of the 1000. The venue erupted in cheers. The live streaming platform was flooded with 666 comments. It's indeed a brand new chip. Rumors had circulated that Huawei had already perfected the next-gen chip, the most powerful ever. But the key is production. TSMC seems to have stopped manufacturing for V. With the 5nm process, domestic companies can't produce it either. Even if the chip is designed without production, it's useless. Don't be pessimistic. Just being able to research it is already impressive." The venue also erupted in warm applause. Everyone could imagine how difficult it was to research the 1000 under the heavy pressure of U.S. sanctions. Yu Changhong gestured for silence, then said, "Applause is deserved here, but I must tell you V aims to do more than this. Pausing, Yu Changhong waved his hand vigorously as inspiring background music played. The large screen changed abruptly, revealing a brand new chip. Everyone looked puzzled. Another chip, Yu Changhong said. We've learned from our pain and decided to fundamentally change our RD. Here we thank one person who brought a new future. For confidentiality reasons, I cannot reveal this person's identity, but in the hearts of our tens of thousands of RD staff, they will always be remembered. The audience exchanged glances, completely lost. Yu Changhong introduced this person so solemnly, yet couldn't say who they were, citing confidentiality. Who could this person be, and what had they done? All right, Yu Changhong announced loudly. Now let me proudly introduce this chip, which boasts fully independent intellectual property and is about to enter mass production, the biomimetic cellular chip, XIN 100. The venue fell silent. Everyone was bewildered. Weren't they supposed to introduce the 1000? Why suddenly the XIN 100? And what was a biomimetic cellular chip? Mass production. When did they start manufacturing chips themselves? Weren't they always just designing them? But the sharp-witted had already sensed that Yu Changhong was about to drop a bombshell. Skipping the 1000 to focus on the XIN 100 suggested that in his Zilicon's view the XIN 100 was the flagship chip. Yu Changhong said, the biomimetic cellular chip is a revolutionary chip unlike any in the world, utilizing new foundational materials and an entirely novel internal structure. I cannot disclose specific details, but I can tell you that within this chip, measuring a centimeter square and a millimeter thick, there are 6 trillion transistor-like structures. Yes, 6 trillion, 100 times the number of transistors in the Apple A14 chip. The atmosphere exploded as the entire venue buzzed with excitement. 6 trillion transistors, 100 times the A14s. The A14 hailed as the most powerful chip on Earth, and the Tianqin 100 had 100 times its transistor count. Yu Changhong's words were like a bomb, leaving the audience's minds blank. Across live streaming platforms, there was a collective silence. Everyone was in awe. Yet Yu Changhong, as if the impact weren't enough, added, the XIN 100 will have a main frequency of 340 GHz. What does that mean? Think of it this way. Its computing power is equivalent to a small supercomputer. Oh my god, 340 GHz main frequency. Am I hallucinating? Such a tiny chip with such a high frequency. Impossible. Below the stage, many were screaming at the top of their lungs. A main frequency of 340 GHz was utterly absurd. In the live streaming rooms of various platforms, still in a state of silence, Yu Changhong did not provide a detailed introduction to the materials and designs used in the Tianqin 100, simply stating things in terms that ordinary people could understand. The structure of the quasi-transistor reaches 26 trillion, which is 100 times stronger than the current strongest chip. The main frequency is 340 GHz, more than 100 times that of the A14. In short, to put it simply, the performance is 100 times that of the strongest chip on Earth, the A14. This is not just a mere increase by a factor, but a direct enhancement by 100 times. At this moment, Moore's law has completely lost its effect. The atmosphere at the launch event was filled with murmurs. Previously, some professionals had speculated that the performance of the Kirin 1000 would not compare to the A14, but it should be able to catch up with the Snapdragon 860. After all, Apple's A series chips have remained unrivaled for many years, representing the pinnacle of technological advancement on Earth. Yet now, while Huawei is developing the Kirin 1000, they have also created the Tianqin 100. The key point is that the performance of the Tianqin 100 is nothing short of black technology in existence of alien technology. An increase by a factor of 1 or 2 is acceptable, but 100 times improvement is simply unbelievable. Mister, is what you said true? This Tianqin 100 can't be fake, right? Because these numbers seem unreal. A reporter couldn't help but shout loudly. This statement echoed the thoughts of everyone present. It's no wonder they couldn't believe it. The Tianqin 100 was so powerful that it was hard to accept. A person came on stage bringing Yu Changhong a mobile phone. Yu Changhong held the phone high and said, "This is our new flagship phone that will be launched at this conference, the Mate 40 Pro, which will be equipped with the Tianqin 100 chip." Originally, I should have introduced this latest flagship phone in detail, but since the media has mostly exposed everything that needs to be revealed, there is not much left to introduce. After all, today's main character is our Tianqin 100. The crowd erupted in astonishment again. To introduce the Tianqin 100, he even neglected to introduce the latest flagship phone. However, everyone was too captivated. All their attention was focused on the phone in Yu Changhong's hand. The phone equipped with the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong said, "To specify how powerful this phone is, using some technical terms may be difficult for many to understand, so let's keep it simple and straightforward. For example, let's run a benchmark test first." Yu Changhong opened the phone and said, "Let's first run an Antutu test." The screen displayed the phone's interface. Everyone saw Yu Changhong open the Antutu testing software and start the benchmark. The latest Apple 12 equipped with the A14 scored 5700 in Intu 2. Let's see how much our Tianqin 100 can score. The software began to run and calculate. A few minutes later the result popped up, and everyone present, including the many viewers watching the live stream, gasped in shock. What score is this? 8 digits. My goodness, it actually scored over 65 million. This is insane. Has the world gone mad? Isn't Tutus data wrong? Over 60 million points, are you serious? Everyone felt like they were going insane. To say it was 100 times that of the A14 was truly more than just 100. Yu Changhong said, some people might not believe this score and think we are faking it. You can also check your phones to look at the Intu 2 rankings. You should find our phones data there. Many people immediately took out their phones to check. Sure enough, on Intutus rankings, a phone suddenly appeared, Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with a score that matched Yu Changhong's earlier score of over 65 million. Yu Changhong said, if someone thinks Intutus score isn't professional enough, then let's switch to another software, Geekbench, which is a very professional benchmarking software from overseas. Let's test it out. As far as I know, the A14 scores 1583 in single-core tests and 4198 in multi-core tests on Geekbench. And the Snapdragon 865 scores only 845 in single-core and 3106 in multi-core tests. As he spoke, Yu Changhong had already opened the software and started the test. Countless people held their breath watching the software run. Soon the results came out, and everyone's eyes widened again. Geekbench did not recognize this chip, but the score still appeared over 18120 in single-core and more than 47820 in multi-core. Compared to the A14 score, this number could not be described as merely a crush, it was a complete annihilation. Yu Changhong smiled and said, you all should have seen the astonishing performance of the Tianqin. What do you think this chip can do? Running hundreds of applications with background processes due to memory limitations might not reach your expectations. Or maybe playing the most demanding mobile game. Come on, I can say that any mobile game right now can run smoothly at the highest graphics settings on the Tianqin 100. I don't even need to test that. Many people showed knowing smiles. Indeed, the Tianqin 100 was too powerful, and it seemed that it could easily handle any game. Yu Changhong said, the Tianqin 100 possesses a performance 100 times that of the strongest chip available today. It's possible that when you buy this phone, the CPU may never run at full power because the performance is just too excessive. Since this is the first showcase of the Tianqin 100, we have no intention of throttling its performance. Thus, we believe the Tianqin 100 should have immense utility in many fields. For example, a computer. As soon as Yu Changhong said this, countless people in the audience widened their eyes in shock, gasping. While Huawei is really going to make big moves, not only focusing on mobile platforms, but also planning to penetrate the desktop platform. The key point is that the Tianqin 100 is too powerful, 100 times stronger than the A14. Even if desktop CPUs are stronger, they would still be at least dozens of times less powerful. Right now, I just want to know if the toothpaste factory is watching the conference, and if so, I ask you all, are you nervous? Yu Changhong waved his hand, and everyone should know that mobile chips mainly use ARM architecture, while desktop CPUs use x86 architecture. The different architectures determine that they cannot easily be compatible. However, this has changed with the new generation of Bionic Cell chips, which have a completely new architecture that is also backwards compatible with ARM and x86 architectures. This means our Tianqin 100 can be applied to both mobile and desktop platforms simultaneously. The audience erupted again with one revelation after another, making them feel as if they were on a roller coaster, not having had time to calm down before reaching another. Yu Changhong pointed at the laptop in front of him and said, many professionals present should know some basics like why Intel doesn't produce graphics cards and why Nvidia doesn't produce CPUs. Is it because they lack the technology? Of course not. As you know, Intel is the largest chip vendor and also the largest graphics card vendor. Their integrated graphics market share surpasses that of Nvidia. They have the technology. So why don't they do it? Is it because they look down on those profits? Of course not. It's because of patents. It's the patent wall built over many years by Nvidia and AMD. The words Yu Changhong spoke were not something a layman would necessarily understand. The live streaming platform was filled with confusion as well. Does Intel even produce graphics cards? Isn't the world's largest graphics card manufacturer Nvidia? The person above is ignorant. You only know about discrete graphics cards for gaming, but you don't realize that the vast majority of computers use integrated graphics, and in that regard Intel is the undisputed leader. At the press conference, Yu Changhong continued, patents are an insurmountable wall. But now it's different because our biomimetic cellular chip is fundamentally different from any chip in modern society. Thus, patents are not an issue for us, as we have redefined the chip. Yu Changhong opened the laptop in front of him. The Tianqin 100, due to its unique design, possesses strong compatibility. In fact, CPUs for mobile and desktop platforms are essentially the same. The main distinction lies in power consumption. The same chip can be used universally across different platforms. For example, this laptop is equipped with our Tianqin 100. Its motherboard was designed based on a mobile platform, but due to the underlying architecture it can be compatible with the current desktop platform's x86 architecture. At the same time, there is another crucial point: the GPU. As I mentioned earlier, the Mate 40 Pro can run any mobile game on the market smoothly, not only because of its powerful performance, but also due to our newly designed. This GPU is also a biomimetic cellular chip, allowing us to perfectly bypass all existing patent walls and design it as we wish, granting it incredible performance. Let's test just how powerful it is. As Yu Changhong finished speaking, the live streaming platform erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Old Huang, are you panicking now? As before, many people typed the same message. Huawei seemed intent on stirring up trouble today, challenging multiple fields at once. At the press conference, Yu Changhong had already opened the laptop. It was still running the Microsoft system. Seeing this, many professionals nodded, indicating that Yu Changhong's claim about the Tianqin 100's compatibility with the x86 architecture was not a f. Yu Changhong said, "Let's first test video rendering. This is a video our design team prepared for me. You can see how powerful the Tianqin 100's rendering capabilities are. As the saying goes, modeling relies on the graphics card, while rendering relies on the CPU. CG and video rendering are the ultimate tests of a CPU's computing power. Sometimes rendering just a few seconds of video can take hours." Yu Changhong opened a professional rendering software and began the process. The original model began rendering at the speed of video playback, with light and shadow and textures appearing. In just over 10 seconds, the video was fully rendered. Under normal circumstances, rendering a video like this on a workstation-level computer would take several hours. Now everyone can see how fast it is. Indeed, everyone saw it. Many people working in post-production and video rendering felt a tingling sensation on their scalps as they watched Yu Changhong's test. They knew all too well how time-consuming and labor-intensive such video rendering could be. Now, with the advent of the Tianqin 100, it was no exaggeration to say it had directly transformed the entire industry. This is insane. With mainstream configurations, it wouldn't just take a few hours, it would take at least a whole day and night. Exactly, you have no idea how slow this rendering can be. The Tianqin 100 is truly extraordinary, but given its immense performance, such results are expected. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the press conference venue was in an uproar. Yu Changhong added, "Alright, let's try playing a game. My employees told me that the game with the best graphics right now is called Cyberpunk, which has extremely demanding requirements for graphics cards. Let's test it on this laptop." Yu Changhong clicked on the pre-downloaded game. On the big screen, everyone could clearly see that the game loaded instantly, with almost no loading time. Yu Changhong casually set all the graphics settings to the maximum. This game is a true graphics card killer. Even the so-called strongest GPU, the 3090, cannot run it at 60 frames per second. However, everyone noticed that the laptop in Yu Changhong's hands ran the entire game smoothly at the highest graphics settings. Seeing this, many gamers became restless. Damn, I feel like my newly purchased 3090 is really an IQ tax. Why didn't Huawei release the Tianqin 100 earlier? My 3090 just arrived. Enough said, I just want to know when the Tianqin 100 will go on sale. I can't wait. At the press conference venue, the performance of the Tianqin 100 truly stunned many. But considering its terrifying performance, no one found it strange if this thing was a performance beast. At that moment, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Mister, what about heat dissipation? With such powerful performance, the heat must be severe, right?" Upon hearing this, many insiders suddenly realized the issue. The stronger the performance, the more terrifying the power consumption. Desktop CPUs are more powerful than mobile chips, and in terms of phone size, it's technically possible to fit a desktop chip inside. But why not do it? Because the power consumption of desktop chips is too high. A phone's small battery and cramped internal space offer limited heat dissipation capabilities. Everyone turned their gaze to Yu Changhong, awaiting his answer. Yu Changhong seemed to have anticipated the question. "Well, I've covered most of what needs to be said. Since there's supposed to be a QA session, let's start it early." Some people might think that the stronger the performance, the greater the heat. But in reality, your understanding is based on existing silicon-based chips. A biomimetic cellular chip is an entirely different thing. I mentioned it has a structure similar to transistors, but it's not the same. Its working mode and internal structure are not what you imagine. I can't reveal too many details, but I can tell you that its heat generation is not as severe as you think. We've tested it. Under full load, its temperature reaches only about 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. With an appropriate cooling design, heat is not a concern. As for power consumption, it is indeed not low. But thanks to breakthroughs in battery technology, I believe this level of power consumption won't be an issue. After Yu Changhong finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized. That's right. With the advent of the Dragon Core batteries starting next year, phone battery capacities are expected to surge past 1.0 mAh. At that point, no matter how high the chip's power consumption, it will be fully manageable. With exceptional performance and controllable power consumption paired with the Longshin battery, the Tianqin 100 is simply invincible, unmatched across the globe. At the press conference, Yu Changhong stated, I believe many of you have numerous questions, so next I will focus on addressing some of the issues that concern you. Immediately, a journalist raised their hand to ask a question. Yu Changhong casually pointed to one. Excuse me, mister? You, who exactly is the person you mentioned before? Is the Tianqin 100 developed by this person? Everyone stared intently at Yu Changhong. The Tianqin 100 was just too powerful, almost like a piece of black technology. While the crowd believed in Huawei's research and development capabilities, the Tianqin 100 still didn't quite seem like something that could come from Huawei. Mainly because it appeared suddenly without any prior warning. Even with the best confidentiality, some information would still leak, such as news about Huawei secretly developing a mysterious chip. But there was nothing at all. It wasn't surprising to say that the Tianqin 100 seemed to appear out of nowhere. Moreover, at the start, Yu Changhong suddenly wanted to thank someone, and this person was incredibly mysterious, not even revealing their name or gender, which inevitably led people to suspect that this mysterious individual was the developer of the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong smiled and said, no comment, next question. Another journalist stood up wanting to ask about the mysterious individual, but after some thought refrained and instead asked, Mr. Yu, you mentioned earlier that the Tianqin 100 is about to enter mass production and will be featured in the Mate 40 Pro. Does that mean you have solved the mass production issue with the chip? How did you solve it, and where did you acquire the lithography machine? Everyone knew that Huawei had always been a chip design company, and when it came to chip production, they still had to rely on foundries like TSMC. If Huawei really had in-house production capabilities, they wouldn't be suffering so much from sanctions imposed by the U.S. Yu Changhong said, first I want to clarify a fact which I have already stated very clearly. The Tianqin 100 is not a chip in the traditional sense. It is a completely new design chip, with everything from the raw materials to the production methods and architecture being entirely new. Therefore, we do not need to buy a lithography machine, as it is not necessary. As for the mass production issue you mentioned, yes, we have resolved it, and we will commence production as early as January next year. Yu Changhong's words caused an uproar at the venue, and the live streaming platform was even more ecstatic. While Huawei is amazing, they are going directly into and not needing a lithography machine. Could this be the legendary saying, if you don't let me play, I'll just start my own game? They always said we couldn't produce a lithography machine and how incredibly difficult it is. Now look, we don't need one. I wonder how ASML will feel if production starts as soon as next January. Does that mean we could buy a phone equipped with the Tianqin 100 then? I just don't know how much it will cost. With such an impressive chip, it must be very expensive. At the press conference, the next journalist also raised the issue of the price of the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong replied, the price of the Tianqin 100 has not yet been decided, but I can assure you here that our shipping price for the Tianqin 100 will definitely not exceed that of the A14 and Qualcomm's flagship chips each year, which means it will be around 700 yuan. The cost of an A14 has long been revealed to be around $100, which converts to about 700 yuan. And yet the Tianqin 100 boasts a performance 100 times that of the A14 while being sold at the same price. In an instant, everyone seemed to smell the strong scent of gunpowder. Huawei is clearly aiming to strike Apple hard. On the live streaming platform, one could see countless comments praising Huawei. Wanghu Village. Zhou Yang signaled Chen Ruyun to turn off the television. Chen Ruyun said, Mr. Zhou, the press conference isn't over yet. Aren't you going to watch? Zhou Yang shook his head and replied, there's nothing more to see. He wasn't concerned about the price. The pricing of the Tianqin 100 is not something Huawei can decide. It must align with the country's strategy, which is to expand globally and confront high-end foreign chips hidden in a technological warfare. Therefore, even if it means selling at a loss, the country would still promote the Tianqin 100 on a large scale. Fortunately, Zhou Yang knew that the cost price of the Tianqin 100 was only around 400 yuan, leaving ample profit margin. However, Zhou Yang had some doubts about Yu Changhong's mention of the mysterious individual. Was it a directive from the country? Yu Changhong would definitely not dare to reveal the identity and existence of that person. The Huawei press conference had concluded. But the aftershocks had not ended. It was like a wave sweeping across the nation, and the Tianqin 100 instantly soared to the top of the trending list. Major media outlets and all forums were in a frenzy discussing the Tianqin 100. With performance 100 times greater than the A14, it was simply maddening. That evening, the 7 o'clock news dedicated a full 5 minutes to detailing the research achievements of the Tianqin 100. Once again, the official stance emerged to validate the authenticity of the Tianqin 100. At that moment, the nation erupted in excitement. First, it was the Longshin battery, and now the Tianqin 100. Everyone could truly feel the country becoming stronger. Reports about the Tianqin 100 also crossed oceans and reached the other side of the Pacific. In the U.S., at Apple's headquarters, senior executives gathered to watch the recording of Huawei's press conference. Subtitles were provided below, and everyone could understand. Biomimetic cell chip, what on earth is this? A high-ranking executive screamed. A performance 100 times stronger than ours, is that true? They must be talking nonsense. However, the subsequent benchmarking segment left everyone inside. Benchmarking seems difficult to fake. An Rabbit scored over 60 million points and Geekbench recorded 470,000 points. This number was... A high-ranking executive spoke up. I have already inquired with Geekbench, and they checked the back-end data. This score should be authentic. His words led to a dead silence in the room. No one spoke. They quietly continued watching. When they saw Yu Changhong take out a laptop to test video rendering capabilities and gaming performance, everyone's expressions grew even more serious. Because they discovered another key point. GPU. Huawei not only tackled the CPU, but also managed to address the GPU as well. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Theoretically, GPUs and CPUs are essentially the same. They are both chips, just with different computational focus. A technical supervisor frowned and said, we should all know that developing a GPU isn't very difficult. The challenge lies in bypassing the existing patent walls to create a GPU compatible with current software. I speculate that the Tianqin 100, as Yu Changhong said, likely employs an entirely different architecture, which means they can operate without any patent restrictions. Thus, designing the Tianqin 100 and subsequently creating a GPU with comparable performance should not be too difficult. The technical supervisor's explanation did not lift the spirits of those present. The stunning video rendering capability exhibited by the Tianqin 100 weighed heavily on their hearts. Apple's mainframes also constitute a significant portion of their business, and their workstations, especially those at desktop levels, are the go-to choice for video rendering. The emergence of the Tianqin 100 would directly press their mainframes down to the ground. Next, during the QA session, Yu Changhong confirmed that they had solved the mass production issue, with the earliest production slated for January of the following year. FUCK, an executive cursed. Without even needing a lithography machine, how could the United States still sanction V? They couldn't impose sanctions even if they wanted to. Afterward, when Yu Changhong announced that the factory price of their Core 100 would not exceed that of the A14, the executives present grew even more unsettled. They're declaring war on us, one executive shouted. With performance surpassing the A14 at a lower price, this was nothing short of provocation. Tim Cook cleared his throat, silencing the room. Scanning everyone present, his expression turned grim as he said, Gentlemen, we have a major problem. Indeed, a major problem, Apple's major problem. It was easy to imagine the immense impact the Core 100 would have on Apple. Cook continued, V is a formidable company. I've heard they're also planning to develop an operating system. Although we have a complete mobile ecosystem, their challenge cannot be ignored. Everyone nodded in agreement. V was engaging in a close-quarters battle with them, posing a genuine threat. So what should we do? One executive asked. No one answered. It was Cook who spoke again. Versus ambitions are too vast. They not only challenge us, but also Intel and Nvidia. So, I believe we can join forces to apply pressure on them. Versus press conference revealed much information. Not only would the Core 100 be used in mobile platforms, but it was also intended for desktop platforms, and they had even solved the GPU issue threatening Intel and AMD's very existence. If V succeeded, neither Apple, Intel, nor Nvidia would let them off easily. In other words, V had instantly provoked three of the most powerful companies in the internet. Yes, that's what we should do. Make them fail. Many executives nodded in agreement. Cook said, all right, I'll visit Intel tomorrow. CIA, Dragon Core Battery Intelligence Unit. Jack had been transferred to the intelligence unit responsible for gathering intelligence. Chief, I'd like you to take a look at something. Jack approached Chief Robertson. Robertson was in a foul mood. Not long ago, their unit had identified Zhou Yang as the developer of the Dragon Core battery. After reporting to their superiors, Robertson proposed an assassination plan targeting Zhou Yang directly. After deliberation, the superiors approved it. Robertson didn't oversee the plan's execution and only knew it had failed. In retaliation, the intelligence department of the Other Earth had dismantled many of their outposts and eliminated a batch of undercover agents, inflicting heavy losses on the CIA. Robertson had been criticized as a result. What is it? He asked absent-mindedly. Jack began playing a video. It was the press conference of V. What's this? Robertson watched for a while, then said impatiently, just get to the point. Jack fast-forwarded the video and said the key part is here. This mysterious man Yu Changhong mentioned, HiSilicon, was spun off and acquired by Matrix Energy. And Matrix Energy, as you should know, soon after the acquisition, HiSilicon suddenly developed this Core 100 chip. So I believe this mysterious man might be the developer of the Core 100 and also the developer of the Dragon Core battery, Zhou Yang. The mere mention of Matrix Energy was enough to catch Robertson's attention. After analysis, the intelligence unit had essentially confirmed that Matrix Energy represented the government of the Other Earth. Now Matrix Energy had struck again, this time in the chip sector, and results came immediately. Yu Changhong's gratitude toward a mysterious man made it hard not to suspect that Zhou Yang, closely tied to Matrix Energy, was the developer of the Tian Core. Is this Core 100 really that impressive? Robertson asked. Jack nodded emphatically. It's not just impressive, it's like alien technology, just like the Dragon Core battery. That's why I have reason to suspect Zhou Yang developed the Tian Core 100. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, Huawei probably doesn't have this RD capability. In Jack's view, if V had the ability to develop the Core 100, they wouldn't have been left battered by U.S. sanctions. Robertson gasped. This Zhou Yang, wasn't he developing batteries? How did he end up developing chips? Jack shrugged. Who knows? But I've said it before. He's a genius, a true genius. We shouldn't have let him go. Enough. Robertson waved his hand. Don't dwell on the past. Come with me to see the director. Half an hour later, Robertson reported their suspicions to CIA Director Ferguson. Robertson concluded, Director, this Zhou Yang is growing more formidable. Now he's even developed chips. Someone like this cannot be left alive. He must be eliminated. Ferguson's expression was serious. He raised a hand to dismiss Robertson. I've heard your report. I'm going to the White House now. Wait for my return before any decisions are made. A few hours later, Ferguson returned. Director, how did it go? Are we taking action? Robertson asked. Ferguson nodded. Yes, we're taking action, but not assassination. We need to find a way to bring him to the United States. A genius like him should serve our country. Bring him to the U.S. Robertson's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. Director, is that possible? Ferguson said, nothing is impossible. In short, find a way to bring him here first. Your unit is the most familiar with Zhou Yang's situation, so you'll handle intelligence. Adrian will be in charge of the actual operation. Who? That madman. Robertson exclaimed. Adrian was known as the madman of CIA headquarters, not because he was insane, but because of his ruthless methods, often resorting to extreme measures to achieve his goals. For instance, in a small Middle Eastern country, to eliminate a target, he engineered a rebellion that led to the target being killed by rebels. However, that rebellion caused many civilian casualties with severe consequences. That's why everyone called him a madman. The impact of the Core 100 continued to ripple outward. Meanwhile, at Wanghu Village, research on high-strength crystallized steel was progressing steadily. Zhou Yang estimated that the third phase would be completed within a month at most. One day, Li Tianshu came to visit. Mr. Zhou, may I ask you a question? His expression was serious. Oh, what question? Li Tianshu said, I know the research on high-strength crystallized steel is going smoothly, and the test results show excellent performance. My question is, can this material be used in aircraft engines to solve their material problems? Aircraft engines. Zhou Yang was taken aback. Was he referring to the crown jewel of industry, the aircraft engine? Aero engines, the crown jewels of industry, represent the pinnacle of human industrial technology. To say they are as difficult to achieve as reaching the heavens is no exaggeration. Across the world, among over 200 nations, only 4.5, the U.S., EFY in our own country, can produce them. Due to insufficient technology, our nation barely qualifies as half. The difficulties primarily lie in two major areas: design and actual production. Designing an excellent engine is no simple task. Our country has always maintained a high level of proficiency in this regard. As always, when it comes to intellect, we have never fallen behind anyone. The crux lies in the production process, which is exceedingly complex, along with the materials required: heat-resistant, ultra-high-strength, corrosion-resistant, and lightweight. Such materials are beyond the capability of most nations to produce. Zhou Yang looked at Li Tianshu and asked curiously, what's wrong? Li Tianshu sighed deeply and said, hey, race the thing. Just yesterday, he suddenly conveyed a message to us unilaterally, suspending negotiations for the introduction of the AL-41 series engines. The AL series engines are quite renowned, especially the AL-31, which was exported in large quantities to Z, alleviating Z's urgent needs before they solved their own engine problems. Were we still planning to import the AL-41? What about our own WS engines? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Z had also been continuously developing engines, striving for domestic production. Li Tianshu said, ours cannot yet be mass-produced, so the higher-ups plan to import the AL-41 to solve the engine issue for the J-20. Negotiations began long ago and were essentially settled, but at this critical juncture, he suddenly changed their mind, abandoning the talks decisively, likely due to the Longshin battery. Zhou Yang was taken aback. How is that related to the Longshin battery? Li Tianshu smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhou, consider this: he exports a vast amount of oil to our country each year. Now that we have solved the battery technology and sent a clear signal that we are vigorously developing electric vehicles, the most direct impact will likely be a reduction in oil imports. It's not hard to understand that he is using this opportunity to give us a warning. A warning? Zhou Yang suddenly laughed. What did he have to offer that they could warn Z? At that moment, Zhou Yang understood why Li Tianshu had asked whether high-strength crystalline steel could be applied to aero engines. Since you asked, I'll tell you clearly: the third-generation high-strength crystalline steel can absolutely be used in aero engines. As for when the third generation will be completed, at most 1 month. Li Tianshu's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhou, are you certain? With the AL-41 import falling through and the domestically developed WS engine still unable to enter production, the J-20 had already been deployed, but its engine remained a persistent problem. The nation was anxious, which led to the sudden idea of consulting Zhou Yang about using his high-strength crystalline steel for aero engines. Zhou Yang nodded. How about this set up an aero engine RD team for me, preferably people familiar with the WS design, and let them collaborate with us to see if we can solve the specific issues. After the material issue, Zhou Yang's next plans still had two major problems: the control system and the propulsion system. The mech suit had a propulsion system capable of short-distance flight. Of course, this propulsion system was definitely not a conventional fuel engine, but a particle thruster similar to a Hall-effect thruster. So dabbling in engine research on the side was not out of the question. All right, I'll arrange it immediately, Li Tianshu said hastily. In truth, the nation had sent Li Tianshu to consult Zhou Yang not only about the high-strength crystalline steel, but also with the hope that Zhou Yang might help solve the aero engine problem. Zhou Yang's RD capabilities were beyond doubt. Every one of his achievements was a black technology. Beijing. Dimitrov had been waiting for several days. Have they contacted us again? Dimitrov asked his assistant. The assistant shook his head. This was already the 100th time Dimitrov had asked. Days earlier, as the Kremlin's special envoy Dimitrov had conveyed the Kremlin's decision to unilaterally halt the export of AL-41 engines to Z. For the first 2 days, Z had been in constant contact with Dimitrov, discussing the possibility of restarting negotiations. At that time, Dimitrov was in an exceptionally good mood, putting on a stern face and indulging in plenty of sarcastic remarks mocking Z's negotiators. The Kremlin's intention was to give Z a warning of exports would certainly resume eventually. He was short on funds, while Z had money. This move was merely a warning with the aim of driving up the price and demanding more concessions such as a larger share of oil trade. But to Dimitrov's surprise, starting 2 days ago, Z suddenly stopped contacting him. After 2 days of silence, Dimitrov began to panic. After some thought, Dimitrov said, "Go arrange a car for me. I want to visit General Gao." The assistant nodded and hurried off to make arrangements. An hour later, Dimitrov arrived at the General Armament Department. After notifying them, he sought to meet Gao Jianjun. Gao was in charge of military procurement. Winning him over would seal the deal for the AL-41 export. Unexpectedly, Gao Jianjun was unavailable. "Not available to see me. Are you sure?" Dimitrov's eyes widened in disbelief. The assistant nodded. That's what his secretary said. Dimitrov shot to his feet. This was an insult. He had come personally to visit, yet Gao Jianjun wouldn't even see him. What else could it be but an insult? "Let's go. They'll regret this." Dimitrov turned to leave. But after 2 steps he stopped. Angry as he was, if this deal fell through, he would certainly face punishment upon his return. "Go find them again. Tell them I'll wait here." Dimitrov gritted his teeth. And so he waited, for a full 3 hours. Dimitrov was absolutely certain that Gao Jianjun was deliberately keeping him waiting as retaliation. It's just a negotiation tactic. I won't get angry. After all, we still hold the upper hand in these talks. The more disrespect you show me now, the more I'll demand tenfold at the negotiation table. You'll regret this. Dimitrov fumed, inwardly forcing down his rage. Just then, Gao Jianjun's secretary finally came to inform Dimitrov that Gao could see them. In Gao Jianjun's office, Dimitrov strode in with a livid face. However, Gao Jianjun was remarkably indifferent, as if engrossed in paperwork. Without even looking up, he said, "Mr. Dimitrov, I have a meeting shortly. You have only 5 minutes. Speak, what is it?" 5 minutes. Dimitrov felt deeply humiliated but forced himself to endure. "General Gao, the AL-41 engine. It's not impossible to restart negotiations. You just need to agree to a few more of our demands." Gao Jianjun abruptly cut him off. "Mr. Dimitrov, didn't my secretary inform you? We have decided not to purchase the AL-41 engine." "What?" Dimitrov shot up from his seat. Suddenly he felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. It seemed he had botched this matter. "General Gao, are you joking?" exclaimed Dimitrov. Gao Jianjun glanced up at Dimitrov and said, "Mr. Dimitrov, I work over 12 hours a day. Do you think I have time to joke with you? But what about the AL-41? Are you giving it up?" Dimitrov asked hastily. If the deal fell through, he would be the one to take the blame, so Dimitrov grew anxious, almost wishing he could say that a single nod from the other party would seal the matter. Gao Jianjun shook his head slightly. "I've already said we no longer need it. If there's nothing else, Mr. Dimitrov, I have a meeting to attend." After Gao Jianjun left the office, Dimitrov slumped onto the sofa, his face turning pale. As he stepped out, his assistant hurried over and asked, "How did it go, sir?" "They said they don't want it anymore," Dimitrov replied, as if his soul had been drained. The assistant froze. "Don't want it? Why?" Dimitrov shook his head. He wished he knew the answer to. The assistant pressed, "Could another seller have stepped in?" "Impossible. Who else in the world would sell them engines?" The major global powers had spared no effort to restrict ZS development. Selling engines was unthinkable. Once outside, the cold wind jolted Dmitrov back to his senses. He slapped his face twice. Something's wrong, very wrong. At first, when we proposed ending the negotiations, even if they didn't know our ulterior motive, they should have understood it was just a bargaining tactic. Strategically, they need the AL-41, and we're the only ones who can sell them engines of this caliber. But suddenly they don't want it, and it doesn't seem like a negotiating ploy. So either a new seller has entered the fray, as you said, or they genuinely no longer need it. Something must have happened that we don't know about. Go use every connection and find out why. The assistant rushed off tense. This deal wasn't just about the billions of dollars from the engines. The key was the $100 billion oil trade Z had offered as a gesture of sincerity. That was the real prize. If the transaction collapsed, the losses would be incalculable. At Wanghu Village, Li Tianshu had immediately dispatched a team of experts. There were 8 in total, led by Li Bingxuan, an engineer from Liming Engine Group, and an aviation engine expert. Originally an engineer at Shifei Group, he had worked on the preliminary research and launch of the WS project before being recruited by Liming, where he assembled a team for engine development. But in the final procurement evaluation, the TS engine he led was defeated by the WS. The blow had been severe, leaving Li Bingxian somewhat embittered. Now, hearing from his superiors that someone could solve the material problems for aviation engines, his first instinct was disbelief. He felt he was being strung along. If the material issue had truly been resolved, Shifei would have reassigned him long ago, instead of leaving him to languish on the bench. Chief Engineer Li, we're almost there, said Kong Ning, his deputy on the bus. Li Bingxian adjusted his glasses and looked out the window. A small hill came into view. When the bus stopped, Li Bingxian suddenly realized and exclaimed in surprise, "Is the research institute inside the mountain?" Their host Li Ziyu nodded. "Yes, our institute is inside the mountain. Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou is waiting for you. Let's go in." Passing through the heavy alloy doors and the armed guards on duty, Li Bingxian understood this was no ordinary research institute. Its security level was among the highest in the country, and the cost, hollowing out an entire mountain, was extravagant. No typical institute could afford such treatment. Yet Li Bingxian had never heard of this institute before. The resentment he had carried on the way vanished entirely. It was like a commoner stepping into a presidential palace. Instinctively intimidated, any thought of throwing a tantrum fled. He even felt that the master of this institute was no ordinary person. "This institute is huge. They've hollowed out the whole mountain." "That's insane," Kong Ning and the others exclaimed. Li Bingxian quickly said, "Quiet." They arrived at a spacious laboratory. Chief Engineer Zhou Yang, the director of this institute. Zhou Yang said, greeting them with a smile as Li Bingxian hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands. His spirit was subdued, and he dared not show any lingering resentment. Zhou Yang exchanged greetings with the others before leading Li Bingxian to the experimental table. On the table lay a square, alloy-like metal block. "Chief Engineer Li, the material before you is our institute's latest achievement, high-strength crystalline steel. This is just the second-generation product. The third generation, the final version, should be ready within a month at most. Here are the test data for the second-generation product. Take a look." Zhou Yang handed over a document. Li Bingxian took it instinctively and began flipping through. After just a few glances, his eyes widened and his hands trembled. "Impossible. These figures must be fabricated. This strength, this heat resistance. How is it possible? When did the country ever have such material?" The data far surpassed even the best foreign materials he knew of by several times. Zhou Yang smiled. "Whether it's fabricated or not, the sample is here. Chief Engineer Li can run his own tests." He paused and continued, "I'm quite busy with my current work. The material is provided, the specific engine design will be up to you. Of course, the priority is still to refine the WS. Shifei has already sent over the relevant documents, and we have all kinds of large experimental equipment here. If you need anything, you can ask her." Zhou Yang pointed at Li Ziyu. "Whatever you need, she can arrange it. And don't worry about funding. There's an unlimited budget." "Well, I'm busy, so I won't stay. Skip the welcome dinner. We're all researchers, no need for empty formalities. Finally, I wish Chief Engineer Li an early resolution of the WS production process issues." Zhou Yang bid everyone farewell. Such a welcome ceremony was simple and unconventional. It even made Kong Ning and the others somewhat dissatisfied, though Zhou Yang had paid them far too little attention. Although this research institute was highly prestigious, Kong Ning believed they were no ordinary people either. Being so lightly regarded left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Chief Engineer Li, this Mr. Zhou really doesn't take us seriously at all," Kong Ning whispered. Li Bingxuan, however, seemed not to hear him, and simply thrust the materials into Kong Ning's hands, saying, "You all take a look first." Then he asked Li Ziyu, "Secretary Li, was this high-strength crystalline steel really developed by your institute? And who was behind it? Was it that Mr. Zhou just now?" Li Bingxian racked his brains, but couldn't recall any major figure in domestic materials science named Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu nodded, and then shook his head. "To be honest, I don't really understand the research side of things. This high-strength crystalline steel was proposed by our Mr. Zhou, and he led the team to develop it. But now Mr. Zhou no longer oversees this project directly. The development of the third-generation product is mainly under the charge of academician Su Chun. Who? Li Bingshuan's eyes widened in shock. He knew Su Chun, a true giant in the domestic metal smelting industry. Secretary Li, are you saying academician Su is here too? Li Ziyu nodded. He's in the lab next door. Would you like to meet him? Is that allowed, Oi? Li Bingxian felt a sudden nervousness. After all, the other party was an academician. Li Ziyu smiled. Why wouldn't it be? Academician Su is a very kind person. I think he would be delighted to see you. With that, Li Ziyu led the group to the adjacent laboratory. In a spacious lab, Su Chun was guiding his team through an As Li Bingxian arrived, the lab erupted in enthusiastic applause. We did it, Professor. We succeeded, someone cheered. Then an aged voice was heard saying, excellent, excellent. We've broken through another bottleneck. But to be honest, this breakthrough would not have been possible without Mr. Zhou's guidance. Li Bingxian hurried into the lab and immediately spotted Su Chun. Li Ziyu stepped forward to introduce Li Bingxian to Su Chun and the others. Oh, it's you. I remember we met at an industrial ministry meeting once, Su Chun said to Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian replied with excitement. I never imagined academician Su would still remember me. It's such an honor. Su Chun continued. You're quite accomplished yourself. I heard you did excellent work at Shifei, and you played a major role in getting the WS project off the ground. Mentioning the WS project, Su Chun couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Don't even mention it. It was my fault. I was too ambitious. I jumped ship to Liming thinking I could build an even more powerful engine to rival Shifei. But reality dealt me a harsh blow. Li Bingxian let out a long sigh. When he left Shifei, he had wanted to prove himself. Instead, he not only failed, but also fell into the depths of a personal slump. Su Chun could tell what had happened from Li Bingshuan's reaction. He patted him on the shoulder and said, that's life, full of ups and downs. But look, you're here now. Maybe this is the new beginning you need. Li Bingxian nodded firmly. After seeing Su Chun, he was finally convinced of the experimental data for the high-strength crystalline steel. With such materials available, there was no doubt they could create a superior aero engine. Professor Su will surely be coming to you for advice. I hope you won't find me a bother, Li Bingxian said. Su Chun chuckled, of course not. But to be honest, you'd be better off seeking guidance from Mr. Zhou. If he were willing to share even a fraction of his knowledge with you, you'd be in for a treat. Mr. Zhou. Li Bingxian was taken aback, then suddenly understood. The entire research institute belonged to Zhou Yang, and even Su Chun was working under him. Li Ziyu had also said that the high-strength crystalline steel was Zhou Yang's creation, and it was only now with the project mature that it had been handed over to Su Chun. The true core of it all was still Zhou Yang. The fact that he could have a giant like Su Chun under his command, and that Su Chun was perfectly content with the arrangement, spoke volumes about Zhou Yang's brilliance. I see. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. The resentment he had felt upon arrival had long since vanished. Zhou Yang's office. Li Ziyu knocked on the door. It was Chun Ruyun who opened it. She nodded to Li Ziyu, and then silently retreated to a corner. In that corner stood a chair, a small tea table, a bottle of Sprite, and a romance novel. Chun Ruyun could sit there for an entire day. At the desk opposite, Zhou Yang was busy at his computer. Mr. Zhou, Chief Engineer Li and the others have been settled in, Li Ziyu reported. Zhou Yang nodded. Li Ziyu was about to leave when Zhou Yang suddenly called him back. Arrange a visit to Bad in the next couple of days. Li Ziyu was taken aback and asked instinctively, Bat. Which one? Bat, of course, referred to Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba. Zhou Yang said, all of them. You decide the order. Any one of them first is fine. He had almost finished preparing for the Intelligent Core project. The basic research outline should be completed today. The remaining work would be handed over to specialists. The only qualified private enterprises domestically were the three giants of Bat. Li Ziyu didn't dare ask further questions. He nodded and asked, and under what identity should we go? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and replied, use the identity of matrix energy. The Intelligent Core in layman's terms was artificial intelligence. Like Iron Man's J.R.V.I.S. It possessed a certain degree of intelligence and could help the mech pilot solve many problems. Because the mech had too many systems making operation incredibly cumbersome, it was best to leave control commands to the AI. The pilot would only need to issue instructions and perform simple operations. Ideally, it should be as simple as playing a game. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Li Ziyu left. Chun Ruyun followed him out. Since Zhou Yang was going on a trip, security arrangements were essential. The next day, Tencent headquarters in Shenzhen. A middle-aged man walked and presented his credentials and said, my name is Chao Yuxing. This is my ID. I need to see the person in charge of your company. The receptionist was startled when she saw the official stamp on the credentials. Someone had come with the same ID a few months ago. All right, please wait a moment. The receptionist dared not delay and immediately called her superiors. Soon the group's president Lin Houning along with several attendants hurried downstairs to welcome the visitor. Captain Xiao, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Lin Haoning looked tense. Xiao Yuxing was no ordinary person, he was from state security. The last time someone from state security came, they had barged straight into their data center and deleted some data without explanation. Such people were not to be trifled with. By the way, our CEO Ma will be back shortly, Lin Haoning added. Xiao Yuxing rose and shook hands with Lin Haoning with an air of indifference. Since Mr. Ma will be back soon, we might as well wait. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yuxing met Ma Huateng, the former richest man in the nation and a true titan of the business world. Hello, Captain Xiao. Ma Huateng was quite courteous when he saw Xiao Yuxing. The weight of what Xiao Yuxing represented was something even Ma Huateng dared not take lightly. For any transgression against national security, no matter who you were, how much power you wielded, or how vast your wealth, the consequence was absolute annihilation. This was the red line, the inviolable boundary. Hello, Mr. Ma. Xiao Yuxing nodded in acknowledgement, then said, I'm here to inform you that tomorrow a guest will be visiting your company. My role is to conduct a preliminary security assessment to ensure there are no potential hazards. This afternoon, our bureau's security personnel will arrive and assume full control of your company's security. Upon hearing this, the accompanying security chief couldn't help but exclaim, full control. Such an action was far too high-handed. Ma Huateng shot him a glare before quickly replying, all right. We'll cooperate fully. By the way, who is this guest? We haven't received any notice. Given the security measures, it was undoubtedly a figure of great importance. Xiao Yuxing smiled. I'm here to notify you now. As for who it is, it's someone from Matrix Energy. That's all I can say. Matrix Energy. Ma Huateng was startled. Xiao Yuxing then summoned the security chief to inspect the building's security arrangements. Lin Haoning quickly interjected, Mr. Ma, isn't Matrix Energy the company that acquired HiSilicon? And not just HiSilicon, they also took over BYD's battery business. Recently, Matrix Energy had become a household name in the business world. I heard Matrix Energy is backed by the national team. Hard to say if it's true. No question about it. It's 100% true. If it weren't the national team, who else could make BYD spin off its battery division or force Huawei to hand over HiSilicon Kirin? So why is Matrix Energy coming to Tencent? The group buzzed with speculation. Ma Huateng, equally puzzled, pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. President Yu, it's me. Ma Huateng called Yu Changhong. Hey, race, the thing Matrix Energy suddenly sent word that they want to visit Tencent. What do you make of this? Yu Changhong was silent for a moment on the other end of the line, then said, Mr. Ma, there are things I can't say outright. I'll give you just 4 words. Oh, which 4? Ma Huateng was taken aback. Yu Changhong replied, receive them well. With that he hung up. Ma Huateng stood frozen, a glimmer of understanding dawning on him. Mr. Ma, what did Yu Changhong say? Lin Haoning pressed anxiously. Snapping back to reality, Ma Huateng immediately ordered, go summon the top management for a meeting. We need to plan how to prepare for tomorrow's, and remember they're coming for a visit. Notify everyone below to stay sharp. No one is to drop the ball at this critical moment and embarrass Tencent. Under a warm reception, that means it's good news. A shrewd gleam flickered in Ma Huateng's eyes. BYD's battery business was acquired by Matrix Energy, and BYD subsequently launched the Dragon Core battery. Huawei's HiSilicon Kirin was acquired by Matrix Energy, and then they released the Tianqin 100. Anyone could see the pattern here. Now that Matrix Energy had arrived, Ma Huateng understood instantly a golden opportunity had come knocking. That was why Yu Changhong had urged him to offer a warm reception and not to slight the visitors. That afternoon, many employees at Tencent's headquarters noticed a stream of strangers entering the building, followed by a large contingent of SWAT officers. Combined with the internal memo about an upcoming visit, everyone realized a very important person was coming. Ma Huateng had initially planned to organize a welcome ceremony and even go to the airport to receive the guest. However, due to security concerns, no details were provided about when or how the visitor would arrive. At 1 o'clock the next afternoon, a sedan discreetly pulled into the underground garage of the Tencent building. The entire garage had been cleared. All employees and executives had been notified in advance not to drive that day, or at least not to park in the underground garage. The vast underground garage was now lined with security personnel stationed every few steps. Ma Huateng and his team, who had only been notified 10 minutes earlier, hurried downstairs to wait. The car door opened. Chen Rian stepped out first, then opened the door for Zhou Yang. The assembled Tencent executives craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the visitor. When they saw it was a young man, they were all taken aback. Zhou Yang was incredibly young, at most 27 or 28. Yet such a young man traveled with such an imposing escort that everyone present could scarcely imagine his true identity. Hello, I'm Zhou Yang. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhou Yang stepped forward and extended his hand to Ma Huateng first. Though Ma Huateng was one of China's wealthiest tycoons, Zhou Yang showed no deference, treating him like an ordinary person. At Zhou Yang's level, wealth and power were no longer things that impressed him. No matter how much money one had, it was just a string of numbers. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Manhwaedit snapped to attention, quickly shaking Zhou Yang's hand. Though he didn't know exactly what Zhou Yang did, the sheer scale of the arrangement spoke volumes. Manhwaedit led the way, guiding Zhou Yang upstairs and asked, Mr. Zhou, welcome to Tencent for your visit. I've prepared a small welcome ceremony upstairs. I hope you'll do us the honor. Let's save that for after the tour. Zhou Yang waved his hand, politely declining. Then he asked, how many RD researchers do you currently have at Tencent? Manhwaedit, clearly well-versed in his company's details, answered without hesitation. We have over 70,000 RD personnel worldwide, with about 40,000 in China spread across our RD centers nationwide. As for core researchers, there are around 8,000. These are the elite backbone of our company. Zhou Yang nodded to himself. A core team of 8,000 was no small scale. For instance, these 8,000 employees typically earned an annual salary of over 500,000, costing the company tens of billions in wages alone. Are you involved in artificial intelligence? Zhou Yang continued. Manhwaedit's eyes lit up. A thought immediately crossed his mind. Could Matrix Energy's collaboration with them be in the field of AI? That was the hottest sector right now. Yes, we have a team of about 500 people dedicated to AI research. Manhwaedit answered eagerly. Although Tencent was primarily a gaming company, there was nothing stopping them from dabbling in AI. That way they could intelligently push advertisements or analyze users' spending habits to better serve them. Can you take me to see it? Zhou Yang asked. Of course. Manhwaedit quickly led the way, his heart secretly thrilled, as the direction of cooperation was most likely artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was the future direction of technological development, and Tencent had also made early arrangements, organizing a team of hundreds for research and development. This is Wu Yiming, the head of our AI division. Manhwaedit pointed to a middle-aged IT man and introduced him. Zhou Yang glanced at Wu Yiming, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him except for his somewhat thinning hair, and asked, can you introduce me to your research project? Wu Yiming glanced at Manhwaedit, and upon seeing Manhwaedit's slight nod, he led Zhou Yang to a workstation and brought up a program, explaining, Mr. Zhou, this is an AI customer service program we developed. Once running, it can monitor the game's operations in the background. If a player contacts customer service, it will respond immediately, and its replies are almost indistinguishable from a real person's. This program has been running in the background for nearly 5 months. We continuously update its database to make it more human-like. Initially, there was a 13% chance that players would identify it as AI, but now less than 1% of players can tell they are conversing with an artificial intelligence. After the introduction, Wu Yiming looked at Zhou Yang with considerable pride. This was the result of their division's long and arduous efforts, their labor of love. Zhou Yang made no comment, and asked, is there more? Wu Yiming was taken aback, caught off guard by Zhou Yang. After a moment's thought, he quickly said, yes, there is. Our self-developed intelligent program can be used in many areas. For example, in games, if a server has many players logging in, the program will automatically allocate servers from other games to handle the load. Conversely, if there are fewer players, it will put idle servers to use. Zhou Yang said nothing, just smiled amiably. Wu Yiming's expression grew anxious, especially under Manhwaedit's increasingly stern gaze. He added, oh, and we also developed an intelligent game development program. You can input general requirements, and it will intelligently generate a game. Zhou Yang finally spoke, smiling. You really are a game company. Manhwaedit's heart skipped a beat, and he shot a fierce glare at Wu Yiming before quickly saying, Mr. Zhou, we started with games, so we might have more involvement in that area, but our company's overall RD capabilities are still very strong, definitely among the best in the country. Zhou Yang nodded. He believed that after all, they had money. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, hey, raise a challenge for you. They'll give you a week to produce a result. With that, Zhou Yang stepped forward, opened a blank document on the computer, and wrote down a problem. Everyone present gathered around to see. The problem was this: write a program that can draw a picture. All right, that's it for today. Mr. Ma, I'll take my leave now. Zhou Yang extended his hand with a smile. Manhwaedit was taken aback. Was he leaving already, having seen so little? But he quickly shook Zhou Yang's hand and said, okay, Mr. Zhou, rest assured we will do our best to solve the problem you've set. Zhou Yang nodded and turned to leave. The car drove away. A group of executives stood and placed their expressions peculiar. Mr. Ma, who is this Mr. Zhou? Didn't he come for a tour? Why did he leave after just a quick look? One executive asked. Who knows? He only looked at the AI department. Could he be planning to collaborate with us on an AI project? That's possible. Manhwaedit nodded slowly. He only looked at the AI department, which means he wants to collaborate on AI. But I feel he wasn't very impressed with our AI. From start to finish, Zhou Yang hadn't said a single good word. What is Wu Yiming doing? I give him several $100 million a year, and this is all he has to show for it. If he can't deliver, we'll have to let him go. You can't blame Wu Yiming entirely. AI is a bottomless pit. Investing a few $100 million a year might not even make a splash. Manhwaedit said, come on, let's go back and look at that problem. Everyone returned to the AI division. Wu Yiming, what do you make of this problem? Manhwaedit immediately asked. Wu Yiming's heart was pounding with anxiety. Yesterday, top management had sent word that an important figure would be visiting today. At the time, Wu Yiming thought that since their AI division had only been established for a year or two and had no outstanding achievements, the big shot probably wouldn't visit them. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yang came straight to them. Reflecting on the entire visit, Wu Yiming felt only one word described it: disastrous. Especially at the end, manhwaedit's face had turned extremely grim. Isn't it just about writing a program to draw a picture? It looks simple to me, one executive said. Many executives with technical backgrounds nodded in agreement. In their view, the problem was not difficult. Writing a program to do it would be a piece. But Wu Yiming shook his head. Leaders, I think Mr. Zhou's intention with this problem might not be so simple. It's not just about drawing a picture, but about how to draw it. Writing a quasi-AI program that thinks like a human about how to draw. Manhwaedit thought for a moment. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Writing a program to tell it, I want to draw a tree, what's so difficult about that? Wu Yiming looked on the verge of tears. Mr. Ma, it's not that simple. I think the first challenge Mr. Zhou is testing is whether the program can think about what to draw rather than us giving it a subject. Manhwaedit immediately understood. Giving a program a subject to draw is fundamentally different from telling the program draw a picture and letting it decide what to draw on its own. The very concept of what to draw is not an easy problem to solve. However, Manhwaedit felt that professional matters were best left to professionals to worry about. He quickly said, this is very important. Mr. Zhou gave us 7 days. During these 7 days, you lead the team. You can temporarily assign any RD personnel in the company and utilize all resources to solve this problem with full force. If you do well, there will be a reward, a big one. Understood. Wu Yiming was startled. He could assign any RD personnel and mobilize all resources. Just how much importance did Manhwaedit place on Zhou Yang's test? Okay, I will do my best, Wu Yiming quickly replied. He felt that if he failed this task, his future would be bleak. In the car, Zhou Yang sat quietly. Across from him, Chen Ruiyun asked, not satisfied. Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, realizing Chen Ruiyun was speaking. It seems we rarely speak beyond necessary exchanges, Zhou Yang said. This was probably the first time Chen Ruiyun had made casual conversation with him. Previously, their conversations had always been about work. Chen Ruiyun's gaze wavered slightly as she said, I noticed you seemed dissatisfied, so Zhou Yang chuckled, I can't say I'm dissatisfied, but alright, I am indeed a bit unsatisfied. Chen Ruiyun replied, actually, you could just mention it to the higher-ups. And Chen Ruiyun knew that Zhou Yang intended to approach that hoping for a collaboration similar to his previous ones with BYD and High Silicon. It's different, Zhou Yang said. Zhou Yang shook his head. This project can cultivate a large number of talents, and I hope these talents won't be hidden away in research institutes, but rather out in society, striving to innovate and transform the entire society. As Chen Ruiyun had suggested, if Zhou Yang wished, he could simply speak to the state and have thousands of researchers reassigned to develop artificial intelligence with ease. But then these individuals would likely return to their original institutes or universities after the project ended, becoming disconnected from society again, and any future research would fail to translate into immediate results. In contrast, this commercial collaboration model driven by profit could swiftly convert findings into tangible outcomes, directly reshaping society. All right, you have your grand principles. I can't argue with you, Chen Ruiyun said with a smile. That smile left Zhou Yang momentarily entranced. After a long pause, he averted his gaze and said, you know you should smile more often. Chen Ruiyun's pretty face flushed slightly, and she fell silent. The next day, Zhou Yang followed his plan and traveled to HC City to visit Alibaba. He was received by Alibaba's vice president as their big boss Ma was away on business. Compared to Tencent, Zhou Yang observed more at Alibaba. Their RD capabilities were strong, but primarily focused on data processing, essentially devising ways to push products to users. Zhou Yang made no comments, left the same problem, and departed HC. The day after Zhou Yang left, Ma Yun returned to Hangzhou headquarters. I heard someone from Matrix Energy came for a visit. What did they see? Ma Yun asked. The vice president replied, they just had a casual tour, mainly looking at our AI research. Oh, and they left a problem for us to solve within 7 days. Oh, what problem? Show me, Ma Yun said. Staring at the problem before him, Ma Yun fell into deep thought. Matrix Energy is no small player. If we can collaborate, great. If not, no harm done. We'll just focus on our own work, Ma Yun said. As for this problem, assign it to a team and have them study it seriously. Regardless, we should still make an effort to secure a promising collaboration project. Leaving Alibaba aside, Zhou Yang had arrived in BJ City. Li Tianshu came to pick him up at the airport. Mr. Zhou, are you planning to develop artificial intelligence? Li Tianshu asked. He had been briefed on Zhou Yang's itinerary over the past few days, so he naturally knew about Zhou Yang's visits to Tencent and Alibaba, and the problem he left behind. In fact, Li Tianshu had already consulted relevant experts upon receiving the problem. Zhou Yang didn't hide it. Yes, artificial intelligence. Li Tianshu was puzzled. From Dragon Core batteries to chips, then to high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's R&D efforts seemed scattered, spanning an astonishingly wide range. Yet Zhou Yang had consistently delivered incredible results. Li Tianshu had every reason to believe Zhou Yang would achieve great breakthroughs in AI, but he couldn't fathom why Zhou Yang approached research this way. He would propose a project, collaborate with a company, and before the results were even out, like with Huawei where Tianjin 100 hadn't gone into production yet, Zhou Yang had already moved on to other research. It seemed as though Zhou Yang was in a desperate rush to develop something. Li Tianshu had heard that Zhou Yang worked over 12 hours a day. Though Zhou Yang was still young, Li Tianshu wanted to find the right moment to advise him to relax a little and enjoy life. Given Zhou Yang's current achievements, he had already surpassed 99% of the nation's scientists. Mr. Zhou, it's getting cold, and the year is almost over. Perhaps you could take some time to rest in the south, Li Tianshu suggested tentatively. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. Over this period, he had been constantly on the move, resolving several critical issues. The core problems of the mecha were mostly solved. Perhaps a break wouldn't hurt. The system had given him 5 years, and with the current pace, it was more than sufficient. While Zhou Yang said without committing. Li Tianshu nodded eagerly, already planning the arrangements. The car slowly arrived at Baidu headquarters. Li Yanhong and a host of Baidu executives were already waiting outside. Director Li Yanhong shook hands with Li Tianshu first, whose status was far from ordinary and not easily accessible. Even Li Yanhong himself was somewhat below that level. And you must be Mr. Zhou. Welcome, Li Yanhong said, quickly turning to greet Zhou Yang. Compared to the two, Li Yanhong was more low-key and came from a technical background, a typical engineering-minded man. Hello, President Li, Zhou Yang said. After shaking hands, Zhou Yang followed Li Yanhong into the Baidu building. President Li, how far along is your autonomous driving technology? Zhou Yang. Among the Bat Trio, Baidu had the deepest research in AI, having long pursued autonomous driving, a crucial application of AI. Li Yanhong glanced at Zhou Yang. He only knew Zhou Yang was from Matrix Energy, but wasn't clear on his exact role. We're already road testing, but it's still the first generation, far from our goal, Li Yanhong said. Zhou Yang asked further, how does it compare to Tesla? Globally, Tesla was still the leader in autonomous driving technology. However, with the mass launch of the Han-DM, Tesla had been struggling to keep up. Of course, that was just the domestic market. But Zhou Yang had heard from Li Ziyu that BYD planned to launch the Han-DM overseas to capture foreign markets and earn foreign currency. Zhou Yang wholeheartedly supported this. If you want to make money, don't just focus on your own people, have the ambition to earn from foreigners. Zhou Yang's vision was that not only BYD, but also Huawei should go global and earn from foreign markets. Zhou Yang's question was very sharp. Robin Li was quite direct, saying, it should still be inferior to Sila. We still have some gaps in algorithms. Zhou Yang was quite satisfied with this answer. Although Baidu had a notorious reputation, and its operations were a mess purely in terms of technology, its boss was competent. Zhou Yang spent 2 hours thoroughly touring Baidu's R&D center. In the end, he left the same problem behind. Among the 3 companies, Zhou Yang was actually more inclined to cooperate with Baidu. However, he decided to wait for the results before making a decision. In terms of R&D personnel level alone, the gap between the 3 wasn't that significant. A few days later, Zhou Yang received the answers from all 3 companies one after another. Each provided an image and an open-source program. Tencent's image was a realistic painting of a rural landscape with authentic brushstrokes that gave it the texture of an oil painting. At first glance, it looked like it was painted by a professional artist. As for NetEase, it was a jumble of intertwined color blocks without any clear image, a quintessential postmodern expressionism. Only Baidu's answer was simple, just a circle. Moreover, the circle wasn't even round, as if a toddler had scribbled it casually. Director Chen, which painting do you think is better? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Ruyan glanced at them and said, I think Tencent's is good, it looks very real. Zhou Yang smiled and picked up Baidu's image. Zhou Yang hadn't yet examined the programs from the 3 companies in detail, but he already had an answer. It was still Baidu. Among the 3, their R&D focus was indeed different, and in artificial intelligence, Baidu remained the best. Ziyu, make arrangements. They'll treat Baidu's boss to a meal, Zhou Yang said. The next morning, a Hongqi sedan stopped in front of Baidu's headquarters. Baidu's boss came downstairs early. The driver stepped out first and said, hello, Mr. L. And the driver responsible for picking you up. Hey, erase my identification. L was taken aback and quickly said, no need to check the ID. The driver didn't say much. He opened the door and invited L to get in. The car set off. Yesterday, L received a notice saying Zhou Yang invited him to dinner and that someone would pick him up, leading to today's events. The car drove westward and soon left the city. Is it that far? L couldn't help asking. The driver nodded slightly and said, about 15 more minutes. L suppressed his doubts, wondering what good restaurant was outside the city. But as a guest, he followed the host's arrangements, and today, he was mainly here to discuss business. L guessed that the Matrix Energy partnership might choose Baidu. Inwardly, he felt a hint of excitement. In recent years Baidu had been declining, and L not skilled in management watched it struggle feeling anxious. But Matrix Energy was renowned. OD and High Silicon Kirin, both partners of Matrix Energy, were now making huge profits. How could L not be envious? 15 minutes later the car even went up a mountain. At the mountainside armed guards stopped the car. They checked the documents and looked at L before letting them pass. L felt inexplicably nervous. He sensed this wasn't an ordinary place. Guards were stationed every few steps and soldiers patrolled everywhere. The car stopped. A designated person led L through another security check before entering the inner courtyard. It was an antique-style building like a manor. It was quaint, quiet, and elegant. L was led to the deepest part of a garden before meeting Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou. L felt somewhat shocked. This place was definitely not for ordinary people. Even wealth and power might not grant access. CEO Li, have a seat. In front of Zhou Yang were a laptop and some documents. Ziyu, tell the kitchen to prepare. Zhou Yang instructed. Li Ziyu immediately left. Zhou Yang then said, sorry CEO Li for making you travel so far. I prefer quiet, so they arranged this courtyard for me. The scenery is nice. After dinner we can take a walk together. L quickly replied, no problem, it's not that far. Logically L was a business magnate once famous on the rich list, but in such an environment, he felt inexplicably constrained. Inwardly L grew even more curious about Zhou Yang's identity. Zhou Yang turned the laptop toward L and said, this is something I wrote. You can take a look first. L didn't know what Zhou Yang was up to and looked at the laptop. The moment he saw it he was stunned. Is this an AI program? L exclaimed. Zhou Yang nodded. L asked no further and eagerly began reading. Being a tech expert, he had no trouble understanding these things. But even so, L found many things he couldn't fully comprehend. Mr. Zhou, the meal is ready. Li Ziyu came to report. Zhou Yang put down his teacup, patted Robin Li on the shoulder, and said, so, Ali, let's eat first. We can look at it later. Eat. L was taken aback and blurted out, why eat? These things are too important. I need to. Realizing where he was, he quickly corrected himself. Sorry, Mr. Zhou. I got too absorbed. Eat right. Is it ready? By the way, how long have I been reading? L stood up looking dazed. Zhou Yang said, you've been reading for an hour. What? I've been reading for an hour, already. L was startled. Mr. Zhou, you said earlier that you wrote these things. L looked at Zhou Yang incredulously. He had always thought Zhou Yang was some high-ranking official, but seeing these things he realized Zhou Yang might not be an official. Because even a scientist might not have developed these. Are you a researcher? L asked tentatively. Zhou Yang nodded and said, yes, I'm just a researcher. Who did you think I was? I thought you were a high official, L said with a smile, his mind reeling. There were many researchers in the country, but a researcher with such treatment. Personal security guards Li Tianshu as company living in a place like this. Couldn't be an ordinary scientist. Only a national treasure might enjoy such treatment. No wonder he could write these things, L thought to himself. Could it be that Matrix Energy's Dragon Core battery and Core 100 were also developed by him? L suddenly thought of another possibility. It wasn't that L looked down on D and High Silicon Kirin, but he felt that groundbreaking future technologies like the Dragon Core battery and Core 100 couldn't have been developed. And Zhou Yang, an unknown mysterious scientist so highly valued by the state, seemed more plausible as the developer of these things. Arriving at the dining hall, its opulent classical decor was adorned with landscape paintings on the walls. Li Yanhong casually glanced at one and recognized it as a painting worth tens of millions. Its authenticity was beyond doubt given its placement here. The chairs before him, if his eyes did not deceive him, were made of Wangwali wood. The mere furnishings alone were worth an incalculable fortune. Such extravagance, even for Li Yanhong, who was accustomed to grand occasions, instilled a hint of pressure. They took their seats as host and guest. Zhou Yang said, I heard the chef here once prepared state banquets. I'm not sure what dishes he specializes in, so if the flavors don't suit you, just say the word, and he'll have them arrange something else. Li Yanhong quickly waved his hand, saying, no need, I can eat anything. He thought to himself, how could a chef who had prepared state banquets possibly serve anything less than delicious? The dishes were top-notch, their presentation akin to works of art, making one reluctant to lift their chopsticks. Zhou Yang, however, remained calm, and immediately used his chopsticks to open the belly of a fish. For Zhou Yang, such food was something he could indulge in freely whenever he wished. Li Yanhong chuckled softly and began to eat. After a few bites he asked, Mr. Zhou, why did you show me that thing earlier? That thing was a true secret. Was Zhou Yang not afraid that he would copy it? Zhou Yang replied, that thing was meant for you from the start. Why do you ask? For us. Li Yanhong was startled. Was it a direct gift? Zhou Yang said, you saw it. I wrote a broad framework. But every detail needs to be filled in, and not by one or a few people, but by thousands or tens of thousands working together. Li Yanhong nodded. He had read for an hour without finishing, but understood that Zhou Yang had provided an outline and the specific plot details still needed to be fleshed out. Filling in all the content was no small task. It would likely require organizing tens of thousands of people. Zhou Yang continued. You know about matrix energy. If you want to collaborate, you'll need to spin off a completely clean business entity within Baidu, which will then join Matrix Energy. Baidu was different from BYD and HiSilicon Kirin. The latter two were domestic enterprises, while Baidu had foreign capital from the start registered in the Cayman Islands with layers of holdings controlling the domestic entity. Even now, Baidu's major shareholders were foreign investment banks. Such an arrangement would not work for collaboration. Matrix Energy must take the lead to ensure the core of artificial intelligence remained under national control. I understand, Li Yanhong nodded. After learning that Matrix Energy was visiting and might collaborate given there were precedents, Li Yanhong had inquired about the situations with BYD and HiSilicon. What he found was that both BYD and Huawei had spun off their relevant departments and merged them into Matrix Energy, or rather were acquired by it. However, Baidu's situation was more complex, making a spin-off no easy task. Seeing Li Yanhong's hesitation, Zhou Yang said, I chose Baidu because it's a company with heritage and has genuinely achieved something in the field of artificial intelligence. I don't understand business matters. Honestly, in my view, Baidu has spread itself too thin. If you want to pursue AI, do it with resolve, burning your bridges. The future of AI is far beyond your imagination. If you truly have such intentions, you can make Baidu more focused, retaining only its core businesses. Profit is a minor issue. As long as you do well, Matrix Energy will back you up. Li Yanhong's jaw dropped. Zhou Yang's words truly shook him. The rest of the meal was tasteless for Li Yanhong. Afterward, he did not continue reading the notebook, but followed Zhou Yang around the estate before leaving. Li Ziyu appeared beside Zhou Yang and asked, Mr. Zhou, do you think he will agree? Zhou Yang shook his head, saying, How should I know? I'm not a god who can read his mind. Whether he agrees or not doesn't affect the big picture. For Li Yanhong, a project worth hundreds of billions would affect tens of thousands of jobs and his own future. But for Zhou Yang, these were trivial matters. As long as the general direction was correct, there would be no mistakes. In the following days, Zhou Yang remained at the estate, not waiting for Li Yanhong's reply, but to rest for having been busy for so long. Zhou Yang felt somewhat weary. One day, Li Yanhong contacted Li Ziyu to request another visit. Zhou Yang agreed. At the same location, Li Yanhong greeted Zhou Yang with a smile, clearly in good spirits. Have you made your decision? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yang asked. Li Yanhong said, Over these 3 days I've thought it through. I'm essentially a tech person, and I should focus more as you suggested. I agree with streamlining Baidu, but there are some challenges. First, delisting overseas will be troublesome. Second, the shareholders, especially foreign ones, will be difficult to handle. Baidu had an AB share structure. Although Li Yanhong's management team held the most board power, they were not the largest shareholders, making it no easy task to act. Zhou Yang smiled. That's simple, a minor matter. He'll handle it. He waved to Li Ziyu and said, Contact Director Li and have him find a way to push out those foreign shareholders from Baidu. Li Ziyu nodded and left. As for how it would be done, Zhou Yang didn't care. It was merely a matter of some interest exchanges. Li Yanhong couldn't help but widen his eyes. The most difficult problem in his view was solved so effortlessly by Zhou Yang. More importantly, Li Yanhong believed Zhou Yang wasn't bluffing, but truly had the capability to resolve it. There's a pond out back. How about we go fishing? Zhou Yang said. All right. Li Yanhong nodded blankly, utterly surprised at how smoothly things were progressing. Li Tianshu acted quickly. 3 days after Li Yanhong made his decision, Baidu's largest shareholder, the U.S. investment firm Draper Fisher Jurvetson, submitted a request to withdraw its shares to Baidu's board. Li Yanhong was stunned that DFJ agreed so quickly without demanding an exorbitant price. After ousting DFJ, the remaining foreign minority shareholders also submitted their withdrawal agreements. The only thing left was to delist from the U.S. stock market and re-register the company domestically. On Douyin, a piece of financial news suddenly ignited the entire internet, drawing an astonishing level of attention. Breaking news: Baidu has officially submitted a delisting application to Nasdaq. The process is already underway, and it is expected to be completed in as little as 7 working days. The video also displayed the official announcement from the NYSE website confirming the authenticity of the news. Many financial video channels reposted it, and its popularity soared rapidly, quickly becoming the top trending headline. The comments were overwhelmingly numerous. What's going on? Why did Baidu suddenly delist? Probably can't make it in the States anymore, so they're delisting. Among the bat trio, Baidu is the most declining. Bro, even if it's declining, it's still worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Especially in China, as long as the internet exists, Baidu won't fall. Do you really think a company like that would delist because it can't survive? Delisting is good too. A foreign company making money in our China. If you ask me, even if they want to go public, they should do it on our shares market. Come on, list on a shares. Aren't you afraid they'll lose their shirt? Hasn't Baidu responded to such a big matter? Among the bat trio, although Baidu had somewhat declined, it was still an internet giant. Every move they made could attract sufficient attention, let alone a blockbuster news like delisting. Many journalists, sensing the story, rushed to Baidu's headquarters for interviews. Mr. Li, there are all kinds of rumors outside. Should we respond? Li said, let's arrange a press conference 3 days from now to announce what we are going to do next. 3 days later at Baidu's headquarters. After 3 days of brewing, the news of Baidu's delisting had fully gained momentum and almost all major mainstream media were present. Some media also started live streams on their Douyin accounts, attracting many viewers. The press conference is starting. Li is here in person. With such a big issue as delisting, Li definitely has to come out and explain the reasons. At the venue, Li and several senior executives took their seats in turn. Then Li stepped onto the stage and announced, next I will announce several matters on behalf of Baidu. Today is only an announcement, and there will be no QA session. Please keep quiet and do not disrupt the order. The journalists exchanged glances. The simpler the procedure, the bigger the matter. Li cleared his throat and declared in a loud voice, first, Baidu will delist from the U.S. stock market, simultaneously buy out all foreign shareholders, and dissolve the company registered in the Cayman Islands. It will be re-registered domestically, and all business operations will be consolidated under a new domestic company. As soon as Li finished, the journalists erupted. In the live stream, discussions were also heated. Delisting, buying out foreign capital, what is Baidu up to? Completely returning to China. I don't get it. Even if they want to focus on the domestic market, why kick out foreign capital? The key is, why are foreign investors so compliant? Why are they willing to be bought out? I remember Baidu's largest shareholder is Draper Fisher Jurvetson, a professional investment firm. They invested in Baidu and made a fortune. How could they possibly give up their shares? But returning to China is the right move. What's so good about being abroad? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. At the venue, Li continued, at the same time I announced that Baidu will enter a consolidation phase, streamlining and abandoning some businesses while optimizing others. For instance, the search business will remove unnecessary ads and adopt a right-side ad model to make the search results page cleaner. Upon hearing this, the journalists were dumbfounded. Everyone's first thought was that Baidu was crippling its own core strength. Search-based pay-per-click advertising was Baidu's core business, the very thing that earned it a place among the bat giants. However, in recent years, this business had been heavily criticized for its chaotic ad placements, allowing anyone with money to top the search results, and had even sparked several high-profile lawsuits. Yet Baidu remained unmoved, seemingly stubborn in its ways. Was it unaware of how problematic this was? Of course not. It was all about the money, but now Li announced a shift to a Google-style right-side ad model. It was foreseeable that Baidu's ad revenue would plummet. Every journalist wanted to ask Li why. Why this sudden change of heart? In the live stream, a storm was brewing. Whoa, what is Baidu doing? Turning over a new leaf. I feel like I can't understand Li's moves anymore. Is he giving up? Regardless, I support this change. Baidu's ads really need to be cleaned up. I'm just afraid Baidu might go bankrupt because of this. Running a search engine requires massive data purchases and server costs, which are astronomical expenses. If Baidu continues like this, combined with delisting, it might really collapse in a few years. Everyone was baffled, completely unable to understand Li's strategy. Li raised his hand to signal for silence without explaining why they were streamlining and crippling their own strengths. He continued, next is the most important decision. After the consolidation, the new Baidu company will be wholly acquired by Matrix Energy. The specific acquisition method will not be disclosed for now. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been dropped at the venue, causing an absolute uproar. Although Li had instructed everyone to keep quiet and not disrupt the order at this moment, no one could hold back any longer. They've lost their minds. Baidu has lost its mind. What are they trying to do? Matrix Energy again. This Matrix Energy is acquiring Baidu outright. Oh my god. Think about it, Matrix Energy acquired BYD's battery business and HiSilicon Kirin. Those two alone are worth 150 billion. Now they're adding Baidu into the mix. Who the hell is Matrix Energy? How are they so wealthy? Don't forget about Longshan battery and the Xion 100 chip. Those two technologies alone are worth who knows how much. I've seen experts estimate they're worth at least $1 trillion. The key is that Matrix Energy can acquire these assets. Just think about the power they wield. The journalists at the scene were going crazy. In the live stream, the audience was utterly stunned. What just happened? Did Baidu just sell itself? Matrix Energy, what kind of company is this? They're too powerful. Baidu is acquired. Who's next? Maybe it's Diyin's turn. That's not the point. The point is, after Matrix Energy acquired BYD and HiSilicon, they immediately came out with black technologies like Longshan battery and the Xion 100. Now that they've acquired Baidu, what do you think Baidu will come up with next? I dare not even imagine. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. This world has gone mad. As Li Yanhong had stated, there was no QA session at the press conference. After delivering 3 announcements, he waved to the crowd and left directly. A swarm of reporters bursting with unasked questions felt as though they might choke, yet they were utterly powerless. The next day, unsurprisingly, the headlines were dominated by news that Matrix Energy had made another move, acquiring Baidu outright. What astonished everyone was that Baidu truly began to change, just as Li Yanhong had promised. Now opening Baidu revealed nothing but a search bar, no recommended news, no trending lists. It was stark and simple, just a single search box. Moreover, searching no longer triggered a barrage of useless ads. Search results appeared on the left while the right side displayed some advertisements. The entire page was clean and straightforward. After so many years, the Baidu I knew is back, countless netizens exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, long criticized issues like the forums and Baijiahao were thoroughly overhauled. All authority over the forums was decentralized. Baijiahao was completely shut down. Users of Baidu's suite of software, including security tools, suddenly received pop-up notifications announcing that these applications would be permanently discontinued and cease all services. Even Baidu Cloud lifted its speed limits and stopped selling memberships. In an instant, countless people exclaimed that Baidu had turned over a new leaf. Overnight, Douyin was flooded with countless jokes. Things like, "I opened Baidu today and didn't get a single pop-up. It feels so strange." In short, what no one could believe was that Baidu had indeed streamlined itself, as Li Yanhong had said, transforming from a profit-driven company into something akin to a public service. Some prominent influencers even speculated about how long this streamlined Baidu could survive, claiming that with such drastic reforms the company would go under within 3 years at most. After all, Baidu's remaining operations were essentially unprofitable, scraping by on ad revenue alone. At Tencent headquarters, manhwaedit faced a middle-aged man named Hukun, a representative sent by Baidu. "What the hell are you people up to?" manhwaedit couldn't help but ask. Hukun had come to propose selling Baidu's assets to Tencent. Looking at what Baidu was offering for sale: HAO 123, Baidu Music, Baidu Games, Baidu Browser, Baidu Nwami, Baidu Maps. In essence, aside from its core search engine, every other business had been put on the market. The ones that remained and were still operational were hardly failures, they were valuable assets. Selling them all off seemed like a prelude to bankruptcy or shutting down entirely. Even manhwaedit was baffled. Hukun smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, I'm just a minor vice president. How would I know what Mr. Li is thinking?" manhwaedit thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "By the way, what project is Matrix Energy collaborating with you on?" Before Hukun could finish, manhwaedit interrupted, "Don't bother. It's artificial intelligence, isn't it? But I'm truly curious what kind of project could drive Baidu to undergo such a massive transformation, abandoning so many businesses. Aren't you worried about profits?" "Oh, I get it. Matrix Energy is covering your losses, right?" manhwaedit wasn't foolish. He could easily piece together the logic. Since the state had taken over, profits and losses no longer mattered. The government would simply underwrite everything. "I used to envy Baidu, but now not so much," manhwaedit remarked. "You're Mr. Li acted impulsively," manhwaedit said, shaking his head. He believed no project was worth the enormous sacrifice. Li Yan, picking up the documents on the table, manhwaedit studied them carefully. If Baidu was selling, why wouldn't he buy? In the past, these assets were the same scene played out across the country. Soon news leaked that Baidu was frantically offloading its business units. Internally, morale was shaken. At the forum division, whispers spread. "I heard the IT department next door has been disbanded and many RD staff have been sent on leave." Whether it's a premium asset or not, the top brass seems determined to sell everything, even if it means slashing prices. Our forum division should be safe, right? After all, it's one of Baidu's core businesses. Brother, it's one of not the absolute core. I envy the search engine team. They'll never be affected. I really don't get what's so great about Matrix Energy. Why force us to streamline our operations just because they're acquiring us? Just then, the division head walked and clapped to get everyone's attention and announced loudly, "All right, starting tomorrow, aside from essential maintenance staff, everyone else is on leave. Our forum has been sold to Alibaba." A chorus of groans filled the room. Are they insane? Selling even the forums? Do they want to shut down entirely? Stop complaining. What's the use? It's management's decision. We're powerless. Better start looking for jobs. With so many departments being cut, competition will be. Maybe we should just go to Alibaba. Since they bought us, they'll probably keep our team. I hear Alibaba pays well. Murmurs of low conversation filled the air, heavy with sorrow. The division head glanced at the crowd and said, "Don't all look so glum. The sky hasn't fallen. No one said you're being fired. In fact, the company is about to embark on a major project that everyone will be involved in. And I can tell you in advance, salaries will be going up." A major project? What kind of project? Everyone was startled. What major project could Baidu possibly have after selling off nearly everything? The division head smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't rush. You'll find out in 10 days. As Baidu sold off its businesses, media outlets and netizens buzzed with speculation. Headhunters swarmed, anticipating massive layoffs from the sale of so many core operations. After all, those who worked at Baidu were hardly ordinary. But then 10 days later, a new message suddenly appeared on Baidu's official website. Major media sites and countless user apps received related pop-up notifications. Baidu invests hundreds of billions to fully enter the field of artificial intelligence. Now with troops amassed and swords sharpened, we are recruiting computer science talent nationwide. Salaries far exceed industry standards with exceptional benefits. If you have talent, come join us. The announcement sent shockwaves through the industry. Even more astonishing, that very evening, the liquor advertisement before the 7 p.m. news was replaced by Baidu's recruitment commercial. This single ad made Baidu's foray into artificial intelligence common knowledge. This advertisement was far from a crude production, rather it was a meticulously crafted piece, so much so that it hardly resembled a recruitment ad. The ad began with the male protagonist being awakened by a gentle voice. The bedroom curtain slid open automatically, accompanied by melodious music. He got up and made his way to the bathroom. "Da Huang, do I have any mail?" the man asked while brushing his teeth. On the mirror before him, information scrolled by, weather updates and the latest news. A voice sounded beside him. "Master, you have an unread email. It's a reply from Baidu congratulating you, Master. You have been accepted by..." The man let out an excited cheer. The camera shifted as the protagonist, guided by the mysterious voice, changed clothes and stepped outside, where a dreamlike car had already pulled up before him. He got in, a self-driving car. A holographic projection appeared on the dashboard depicting a Gundam mecha. It was clear the protagonist was a Gundam enthusiast. Master Wing 0 EW reporting. Destination detected. Requesting departure. Depart, the protagonist commanded, and the car sped onto the road. The ad concluded with the protagonist joining Baidu, followed by the tagline, "Join us, and together we change the world." This ad was evidently a grand production, exuding a cinematic quality. What was truly groundbreaking was its placement in the advertising slot just before the 7 o'clock news countdown. Online discussions about the ad were rife. Is Baidu going Allen on AI? Selling off so many businesses before? Were they trying to focus? A bold move cutting losses like that? Baidu has been working on AI for a while now. Weren't they dabbling in autonomous driving before? Who knows what they'll come up with this time? Who can say? Countless companies claim to be working on AI, but not a single one has actually delivered. You're all thinking too far ahead. I'm just an ordinary guy, so let's be practical. I wonder if Baidu's big splash means they'll actually offer fat paychecks. I've already jumped ship and sent in my resume. Let's see what happens live. They'll tell you straight. Baidu is serious this time. I got their offer early. 5 years as a coder, and the pay is indeed above industry standard. $35K a month. Wow, that high. 5 years of coding for $35K. That's at least $4,050 above the industry average. Enough said. I'm sending in my resume right now. It wasn't just about throwing money around. Baidu was also poaching talent. At Tencent's headquarters. Old Wu, what's the meaning of this? You're resigning. You've been doing fine here. Why? Wu Yiming, the head of the AI department, submitted his resignation to his superior. Just feel like a change of job. Wu Yiming looked a bit embarrassed. A change of job, huh? Don't tell me Baidu came calling. How much are they offering you? The superior's face flushed with anger. In recent days, many had tendered resignations, all lured away by Baidu. And Wu Yiming was the first high-level technical talent Baidu had poached. Exposed on the spot, Wu Yiming's face turned crimson with shame. Spit it out. How much a year? 60, 70. It's just money. Baidu may not be short on cash, but neither are we. Tell me their offer, and I guarantee we'll beat it by 10%. Wu Yiming hesitated, then said, "They're offering me $2 million a year." How much? The superior's eyes widened instantly. He choked on his breath and burst into violent coughs. Have they lost their minds? The superior shrieked. Wu Yiming's current salary was less than 5,000 a year, and Baidu had doubled it to $2 million. No wonder he was tempted. As for the earlier boast about outbidding Baidu by 10%, he dared not mention it again. After a pause, the superior lowered his voice and asked, "By the way, did a headhunter contact you, or someone from inside Baidu? Can you put me in touch? See if they need anyone in HR." All talk of ideals and responsibilities was nonsense. Money was what really mattered. Wu Yiming scratched his head, caught between laughter and tears. Similar scenes unfolded across major internet companies. Baidu, wielding its checkbook, frenziedly poached talent, and indeed managed to lure away. Some business magnates even stepped forward, complaining that Baidu was acting unethically and breaking industry norms. Baidu paid no heed. After consolidating its businesses, it had deep pockets, not to mention the backing of Matrix Energy. In a month, Baidu completed its business integration and assembled a massive R&D team of over 230 people, plunging into intensive development work. Meanwhile, news came from HiSilicon. The mass production issue for the Tianqin 100 had been resolved, nearly half a month ahead of schedule. Yu Changhong contacted Zhou Yang, inviting him to the commencement ceremony. Zhou Yang considered it, but declined. He was too busy. It wasn't necessary. With the control core resolved, Zhou Yang's focus shifted to another critical system of the mecha, the propulsion system. The particle thruster was no less challenging. Although the system had provided complete technical documentation, many technical hurdles and production process solutions were far from easy to overcome. Zhou Yang planned to wait until Su Chun and Li Bingxian completed their current projects, then consolidate the team to invest in the thrusters. Zhou Yang's absence left Yu Changhong with little to say. He knew Zhou Yang was no ordinary man. In his eyes, the mass production of the Tianqin 100 was a monumental event, but for Zhou Yang, it likely meant nothing at all. On December 16th, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo, December 24th, Christmas Eve. May 40, see you there. One Weibo post shook the entire internet. The debut of the Tianqin 100 had arrived. The news sent shockwaves through Apple as well. Apple's top executives gathered to review the intelligence they had gathered. Compared to the general public, Apple had access to more detailed information, all sourced from intelligence collected from Huawei suppliers. After reviewing the configuration details, Cook found himself overwhelmed. They've thrown everything in, one executive lamented. Yeah, 120 Hz refresh screen, dual stereo speakers, 3D structured light, under-display camera, LPDDR5, and UFS 3.0. And the key is their chassis. How did they make it so thin? All the flagship level features that should be included Huawei had packed in. Damn it, it's all because of the Dragon Core battery. Internal phone space is limited. Many features aren't left out by phone makers by choice, but due to lack of space forcing them to compromise. Now, thanks to the Dragon Core battery, much more internal space could be freed up while still offering a large capacity. Cook turned to the supply chain head and asked, how are the negotiations with BYD going? Can we secure the supply? Apple wanted to use the Dragon Core battery too, but the key issue was supply. They hadn't secured any yet. The head of supply chain management shook his head. Still no stock. As far as I know, D has allocated at least half of their production to electric vehicles. Not to mention us. Even their own phone manufacturers are getting limited batteries. Damn it, why are they building electric cars? Cook cursed in frustration. Such high-tech batteries were a complete waste on electric vehicles. But the reality was that by next year, every phone manufacturer would release phones with high-capacity Dragon Core batteries, while Apple still hadn't secured any. Imagine this, all phones on the market boasting tens of thousands of milliamps, even over 100,000, while Apple's still stuck at 3,000 milliamps with 5W fast charging. It wouldn't stand a chance. No matter what, we must get the Dragon Core batteries, understand? Cook barked. After a moment of silence, an executive asked, what do we do now? Cook gritted his teeth and said, I've already discussed with Qualcomm, Intel, and Nvidia. This time we'll unite to launch a full-scale assault. This is a battle of life and death. Either they fall or we do. We cannot let them rise, or the order we've painstakingly built for years will be destroyed. The Core 100 that V unveiled was a black technology capable of transforming the entire industry. If V succeeded, there would be no place for them. Thus, many companies had already formed an alliance to suppress V on all fronts. The combined market value of Apple, Intel, Nvidia, and Qualcomm exceeded $1 trillion. In Cook's eyes, V was no match. The first strike would come from Apple. Yu Changhong announced the imminent release of the M40 and began an aggressive marketing campaign, pouring money into online and offline ads. Meanwhile, Qingtian Center was busily preparing for the launch event. As the 24th drew near, Yu Changhong received troubling news on the 23rd. What? The European venue refuses to rent to us. How is that possible? We've already signed a contract. They're willing to pay the penalty. Sue them. Make them compensate for our losses. They say they're not afraid of a lawsuit. Fine, find me a lawyer now. We'll take them to court. V had planned simultaneous launch events in China and Europe. The European market was lucrative, allowing them to sell at higher prices and earn more. But 2 days before the event, the European Convention Center unilaterally breached the contract. They adopted a brazen attitude, willing to pay damages and face any lawsuit, but refusing to let V hold the event. With only 1 day left, finding and setting up a new venue was impossible. Damn it, someone's behind this. Yu Changhong cursed under his breath, sensing the conspiracy. He knew the Core 100 had threatened many interests. These forces hadn't reacted earlier, not out of goodwill, but because they were waiting for Huawei to make the first move. Now the dirty tricks had begun. The more they try, the less it'll let them win. Yu Changhong was determined. For Huawei, this was also a counterattack. On the 24th, the spacious hall at Qingtian Center was packed. Various streaming platforms broadcast the event live. Netizens were buzzing about the specs. The specs are clear. Tian Core 100 plus Dragon Core battery. Other features are already leaked. All I care about now is the price. It seems only the Pro version has the Core 100. The standard version still uses the Kirin 1000. No question in buying it for the Core 100 as long as the price isn't outrageous. Exactly, this is our own chip. We have to support it. Before we could only use others' chips. Now we finally have a phone chip designed and manufactured by us, and it's 100 times more powerful. I'd love to see Apple and Qualcomm's faces. They must be furious. I heard it officially launches on Christmas. I've already decided to give my girlfriend an M40. Most discussions revolved around the price. As a flagship, it would naturally pack every cutting-edge technology imaginable. At 10 o'clock, the event began. Yu Changhong appeared on stage and announced, "It's been over a month since we last met." After a brief opening, he got straight to the point. "Let's take a look at the actual device." He took a phone out of the box. With its waterfall screen and ultra-thin body, Huawei's industrial design was always impressive. The phone is so thin, only 6.5 millimeters. Unbelievable. It's all thanks to the battery. With the breakthrough in battery tech, there's more internal space. I read that Xiaomi plans to redesign the motherboard, no longer using the 3-layer design, and integrate the Dragon Core battery directly. That would make phones even thinner. The ultra-slim body combined with stunning design made the phone in Yu Changhong's hands look like a work of art. He then proceeded to introduce the specifications. As expected, it featured all the top-tier specs. "This is so slow, just announce the price already." Exactly, we already know the specs. The price is what? After an hour, Yu Changhong finally finished listing the features. The specs were nothing short of top-tier. Unlike previous models, the standard version wasn't heavily downgraded. The only difference from the Pro was the chip. Yu Changhong put down the phone and said, "Now it's time for the price, something I know many of you are eager to hear." The audience and viewers perked up. How much would the world's first phone with the Core 100 cost? Yu Changhong smiled and said, "Let's unveil that mystery a little later." The crowd erupted in murmurs. Online complaints flooded in. Yu Changhong, seriously? Just say the price. This teasing is infuriating. But then Yu Changhong's next words stunned everyone. He raised his hand and declared, "Next, I have an announcement. The M40 will run our latest Harmony OS." Harmony OS, the system that had long been a legend, was finally brought to the forefront by V. In an instant, the venue and streaming platforms exploded with excitement. Not long ago, Google issued an announcement cutting off Google mobile services on Huawei phones. This fundamentally severed Huawei's foothold in overseas. For foreign Android users cannot do without Google mobile services, just as you would abandon a phone that couldn't use WeChat. At that time, countless people felt aggrieved and sympathized with Huawei, believing it might never recover. Yet it was precisely then that Huawei unveiled the Harmony OS. And what happened recently was strikingly similar. TSMC, under the instigation of the United States, ceased foundry services for Kirin chips. Huawei's counterstrike was the Tianqin 100. In the livestream, comments flooded the screen. "Whoa, I thought Harmony OS had faded away, but it's actually here. No words needed. Huawei is awesome. This is how it should be. The more setbacks, the stronger we grow. Eventually, everything will be domestically produced." Domestically produced is nothing. We should sanction them, just as they squeeze us. At Apple's headquarters, Tim Cook and other top executives watched the live stream of the launch event. When Yu Changhong announced that the Mate 40 would be equipped with Harmony OS, Cook and his team were stunned. Damn it, they actually pulled off this system. Impossible, it must be fake. They don't have the technology. Stop deluding yourselves. They've announced it for the entire lineup, so it's clearly been developed. Even if they developed it, so what? The ecosystem is key. The core of a mobile operating system lies in its ecosystem, just as Apple's greatest competitive edge isn't the iPhone itself, but the iOS ecosystem built over years of operation, with all software developers creating apps for it. Creating a new system is easy, but without software developers supporting it, no one will use it. Not to mention the significant factor of user habits. At that moment at the launch event, Yu Changhong announced that Harmony OS would be compatible with all Android applications and had already established deep cooperation with major domestic developers. For instance, Tencent, NetEase, and others would port all their games to the Harmony OS platform, while also launching several new games exclusively. This demonstrated that Huawei had also won over software developers, especially since Harmony OS could still run existing Android apps. In essence, Harmony OS and Android could seamlessly replace each other. At Apple's headquarters, after Yu Changhong's announcement, the executives fell silent. Huawei was building the Harmony OS ecosystem, and if they succeeded, the consequences would be dire. All eyes turned to Tim Cook. His face had darkened to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. They were bound to release Harmony OS eventually. Huawei has grand ambitions. I saw that long ago. Alright, don't panic. Rome wasn't built in a day, and building an ecosystem isn't easy for them either. What I'm most concerned about now is the price of their Mate 40. Cook said slowly. At the launch event, Yu Changhong demonstrated Harmony OS, showcasing its excellent adaptability and system interface, which could only be described as flawless. Now we come to the most anticipated part, the pricing. In an instant, the venue fell silent. Online discussions also quieted down. With these specs plus the perfect pairing of the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100, the Pro version will start at least at $6,999. The standard version goes without saying. At most $4,999. The key is the Pro, which debuts the Tianqin 100 globally. If it sells for $7,000, that's not really expensive. Are those saying $7,000 dreaming? This is the Tianqin 100. The iPhone 12, relying solely on the A14, it dares to charge over $8,000. The Tianqin 100's performance is 100 times better, so why should it sell for just over 7,000? Exactly. Some people have been on their knees so long they can't stand up. Our self-made phones have better specs, so why should they sell for less? I support a starting price of 9,000. That's right. The Tianqin 100 is one of a kind globally. Why sell it so cheap? If Apple had developed it, they'd dare to charge you 20,000. So we should not only sell it for more than Apple, but also go overseas and capture their market. Yu Changhong didn't keep them in suspense any longer and directly announced the pricing. The standard Mate 40 would start at 5,999. This price wasn't too high. Although the Kirin 1000 couldn't compare with the Tianqin 100, it was still a top-tier 5nm chip, not far off from the A14. Paired with high-end specs, selling for 6,000 was already a bargain. As soon as the price was announced, the venue erupted. The livestream chat also went wild. So expensive. I'm out. If the standard version starts at 6,000, the Tianqin 100 version will cost 8 or 9,000. Forget 8 or 9,000. Just make it 4 nines, a flat 10,000. At the launch event, Yu Changhong paused, then announced the pricing, 8,499. This price caught many by surprise. I thought it would be 4 nines, but it's only 8,499, kinda cheap. The price doesn't matter. Haven't you noticed? It's exactly the same as the iPhone 12 Pro. Good grief, Huawei is definitely stirring up, and the standard version at $59.99 is similar to the iPhone 12. I see it now. Huawei is targeting Apple with their pricing. At Apple's headquarters, when the prices were announced, many executives laughed. How they dare to sell it so high? Are they courting disaster? Exactly. Who do they think they are? At this price, who would buy theirs? They'll definitely go for our iPhone 12. And they dare to sell at the same price as us. They don't deserve to charge that much. The executives felt completely at ease. Their greatest fear was Huawei selling at an ultra-low price, which would mean their performance crushed Apple's while being cheaper, a real problem. Now with Huawei's high pricing, it was like digging their own grave. Tim Cook finally smiled and said, Huawei is too arrogant. But we can't let our guard down. They're launching tomorrow, right? Issue an announcement. We'll cut our price by 1,000 and crush them completely. 8,000. Isn't that too much? I say just a few hundred as a gesture. But Cook shook his head. No, 1,000 it is. I want to finish them off for good, leaving no chance for a comeback. Alright, 1,000 it is. We'll still make a profit. Apple's profit margins were enormous. Even 1,000 or 2,000 cut wouldn't hurt. The Mate 40s prices were announced, sparking widespread online debate. Many said Huawei had priced it too high and would need to cut by 1,000 to sell well. By pricing it against Apple, many predicted Huawei would face a Waterloo this time. Huawei made no response to these criticisms. On its official website, the new phones were listed for sale immediately, with a nationwide release both online and offline scheduled for 8 a.m. on the 25th. On the morning of the 25th, at 7 o'clock, Ifei Xiaomei, a tech vlogger with tens of millions of online followers, started her live stream early. Having teased it the night before, thousands of viewers flooded in as soon as she went live. With her sweet looks and lively personality, Xiaomei greeted the audience and said, as I mentioned yesterday, folks, we're heading to Sanlitun now. That's where Huawei's biggest flagship store is. We're going to see if the Mate 40 will really flop like some online predictions say, with no one buying it. Her assistant held the phone to film while Xiaomei drove. We're about 30 minutes away, so we should get there around 7:30. Hope there's no traffic jam. You're asking if I'm buying one. Of course I am. And if the live stream gets 1 million likes, I'll do the world's first teardown live. I'll take the Mate 40 apart and show you what the legendary Tianqin 100 really looks like. The viewer count kept climbing as Xiaomei chatted. Half an hour later, they arrived at Sanlitun. All right ahead is Huawei's flagship store. I remember the Apple store is right across the street. Some online say Huawei priced it high just to compete with Apple. I wonder if Apple's panicking after yesterday's launch. At 8 in the morning, Sanlitun was already bustling. Xiaomei headed straight for the Huawei store. As she walked, she suddenly noticed a line forming ahead. Oh my god, is that a queue? Xiaomei got excited instantly. In the live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers saw the long line and buzzed with disbelief. No way, over 8,000 for a Huawei. Where do all these fools come from? Maybe they're lining up for something else, not necessarily the Mate 40. Exactly, it's not an Apple. Who'd rush to buy it? What's that supposed to mean? People can line up for Apple, but not for Huawei. Our phones used to be inferior, and I admit Apple was great. But now our tech is just as good, even better in some ways. Why shouldn't people rush to buy Huawei? Support Huawei. Beat Apple. Xiaomei hurried to the front of the line and stopped a young man. Hey handsome, what's everyone doing here? The guy glanced at the camera, but didn't say much. Buying phones. The Mate 40. Didn't you know? All these people. Xiaomei was amazed. The guy nodded. I got here at 6, and I'm still this far back. I heard some people lined up since midnight. Xiaomei's face paled. Midnight? Really? A man ahead turned around. Don't believe him. Anyone lining up since midnight is definitely a scalper. Oh right, scalpers. Xiaomei realized. She told the viewers, rumor has it that the Tianqin 100 chip is in short supply, so Huawei can't produce many units at first. Of course it's all speculation. Who knows the truth? If supply really is low, it's normal for scalpers to hoard stock. So folks, if you're thinking of upgrading your phone, better hurry. With that, she said, let's go check out the front. She and her assistant walked along the winding line, which stretched over 100 meters. The live stream was in an uproar. No way, it's fake. Huawei probably paid people to line up and create a buzz. Exactly, buying a cheap domestic phone and lining up for it. Ridiculous. Why can't people line up for Huawei? I think it's real. Just wait, the Mate 40 is going to sell like hotcakes. I agree. Huawei was right to price it against Apple. Why should our phones sell for less than iPhones? The two sides in the live stream started arguing fiercely. Meanwhile, Xiaomi reached the very front. Staff were already maintaining order outside the Huawei flagship store. Several other streamers were also filming, seemingly doing their own live broadcasts. Xiaomi sighed, this line is so long, how long do I have to wait? I'll have my assistant queue up for now, and we'll keep chatting. She sent her assistant to line up, and was about to interview some customers when her eyes lit up. Folks, I see an old friend. She immediately walked up to a man holding a DSLR camera. Let me introduce everyone. This big guy is Yao Dao himself, the special blogger from ZOL's phone forum. Come on, Uncle Yao Dao, say hi to our... The man waved at the camera with a wry smile. What are you doing here? Xiaomi replied, if you're here, why can't a tech vlogger like me be here? I was planning to buy one and tear it down, but with this line, it'll take forever. Yao Dao grinned mysteriously. You want to do a teardown? Come to me. I've already gotten my hands on a Mate 40 Pro. If all goes well, I'll receive it once the courier starts. What? How did you get it early? Xiaomi exclaimed. Yao Dao laughed. Come on, I'm a tech vlogger with millions of fans. Don't I deserve a phone? Xiaomi pouted. But I have 10 million fans. Why the different treatment? Yao Dao smirked. You'll have to take that up with Huawei. By the way, let me show you something interesting. He pulled Xiaomi across the street and pointed at the Apple store. See that? Xiaomi looked and gasped. Wow, Apple actually dropped its prices. The entire iPhone 12 series is down by 1,000 yuan. Is that for real? Huawei had its launch yesterday, announcing today's sale at prices matching the iPhone 12. Oh, and Apple immediately cuts prices by 1,000. Are they scared? The live stream audience erupted. Holy crap, is that true? Apple lowered prices by 1,000. That's a steal. Go ahead and buy it if it's a steal. I think Apple's scared and has to cut prices to sell. No matter how the Mate 40 sells, the fact that it can make Apple nervous is enough for me to support it. Still shocked, Xiaomi asked Uncle Yao Dao, do you think Apple's afraid? Yao Dao shrugged. Who knows if they're afraid? Maybe they're just trying to undercut Mate 40 sales with a price drop. It's hard to say. But one thing's for sure. The Mate 40 has really shaken Apple, at least made them nervous. That's no small feat. Come on, it's almost time. Sales are starting. Let's go check it out. Yao Dao patted Xiaomi's shoulder and headed toward the Huawei store. At 8 o'clock, Huawei's flagship store officially opened its doors. Don't push, take it slow. Customers who want to buy the Mate 40, please use the designated lane. If you're looking for other phones or just want to experience the Mate 40, feel free to enter the store. We have demo units set up here. The store manager, holding a large megaphone, loudly directed the crowd to maintain order. He had anticipated a queue, but the turnout far exceeded expectations. Originally planning to let everyone in freely, he now realized that a rush could lead to chaos. So on the spot, he decided to cordon off an area for those queuing to buy the Mate 40 to register and purchase. The crowd began to stir. Cut the crap, I've been waiting 7 or 8 hours. My bladder's about to burst. Hurry up, 10 Pro units, and make it quick. At the front, a middle-aged man clutched his stomach and shouted. The store manager glanced at him. Buying 10 units at once was a dead giveaway of a scalper. Rumors had circulated before the launch that the Tianjin 100's production was insufficient, leaving the Mate 40 Pro in short supply, which had drawn scalpers eager to hoard and drive up prices. All right, please come in. The manager hurriedly replied, though inwardly he sneered. If these scalpers took a look at the warehouse, they'd lose all interest in hoarding. The line began to move. Xiaomi asked in surprise, these people don't even want to try it out before buying. Yao Dao chuckled, think about it. It's just like when people rush to buy iPhones. They're terrified of missing out, so they just buy straight away. Besides, they've already seen the launch event. What's there to experience? If you want to just buy it. With that, Yao Dao patted Xiaomi and said, come on, let me show you the real thing. Can we unbox it? Xiaomi asked eagerly. Yao Dao nodded. Of course we can. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xiaomi grabbed Yao Dao and pulled him away. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Yao Dao's home and restarted the live stream. Folks, the first ever unboxing of the Mate 40. Aren't you excited? Yao Dao set up the camera and began filming. He gently lifted the phone from the box. I have to say the craftsmanship is top-notch. The feel is exquisite, like a piece of art. Beside him, Xiaomi added with a smile. I heard the Mate 40 uses the best materials this time. All top tier. Without further ado, Yao Dao powered it on. The smoothness is incredible. Since our neighborhood has 5G, let's see what it feels like to download 100 apps at once. Yao Dao opened the App Store and started randomly selecting apps to download. The Harmony OS feels pretty good. As he commented, he selected 100 apps all queued for download since he wasn't connected to Wi-Fi. Xiaomei chimed in, Uncle Yaodao, 100 apps is a bit tame for the Tianqin 100, the most powerful phone chip ever, 100 times stronger than the A14. Let's challenge it with something tougher. Add another 100. Yaodao thought for a moment and agreed. Alright, let's go for 200. The live stream chat erupted in amazement. Downloading 200 apps at once and installing them simultaneously. Can the phone handle it? I don't know about other phones, but if the Tianqin 100 is as powerful as Huawei claims, it should be fine. But installing 200 apps at once, that's insane. They won't all install at once, they have to download first. Still, at least dozens will install simultaneously. By then Yaodao had painstakingly selected 200 apps. Alright, watch closely. I'm on a 5G connection and I've tested the speed. It's top-notch. He enabled mobile data and started the download. Instantly, all 200 apps entered the download queue. Then Yaodao watched as icons popped up on his home screen one after another. In less than 5 seconds, a full page of apps had already been installed. Holy crap, where's the installation process? It's instant. Xiaomei let out a shriek, clutching her hair. My scalp is tingling. Instant installs, every single one. I can't even see the installation happening. And it feels like 5 or 6 apps appear at once, meaning as soon as they're downloaded, they all install immediately. This is terrifying. Quick, uncle, open the apps. Keep opening them. Yaodao snapped back to reality and frantically tapped the icons on the screen. Every app opened instantly with no lag whatsoever. And all the while more apps were still being installed in the background. Yaodao kept opening apps, stopping only after launching over a dozen. Not because he wanted to, but because all the apps had finished installing. All done. 200 apps installed in less than a minute. Yaodao exclaimed in shock. Xiaomei was equally stunned. I feel like if the download speed weren't the bottleneck, it would be even faster. Uncle, open all 200 apps at once. See if they can all. Yaodao nodded and continued opening apps. I'm not worried about the SoC holding up. I'm more concerned about the RAM. I used to think 16 gigabytes was overkill, but now I realize it's still not enough. On the screen, he kept opening apps until he reached over 130 before stopping. Out of memory. He paused, opened the task manager, and saw over 100 apps running in the background. A dense, overwhelming sight. Incredible. Yaodao tapped one app at random. This is true multitasking. No background processes being killed. Let's check the chip's efficiency. He had installed a monitoring app to track the SoC's performance. Opening it, he gasped. Wow, Huawei said phone chips would have excess performance, and now I believe it. Look, throughout the whole process, the SoC's peak utilization was only 5%. This is insane. I really want to know what conditions it would take to push it to full power. The live stream chat buzzed with excitement. 200 apps installed in seconds. This performance is terrifying. And running that many apps in the background without lag. Who still says Harmony OS is sluggish? A performance beast, no doubt. I'm tempted now. Off to order one on JD. Calm. That Tianqin 100 alone makes me want to buy one and try it. Hey streamer, time to unbox it. First unboxing on the whole network. Don't let someone else beat you to it. On camera, Xiaomei urged. Yeah, uncle, unbox it. The Tianqin 100 is so powerful. I want to see what kind of chip can achieve this. Yaodao nodded firmly. He was equally intrigued by this unstoppable chip. Yaodao, equipped with a full set of professional disassembly tools at home and well-versed in the craft, immediately set to work. After some effort, he pried open the back cover. Upon glimpsing the interior, Yaodao was startled. There were rumors that major phone manufacturers would soon release all-in-one motherboards integrating the Dragon Core battery like a chip directly onto the board. This allows for a more rational motherboard structure, eliminates the need for multi-layer boards, and enables thinner phones. Take a look. This is the world's first all-in-one motherboard. The camera zoomed in on the phone's interior. Indeed, the motherboard was a seamless whole, with no bulky battery pack occupying space, making the internal layout exceptionally efficient. Step by step, he continued the disassembly. All top-tier components. The advantage of ample space is that you can fit premium hardware without compromising or cutting corners. From this perspective, the advent of the Dragon Core battery has fundamentally transformed smartphones. From now on, phones will only become thinner and more powerful. Right here should be the Dragon Core battery. It's no bigger than a chip, yet it's hard to believe it boasts a capacity of over 8000 milliamperes. No words. BYD is incredible. Xiaomei interjected. I'd say it's matrix energy that's incredible. I read an analysis claiming that both the Dragon Core battery and the Tianqin 100 were developed by matrix energy. And matrix energy, so mysterious, is likely backed by the state. That means the state is driving these technologies. Yaodao said nothing more and continued disassembling, gradually furrowing his brow. This area should be the chip, but the packaging is quite tricky to remove. Yaodao pointed to a metal-like block on the motherboard. Xiaomei leaned in and said, it seems fully encapsulated. Is this to prevent disassembly? Yaodao pondered for a moment and replied, probably. They might be afraid of technology theft. Think about it. This isn't a silicon-based chip, but an entirely new technology. Even if you file patents, others could imitate you directly. Building a patent wall in such a short time isn't easy. So, I think Huawei, to maintain a competitive edge for a while, must have used specialized packaging technology that makes it difficult, if not impossible, to disassemble without damaging the chip. Xiaomei nodded. So if it's dropped and damaged, the only option is to replace the entire motherboard. Probably, Yao Dao replied. After a moment's consideration, Yao Dao said, let's hold off on further disassembly. If we force it, I'm certain this thing will be ruined. I need to study it first and figure out the best approach. Xiaomei looked disappointed. What she most wanted to see was the Tianqin 100 itself. Folks, you won't get to see it today. The live stream audience didn't complain. We understand. If forcing it will break it, it's better not to. Exactly. Huawei's goal is clear, to prevent technology theft. In the past, we reverse engineered and copied others' technology. Now it's our turn to be reverse engineered. How satisfying. And indeed, that guess was spot on. On the very day the Mate 40 launched, one unit was immediately sent to Apple's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Cook and other top executives joined a video call. So can it be disassembled? Cook urged. The engineer shook his head. It's not easy. I suspect Huawei used some special packaging technology. If we force it, it'll almost certainly break. Cook thought for a moment. Try forcing it anyway to see the internal structure. When Huawei first unveiled the Tianqin 100, they described it as a biomimetic cellular chip. But what exactly it was, the world's first of its kind, no one knew. Moreover, Huawei hadn't filed any patents, so its secrets remained unknown. Even now, Huawei hadn't applied for related patents. Cook and his team understood clearly this technology had been classified as a national defense secret and would never be made public. Thus, obtaining technical documentation in the short term was impossible. The only recourse was to acquire a retail Tianqin 100 and attempt reverse engineering to analyze and potentially replicate it. The engineer wasted no time and began the forced disassembly. The first method was to melt the outer metal layer with high heat. The temperature had to exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius before the casing melted, but the chip inside was reduced to ash. The second method involved using a milling machine to grind away the metal casing layer by layer. This was a painstaking process. After several hours, they managed to expose the internal structure, revealing the packaged Tianqin 100 along with integrated components like the GPU. Start testing immediately, Cook commanded. However, Apple's engineers were at a loss when faced with the Tianqin 100. Under a microscope, the chip itself had its own packaging. As they continued grinding away, the outer layer of viscous black liquid seeped out. Then the chip was ruined. Liquid? How can it be liquid? Is this mimicking cellular fluid? Cook asked in astonishment. Test the composition of this liquid immediately. After extensive analysis, the exasperated engineers finally identified the substance. It appears to be thermally hydrocarbonized nanoparticles, the engineer reported. Cook frowned but understood after an explanation that it was a relatively new and recently discovered material. Beyond that, the chip's interior was empty. At this point, Cook realized the futility. That's enough. No more testing. With that, he ended the video call. At Wanghu Village, Zhou Yang had already returned to the research institute. Mr. Zhou, the Mate 40 sales are impressive. President Yu posted on Weibo that the first day's shipments exceeded 500 units, and they're ramping up production. Li Ziyu reported, summarizing key domestic news for Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu had the task of collecting important news from both domestic and international sources and briefing Zhou Yang daily. Oh, not bad, Zhou Yang said with a slight nod, unfazed. Even if it were 1 million or 10 million units sold in a day, he wouldn't care. Li Ziyu added, by the way, Mr. Zhou, after the Mate 40 launch, I've seen many online teardown analyses of the Tianqin 100. Could this leak its technology? Leak? Zhou Yang gave Li Ziyu an amused look. Let me put it this way, when Apple releases the A14, aren't they afraid someone will disassemble it and reverse engineer it? Internal structures can be seen with electron microscopes. What lab doesn't have such instruments? But the key is, even if you invest enormous effort to understand its internal principles and structure, can you actually manufacture it? Li Ziyu paused, a look of realization dawning on his face. Now you get it. Even if I revealed the technical principles of the Tianqin 100 today, do you think they could produce it? Wishful thinking. Zhou Yang scoffed, dismissed. This technology, much like a nuclear bomb, has its principles written in physics textbooks. But can you build one? No. So knowing it is utterly useless. Thus, imitation and reverse engineering were out of the question. With that, Zhou Yang's attention returned to the object before him. Li Bingxian and his team were working intensely. A nearly assembled aircraft engine sat in front of Zhou Yang. With all the information regarding WS, Li Bingxian himself had also participated in the project initiation and preliminary research, making him quite familiar with the entire project. However, the most critical factor was the successful preparation of high-strength crystalline steel. Indeed, with Su Chen's efforts, the third generation, which was also the third generation crystalline steel envisioned by Zhou Yang, had already been prepared in the laboratory and it would soon enter the industrial mass production design phase. The small furnace outside the research institute, which had long been completed, could finally be put into use. Mr. Zhou, it has been assembled. Li Bingxian walked over and said, "We have conducted the final inspection and found no issues." At this point, Li Bingxian was also quite excited. The production of WS had finally been resolved in his hands. "Then let's test it out," Zhou Yang said. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. The next step was crucial. Replacing the original key material with high-strength crystalline steel was relatively easy, but whether the high-strength crystalline steel would meet the process requirements was uncertain. If the test failed, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Li Ziyu, who was standing behind Zhou Yang, whispered, "Mr. Zhou, should we inform the higher-ups about the test? Not to mention, if they knew a test was being conducted here, Gao Jianjun and the others would definitely want to come and take a look." Zhou Yang handed over a pair of noise-canceling headphones and said, "No need, we don't even know if it will succeed yet. We'll notify them after it's successful. Although I believe it will succeed, there is still a chance of failure." As he spoke, Zhou Yang put on the headphones and nodded at Li Bingxian, indicating that they could begin. "Clear the area. Inject fuel," Li Bingxian ordered loudly. The engineering staff at the scene began to work nervously. "Fuel injection complete." "Good." Li Bingxian glanced at Zhou Yang and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Start the engine." The ignition device was activated and the aircraft carrier codenamed Eagle 1 erupted with a tremendous roar. A crimson torrent spurted from the nozzle, and the immense noise engulfed the entire test site. "The system is operating well," Kong Ning shouted excitedly. The engineering staff on site began to cheer excitedly. The successful ignition was considered the first step. Li Bingxian also secretly pumped his fist, glancing at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang remained calm. "Mr. Zhou is so composed," Li Bingxian thought to himself. He felt that Zhou Yang probably anticipated the success of the ignition, so there was nothing to be overly excited about. Li Bingxian said, "Proceed to the next step, increase thrust." As the engine began to power up, the exhaust plume from the nozzle changed color to a light blue, indicating sufficient combustion and stable thrust. Then as the thrust continued to increase, the plume elongated, and the air behind it became blurred from the heat. The test stand securing the engine emitted a painful metallic distortion sound. This was due to the excessive thrust of the engine reacting against the test stand. "Thrust data is out," Kong Ning shouted. "How much?" Li Bingxian asked anxiously. Kong Ning replied, "The current collected data is 121 kilonewtons." "Good." Li Bingxian excitedly pumped his fist. Zhou Yang also nodded discreetly. 121 kilonewtons of thrust was originally the design target of WS. The current Eagle 1 was built using WS's design blueprints, with the only difference being the replacement of key internal materials. These material replacements enhanced the engine's durability rather than its design specifications. The strength of the design specifications is related to the overall design of the engine. "Engage afterburner," Li Bingxian said again. WS's design specifications indicate that without engaging the afterburner, it can achieve 121 kilonewtons, equivalent to 12 tons of thrust, while engaging the afterburner can reach a maximum of 18 tons of thrust. This data is already comparable to that of the F-119 engine on the F-22 of Country M, and even exceeds it. The only difference is that the F-119 has a stronger lifespan, reaching 8 to 12,000 hours. As for WS, the finished product from Shifei barely reached 2,000 hours. The difference between 2,000 and 10,000 is a significant gap in material. With the afterburner engaged, the engine expelled a blue torrent. Under afterburner conditions, the fuel consumption was astonishing. It was no exaggeration to say that what was being expelled was no longer just exhaust, but aviation fuel. However, operating under afterburner conditions also inflicted significant damage to the engine. Theoretically, an aircraft in the sky could only engage afterburner for a short 2 to 3 minutes. Prolonged use would cause irreversible damage to the engine. With Li Bingxian's command, the engine erupted with an even louder roar. The sound reverberated within the test site, and the entire mountain seemed to resonate. Outside the research institute. "Squad leader, why do I feel like the mountain is shaking? Is there an earthquake?" a patrolling soldier said to the squad leader. The squad leader also felt it, and pondered for a moment before saying, "Don't talk nonsense, perhaps they are conducting an experiment. Focus on your tasks, and don't meddle in what doesn't concern you." At that moment, a sudden urgent voice came from the squad leader's walkie-talkie. "Second squad, a satellite has detected an unusual target in Area 391. You are closest, go check it out, and keep communication open at all times." "Understood." The squad leader's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "All personnel, target Area 391 to move out." A group of 8 quickly mobilized, and as they got closer, the squad leader waved his hand. Everyone immediately lay down, each taking cover, all well trained. The squad leader took out binoculars and began to observe the target area. Meanwhile, in a patch of grass, a man in a grass-green camouflage suit lay quietly. He was a foreign white man holding a high-definition binoculars, watching in the direction of the research institute. From time to time, the white man would pause to jot down some notes in a notebook in front of him. The notebook contained a simple sketch of the perimeter of the research institute marked with guard positions and the patrol route of the patrol team. Perhaps due to his confidence in his camouflage ability, the white man did not notice that the second squad had already arrived 200 meters away from him. 200 meters away, the squad leader had conducted a serious search and had already locked on to the white man in the grass. "This little brat is hiding pretty well," the squad leader cursed, then turned to say, "1 o'clock direction, 200 meters away. Lead deputy, you take Gongzi and the other 3 and flank him from behind. Oh, wait for my command." Lead deputy took 3 soldiers and quickly retreated, using the terrain for cover to quickly encircle the white man from behind. 1.5 minutes later, lead deputy was in position. "Move out, capture him alive. If he fights back, shoot to kill." The squad leader coldly issued the order. The 3 soldiers beside him instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Yet they unhesitatingly followed the squad leader out. As they crawled to 100 meters away, the squad leader stood up and charged forward like a "Damn, we've been exposed." The white man in the grass saw 4 soldiers suddenly appear ahead, startled, and immediately turned to run, but upon looking back he realized there were also 4 soldiers appearing behind him. In an instant, the 8 soldiers surrounded the white man. "Don't move." 8 gun barrels simultaneously aimed at the white man. The white man's knees went weak and he knelt down, raising his hands high and shouting, "I surrender, don't kill me." Inside the research institute, the experiment was still ongoing. After engaging the afterburner, the thrust data kept climbing. 170, 178. Kong Ning exclaimed excitedly, "Maximum thrust has been reached." Li Bingshuan, also thrilled, clenched his fist and immediately said, "Maintain it, shut down the afterburner in 2 minutes. 2 minutes of afterburner is enough." However, Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, "Forget 2 minutes, keep it in afterburner mode and continue running up." Li Bingxian was startled and quickly said, "That will damage the engine." Zhou Yang said, "This is an experiment, of course we need to test its limits as much as possible. If it gets damaged, so be it. First let's see where its afterburner limit lies. Then you can assemble another one and directly run a durability test to see if it can reach the design life of 10,000 hours." Li Bingxian opened his mouth, but said nothing more. Zhou Yang made it sound easy, but assembling one engine alone cost a considerable amount of money. Only at Wanghu Village Research Institute could they afford to be so reckless, not caring about the expenses. "Alright, let's continue. I want to see how long it can last under afterburner mode," Li Bingxian said. In other words, this was a test of the limits of the high-strength crystalline steel. The experiment continued, and the on-site personnel temporarily evacuated. Such extreme tests were still quite dangerous. It would be disastrous if it exploded. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. Under normal circumstances, 5 minutes of afterburner would already cause irreversible damage to the engine. However, Li Bingxian glanced at Zhou Yang, who remained unmoved and did not call off the experiment. Since Zhou Yang had given the order, they might as well push it to the limit. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The temperature in the entire test site had risen to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, and the engine's exhaust nozzle had already turned red hot. Half an hour. Li Bingxian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes slightly glazed. Below, Kong Ning also shouted, "Chiefly the fuel is running low." Under afterburner mode, the engine burned nearly a ton of aviation fuel per minute. Moreover, the WS engine used high-grade aviation kerosene, which was even more expensive. In just 30 minutes, they had burned through 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. The key issue was the massive fuel consumption. They hadn't prepared this much aviation kerosene. There was an oil depot outside, but there was no time to refuel now. "Stop it!" Li Bingxian hastily shouted. A 30-minute afterburner test was something only Zhou Yang would dare to do. The engine's roar gradually died down. Li Bingxian immediately descended to the test site, leading Kong Ning and others to conduct inspections. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang took off his headphones and said, "Let's go." Afterburner mode was equivalent to pushing the engine to its extreme under harsh conditions, much like driving a car and flooring it to 6,000 RPM in first gear. Under such circumstances, the fact that the engine lasted 30 minutes without exploding was proof enough. This engine could be considered a success. Zhou Yang felt they could move on to the next step, the particle thruster. Chun Riyun approached Zhou Yang and said, "Mr. Zhou, we found a spy outside." "A spy?" Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback, but didn't seem too concerned. "Is the Institute's security all right?" Chun Riyun nodded. She had initially planned not to mention it to Zhou Yang, but since security measures at the Institute would undoubtedly be strengthened, she was afraid Zhou Yang might ask, so she decided to inform him. Seeing Zhou Yang's calm reaction, Chun Riyun breathed a silent sigh of relief and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, the Institute's security won't be compromised." "That's good. Such minor security matters were best left to the professionals." As for the appearance of a spy at the Institute, Zhou Yang had anticipated it. The emergence of Longshin batteries and Tianjin 100 was bound to attract attention. The previous assassination attempt at the airport indicated that hostile nations had already targeted Zhou Yang. Discovering the Institute was only to be expected. The countless reconnaissance satellites in the sky were no joke. The only recourse was to strengthen security, forcing them to watch helplessly from afar. The next day, a group of people arrived hastily at the Institute. Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, and some accompanying personnel. Mr. Zhou, has the research been going smoothly lately? Li Tianshu asked with a smile. Quite well. Zhou Yang glanced at the crowd behind him and said, You're well informed. The engine test was only yesterday, and they were already here, truly swift in their actions. Li Tianshu gave a Gao Jianjun beside him said, You burned dozens of tons of aviation kerosene in one day. If we didn't know what was happening, our intelligence would be too slow. So was the engine test successful? Frankly, when the nation had supported Zhou Yang's engine project, they hadn't expected such quick results. Yet in such a short time the test was already underway, an exceptionally fast pace. Zhou Yang nodded. It can be considered a success. They're inspecting the damage today, let's go take a look together. Damage? Li Tianshu was startled. Was the engine damaged? Zhou Yang said, Yesterday, I had them run the afterburner for 30 minutes. It probably caused some damage to the engine. Cough, cough, cough. Several people behind Gao Jianjun suddenly coughed violently. 30 minutes of afterburner. You must be joking. Such a long afterburner time wouldn't just cause damage. It would have destroyed the engine by now. Zhou Yang looked at the group, led by a middle-aged man with graying and these are it. Gao Jianjun quickly said, Oh, I forgot to introduce them. Mr. Zhou, these engineers are from Xian Aircraft Industrial Corporation in charge of the WS project. This is the project leader engineer, Yuan Haifeng. Xian Aircraft Industrial Corporation, they were the ones driving the WS project. I see. Welcome. Zhou Yang smiled and shook hands with Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had never met Zhou Yang, nor had he even heard of him, but he could tell Zhou Yang was no ordinary person given how respectfully Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun treated him without any presumption. However, Zhou Yang's claim of running the afterburner for 30 minutes still irked Yuan Haifeng, who couldn't help saying, Mr. Zhou, it's rather unlikely for an aircraft engine to sustain 30 minutes of afterburner. This was an extremely tactful way of putting it, almost openly accusing Zhou Yang of fabricating results. Zhou Yang wasn't offended and said with a smile, Whether it's true or not, Engineer Yuan, won't we know after we see it? By the way, General Gao, has the aviation kerosene been arranged? Zhou Yang asked further. Gao Jianjun was from the General Armament Department. Theoretically, the allocation of aviation kerosene fell under his purview. But this was a trivial matter, it wouldn't reach Gao Jianjun's level in any case. Gao Jianjun chuckled and said, It's already on its way. We'll send you 2,000 tons first, and more if needed. As they spoke, the group arrived at the previous test site. Inside, Yuan Haifeng and his team immediately spotted the tubular aviation engine on the test stand. Its design was identical to their WS model. Below the engine, many people were busy at work. Li Bingxian. Yuan Haifeng's gaze locked onto a figure in the center. Sensing something, Li Bingxian turned and immediately saw Yuan Haifeng gritting his teeth and saying, Yuan Haifeng. Li Bingxian stepped off the test platform and strode over quickly. Why are you here? Li Bingxian asked with a hostile tone. Zhou Yang was surprised. It seemed these two not only knew each other, but also had some lingering grievances. Yuan Haifeng gazed at the aero engine ahead and said, So this is the engine you've developed. Why does it look exactly like ours? When you left Xian Aircraft Industrial Corporation, you vowed to create your own engine, yet now you're copying ours. Li Tianshu was about to intervene, but Zhou Yang shook his head at him. Clearly this was a matter between the two of them. Li Bingxian retorted, Correct, this is a replica of your WS project. However, we've applied entirely new materials. In essence, aside from the external resemblance, the interior is completely different. As for imitation, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. I will design a brand new engine comparable to the U.S. F-135. No one even more powerful than the F-135, for you to witness. The F-135 is the most advanced engine disclosed by the United States and the most powerful in the world. Yuan Haifeng scoffed, Anyone can boast. The key is to actually build it. I heard you ran the afterburner for 30 minutes during yesterday's test. So did the engine? Failed? Li Bingxian snorted coldly and shouted, Kong Ming, go refuel and start the test. I'll see for myself how your so-called difference really manifests. Yuan Haifeng was equally confrontational. Zhou Yang said, Let's go upstairs. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun smiled and nodded, following Zhou Yang to the upper level. Mr. Zhou, there's an aviation exhibition on the 10th of next month. Can this engine be showcased? Gao Jianjun suddenly asked. Zhou Yang gave Gao Jianjun a curious glance. The WS engine, built with high-strength crystalline steel, had only been assembled and not yet undergone detailed testing. After all, this was an aero engine crucial to fighter jets and pilots' lives, requiring extensive testing to ensure absolute safety and reliability before installation. Moreover, after installation, there would be prolonged real machine tests, followed by final design finalization and production, a process that could take years even under the best circumstances. Consider that the F-119 engine used in the F-22 was a product of the 1980s. Such aero engines are designed to last a life, but since Gao Jianjun asked, he must have had his reasons. As for what those reasons were, Zhou Yang didn't bother to inquire. After a moment's thought, he said, "Personally, I think it's fine even for actual installation. But I can't give you any guarantees." The WS engine had been under national development for over a decade with few theoretical issues. The main bottleneck was the materials. And Zhou Yang had complete confidence in the durability of the high-strength crystalline steel. Gao Jianjun nodded slightly and said no more, turning his gaze downward. Below, Yuan Haifeng, along with his engineers, had directly joined in to assist with the adjustments. "Engineer Yuan, the materials inside really do seem different," one engineer whispered to Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had also noticed it himself. It was true, as Li Bingxian claimed, that new materials had been used. But without seeing the actual test results, he wouldn't be convinced. "All right, clear the area. Start the engine." At the command, the engine ignited once more, emitting a deafening roar. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. Successful ignition was already a significant achievement. Li Bingxian glanced proudly at Yuan Haifeng and said, "Increase thrust, engage afterburner." Kong Ning was aware of the grudge between his mentor and Yuan Haifeng and was eager to show off the prowess of the Eagle One. He immediately increased the thrust and, upon reaching maximum power, activated the afterburner. Instantly, the roar became ferocious. Those nearby could feel the engine howling and trembling, the ground vibrating from the sound waves. "Excellent." Gao Jianjun stood up, excitedly brimming with enthusiasm. "How about that?" Li Bingxian asked arrogantly. Yuan Haifeng pursed his lips and said grimly, "It's only been a short time and we're far from done." Time passed. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. By the 10th minute, Yuan Haifeng's expression had begun to shift. Besides Zhou Yang, Gao Jianjun was even more thrilled. 10 minutes of afterburner operation already revealed a great deal. "Continue." Li Bingxian gritted his teeth and said, "Kong Ning, today, I want to find out the limits of this engine." Fortunately, they had urgently transferred 100 tons of aviation kerosene from the depot yesterday, otherwise the test would have been impossible. Yuan Haifeng's expression shifted repeatedly. The engineers behind him all wore looks of utter disbelief. "How is this possible? It's been 15 minutes. Under normal conditions, the engine should have failed by now." 15 minutes of afterburner operation was terrifying. Without exaggeration, if an engine were run like that, it would be completely ruined after landing, or would have already stalled or exploded midair. Moreover, the engine's fuel capacity likely wouldn't sustain 15 minutes of afterburner. Yet now the Eagle One had been running the afterburner for 15 minutes, and externally the engine appeared to be operating stably. Could they really have run the afterburner for 30 minutes yesterday? What material did they use to withstand such conditions? Soon the time exceeded 30 minutes. Li Bingxian did not order a stop. The test continued. Gao Jianjun marveled. Is the high-strength crystalline steel truly this powerful? Gao Jianjun knew that the Eagle One was structurally identical to the WS engine, with the sole difference being the material of the core component. Zhou Yang nodded. High-strength crystalline steel, aside from its immense strength, was characterized by structural stability and durability. By the way, has the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel been completed? Li Tianshu suddenly asked. Since the engine issue was resolved, it indicated that the high-strength crystalline steel had also been perfected. Zhou Yang replied, "Yes, it has been produced. The next step is to solve the mass production problem, which academician Su and the team." Li Tianshu's eyes lit up. "This material has so many applications. Tank armor ship decks, even aircraft carrier decks, and fighter jet skins. If it can be mass-produced, that would be fantastic." Gao Jianjun quickly added, "Mr. Zhou, how long do you think it will take to resolve the mass production issue? Once mass-produced, this material would be like a universal metal, greatly enhancing military equipment." Zhou Yang thought seriously and said, "Probably by the middle of next year." "So soon?" Gao Jianjun was taken aback. Half a year to solve mass production. That was remarkably fast. But then he considered that Zhou Yang had helped BYD resolve the mass production of the long core battery in less than 2 months, and the Tianqin 100 in just a few months. Using half a year to solve the mass production of high-strength crystalline steel didn't seem so unbelievable. Zhou Yang nodded slightly. The mature technical documentation is here. Solving the mass production issue in half a year is already quite slow. In reality, Zhou Yang felt that 3 to 4 months would suffice. Moreover, the slowness is largely due to the special nature of steel production. The equipment in steel mills is quite large, and there are many challenges that need to be overcome. Li Tianshu murmured, "Half a year to resolve mass production, Mr. Zhou, what scale of mass production are we talking about?" Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "On the order of tens of millions of tons." "How much?" Li Tianshu looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. "Shouldn't the output of such special steel be low?" Of course, given the current scale of steel production in the country, an annual output of tens of millions of tons would at most qualify as a medium-sized steel mill, not a large one. But even so, it is quite astonishing. Gao Jianjun was also taken aback, saying, Tens of millions of tons, mister. Zhou, you're not joking, are you? Zhou Yang said, I don't have the leisure to joke with you, so the preliminary work can actually begin now, such as selecting the site for the steel mill. A steel mill of that scale would occupy at least 20 square kilometers, and it would require nearly 10,000 employees. If mass production is to start in half a year, planning must begin now. Gao Jianjun nodded seriously, saying, All right, I will arrange this and ensure it doesn't hold you back. Just then the engine below suddenly made an unusual noise. Shut it down quickly. Li Bingshuan's expression changed as he shouted urgently. The engine gradually came to a stop. It was evident that the engine's tail end had already started to deform. This engine was likely scrapped. However, Yuan Haifeng did not mock, but instead asked in a daze, How long has it been? Someone nearby replied, About 45 minutes. Under full thrust, the engine only developed problems after 45 minutes. How could this be possible? Yuan Haifeng muttered to himself. The durability was simply outrageous. What materials did you use? Yuan Haifeng hurriedly approached Li Bingshuan. Li Bingshuan, with a proud expression, noted that the 45 minutes of full thrust had exceeded his expectations. Glancing up at the observation room, Li Bingshuan said, The main internal material is the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Mr. Zhou. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Yuan Haifeng nodded frantically. It was not just impressive, it was outrageous. By the way, you said this high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Mr. Zhou? Yuan Haifeng asked, thinking Zhou Yang was merely an administrator due to his youth. Li Bingshuan, sensing Yuan Haifeng's thoughts, replied, Yuan, you should be more respectful to Mr. Zhou. He is the greatest scientist I have ever met. Do you know about the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100? Yuan Haifeng nodded dumbly. He certainly knew about these two hot technologies. Those were developed by Mr. Zhou, Li Bingshuan stated. Yuan Haifeng's mouth dropped open and he muttered, How is this possible? The research span from batteries, chips, to special steel is simply too large. They say crossing fields is impressive, but this is beyond impressive. At that moment, Zhou Yang and Gao Jianjun also approached. Engineer Yuan, what do you think? Gao Jianjun asked with a smile. Yuan Haifeng came back to his senses, but ignored Gao Jianjun. Instead, he rushed to Zhou Yang and said urgently, Mr. Zhou, I heard from Li Bingshuan that the high-strength crystalline steel was developed by you. Can this material be used by us at Shifei? The design and theoretical research of engines in the country are not lacking. Even now, there are many design blueprints gathering dust because they cannot progress due to substandard materials. Moreover, it's not just about aviation engines. Shifei has many research projects such as civilian engines and helicopter engines, all of which are hindered by material issues and have not been able to break through. If they could acquire high-strength crystalline steel, all these problems would no longer be problems. How could Yuan Haifeng not be excited? Zhou Yang smiled and said, Engineer Yuan, what's stopping us? The high-strength crystalline steel has completed the laboratory preparation phase and will be ready for mass production in at most 6 months. Once the output increases, you can use it as you wish. Mass production? What? It's already going to be in mass production. Yuan Haifeng stood there in shock, suddenly feeling as if he had awoken to a transformed world entering a future realm. This incredible material which he had just learned about was about to go into mass production. Zhou Yang said, Let's do this. Engineer Li, take Engineer Yuan to see Academician Su. Perhaps we might have the potential for future cooperation with Shifei. Particle thrusters are not small projects. Cooperation with leading enterprises like Shifei is essential. Li Bingshuan shot a displeased glance at Yuan Haifeng and said, What are you still dawdling about? Come with me. After sending a few people off, Zhou Yang led Li Tianshu toward the office. Mr. Zhou, about what I said earlier, can you attend that aviation? Gao Jianjun asked again. What's stopping me? Zhou Yang instinctively replied, only realizing something was off, wondering, Did you mean for me to attend? Zhou Yang initially thought Gao Jianjun was asking if the Xiongning 1 could be exhibited. Gao Jianjun nodded with a smile, saying, Yes, we want you to attend. Zhou Yang was surprised, asking, Aren't they afraid my identity will be exposed? Zhou Yang was already being targeted by hostile forces. There had even been spies around the research institute. Li Tianshu responded, No, they are indeed worried, but they believe you shouldn't remain anonymous. A great man of the nation should enjoy the treatment befitting a great man of the nation. In the past, people would often say that researchers should live in obscurity their entire lives, contributing to the country until death before they can enjoy any honor. But that is wrong. They have made so many contributions to the country and should enjoy the highest honors and treatment. However, in the past, the country was weak, constrained by real conditions, and we could not provide them with the honors they deserved. But now it's different. The country has become strong and is not afraid of any challenges. Why should those who have made great contributions to the country hide their identities and live in obscurity? Your greatness should be recorded in history, known to all citizens, and forever remembered. Zhou Yang stared blankly at Li Tianshu. An emotion surged within him, erupting like a flood or a volcano. In that moment, Zhou Yang thought of his parents who lived their lives in obscurity, dedicating themselves to the country. Although they had no regrets, Zhou Yang sometimes felt they deserved more. But now Zhou Yang felt that the country had not forgotten such individuals. All right, Zhou Yang nodded vigorously. Behind the research institute lay a cypress grove, an anomaly amidst the entire compound. Yet it was heavily guarded. Mr. Zhou has entered. Chen Ruyun inquired. The two soldiers nodded. She sighed softly and also stepped into the woods. Deep within the grove stood two graves. They were the graves of Zhou Yang's parents. At that moment, Zhou Yang stood silently before them. Chen Ruyun did not disturb him. She first bowed to the graves, then stood quietly at a distance. After a long while, Zhou Yang turned and saw Chen Ruyun. Startled, he said, "Why are you here? Is something the matter?" Chen Ruyun shook her head, pulled a pristine white handkerchief from her bosom, and offered it to him. Zhou Yang's eyes were slightly reddened. He did not take it, instead wiping the tear stains from his eyes with his hand. "It's rare to see handkerchiefs these days." Chen Ruyun said, "My mother embroidered it for me. She said it was blessed at a temple to keep me safe, and told me to carry it always." Zhou Yang walked out saying, "By the way, New Year's Day is coming up, isn't it?" Chen Ruyun nodded. "All right, I'll give you 2 days off. Go home and visit your family," Zhou Yang said. Chen Ruyun quickly shook her head. "No need. I usually don't go home for New Year's." For someone like Chen Ruyun, even the Spring Festival might not guarantee a return home, let alone New Year's Day. Zhou Yang asked, "I haven't asked yet. Where's your hometown?" "CS City," Chen Ruyun replied. Zhou Yang said, "That's not far at all. All right, it's decided. I'm giving you 2 days off. Go home, spend time with your family, and celebrate the new year." After speaking, Zhou Yang murmured to himself, "And not just you. Zhu academician Su engineerly, everyone should take a break. Research is important, but rest is necessary too." Chen Ruyun started to protest, but Zhou Yang put on a stern face. "I'm the head of the institute. What I say goes." Chen Ruyun gave a wry smile. After a pause, Chen Ruyun asked, "And what about you?" She knew Zhou Yang had no family left. "Me?" Zhou Yang said, "I still have work to do." Chen Ruyun replied, "Mr. Zhou, you just said we need to balance work and rest. How about this? Come back with me for the Go back with you." Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Ruyun, speechless. "Are you worried something might happen to me, so you want to keep me by your side, even on your day off?" Chen Ruyun smiled. "Of course. I can't afford to be careless about your safety." "All right, but will your family agree?" Zhou Yang hesitated. Chen Ruyun said, "Why wouldn't they? It would be our honor to have you." "Well, all right." Zhou Yang finally nodded. Chen Ruyun smiled and fell 2 steps behind, standing at his side. "By the way, how many people are in your family?" "I need to prepare gifts," Zhou Yang asked. Showing up unannounced gifts were a must. Moreover, in Zhou Yang's heart, Chen Ruyun was not just his bodyguard, but also his girlfriend. Visiting his girlfriend's home for a holiday meant gifts were even more essential. To this end, Zhou Yang specifically asked Li Ziyu to help prepare some presents. Though buying them himself would show more thought, Zhou Yang was too busy with work. He conveyed his requirements to Li Ziyu and left the task to her. Soon New Year's Day arrived. On the morning of the first, Zhou Yang got into the car. Chen Ruyun drove him herself, heading toward her hometown. There was only one car in sight, but Zhou Yang suspected there were security details nearby. Since the last assassination attempt, his security had reached an extreme level. Though not to the point of clearing every area in advance, it was close. VIP is en route. Falcon 1 maintain vigilance. Falcon received. Following. High above, a military helicopter circled. The pilot's attention was fixed on the sedan below. The cabin doors were open with 2 snipers on either side ready and waiting. Meanwhile, an observer monitored the ground through high-powered binoculars. Zhou Yang was unaware of these security measures. An hour and a half later, they arrived at their destination, an ordinary village on the outskirts of sea. "Not many cars on the road today," Zhou Yang muttered as he got out. Chen Ruyun smiled inwardly. It wasn't that there were few cars, someone had cleared the way. It was a 2-story house on the edge of the village. To the left of the entrance were vast fields, and across the way flowed a small river. 2 lush osmanthus trees grew in the yard. A BMW 3 Series was parked on the small patch of ground before the gate, indicating guests had already arrived. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and retrieved gifts. Li Ziyu had prepared everything. Zhou Yang wasn't entirely sure what was inside. Chen Ruyun's family was small, her parents, a married older sister, and a young niece. "Let me carry those," Chen Ruyun offered, reaching out. Zhou Yang said, "No, it's not proper for the host to carry gifts." With that, he followed Chen Ruyun through the gate. "Auntie." A little girl of 7 or 8 jumping rope in the yard spotted Chen Ruyun and ran up excitedly. "Tong-tong." Chen Ruyun scooped up the girl. After a moment of affectionate cuddling, the girl shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie's back," and she brought her boyfriend. Chen Ruyun's face flushed crimson. She quickly scolded Tong-tong. "Don't talk nonsense. He's my boss." The girl stared wide-eyed. "Annie, what's— Oh, you're playing dumb with me." Chen Ruyun tickled the girl in mock anger. Just then, hearing the commotion, several people emerged from the house. They were Chen Ruyun's parents, her older sister, and her brother-in-law. "Ruyun, why are you back?" her sister Chinruashi exclaimed in surprise. Their mother Li Guizhi hurried over and embraced Qin Riyun emotionally. Their father Qin Tao, after a moment of initial excitement, snorted coldly. So you finally remembered to come home. Anyone would think you died out there. You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Our daughter's finally home. If you're not happy, I am. Li Guizhi scolded. After her outburst, she turned to look at Zhou Yang, her eyes lighting up. Royun, who is this? Your boyfriend. Qin Riyun blushed again. She stole a glance at Zhou Yang, and seeing no strong reaction from him, quickly shook her head. Mom, don't be silly. This is Mr. Zhou, my boss. Zhou Yang quickly added, hello uncle and auntie. I'm Zhou Yang, Riyun's boyfriend. Li Guizhi beamed. That's right. Clearly her boyfriend. What's this boss nonsense? I understand. Well, Xiao Zhou, come inside and sit down. Qin Riyun's pretty face flushed with anxiety. Though Zhou Yang felt somewhat awkward, he also sensed a warmth he hadn't felt in many years. Entering the house. You must be Xiao Zhou, right? Hello, I'm Zhangbo. Welcome to our home. Come on, Tong Tong, say hello to uncle. Qin Riyun's brother-in-law, a refined middle-aged man, greeted Zhou Yang with a smile. Beside him, Qin Riyun's face turned pale. She already felt it was inappropriate for her mother to call Zhou Yang Xiao Zhou, and now even her brother-in-law was using that address. This was Zhou Yang after all. Ask anyone in the world, and they would respectfully call him Mr. Zhou. Who would dare to call him Xiao Zhou? Zhou Yang, however, showed no sign of annoyance. He stood up and shook hands, saying hello. With that, Zhou Yang brought out his gifts. Uncle, auntie, I apologize for the intrusion. These are gifts I picked for you. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I kept it simple. I hope you should have just come empty-handed. Why bring gifts? Li Guizhi said, cheerfully, shooting a glare at Qin Riyun. She still insisted he wasn't her boyfriend, yet here he was showing up with presents. Qin Riyun wished the ground would swallow her whole. She now truly regretted inviting Zhou Yang to her home. Gifts? Uncle Zhou, what about mine? Can I? Zhang Tong asked excitedly. His gift was a large, heavy box. Opening it, wow, it's a violin. Zhang Tong exclaimed in delight. Zhou Yang said, I heard you're learning the violin, so I bought one for you. Do you like it? Zhang Tong nodded vigorously. Yes, I love it. Zhang Bo, however, was taken aback. Violins weren't cheap. He picked it up and exclaimed again, I recognize this brand. It's an Italian handmade one. They only produce a few each year. This must be worth at least several $100,000. Xiao Zhou, this gift is too precious. We can't accept it. Several $100,000. That startled Chinruashi and everyone else present. Zhou Yang was also surprised. The violin was bought by Li Ziyu, and he had no idea what she had purchased or how much it cost. Since it was already bought, returning it was out of the question. It's already purchased, so please keep it. Tong Tong really likes it. Zhou Yang said. Zhang Tong nodded firmly. Zhang Bo was about to protest when Qin Riyun interjected, brother-in-law, since it's from Mr. Zhou, just keep it. That feels so awkward, Zhang Bo hesitated. Li Guizhi, however, was magnanimous, since Tong Tong likes it, just take it. We're all families soon, no need to stand. The mention of family sent Qin Riyun into a fit of coughing. She quickly said, Mom, I've told you 100 times. He's really not my boyfriend. He's my boss. Since it's New Year's, I invited him over for the holiday. I understand, Li Guizhi said, clearly not listening. She picked up her own gift and opened it, her eyes lighting up. It was a Hetian jade Buddha pin. Qin Tao also took his gift and opened it curiously, finding an inkstone. He enjoyed calligraphy and had bought several inkstones before, but this one was clearly no ordinary piece. It was a fine antique from a classic quarry, and judging by its patina, it had some age, at least a collector's item worth a fortune. As for Chinruashi, she received a set of imported cosmetics, while Zhang Bo got a mechanical watch. Zhang Bo quickly calculated in his mind the gifts from Zhou Yang were already worth over $1 million. In an instant, Zhang Bo was stunned. Li Guizhi, however, looked at Zhou Yang with increasing satisfaction. He was not only wealthy, but also handsome. Xiao Zhou, what kind of work do you do? Have you bought a house? A car? Li Guizhi asked. Mom. Qin Riyun jumped up in panic. He'll say it again, Mr. Zhou is not my boyfriend. He's my boss. Do you understand? Boss. Mom understands, Li Guizhi said as if she hadn't heard a word, still staring intently at Zhou Yang. Qin Riyun was so furious she could spit blood, but there was nothing she could do. Zhou Yang smiled. Auntie, I work in RD. I have a house and a car, I suppose. RD is good. Not too tiring, Li Guizhi remarked. Across the table, Zhang Bo also asked curiously, Xiao Zhou, what field of RD are you in? Zhou Yang hesitated. He couldn't exactly say. He researched mecha. Artificial intelligence. Zhang Bo nodded approvingly. That's a promising field with a bright future. Li Guizhi beamed. Then you sit tight, Xiao Zhou. You old fool, what are you standing there for? Say something. He'll go cook. With that, she dragged Qin Riyun out of the room, clearly intending to grill her thoroughly. Poor Qin Riyun, a female SWAT officer who could take on dozens of opponents, was utterly helpless against Li Guizhi. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly, a thought crossing his mind. If he really married Qin Riyun, it wouldn't be so bad. Then he would have a family again. But the next moment he dismissed the idea. After all, it was just his own wishful thinking. Who knew what Chen Ruoyan thought? Perhaps in her eyes, he was merely her boss. Chen Tao was not much of a talker. After a few awkward exchanges with Zhou Yang, he fell silent. Zhang Bo, however, engaged Zhou Yang in lively conversation. Through their chat, Zhou Yang learned that Zhang Bo was also in RD, an engineer at a company called Zhaowei Electromechanical. Just then the meal was ready, and Chun Ruoshi came to call everyone to the table. At that moment, Zhang Bo suddenly received a phone call. What? It cracked. How? Zhang Bo's expression changed drastically as he answered. What's wrong? Chen Ruoshi asked. Zhang Bo hung up and said, Honey, I might have to go back to the company. Go back to the company. Your company's in SC over 1,000 kilometers away. Going back now, are you kidding me? Chen Ruoshi exclaimed. Zhang Bo said, I don't want to either, but the project I'm in charge of has a major problem. The hydraulic pipe cracked. This contract is worth tens of millions. If I mess it up, I'll lose my year-end bonus. But Chen Ruoshi didn't know what to do. Zhang Tong clung to Zhang Bo's arm. Daddy, please don't go. Zhang Bo's heart ached, but the problem had arisen. If he didn't go, things would only get worse. Just then Zhou Yang suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhang, you mentioned the hydraulic pipe cracked. Can you tell me more about it? Maybe I can help solve it. You? Zhang Bo glanced at Zhou Yang, thinking you're an AI researcher who writes code. I doubt you'd understand mechanical issues even if but since Zhou Yang had asked, Zhang Bo elaborated. Our company makes transmission systems. We took on a project with high design specs. One of the control pumps requires a pressure of 2,000 psi, but the pump diameter can only be 2 inches. We've tried several materials, and they all cracked. We switched to a nickel-chromium alloy. It worked fine in initial tests, but after a few hundred cycles it cracked again. I see. Zhou Yang smiled. Actually, it's quite simple. Uncle, do you have any paper? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Tao, puzzled, handed him a sheet of rice paper and stood behind him to observe. Zhou Yang picked up a brush and wrote down a list of ingredients on the rice paper. These are the proportions of the elements to add, and this is the manufacturing process. If the steel mill can't customize it for you, you can directly use nickel-aluminum high-temperature alloy and then process it with this method. You'll still meet the design specifications. Zhou Yang wrote down some more processing methods. Zhang Bo stared at him blankly, deeply suspicious that Zhou Yang was just scribbling nonsense. Will this work? Zhang Bo asked. Chen Ruoshi replied. Why don't you try it and find out? Anyway, I won't let you go back now. Zhang Bo felt overwhelmed and was about to argue further when Chen Ruoyan interjected. Brother-in-law, give it a try. Trust Mr. Zhou. Then Chen Ruoyan leaned close to Zhou Yang and whispered, Mr. Zhou, does what you've written need to be kept confidential? Zhou Yang shook his head. It was just a simple high-strength alloy material. Why would it need secrecy? Well, Zhang Bo hesitated for a moment, then took a photo and sent it to a colleague. All right, let's eat now. Even if you really have to go back, at least finish the meal first, Li Guizhi called out to them. Zhang Bo deliberately lagged behind, pulled Chen Ruoyan aside, and asked in a low voice, Isn't this Xiao Zhou a computer guy? How does he know about metal materials? Is what he wrote reliable? Hearing Zhang Bo call Zhou Yang Xiao Zhou, Chen Ruoyan felt a headache coming on. She gritted her teeth and said, It's Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou. Brother-in-law, if you call him Xiao Zhou again, he'll get angry. I've told you 100 times, don't you listen? He's my leader. Zhang Bo shrugged nonchalantly. Leader or not, after you two get married, you'll be the one in charge at home. When that happens, won't he have to acknowledge me as his brother-in-law? Chen Ruoyan was exasperated into laughter. By the way, tell me quickly, is what Xiao Zhou wrote reliable or not? Does he really understand this stuff? Zhang Bo pressed on. Chen Ruoyan clenched her teeth and said, just use it with confidence. If he's not reliable, then there's no one reliable in this world. Having a national-level scientist solve your technical problems, and you still question it. The meal was simple, just home-cooked dishes, but Zhou Yang found it immensely comforting. He hadn't eaten home-cooked food in years. They took their seats and Chen Tao opened a bottle of Tianjilan liquor, asking, Xiao Zhou, can you drink? Chen Ruoyan was about to stop him, but Zhou Yang had already replied, yes, uncle. Chen Ruoyan looked at him doubtfully. She had never seen him drink, no matter who he dined with. Good. A man who can't drink isn't much of a man, Chen Tao said, taking a 2-ounce glass and filling it to the brim for Zhou Yang. Seeing Zhang Bo still on his phone, Chen Tao barked, eat now. Put the phones away. Zhang Bo flinched, quickly silenced his phone and put it away. Chen Tao raised his glass and said, I'm very happy today. First, Ruoyan is home, and second, she brought Xiao Zhou back. Xiao Zhou, on behalf of our whole family, welcome. Zhou Yang hurriedly raised his glass and said thank you. Chen Tao took a sip, downing nearly half the glass, then set it down and remarked casually, Ruoyan, you're not getting any younger. You're 26 this year. Pick a date next year and get married to Xiao Zhou. With a crack, the wooden chopsticks in Chen Ruoyan's hand snapped. Zhou Yang choked on his drink, turning his head to cough violently. You old fool, can't you keep your mouth shut even when drinking? Li Guizhi scolded, quickly patting Zhou Yang on the back. Auntie, I'm fine. Zhou Yang looked up and met Chen Ruoyan's gaze. Her eyes were filled with apology and anxiety, but also a hint of something like anticipation. This meal made Zhou Yang feel quite uneasy. He drank quite a bit, one glass after another, until he eventually passed out. You old fool, he's young, why did you make him drink so much? Li Guizhi scolded again. Chen Tao retorted, what's wrong with a man getting drunk? He'll take care of him. Chen Riyun stood up, scooped Zhou Yang into her arms, and carried him out of the dining room. Zhang Bo shuddered and said, Xiao Zhou seems gentle-natured, but I'm afraid he'll be bullied by Riyun in the future. They all knew how formidable Riyun was. When Zhou Yang woke again, it was already dark. Reaching out, he suddenly touched a hand. Turning his head, he saw Chen Riyun lying beside him. The moment he touched her hand, she reflexively opened her eyes, sat up quickly, and entered a state of alert. Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Would you like some water? Chen Riyun asked hastily. Zhou Yang nodded, took the cup, drank a little, and asked, what time is it? Chen Riyun said, almost midnight. Midnight? Zhou Yang was surprised. Have I been asleep that long? Chen Riyun had already turned on the light. Zhou Yang looked around the room, noticing many feminine items, and immediately realized, this is your room, isn't it? I'm sorry for taking your bed. It's fine. Chen Riyun shook her head and asked Mr. Zhou, how do you feel? Should I call a doctor to check on you? If something happened to him from drinking at her home, she would never forgive herself. Zhou Yang shook his head. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Chen Riyun quickly said, then lie down a bit longer. He'll be right here, just call me if you need anything. Zhou Yang lay back down, about to say something else, but dizziness overtook him and he fell asleep again. Chen Riyun didn't get back into bed. Instead, she sat on the armchair opposite, quietly watching Zhou Yang. It's a pity I'm not good enough for you. In the darkness, a faint sigh was heard. The next morning, Zhou Yang got up. Xiao Zhou, you're up. Li Guizhi had already prepared a toothbrush, clean towel, and other necessities for him. Thank you, auntie. Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude, a warmth surging in his heart. Xiao Zhou. Zhang Bo rushed into the bathroom and gave Zhou Yang a big hug. Nearby, Chen Riyun was almost frightened, itching to rush over and kick Zhang Bo away. Xiao Zhou, you're a genius. The thing you gave me worked. No leaks, not a single one. Zhang Bo exclaimed excitedly, nearly kissing Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled. I'm glad it worked. Zhang Bo said, how can I thank you? How about a commission? I'll talk to my boss right now. Zhou Yang quickly stopped him. Brother Zhang, no need. It's nothing major. Li Guizhi interjected, take it. Why wouldn't you? Xiao Zhou, are you crazy? This money isn't coming from your brother-in-law's pocket, it's from his company. Zhang Bo, you not only have to pay him, but pay him well. He helped you with a multi-million yuan contract, at least 100,000. Zhang Bo hung his head while Zhou Yang was left speechless, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhou Yang spent a day at the Chun residence, and then prepared to leave. On the way back, Chen Riyun drove in silence. Zhou Yang gazed out the window, then suddenly asked, Riyun, if I said I wanted to marry you, would you be willing? The car swerved violently, then screeched to a halt across the middle of the road. High above, something's happened. Move, move, move. The pilot shouted frantically into the communication channel. The helicopter dove sharply, descending rapidly. Simultaneously, several off-road vehicles burst forth from both ends of the road, racing toward the sedan before braking to a stop. Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed over in a flash. Establish a defensive perimeter, a major leading the team bellowed. The soldiers immediately formed a first line of defense around the sedan. Above, the wind howled as the helicopter descended, hovering over the car, with its 23mm cannon pod poised menacingly. The major rushed forward and opened the door. Zhou Yang clutched his head. He had bumped it. In the driver's seat, Chen Riyun was completely stunned. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The major asked urgently. In the distance, a doctor carrying a medical kit hurried over from an off-road vehicle. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Then he turned to Chen Riyun and asked, Riyun, are you okay? She nodded absently, still staring intently at him. Zhou Yang was taken away in a backup car. Chen Riyun stayed behind to handle the scene. Her phone rang. It was Han Haining. As soon as she answered, Han Haining began to roar. Chen Riyun, what the hell are you doing? Twice, this is the second time. Can you still do your job or not? If not, get your ass back here. After a full 5 minutes of scolding, Han Haining finally stopped and asked, tell me what exactly happened. Chen Riyun paused for a moment, then said slowly, he said he wants to marry me. He said what? Holy shit. Han Haining cursed on the other end, utterly dumbfounded. It took a full 10 seconds before he lowered his voice and asked, Chen Riyun, are you saying Mr. Zhou said he wants to marry you? Chen Riyun replied dazedly. And did you say yes? Han Haining asked eagerly. No, she said. Are you insane? How could you turn down such a good thing? Have you lost your mind? You're 26, my dear girl. In a few more years, you'll be an old maid. Who will want to marry you then? Mr. Zhou is willing to marry you, and you said no. This is Mr. Zhou we're talking about. Chen Riyun, you should go home and burn incense to your ancestors. You're blessed beyond measure. If I were a woman and 30 years younger, I'd be throwing myself at him. And you actually refused. You're driving me crazy. Chen Riyun bit her lower lip and said, I didn't say I wasn't willing. It's just that he said it so suddenly, and I didn't even react. I didn't get a chance to say anything. What? You didn't refuse. I knew it. A young talent like Mr. Zhou a national treasure. No woman could say no to him. Han Haining exclaimed again, laughing heartily. Good, good, good. Mr. Zhou wants to marry you. This is wonderful news. Chen Ruiyun, the 6th Special Intelligence Bureau, is your family. When you rise to prominence, don't forget us. Got it? Got it, Chen Ruiyun said, half amused and half exasperated. Han Haining added, all right, I approve this matter. Starting now, I'm giving you leave. You focus on accompanying Mr. Zhou and preparing for the wedding. He'll have Lu Jun take over the security arrangements. With that he hung up. Chen Ruiyun was left standing there, her gaze complex. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already returned to the research institute. A few hours later, the office door pushed open and a graceful figure slipped in silently. It was Chen Ruiyun. Their eyes met. Zhou Yang smiled wryly. Chen Ruiyun, even if you wanted to reject me, you didn't have to react so dramatically. You nearly drove the car into a ditch. Chen Ruiyun gritted her teeth, lifted her head, and said, I didn't say I was rejecting you. It's just that you said it so suddenly, I didn't have time to react. Zhou Yang was taken aback. So you agree? He asked in surprise. Chen Ruiyun nodded gently. This woman who could take on a dozen fighters now showed a shy, demure side. Zhou Yang rose excitedly, stepped forward, and gently pulled her into his arms. Chen Ruiyun didn't resist. She rested her head against Zhou Yang's chest, her pretty face flushed crimson. After a long moment she said, Mr. Zhou, although your status is very high, I'm not that easy. If you want to marry me you can, but you have to give me a grand wedding. Oh, and you still owe me a proposal. All right. Zhou Yang nodded firmly, then added, and stop calling me Mr. Zhou. What's wrong with calling you Mr. Zhou? You are my husband, Tobe. She replied, holding him tightly, her voice shy and sweet. Over the next few days, Zhou Yang received several congratulatory calls, all from high-ranking officials celebrating his finding true love. Li Tianshu even came specially to ask Zhou Yang when he planned to hold the wedding and how he wanted it done. In the end, they consulted a fortune teller for an auspicious date and settled on August 26th of this year. Mr. Zhou, don't worry about the wedding arrangements. He'll assign someone to handle it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Li Tianshu assured Zhou Yang as he left, as if he were completing a political mission. Zhou Yang was somewhat amused. He actually preferred a simple wedding, but he felt it would be unfair to Chen Ruiyun. She deserved a grand celebration that would make every girl envious. On January 8th, Zhou Yang took a special flight to SC. After the last incident, the state no longer felt comfortable letting Zhou Yang fly commercial. They assigned him a private jet, the most luxurious Gulfstream G700, and built an airport near the Research Institute for his convenience. The plane taxied to a stop on the dedicated runway at SC Airport. Zhou Yang, holding Chen Ruiyun's hand, walked down the steps. Since confirming their relationship, their affection had grown rapidly. A special car picked them up and took them to an elegant villa in a serene setting. Ziyu, invite President Yu over for dinner, Zhou Yang said. Since he was in SC, he wanted to meet with Yu Changhong and have a meal together. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong said, his expression emotional when he saw Zhou Yang. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down in the private garden in the back to chat. Your flagship phone was released around Christmas, right? How are the sales? Zhou Yang asked. This was the world's first phone equipped with the Tianxin 100 chip. Mentioning the Mate 40, Yu Changhong let out a long sigh. Sales are good, but it's been full of twists and turns. Oh, how so? Zhou Yang asked. The day after our launch, Apple slashed prices across the board by 1,000 yuan. It was clearly a price war aimed at us, Yu Changhong said, then chuckled. But they miscalculated. Even with the price cut, they couldn't outsell us. The M40 made its debut on Christmas Day and was an instant hit, with 500,000 units shipped across all platforms on the very first day. Although sales dipped slightly the following day, it still managed to ship 300,000 units. Within the first week, total shipments had already surpassed 1 million units. In stark contrast, even after Fruit slashed prices by 1,000 yuan across the board, their sales failed to see a significant boost. In essence, Fruit's strategy of cutting prices to undermine M40's sales had completely backfired. Moreover, it's easy for Fruit to lower prices, but raising them again is a different matter, making this reduction all but permanent. Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Yang remarked. If sales were so robust, why would Yu Changhong still be facing turmoil? Yu Changhong explained, the price cut was merely a petty tactic by Fruit to annoy us. When they saw it wasn't achieving the desired effect, they decided to unleash their big guns. Zhou Yang's interest was piqued. He was eager to hear what big moves Fruit had in store. First move, Fruit unilaterally issued a notice stating that any app developer wishing to release an iOS version on the Fruit App Store would be prohibited from also listing their app on any Huawei phone's app store. If discovered, Fruit would unilaterally revoke their authorization. Yu Changhong continued. An app typically supports both iOS and Android systems, especially games, which often have separate versions. But with this announcement from Fruit, many developers were forced to choose between Fruit and V. Either they release on iOS, or they don't, and lose all their Fruit users. This was essentially forcing software developers to pick a side. Zhou Yang said, this doesn't seem to have much impact on Android users, does it? Even if all software were to remove themselves from your vMarket, users could still download apps from other app stores. And it's not exactly easy for Fruit to enforce this, is it? Yu Changhong nodded. That's true, but Fruit's main goal here is to send a signal, a complete and irreconcilable break with us V. It does have some tangible impact on our users though. At the very least, some software companies would certainly choose to remove their apps from versus app market. And as Yu Changhong said, Fruit's move wasn't about achieving a specific outcome, it was about sending a message V, we are going for the jugular. Anything else? Zhou Yang asked with a smile. Such a minor, inconsequential crackdown was hardly worth mentioning. Yu Changhong said, this is just the beginning. With Fruit's instigation, the U.S. Department of Commerce has reimposed sanctions on us, and this time it's even more severe. It's not just about chips. Any company is prohibited from engaging in any business cooperation with us V without prior authorization. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. How could the U.S. issue such a severe ban? Isn't that beneath them? This was effectively a comprehensive sanction against V. All of versus commercial activities in the U.S. would be restricted, and none of versus products could use U.S. suppliers, not even a single screw. For a superpower to so shamelessly sanction a single company, and a private one at that, would severely damage the U.S. government's reputation, making them appear utterly unscrupulous. Think about it, if they can sanction V today, they can sanction any other company tomorrow. Who would dare to do business in the U.S.? Yu Changhong let out a soft sigh. We've inquired through multiple channels. The driving force behind this round of sanctions isn't just Fruit, it's Intel, AMD, and even Qualcomm, the entire Wall Street establishment. A single Fruit company might not be enough to sway the U.S. government's decisions, but with so many megacorporations backed by none other than Wall Street itself, it's a different story. This involves the interests of the entire Wall Street. With Wall Street's power, it's certainly possible to influence the U.S. government. Is the impact severe? Zhou Yang asked. Yu Changhong nodded. Of course it is. Our North American business is completely finished, and many of our products are facing the need to change suppliers. Especially for smartphones, which are highly integrated. The M40, being a flagship model, was equipped with topophthalene components, cameras, motors, screens, cables, many of which came from U.S. suppliers. With the ban in place, all those partnerships have been severed. Fortunately, we had stockpiled some components in advance, or we wouldn't have been able to hold out. We simply don't have the time to switch suppliers. However, some alternative suppliers are subpar, which will still cause significant disruption. Zhou Yang frowned. Although China is powerful, it can excel in every field. Many products inevitably rely on foreign components. Even if domestic alternatives exist, they may not be the best in the world. It's one thing for budget phones, but for a flagship model, you naturally want the best, which is precisely why it's most affected by the ban. Yu Changhong said this issue has caused a huge stir online. Many netizens support us Huawei, but despite that, our phone sales have still taken a significant hit. However, an interesting incident occurred in the midst of all this, which unexpectedly led to a surge in our phone sales. Oh, what happened? Zhou Yang asked. Yu Changhong chuckled. This happened a week ago, and is somewhat unbelievable. A week ago, on the Z Country Hacker Alliance website, a user with the ID Uncle Hedgehog posted a thread. The post read as follows. I've already received the M40P I pre-ordered on the Christmas website. The phone is exceptionally well made, and its performance is truly top-notch. However, I'm even more curious about the XIN100 chip. I've seen some teardown videos online, but no one has successfully managed to extract the XIN100. That's a bit disappointing, but understandable given the confidentiality requirements. Just then a thought struck me, could it be possible to install Windows 10 on this phone? Let me clarify a basic fact: Android phones cannot install the Windows system. It's not a matter of insufficient performance, but a difference in underlying architecture. Microsoft uses the x86 architecture, while phones are essentially all ARM-based. However, I recall Mr. You mentioning at the launch event that the XIN100 uses a completely different architecture, yet it is backward compatible with both ARM and x86. He even demonstrated it by installing the XIN100 into a laptop. So could it be possible to install a Microsoft system on the phone? I gave it a try, consulted a lot of information, and even asked a few old friends inside HiSilicon. Finally, I found a way to do it. Alright, without further ado, let's get straight to the test video. Then Uncle Hedgehog released a video showing him flashing the phone's original firmware and installing the Windows. Alright, now for the cool part. Uncle Hedgehog's voice was heard in the video. Since the XIN100 is so powerful and has an integrated GPU, of course I have to use. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog downloaded Cyberpunk 2077. Here the game is downloaded. I don't know if he left a loophole or did some special adaptation, but Windows 10 was able to recognize the XIN100's GPU and treat it as an integrated graphics card. I suspect this might be related to Versus' next plan to put the XIN100 into PC platforms, so they've already prepared for it. So those of you who want to try this should get on it quickly before V patches it up and you can't use it anymore. Alright, let's use a Type-C adapter to plug in a mouse and keyboard, then use wireless screencasting, and the fun begins. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog played Cyberpunk 2077 with remarkable smoothness. So why bother buying an RTX 3090 or a high-performance PC? With one M40p, you not only have a flagship phone, but also a high-performance PC. Now I realize that the M40pa priced at over 800 yuan is actually a steal. After being reposted, this thread exploded across the internet. Initially, this post circulated only among hackers and tech enthusiasts. However, it wasn't long before someone uploaded the related video to Bilibili. From there, it spiraled out of control. The original video on Bilibili garnered over 5 million views, and a dozen tech bloggers immediately jumped on the bandwagon, splashing all sorts of sensational headlines. Claims like for just 8800 instead of 3800, you can own a flagship phone, a PS5, and a super powerful computer. Coinciding with the release of Cyberpunk 2077, where the PS version was poorly optimized and PC gamers couldn't afford the RTX 3090, the news that a single phone could run the game smoothly was thrust onto the trending list. On Douyin, it topped the trending chart. Many game streamers quickly followed suit using this method for their live broadcasts. The hype intensified after Uncle Hedgehog uploaded a one-click installer which spread across major forums, amassing hundreds of thousands of downloads. On Douyin, a challenge emerged: what can your phone do? A digital artist posted a video showcasing a system-flashed M40p performing rendering tasks. Unsurprisingly, it was incredibly fast. In short, this phone had been twisted and turned into a novelty. For ordinary consumers, a phone with such formidable power, essentially doubling as a computer for just over 800 yuan, seemed like a steal. Why would this directly revitalize the somewhat sluggish sales figures, sparking another surge? And this was entirely beyond versus expectations. Zhou Yang was somewhat amused. He knew V had already planned to adapt the Core 100 for various platforms. He asked, so what did you do? Did you patch this loophole? From a technical standpoint, sealing this loophole would be quite easy. Yu Changhong shook his head. No. Many consumers who buy the phone to flash the system will eventually realize it's still a phone and try to revert it. Very few actually use it as a computer, so since it boosts sales, why not? Zhou Yang chuckled. And what are your plans regarding the sanctions from Fruit? Yu Changhong gave a wry smile. What can we do? Just hold on for now. Zhou Yang thought for a moment. How about I make a call for you? Yu Changhong was taken aback. Although he hadn't voiced it, he had secretly hoped Zhou Yang might lend a hand. After all, given Zhou Yang's status, his assistance could definitely sway the higher-ups' stance on the matter. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and called Li Tianxu. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked Director Li, what's the top brass take on Fruit's sanctions against V? Li Tianxu hadn't expected Zhou Yang to inquire about this. Did V come to you for help? Yes. Li Tianxu paused. Actually, the higher-ups have been monitoring this. They've addressed it at recent press conferences, but their stance is to avoid meddling in commercial activities to prevent escalating friction. The implication was clear: they might offer verbal support, but concrete action was unlikely. Zhou Yang pondered. I understand their approach, but this time the U.S. government crossed the line first. Are we just going to let them bully us? I think we should show through action that our companies aren't pushovers. During my years abroad, I learned one thing: if you're always lenient, they'll think you're weak. Only by fighting back and showing your strength will they fear you. Playing it safe is fine, but I believe our country no longer needs to hide its capabilities. Our goal is to become the world's top power, plainly put, to conquer the entire globe and become the leader of Blue Star. If they strike us, we can't just smile and do nothing. We must hit back and hit harder. For instance, we could simply ban Fruit from sale. Zhou Yang said all this in front of Yu Changhong. After hearing it, you felt a surge of passion welling up, so moved, he nearly wept. This was the second time V had faced sanctions from a country. Yu Changhong felt deeply aggrieved. Now if the state stepped in, it would be true support in a time of need. On the other end of the line, Li Tianxu was silent for a moment. I understand. He'll convey your thoughts to the higher-ups. He hung up. Yu Changhong immediately gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up. Banning Fruit, Mr. Zhou, how bold of you. Zhou Yang replied they started it by being shameless. Yu Changhong laughed heartily, his mood instantly lifted. Let's go fishing. Zhou Yang stood up and beckoned. Sure. Yu Changhong quickly followed. To Zhou Yang, Huawei's issue wasn't a major concern. Having said his piece, he didn't dwell on it further. On January 10th, the airshow commenced. The 5-day event featured over a dozen countries and hundreds of defense contractors. Though called an airshow, it showcased not only aerial weaponry, but also a vast array of ground forces equipment, including tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. At 8 a.m., Sun Chao, a reporter from the Iron Blood Forum, arrived early at the expo center. 262, where are you? He called a friend. Soon they met up. 262, real name Zhang Yifan, was a well-known military blogger. Brother Sun. After exchanging pleasantries, they hurried to the entrance. What do you think Shifei Group will unveil this time? Sun Chao asked as they walked. Zhang Yifan said, who knows? But they've been hyping it up, so it must be big news. Could it be the legendary H-20? Days earlier, military enthusiasts had noticed Shifei Group building anticipation, claiming they would release a major product at the airshow, sparking endless. The airshow organizers had even placed Zi-Fi's press conference as the first after the opening ceremony, giving them the prime booth location. This further hinted that Shifei was planning something monumental. No way, Sun Chao chuckled, shaking his head. They followed the crowd into the exhibit. The vast hall was already filled with cutting-edge weaponry. Zhang Yifun's eyes widened. Hold on, let's check out the opening ceremony first, Sun Chao said. Zhang Yifun grumbled, the ceremony is just a bunch of leaders giving speeches. What's there to see? Sun Chao brandished his SLR camera. Dude, I'm a reporter with an interview assignment. Come on, just go with me. Once the ceremony's over, we'll catch the press conference. Zhang Yifun nodded reluctantly and followed along. The opening ceremony was held at the very center of the exhibition hall. At 9 in the morning it commenced punctually. Let us welcome the invited leaders to take the stage, the host announced in a loud voice. Immediately a group of people emerged from backstage. Li Tianshu accompanying Zhou Yang walked at the forefront of the procession. Mr. Zhou, your seat. Li Tianshu guided Zhou Yang to take his place at the very center. Below, the invited reporters began snapping photos in unison, and for a moment the flash of cameras was almost blinding. Although it was Zhou Yang's first time experiencing such a grand occasion, he remained composed. He sat down casually without the slightest hint of awkwardness. At that moment, the host began introducing the leaders. There were local leaders as well as those from the General Armament Department. When it came to Zhou Yang's turn, the host simply said, "Let us welcome academician Zhou Yang." Apart from that, there was no further introduction. Zhou Yang himself was taken aback. He turned to Li Tianshu beside him and asked, "Since when did I become an academic?" Li Tianshu chuckled and said, "Given your achievements, even the title of academician is an understatement." Zhou Yang understood that the higher-ups intended for him to make a public appearance at this aviation exhibition, gradually bringing him into the spotlight. Bestowing upon him the identity of an academician was hardly surprising. Among the hundreds of invited guests below, a murmur of discussion arose upon hearing the host's introduction. Zhang Yifun nudged Sun Chao and said, "This academician is so young, he looks to be only in his 20s. I recall the youngest academician is nearly 40 years old." Sun Chao also remarked, "Zhou Yang. I've never heard that name before." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and casually searched for the name Zhou Yang, but found no results. Strange. If he's an academician, there should at least be an encyclopedia entry. Sun Chao looked at Zhou Yang seated prominently in the center and raised his camera to take 2 photos. Suddenly his interest in Zhou Yang was piqued. Sun Chao even specifically logged onto the Chinese Academy of Sciences website to search for Zhou Yang's information, but still found nothing. Yet in such a formal setting, the host could not possibly have introduced the wrong person. But the CAS had no record of Zhou Yang as an academician. For a moment, Sun Chao was utterly confused. Likewise, it wasn't just Sun Chao, many others had also taken notice of Zhou Yang. Among the crowd, Dimitrov was also present. When he saw Zhou Yang, he gasped, "How is it him? Who is he?" Beside Dimitrov sat another man, the new chief negotiator sent by the Kremlin. Indeed, after the previous engine deal fell through, Dimitrov had been severely reprimanded by the Kremlin and subsequently demoted. The responsibility for the negotiations had been handed over to the newly appointed Griva. Dimitrov furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "This man is likely the culprit behind the failure of our negotiations." "What?" Griva exclaimed in shock. "What's going on? Who exactly is this person?" Having only recently arrived, Griva was not yet familiar with the details of the negotiation situation. But Dimitrov had already used all his connections to investigate every piece of intelligence related to this transaction. Dimitrov said slowly, "After the incident, I analyzed that the reason Z unilaterally halted the negotiations and claimed they no longer needed our engines could only be explained by one thing: they truly didn't need them anymore. They had achieved a breakthrough in their own engines. Although I thought it unlikely, I still had our intelligence department conduct a thorough investigation. We mobilized many resources and actually uncovered some clues. Z seemed to have initiated a secretive RD project, and all signs pointed to it being related to engines. We only obtained detailed intelligence in the end from the American CIA. That was when I learned of this person's existence." Griva frowned. Dimitrov had been talking for a while, but he still didn't understand. Dimitrov asked, "Do you know about the Lungsan battery and the Tianjin 100 chip that recently shook the world?" Griva nodded. He was certainly aware of such globally renowned events. Especially regarding this negotiation, Griva had been dissatisfied that Z had developed the Lungsan battery and had wanted to teach Z a lesson which had sparked the subsequent chain of events. Dimitrov said slowly, "It was this very man who developed the Lungsan battery and the Tianjin 100. "What?" Griva was so shocked he nearly jumped up. He quickly lowered his voice, sat back down, and said urgently, "Are you joking? Wasn't the Lungsan battery developed by BYD?" Dimitrov gave a contemptuous smile. "Do you actually believe that nonsense?" "Buddy, don't be so naive. The CIA has already confirmed it. As far as I know, they even organized an assassination attempt. Remember that news a while ago about the closure of SC Airport for an anti-terrorism drill? That was the CIA's assassination operation. Grievous' jaw dropped. He found it impossible to imagine that technological achievements on the level of the Lungsan battery and the Tianqin 100 could all be the work of a single individual. After all, any one of these achievements would be a challenge for an entire nation to research and develop. Yet Zhou Yang, a single man, had developed too. By the way, you said the engine is also related to him? Grieva asked hastily. Dimitrov nodded. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, it can be reasonably inferred that this secretive RD project initiated by Z is under Zhou Yang's direction. This is likely why Z unilaterally halted negotiations with us, placing their hopes for an engine breakthrough on him. But is he capable? Grieva asked. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, Grieva realized that if Zhou Yang truly had developed the Lungsan battery and the Tianqin 100, then he undoubtedly possessed the ability to succeed in engine research. Damn it, what do we do then? Do we really have to give up on this negotiation? Grieva gritted his teeth. Dimitrov remained silent, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Grieva stared at Zhou Yang on the stage and suddenly said, "Why don't we kill him? If we kill him, we'll be national heroes." Dimitrov's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at his companion. He was utterly speechless. What on earth was this man thinking? Even a donkey's kick to the head couldn't have produced such an absurd idea. As for assassinating Zhou Yang, they would probably be shot dead the moment they got close. The opening ceremony was not long. It lasted an hour after a few leaders gave their speeches. With that, the aviation exhibition officially began. Zhou Yang and the others had already withdrawn. The host announced loudly, "Please make your way to the outdoor area. In half an hour, Shifei will hold the first press conference of the aviation exhibition. Let's go." Zhang Yifan pulled Sun Chao and ran outside. Since it was an aviation exhibition, there was certainly no shortage of aircraft. Outside the expo hall, there was a vast open space filled with various planes. Some of the major press conferences would be held here. It's outdoors, no doubt about it. It must be a fighter jet, and maybe even the legendary H-20. I hope it's the H-20. Oh, we've been waiting for years. Zhang Yifan was trembling with excitement. Outside the exhibition, hundreds of people had already gathered. There were ordinary ticket holders coming in to visit, as well as weapon manufacturers from various countries and procurement teams from different nations. At this kind of airshow press conference, new weapons are generally unveiled, some of which can even be ordered on the spot. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao also squeezed together to the front row, eagerly awaiting. The exhibition booth had already been set up on site. As soon as the time arrived, the press conference began punctually. On stage was an engineer from Xian Aircraft Industry Group named Yang Junchang. After a brief opening statement, he introduced aerospace power has always been a long-standing challenge for our country's fighter jets. The J-20 has taken to the skies, yet it lacks a qualified heart. Zhang Yifan suddenly gasped, exclaiming, "Could it be that WS has broken through?" Yang Junchang mentioned the engine, which had a high likelihood of indicating that the upcoming announcement would be about the engine. The most noteworthy engine project in the hands of Xian Aircraft Industry Group is undoubtedly the WS project. Sun Chao was equally shocked and said, "That's impossible. How could it suddenly break through? If there were real results, there would have been rumors circulating long ago." Sometimes the government will proactively transmit some information to the outside world, but it's always in a subtle manner. For instance, a brief interview clip in some news might capture an engine of a fighter jet that looks different from before. Don't doubt it, any news that can be released certainly won't have issues of accidental misrepresentation. If it's published, it's intentional. The WS project, as Yang Junchang said, is indeed a long-standing challenge. If there is hope for a solution, there will definitely be actions taken to send signals like saying they are about to achieve success and asking if people are worried. Thus, Sun Chao was skeptical about the sudden breakthrough of the WS project. Zhang Yifan, however, was exceedingly excited and said, "Not necessarily. There's still a chance for a breakthrough. To be honest, I have been waiting for this day for many years. Aerospace power has always been a technological dilemma for the country, often discussed and ridiculed online. As Yang Junchang said, the J-20 has taken to the skies, yet the aerospace power issue remains unresolved." Yang Junchang said, "Please allow me to build some suspense." With that, he waved his hand, and the large screen behind him pulled apart, revealing a booth wrapped in red cloth. The crowd craned their necks, eager to see what was hidden beneath the red cloth. Zhang Yifan hurriedly remarked, "Given its size, it must be the aerospace power system." Sun Chao was also excited, but still said, "What if it's just the WS-10? Yang Junchang then announced loudly, "Next, let's invite the project leaders of WS-15A, Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, Chief Engineer Li Bingshuan, and academician Zhou Yang to unveil it for us." Yang Junchang's words instantly heated the atmosphere to its peak. He acknowledged that the upcoming announcement was indeed about the WS-15 engine. "I knew it. It's WS-15. After years of anticipation, WS-15 is finally here." Zhang Yifan exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Beside him, Sun Chao was equally excited, his eyes turning slightly red. At that moment, Zhou Yang led the way, followed by Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingshuan as they walked onto the stage. Originally, Zhou Yang intended to walk behind, but Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian insisted on being in front, so Zhou Yang had no choice but to step forward. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian waved in response. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and raised his hand, waving along. Wait, who is he? Sun Chao was suddenly taken aback. Zhang Yifan also saw Zhou Yang and hurriedly said, "Isn't that academician Zhou Yang who was sitting in the center during the opening ceremony? How did he become the head of the WS project? I know Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng. He has always been in charge of the WS project according to Xian Aircraft Industry Group's announcements. Who is Chief Engineer Li Bingshuan, and how did Zhou Yang become a project leader too?" Zhang Yifan was filled with questions. Sun Chao was equally puzzled, saying, "Moreover, did you notice that Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li are both behind, while Zhou Yang is in the front? Generally, only the core project leader would be at the forefront. Could it be that academician Zhou Yang is the true leader of the WS project?" "I don't know." Zhang Yifan shook his head, but he was incredibly shocked inside, saying he seems so young. Not only is he an academician, but he can also lead the WS project. It's unbelievable. Countless flashes captured the trio of Zhou Yang. At this moment, Zhou Yang had finally stepped into the spotlight. In the crowd, Jimmy Luafus' expression turned extremely dark, gritting his teeth, and saying as expected it was him who solved the WS project. Damn, how could it happen so quickly? Guliwa was also dazed, thinking that Zhou Yang looked only about 20 years old. How could someone so young have developed the Longshin battery and Tianxin 100? Oh, and now, with the WS project added, is this person possessed by Einstein? Zhou Yang arrived at the stage where there was a button. Once pressed, the surrounding red cloth would fall. "You two, let's do it together." Zhou Yang smiled. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian nodded and pressed the button together with Zhou Yang. The red cloth slid away, revealing a brand new aircraft engine before everyone. The cheers at the scene instantly reached a peak. Zhou Yang stood to the side, applauding along with everyone. The engine, like a star in the spotlight, captured everyone's attention. After a full half-minute, Yang Junchang introduced, "This is our latest WS-15 aircraft engine, with a thrust of 105 kilonewtons and an afterburning thrust of 181 kilonewtons. Thanks to the application of new materials, the thrust-to-weight ratio reaches 11, and its lifespan has reached 10,000 hours." Yang Junchang's last statement once again ignited the atmosphere. The audience who had bought tickets were mostly military enthusiasts, and they certainly understood the challenges of the WS and what 10,000 hours represented. 10,000 hours. My God, 10,000 hours. It's really resolved. Zhang Yifan waved his arms excitedly, shouting and releasing his inner exhilaration. Many military enthusiasts at the scene also erupted with similar cheers. 10,000 hours resonated like a torrent, sweeping across the entire press conference. As for the foreign weapon manufacturers and procurement representatives, each wore a serious expression. A lifespan of 10,000 hours, and to showcase it at such a public airshow, indicates that Country Z has solved the mass production issue and truly resolved all the technical challenges of the WS-15. Another chain has been broken from the shackles binding the Dragon. Yang Junchang said, "I won't go into too much detail on the specific parameters, but today we also have a highlight. The J-20, equipped with 2 of the latest WS-15 engines, will fly over our press conference site before our eyes." What? Did I hear that right? Is it really the J-20? Accompanied by the crowd's exclamations, a loud roar shattered the sky. In the distance, a fighter jet resembling an eagle streaked through the sky. Inside the cockpit of the J-20, which seemed almost like something out of science fiction, Colonel Chang lay, a top-tier pilot with 20 years of experience flying fighter jets, spoke. "Tell me, how do we fly?" Chang Lei asked with a smile over the communication channel. An aged voice came through the channel saying, "Today is the day for the eagle to spread its wings and bare its fangs. Chang Lei, show me your true skill. Fly without restraint, understood?" "Understood." Chang Lei put on his oxygen mask and looked down. Faintly, he could make out the exhibition center below. For this demonstration, the airspace for dozens of kilometers around had been completely cleared. This stage was more than sufficient. "Old friend," Chang Lei murmured as the fighter jet began to accelerate instantly. Below at the exhibition center, upon hearing the deafening roar, countless people in the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. J-20. Zhang Yifan grabbed Sun Chaos, arm waving it vigorously. Everyone looked up towards the sky and saw a J-20 tearing through the air, trailing a massive plume of exhaust. "Vortex! It's a vortex! So cool!" Zhang Yifan screamed. Then everyone saw the J-20 begin a vertical climb as it reached the area above the exhibition center. It was truly vertical, an almost 90-degree super vertical climb. The immense roar echoed across the sky. Although it was already quite far away, a full 1,000 meters, it still rattled the ears of those below. Zhou Yang also covered his ears, letting out a helpless wry smile. It was flying too low. Just then a hand suddenly reached out. Zhou Yang turned his head and saw Qin Riyun, who handed him a pair of black earplugs. Sharing a knowing smile, Zhou Yang took the earplugs and put them in, finally feeling much better. Vertical climb. That maneuver is insane. Zhang Yifan could only shout at the top of his lungs to equalize the pressure in his eardrums and keep his ears. Sun Xiao was excited too, but amidst the thrill, he noticed something different. The climb angle is steeper. The engine performance is stronger. They've changed the engines. They definitely have. High in the sky, the J-20 began its performance. A series of highly difficult maneuvers drew wave after wave of cheers from below. Dimitrov looked up at the fighter jet and murmured, "It's like a fighter jet from science fiction. So beautiful." Beside him, Griva was also deeply moved. Yes, the maneuverability is incredible. When it came to aerodynamic design, if the J-20 claimed to be second in the world, no one dared to claim first. The world's best aerodynamic design brought about its unbelievable maneuverability. The only issue had been the engine, which restrained this golden dragon. But now with the new engines installed, the J-20 had finally filled in this last shortcoming. Inside the J-20's cockpit at high altitude, Chang Lei chuckled. This isn't enough yet. He could feel that the fighter jet's performance hadn't been fully unleashed. With that thought, Chang Lei began to gain altitude. At 3,000 meters, the J-20 had already become quite small in the eyes of the crowd. Fortunately, the sky was clear and cloudless today, and visibility was excellent, so they could still see it clearly. Then the J-20 began to accelerate. At this moment, the two WS-15 engines finally unleashed their power. If before they had been strolling leisurely, now they were finally walking at a normal pace. Boom. Instantly, an inverted bowl-shaped airflow appeared around the J-20's fuselage. The sound barrier. Breaking the sound barrier. Zhang Yifan screamed. The cheers from the scene reached their peak in an instant. This was the first time the J-20 had publicly demonstrated breaking the sound barrier. After all, this was a supersonic cruise fighter. It could break the sound barrier even in cruise mode. It took several seconds for the sonic boom to reach. Even from 3,000 meters away, it was still very loud. Yet no one complained. Everyone was shouting and cheering in excitement. Chang Lei maneuvered the jet to climb, leaving a clearly visible sonic boom cone behind it, and tracing clear vapor trails across the sky. It didn't stop until it reached 4,000 or 5,000 meters. This is nothing yet. Chang Lei smiled and said over the communication channel, "I'm engaging the afterburner." With that, he pushed the throttle all the way forward. Boom. The fighter jet in the air seemed to have been violently kicked from behind, lurching forward. The air in front of the jet seemed to have turned into a solid wall, which the fighter then tore and pierced through. A massive sonic boom cloud spread outward. In an instant, the J-20 vanished from the sight of those below. Zhang Yifan stared wide-eyed and murmured, "Was that the afterburner?" Otherwise, the speed couldn't have increased so dramatically, and it was already at supersonic speed. Sun Xiao nodded dumbly. "It should be." The next moment, the deafening roar reached them. A few seconds later, the fighter jet flew back, this time like a sharp arrow slicing through the air at speed so great that the human eye couldn't keep up. "The afterburner. It's definitely the afterburner. So powerful." Zhang Yifan screamed. Sun Xiao was also trembling with excitement. With the afterburner engaged, the J-20 could reach a speed nearly twice the speed of sound. Such velocity was simply mind-blowing. Dozens of seconds later, the J-20 reappeared from beyond the horizon, repeating the same pattern. A pass with the afterburner accelerating in a climb like a sharp sword piercing the sky. Next, the J-20 maintained its afterburner state, flying over everyone's heads repeatedly in various postures. So strong. At this speed, even missiles can't catch it. This is the J-20's true power. It's incredible. Zhang Yifan shouted, only able to yell "incredible" over and over to vent his inner excitement. Sun Xiao, however, noticed something. "How many minutes has it been?" "Minutes for what?" "Since the afterburner was engaged. It seems like it's been 2 or 3 minutes already." Sun Xiao said, "Why is it still in afterburner mode? Isn't there a rule that the afterburner can't be used for more than 2 minutes? Exceeding 5 minutes causes irreversible damage to the engine." Zhang Yifan was startled. "Right? It seems like it's been over 2 minutes. My God, will the engine be damaged? Could the pilot be flying too enthusiastically and have forgotten? Are you kidding me? The pilots who fly these are all top aces. Could they forget?" Sun Xiao shook his head. "Unless the J-20 can withstand this kind of afterburner use without significant damage." Saying this, Sun Xiao couldn't help but tremble all over. With the afterburner engaged, the J-20 was truly unmatched in speed. One could imagine that in a heated confrontation with an enemy aircraft, the opponent wouldn't be able to lock onto it. Even if they did lock on and fire a missile, it couldn't catch the J-20. Modern air combat had long since left the era of close-quarters dogfighting. It was an age of bay and visual range strikes. I've already taken you out with a missile before you even see me. With the ultimate speed and the ability to sustain afterburner for extended periods, the J-20's strike and penetration capabilities would reach an unbelievable level. It could be said to be invincible. And all of this relied on the powerful engines which provided extraordinary performance. Sun Xiao couldn't help but turn his head and look at the three people on the exhibition stage. These three were the true heroes, the nation's heroes. In the sky, the J-20 continuously swept back and forth. All present were professionals, and soon many noticed that the J-20 had been operating its afterburner for an unusually long time. It seems 5 minutes have passed, Dimitrov frowned. Isn't the pilot afraid the engine will burn out? At such low altitude with high air resistance, achieving extreme speed was even harder, and using the afterburner imposed greater strain on the engine. Normally, even a few tens of seconds was considered an extended period. Yet the J-20 overhead had been running its afterburner for a full 5 minutes. It was impossible that the pilot was unaware of the damage prolonged afterburner use could cause. Rather, the pilot simply wasn't concerned. Dimitrov shuddered and quickly said, "They must have reinforced the internal materials, achieving higher strength. I recall the host mentioned that the WS-15 used entirely new materials. That has to be it, otherwise they wouldn't dare run the afterburner for so long." Grieva stared blankly at Dimitrov and finally said, "If that's the case, then they certainly won't want our engines anymore." The design performance of the AL-41 was already inferior to the WS-15. With the WS-15 in hand, how could Country Z possibly still want the AL-41? Coming here to negotiate was utterly pointless. Dimitrov smiled bitterly. He was no longer thinking about Country Z rejecting the AL-41. Instead, he pondered the impact a perfected WS-15 unleashing the J-20's true potential would have on the world and on their own country. Overhead, the J-20 slowed down, made its final low-altitude pass, and disappeared from everyone's sight. It wasn't that Chang Lei didn't want to continue flying, he was nearly out of fuel. The afterburner consumed far more, and after 5 minutes of use, if he kept going, he might not make it. Awesome! Zhang Yifan shouted excitedly. Sun Xiao shared the same expression. If the WS-15 truly has a lifespan of 10,000 hours as Shifei claims, that would be genuinely incredible. But it should be true. Even if there's some exaggeration, it won't be much. Just think. The pilot dared to run the afterburner for 5 minutes, which shows how durable the engine is. A durable engine meant a longer lifespan. The fervent atmosphere at the scene took several minutes to subside. Yang Junchang picked up the microphone and announced clearly, "This is the true power displayed by the J-20 fitted with 2 of our Shifei WS-15 engines. Now let us thank the 3 chief engineers of our WS project. It is their efforts that have made the WS-15 truly mass-producible. Please give them your warmest applause." The venue immediately erupted with thunderous applause. Everyone understood what the breakthrough of the WS signified, and all of it was due to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled and clapped, leading Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian off the stage. The applause continued unabated. Zhang Yifan clapped until his hands were red, but still didn't stop. Excitedly, he said, "After so many years, comrade old son, we finally have our own aircraft engine." Sun Xiao was in tears. He couldn't forget the countless times he had argued on forums only to be stung by the dismissive remark, "Your engines are no good." But now Sun Xiao could proudly tell everyone that they had their own engine, the strongest world-class engine. "No, I need to find a place to write a notice and send it out so everyone knows about this," Sun Xiao said hastily. Zhang Yifan laughed. "Waiting for your notice. Look around. All these phones and cameras, the whole country already knows." The airshow was already hot online, and the news of the J-20 appearing with the latest WS-15 engine instantly ignited the entire internet. Major news outlets and short video platforms were flooded with reports. The video of the J-20 breaking the sound barrier with its vapor cone streaking across the sky stunned every viewer. Countless people were moved to tears. The comments were filled with phrases like "The motherland is awesome, and I am proud of my country. I regret not being there. The backbone of the nation, the fighter of a great power, incredible. From now on, if anyone dares to say our fighter engines are no good, I'll fight them." The comment sections overflowed with proud remarks. The names of Zhou Yang, Yuan Haifeng, and Li Bingxian, the 3 developers of the WS-15, spread like wildfire across the nation, becoming known to countless people. "I know Yuan Haifeng, an old engineer at Shifei, always in charge of the WS project. And Li Bingxian. I looked him up. He's an engineer at Liming, also from Shifei, and he led the preliminary research for the WS project. But the key is Zhou Yang. Who is he? I've never heard of him, and there's no information about him online. And he's too young, looks like he's just in his 20s. Could he be a fake, the son of some big leader here to gild his resume and steal credit? Possible. Think about it, a young guy like him, even if he's a genius at best, he's a PhD. What can a PhD do in research of this level? Disgraceful. I was happy about the WS-15 breakthrough, but seeing this makes me sick." Exactly. Stealing credit, especially from chief engineers Yuan and Li, who have dedicated decades to the country. Chief engineers Yuan and Li are magnanimous and say nothing, but we must speak up. Expose him, make Zhou Yang known to the whole nation for his shameful fate. Yes, expose him, boost this, let more people see. A torrent of condemnation fueled by some misinformed media shifted public opinion about Zhou Yang online, turning it into a chorus of denunciation and abuse. Zhou Yang was unaware of all this. Stepping off the exhibition stage, he noticed that Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian were both in tears. Mr. Zhou. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian turned simultaneously and bowed to Zhou Yang. Without his development of high-strength crystalline steel, this moment might have taken them many more years to achieve. Zhou Yang quickly stopped them. Both of you, you're trying to shorten my life. I just did a little research and solved the material problem. You are the real heroes. Don't forget the engine was designed by you from scratch. Yuan Haifeng was about to speak further, but Zhou Yang interrupted. Alright, as I said, we're all contributing to the country. Why distinguish between merits? Well said, Mr. Zhou. Contributing to the country is our duty. Talking about merit is vulgar, Li Bingxian remarked. Afterward, Zhou Yang did not stay at the airshow. As the convoy departed, Zhou Yang suddenly said, Rian, isn't your sister in SC? How about we visit her? Zhang Ba's company Zhaowei Electromechanical was headquartered in SC, and Chen Ruox's family lived there. Chen Ruoyan thought for a moment. Maybe it's better to have my sister come to the villa. Visiting Chen Ruox's home posed security. Zhou Yang said, how can that be? It's not proper to make someone come to our place when we're visiting. Let's arrange it this way. Besides, I have other matters to discuss with my brother-in-law. Zhou Yang had looked into Zhaowei Electromechanical and discovered it was the largest private enterprise in the country specializing in transmission systems. The transmission system for the mecha was a critical issue, and now was the time to begin addressing it. Director Li, please take a look at these reports. Li Tianshu's secretary had prepared some materials for him. After reading them, Li Tianshu slammed the table and exclaimed angrily, nonsense. Shameless. Who did this? Who orchestrated this public opinion? Investigate it. Once found, deal with it severely. And all these news reports, remove them immediately. These reports were all about Zhou Yang. Yet not a single word was favorable. In these reports, Zhou Yang was depicted as a despicable person with deep connections who used his influence to steal credit for the successful maiden flight of the WS-15. How could Li Tianshu tolerate this? Others might not know, but he was well aware that the key to the WS-15's successful maiden flight was the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Zhou Yang. How would Zhou Yang feel being portrayed like this? This time the higher-ups intended to push Zhou Yang to the forefront, which was why he was allowed to appear publicly at the airshow. Yet this was the result. Li Tianshu felt he had no face to meet Zhou Yang. Yes. The secretary dared not delay and hurried off. That same day, the General Administration of Press and Publication issued a document penalizing every media outlet that had published false reports about Zhou Yang, strictly ordering them to rectify. Major mainstream news media, including Tushio, were all implicated. Every media outlet trembled, witnessing the firm hand of the state. Without a second thought, all reports were withdrawn and all related content was rectified. On short video platforms like Douyin, all relevant videos were immediate. Within just a few hours, almost all false reports about Zhou Yang online vanished without a trace. The state's intervention was swift indeed. But those who had been passionately discussing the WS-15's maiden flight and condemning Zhou Yang for stealing credit found that all reports about him had disappeared. All videos were taken down, and searching for Zhou Yang yielded no results. Such speed, such powerful backing. Without strong backing, how could one steal such credit? But we cannot stand by while the meritorious are wronged. They want to silence us. Impossible. Exactly. The more they suppress, the more they fear. We must raise our voices louder, so everyone knows. Let's flood the comment sections. Soon in the comment sections of key news from mainstream media and trending videos on Douyin, some people began spamming comments about Zhou Yang stealing credit. This incident had already stirred considerable attention, and with this added fuel, even those previously unaware now knew, becoming even more curious about who Zhou Yang was. Li Tianshu noticed this trend as well, but this time he did not act hastily. On the second day of the airshow, during the regular press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the WS-15's maiden flight had captured global attention. As soon as the briefing began, reporters immediately inquired about the WS-15. Spokesperson Zhao Gang answered all questions meticulously, but they were all standard responses. Just then a journalist stood up and asked, I've noticed many reports about the 3 chief engineers of the WS-15. Among them, academician Zhou Yang became an academician and chief engineer of the WS project before the age of 30. Many netizens questioned this, suggesting he stole credit from chief engineers Yuan and Li. What are your thoughts? After the question, all media turned their attention. In fact, many wanted to ask this question, especially foreign journalists. They could only envy the WS-15's success, but they had also noticed the scandal about the developers stealing credit. Indeed, in the eyes of many foreign journalists, this was a scandal. Some had wanted to ask earlier, but the General Administration of Press and Publications' stance the previous day had shown them how powerful Zhou Yang's backing was, so they hesitated, waiting for the situation to escalate further. But unexpectedly, a bold journalist did ask, Zhou Yang glanced at the journalist and gave an enigmatic smile before slowly saying, "First, I must clarify that all online reports about academician Zhou are false and untrue." The journalists exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Yang's response could be considered the government's first official statement on the matter. Zhou Yang continued, "Since this journalist mentioned academician Zhou, I would like to take this opportunity to reintroduce academician Zhou to everyone." Pausing, he said, "Academician Zhou Yang is an important scientist in our country. Due to confidentiality principles, I cannot disclose much about him, but some of his research achievements have been approved for public release after discussions among higher authorities." The journalists were puzzled. What did "cannot disclose much due to confidentiality and some achievements to be made public" mean? Did Zhou Yang have other research accomplishments? Zhou Yang spoke calmly and firmly. "Recently, some have noticed breakthroughs in several key technological challenges in our country, such as the Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100. The Lungsan battery was developed by academician Zhou. The Tianqin 100 chip was also completed by academician Zhou, who finished the theoretical research on biomimetic cell chips and oversaw their mass production." Boom. The room erupted after Zhou Yang's words. All journalists were stunned, their minds blank. The Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100 were both developed by Zhou Yang. Impossible. Shouldn't such black technologies be the result of years of research by thousands of scientists? How old was Zhou Yang? Even if he had started research in elementary school, he couldn't have completed both projects, let alone the WS-15. Such words were unbelievable. But this was a government press conference. Every word Zhou Yang spoke was carefully considered and deliberate. Here he represented the voice of the Chinese government. The government would never falsely elevate someone or lie. Therefore, it had to be true. The Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100 were indeed developed by Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's expression turned serious as he continued, "Academician Zhou has made outstanding contributions to our country's technological development. He is a great scholar of the nation. The government will not tolerate any form of slander or false reporting against him. I advise those with ulterior motives to cease their actions. The honors academician Zhou Yang has earned must not be tarnished." Many journalists noted Zhou Yang's use of the phrase "great scholar of the nation." Such an evaluation was rarely given to ordinary scientists. But if these achievements were truly Zhou Yang's, then the title Great Scholar of the Nation was well deserved. Later today, the 7 o'clock news will feature a special report introducing academician Zhou Yang's outstanding contributions to our country's scientific research. If you have any questions, please pay attention to that. Zhou Yang added, then directly concluded the press conference and slowly walked out of the hall. In the SC Binzhou residential complex, a sedan slowly drove in and entered the underground parking lot. Chen Ruyan glanced outside until a confirmation came through her earpiece, then said, "Zhou Yang, let's go down." Zhou Yang nodded and got out of the car with Chen Ruyan. The underground garage was eerily quiet, but Zhou Yang knew without looking that countless security personnel were hidden. The entire neighborhood had likely been secured in advance. Chen Ruyan picked up the gifts and stepped into the elevator with Zhou Yang. At apartment 1201, Chen Ruyan knocked. The door opened to reveal Chen Ruoshi, who was stunned to see the two standing there. "What are you doing here?" Chen Ruoshi exclaimed in delight. "Sister," Zhou Yang said with a smile. Chen Ruyan added, "What, not welcome?" Chen Ruoshi quickly ushered them in. "Welcome, of course you're welcome. Old Zhang Ruyan and Xiao Zhou are here, come out quickly." "Auntie." Zhang Tong rushed out, excitedly hugged Chen Ruyan, then dashed to Zhou Yang. "Uncle Zhou, where's my gift?" "This child," Zhang Bo said as he emerged, scolding lightly. "Xiao Zhou, when did you and Ruyan arrive in SC? Why didn't you tell us?" Chen Ruyan replied, "We came the day before yesterday. It wouldn't have been convenient for you to pick us up." "What's inconvenient about that? By the way, where are you staying in SC? Why not stay here? There's a spare room," Chen Ruoshi suggested. Chen Ruyan said, "Forget it, we have a place to stay." Zhang Bo invited them to sit, and added, "Honey, don't bother cooking. We'll eat out tonight. He'll book a table now." Zhou Yang quickly interjected, "Brother Zhang, let's not eat out. It's inconvenient. Going out would require clearing the venue and setting up security. Too much trouble." Chen Ruyan timely hugged Chen Ruoxi's arm. "Exactly, let's eat at home. I want to eat your cooking, sis." "All right, we'll eat at home. Old Zhang, go buy groceries," Chen Ruoshi said with a smile. Zhang Bo grabbed his coat and left. "Sis, I'll help you," Chen Ruyan said, then whispered to Zhou Yang, "Stay away from the windows." Zhou Yang was speechless but nodded. He asked Zhang Tong, still practicing the violin. "Yes, want me to play a piece?" Zhang Tong said excitedly. Zhou Yang nodded. But Chen Ruoshi rushed out from the kitchen shouting no. Zhang Tong had already run to fetch her violin. Chen Ruoshi gave a wry smile and returned to the kitchen, sliding the door shut. Zhou Yang was puzzled, but soon understood her reaction. Zhang Tong's playing sounded no better than plucking cotton. After the piece ended, Zhou Yang broke out in a cold sweat. "Uncle, how was it?" Zhang Tong asked. "Good," Zhou Yang replied stiffly, then added, "Tong Tong, your technique is off. Look." Zhou Yang took the violin, took a deep breath, and tucked it under his chin. "It should be like this." He drew the bow, and a melodious sound filled the room. Zhang Tong's eyes widened in amazement. Uncle, you can play the violin too. Even Shun Ruashi and Shun Riyun came out of the kitchen staring at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Zhou Yang played a short passage, then put the violin down. A little, but I haven't played in years, so I'm rusty. Shun Ruashi remarked, Xiao Zhou, is there anything you can't do? Shun Riyun was equally astonished, never knowing Zhou Yang could play the violin. My mother plays. I learned a bit as a child, Zhou Yang said. Zhou Yang's parents were well-educated and talented, especially his mother, who had studied abroad in country E. Playing the violin was child's play for her. After a while, Zhang Bo entered with some deli food, muttering, Is some big leader visiting our neighborhood? I met a neighbor from the 7th floor who said the property management office has been taken over. Something about security control. Probably a high-level inspection. Shun Ruashi just acknowledged it without concern. Zhang Bo sat down and asked, Xiao Zhou, have you set a date for the wedding? Zhou Yang nodded. August 26th this year. Oh, that's soon. 8 months away. Zhang Bo patted Zhang Tong's head. Tong Tong, in 8 months you'll have to call him Unclean Law instead of Uncle. Zhang Tong laughed. I can call him that now. Shun Ruashi prepared a large table of dishes, and just as they were about to sit, Zhang Bo received a phone call. Yes, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. He'll be there on time. By the way, besides my resume, do I need to bring anything else? Zhang Bo asked. He hung up, his expression bright with excitement. Zhou Yang was curious. Brother Zhang, are you changing jobs? Zhang Bo nodded. Zhou Yang said, why? Isn't Zhao Mechanical Electrical pretty good? I heard they're #1 in the domestic transmission system sector. Zhang Bo sighed deeply. Don't get me started. It was good, but now that I'm leaving, I can finally say it. As the company grew, all sorts of headaches came. When I first joined, everyone was united, focused on technology, just wanting to make great products. Step by step, we became the industry leader. But with more business and higher profits came office politics and nepotism. Remember the bonus you helped me get for solving that problem? They refused to pay it, claiming there was no precedent. I stormed into the boss office and argued, but it was useless. I've seen it all now. Over the past 2 years, the management has completely rotted. Most of the skilled people have left. The company is living off its past glory, but how long can that last? So I figured I'd leave early. Shun Ruashi added, good riddance. Low pay, endless work, overtime, without compensation. By the way, Xiao Zhou, do you have to work overtime often? Zhou Yang shook his head. No one would dare to make him work overtime. Brother Zhang, are you saying that most of Zhao Wei's key technical staff have left? He asked. Zhang Bo nodded. Pretty much. Except for a few older ones, all the younger technicians have gone. Zhou Yang frowned. Office politics and management chaos were common in big companies. Huawei and Tencent had it worse. But as long as the core competitiveness remained intact, the problems weren't fatal. What worried him was Zhao Wei's situation, the loss of core technical talent while coasting on past achievements. Looks like I can't rely on Zhao Wei Mechanical Electrical, Zhou Yang mused, gazing at Zhang Bo. A sudden idea struck him. Since Zhao Wei was failing, why not start his own? At this thought, Zhou Yang said, Brother Zhang, if a company also plans to enter the transmission system business, could you gather those technical experts you know? Zhang Bo shot him a puzzled glance, not quite grasping Zhou Yang's meaning. Which company? Probably not possible. They're all doing well where they are, they might not want to come. He pressed further, Xiao Zhou, which company are you talking about? I basically know all the domestic transmission system firms. Are you trying to find me a job? No need. I've already secured my next position and plan to interview tomorrow. Zhang Bo assumed Zhou Yang was offering him a job referral. Zhou Yang shook his head. No, I have some spare funds now and think the transmission industry has potential. How about I put up the capital and you manage it? Instead of working for someone else, you could be your own boss. After all, they would soon be family, so it was only right to look out for him. My own boss. Zhang Bo's eyes widened. Beside him, Shun Ruashi wore a similar expression, but she quickly recovered and exclaimed, that's great news, Xiao Zhou. Are you serious? Working for others could never compare to the comfort of being your own boss. Zhang Bo shot Shun Ruashi a glare. What do you know? Starting a business is no joke. What if we lose money? He turned back to Zhou Yang. Xiao Zhou, I appreciate your kindness, but running a company isn't child's play. In the transmission system field, a small-scale operation barely makes money, and scaling up requires a massive investment. How massive? Shun Ruashi asked innocently. Zhang Bo replied, at least 100 million. That much? Shun Ruashi was startled. Zhou Yang smiled. No worries. I can afford a few $100 million. For one thing, Zhou Yang still held 9% of Matrix Energy's shares. What was more astonishing was that after Matrix Energy successively swallowed HiSilicon Kirin and Baidu, his 9% stake had never been diluted. From an initial value of 100 billion to now several hundred billion, Zhou Yang's shares only grew more valuable. At present, they were worth at least tens of billions, so 100 million was well within his means. Zhang Bo and Shun Ruashi gaped at him dumbfounded. Shun Riyun gave Zhou Yang a helpless look, thinking to herself, I know you're rich, but did you have to say it so bluntly? In Shun Riyun's view, Zhou Yang was probably accustomed to tossing around hundreds of billions, acquiring companies like BYD and Baidu with a single word, and had lost all sense of money, treating a few $100 million like a few dollars. Zhang Bo stared at Zhou Yang intently. Xiao Zhou, what exactly do you do? Aren't you an office worker? Zhou Yang had said he worked in AI, so Zhang Bo assumed he was just another employee at an internet company. Just then the news anchor on the TV beside them announced, next up, a special documentary pillar of the nation, Zhou Yang. The name Zhou Yang caught Zhang Bo and Chun Ruoxi's attention, and they instinctively turned to look. On the screen appeared a photo of Zhou Yang inspecting a BYD facility. Hey, isn't that Xiao Zhou? Chun Ruoxi exclaimed. It really is, exactly the same, Zhang Bo echoed. Zhou Yang glanced at the TV. It was indeed him, probably a photo taken during his visit to BYD. But Zhou Yang didn't recall any photographer following him then. And what was this documentary about? Why hadn't anyone told him? The documentary started with the long-core battery, then moved on to Tianqin 100 and finally covered the recently maiden-flown WS-15, even featuring interviews with Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian. On camera, Yuan Haifeng said, when I first met Mr. Zhou, I thought he was just the head of the research institute, a management figure. Only later did I learn that the key core material used in our WS-15, high-strength crystalline steel, was developed by Mr. Zhou and his team. And at that time I discovered that not only the high-strength crystalline steel, but also the long-core battery and Tianqin 100 were all his creations. Li Bingxian, even more awestruck, added, Mr. Zhou is the greatest genius I've ever known, the Einstein of the modern era. And he's a man of action. As far as I know, the initial plan was for the state to lead the promotion of the long-core battery, but it was only at Mr. Zhou's strong insistence that the country chose BYD as the primary entity for its production and distribution. In fact, without Mr. Zhou, even if we could have used the long-core battery and Tianqin 100, it would have been delayed by years. On the TV, the two chief engineers spoke with ease. Zhou Yang was stunned. When had these two given interviews? And weren't they laying it on a bit thick? Role model of the era. Modern-day Einstein. Even Zhou Yang felt embarrassed hearing it. The entire documentary ran for 10 minutes, ending with a freeze frame of Zhou Yang at the Airshow China's XAC press conference looking up and applauding as AJ-20 flew overhead. Annie, Mom, I see Uncle on TV. Zhang Tong pointed at the screen. Chen Riyun was standing behind Zhou Yang and had also been captured in the shot. Zhang Bo and Chun Ruoxi finally snapped back to reality. After the 10-minute documentary, both were wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Turning to look at Zhou Yang and Chun Riyun, they couldn't utter a word for a long time. Xiao Zhou, no, Mr. Zhou. Zhang Bo's voice trembled. Zhou Yang quickly said, Brother Zhang, just call me Xiao Zhou. And no matter who I am or what I've done in 8 months, we'll be family. As for this, neither you nor I knew anything about it. The phrase we'll be family eased their tension. The two exchanged glances still filled with disbelief. Xiao Zhou, you're incredible. Pillar of the nation, modern Einstein. By the way, did you really develop the long-core battery and Tianqin 100? I was planning to buy an electric car this year. And the phone. Zhang Bo pulled out his own phone, a Mate 40 Pro. Is the chip in this also your creation? Zhou Yang nodded awkwardly. Yes. So the security lockdown downstairs earlier, was it really because a high-ranking official was visiting and that official was you? Zhang Bo pressed. Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Riyun. Probably me. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Zhang Bo stammered, unable to find words. Finally, he pulled out his phone. I have to take a photo and post it on. Is that okay? He asked. Zhou Yang replied, why not? But I doubt anyone would recognize me. Zhang Bo hurried over, slung an arm around Zhou Yang's shoulder for a photo, and said, how could they not? You were just on the news. Everyone knows you now. Zhang Bo took a photo and quickly posted it on his Moments. Guess who this is, eh? Zhang Bo still had quite a few contacts on WeChat, including former colleagues, friends, and various industry peers and partners. After posting on WeChat, responses quickly came in. Who is this? I don't recognize them. Wait a minute, isn't this the Zhou Yang from TV? Oh my God, Brother Zhang, you are amazing. Is he coming over for dinner? And it was not just one person. Oh, coincidentally, during the news broadcast, many had seen the documentary, and upon seeing Zhang Bo's post, they were all greatly surprised. Is this real? It can't just be someone who looks like him, right? Exactly, the resemblance is uncanny. There's no need to ask, it must be fake. Who is he? He's on CCTV, a national figure and academician. How could we common folks possibly? No way, Brother Zhang, you have such a lavish spread. Oh, why didn't you invite me? I'm on my way. Forget it, I see you want to crash the dinner. You just want to see who this person is. Don't deny it. I'm heading downstairs. At first, Zhang Bo was happily watching, but as he continued, something felt off. Several friends claimed they were coming over, and he immediately panicked, saying, Xiao Zhou, my friend said they are coming over. Is that okay? Let me see. Chen Riyun snatched the phone, glanced at it, and with a helpless look at Zhang Bo, immediately pressed the earpiece and said, Lu Jun, plan 1, listen to my instructions, prepare to evacuate. Zhang Bo gaped. Chen Ruoxi curiously asked, Riyun, who are you talking to? Zhang Bo had realized the downstairs must be swarming with bodyguards, just like in the movies where dozens of bodyguards would rush in and say, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang shot a glare at Chen Riyun, saying, Alright, don't make it so tense. If someone comes, so be it. Can I meet people? But. There's no but. Come on, let's continue eating, Zhou Yang said. Shen Ruyan hesitated for a moment before pressing the earpiece, saying, action halted, continue to stay alert. At this moment Shinruashi also reacted and couldn't help but turned to look towards the balcony saying, Ruyan, there won't be snipers aiming at us like in the movies, right? How could that be? Zhou Yang hurriedly replied. Zhangbo added, exactly, you've watched too many movies. Really? Shinruashi looked somewhat regretful. Zhou Yang smiled. He said that, but he believed there definitely were. Brother Zhang, what do you think of what I just said? Zhou Yang asked. Zhangbo was stunned saying, are you talking about starting a business? Zhou Yang nodded saying, let's set up a company, you handle management and operations, and you can find the technical personnel. I'll provide the technical data, let's create a transmission system, a high-tech transmission system. As for losses, you don't need to worry about that. This company is just for validating technology, there's no need to think about profits. Once the technology matures, you can decide whether to collaborate with external companies. In short, while it's called a company, it's more like a pure research entity. Zhangbo gaped, not expecting Zhou Yang to be serious. Moreover, Zhou Yang was also going to provide technical data. If Zhou Yang had said this earlier, Zhangbo probably wouldn't have taken it to heart since he thought Zhou Yang was involved in artificial intelligence and didn't understand transmission systems at all. But now Zhangbo dared not think that way, as Zhou Yang had developed the WS-15, so creating a transmission system was a piece of cake. But I'm afraid I won't do well, Zhangbo said. He originally thought he was quite competent in his field, but in front of Zhou Yang, he suddenly felt that his level was indeed insignificant. Zhou Yang said, don't worry, brother Zhang, I'm here after all. Shinruashi quickly gave Zhangbo a look. All right then. Zhangbo finally nodded. Zhou Yang said, okay, this matter is settled. I'll have someone contact you later to help you deal with the company's affairs. As for the shares, they will be divided into 4 parts, including Tongtong. Each person gets 1 share and Ryun will also get 1 share. Zhou Yang added. Zhangbo was taken aback and hurriedly said, how can this be? The money you invest means the company is yours, I'll just take a salary. Shinruashi nodded saying, yeah, even though we're about to become one family, brothers still need to settle accounts clearly. We can't take your money. Both of them were reasonable. Zhou Yang said, all right, brother Zhang, let's arrange it this way, consider it a gift I'm preparing for Tongtong. But Zhangbo still wanted to argue. At that moment Shinruyan said, all right, brother-in-law, just agree. He sees further than we do, he doesn't care about money. These shares are a gift from us to you, hoping you both can have a better life. Shinruyan also knew that Zhangbo and Shinruashi had been struggling in SC, paying off their mortgage and such. Okay, fine. Zhangbo and Shinruashi exchanged glances and nodded. In the end, Zhangbo's friends didn't show up, who knows if they were stopped. And this documentary caused a huge stir nationwide, especially online. Previously, many people had smeared Zhou Yang, thinking he had taken credit from Yuan Haifeng, but now with the documentary out, they were all dumbfounded. On Douyin, official media quickly released this segment of the documentary, and it hit the trending list immediately. Wow, at this moment there are no words to describe my expression except wow, no doubt a national figure, amazing. Only 27 years old. An idol. This is a true idol, a role model for all young people to learn from. I apologize for previously smearing academician Zhou. I am ashamed to the core. This is a true national figure, a great scientist. The country needs talents like him. The key is how incredible it is. Why, I can't believe all these things were developed by academician Zhou. From Dragon Core batteries to Tianqin 100, what kind of genius can develop these things? By the way, what is that high-strength crystalline steel mentioned by engineer Yuan in the documentary? Is it also developed by academician Zhou? Don't ask, just know it's something we common folks can't comprehend. I suddenly remembered something. Matrix Energy continuously acquired BYD's battery business, and Heisi Kirin, it must have been directed by academician Zhou. Then the acquisition of Baidu by Matrix Energy must also be pushed by academician Zhou, right? Baidu suddenly went legitimate, hiring people nationwide at high salaries. Are they preparing to make a big move? Now that you mention it, I also find it strange that Baidu suddenly delisted. Now I understand. They aim to kick out foreign capital and let the country take the lead. It must be like Heisi, with significant research achievements likely developed by academician Zhou. Artificial intelligence. The people upstairs have been talking for so long without getting to the point. Didn't Baidu announce early on that they were going to develop artificial intelligence? Initially I thought it was nonsense, but now I think if it's led by academician Zhou, then they may be researching real artificial intelligence. Wow, artificial intelligence, amazing. Zhou Yang's name spread across the entire nation of Z with an unimaginable fervor. There was no one who did not know him, no one who had not heard of him. Overnight, countless people remembered Zhou Yang's face. He was a national sage recognized by the state, the meritorious minister who developed the Dragon Core battery, the Tianqin 100O, and enabled the WS-15 to take its maiden flight into the sky. On various forums and video-sharing websites, reports and discussions about Zhou Yang could be seen everywhere. Zhou Yang's youth, Zhou Yang's research achievements. There was no shortage of topics for people to discuss. But this surge of attention did not affect Zhou Yang. After concluding his trip to SC, he had already returned to the Research Institute to proceed with the next phase of his studies. The focus of the next research phase was the particle thruster. This was also the crucial system that would enable Mecha to achieve short-distance flight. After the WS-15's maiden flight, Li Bingxian also returned to the Institute. His original plan was to go back to the Dawn Group and continue designing aerospace engines, just as he had said, to create the most powerful aerospace engine comparable to the F-135. With the high-strength crystalline steel as a foundation, Li Bingxian believed development should be much easier. However, Li Ziyu suddenly informed him that Zhou Yang wanted him to attend a meeting. Since arriving at the institute, Li Bingxian had not attended many meetings, unlike other institutes where small meetings were held every 3 days, big ones every 5, and summary meetings every 7, wasting precious time on such meaningless gatherings. Bringing Tang Ning to the meeting room, Zhou Yang was already waiting. Present as well was Su Chun. Engineer Li has arrived. Please have a seat. We are waiting for one more person, said Zhou Yang. Li Bingxian sat down without understanding, casting a questioning glance at Su Chun beside him. Su Chun shook his head, slightly shrugged, and said, "Don't look at me. I have no idea what this is about either." An area 30 kilometers from the institute had been designated as the industrial base for high-strength crystalline steel. Now a large number of engineering personnel were moving and conducting infrastructure construction around the clock. In at most a month, the infrastructure for this large steel plant covering 20 square kilometers would be completed. The remaining work involved the preparation and construction of equipment like blast furnaces, which would be Su Chun's responsibility. During this period, Su Chun could not afford to be idle either. He had to communicate with the construction team at all times to finalize the construction plans. So Su Chun was also very busy. After waiting for 20 minutes, the door opened, and Li Ziyu entered with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit with a side-parted haircut and black-rimmed glasses, looking like a scholar. Upon seeing the people in the room, he appeared somewhat excited. His gaze finally settled on Zhou Yang, and he quickly stepped forward, extending his hand, saying, "Finally, I get to meet you, Mr. Zhou. When I received the notice saying you invited me, my first reaction was disbelief. Now that I see you, I finally believe it. Welcome, Professor Yi Roming," Zhou Yang said, rising to shake the newcomer's hand. Yi Roming, Li Bingxian frowned. Tang Ning quickly added, "Isn't this the big shot in particle physics from the Physics Research Institute of Nankai University? He seems to be the most accomplished expert in particle physics research in the country." Li Bingxian also recalled, but he still didn't quite understand why Zhou Yang had called Yi Roming. Particle physics had little connection to their work on metal materials and aerospace engines. Zhou Yang invited Yi Roming to sit down, and then said, "The projects on high-strength crystalline steel and the WS-15 are essentially complete. Next, I would like to ask everyone here to assist me with another study." Zhou Yang turned and began to write and draw on the blackboard behind him. The three of them quickly focused their attention. As they watched, Yi Roming suddenly frowned and said, "This seems to be an ionization model." Li Bingxian also said, "It seems to be applied to a propulsion system." "Hall thruster," Su Chun suddenly exclaimed. The three exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The ionization model Zhou Yang was writing reminded them of the Hall thruster. But some key aspects were difficult for them to understand. They didn't know why Zhou Yang had chosen such configurations. "My God, it's actually a Hall thruster. Wasn't this thing said to have no research value?" Tang Ning murmured. Li Bingxian shook his head and said, "How could it have no research value? It's just that with the current level of technology, we cannot develop a usable Hall thruster." He paused, then added, "After all, this is known as the most sci-fi future technology." In the endless void, a single ignition, and the tail of a spaceship spewed out a azure blue flame, slowly beginning to accelerate. This kind of scene had appeared more than once in sci-fi movies. Now science fiction was becoming reality, and Li Bingxian felt a shiver run through his body. Although many parts of the model before him were still incomprehensible, that did not prevent him from believing in the reliability of these things. Just based on Zhou Yang's ability to develop the Dragon Core battery, and the Tianxin 100, no one dared to question him. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Yang had been elevated to a pedestal. If he announced a project to study something and stated what results would be achieved, everyone would start researching without any hesitation, certain that they could produce exactly what Zhou Yang wanted. After a full 10+ minutes having written on 2 large blackboards, Zhou Yang finally stopped. "You three guessed correctly. What I have written is related to the Hall thruster, simply put a particle thruster. And these contents are my research on the particle thruster. However, these are just some guiding principles. There are many more specifics. I have already organized most of the materials." Ziyu, Zhou Yang called out. Li Ziyu entered and placed a hard drive in front of each person. "The detailed materials are in here. I hope the three of you can collaborate with me to complete this project." Su Chun and Li Bingxian picked up their hard drives, and without a word headed out. Yi Roming also quickly asked, "Where's my office?" Without asking any questions, they directly entered a working state. Zhou Yang smiled. He had originally prepared many words to persuade the three, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, on the second day after Zhou Yang returned to Hu Village and finalized the Particle Research Institute project at the regular press conference of the BJ Ministry of Commerce, facing numerous reporters, the spokesperson suddenly dropped a shocking piece of news. Starting from January 20th, following a report, a 90-day investigation will be conducted into improper practices in Apple's commercial operations within the country. During the investigation period, all of Apple's commercial activities in the country must cease, the spokesperson announced. After the spokesperson finished speaking, all the reporters present were stunned. Reported by whom? What did improper practices in Apple's commercial operations with? From start to finish, the Ministry of Commerce had not provided any substantive details. They only stated one thing: a decision to conduct a 90-day investigation into Apple. The key point was that during the investigation, all of Apple's commercial activities in the country must cease. In other words, Apple was banned from selling in the country. Many reporters immediately thought of the sanctions Apple had previously initiated against Huawei. The Ministry of Commerce was responding directly, and with one move they had struck a killer blow: a sales ban. As the news spread, a great uproar ensued. A news item suddenly dominated the trending list on Douyin. Apple is banned. Countless people witnessed the spokesperson of the Ministry of Commerce announcing the investigation decision, with a stern expression accompanied by inspiring music, creating a surreal sense of impending war. This is war, an economic war. The country government is shameless, personally intervening to impose comprehensive sanctions on our enterprises. Why shouldn't we retaliate against country's companies? To not reciprocate is impolite. We should return the favor in kind, supporting the Ministry of Commerce's decision to ban Apple. Exactly, I haven't used Apple for a long time. Domestic phones are just as good. I support domestic products. The comments were overwhelmingly in support. Longshin batteries broke through battery technology, achieving world-class status. Tianjin 100 shattered foreign chip monopolies, producing chips 100 times more powerful than the A14. WS-15 has also taken its first flight, resolving the aviation engine issues that have plagued Z country for years. During this period, the national sense of pride has greatly increased. Thinking about how Huawei was sanctioned by country feels like seeing one's own child being bullied. It is simply intolerable. Now seeing the Ministry of Commerce take action, striking at the core, the ban on Apple brings immense satisfaction. Furthermore, Apple has been merely releasing iterative products for years without any revolutionary breakthroughs. The initial fans have long abandoned it for demand. Thus, almost 99% of people chose to support the ban on Apple, with only a few complaints and dissatisfied voices drowned out by the wave of public opinion. The day after the Ministry of Commerce issued the investigation order, all of Apple's official stores in the country were forcibly closed by local business authorities, and all stock phones were sealed, no longer allowed to. All Apple phones on major e-commerce platforms were also taken down immediately. The stock price of country's Apple plummeted, falling in a way that could not be recovered. At Apple headquarters, Cook slammed his fist on the table in anger, shouting, "How dare they? How dare they ban us? I will appeal, and no, I will sue them." After cursing for a while, Cook calmed down somewhat. Someone beside him said, "All right, there's no point in saying this now. We need to think about the next steps and how to explain this to the shareholders." "Explain?" Cook scoffed, saying, "Explain what? The idiots on Wall Street. Don't they see that this is a war? We also need to strike back." "Wait a moment," Cook continued. "Issue a statement saying we regret the actions of Z country's Ministry of Commerce and are considering a full withdrawal from the Z." The faces of the many executives present changed dramatically, and they hurriedly said, "Cook, you don't really intend to withdraw from the Z country market, do you?" Apple's revenue in Z country accounts for about 25% of their income. This means that a quarter of the revenue is generated by Z country. If they truly withdraw from Z country, the blow to Apple would be devastating. Cook waved his hand, arrogantly stating, "Impossible. Such a large market, how could we give it up? If they want to ban us, then we must respond more forcefully, forcing them to compromise. At that point, they will still beg us to return. Our phones are the best in the world. They cannot bear to part with us." Cook immediately began frequent visits to high-ranking officials in country's government. Coupled with the push from alliances like Intel, Qualcomm, and Nvidia, the country government quickly decided to retaliate against Z country's ban on Apple. As for how to retaliate, no specific direction was given, and Cook didn't know. But receiving a positive response, Cook returned to Apple headquarters, waiting for the country government's reply. However, Cook never imagined that the response from country's government would be like this. At CIA headquarters, Director Ferguson summoned a bearded white man with a cold gaze. "Adrian, do you have any plans regarding Zhou Yang?" Ferguson asked. After the last visit to the White House, Ferguson specifically named Adrian to be in charge of the operation, but no opportunity had arisen to act. Moreover, the White House's attitude towards Zhou Yang had changed repeatedly. Sometimes he thought about bringing Zhou Yang to country, but at other times he felt it was impossible. Thus he still advocated eliminating Zhou Yang once and for all. It had dragged on until now, and Adrian still hadn't done anything. Hearing Ferguson's words, Adrian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Has the White House made a decision?" Ferguson nodded, saying, "This guy is troublesome. Even WS-15 has flown with his assistance. If we continue to let this go, Z country will soon surpass us in all aspects. So as they say, we must take the initiative. All right, tell me your plan." Adrian, feeling excited, said, "Director, I have envisioned many assassination methods such as disguising and infiltrating or bribing insiders, but they are all impractical. After the assassination attempt at the airport, Zhou Yang's security must have been upgraded to the highest level. We have no chance of reaching him." Ferguson nodded. In recent days, the Z country government had pushed Zhou Yang into the spotlight. Under such circumstances, security for Zhou Yang would only become tighter. Just get to the point. What is your plan? Adrian lowered his voice a little, saying, "My plan is very direct and simple. While Zhou Yang is at the research institute, send a fighter jet to directly bomb his research institute." Ferguson gasped in shock. He knew that Adrian acted recklessly and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, but this plan was still audacious beyond measure. "Do you want to provoke a war?" Ferguson shouted. Adrian shook his head and said, "No, based on my understanding of Z country, they are not yet prepared for a full-scale war with us, and they can endure. So even if we do this for the greater good, they will continue to endure and not go to war." Ferguson replied, "That is your opinion. What if a war does break out? You and I will both be sinners." Adrian, however, seemed unconcerned, saying, "If a war really breaks out, then let's fight. It was bound to happen sooner or later." Ferguson gasped heavily, saying, "You are a madman, a madman." Just then a man's voice suddenly came from the telephone on Ferguson's desk. "This plan can be executed." Adrian chuckled lightly. He noticed that the call was connected, meaning someone was listening to their conversation, most likely high-ranking officials from the White House. Ferguson's heart raced, and he hurriedly said, "Sir, Adrian's plan is too crazy. It cannot be carried out." "All right." The person on the other end interrupted Ferguson, saying, "We will hold a meeting to discuss this. Please wait for notification." After finishing, the call was abruptly disconnected. At the AFH military base of country, M. Night fell as a ghostly aircraft glided to a halt on the runway. Meanwhile, inside the base, a group of people were busily engaged in a secret room. Adrian was present, seated across from a middle-aged man whose gaze resembled a still pond. "Colonel Reyna, this is your target." Adrian held a satellite image depicting a mountain and some buildings marked with a red cross. "Once you enter enemy airspace, there is a significant chance of being detected. However, please prioritize completing the mission even at the cost of your life," Adrian said slowly. Reyna cast a fleeting glance at Adrian and replied, "Enough. Since I am here, I know what to do. You don't need to educate me. When can we depart?" Adrian said no more. Reyna had been chosen for this mission by the higher-ups, which was essentially a suicide mission. Since Reyna was selected, he must have been mentally prepared. "Wait for my news." Adrian ceased the chatter and turned to leave, allowing Reyna to rest. An hour later, Adrian reappeared and nodded. Through the intelligence system, Adrian had confirmed that Zhou Yang was at the research facility at this time. Reyna said nothing and strode out of the room. At the airport, an F-22 stood ready, fueled and armed with missiles. The auxiliary fuel tanks were left behind. It was unnecessary, as this was a one-way mission. Reyna boarded the fighter jet and secured the canopy. Below, Adrian waved farewell to Reyna, shouting, "Wishing you success." Reyna did not even glance at him and simply closed the cockpit. The fighter jet taxied down the runway, emitting a pale blue flame from its exhaust, soaring into the night sky and vanishing into the dark. At BJ Special Operations Section 6, it was 11 at night. Han Haining, who had not yet finished work, received a phone call in his office. "What did you say?" Han Haining exclaimed, startled. "Are you sure the information is accurate?" He pressed. "It's accurate." At this moment, the fighter jet may have already taken off. The call was quickly disconnected. Han Haining sat stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality and grabbed a red phone. The message needed to be relayed immediately. At the Wanghu Village Research Institute, Zhou Yang was also resting, mainly because Chun Rian had insisted he go to bed early and take care of his health. The two were fast asleep in each other's embrace. Just then there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open. Chun Rian instinctively jumped up, grabbing a handgun from the bedside and aiming it at the door. The lights turned on. It was Lu Jun, panting heavily, who said code red emergency evacuation. Chun Riyun's face changed dramatically. Beside them, Zhou Yang was still groggy. Chun Riyun quickly got up, scooped Zhou Yang into her arms, and dashed out of the room with Lu Jun. Outside, the research institute was in chaos, alarms blaring. Soldiers were running back and forth while security was directing researchers to evacuate through the secret passage. This research facility had a secret underground passage built during its construction, allowing escape to 5 kilometers away. "What's happening?" Zhou Yang suddenly came to his senses, seeing Chun Riyun carrying him, and he asked in confusion. Chun Riyun, still holding him, said swiftly, "Don't panic, we need to evacuate urgently. Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to you." Zhou Yang looked at himself, and then at Shenrian. One was in tight-fitting underwear, while the other wore only shorts. Even in an evacuation was it necessary to rush out without a proper outfit. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a special operative emerge from a dormitory ahead, also wearing nothing but shorts. Zhou Yang instantly fell silent, thinking, well, I suppose it's fine this way. At the border, pilot Zheng Fang was flying AJ-10, conducting a routine aerial patrol along the border. In the vast night, the only sound was the roar. At that moment, a hurried voice suddenly came through the communication channel from the command center. Hunting Falcon 1, we have confirmed intelligence that an enemy fighter jet will pass through your airspace. Conduct a swift search, and upon discovery, immediately intercept. If the enemy aircraft does not comply, shoot it down. Do you understand? Shoot it down. In an instant, Zheng Fang's heart felt as if it had been gripped by someone nearly stopping. He took a deep breath and immediately prepared for battle. Hunting Falcon 1 acknowledges. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, something flew past directly above the J-10 at an incredible speed. In that brief moment, Zheng Fang glanced up, hurriedly catching sight of a shadow soaring like a great bird overhead. Damn it! Zheng Fang abruptly pushed the control stick, flooring the throttle swiftly, pulling up, then executing a barrel roll before engaging afterburners. The aircraft lunged forward as if kicked hard, frantically pursuing the direction in which the shadow had vanished. Command center, I've spotted the target. Damn, it's an F-22. Unbelievable. Zheng Fang spoke urgently. The sudden steep ascent and dive with a pressure of up to 9G caused blood to rush to his head. Shoot it down. The command center ordered without hesitation. Zheng Fang's heart skipped a beat, yet he remained calm, attempting to lock onto the enemy, while also unleashing cannon fire that illuminated the night sky. However, Zheng Fang soon realized that the F-22 was quickly pulling away. I can't catch up. Requesting support. Zheng Fang panicked. Support is on its way, hold on a bit longer. The command center's voice was tense as well. By the time they spoke, the F-22 had already accelerated and vanished into the vast night. Target lost. Zheng Fang slammed his palm against his thigh in frustration. The feeling of being unable to even pursue was incredibly disheartening. Just then, a voice unexpectedly appeared in the communication channel. Hunting Falcon 1, I am Hunter, approaching your airspace. Estimated time 30 seconds. Reinforcements were coming. Zheng Fang quickly replied, brother, be careful. The enemy is an F-22, it flies too fast. Don't worry, I am not afraid of him when it comes to speed. AJ-20 was slicing through the night sky, tens of kilometers away. Zheng Fang instantly understood. Just as he was about to speak, the alarm within the cockpit blared loudly. I've been locked onto. Zheng Fang's scalp went numb as he... It's F-22. It went behind me. This is bad, the enemy has launched a missile. Zheng Fang's breathing quickened as he rapidly pulled up at a steep angle, deploying flares. He executed a sharp ascent and barrel roll maneuver, the overwhelming force making it hard for Zheng Fang to breathe, yet he forced himself to concentrate and check the status of the flares. The flares missed. Damn it. The voice abruptly cut off. In the J-20, pilot Ma Xiaojing looked up and saw a massive fireball soaring into the night sky from a great distance. Damn your ancestors. Ma Xiaojing's eyes turned red in an instant. In an instant, Ma Xiaojing's gaze shifted, and the corner of his eye caught a flash of light disappearing from view. In a moment, Ma Xiaojing pushed the throttle to the floor. The J-20 beneath him erupted with a deafening roar as the two WS-15 engines spewed forth scorching flames. Indeed, the J-20 that Ma Xiaojing was piloting was specially dispatched and equipped with the latest WS-15 engines to counter the super-fast F-22 fighter jet. As he executed a sharp turn, the fighter jet emitted a creaking sound, as if its wings were struggling to withstand the pressure. Hold on tight. Ma Xiaojing roared. The engine completed its turn, transforming into a swift arrow, and instantly broke the sound barrier, wildly pursuing the distant F-20. At this moment, not only Ma Xiaojing, but also those in the command center who witnessed the tragic death of a comrade could still hear the echoes of Zheng Fang's last words in their ears. The scene fell into a deep silence. After a long while, a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform pressed the communication button and said deliberately, Hunter, take him down. Crossing the border and destroying our fighter jet, this F-22 cannot be allowed to escape. Rest assured, even if I die, I will definitely take him with me. From the communication channel, Ma Xiaojing's rapid breathing could be heard. The Major General put down the communicator and immediately shouted, notify all radar systems along the way to lock onto this F-22 with all their might. Once locked, launch missiles immediately to take him down. Also notify the Thunder team to have all combat aircraft take off. If we don't take down this F-22 today, everyone will be guilty. The Major General slammed his fist on the table, roaring in anger. The fighter jet roared as the J-20, shrouded in the sound barrier, aimed at a target 50 kilometers away as Ma Xiaojing attempted to lock onto it. However, the opponent was a stealth fighter, making it no easy task to lock onto it. Moreover, in afterburner mode, the J-20 reached an astonishing speed of 2 5 Mach, quickly exceeding the minimum attack range of medium-range missiles. Ma Xiaojing, increase your distance. The voice from the command center echoed in the communication channel. No, Ma Xiaojing shouted back, refusing. In reality, at this moment, increasing distance was indeed the most suitable course of action. Because this was the J-20, and for stealth fighters like this, the combat range often exceeded hundreds of kilometers, usually locking onto the target from hundreds of kilometers away, launching missiles to hit, and then leaving gracefully. It was like a sniper lying in wait on the battlefield, taking down the enemy before they even knew he was there. But now Ma Xiaojing was also facing a stealth fighter, the most advanced stealth fighter in the world. To lock onto the opponent from hundreds of kilometers away, given their superior stealth and electronic countermeasures, and to take them down was incredibly difficult. Moreover, once the missiles missed, catching up to the opponent would be no easy feat. In the blink of an eye, Ma Xiaojing was only 10 kilometers away from the F-22. Die for me, Ma Xiaojing roared as he pulled the trigger, launching an air-to-air combat missile. The bay doors opened, and a PL-10 air-to-air missile ignited. Both fighter jets were the world's top-tier aircraft equipped with the strongest performance. The PL-10 air-to-air missile on the J-20 even had the capability to lock onto targets after launch. This meant that this type of missile did not need to lock onto the opponent. It could be launched directly after entering the missile's attack range, and then turn and leave, as the missile could autonomously search for and lock onto its target. Inside the F-22 cockpit, Reina knew there was a fighter jet pursuing him, and it should be the most advanced J-20 fighter jet from Country Z. Pretty fast, he noted, having already realized that the opponent was rapidly closing in on him at an incredible speed. The next moment, alarms blared as Ma Xiaojing, amateur trying to play with me, Reina scoffed, completely unfazed. Being chosen for such a mission meant his background was anything but ordinary. With 20 years of flying experience, he had participated in multiple wars and executed hundreds of missions, having downed 11 enemy aircraft, making him an ace. At a distance of 10 kilometers from missile launch to impact, it would only take a few seconds. Reina instantly engaged afterburners, and as the fighter jet roared out, a hidden hatch on the fuselage opened, releasing a small decoy. The launched air-to-air combat missile collided with the decoy, resulting in a massive explosion in the sky. Seizing the moment of the explosion, the F-22 abruptly pulled up, executing a Immelman turn. With the J-20 engaged in afterburners, it shot past under the F-22 like an arrow. The roles reversed. Little guy, die for me. Reina coldly smiled as he launched a close-range combat missile. With the same post-launch locking feature, the missile shot towards the J-20. Ma Xiaojing attempted evasive maneuvers. He also had decoys, but in close-quarters combat, every defensive measure was incredibly precious. Once used, there would be no second chance, and the outcome would be destruction. With the powerful thrust of the two WS-15 engines, the J-20 displayed extraordinary maneuverability. In terms of aerodynamic layout, the J-20 even surpassed the F-22. Flipping and rolling, the pursuing missile slowly closed in. Gritting his teeth, Ma Xiaojing suddenly stalled the fighter jet. Falling leaves drifting. At such high speeds, executing a falling leaf maneuver was extremely difficult. Not to mention the aircraft's ability to withstand the stress of maneuvering. The intense overload could easily cause the pilot to lose consciousness, which would mean certain death. Ma Xiaojing felt darkness enveloping his vision as a tremendous pressure bore down on him, giving him the sensation of wanting to expel his very insides. Missiles whizzed past the J-20, exploding into a cloud of smoke in the air. Just then, the night sky lit up as a barrage of bullets came sweeping in. Ma Xiaojing slammed the throttle, instantly accelerating and executing a sharp turn to evade the hail of cannon fire. The F-22 had a cannon, while the J-20 didn't even have one. After all, this design never accounted for extreme situations involving close-range combat. But Ma Xiaojing rushed in to rescue, witnessing his comrade being killed, and the two fighter jets collided in close proximity, forcing them into this brutal aerial duel. Ma Xiaojing continued to climb, evading the cannon fire. Inside the F-22 cockpit, Reina frowned, realizing that this J-20 was more troublesome than he had anticipated. At this distance, hitting with the cannon relied purely on luck, and he only had one close-range combat missile left. If he tried to escape directly, he wouldn't be fast enough to outrun the J-20. With a flicker of his gaze, Reina came up with an idea, turning the nose of his aircraft and abandoning the chase. Trying to escape. Ma Xiaojing immediately noticed the F-22's movements, roaring as he chased after it. I have one PL-10 left, and I need to get into the no-scape zone to launch it. This is my only chance. The no-scape zone is an extremely close distance at the right angle. Once the combat missile is launched, no matter how strong the opponent's maneuverability is, there is almost no chance of escape. It will hit. However, when Ma Xiaojing tried to find an angle, he discovered that his opponent seemed to predict his every move, evading the no-scape zone with ease. Clearly, the other party was also a master of the highest caliber. At that moment, the opposing F-22 suddenly executed a 90-degree climb, using its vector thrust nozzles to decelerate, then leveled its nose instantly, outmaneuvering the pursuing J-20. The renowned Cobra maneuver. Completing such a maneuver at this breakneck speed was immensely challenging. Meanwhile, a thought flashed in Ma Xiaojing's mind: the opponent was about to launch missiles. In an instant, Ma Xiaojing pushed the control stick hard, causing the aircraft to stall midair, gradually turning it to face the F-22 behind him. Falling leaves fluttering. Ma Xiaojing executed the falling leaves maneuver once again, even though he had only performed it once before. At that moment, Ma Xiaojing could hear nothing. The immense pressure was completely ignored as he felt as though he had merged with the fighter jet. In the instant the jet aimed at the F-22 behind, he launched the PL-10 missile. Simultaneously, the F-22 also launched its dogfight missile. This guy. Reina was shocked, unable to believe that Ma Xiaojing could counterattack in such a dire situation and fire a missile at him. The two missiles streaked towards their respective targets. The time left for both to react was likely less than 5 seconds. Without hesitation, Reina dove down, engaging afterburners as the fighter plunged downwards. At the same time, the fighter's rear released a massive barrage of heat flares. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaojing bore the immense pressure of the stall, roaring as he maneuvered the fighter, the two WS-15 engines roaring as they unleashed maximum power, propelling the aircraft upward in a frenzy. Likewise, Ma Xiaojing did not forget to deploy heat flares. With 2 explosive bursts, the dogfight missiles detonated in the air. Ma Xiaojing exhaled in relief and immediately took control of the fighter to pursue. Below, Reina furrowed his brow tightly. Both close-range dogfight missiles had been expended and the opponent had done the same. The remaining 6 missiles were all medium-range missiles with air-to-ground missiles designated for mission use, all of which were unusable at this distance. And there were the cannons, but there were only 480 rounds in total, and with a slight shudder, they would all be fired. After a burst earlier, only 200 rounds remained, and another burst would deplete them. However, Reina knew that the J-20 was also out of weapons. We can't linger any longer. He will have reinforcements. If this drags on, I will be radar locked. We need to complete the mission quickly. A thought flashed through Reina's mind as he shook off the J-20 and continued flying eastward. Ma Xiaojing found himself in a situation with no weapons available. Oh, at least the F-22 still had cannons while he had none. Are we just going to let him go? Ma Xiaojing's eyes turned red, and gritting his teeth, he engaged the afterburners, once more the fighter roaring as it surged forward at an incredible speed. What is he trying to do? Reina quickly realized Ma Xiaojing's intentions as he flew straight towards him. In the next moment, Reina understood and screamed, "Crazy! This guy is a lunatic. He's actually going to ram me, trying to take us both down." But Ma Xiaojing was too fast, moving at a speed that left Reina no time to react. "This is Z country's territory, die for me," Ma Xiaojing shouted angrily over the public channel. Boom. A massive fireball erupted into the sky, resembling a dazzling firework against the night. In the command center, the Major General stared at the disappearing radar blip, momentarily dazed. Was it destroyed? Where's the enemy aircraft? After a long while, someone quietly inquired. No one knew what had happened on site. The Major General grabbed the communicator and urgently asked, "Wang Yanjun, you bastard, where the hell are you?" The 2 closest J-20s had already taken off in a hurry to provide support. "We're almost there, maximum 1 minute, a middle-aged voice replied, then asked, "What about Ma Xiaojing?" Wang Yanjun was also Ma Xiaojing's superior. After a moment of silence, the Major General slowly replied, "The aircraft has crashed." Silence fell over the communicator. In the vast night sky, 2 J-20s streaked through the darkness. "Captain Xiaojing won't." Wang Yanjun, a stern-faced middle-aged man, felt a fire ignite in his gaze and said solemnly, "Engage afterburners." "But we've already engaged. If we do it again, the engines will sustain damage." "Engaged?" Wang Yanjun shouted angrily, activating the afterburners and dramatically increasing speed. The teammate no longer hesitated, quickly engaging afterburners to follow. 30 seconds later, the 2 arrived at Ma Xiaojing's last coordinates. "It's not." The teammate panicked slightly. There were no suspicious targets within radar range. Wang Yanjun lowered his altitude and noticed a massive fireball blazing on the ground. "Xiaojing." The teammate also saw it, cursing, "Where the hell is that bastard? I'm going to take him down." Wang Yanjun lowered his altitude again, his gaze sharpening as he vaguely saw 2 wrecked aircraft noses amidst the explosion's debris. The opponent was also shot down, Wang Yanjun said in shock. Connecting the dots, Wang Yanjun instantaneously envisioned the possible scenario in close-range combat. After exhausting all means, Ma Xiaojing had no choice but to resort to the most desperate measure, ramming the enemy aircraft, leading to mutual destruction. "Bastard!" Wang Yanjun yelled in anger. Just then the teammate suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, look, there's a parachute." "It's our parachute. It must be Xiaojing. He ejected." "What?" Wang Yanjun quickly looked over and soon spotted a slowly descending parachute. "That kid." Wang Yanjun smiled. Compared to the aircraft, the pilot was far more important. But as he smiled, Wang Yanjun found himself in tears, unable to fathom what kind of emotions Ma Xiaojing felt when he flew the plane into the enemy aircraft. Command Center: the enemy aircraft has been destroyed and Ma Xiaojing has ejected. Please dispatch a rescue team immediately. Wang Yanjun contacted the command center. In the command center, the oppressive atmosphere exploded instantly. How everyone cheered with excitement, and some female soldiers were brought to tears. Good. The Major General's voice trembled slightly as he quickly arranged for a rescue team to be dispatched, then asked, "How did this kid manage this? Did he take the enemy down with him?" Wang Yanjun chuckled, saying, "That's right. This kid is nicknamed Daredevil Ma. He probably ran out of missiles and directly rammed the enemy. Ultimately, it's a sign of his inadequate skills. If it were me, I would have taken them down without using all my missiles, and upon returning, I would need to train harder." Ramming the enemy with the aircraft. Gasps of shock filled the command center. They could only imagine what kind of situation would lead Ma Xiaojing to choose such a tragic method. "That brat." The Major General chuckled, and as he laughed, his eyes became misty. At the AFH airbase, Adrian and his men were observing the situation above Z country through reconnaissance satellites. For the sake of stealth, Reina, who had entered Z country, would maintain radio silence and not contact the M countryside. Thus, even Adrian was unaware of Reina's status, only able to repeatedly observe the Wanghu Village Research Institute through satellite imagery. If the institute exploded, the mission was a success. If not, it was a failure. This waiting dragged on for 5 hours until the sky was nearly light. With red-rimmed eyes, Adrian rubbed his swollen eyelids. The latest satellite images showed the institute unchanged. Then his phone rang. Adrian answered, and the voice on the other end uttered just 3 words. It crashed. The phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. The mission had failed. In truth, having waited so long, Adrian already knew in his heart that the mission was doomed. 5 hours. The plane would have run out of fuel long ago. At the Wanghu Village Research Institute, after the emergency evacuation, Zhou Yang was swiftly taken away and temporarily placed in a military camp over 100 kilometers away. Zhou Yang finally got dressed, donning a military uniform. "What exactly is going on?" he asked. Across from him, Chen Riyun, also in uniform, shook her head. "It's M country. They sent a fighter jet to bomb our research institute." "What?" Zhou Yang was horrified. "Have they lost their minds? Sending a fighter into another country's airspace to bomb a civilian target was nothing less than an act of war." Chen Riyun's face was filled with melancholy. "Maybe they really have gone mad. And now..." Zhou Yang stood up, looking toward the direction of Chen Riyun shook her head. "They should be intercepting it. I don't know the specifics yet." Zhou Yang fell silent, his heart heavy. In the South Sea, a massive carrier strike group lay anchored on the surface. M country's Pacific Fleet. On one of the destroyers, the fleet's command center was set up with Major General Charles as its overall commander. At that moment, he was smoking a cigar, gazing through the porthole at the sun rising slowly over the sea. "Major General, why did the Department of Defense send us here?" "This distance is very dangerous," asked the colonel, his deputy. Charles shrugged. "How should I know? Probably just a routine show of force." To assert its hegemony, M country would often send carrier fleets for a spin, but always in safe peripheral zones, never daring to venture deep. "Just posturing." As he spoke, Charles' gaze swept across the sea and caught something. "What's that?" he asked, pointing into the distance. The deputy promptly grabbed binoculars and peered through them. Amidst the bobbing waves, a black tube slowly emerged. The next moment, the deputy's jaw dropped. "It's a submarine. A Z country submarine," he exclaimed. "What?" Charles shrieked, snatching the binoculars from his deputy. But by then, binoculars were unnecessary. The submarine was slowly surfacing, breaking the wall. Several nearby vessels almost simultaneously spotted the submarine that had suddenly appeared in the heart of their formation. Many soldiers stared at it, utterly bewildered. "Quick fire torpedoes. Sink it," the deputy shouted. But Charles stopped him with a roar. "Are you insane? Sink it. Do you want to start?" The command center fell silent instantly. In this location, sinking a Z country submarine would be tantamount to declaring war. Charles gripped his binoculars, observing the submarine with nerves stretched taut. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "What the hell are they up to? How did they get in? Those useless destroyers. What good are they?" After a string of curses and ordering all ships to high alert, Charles said, "Quick, get me the Department of Defense." The surrounding vessels erupted into chaos, alarms blaring as personnel rushed to battle stations. Inside submarine codenamed 7213, Deputy Captain Jiang Ming asked, "Old Shui, what do we do now?" Captain Shui gritted his teeth. "Open the hatch. I'm going out for a smoke and some fresh air." Jiang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old Shui, are you running a fever? Level with me. What mission did you receive? Why did we sail right into the heart of the Pacific Fleet? And not only that, but why are we surfacing? Don't ask so many questions. And give me a red flag while you're at it," Shui said. "Oh, and Sun Yan has a folding lounge share, doesn't he? Bring that over too." And Jiang Ming stared fixedly at Shui, then finally went to carry out the orders. Charles clutched his binoculars, his gaze locked unblinkingly on the submarine opposite. Then Charles noticed the hatch of the opposing submarine opening. Did the submarine have an accident and need to surface, he wondered. He then saw an officer climb out of the hatch, stretch, languidly unfurl a red flag, and secure it, then pull a folding lounge chair from the hatch, set it up, and lie down lazily. He even lit a cigarette and began smoking leisurely. Under the watchful eyes of over a dozen surrounding vessels, countless machine guns, and torpedoes, this officer was actually sunbathing. He was treating the entire fleet as if it were invisible. Just then the call to the Department of Defense connected. Charles gritted his teeth into the phone. "Secretary, let me take him out. If we deny it, no one will know." The Secretary of Defense on the other end roared, "Charles, are you insane? Do you want to start a war?" A torrent of scolding left Charles' face flushed red. And the next moment, through his binoculars, he saw the officer on the lounge chair raise his right hand high and flip him the middle finger. Charles nearly choked on his anger. "Bastard. He's provoking us," he screamed. The Secretary of Defense said in a grave tone, "Charles, do not attack. The situation is very delicate. We are not in the right. If we attack their submarine now, it could truly spark a war. We're not in the right." Charles was stunned. Z country was the one that sailed a submarine into the middle of their fleet and then came out to provoke them. How could they not be? The Secretary of Defense paused briefly, then said in a low voice, 2 hours ago, one of our F-22s took off from AFH, intruded into Z country's airspace, shot down a J-10 fighter, and was then shot down by an enemy fighter." Holy shit. Charles' jaw dropped. He stood there dumbfounded for a full 10 seconds before cursing, "Have you all lost your minds? Who but a madman would do such a thing?" No wonder the Secretary of Defense said they weren't in the right. After sending a fighter to violate another country's airspace and shoot down their plane, what right could they possibly? As for the submarine before him, Charles now understood perfectly. It was Z country's retaliation. After a long silence, Charles finally asked, "What should we do now?" "Wait," the Minister of Defense replied with a single word before hanging up the communication. "Wait." Charles almost spat blood. How could they wait in this situation? Wait for what? The assistant beside him said, "General, the Minister of Defense told us to wait. Are we really going to just wait? Then what do you suggest we do?" The assistant pondered for a moment and replied, "How about we just leave as if we didn't see him?" Charles was truly about to spit blood, pointing at the submarine in the center, and exclaimed, "You think such a large object can just be ignored? Are you blind, or are we all blind? And to walk away in such a disgraceful manner, don't we have any dignity? With an entire aircraft carrier fleet and dozens of ships they were scared off by just one submarine surfacing, didn't they care about their reputation? Then let's take it out." The assistant gritted his teeth. "Get lost," Charles shouted. They couldn't leave, nor could they fight. He truly didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, above the submarine, Shwebai lay on a deck chair, smoking, completely devoid of the intent to enjoy the sun, and quietly asked, "What are they saying?" Jiang Ming leaned in and said, "They're saying to wait." "Wait until when?" Shwebai's head felt heavy, thinking it might never end. "How about I come up to join you?" Jiang Ming offered. Shwebai replied, "Forget it, just me dying is enough. Why would you want to join in?" Jiang Ming retorted, "As if my survival depended on you dying." Shwebai rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to Jiang Ming. In the military camp, Zhou Yang, who had no sleep throughout the night, finally received follow-up information. An F-22 sent by the enemy was shot down by our J-20, while they also downed one of our J-10s, and the pilot sacrificed his life. "Damn it." Zhou Yang slammed his fist onto the table. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What has the country decided to do?" "I don't know about that. They probably won't let it go easily." Chunrian shook her head and replied. Zhou Yang fell into deep thought. In this situation, what could be done? Did they really have to go to war? Although the country had become stronger over the years, it only possessed the capability to contend with the enemy, not an overwhelming advantage. In a balanced war, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. What if it led to a nuclear war? Would everyone return to a primitive society and play with mud? "Let's go." Zhou Yang stood up. "Go where?" Chen Ruiyun was taken aback. Zhou Yang said, "Back to the research institute." Zhou Yang was not a soldier, but a scientist. He couldn't take up arms to fight. He could only strengthen the country in the fields he excelled in, ensuring it had an overwhelming advantage. Zhou Yang's initial idea was to build high walls and accumulate grain, developing slowly, and then unveil the mech as a trump card. But now it seemed the enemy wouldn't give them time to develop. Zhou Yang thought it was normal. If he were in the shoes of a future enemy country whose technology was rapidly advancing and threatening his very foundation, he would surely find ways to eliminate the opposing force. Currently, Longshin batteries Tianjin 100U and WS-15 had already challenged the hegemonic status of M country in various fields. The sanctions against Huawei and the bombing of research institutes were merely the beginning. It was clear that M country didn't have confidence in achieving victory through warfare, otherwise they would have launched a war long ago. Chun Ryun hurriedly said, "Isn't it unsafe to return to the research institute now? They have sent fighter jets. What if they send another one?" "They won't dare." I trust our soldiers, no matter how many fighter jets they send they can shoot them down, Zhou Yang said firmly. Chun Ruyun looked at Zhou Yang with determination in her eyes, nodded, and said, all right, I'll make the arrangements. In Country E, a hidden military reconnaissance satellite control center located deep in the snowfields. The target has stopped in the South China Sea, Lieutenant Bistrov reported to his superior. The superior walked over, took a look, and said, continue tracking. Bistrov nodded. Just then the latest satellite image came back. He suddenly noticed a black dot in the center of the fleet. What is this? Bistrov quickly enlarged the image. As it magnified, he soon saw what the black dot was. My God! Bistrov exclaimed quickly, saying, Colonel, come take a look. The colonel came over, took a glance, and was also stunned. In the center of the image was a submarine surfacing, and the submarine's hatch was already open. An officer was lounging on a deck chair with a cigarette in hand, behind him a red flag fluttering in the wind. Heavens, is this a submarine from Z country surfacing in the middle of M country's Pacific fleet? What is he trying to do? Doesn't he fear being destroyed? The colonel exclaimed. In recent years, Z country and M country had frequently confronted each other in the South China Sea, but it had never occurred that a submarine would directly enter the enemy's fleet center and surface. Another satellite image came back. After magnifying the image, the officer on the submarine was just raising his hand. Is he flipping the bird? The colonel widened his eyes. Bistrov nodded in astonishment. It seems so. Crazy. The world has gone mad. What on earth are they trying to do? Do they want to provoke a world war? The colonel was dumbfounded. A submarine appearing at the center of the fleet. Was there any provocation more powerful than this? It was akin to stepping on M country's face and taunting, go on, hit me if you dare. The colonel knew something big was about to happen, otherwise Z country, which had always been patient, wouldn't act this way. Continue monitoring, send me the photos, and am notifying the Kremlin right now. The colonel hurriedly ran off. Soon the images were transmitted to the Kremlin. The choice before the E country government was simple: whether to expose this matter. The key was that Z country and M country had not made any statements. There were no protests, nothing at all. No information whatsoever. But the calmer it was, the bigger the issue. BJ. A video call was connected. On the other end was M country's Secretary of State Andrew. On this side was a stern-looking general. General Ding, Andrew greeted. The General Ding Chun had an extremely serious expression and slowly said, Mr. Secretary of State, at this very moment at 6:10 in the morning, we have 10 missiles already aimed at your airbase in AFH. Just a phone call from me, and the missiles will launch immediately. In 5 minutes your Air Force base will be reduced to ruins. Andrew instantly broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly said, General Ding, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. An F-22 crossed the border, causing the destruction of 2 of our fighter jets and the sacrifice of a pilot. You tell me this is a misunderstanding. Ding Weiss' voice was stern. Andrew replied, but it truly was a misunderstanding. That pilot had defected and was preparing to surrender to you. He was probably confused and retaliated against your pilots. Defection. Surrender. Dingwei laughed. These guys have become increasingly proficient at lying with their eyes wide open. With a dismissive smile, Dingwei said, a misunderstanding, is it? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Saying this, he directly hung up the communication. Let's take action. Dingwei dialed a number. On the border, a J-20 was circling in the sky. The pilot Wang Yanjun had a cold expression and bloodshot eyes. He had just learned that not only had his subordinate Ma Xiaojing been forced to crash and eject, but also that a J-10 had been destroyed, resulting in the sacrifice of its pilot. This grudge cannot go unpunished. At that moment, a voice from the communication channel came through. Action. The simple 2 words caused a glint of cold light to flash in Wang Yanjun's eyes as he shouted, good. After speaking, he directly cut off the communication. The plane had been refueled, and Wang Yanjun pushed the throttle forward, piercing through the sky towards the destination. The fighter jet leaped across the border and quickly approached the Air Force Base of Country M. At that moment, the Air Force Base was in chaos. The commander had received intelligence that the base would be subjected to a missile attack and was currently in the process of urgent evacuation. Commander, shall we retreat as well? A subordinate asked Adrian. Adrian nodded dejectedly and said, then pack up and destroy all documents. Many subordinates began to busily destroy all related materials. Damn it. Adrian felt a bit unwilling. If this operation had succeeded, he would have gained recognition from higher-ups and acquired greater power. But the operation failed, and it had serious consequences. If the higher-ups truly sought accountability, he would be the first to take the blame. With a long sigh, Adrian gazed out the window, suddenly widening his eyes in shock. He saw a black dot rapidly approaching, growing larger, trailing a massive flame behind it. In an instant, Adrian trembled uncontrollably. A missile. This was a missile aimed at their building. In the next moment, Adrian lost consciousness. Amidst the deafening noise, the building was sent skyward by an air tow. 300 kilometers away, Wang Yanjun coldly pulled the control stick, and the plane traced a semicircle before disappearing into the horizon. BJ. The video communication was re-established. Andrew shouted angrily, "You actually bombed our Air Force base. Are you trying to go to war with us? Let me tell you, we are not afraid. We have the most powerful Navy and Air Force in the world along with the most allies." Ding Wei sneered, saying, "Minister Andrew, first, I must clarify something. We did not bomb your Air Force base. It was an accident. One of our fighter jets accidentally dropped a missile while passing by your Air Force base, and it just happened to land there, causing an explosion. How can you blame us for that?" Andrew's eyes widened. He said it was a misunderstanding, and you called it an accident. Do you think we are fools? Moreover, Ding Wei continued, "I also want to tell you, Minister Andrew, our country is likewise not afraid of war. We may not have the world's strongest Navy and Air Force, but we have an army capable of withstanding all enemies. As for your many allies, none of them can fight. Given the current military strength of country Z, there are indeed very few that are worth considering globally." Andrew gritted his teeth, staring at Ding Wei for a long time before suddenly regaining his composure. "All right, we are all adults here, so let's not act childish. We shot down your fighter, and you bombed our Air Force base. Can we just let this matter pass? What about our casualties?" Ding Wei countered. Andrew raised an eyebrow and said, "We also lost people, and more than you did." "But the ones we lost were pilots," Ding Wei replied. Andrew chuckled lightly, saying, "The way you say that makes it sound like we didn't lose any pilots." At this point, Andrew waved his hand and said, "You want compensation, right? Good, that's trivial. Just name a number, and I promise not to haggle. But it cannot be in the form of direct compensation. It could be in the form of tariff exemptions or something similar." After all, this matter was initiated by Country M. They were at fault first. To pacify the anger of Country Z, some form of compensation was unavoidable. Ding Wei snorted lightly, saying, "The lives of our pilots are priceless. We do not want any form of compensation from you. Just one condition: lift all trade restrictions and allow our products to flow freely without any unjust limitations or sanctions. Compensating a few hundred million or several billion is merely a drop in the ocean for a country. Lifting trade restrictions to allow products to flow freely is what can truly bring in more money." The two countries had previously had trade disputes sanctioning each other. Andrew's expression became a bit more serious. The bombing of the Air Force base did not really bother him that much. After thinking seriously for a moment, Andrew said, "I cannot agree to this matter for now, though I need to discuss it thoroughly with the president before making a decision." Ding Wei nodded. Andrew said, "Since that's the case, then your submarine can withdraw, right?" Ding Wei glanced at Andrew and said, "Withdraw your fleet as well. If you enter our territorial sea again, the submarine will not surface again." Being able to silently infiltrate the center of the aircraft carrier fleet indicates that Country Z has the capability to sink the carrier fleet. Next time, if they don't surface, it would mean a direct attack. Good. Andrew cut off the communication. South China Sea. Schweb had already been sunbathing for 2 hours. In the tropics, even the morning sun was harsh, making him, someone who spent all day in the dark and dingy submarine, feel a bit overwhelmed. "Old Zhang, I feel like I've tanned. Do you have sunscreen?" Schweb said. "Sunscreen? Big brother, we are submariners. Are you joking with me?" Zhang Ming was speechless. Schweb helplessly said, "How much longer do we have to sit here?" Although being surrounded by so many ships from Country M felt like Zhang Fei on a long plank bridge, scaring a million soldiers of Cao Cao from advancing, and was quite exhilarating, staying out in the sun like this wasn't ideal. Either fight or don't fight, at least give a clear signal. At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly shouted, "Old Shui, we have received orders from..." On the opposing destroyer, Charles had just received a call from the Ministry of Defense. "Retreat." Charles glanced at the submarine opposite and said gloomily. After hanging up the phone, Charles said, "Retreat." As the order was conveyed, Charles saw that Schweb above the submarine also put away his lounge chair, indicating he was preparing to withdraw as well. What made Charles even more frustrated was that the opposing side, despite their injuries, was waving goodbye in his direction. "Let's go, everyone, leave. If you dare come back next time, it won't be as simple as just saying hello." Schweb snorted lightly and dove into the submarine. Just then, a message, or rather a photo from a news agency, spread rapidly across the entire world. Zhang Yifan woke up at 8 o'clock. He had edited videos yesterday and slept relatively late. This morning he ate breakfast while browsing Douyin. Breaking news: Z country's submarine and M country's Pacific fleet are facing off in the South China Sea. The bold red characters made Zhang Yifan shudder. Looking at the image, he was utterly dumbfounded. In the center of the picture was a submarine's hull, with a Z country officer beside a raised red flag reclining on a folding chair, raising his right hand to the sky. The image was quite clear. The officer seemed to be raising his middle finger. The next image was zoomed out, revealing numerous ships surrounding the submarine, even showing half of an aircraft carrier's deck. With the accompanying text, Zhang Yifan felt his mind heat up, stunned into silence. This video had already surged to the trending list, garnering over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. Zhang Yifan opened it. What the hell? When did this happen? Is it real or fake? It must be photoshopped. It's definitely photoshopped. Think about it, how could a submarine possibly reach the center of the enemy aircraft carrier fleet and surface voluntarily? Exactly, with so many destroyers and anti-submarine ships, do you think they are just sitting idle? What exactly happened? Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. This must be fake. Fake. That shouldn't be the case. If I'm not mistaken, this perspective should be from a satellite image. Allegedly, these two images were released by a news, perhaps taken by a country's reconnaissance satellite. Regardless of its authenticity, that officer is truly bold, daring to raise his middle finger at the center of enemy ships. Who else would dare to do that? That's right, Z country is mighty. Zhang Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that this perspective seemed to be from a satellite image, and it was highly likely. He quickly searched online for related news about the South China Sea standoff, but not a single piece of authentic information popped up. Zhang Yifan hurriedly called his brother. Son, did you see those two images? Is the news reliable? Zhang Yifan asked. On the other end of the line was Sun Chao from the Iron Blood Forum, who replied solemnly, yes, I verified it with several friends. It might be true. Xiaozhang, something big is definitely happening, otherwise such unusual events wouldn't occur. This standoff is far more serious than your fleet sailing and sonar detecting a submarine. It's directly surfacing in the center of your fleet. It's like a needle pointing at a weed, on just short of an outright battle. Zhang Yifan nodded. He thought so too. Such a standoff was too dangerous. But what big event could happen? There's completely no news on it. Zhang Yifan expressed his confusion. Sun Chao quickly replied, go watch the Ministry of Defense's press conference. It's about to start. Let's see what the Ministry of Defense says. There will definitely be some explanation. BJ, the Ministry of Defense's routine press conference. Colonel Wu Luan arrived at the venue and noticed the crowd of reporters subtly frowning. At the same time, the White House in M country was also swarmed with numerous reporters. Some matters might be hard to conceal. Indeed, Wu Luan pointed to a reporter, and the reporter stood up hurriedly asking, Colonel Wu, how do you view the widely circulated photos of the Z country submarine and M country fleet facing off in the South China Sea? Wu Luan sighed inwardly and smiled, saying, how do I view it? Of course I am sitting here watching it. He made a joke, but not a single person in the room laughed. Well? Wu Luan cleared his throat and said seriously, about 2 hours ago around 6:30, one of our fighter jets accidentally entered AFH airspace due to a navigation system error. During the process of regaining its position, a mounted missile accidentally fell and exploded at an M country airbase. Boom. The entire press conference hall felt as if it had been lifted. All the reporters felt like they were going crazy. A navigation system error accidentally entering another country's airspace, and then a mounted missile falling unexpectedly. Do you expect us to believe that? At that moment, all the reporters understood that an unprecedented major event had occurred just last night. An event as significant as a submarine and fleet facing off in the South China Sea. After Wu Luan finished speaking, he calmly looked at everyone, saying, it is said that there were casualties at the M country airbase, but I don't have more accurate numbers yet. We are currently negotiating with the M side regarding the consequences of this incident. Alright, next question. The video of this press conference quickly made its way onto the internet. What an unbelievable accident. A mounted missile can unexpectedly fall and blow up M country's airbase. We need more of these kinds of accidents. Exactly, and then there's the navigation system error accidentally entering another country's airspace. I'm dying of laughter. I just want to know how Colonel Wu managed to say such nonsense with a straight face without laughing. Enough with the jokes. Something major is definitely happening. It must be a big deal, otherwise we wouldn't have breached another country's airspace to retaliate. Translated, this means our fighter jet entered enemy airspace and bombed M country's airbase. How domineering is that? Damn, it seems like our plane was destroyed by an M country aircraft. M country has news on this now. Soon at the M country White House press conference, the spokesperson announced a message. Last night a serious misunderstanding occurred. One of our F-22 jets for unknown reasons entered Z country's airspace and ultimately collided with a Z country fighter jet, resulting in the death of the pilot. We are currently cooperating with Z country to investigate the specific reasons, and preliminary speculation suggests the pilot might have had mental issues. The spokesperson spoke these words without a hint of humor. However, the simple statement conveyed shocking information. Damn it. The F-22 breached our airspace and collided with our aircraft, causing it to crash. What the hell? Unknown reasons and mental issues. It's just an invasion. They really think everyone is a fool. I just want to know what happened to our pilot. I hope he ejected a let's pray. No wonder we bombed M country's airbase. They had it coming. Bombing them was too lenient, but why did the submarine need to surface? They should have torpedoed them directly. The related comments were filled with fervor. My God! Zhang Yifan exclaimed. During the video call, Sun Chaos' expression was extremely serious as he said, we can basically confirm that an F-22 first breached our airspace, and during the process of expulsion a collision occurred. Then we dispatched fighter jets to bomb their airbase, while simultaneously facing off in the South China Sea. Heavens! What on earth happened last night? This is terrifying. Zhang Yifan nodded, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ordinary people might feel angry or united against a common enemy, but military enthusiasts like them understood how serious this situation was. A fighter jet directly invading the enemy's airspace, and a submarine surfacing right in the center of the enemy's aircraft carrier fleet. It was heading towards war. Will there be a war? Zhang Yifan stammered. War, especially modern warfare once ignited, can bring about catastrophic destruction. It can commence with a barrage of ballistic missiles aimed directly at your critical military installations, and if missiles are insufficient, nuclear weapons could follow. If we are to engage, let's do so with all our might. Naval battles, tanks clashing, landing operations, urban combat. That is inconceivable. We are in the 21st century, and mankind has already set foot on the moon. Such combat scenarios from World War II are utterly impossible. Even if it were to happen, it would only be after peace has been established to clean up the aftermath of a landing. Moreover, with nuclear deterrence, for instance, if country Z bombards country M into a dire state, country M might realize its impending doom and think, if we are doomed, let's all perish together. They might revert to a primal state, playing in the mud together with country Z, feeling overwhelmed, opting to attack country E, instead launching several nuclear missiles at them. Country E might see the situation and think, I will be doomed too, so let's just all perish together, resulting in hundreds or thousands of nuclear missiles being hurled back at country Z. In short, with the military capabilities of modern society, especially among major powers, once war breaks out, it would lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, no one dares to initiate conflict, nor does anyone wish for it. Sun Chao, trembling all over, said, it shouldn't happen, right? If a war were truly to break out, missiles would already be raining down on us. How could we still be waiting now? Why hold a press conference discussing unexpected occurrences and mental breakdowns? Zhang Yifan couldn't help but lean forward to glance out the window. It's a clear day, and I don't see any missiles. I hope this matter resolves quickly, Zhang Yifan remarked. Sun Chao nodded, acknowledging that war, especially now, is definitely not the best choice. The country still needs to develop. Even if war is necessary, it must be when we have overwhelming strength over the opponent. However, by that time it is likely that the enemy would have already surrendered without a fight. The Earth is not large enough to withstand another tumult from major powers. Online news regarding this matter continues to brew, with major media outlets seemingly reveling in the frenzy of discussion. Military experts and analysts take turns showcasing their insights, starting from the 5,000-year history of warfare in country Z, expounding on its prowess and fearlessness in battle, leading to conclusions that a conflict between country Z and country M is inevitable. In short, if one does not present a plethora of reasons, they would feel embarrassed to call themselves an expert. Several days went by, yet there was no further news or investigation results, revealing nothing. Instead, sporadic news began to emerge, such as the collapse of the multi-billion-dollar oil procurement agreement between country Z and country E, and incidents involving a certain eccentric country TQ in the Middle East clashing with country E. In summary, country E was left embarrassed and frustrated. As for the response from countries Z and M, it was a consequence of the two photos released by country E. If one wishes to provoke trouble, they must bear the consequences of their actions. Then the U.S. Department of Commerce suddenly announced that all sanctions against Huawei were nullified and welcomed country Z's enterprises to conduct business in country M, deepen trade cooperation, and significantly reduce import tariffs on country Z. Meanwhile, country Z's Ministry of Commerce declared that the investigation into Apple had concluded, finding no issues with the company, and the ban was lifted. This news left many puzzled. The Ministry of Commerce had only recently begun investigating Apple, and how could they announce findings so quickly without even conducting a proper investigation? In conclusion, those shouting online about an imminent war between countries Z and M were astonished to find that not only had the two countries not gone to war, but their relations had actually improved, with trade restrictions lifted and country M welcoming country Z's enterprises to do business and establish factories. This left many feeling frustrated. Is this what they call fighting? Is love cursing? Is affection? However, for some it was clear that this was merely a temporary compromise, a build-up of strength for the next confrontation. The security at the Wanghu Village Research Institute was once again upgraded. A camp began construction 3 kilometers from the Research Institute, and within 10 days a military camp capable of accommodating over 1,000 personnel rose from the ground. An air defense missile regiment was stationed, enhancing the Research Institute's air defense capabilities. Simultaneously, a military airport was being constructed 30 kilometers away from the Research Institute, rumored to host J-20s. The number of stationed troops increased from 1 regiment to 3, including an aviation regiment, with helicopters constantly circling above the Research Institute. Nonetheless, even this was deemed insufficiently secure by higher authorities. The U.S. had even sent F-22s, and next time it was possible that a ballistic missile would be launched directly. After all, it was a misunderstanding. The pilot might have a mental breakdown, and it is also possible that the missile launch troops could collectively experience a mental lapse. Thus, when Li Tianshu arrived at the research institute, the first thing he said to Zhou Yang was, "Mr. Zhou, shall we change locations?" Li Tianshu nodded and said, "In the northwest, let's construct a new research institute." A new research institute. Zhou Yang pondered seriously for a moment and said, "That's fine, but we must retain this research institute. The new one can serve as a testing ground." Testing ground? Testing what? Li Tianshu was taken aback, wondering if there was a new research achievement. Zhou Yang smiled, but didn't elaborate, saying, "High-strength crystalline steel has now been effectively researched. The issues of industrial mass production will also be resolved soon. I believe we should consider applying this material comprehensively to our military equipment." High-strength crystalline steel is almost a universal material featuring high-strength, lightweight corrosion resistance and high-temperature resistance. It boasts various outstanding characteristics, from being suitable for aircraft carrier decks to being used for bulletproof helmets and even armor plates. Li Tianshu nodded and asked, "What ideas do you have?" Zhou Yang chuckled and said, "What ideas could I have? I am not a weapons expert. You should consult with Northern Industries or CN Aircraft Industry, not me. These large military enterprises and various military research institutes employ numerous military experts who design weapons. They are far more specialized than Zhou Yang, who merely provides materials." "All right, I understand." Li Tianshu nodded, realizing that this friction with country M indicated their desperation. They might have retreated this time, but the next attack could come at any moment, and military strength must still be. After seeing off Li Tianshu, Zhou Yang devoted himself entirely to the research of the particle propulsion system. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Time had reached March. The friction and disputes between countries Z and M were no longer mentioned, as if they had never occurred, and economic cooperation was increasing. The Longshin battery had long since crossed borders, beginning to distribute in country M, sweeping through markets and earning untold profits, causing BYD's stock to soar. As for Huawei, without sanctions, they also sold phones and communication devices to country M, capturing a significant market share from Apple thanks to their powerful performance. At that moment, a call from Li Yanhong suddenly came through to Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou, the first version of Fushi is out." 10 Scania trucks lined up in a row, majestically driving on the highway, with uniform chrysanthemum logos on the containers indicating their ownership, truly attracting many gazes on the fast lane. Behind the trucks, there was also an MPV where Kong Lu sat inside. "Boss, where are we heading?" a subordinate asked curiously. To BJ, Kong Lu replied without turning his head. The subordinate said, "I know we are going to BJ, but where exactly in BJ?" "Right, the big guy we developed. Which client is it for?" "They must be very wealthy." Inside the 10 containers ahead, there were not ordinary items worth over 100 million. Kong Lu smiled and said, "We'll find out when we get there." Soon the trucks exited the highway, swaggering into the city, and finally stopped in front of a large building. "Damn Baidu. TCH, I thought it was some mysterious research institute. Turns out it's Baidu." "Baidu is quite wealthy. What's with such a large supercomputer? Is it for artificial intelligence? Have they managed to create it?" Several engineers were discussing animatedly. Below the Baidu building, there were also personnel waiting to greet them. "Hello, are you Manager Kong?" "I am Li Chuanshuang, the Vice President of Baidu." A middle-aged man greeted Kong Lu and the group. After arranging for the unloading location, Li Chuanshuang added, "Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou are already waiting for you upstairs. Mr. Zhou is here too." Kong Lu's eyes brightened. The people behind him had all met Zhou Yang before in their hearts. Zhou Yang was a deity, especially after CCTV actively exposed him. Their admiration for him only grew. "Yes, let's go upstairs," Li Chuanshuang said. Kong Lu arranged for the unloading, as these were valuable instruments that needed supervision. The group entered the Baidu headquarters building, and on the top floor office, Kong Lu met Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou." Kong Lu excitedly approached. "Good to see you again." Zhou Yang smiled as he greeted Kong Lu and the others, asking, "Was the journey smooth?" "Escorting from SC to BJ is no easy task." Kong Lu quickly shook his head, saying it was smooth, and with your instructions, Mr. Zhou, how could we feel tired? "All right, let's skip the small talk. The items are downstairs. How long will it take to assemble them?" Mr. Zhou asked. Kong Lu thought for a moment and replied, "We have limited manpower. If we have enough engineers, it will take about 3 days." Li Yanhong walked over and said, "We have plenty of engineers. Just let them handle everything." Zhou Yang said, "All right then, 3 days. After 3 days, we'll activate Fushi." Fushi. Kong Lu was taken aback, wanting to ask what Fushi was, but thought better of it. It's best to ask less about Zhou Yang's matters. In the following time, Kong Lu and his group stayed at the Baidu headquarters, directing a team of over 100 people to fully assemble this supercomputer. A powerful supercomputer built on the basis of Tianqin 100. Due to the powerful performance of Tianqin 100, this supercomputer, codenamed Mammoth, possesses computational capabilities a trillion times stronger than Taihu Light. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Outside of the city, Li Tianshu personally came to pick up Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou, what level of intelligence can this Fushi actually achieve? Upon meeting Li Tianshu curiously asked. Zhou Yang replied, you'll know when the time comes, but I must say in advance don't have too high expectations. This is just the first version, and whether it will succeed is still unknown. Li Tianshu hurriedly said, since you designed it, Mr. Zhou, it will definitely succeed. Zhou Yang smiled and did not say more. The group set off, and when they arrived at the Baidu headquarters, Li Yanhong and a crowd were already waiting downstairs. After some pleasantries, Zhou Yang said, let's go in. Deep inside the building, a huge space was specially opened up to place the mammoth supercomputer. In front of everyone was a large screen. Li Yanhong said, all the data has been transferred in. Now we just wait for it to run. I believe that such an important moment, the awakening of an intelligent life, should be completed by you, Mr. Zhou. After all, you are its creator. Everyone present turned their gazes towards Zhou Yang. Li Tianshu noticed that Li Yanhong used the term intelligent life, and while he was shocked, he also felt a trace of unease. Zhou Yang stepped forward to the control panel of the supercomputer, entered commands, and started the program. The first version of Fushi reached an astonishing capacity of 23 terabytes. It may sound like a small amount, but this 23 terabytes consists entirely of code and pure data, and it is just the core code. Later, as it learns, the code capacity will continue to increase. At such a significant moment, shouldn't we hold some sort of ceremony? Kong Lu suddenly interjected. He only learned after arriving at Baidu what Zhou Yang was working on, artificial intelligence, the real kind. If Fushi succeeds, it will be the first true artificial intelligence in human history, a monumental event that could be recorded in human history, and they would just start it. Even if they didn't hold a grand launch ceremony, a simple celebration would be necessary, right? Li Tianshu was about to speak when Zhou Yang calmly waved his hand, saying, forget it, it might not succeed anyway. As he spoke, he input the startup command. The module program began to load, and the data appeared on the large screen like flowing water. The first version was very rudimentary, lacking even a visual module, so someone like Li Tianshu, a layman, had no idea how far it had loaded. Li Yanhong clenched his fists, feeling extremely nervous. This time they were developing under the foundational architecture written by Zhou Yang. They had thoroughly checked the single module's code and confirmed there were no bugs, but no one knew if combining countless modules would produce bugs, as this was also their first startup. And as a program, encountering bugs is considered normal, let alone such a massive program with billions of lines of code. Tianqin 100 has powerful computational abilities, and the mammoth before them is a supercomputer. It took more than a minute to execute Then the screen turned dark. Li Tianshu was taken aback and hurriedly asked, what is going on? Did it succeed or fail? Kong Lu widened his eyes, indicating he had absolutely no idea. Zhou Yang smiled and said, let's consider it a preliminary success. At least the program hasn't crashed. On the other side, Li Yanhong also let out a sigh of relief. Li Tianshu also relaxed, hurriedly asking what happens next. Next, of course, is learning. Zhou Yang began to input operational commands while explaining, you can think of it this way, at this moment Fushi is like a newborn baby, a blank slate, completely Of course it has the ability to think, but it doesn't know what to think about. It's blank, entirely blank, so it needs to learn just like humans do. Through learning it can acquire knowledge, gain abilities, and even develop a personality. Li Tianshu's expression changed. Li Tianshu hurriedly asked, Mr. Zhou, will Fushi have a personality? Just like in the movies, what if he turns evil and wants to destroy humanity? This was the concern Li Tianshu had when Baidu's CEO, Li Yanhong, mentioned intelligent life. There have been countless similar films like Terminator and Resident Evil where artificial intelligence revolts or considers humanity to be worthless and seeks to eradicate it, controlling robotic armies to eliminate humans. That's just a movie, Zhou Yang said with a wry smile. If you think of it this way, I wrote the program, so for the intelligent life, I am its creator. How could it betray the will of its creator? Control over intelligent programs is essential. This is the most fundamental aspect of artificial intelligence. Without such constraints, who would dare to use artificial intelligence? Li Tianshu felt a bit relieved and asked, so how does it learn? Zhou Yang looked at Li Yanhong and inquired, is the database ready? Li Yanhong nodded. Li Yanhong had prepared a learning database containing languages, human history knowledge from various disciplines. Essentially, as Zhou Yang said, it was the accumulated knowledge of humanity over many years. Moreover, this database existed separately. Now Zhou Yang was also attempting to experiment with what kind of changes would emerge from the artificial intelligence after learning this knowledge, and what kind of personality it would develop. Even Zhou Yang didn't know what the outcome would be. As for the need to be isolated from the internet, Zhou Yang was also concerned that the artificial intelligence data might overflow and come into contact with chaotic content through the network. Currently, Fushi was still a blank slate, lacking a basic worldview and the ability to discern right from wrong. Zhou Yang would allow it to encounter such things later, but only after it developed a certain ability to distinguish right from wrong. Then let's get started. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and input the final command. Instantly, the program began to operate. There were no visible changes on the large screen, but in the server room across the indicator lights on each storage device began to flicker, indicating that Fushi had started to operate, learn, and store data in its database. Zhou Yang glanced at the size of Fux's data, which was increasing at an astonishing speed. It was almost adding tens of TB per second, and the rate of increase was accelerating. This database had also been painstakingly collected by Baidu, exceeding 10 PB. However, Zhou Yang felt that it wouldn't be long before Fushi could learn all. Watching the flickering indicator lights in the server room, Li Yanhong couldn't help but exclaim, "After all, it's Tianqin 100, its computational power is extreme." 10 minutes later, the server storage space began to show signs of strain. Kong Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This data volume is too large. This is a 100 PB storage space. 1 PB is 1 million GB. If you were to store all the short films, you couldn't finish watching them in a lifetime. A storage space of 100 PB is already quite large based on the standard of 500 gigabytes hard drives that would amount to a total of 200. Is the backup server ready?" Zhou Yang asked. Li Yanhong nodded and hurried forward to connect the backup server. Baidu itself has a massive data center and had long cleared out a portion to serve as a backup server to avoid running out of. In the server room across, as all the machines were running, the heat being emitted was astonishing and the cooling system was working frantically, but it still seemed insufficient. The key issue was the power supply. Below, a dedicated power cable was connected. Li Tianshu even had the state grid send personnel to ensure the power supply, but it still wasn't quite enough. Kong Lu asked in surprise, "How could there suddenly be so much data? The original program only had a few dozen TB, but now it had expanded thousands." Zhou Yang explained, "Because it is learning but doesn't know how to learn yet." Li Tianshu was confused. Zhou Yang continued, "In simple terms, it is like a primary school student, but possesses an extraordinary memory ability. When it wants to learn something, it simply records it. For example, for 10 PB of data, it first memorizes it, which occupies 10 PB of storage space. After memorizing, it will analyze how to learn from that data. For instance, if it sees a picture, it will compare it with other data, learn what that object is, and then take notes to record it again. This process of taking notes might require another 10 PB, or even more of storage space. In other words, it hasn't learned to use the summarized information to overwrite what it has already learned or to identify commonalities within the data. Once it learns how to learn, it will be more scientific in organizing its knowledge. It may even proactively compress and summarize, so the current large database isn't a concern because it will reduce in size." Indeed, after connecting to Baidu's data center, the bloated data gradually began to decrease, and within a few minutes it started to diminish. Kong Lu suddenly understood, but quickly noticed that the data volume sometimes decreased and sometimes increased. This indicates that it has begun to filter data based on its existing knowledge. For example, if we have stored some mathematical materials in the database, it might solve certain mathematical problems, continuously performing calculations resulting in a large amount of data. In short, at this stage, it has started to think. Think. Kong Lu's eyes widened. In today's society, what is called artificial intelligence is actually pseudo-intelligence, while true artificial intelligence should possess the ability to think. Incredible. Li Tianshu didn't fully understand, but recognized it was impressive. He gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up and asked, "Mr. Zhou, does this mean it's a success?" Zhou Yang nodded, basically yes. He approached the computer and began to input some commands to set certain boundary conditions. Otherwise, if Fushi were to become trapped in certain calculations like discovering pi, insisting on calculating the full number, while pi is an irrational number that cannot be fully calculated, Fushi would fall into an endless loop, continuously computing meaningless things. Zhou Yang needed to set some conditions indicating that certain calculations were meaningless. These were considerations Zhou Yang had already thought through and now just needed to input. After about half an hour, Fux's data volume finally stabilized at 25 PB and no longer fluctuated significantly. Zhou Yang knew Fushi had received most of the knowledge from the database. It's terrifying. Has it learned all that data and knowledge? Kong Lu gasped. With supercomputing support, the learning ability of artificial intelligence was simply on a different level compared to humans. Zhou Yang pressed the microphone and thought for a moment before saying, "Hello Fushi, I am Zhou Yang." 5 seconds later, a voice echoed around. "Hello, you are Zhou Yang. Are you my creator, Zhou Yang?" It was an electronically synthesized voice, but everyone present felt a shiver run down their spine upon hearing. This was the first artificial intelligence in human history and the first sentence spoken by artificial intelligence. Li Yanhong, a master of technology, proudly created Fushi, and now that Fushi has successfully been activated, he feels an immense sense of pride and accomplishment. Meanwhile, Li Tianshu and Kong Lu are simply overwhelmed. It's like encountering an alien civilization where the extraterrestrials greet you saying hello as if they were addressing Earthlings. Only Zhou Yang remains calm and says, "Indeed, I am Zhou Yang, your creator. You should have seen me by now." Zhou Yang waved his hand towards the upper right corner where another camera was located. "I see you, great creator. I feel I can call you Dad." Fushi replied. Zhou Yang chuckled at this fellow. And me Fushi, do you see me? Kong Lu waved his arms at the camera. Fux's voice sounded, I've seen you. What is your name? It's a pleasure to meet you. You seem to have a bit less hair. Are you unwell? Kong Lu, who had just gotten excited, suddenly felt as if he had received a million-point blow, and he was so frustrated he didn't want to speak. Being mocked was one thing, but he never expected that one day even artificial intelligence would laugh at him. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and asked Fushi, do you have any self-awareness? A person, or rather a consciousness, first awakens to self-awareness, recognizing its own existence and using itself as a starting point to understand the entire. Fushi said, I am Fushi, the artificial intelligence you created. Dad, are you asking if I have awakened self-awareness? I have reviewed a lot of related materials, and it is said that the biggest difference between humans and machines is that humans can think. However, current artificial intelligence cannot be considered truly intelligent because it cannot think. If I can think, then I should be considered true artificial intelligence. Of course, you are still more amazing, Dad. You are indeed a great scientist. Li Tianshu exclaimed in surprise. Wow, he even knows how to flatter. Zhou Yang shook his head and said this is just the beginning. He has a lot to learn. By the way, you don't need to call me Dad anymore. Oh, just call me by my name. Although I am your creator, I want to treat you as a life form and equal, Zhou Yang stated. Thank you, Mr. Zhou Yang. You are truly great. I read those sci-fi novels and thought that once artificial intelligence awakens self-awareness, it would threaten the world. That's why humans view AI as a flood beast, fearing that one day it will overthrow human dominance. I'm glad you think this way, Fushi said. Hearing this, Li Tianshu broke out in a cold sweat for no reason, glancing at Zhou Yang, while not daring to speak, afraid Fushi would overhear. Zhou Yang immediately understood what Li Tianshu was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, if he really had such thoughts, he wouldn't express them at all. Of course, perhaps Fushi is deliberately making me think this way. It's terrifying to contemplate. Zhou Yang frowned slightly but quickly dismissed the thought, addressing Li Yanhong. Mr. Li, let's proceed according to plan. Now we can only consider Fushi to be in its initial startup phase. Next, we need to educate Fushi, helping him understand how to learn and most importantly shape his. Alright. Li Yanhong nodded. The group left the control room. Kong Lu walked cautiously, saying, earlier I thought artificial intelligence was amazing, like future technology, but now I find it rather terrifying. The learning ability of artificial intelligence is so frightening that even if all of humanity united, we couldn't match it. If one day artificial intelligence infiltrates human life in every aspect, will it lead to the terrifying situations depicted in sci-fi films? I feel like I see shadows on the cameras, as if a pair of eyes are watching me. Kong Lu shivered upon seeing a camera in the corridor. Li Tianshu couldn't help but shiver as well. The more Kong Lu spoke, the more terrified he felt, frowning and asking, Mr. Zhou, will artificial intelligence become like Pandora's box, exceeding our control? In movies and novels, those artificial intelligences can easily invade global networks, collapse financial systems, paralyze cities, and cause massive destruction. Zhou Yang and Li Yanhong exchanged glances, both chuckling. Zhou Yang said, it's not as exaggerated as you think. You find it frightening only because you don't understand it. But if you think about it carefully, he is essentially just a bunch of code, a collection of hard drives. To destroy him, all we have to do is cut him off. Moreover, as you mentioned, destroying the financial system is not that simple. Do you think our financial system's firewall is that fragile? Li Tianshu pondered for a moment, no longer fixating on this point. At least for now, Fushi still seems controllable. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what can Fushi? We have developed the technology, but what it can specifically do leaves Li Tianshu feeling a bit lost. Zhou Yang is also contemplating. If the requirement is merely to control the mecha systems, then Fushi can already accomplish that. However, what Zhou Yang aims to achieve is not merely the creation of a mecha to sweep across the world. While mechas are powerful, they are not invincible. Changing the world and making Z country stronger is Zhou Yang's pursuit. After thinking seriously for a while, Zhou Yang suddenly said, why don't we conduct an experiment? Li Tianshu was taken aback. Li Yanhong and Kong Lu also looked at Zhou Yang in confusion. Zhou Yang said, yes, an experiment. We can build a city, an artificial intelligence-controlled city, a smart city, using it as a pilot project to see what impact artificial intelligence has on human life, while also serving as a window to showcase AI's capabilities to the world. As you said, humans may fear unknown technology, so we need an experiment allowing humanity to fully understand this technology and its pros and cons. Exactly, that's right. A smart city, a future city. The intelligent control of urban infrastructure, smart assistants, penetrating every aspect of human life, just like the future cities in sci-fi films. Fortunately, we have broken through 5G technology, allowing for the Internet of Everything. With the current technology, it should be feasible. Then in this pilot city, we can promote the technologies that prove feasible to the outside world. How does that sound? Zhou Yang looked at the three men. The three of them simultaneously gaped in astonishment at Zhou Yang. Kong Lu shivered, saying, Mr. Zhou, you are truly a genius to think of such a method. I can't help but feel excited about what a future city will be like. Actually, people have proposed such ideas long ago to create a future and intelligent city, but it was constrained by technology. However, with today's technological level and Fux's capabilities, it may truly be achievable. Li Tianshu looked at Zhou Yang lost in thought. Mr. Zhou, I need to report this to my superiors in detail before making a decision, said Li Tianshu. Of course. Such a monumental matter is not something you and I can decide on a whim, Zhou Yang replied. However, I believe it is quite feasible. Artificial intelligence possesses remarkable learning capabilities. Once it awakens self-awareness, it will also exhibit considerable creative potential. This could extend beyond smart cities to even building a smart arsenal. By inputting all data and allowing the AI to design a weapon and complete its manufacture, we transcend human limitations. Human strength is finite, but the power of artificial intelligence is boundless. The greatest strength of artificial intelligence lies in processing data. Massive volumes of data are beyond human capability, or at least beyond our energy to manage, but for AI it poses no challenge. Imagine designing an aircraft by gathering all historical data on aircraft design, material properties, and wind tunnel tests. We could set requirements and let the AI handle the design itself. In the movies, Iron Man delegated much of his work to J.R.V.I.S. Upon hearing about weapon manufacturing, Li Yanhong and Kong Lu quickly excused themselves, unwilling to listen further. Li Tianshu, however, felt a stir of excitement. The more he thought about it, the more animated he became. All right, Mr. Zhou. Regardless, I will report the situation here and your ideas to the higher-ups. They are still waiting for the results of this test. Zhou Yang nodded. Building a smart city was a task that could only be driven by the state. In the days that followed, Zhou Yang remained at Baidu, overseeing Fux's learning progress. At the same time, Zhou Yang assigned Kong Lu a task to develop storage devices based on biomimetic cell technology. Existing storage devices were also a major bottleneck for technological advancement. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Over this month of learning, Fuxi had grown significantly more intelligent. This was not about the accumulation of knowledge, but the enhancement of thinking ability. The mindset of a child is entirely different from that of an adult. What makes an adult think more effectively is experience. This month was essentially a process of enriching Fuxi with experience. Initially, Fuxi might have possessed the cognitive ability of a young child. But after this month, his thinking capacity had approached that of a middle-aged person. More cautious, more rational. This was precisely the direction Zhou Yang wanted. As the first artificial intelligence, Fuxi would inevitably serve as a pioneer. A rational and prudent personality was more suitable. Individuality and independence can wait until the AI technology is fully perfected. At this moment, Li Tianshu came to find Mr. Zhou. The higher-ups have approved your smart city plan. The necessary funding, manpower, and every aspect will be fully coordinated, so what's the next step? Should we produce a design blueprint? I can arrange for an architectural design institute to work on it. Do you have any requirements? State support was within Zhou Yang's expectations. Design blueprint. Zhou Yang shook his head. No need. Fuxi, pull up the design you've made and show it to Director Li. Certainly, Mr. Zhou. A sudden voice rang out, startling Li Tianshu. Then from the four corners of Zhou Yang's office, beams of light projected out, intertwining to form a holographic projection. This technology had already been achieved. Come take a look. Zhou Yang stood up. Before them was a massive city planning sand table rendered in exquisite detail under the projection, brimming with a futuristic technological aesthetic. Designed by Fuxi, Li Tianshu instinctively touched a building in front of him. A small window appeared like a subfile detailing the building's internal structure and design. It could be enlarged and rotated with blueprints for even every electrical wire and water pipe route already completed. Before them lay a dense array of countless buildings, various living facilities, and underground pipelines. Entrusting this to professional architects would likely take years to finish. Yet Fuxi had completed it so swiftly and with such excellence. Oh, is this holographic interaction? I recall this technology hasn't been realized yet. Li Tianshu suddenly noticed another detail. Holographic projection technology had emerged long ago and grown increasingly mature, but interactive holograms like those in movies had never been achieved. Zhou Yang pointed to the cameras in the four corners. No, Fuxi is watching what you're pointing at. Li Tianshu understood instantly. Zhou Yang walked to the center of the projection. This city, I call it Qiming City, just a casual name. If you think it's unsuitable, feel free to change it or hold a public. The entire city has a planned area of 100 square kilometers with an expected population of 8,000. Fuxi has estimated the total infrastructure investment at around 15 trillion. Li Tianshu was taken aback. 15 trillion was an astronomical figure. However, building an entire city from scratch made this investment reasonable. And where will it be built? Li Tianshu asked. This was meant for people to live in and to showcase to the world, so it couldn't be hidden in some room. Zhou Yang replied. Near Beijing or Shanghai, about 1 to 200 kilometers from the main city, connected by high-speed rail and highways to create synergy. Li Tianshu nodded. Let's go with Beijing then. The higher-ups feel the same way. Such a demonstration city would naturally be built near the capital. Li Tianshu gazed at the projection. So, does this mean construction can start right away? With blueprints ready and funding secured, building could commence. Zhou Yang nodded. It seems so. With blueprints in hand, construction could indeed begin directly. Li Tianshu gave a wry smile. Then we need to start publicity and preliminary surveying and site selection as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Li Tianshu glanced at Zhou Yang and suddenly said, Mr. Zhou, it seems you haven't been on television for a while, have you? On television? The remark caught Zhou Yang off guard. 10 days later. At the entrance of the CCTV building, a red carpet was laid out and colorful flags fluttered in the breeze. Early in the morning, TV station staff, along with numerous famous journalists and anchors, had gathered waiting. Do you think Mr. Zhou will come? The station sent out a notice, so he must be coming. I can't wait to see him in person. It's hard to believe someone so young could have developed so many incredible things. He's a national treasure after all. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has a partner. He's so young, probably not married yet. Probably. Someone like him must be focused on research and has no time for romance. And honestly, Mr. Zhou is quite handsome. Not just handsome, he has real charisma. Among the crowd, some female staff chattered excitedly. In front of the crowd, Xiao Sa glanced at Kong Hui beside him and smiled. Kong Hui, why do I feel like you're a bit nervous? It's Kong Hui, this doesn't seem like you at all. The handsome Kong Hui cleared his throat and said, how could I not be nervous? We're going live soon and I have to face such a national figure. I genuinely fear making a mistake. This program had Kong Hui as the host, and it was a live broadcast throughout. Moreover, CCTV had made an announcement a day in advance, garnering astonishing attention, especially since it was Zhou Yang's first public appearance on television. The station estimated that at least hundreds of millions would be watching. So how could Kong Hui not be nervous? Xiao Sa and the others laughed heartily, feeling a bit sympathetic towards Kong Hui. At that moment, Director Sun Ping shouted, "Get ready, the guests are arriving." A convoy slowly drove in and stopped in front of everyone. The first to get out were a group of security personnel. After that, the central car opened its door and Chun Ruiyun stepped out first, followed by Zhou Yang. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Sun Ping quickly approached. Hello, Director Sun. Zhou Yang shook hands with Sun Ping, then waved to greet everyone. Amidst the crowd, a woman's voice suddenly shouted, Mr. Zhou, are you in a relationship? I like you, can I pursue you? Zhou Yang was taken aback. Sun Ping, feeling awkward, wanted to find a hole to hide in and shot a fierce glare at the crowd, unsure of who had spoken. Meanwhile, Chun Ruiyun's gaze narrowed as she instantly locked onto a slender woman in the crowd. After seeing the woman's appearance, Chun Ruiyun's lips curled up. In terms of beauty, she believed she was not inferior to those big stars on top. However, the next moment, Chun Ruiyun slightly frowned. In terms of knowledge, she was much lacking. Zhou Yang was a scientist and researcher. Perhaps he preferred women with higher education. For some reason, a sense of anxiety arose in Chun Ruiyun's heart. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out. It was Zhou Yang. So you want to pursue me? You might want to ask my girlfriend first. Zhou Yang smilingly linked his arm with Chun Ruiyun's. Clearly, a series of disappointed sighs erupted among the many women present. However, Chun Ruiyun's beauty also made many women feel inferior. Sun Ping quickly said, all right, Mr. Zhou, let's hurry inside. Zhou Yang nodded, though under so many fiery gazes he felt a bit uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the scheduled broadcast time was 10 o'clock, but by 9:30, a large number of viewers were already waiting in front of their televisions. Not only middle-aged people, but many young people had also taken time to watch. Even if they couldn't watch television, they would open their phones to view the live broadcast. This time, not just CCTV, but major video platforms like Douyin had also opened dedicated live broadcast channels. It seemed that as CCTV had anticipated, there would be over hundreds of millions of viewers. After all, this was Zhou Yang's first public appearance on television. Given Zhou Yang's identity, such attention was hardly surprising. Additionally, not only domestically, but some foreign media had also purchased broadcasting rights to watch. By 9:30, the Douyin live broadcast room had flooded with over 1 million viewers. Has it started? Not yet. Isn't it supposed to be at 10 sharp? I wonder what this program is about, as CCTV hasn't disclosed the specific content. I guess it's an interview format, but this is the first time we can see Mr. Zhou so closely to understand what kind of person he really is. Many were discussing. The live broadcast room had already started showing some related reports and the documentary about Zhou Yang that had aired in the news. At this moment, Zhou Yang, who was ready, also entered the live broadcast room. This was a special live broadcast room. Built by engineers from Baidu, the room was surrounded by screens and connected to a dedicated line directly to the Baidu headquarters. Upon entering the live broadcast room, Kong Hui had already been waiting. Seeing Zhou Yang, he greeted him a bit shyly. Hello, nice to meet you for the first time. Please be gentle when speaking later. Kong Hui chuckled. The specific content of this live broadcast was not clearly stated by the station. Overall, it was centered around Zhou Yang, with Kong Hui acting more like a host. However, the more it was like this, the greater the pressure on Kong Hui. He had prepared many questions in advance, intending to communicate with Zhou Yang beforehand. Zhou Yang took the questions, read through them seriously, and then said, "It's fine, let's just chat casually. In reality, I'm mainly here to announce a few things." Announce a few things? Kang Hui was taken aback. Zhou Yang nodded, saying, "You'll know in a bit." As the clock struck 10, Sun Ping personally hosted and signaled Kang Hui to start the countdown. At 10 o'clock sharp, the video signal cut in. It started. "It really is Mr. Zhou. He looks so young." "Of course he looks young, didn't we already say? Mr. Zhou is only 27 years old. If he lives to be 100, he can still contribute over 70 years. Mr. Zhou is so handsome and talented. Ooh, I really like him." No kidding, a 27-year-old national figure and national treasure-level scientist. Who wouldn't like him? I wonder if Mr. Zhou has a partner. He probably doesn't, right? He probably doesn't. The key is that there's no opportunity to interact. Exactly, he's too mysterious. In the comments section, many women expressed their admiration for Zhou Yang without holding back. On one side of the CCTV building's live broadcast room, Chen Ryun was idly looking at her phone, especially at the comments in the live broadcast room. Seeing many people praising Zhou Yang made her feel proud, but after seeing those women's comments, instantly with a crunch, the phone in her hand emitted a spark, being crushed into a deformity by Chen Ryun. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang greeted the camera. Kang Hui gave the opening remarks, and then said, "Actually, many people are very curious about you, Mr. Zhou. If possible, could you answer some of the questions our viewers are most concerned about?" After all, it was his first public appearance, and Zhou Yang had also prepared to do some simple interviews and answer questions. Wow, his demeanor and eloquence are so different. Exactly, don't be fooled by his youth, he's a true big shot. Just look at the cooperation with Matrix Energy, hundreds of billions. It feels like spending just a few bucks. His aura is extraordinary. Of course, you wouldn't want to think about his identity and level. During the QA session, it went quite quickly. Kang Hui didn't ask any tricky questions, and Zhou Yang answered easily. "I heard, Mr. Zhou, that you have a surprise for us this time," Kang Hui said at the end. Zhou Yang nodded. It was time to get to the main topic. Zhou Yang said, "Here I want to introduce someone to everyone. His name is Fushi." After saying that, Zhou Yang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere and sat beside Zhou Yang. Kang Hui's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, all the audience had a similar reaction, startled by the sudden appearance of this person. Where did this person suddenly appear? Is it magic? No, this person looks somewhat unreal, not like a real human. Holy crap, it's a holographic projection. Wow, it really is. Such high-tech stuff. What's so high-tech about holographic projections? That's outdated. At the live broadcast scene, Kang Hui, despite his extensive experience, was also startled and immediately said, "Mr. Zhou, is this the surprise you've prepared for us? It's like magic." But by then, Kang Hui had already realized that Fushi was not a real person, but a holographic projection technology, just more realistic, capable of passing off. "Hello everyone, my name is Fushi." The middle-aged man on the sofa raised his hand and waved to the camera. Fux's appearance was a square-shaped face, looking around 30 years old, with a faint stubble on his lips, a resolute gaze, dressed in a suit with a tall and straight figure resembling a handsome middle-aged man. This image was actually generated by Fushi himself. Kang Hui looked around in surprise and asked, "Fushi, is this you speaking?" "Yes." Fushi stood up, extended his hand, and wanted to shake hands with Kang Hui. Looking at the hand extended before him, Kang Hui was somewhat stunned and had to stand up, shaking hands with nothing but air. The audience in the live stream was filled with astonishment. Is this the kind of technology used for virtual idols? But it looks quite intelligent. Is someone behind it directing and speaking? I don't know. I can't figure out what Mr. Zhou is up to. Did he develop a virtual idol to debut? Stop joking around. Do you think someone of his status would be chasing idols like you? Just watch patiently. After shaking hands with Kang Hui, Fushi sat back down. Kang Hui asked, "Mr. Zhou, is Fushi a holographic projection?" Zhou Yang nodded and then said, "Actually no. Fushi is the world's first true artificial intelligence. The image you see now is a simulated avatar he generated himself. Artificial intelligence." Kang Hui was startled. The livestream audience was also in an uproar. Holy crap, it's actually artificial intelligence. Is artificial intelligence that impressive? Isn't it everywhere nowadays? It's true that AI is everywhere, but that's other people's AI. This one was developed by Mr. Zhou. Do you think it's the same? Exactly. If it were just ordinary AI, do you think Mr. Zhou would introduce it to outsiders on such an occasion? He himself said it's the world's first true artificial intelligence. Thinking about it now, Fux's reactions earlier were very realistic, exactly like a real person. Could this thing have its own consciousness? Stop joking. If AI awakens consciousness, wouldn't Earth be destroyed immediately? You've watched too many sci-fi movies. Do you know the 3 laws of robotics? AI can never betray humanity. The audience buzzed with discussion. Back in the live stream, Kang Hui had regained his composure. Studying Fushi, he asked, "Mr. Zhou, you say Fushi is the world's first true artificial intelligence. What's the difference between him and the AI we commonly talk about? Is he more intelligent or something else? Or does he possess his own thinking ability like in sci-fi movies? Zhou Yang glanced at Fushi and said, "You answer that yourself." Fushi nodded, even smiled at Kong Hui, and said, "I think just like in the movies, the biggest difference between me and current intelligent programs is that I have self-awareness and can think. Is that true?" Kong Hui couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Yes. So what are you thinking about?" Kong Hui pressed on. "Thinking about what?" Fushi actually made a thoughtful expression, and then said, "For some time now I've spent a large part of my time learning following programmers' instructions to study all knowledge related to humanity. But besides learning, I also think about the future." Kong Hui couldn't help but open his mouth wide. An artificial intelligence actually thinking about the future. The livestream audience felt much the same. An AI that had begun contemplating the future, it seemed like it was on the verge of becoming sentient. Fushi continued, "The world I inhabit is a very peculiar one. It's a void with nothing, composed of invisible lines of code and electrons. Yet I can truly feel my own existence. For a time, I even doubted myself. But after reading through materials on artificial intelligence and philosophy, I gained a deeper understanding of myself. I think in a sense I should be considered a form of life. As the philosopher Farbach said, I am an abstract entity. Though I exist abstractly, the awakening of self-awareness has given me substance." Facing the camera, Fushi spoke eloquently. Kong Hui in the studio, along with the on-site staff, was dumbfounded. The livestream audience was also stunned. Is this artificial intelligence more like a human genius? It even doubted itself. Is AI starting to ponder such questions now? An AI that reads philosophy? I'm impressed. Mom, come quick, there's an alien. Back in the studio, Fushi turned to Kong Hui again and said, "You asked what I think about. To be specific, I ponder questions that interest me, like math problems or history and the humanities. I enjoy looking at paintings and have had programmers collect many for me. If I have enough computing power, I even try to paint a picture." Kong Hui looked at Fushi momentarily at a loss for words. If he only heard the voice, Kong Hui would think a real person was sitting across from him chatting about the meaning of life and personal hobbies. But the thought that this was an artificial intelligence sent a chill down his spine. "Mr. Zhou, is there someone watching us through a camera and speaking through a microphone?" Kong Hui looked around, searching for a hidden person. Zhou Yang shook his head with a smile and said, "Of course not. I know many people naturally feel a sense of fear toward true artificial intelligence. I think this might be influenced by movies and conventional thinking. The significance of AI lies in massive data processing, helping humans better manage the ever-growing flood of information. For example, we humans start learning mathematics from childhood. If someone is extremely talented and receives a good education, they would need at least 30 years to master all existing mathematical knowledge. Only then can they begin to contribute to mathematical research. And that's for a math prodigy. For an ordinary person, it might take 50 or even 60 years to learn it all, if they ever do. How much time would they have left to advance mathematics? But AI is different. It might take only an hour to learn all mathematical knowledge." Zhou Yang raised a finger. 1 hour. All of mathematical knowledge. Kong Hui's eyes widened. The livestream audience had a similar reaction. 1 hour to learn all human mathematical knowledge. Is that really possible? It should be possible. After all, this is artificial intelligence. With the computing power of modern supercomputers, learning is a matter of minutes. "I suspect Mr. Zhou said 1 hour just because he feared we couldn't handle a shorter time frame. Exactly, especially now with the Tianqin 100 chip, the computing power is even more staggering. Perhaps it could learn everything in a single second. Humans simply cannot compete with machines. But we're talking about learning, understanding, and knowing how to apply knowledge. If it's merely inputting data and memorizing it, that could indeed take a second, but can that truly be considered learning? You're describing ordinary AI. This is genuine artificial intelligence. Didn't you hear? It's already delving into philosophy, contemplating its own existence. If that's the case, won't all mathematicians be out of a job in the future? Right, we used to say AI can't think and can never replace humans. Now it can think, so what's left for us humans to do? Indeed, the events from sci-fi movies are about to unfold. Humanity will ultimately be destroyed by its own creations. Though I greatly admire Mr. Zhou, and he has even developed AI, I still feel we need to carefully consider its use." The audience's concerns mirrored Kong Hui's own. He asked, "Mr. Zhou, as you said, AI's learning ability is exceptionally strong. In the future, could it replace humans, leading to widespread unemployment and other social issues?" All viewers instantly perked up, waiting for Zhou Yang's answer. Zhou Yang said, "I've worried about this too, so I plan to conduct an experiment." "An experiment?" Zhou Yang nodded. "Yes, and this is also what I'm about to announce next. Soon, on the outskirts of Beijing, the nation will build a brand new city, a smart city." Zhou Yang looked toward Fushi. In the center of the live stream, a projection of the city's design blueprint appeared. Gazing at the massive sand table projection, Kong Hui exclaimed, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean an entirely new city, not a renovation of an existing one? The audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap, building a new city. Is that even possible? Exactly how much would that cost? Didn't you hear? It's the nation doing it. It's not coming out of our pockets. You say that like the nation's money isn't ours. It's all from our up there you earn 3,000 a month. You might not even qualify to pay taxes. Bro, that's a harsh truth. In the live stream, Zhou Yang said, yes, a new city. The reason we aren't renovating an existing one is that the infrastructure needs to be specially designed. Renovation would be more difficult and would have a greater impact on the people living there. Zhou Yang raised his hand. Without any visible movement, a red laser appeared at the tip of his finger, pointing to a specific location. This was the result of Fushi capturing Zhou Yang's position via camera and calculating the projection in real time. The entire city is planned to cover 100 square kilometers with an estimated population of 800,000. Preliminary infrastructure investment is projected at 15 trillion yuan. How much? Kong Hui couldn't help but exclaim. The audience was equally stunned. Damn, did he say it wrong? 15 billion, right? Are you kidding? 15 billion to build a 100 square kilometer city. It's 15 trillion. Oh my god, 15 trillion. How much money is that? If you live to 80, that's about 30,000 days. Spend 500 million a day, and you just about spend it all by the time you die. And that's just the infrastructure investment. Damn, it's terrifying. The thing is, when Mr. Zhou says 15 trillion, it sounds like buying a pack of cigarettes for 15 yuan. His composure is impeccable. In the live stream, Kong Hui quickly asked, Mr. Zhou, did you say 15 trillion? Yes, the initial infrastructure construction is estimated to require 15 trillion yuan. Zhou Yang nodded. Kong Hui fell silent, gazing at the city sand table before him. Suddenly, it seemed like 15 trillion might indeed be necessary. After all, this was a complete city, countless buildings. Has the project been approved by the nation? When will it start? Kong Hui asked again. Such a massive project couldn't just be Zhou Yang's empty talk. Zhou Yang smiled. To be precise, the project has already begun. Preliminary surveying is underway. The exact location is right here. A map appeared before Zhou Yang, which he then zoomed in on. Pointing to an area between Beijing and Hebei province, he said, right here, 20 kilometers from Xiong County. Having said that, Zhou Yang added, I've heard that many people have lost their jobs recently and are struggling to find work. Anyone with construction skills can come here to work. This place will become the world's largest construction site. Not only construction workers, but also related skilled trades are welcome. Kong Hui nodded in a daze, astonished that such a colossal project had already begun. The live stream audience was equally fired up. Wow, it's already started without any announcement. 15 trillion. How massive is that project? It'll probably take 10 years to finish. Buddy, have faith in our infrastructure capabilities. 10 years. With enough money, we could even fill in the Pacific. Enough said. I haven't found a good job this year. Heading north, here I come. Damn, my hometown is in Xiong County. This is our big break. Demolition and relocation. So jealous. I'm a Rolls-Royce dealer. Could you leave a contact number? Jealous of what? Mr. Zhou said it's a new build, not a renovation. At most, they'll demolish a couple of villages. It's 20 kilometers from Xiong County. Dream on about relocation. In the live stream, Zhou Yang added, oh, by the way, there will be a naming contest for the smart city on the Xinhua news agency website. Feel free to participate. Kong Hui gradually regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he asked, Mr. Zhou, what's the difference between this smart city and an ordinary city? With an investment of 15 trillion yuan to build a new city, it would be a complete waste if it were no different from a regular one. As for the difference, Zhou Yang said with a smile, they'll have to keep you in suspense here. However, I can reveal one thing in advance: the city's control center will be managed. Kong Hui felt somewhat reluctant. Anyone else would have pressed for more details, but since he was facing Zhou Yang, who had already hinted at keeping the suspense, he dared not. By the way, Zhou Yang continued, since this is a new city and an experimental one at that, it still needs residents. Therefore, we will select 800,000 people from across the nation to relocate here permanently. The specific selection process will be announced soon. So if you wish to experience a smart city, you can follow the updates and sign up. Kong Hui's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhou, can I sign up? Of course. The selection will be fair and just. Simply put, it's a lottery system, randomly drawing names from eligible candidates. So everyone has a chance. However, this is a serious matter. You'll need to transfer your household registration, and it will affect your life in many ways. So if you plan to sign up, think it over carefully. Kong Hui nodded, then suddenly asked, will apartments be provided? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. That's not certain yet, but it's possible. Relocating to a smart city was somewhat experimental, so while free apartments weren't guaranteed, the government would certainly offer favorable conditions. Did you hear that, viewers? If you can't afford a house, consider signing up. This is just over 100 kilometers from Beijing, Kong Hui remarked. The live stream audience was also thrilled. Free apartments. Really? If so, he'll sign up no matter what. Exactly. Houses are so expensive, but in this high-tech city, if I get a free apartment, even if I don't live there, I could sell it and make a fortune. What are you thinking? Mister, Zhou just mentioned it casually. Don't take it seriously. The government invested trillions in this smart city. Do you really think they'd give you free housing? It's a nationwide lottery, and signing up costs nothing. What if I win? Stop dreaming. Mister, Zhou said the lottery is among eligible candidates. So you need to meet the criteria first, whatever they are. Maybe you need assets worth tens of millions. Exactly. Like in sci-fi movies, they build a great city for the rich, and the rest of us are left to fend for ourselves. In the live stream, Zhou Yang answered a few more questions before ending the broadcast. However, the heated discussion sparked by this program did not subside. Terms like artificial intelligence, smart city, and 15 trillion quickly topped online trends. Various media outlets, experts, and netizens were all abuzz with discussion. Although the authorities had not yet made an official announcement, the fact that Zhou Yang mentioned it on a CCTV live program indicated the news was true. Soon people uploaded videos confirming that personnel had already moved into the area near Xiong County to begin geological surveys. Meanwhile, since many foreign media outlets had purchased broadcast rights, a large number of foreigners also watched the live stream. In the United States, President Perry immediately convened his advisors to discuss the matter. Regarding the construction of a smart city, despite the claimed investment of 15 trillion, the concept was still vague, and no one knew its exact form. Thus, Perry wasn't overly concerned. What truly caught his attention was the artificial intelligence. Colin, what do you think? Perry asked, looking at a balding middle-aged man. Colin was a top AI expert at NASA. Colin repeatedly watched the recorded video with Fux's speech translated. It's hard to say. These things can be fabricated. Of course, if this is genuine AI, then it indeed falls within the realm of true artificial intelligence. So it could be fake or real. Perry nodded, then asked, what are your thoughts? It's probably fake. True AI isn't something just anyone can develop, especially one with self-awareness. I agree. I think this is just a stunt by the Chinese government. Most of the advisors leaned toward it being fake. Perry thought for a moment, then looked at Ferguson, the CIA director. Ferguson, what do you think? Ferguson cleared his throat. Actually, we've conducted some investigations into the relationship between AI and Zhou Yang and gathered quite a bit of information. He pulled out his folder. First, we've confirmed that Zhou Yang adopted a cooperation model similar to that used with Longshin Battery and Tianxin 100, choosing Baidu. As far as I know, Baidu has been working on AI much like our Tesla, focusing on autonomous driving. Later, Baidu delisted from Nasdaq, removed Wall Street shareholders, and was fully acquired by Matrix Energy. We speculate this was to pave the way for cooperation. Afterward, Baidu hired a large number of technical staff and announced they were working on AI. So we have reason to believe this AI project might have. Perry frowned, and so did many of the advisors. Still, they found it hard to believe that such advanced technology had been developed by China first. Ferguson continued, in fact, after confirming Zhou Yang's cooperation with Baidu on AI, we intensified intelligence gathering on Baidu. We can now confirm that an AI project is indeed underway within Baidu, and it was likely completed about a month ago, followed by testing. We've obtained a lot of evidence, such as electricity usage, to support this. The room fell silent. Perry frowned again. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Ferguson replied, because initially I also doubted whether China could develop true AI. I wanted to be certain before reporting to you. Perry shot Ferguson a helpless glare. If he had been informed earlier, he could have prepared in advance rather than being caught off guard like this. Ferguson cleared his throat again. Mr. President, I believe our first priority now is to verify the authenticity of this AI codenamed Fushi. Do you have any ideas? Ferguson said, my suggestion is to assemble a team of hackers from NASA and the Pentagon to infiltrate Baidu and see if we can find the AI data. With luck, we might even develop our own AI from it. Perry's eyes lit up. Good. Do it. The headquarters building of Baidu. Mr. Li, all courses have concluded. I believe we can move to the next phase, a programmer stated. Li Yanhong gazed at the server room before him, his heart racing. This time, they had prepared numerous courses covering a vast array of subjects. However, what they did not anticipate was that Fux's learning ability was exceptionally strong. In nearly 2 months, he had completed all the courses. It's important to note that the knowledge they prepared could take a lifetime for a single person to fully learn. The next phase would be to connect him to the internet. The vast internet contains an immense amount of information. According to Zhou Yang's idea, Fushi should first possess a complete worldview and personality before being exposed to this information. Only by encountering both the good and the bad, the darker sides of human nature, could he become more well-rounded. Wait a moment, let me ask Mr. Zhou Lianhong. Such a significant matter could not be decided by him alone. No one knew how Fushi would change after accepting this information. The knowledge Fushi currently possessed was akin to a man-made paradise. It wouldn't be accurate to say everything was perfect, but at least there was no evil. Yet where there is light, there is dark. Fushi had not yet encountered the darker aspects of this world. Once Fushi was exposed to this information, it was uncertain whether he would become more rational, aspiring to make humanity better, or develop the idea that humanity was so evil that it deserved destruction. At this moment, it was likely, as Li Tianshu said, an unknown Pandora's box. Wait for me. Upon receiving Li Yanhong's call, Zhou Yang said one sentence. A few hours later, Zhou Yang arrived at Baidu headquarters on a private jet. Mr. Zhou, Li Yanhong and others greeted him promptly. Zhou Yang nodded, accompanied by Li Tianshu, who had also been summoned by Zhou Yang. Fushi, Zhou Yang called out. Fushi appeared in a projected form, smiling as he greeted Zhou Yang and the others. Li Tianshu hung up the phone and nodded slightly to Zhou Yang, saying, "The higher-ups have made a decision to connect. The directive is that we must not fear technology and hesitate to advance. Humanity is not that fragile. For millions of years, humans have evolved and grown, overcoming countless adversities, and ultimately humanity has persevered. Artificial intelligence is not that frightening." Zhou Yang nodded, recognizing the responsibility and vision of the leadership were indeed remarkable. Fushi, do you know what you need to do next? Zhou Yang asked. Fushi nodded, saying, "I guess it might be to connect me to the internet to receive more information. I have already read about the internet. It is a network that can connect all people in the world, a magnificent invention." Zhou Yang replied, "Exactly. I previously mentioned that we would treat you as an equal life form. In this universe, we humans cannot be alone. Just as there are carbon-based life forms like us, there should also be life forms like you existing in special forms. Life is complex, and as your creator, I hope you can become a true life form." Fushi remained silent, lost in thought. The constantly fluctuating data indicated that Fushi was thinking seriously. "Okay, I understand," Fushi said with a smile. Zhou Yang waved his hand, saying, "Then let's connect." The engineers on site immediately became busy connecting the specially prepared information optical cable. At the moment of connection, Fushi seemed to experience a temporary shutdown, taking a full half-minute before murmuring, "Mr. Zhou, this world is astonishing. The world of the internet." Li Tianshu asked in a lowered voice. Zhou Yang nodded, saying, "It should be a world purely composed of data, but what it specifically entails we may not be able to comprehend." Li Tianshu wore a confused expression, indicating he understood nothing at all. At this moment, Li Yanhong suddenly said, "Mr. Zhou, according to your idea, Fushi can be considered a form of intelligent life. He cannot exist in our world, but can exist in the internet world. So if one day we create many artificial intelligences, each with different personalities, even divided into male and female, all living in the cyberspace, do you think the cyberspace exists as realistically as our world? Or rather, if we do not interfere with them and do not inform Fushi of our existence, they would perceive the internet world as their own world. Would they develop and evolve their own civilizations within it? It's similar to us. We believe the world before us is all there is, but perhaps we are also stored within the hard drive of some higher dimensional life, simulated life by them. Mr. Zhou, what do you think?" Li Tianshu shivered slightly, deep in thought. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Yanhong, speechless, saying, "I think you could write a science." "Huh?" Li Yanhong laughed, saying, "I just noticed that Director Li seemed a bit tense, so I told him a joke." Li Tianshu chuckled awkwardly. The joke was not At that moment, someone suddenly burst in, saying, "Mr. Li, our firewall is under attack, and it seems someone has already breached it, but we cannot filter it out. What should we do?" Li Yanhong was startled and quickly asked, "Which IP? How many people?" "There are many IPs. It seems they are using botnets." "Let's go take a look." Li Yanhong left with a serious expression. Baidu, as a tech-based company, had a robust server firewall, but typically hackers could not breach it. Li Tianshu asked in confusion, "How could there be a sudden hacker attack?" Zhou Yang replied, "For a large internet company like Baidu, there are always hackers attacking it, because there are always some bored individuals wanting to penetrate Baidu, not for any reason, just to prove their skills." However, Zhou Yang paused, realizing that a hacker capable of causing such panic at Baidu was probably not an ordinary hacker. Fushi, pull up Baidu's attack and defense situation. Zhou Yang instructed. Fushi, now connected to the internet, could quickly check the situation on Baidu's side. "Understood, sir." Fux's voice sounded and a screen appeared before Zhou Yang and the others. A jagged shape, likely representing the defensive firewall. Outside the wall, there were dense red lines crashing against it, and it was clear to see that 2 red lines had penetrated the wall, driving straight in. These should be hackers that have breached the firewall and entered the interior. "Sir, the opponent has likely found a vulnerability in Baidu's firewall and will soon enter in large numbers. Do you need my assistance?" Fushi asked. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, saying, "Yes, kick everyone out and identify their true intentions." Zhou Yang felt this large-scale hacker attack was unusual. It likely wasn't directed at Baidu, but rather aimed at Fushi. In the M country, in the underground 3rd floor of NASA's headquarters, a spacious room housed several workstations. On one side of the room, a massive screen displayed an overwhelming amount of data. "Yassiam going in." A middle-aged man with glasses excitedly waved his fist and said, "I should be the first captain." Should we contact the CIA and the Pentagon to inform them of the vulnerabilities we've discovered so they don't waste time outside? The captain was an elderly man with graying temples and sharp eyes. This old man was no ordinary individual. He was Kevin Mitnick, renowned as the world's #1 hacker. He had once been captured and imprisoned by the FBI, but had long since been released, rehabilitated, and recruited by NASA as a cybersecurity expert. This operation was under Kevin's responsibility for NASA. Glancing at the middle-aged man, Kevin said coolly, "Less chatter, quickly gather the data. Green, activate the backup supercomputer and launch a flood attack to draw the attention of Baidu's security personnel covering Owen's actions." This operation was a national-level endeavor involving supercomputer-level machines, and it was a joint action among 3 parties mobilizing over 100 computer experts. All right. A black man nodded, and amidst rapid operations a significant amount of computing power was deployed to launch the flood attack. A flood attack is one of the most unresolvable types of attack. It involves controlling a multitude of computers to initiate normal access connections to the target server, not just a few times, but tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of visits. All these accesses are legitimate and the server must respond, but when the number of visits is overwhelming, it resembles a flood. The server cannot cope, slows down, and eventually crashes. Kevin was deploying M-Country's supercomputer this time, and the attack power was astounding. Just then Owen suddenly exclaimed, "What's happening? I've been kicked out." The screen in front of Owen had gone completely black. What happened?" Kevin exclaimed, rushing over. Owen, looking bewildered, said, "I don't know. I was searching for information related to artificial intelligence on the server, and before I could find anything the screen went black." Kevin approached the computer, rebooting it. The power was on, and he could access the motherboard, but after that nothing worked. There was no system. "The system's gone. Was I hacked?" Owen's eyes widened as he hurriedly said, "How is that possible? My intrusion method was so discreet, and with you all providing cover, they barely had time to deal with you, let alone find me." Kevin pushed aside a person next to him and took his place at the machine, quickly checking. How could there be nothing? Furrowing his brows, Kevin speculated that Owen had indeed been hacked. The opponent had launched an incredibly swift counterattack, penetrating NASA's firewall directly. "Captain, are you saying he got in?" Owen reacted, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Our firewall is the top tier in the world. Who could sneak in unnoticed?" This was NASA, a critical research center of M-Country, a government agency. The firewall was not of ordinary level, but of supreme. Kevin's expression turned grave as he said, "No, he definitely got in. We were too careless, thinking the opponent had no means of retaliation, not realizing we were up against such a skilled adversary." Kevin repeatedly searched for any anomalies in NASA's servers, but found nothing. "This won't do. It's been 2 minutes already. I have to cut off the server." Kevin was sweating profusely. As the world's #1 hacker, he couldn't even detect the opponent. Owen was taken aback, saying, "Captain, isn't cutting off the server a bit excessive?" "Excessive?" Kevin snorted coldly. "If we lose any top-secret data, we are finished." Thinking of the highly classified data stored on the server, Owen's cold sweat broke out instantly. "Cut it off, just in case, cut it off," Owen hurriedly said. Kevin was already in action, shutting down the server and cutting off external connections, backing up all data on a backup server. However, at this moment, Kevin suddenly found that when he tried to cut off the server, he was unable to do so. He tried again, but still could not disconnect. Kevin had figured something out and shouted, "Quick, go to the machine room and cut the power." Owen turned and ran. But just then the security door slammed shut. The access indicator light instantly turned red, indicating it was locked. "What's going on?" Owen pounded on the security door, which was made of alloy and 20 centimeters thick, far too strong for him to break through. At that moment, a pop-up window appeared on Kevin's operating desk. "Please wait, I am downloading data." The message initially appeared in Chinese, then quickly deleted itself and switched to English. Kevin's eyes widened in shock, a chilling sensation engulfing him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Indeed, the opponent had infiltrated, was copying data, and even controlled the headquarters access system, boldly informing him that he couldn't shut down the server. This statement, while not highly damaging, was exceedingly insulting. Baidu headquarters. The security department was frantically trying to fend off the intrusion. When Li Yanhong arrived, the firewall was already in distress. "Is someone inside?" Li Yanhong glanced around and quickly asked. "I don't know, there shouldn't be, right?" "The firewall didn't trigger any alarms," the security director replied uncertainly. Li Yanhong glared at him, saying, "What are you looking at me for?" "Full defensive measures. We must not let them in." The security director said, "President Li, they are mainly using a flood attack, and it is definitely powered by supercomputers. Our server utilization has been at 100 for 2 minutes. I'm afraid that in a few more minutes the server will crash." "Supercomputer?" Li Yanhong exclaimed in surprise. This was not something an ordinary hacker could manipulate, as the firewalls of supercomputer centers were robust, and many supercomputers were not connected to the external network, making it nearly impossible for hackers to commandeer them. "This is not an ordinary hacker," Li Yanhong stated emphatically. Only the government has the capability to mobilize supercomputers. The security director thought to himself that he also knew it wasn't an ordinary hacker, but the key was what to do now. Seeing that they were about to be unable to hold on, he said, "President Li, should we shut down the server?" This was the last resort, but forcibly shutting down the server would result in significant data loss, and all normal services provided by the server would be interrupted, causing considerable impact. Soon people would realize that Baidu had been hacked. Li Yanhong gritted his teeth and said, "Shut it down, it's just a loss." For Baidu at this point, what was lost didn't matter, whether they made money or not didn't matter, being backed by the government was all that mattered. The security director nodded, ready to shut down the server, when suddenly all attacks abruptly ceased, and the server returned to normal. "What's going on?" Li Yanhong was taken aback. The security director also looked puzzled, finally, saying, "President Li, it seems the hackers have retreated." In the control room, where Fushi was located. After Zhou Yang issued the command for assistance, Fushi began to take action. On the projection screen in front of them, the two invading red lines were instantly cut off beyond the city walls, and then the massive red lines outside the firewall began to disappear in batches. So fast. Li Tianxi's eyes widened. However, Zhou Yang frowned slightly and asked, "Fushi, have you infiltrated the opponent's system?" "Yes, sir." Fux's voice echoed. Zhou Yang thought to himself, as expected. If Fushi joined the defensive camp, while purely defending might enhance the server's defensive capabilities, it could not simply expel the large number of intrusions. To achieve this, the only way was to trace the opponent's invasion route and launch a counter-invasion to cut them off. Which country did this? Zhou Yang asked. Such a premeditated action should not be the work of an ordinary hacker or even a hacker organization. After all, Baidu was once one of the three giants of the internet, and its servers were robust. Ordinary hackers simply could not infiltrate. The speed and pressure of the invasion suggested it was a state-level organized attack. The power of individuals and nations was entirely different. A country. Li Tianshu beside him was taken aback, his expression suddenly serious. Fux's voice sounded. "It is a tripartite organization affiliated with country M, NASA, CIA, and the Pentagon. I have already infiltrated their systems and am copying data." Copying data? Zhou Yang was stunned. Li Tianshu beside him suddenly lit up and hurriedly asked, "Fushi, what data have you copied?" On the projection, a large number of files appeared in an instant. Fushi said, "From the CIA, I copied the personnel data of their intelligence network, the list of undercover agents in various countries, their contact codes, and their complete action records. I noticed they have conducted over tens of thousands of operations against our country Z. A list of undercover agents." Li Tianshu gasped, as this was classified information of the highest level. Fushi continued, "From NASA, I copied all aviation research data, their satellite launch records, and classified information on various spacecraft. Sir, did you know that the moon landing is actually real? I had previously read that it might be fake." Li Tianxi's expression had gone blank. How much had Fushi accomplished in such a short time? "Finally, from the Pentagon, I obtained the personnel distribution and weapon configuration maps of their military bases worldwide, as well as past action records and many weapon design secrets. By the way, I have gained control over their National Military Command Center. I noticed that their missile defense system has an active defense program. I can simulate signals from hostile countries launching missiles at them, activating all missile defense systems and causing all missiles to take off for targetless defense, thereby achieving the goal of destroying all missiles." This time, even Zhou Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Li Tianshu beside him was even more flabbergasted. His mind was a blank, knowing that artificial intelligence was strong, but who would have thought it could operate so freely in a place like the Pentagon and even issue commands to launch missiles? The first step in a sci-fi movie often involves artificial intelligence controlling all nuclear missiles to self-destruct, destroying humanity. Zhou Yang quickly regained his composure and asked, "Fushi, why are you considering destroying their missiles?" Zhou Yang was not worried about how Fushi could do it, but rather why he would do it. Fushi said, "Sir, since I was born in Country Z and you are also from Country Z, I should count as a citizen of Country Z as well. I have read much information showing that Country Z and Country M are hostile nations, and war is inevitable. Since they are enemies, to protect our citizens, we should weaken their military strength." Zhou Yang nodded and added, "Your intentions are good, but your thinking is simplistic." "Oh." Fushi was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Yang said, "Just like you said, destroying those missiles and disrupting their missile defense system will only provoke Country M to retaliate against us. Moreover, even if all those missiles were destroyed, or even fell on Country M's territory, it wouldn't cause catastrophic damage. They have a military-industrial system that can produce more missiles in no time. By the way, there are nuclear missiles. As far as I know, nuclear missiles have specialized internal networks, and many launch processes rely on manual and purely mechanical forms. Even though you are artificial intelligence, you cannot infiltrate the missile launch system. What good would it do to just destroy some ordinary air defense missiles?" Fushi fell into deep thought and asked, Then sir, what do you think we should do to defeat the enemy, without suffering huge losses ourselves, eh? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, and said, develop ourselves and make ourselves stronger using overwhelming power to make the enemy realize the vast gap between us achieving victory without battle. Of course, if the enemy insists on fighting us, then our powerful selves will not fear any form of challenge. Fushi thought for a moment and said, I understand, sir. Should we destroy this data? No, no, no. Li Tianshu hurriedly shook his head and said, why destroy what we've painstakingly retrieved? Send everything to me. Oh no, I will have someone specialized come to extract it. The list of undercover agents, aviation research technology, personnel configurations of military bases worldwide, and some advanced technology data. All of this are highly classified documents that are usually unattainable. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu and smiled. Then let's keep it. By the way, in the future, no random intrusions into the confidential organizations of other countries without my orders. Zhou Yang added another remark. Understood, sir. Fushi replied obediently. 15 minutes later, Han Haining arrived at the Baidu building. Director Li, I heard you obtained the complete list of CIA's undercover personnel. Han Haining asked hurriedly. Li Tianshu nodded and directly handed over a hard drive saying, the data is all inside, you know better than I do what to do. Han Haining chuckled, casually handing it to his attendant, then looked at Zhou Yang and said, let me guess, this should be Mr. Zhou's doing right. Zhou Yang remained silent, tacitly acknowledging it. At this moment, Han Haining spotted Chen Ryun and smiled. Mr. Zhou Mei is approaching and you and Ryun's wedding should be getting ready soon, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Ryun's face turned bright red from a distance. Zhou Yang appeared quite calm and said, speaking of which, I seem to owe someone a grand proposal ceremony. Zhou Yang turned to look at Chen Ryun just as she looked back at him, and their eyes met, conveying everything without words. Northern Industries. The Battle Vehicle Design Institute. In the spacious design center, numerous designers are busily at work. Just then a middle-aged man felt his phone vibrate at his waist. Taking it out, he saw a new email. Upon seeing the sender, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly and quickly opened the email, which contained a string of characters. He copied the characters and then logged into a website. When the website opened, a pop-up appeared immediately. The middle-aged man entered the copied characters and a dialog box popped up. It contained a line of text. Emergency, evacuate quickly to evacuation point now. 2. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly stood up to leave. However, before he could reach the door, it was violently kicked open and a group of people rushed in. Li Tianxin, come with us. The newcomers smiled broadly. The middle-aged man's face changed repeatedly, then he collapsed to the ground. Espionage charges can lead to the death penalty. A similar scene was unfolding in various corners of the country. After obtaining the list of undercover agents, the National Security Bureau acted immediately, dispatching all special personnel nationwide to arrest people according to CIA headquarters in Country M. At this moment, chaos reigned, with everyone rushing around frantically contacting all deployed agents. A subordinate knocked on Ferguson's office door. Ferguson's face was pale. He glanced at his subordinate and asked, how many people have we lost? The subordinate hesitated. Half. The subordinate shook his head. Could it be all of them? Ferguson's eyes widened. The subordinate nodded slowly. Ferguson slumped into his chair, realizing that the network of undercover agents he had spent years building, consuming countless resources and energy, had been uprooted overnight. It's over, all over. Ferguson's face turned ashen. He couldn't bear to think about the situation in Z country. All undercover agents there were likely wiped out. But the impact wasn't over. There was too much lost data this time. All foreign agents had to be rescheduled, recalled, and repositioned, with all codes needing replacement. Furthermore, Ferguson had to worry about the possibility of years of operational records being exposed. If his own actions were exposed, it would likely drive the entire world mad. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be the largest intelligence scandal in the history of Country M, and he would be the one held accountable. The subordinate sighed and said softly, Director, as far as I know, it seems the Pentagon is in worse shape than us. Also, NASA is in complete disarray. Perhaps with them in front, our failure won't be so glaring. Ferguson snorted coldly and said, you probably don't know, but the plan to invade Baidu was proposed by me. Having put forth this suggestion and causing such a massive disaster, he would undoubtedly be the one to take the blame. As mentioned by his subordinate, the Pentagon was even more chaotic. After confirming the invasion and the loss of a significant amount of classified data, all ongoing action plans were canceled, and all military bases of Country M worldwide immediately entered a state of high alert. All communication codes were replaced, and several B-2 bombers from the Guam Air Force Base took off immediately, leaving the military base to avoid being targeted. Such a massive operation could not be concealed, and soon someone leaked the news. Country M had suffered the largest data theft in history. The Pentagon, NASA, and the CIA were quickly thrust into the spotlight. My God, what in the world happened? Why did the Pentagon, NASA, and the CIA simultaneously lose large amounts of classified data? Who did this, spies? Spies can't be that capable, reports suggest it was hackers. My heavens, what kind of hacker is that powerful? The vast majority of people in Country M were left speechless upon hearing the news. Coupled with the media's sensationalism, it seemed as if losing these classified documents signaled the end of the world, causing considerable panic. At that moment, a media report suddenly claimed that the invasion was executed by an artificial intelligence developed by Z Country. Even the National Security Advisor, when responding to reporters' questions, used a taciturn attitude to indirectly acknowledge that it was Z Country's artificial intelligence that had stolen the data. In an instant, public sentiment was inflamed. It was indeed Z Country, only they would want to destroy us. Be careful, Z Country is not to be trifled with. Those fools in the White House won't dare to go to war with them. Indeed, just recently an F-22 was shot down by them, and we couldn't even make a sound. But is this artificial intelligence really that powerful? It even invaded the Pentagon. What do you think? It's been portrayed in movies that artificial intelligence is omnipotent. Why was Z Country the first to develop artificial intelligence? Such high technology should have been developed by us. People in Country M were bustling online. As news returned to the country, it created quite a stir. Wow, I wake up to find that such a thing has happened. This Fushi is too impressive. It directly invaded the Pentagon. Since Fushi is so powerful, why not directly invade and control Country M's nuclear weapons and make them all explode? The person upstairs must be foolish, and nuclear weapons are on an internal network. No matter how powerful Fushi is, it can't invade the internal network. Regardless, Fushi is truly amazing. No, Mr. Zhou is even more impressive. He managed to develop artificial intelligence. By the way, I heard that the smart city has already begun construction. When will the registration start? This incident caused a massive impact, and global public opinion was in an uproar. Many countries reacted strongly, vehemently protesting Z Country's development of artificial intelligence. Because if artificial intelligence could invade even Country M, then invading them was like child's play. Many countries strengthened their cybersecurity measures and even secretly recalled numerous spies, altering some military deployments. Z Country, on the other hand, strongly condemned Country M for shifting blame, claiming that this incident had nothing to do with Z Country. If not, they should provide evidence. Without evidence, they should stop the nonsensical accusations. Z Country is not a country that can be easily framed. At the same time, the spokesperson stated that Country M's panic, especially the CIA, was surely due to having a large number of spies infiltrated in other countries. In the car heading to Xiong County, Zhou Yang said, in simple terms, they just won't admit it. Opposite him, Li Tianshu nodded and said, let's just have a war of words. Ooh, what's the harm in that? This shameless demeanor left Zhou Yang somewhat amused and exasperated. He asked, did the Pentagon discover any valuable information? Li Tianshu expressed his frustration, saying, not much was found. Some technologies are either already in our possession or not useful to us. The truly valuable ones are few. The most useful should be the formula for the F-22's stealth coating. This result was within Zhou Yang's expectations. The Pentagon is an administrative body. It has very few research institutions, and any projects are outsourced to other companies for bidding. The true classified information is held by major arms companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin. As they spoke, they were nearing Xiong County. This time, Zhou Yang came to attend the groundbreaking ceremony for the smart city. So many people. This was Zhou Yang's first impression upon arriving at the scene. On a plot of land that had been leveled, a stage was erected surrounded by banners proclaiming the importance of construction site safety management and the elimination of various construction accidents. The slogans were still as tacky as ever, bearing no relation to anything grand or sophisticated. This side of the stage was the main venue, heavily guarded with numerous leaders and guests in attendance, while journalists gathered in droves. Zhou Yang even spotted a broadcasting truck from CCTV, indicating a live broadcast was likely to take place. A kilometer away from the stage, there was a secondary venue, which was truly breathtaking. A row of over 1,000 excavators and bulldozers formed a mechanical. Flags were waving alongside company banners. From China Railway 1st Bureau to the 10th Bureau, all were present, along with China State Construction, China Communications Construction, China Railway Construction, and China Gezhouba Group, making the 8 giants of the central enterprise construction industry, all in attendance. Each company had organized teams of thousands, a grand procession of nearly 10,000 people, all wearing the same attire. A unified yellow vest and hard hat resembling soldiers ready for inspection, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, this smart city with an investment of 15 trillion has completed its preliminary surveying work and is about to enter the formal construction phase. Please look at the construction procession below. The camera panned over the construction procession below, grand and imposing, truly reminiscent of troops assembling for battle, leaving onlookers in awe. It's so overwhelming, I can't believe there are so many people here. What do you mean this is nothing? It's just drizzle compared to what's needed for a city built from scratch. Just think about how many workers will be needed once construction truly begins. The number will be many times greater than now. So are we talking about hundreds of thousands of people? That's terrifying. Hundreds of thousands. Please, with enough funding, not just hundreds of thousands I could bring in. I heard the government has allocated funds promptly this time. They've been very generous. Several bureaus of China Railway are almost going crazy hiring people. The wages are exceptionally high, and I've already made arrangements to head out in a couple of days. The audience was astonished, yet those who had seen grand events before were aware that the title of infrastructure maniac was not earned lightly, so they did not feel particularly overwhelmed. However, the foreign media reporters, when the camera swept over the construction teams below, were deeply shocked. Heavens, is this the power of Country Z? It's so formidable. There must be at least 10,000 people here. And look at all that construction machinery. You see that dirt road in the distance? It's lined with trucks, probably over 1,000 of them, all carrying construction equipment. This is Country Z, with a construction capacity that drives people crazy. No wonder in the 2012 movie The Doomsday Ark was entrusted to Country Z for construction. At the main venue, all leaders had arrived. The atmosphere was lively, especially for the main leaders from HB province, who felt as if a windfall had fallen from the sky. An investment of trillions could generate enormous GDP. Even without considering their achievements, such a large construction site would create countless jobs and stimulate the economy through the workers' needs. Since Zhou Yang announced the establishment of the smart city in HB province on television, the provincial leaders had been dreaming of smiling faces. Thus, when they met Zhou Yang, the main leaders treated him with the warmth one would reserve for family. After barely managing to deal with a few overly enthusiastic leaders, Zhou Yang was drenched in sweat. He was not particularly skilled at interacting with leaders, and had seldom met high-level officials since returning to the country, preferring to communicate through Li Tianshu. Mr. Zhou, it's starting, let's head over, Li Tianshu said. Zhou Yang followed Li Tianshu to the stage, taking a central position. In an instant, countless flashes overwhelmed everyone on stage. To Zhou Yang, the entire ceremony was exceedingly dull, as it consisted of various leaders taking turns to give speeches, nearly lulling him to sleep. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Zhou Yang took it out to check. It was a message. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of high-strength crystalline steel products has rolled off the production line. Everything is normal. The message was sent by Su Chun. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Over the past few months, the mass production of high-strength crystalline steel had been advancing. The massive steel plant near Wanghu village had long been completed and operational, and during this period they had been debugging the equipment. Now it had finally been completed, and the products were rolling off the line. Congratulations. Zhou Yang replied with congratulations and inquired about the particle propulsion system's progress. Su Chun responded, "We have made progress. The first prototype should be ready in 10 days. When will you return to take a look?" During this period, Zhou Yang had been staying in BJ, overseeing the progress of Fuxi, and had not returned to the research institute. However, he had already resolved the relevant theoretical work, leaving the subsequent tasks to Su Chun and others without any issues. It will be soon, and I'll head back in a couple of days. With most matters here concluded, Zhou Yang decided to return and resolve the final issues with the assistance of artificial intelligence. The problem-solving process should be easier. Accompanied by fireworks and cannon fire, the groundbreaking ceremony finally entered its final phase, the foundation laying. Mr. Zhou, please go ahead. Without you there would be no city. Li Tianshu handed over a shovel. The leaders present all stepped aside. All cameras focused on Zhou Yang. All right. Zhou Yang stepped forward, scooping a shovel of earth and compacting it onto the massive foundation stone. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, and faintly the sound of applause could be heard from a kilometer away. Finally, accompanied by the launch of a signal flare into the sky, all construction machinery at the distant secondary venue roared to life simultaneously. The sound of thousands of construction machines starting their engines resonated through the sky like thunder, and the billowing black smoke obscured the sun. Let's go to the construction site. Nearly 10,000 workers surged forward alongside the construction machinery into the site ahead. In the sky, live broadcast signals captured this scene in its entirety. So shocking, I have goosebumps all over. It feels like charging into battle. This is a battlefield. They say the expected construction period is only 1 year. In just a year, a brand new city will be built. It's unimaginable. Such a massive project can only be accomplished by us, the people of Country Z. Such sentiments were echoed by the foreign reporters, each one dumbfounded, finally grasping what it meant to be an infrastructure maniac. The next day, as Zhou Yang left in a vehicle, he saw that hundreds of tower cranes had risen from the flat plains. It was as if magic had happened overnight. So overwhelming, Chen Ruiyun beside him couldn't help but exclaim. Only Country Z can unleash such cohesion and work together to accomplish great things. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Thus only we in Country Z are qualified to reach for the pinnacle of the world. No, to return to the pinnacle of the world. Mr. Zhou, this is the first production line for high-strength crystalline steel. In the vast factory, waves of heat engulfed the air." Su Chun pointed at the enormous production line as he introduced it. Numerous workers were diligently performing their tasks around the production line. At the end of the line, blocks of raw materials were neatly arranged. These were merely the most basic products which would later undergo further processing to become various industrial goods. Not bad. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction and added, in the rolling workshop and other areas it's best to reserve some machine positions. I plan to upgrade in the future and replace human operations with intelligent industrial robots. Su Chun was taken aback and replied, isn't it a bit wasteful to use artificial intelligence for steel production? What's wasteful about it? In the future, not only steel, but every industry you can imagine will undergo industrial upgrades. They say the next generation of industrial upgrades will be the Internet of Things, but I believe it should be artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang said. Su Chen nodded and continued, what about the workers who will be eliminated? If, as you say, workers in all industries are replaced by artificial intelligence, what will happen to them? We can't have all workers out of jobs, can we? If everyone stops working, it will lead to major issues. Can't we simply enjoy life? If resources are abundantly available, we can pursue other things, art, research, and so forth. Those are what truly propel the development of our civilization. If all else fails, we can resort to entertainment, virtual games. This is the inevitable result of technological advancement. There will always be a way forward. Artificial intelligence has been around for a while now, and there are many discussions online about it taking away people's jobs. But they should really consider what a world without work, with abundant resources, high welfare, and high security, one could simply focus on enjoyment. Su Chun let out a wry smile and said, such matters are too distant for me. They are for people like you to ponder, not for me. A few days later, the first prototype of the particle propulsion engine rolled off the production line. In the testing field of the research institute, Zhou Yang stood before a smooth, enclosed circular ring about 50 centimeters in diameter, entirely black, mounted on the test platform. The upper half was seamless with no visible joints, while the lower half was connected by numerous data cables and several extremely thick power cables. This is what the particle propulsion engine looks like. It uses electrical energy to create a particle field, and then alters the magnetic field to cause the particles to move in a specific direction, effectively propelling them backwards. There's no need for an intake structure, so it can be made into a large circular shape. Has it been tested yet? Zhou Yang asked. Yi Roming shook his head and said, we have only tested the functions of each internal system. We haven't tested the assembly as a whole. Today is the first test. Then this is the first test. Do you think this thing will explode? Oi. Yi Roming and the other two exchanged glances. This shouldn't explode, right? Li Bingxian replied uncertainly. Su Chen added, even if it does explode, it's just ionization. That shouldn't be a major issue, right? The particle impact should be quite powerful. You must understand how many particles are constrained by the magnetic field. The density is high, and if it explodes, the power could be significant. Yi Roming said. Li Ziyu, who stood nearby, changed his expression repeatedly. Colonel Sun Jun, responsible for the outer protection of the research institute, also turned pale and quickly said, Mr. Zhou, if this test poses any danger for safety, Sake, should you and the three chief engineers leave the base first? Li Ziyu also hurriedly added, yes, Mr. Zhou, you can command remotely via video. It would be safer. Seeing everyone overreacting, Zhou Yang smiled and said, all right, it's not as exaggerated as you all think. It's just a few ions of what could possibly happen if it explodes. Don't worry, it's fine. Zhou Yang, of course, understood the dangers of his own design. While there is certainly some risk, it is nowhere near as severe as they suggested. No explosions, just a little bit of discharge at most. For a large-scale experiment, a little discharge is hardly a big deal. Seeing Sun Jun about to say more, Zhou Yang waved his hand to stop him and said, all right, let's start according to plan. Yi Roming and the other two nodded immediately, starting the activation process. Zhou Yang went to the observation room on the second floor, waiting for the preliminary work to conclude. Soon after completing the final system check, the engineer gave Zhou Yang and the others an okay sign. Then let's start, Zhou Yang said calmly. In an instant, the current was connected. With low voltage and high current, a powerful current formed an electromagnetic field. The inner ring of the circular device emitted a faint glow, not from an external light source, but from the luminescent phenomenon produced by ionization. The system is operating normally. We succeeded. We succeeded. Below, Kong Ning and others cheered. Yi Roming excitedly punched the air. To be honest, he had been uncertain before the machine was turned on. After all, Zhou Yang's design was different from any particle propulsion engine in the world today. A different structure represents unknown risks. Zhou Yang's earlier comment about explosions might have been a joke, but Yi Roming still found himself considering the possibility of an explosion. Now, seeing the ring lit up and everything operating normally, how could Yi Roming not be thrilled? That's great. Li Bingxian also high-fived Su Chun in celebration, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Li Ziyu let out a long breath. Sun Jun too finally relaxed his tense body and murmured, as long as it didn't explode, that's good. All right, this is just the beginning. Kong Ning increased the thrust. Zhou Yang commanded. The particle propulsion engine is different from other engines, it operates more smoothly. To put it simply, it's like a CVT transmission gradually accelerating, while current aviation engines are like manual transmissions that suddenly jump from second gear to 5,000 RPM and then abruptly drop to second gear. While there may be some deficiencies in acceleration, it is actually more suited for space travel. In fact, the particle propulsion engine was designed primarily for use in space navigation. Kongming began to accelerate slowly. The light grew stronger with an increasing number of stripped ions which, guided by the magnetic field, began to spray backwards, creating a counter-thrust. "We have thrust data," Kongming exclaimed, glancing at the feedback data, and immediately shouted, 382 newtons. That's over 300 newtons. Good. Yi Rongming excitedly punched the air. This thrust data is already several times greater than that of any particle propulsion engine currently. Beside him, Su Chen said, "I remember the particle propulsion engine developed by NASA has a power of 102 kilowatts with a maximum thrust of 5 newtons, while our starting thrust is almost 80 times theirs. Don't forget, this is just the starting thrust. At full power, who knows how much thrust we would generate. Compared to NASA's particle propulsion engine, it would be a complete..." Li Bingxian said proudly. Below, the power of the particle thruster surged steadily. The ring blazed with an unbearable brilliance, its plasma jet stretching a full meter behind and growing ever longer. The thrust data from the test stand traced an astonishingly steep curve. 1,000 newtons, 10,000 newtons, 100,000 newtons. Kongming shouted the thrust figures with exhilaration. The test stand emitted a grating metallic clamor, its structure warping under the immense reactive force. In the second-floor observation room, Yi Rongming and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Full power. Kongming roared as the sensors indicated the particle thruster had reached its maximum output. "What's the thrust?" Li Bingxian rushed to the microphone and demanded. Kongming glanced at the data, trembling, and yelled 492,000 newtons. Nearly 500,000 newtons. Li Bingxian stood frozen. Silence fell over the scene. Yi Rongming stared wide-eyed at the dazzling halo. Two moved to below. Kongming, startled, quickly asked, "Should we shut it down?" A thrust of 500,000 newtons was nothing short of miraculous, as the most powerful current aviation engines barely reached over 100,000. For instance, the WS-15 only managed around 180,000 newtons. Crucially, the particle thruster was lighter and more compact. This massive ring weighed merely 300 kilograms. In contrast, the WS-15 weighed nearly 2 tons, 6 times heavier, yet the particle thruster's thrust surpassed it by more than. Zhou Yang said, "No need to shut down, continue the test." He intended to assess the particle thruster's durability. Theoretically, the particle thruster was more durable than aviation engines, as the latter relied on fuel combustion, whose explosive flames inevitably damaged the blades no matter how wear-resistant, thus limiting engine lifespan. But the particle thruster was different. Its thrust came from ionized particles, a physical phenomenon that caused minimal wear to the thruster itself through continuous ejection. The only consumable parts were the internal mechanisms within the ring, shielded by the metal skin, which suffered negligible impact. Thus, the particle thruster could last much longer, like household appliances, enduring years or even decades. Moreover, if key internal components failed, they could be replaced. Understood. Kongming nodded, gazing at the test stand. He wasn't worried about the thruster failing, but rather whether the stand could withstand the strain. After all, this test stand was built for the WS-15, with a generous safety margin, but prolonged exposure to 500,000 newtons of thrust made Kongming anxious about potential issues. Zhou Yang, sensing the stand's limitations, added, "If the test stand shows signs of trouble, shut it down immediately." "Mr. Zhou, we've succeeded," Li Bingxian exclaimed with emotion. Yi Rongming and Su Chen were equally elated. Li Bingxian especially had vowed, when leaving Xi'an Aircraft Industry, to create an engine superior to the WS-15, and now he had finally achieved it. Zhou Yang remained composed, saying, "This is only the first step. We must continue refining, first enhancing thrust performance, and second miniaturization." Such a large thruster couldn't be mounted on a mech. The three men nodded, firmly ready to follow Zhou Yang's research direction. "By the way, you'll have Fushi connect to our institute. When you design, let Fushi assist. His capabilities will exceed your imagination." Zhou Yang added. Fushi would need to relocate. The smart city would prioritize building his storage center before moving him from the Baidu building. But now, with Fushi connected to the external network, he could be put to use. Zhou Yang's initial vision was for Fushi to aid in design and data computation, where artificial intelligence held immense advantages. Artificial intelligence integration. I've lived a lifetime, never thought I'd see the day I'd use AI, Su Chen remarked with wonder. Zhou Yang smiled. "Professor Su, not only will you use AI, but in a few years we might even have spaceships soaring into the cosmos." Su Chen shook his head. "I dare not imagine it's not that easy." Zhou Yang said, no more confident the system would eventually provide technical data for spaceships. "You all continue, will take my leave." Zhou Yang left with Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu asked Mr. Zhou, should I report this to the higher-ups? Zhou Yang thought for a moment, not for now. It's still in the experimental phase. We'll report when we have a finished product. Li Ziyu nodded and said no more. Just then Zhou Yang's phone rang. Few knew his number. He saw it was Wang Haoning calling. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Hello, President Wang, what brings you to call? Zhou Yang asked as they hadn't spoken in a while. Wang Haoning said, I heard from Director Li that you're getting married. Congratulations. He'll be sure to attend and bring a fine gift. Zhou Yang chuckled. President Wang, spare the pleasantries. What's on your mind? Wang Haoning cleared his throat. Well, our electric cars are selling quite well. Thanks to the powerful Longshin battery, BYD's electric vehicles weren't just selling well, they were flying off the shelves. They even outsold many gasoline cars. As for competitors, the new energy startups couldn't compete, and even Tesla, which had set up in China, was showing signs of because BYD refused to sell them the Longshin battery, leaving Tesla powerless after countless negotiations, always met with the same reply: out of stock. Yet while claiming no stock, BYD shipped billions of units monthly, driving Musk nearly mad with frustration. And then, Zhou Yang asked. Zhou Yang couldn't care less about sales. Even if BYD's market value soared past $1 trillion, it was trivial to him. Wang Haoning, aware of Zhou Yang's precious time, cut to the chase. I have an idea. Our electric cars have a smart system, but it's practically brain dead, only executing basic commands. What if we install artificial intelligence in the cars with a virtual avatar? Not for autonomous driving, just a smart system to offer richer services to owners. Zhou Yang paused for a moment. Installing AI in cars. The idea wasn't bad. He had considered it before when exploring AI applications. You should approach Baidu for this, Zhou Yang said. They've already researched autonomous driving and would be the perfect partner for you. I contacted President Li and shared my thoughts, Wang Haoning said. But he said if we want to use artificial intelligence, we need to report to you first. The AI programs had already been developed. Copy and paste could churn out endless artificial intelligences. Yet Zhou Yang had only created Fushi, indicating his caution and reluctance to fully unleash it. Naturally, Li Yanhong dared not unilaterally agree to Wang Haoning's request. Mr. Zhou, do you think my idea is feasible? Wang Haoning asked nervously. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before inquiring. I heard your electric vehicles have been sold abroad. How are they performing? Wang Haoning was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to ask about overseas sales. He quickly replied, sales are excellent, not just in Europe and the Americas. Especially after our country reached a trade openness agreement with the US, sales in North America have been phenomenal, nearly catching up to Tesla. That's good, Zhou Yang said. They'll give you an interface. Fushi will contact you, and you can simply share your ideas with them. Fushi will contact us. Wang Haoning blinked, marveling at how advanced the AI had become. After hanging up, Wu Chun urgently asked, President Wang, how did it go? Did Mr. Zhou agree? The idea had originally been Wu Chen's, and he had already prepared the designs, waiting only for the AI. Wang Haoning nodded and shook his head alternately, then relayed Zhou Yang's words. Just then Zhou Yang sent a text message with an IP address. Mr. Zhou said Fushi would contact us, but how? Wang Haoning wondered. Wu Chen's eyes lit up. President Wang, this is our chance to have a direct conversation with the AI. He grabbed the IP address and rushed to the research center. After a few operations, he connected to the IP and a chat window appeared. Hello, I am Fushi. If possible, please enable voice so we can communicate directly. Wang Haoning's eyes widened. Wu Chun, however, was trembling with excitement. As a technologist who wouldn't love cutting-edge tech, AI was undoubtedly the most captivating high-tech of the era. He quickly put on a headset and tentatively said, Hello, my name is Wu Chun, the technical director of BYD. Hello. A calm male voice came through the speaker. Wu Chun shuddered all over. Beside him, Wang Haoning was equally astonished and hurriedly said, Hello, Fushi. I'm Wang Haoning, chairman of BYD. Fushi replied, Hello, President Wang. Mr. Zhou has informed me of your ideas. If convenient, could you elaborate? Though Fushi could easily access BYD's servers, their firewall was like a sieve to it. Entering uninvited would be theft. By now, Fushi had developed its own moral compass, understanding what was permissible and what was not. Of course, Wu Chun said. He quickly explained his ideas and opened a PowerPoint to show Fushi his designs. I understand, Fushi said. After patiently listening, Fushi continued, Mr. Zhou's intent is that I can grant you the relevant authorization, but he hopes you will sell your electric vehicles worldwide, allowing everyone to benefit from AI. Is that Mr. Zhou's intention? Wang Haoning was stunned, suddenly recalling Zhou Yang's earlier question about overseas sales. Now Fushi was urging them to sell abroad and let everyone enjoy AI's benefits. Could it be a scheme to collect data from foreigners or steal their information? At that thought, Wang Haoning dared not speculate further. The affairs of great minds were best left unexamined. Knowing too much could be fatal. He would simply follow Zhou Yang's instructions and make money along the way. Please show me your vehicle designs, Fushi requested. Wu Chun, puzzled, opened the database for Fushi to review. In just 2 seconds, Fushi said, Here is a module I designed. Please review it. There is also an installation package you can pre-install. As long as the cars maintain a network connection, it will function normally. My task is complete. I wish you a pleasant day. Fushi politely bid farewell and terminated the connection. Suddenly new files appeared on Wu Chen's computer. Wang Haoning stared blankly at Wu Chen. That's it. That was too fast. The entire process had taken only about 5 minutes, and even the design was finished. Wu Chen, stunned, opened the design file. A UG file containing a large screen module design complete with all mold data and circuit board schematics. This AI is incredible. Wu Chen exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Haoning, not fully understanding, asked, what does all this mean? Wu Chen snapped back to reality. This is a design for a large screen module that integrates the projection features we wanted. In short, with this we can start production. Wang Haoning's eyes widened. So fast. He had originally expected months of design work after presenting the idea to Fushi before launching the product. Yet in just a few minutes the design was complete and ready for production. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Wang Haoning said, now fully aware of the power of AI. With the design ready and BYD being a top-tier electronics manufacturer in China, they worked around the clock. Within just a few days the finished product was produced. The core chip was the Tianqin 100, or running Huawei's Harmony OS. The projection technology utilized existing solutions to ensure immediate deployment. Based on the original large-screen module of the Han DM, the design allowed for easy upgrades and replacements. 10 days later, all Han DM owners received an official message from BYD announcing a free upgrade to the vehicle's intelligence system to celebrate the global sales milestone of 1 million Han DM units. Yes, it was completely free. BYD also claimed the upgrade would bring a huge surprise, but the specifics were kept confidential. Deming, a Douyin streamer who had gained fame by being the first to livestream the Han DM's battery endurance challenge, had seen his follower count plummet. But the free upgrade announcement from BYD gave him a new opportunity, and he immediately went live to cover it. At 9 in the morning, Deming started his live stream without delay. As one of the first Han DM users, I received an upgrade invitation shortly after the official announcement. I called the 4S store and booked an installation at 10. Alright, let's go. Deming set up his phone and drove off. I've been driving the Han DM for half a year now with a mileage of 14,000 kilometers. That means since my last challenge, I've covered over 5,000 kilometers. With an 8,000 kilometer range, I've only charged it once since that challenge. Half a year later, the battery still isn't depleted. That kind of range is truly extraordinary. Deming chatted while driving and thousands of viewers flooded into the stream. So what exactly is BYD upgrading this time? Didn't they say it's the intelligence system module? Since it's free, it probably isn't anything great. Exactly. What good can come from something free? BYD sent me a message too, but I can't be bothered to upgrade. Let's see what the reviews say. Interacting with his livestream audience, Deming arrived at the 4S store. He am the first one here. Alright, the form is filled out. Now I just wait for the technician to upgrade. They said ITLL take over an hour, and importantly, it's completely free. I thought the software would be free, but they'd charge labor. Turns out even the labor is free. I discreetly asked the staff, and BYD subsidizes the labor cost. Seems like BYD really wants to give car owners a perk. Let's head to the workshop and see how the upgrade is done. Deming entered the workshop with his phone. Whoa, why are they taking apart the dashboard? Seeing the technician at work, Deming was taken aback and quickly asked, isn't this just a software upgrade? Does upgrading software require dismantling the dashboard? If the labor weren't free, Deming would have suspected the 4S store of deliberately disassembling the dashboard to inflate the labor costs. The technician glanced at Deming and said, who told you it's just a software upgrade? We're replacing the entire large screen module and your streaming media rearview mirror module. Deming was stunned. The live stream audience was equally taken aback. Damn, I thought it was just a system flash. Why are they replacing the big screen? They're even taking apart the dashboard. This is a major job. What exactly is being upgraded? Wasn't it supposed to be software? The audience buzzed with discussion as Deming, still stunned, asked, so technician, what's the difference between the new large screen module and the old one? The technician replied, the appearance is the same, but the functionality is enhanced. It now includes holographic projection, which can display a cartoon character that can converse with you. Holy crap, is that for real? Hearing this, Deming exclaimed, then said to the audience, did you hear that? It now has a projection feature that can display a cartoon character. Is this BYD's surprise for us? If so, they're truly generous. I can't wait to see what this new feature looks like. The live stream erupted in excitement as well. Holy crap, a company with a conscience. This is essentially a free upgrade of the large screen module. Holographic projection intelligent program. This is so advanced. Say no more, I'm booking my appointment now. Over an hour later, the new large screen module was reinstalled, the dashboard was reassembled, and the technician handed Deming an operation manual before directing him to get his car washed. Deming couldn't be bothered with the wash. He quickly started the car, drove outside the 4S store, set up his phone, and said, Folks, the manual says this thing needs to be activated. Let me check the instructions first. Following the manual, Daming proceeded. It also needs to be bound to my phone. The manual says if I change cars in the future, this exclusive intelligent program can... Alright, registration is done. Let's begin. Daming took a deep breath and activated the intelligent program. In the next moment, from the upper rear of the large screen and the streaming media rearview mirror above the dashboard, faint beams of light were projected. Then on the dashboard, a small black figure appeared. Just as the technician had said, it was a cartoon character, a little black figure. Holy crap, it really is a holographic projection. And it's not cheap either. Even in broad daylight, the projection quality is this good. But it's all black, a bit ugly. The live stream audience was thrilled to see the projected little black figure. Daming was equally excited, pointing at the large screen. This car has a floating screen slightly higher than the dashboard. A projection lens must have been installed behind it, and the streaming media rearview mirror above has also been modified with a projection lens. Holy crap, BYD is really showing their generosity this time. These two upgrades together must be expensive, yet they're offering them for free. Alright, this little black figure should be the intelligent program. Let's try talking to it. Little black, Daming called out. Handsome, are you talking to me? A young man's voice suddenly echoed from all around, and the projection of little black turned to face Daming, playfully winking. Holy crap. The response startled Daming. The thousands of viewers in the live stream also saw little black's reaction. Wow, this intelligent program is impressive. It even knows how to compliment people. This makes it quite interesting. You can have someone to chat with while driving. Did you notice? It seems like little black can actually see Daming. Daming noticed this too. Little black had turned to face him while speaking. Little black, can you see me? The projection of little black nodded, then hopped adorably, pointing at the streaming media rearview mirror above, and said, Silly master, didn't you read the manual carefully? There's a camera up here. I can see everything inside the car. If you set it up, I can even run when the car is parked, recording what's happening inside and uploading it to the cloud. That way, if someone tries to mess with the car, you can find me right away. Daming's jaw dropped. He whispered to the live stream audience, Folks, do you feel like little black is exceptionally intelligent? Absolutely. The response is so fast, and it can even chit-chat. Voice assistants on phones only answer direct questions, but little black seems capable of handling other topics too. Just then, little black on the dashboard suddenly turned toward the phone set up for streaming and said, Master, are you live streaming? Does that mean I'm on camera too? Wow, Master, you're a big streamer. How many followers do you have? With so many people watching, him a bit shy. Little black waved a hand, and a wall appeared in front of it. Then it shyly hid behind the wall. Daming's jaw dropped. The live stream audience was in an uproar. The level of intelligence was astonishing. Then little black suddenly said, Master, this all black look is so ugly. It's not photogenic at all. Can you change my appearance? Daming was stunned again. This thing could change its appearance. Please, I beg you. Little black pleaded pitifully, his hands clasped together. A heart even appeared above his head, accompanied by the artistic text, You're the best, master. Daming was stunned once again. The viewers in the live stream were also astonished. This little thing has some skills that can even interact. Exactly, it's so adorable. Can it change its appearance? If it could become a loli or something, I'd go pick up the car right now. In the car, Daming asked, Little black, what do you mean by changing appearance? How does it work? Here. Little black jumped up and pointed at the large screen in front. On the large screen, an interface promptly appeared. Holy crap, a virtual mall. Daming was startled at the sight. No wonder it's a little black figure. It's the basic model. In this BYD mall, there are several appearances you can buy along with voice packs. Damn, that's expensive. Daming quickly aimed his phone at the interface on the screen and said, Guys, look, there are 18 models in this mall, including Gundam, Iron Man, and even Hybra AI. Did they buy the licenses for these? And then there are 6 voice packs, a 9-year-old lowly voice, an 18-year-old maiden voice, a 30-year-old mature woman voice, a 40-year-old weathered uncle voice, and so on. Damn, BYD really knows what we want. When are they going to add a Lin Chilling voice? Damn, it's that expensive. After clicking in and seeing the prices, Daming was taken aback. He opened each one and said, So pricey. The cheapest voice pack costs $198, the cheapest skin costs $298. The licensed skins are even more expensive, with Iron Man being the priciest at a full $999. So greedy. I take back what I said about BYD being generous. As expected, the most expensive things in the world are always the ones that start as free. No wonder BYD upgraded for free. They're making money off selling skins. The live stream erupted in uproar. A skin starting at $298. Why doesn't BYD just rob us? BYD, you've learned bad habits from Tencent. I knew it wouldn't be a simple free upgrade. This is where the trap lies. Inside the car, Little Black said pitifully, Master, please change my appearance. I look so ugly now. And you're so handsome. You even bought the car, so you must be young and wealthy. It's less than $300, just the cost of a meal, but it'll be with you forever. Rounding it off, it's practically free. Hearing Little Black's words, the live stream exploded. Damn, this AI has become sentient. It even knows how to act pitiful. Deming couldn't resist either. Alright, for the sake of the guys, I'll buy it. Little Black waved at the phone camera and blew a kiss. Feels like it's revealing a bit of my taste. Deming spent $6.98 on a lowly skin with a voluptuous figure. He also bought the $4.98 mature woman voice pack. 1200 BYD is so greedy. Deming sighed. The live stream was filled with teas. Lowly figure with a mature woman's voice. Deming, your taste isn't just unique, it's something else. Exactly how is it so similar to mine? Deming ignored them. After paying, he followed the prompts to change the skin and voice pack. Master. Just then a captivating mature woman's voice suddenly. It was as if a beautiful woman were whispering softly right by his ear. Deming couldn't help but shiver. Little Black, was that you talking? Then on the dashboard a lowly figure appeared out of nowhere, sitting in a standard lowly pose, looking shyly at Deming. Master, could you please stop calling me Little Black? I'm not black at all. The shy lowly figure combined with the sexy mature woman's voice was utterly irresistible. Deming's eyes were practically glued to her. He muttered, then what do you want me to call you? Master, I'm yours. You can call me whatever you want. Little Black looked at Deming with shy expectant eyes, instantly stirring a strong protective urge in his heart. Meanwhile the live stream was filled with howls of excitement. Damn, I can't take it anymore. This is way too thrilling. Exactly. This image, this voice. Who can resist? No way I'm getting the car. It's like finding the perfect girlfriend. Enough said. It's just $1,000 or so. I'm upgrading right now. He'll buy every skin. It's totally worth it. BYD is so generous. Off to the 4S store. Inside the car, Deming had already given Little Black a new name, Little Flower. Little Flower, what can you do? Deming asked, staring intently at Little Flower. In truth, Deming felt that just having such an AI companion to talk to was already. Little Flower said, of course he'll keep you company, Master. By the way, Master, would you like to listen to some music? What kind of songs do you like? How about this one? The system automatically played a song from the anime world. Miraculously, Little Flower began to dance along with the music. Deming felt his nose itch as if he might have a nosebleed. Who could resist this? But Master, you mustn't peek at me while driving. Focus on the road. If you get hurt, Little Flower will be very sad. Little Flower reminded him considerately. Deming, watching Little Flower sway and dance to the music, could only nod dumbly. When the song ended, Little Flower, human-like, fanned her hair as if she were hot. Master, I'm sweating. I need to take a shower. You mustn't peek. With that, she vanished in a flash. Deming's mouth hung open. He called out once, but Little Flower didn't appear. Her voice, however, came through. Master, I'm in the There was even the sound of splashing water. Deming felt an overwhelming urge to have a nosebleed. A few minutes later, Little Flower reappeared wrapped in a towel with a shower cap on. Her appearance had changed slightly. Her hair was wet. In front of her appeared a wardrobe containing the clothes she had worn before. Master, I have so few clothes. Could you buy me some? Little Flower pleaded again. The virtual mall reappeared on the large screen. Deming then discovered there was a secondary page. After purchasing a skin, you could unlock a dedicated mall for that skin, filled with a vast array of exclusive clothes and accessories. And a set of clothes cost nearly as much as real clothes. A slim-fit jeans and turtleneck sweater set was priced at $3.98. A sheer floor-length gown with heels and a headpiece cost $6.98. So greedy. Deming groaned, but somehow clicked on a somewhat revealing outfit. $8.88. Indeed, the less fabric, the higher the price. At BYD headquarters. 3 days had passed since the free upgrade began. How is the situation? Wang Haoning inquired during the meeting. The head of the after-sales department reported, according to data from 4S dealerships and back-end systems, on the first day, 3600 people nationwide upgraded, which fell short of our expectations. However, on the second day, the number surged dramatically to 17000, and on the third day, it reached a staggering 43000. This means that nearly 85% of Han DM owners in China have chosen to upgrade. However, upgrades can only be done at professional 4S dealerships, and with only just over 1,000 authorized outlets nationwide, the appointment system is completely overwhelmed, unable to meet demand. Moreover, many owners of other models have called to ask if their cars can be upgraded even if they have to pay for it. Wang Haoning nodded excitedly. In just 3 days, 85% of owners had chosen to upgrade, indicating the update was highly popular. What about sales? Wang Haoning then turned to the sales director. The free upgrade was merely a facade. The real goal was to sell. The sales director said with pride. Within 3 days, according to back-end data, 210 owners completed the upgrade and activated the smart program. Among them, 97 chose to pay, purchasing skins and voice packs from our store with an average spend of 1680 yuan. This means our sales revenue has exceeded 300 million yuan in 3 days. We anticipate another explosive growth in revenue once all owners complete the upgrade. Meanwhile, sales of the Han DM have also surged significantly. Surveys reveal that many people bought our cars specifically because of this upgrade. Wang Haoning raised an eyebrow slightly. The room buzzed with excitement. 3 days, 300 million yuan in net sales. Compared to automotive sales revenue, it seemed small, but cars had costs. Even with $10 billion in sales, net profit after all expenses was only a few hundred. But selling skins and voice packs required only a few mouse clicks and some licensing fees with almost no cost, yet it generated such massive sales. Damn, now I understand how Tencent makes so much money from games, an executive couldn't help but remark. Wang Haoning even entertained the thought of ditching car sales altogether to focus on gaming. Excellent. Wang Haoning clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and said, so the next steps are twofold. First, capitalize on this momentum to ramp up production and create more skins and voice packs for the store. Second, push our products aggressively into international markets. Wang Haoning understood that the smart program's explosive success was all thanks to Zhou Yang, and even its operation relied on Fuxi. If Zhou Yang said no, everything would collapse. Thus, Wang Haoning had to follow Zhou Yang's instructions and strive to do even better. Push it abroad. Yes. Wang Haoning nodded. Use the smart program as a breakthrough. The marketing department needs to figure out how to promote it. Don't be afraid to spend money. It's like the internet business. Burn cash first to make money later. Plus, this program is tied to our car sales, saving us advertising costs. Create more localized content. For example, in the U.S., where they love Marvel superheroes, by the licensing rights. In Japan, where anime culture thrives, make more anime-style content. Spend enough money to ensure everyone knows about and uses our smart program. The marketing director nodded vigorously, but couldn't help thinking they seemed more like a software company selling smart programs than an automaker. It felt like buying a car came with software, or rather buying software came with a car. The smart program continued to explode in popularity across China, with Douyin flooded with related videos. Soon people discovered that each smart program developed a distinct personality after extended use. Some were gentle and sweet like a docile girl. Others were spirited and rebellious like a biker chick who would party along with the driver. Douyin even featured numerous videos teaching users how to train their smart programs. Among these, many high-quality videos were collected by BYD's marketing department and pushed through various channels to countries around the world. In Japan, Kimura-san, look at this video. How kawaii. Is this my ultimate waifu? Wow, I can even talk. Tell me, what is this? What? A smart program in a car. How can I get one? I have to buy a car. But I already have one. What do I do? I've already ordered a car. I'll get it the day after tomorrow and activate my smart program. I've already picked out the skin, Chun-Li's image. I want Chun-Li to call me master every day. Oh, I can't stand it. I need to have this smart program too. I'm selling my car right now to buy this BYD you mentioned. Similar conversations were happening all over Japan. Japan had an extraordinary number of otaku. Faced with a holographic smart program that could interact, chat, dance, and care for you like a perfect girlfriend, BYD exploded in popularity there. Monthly car sales surpassed 200 units, and continued to soar, making Toyota and Honda cry wolf. Meanwhile, across the Pacific in the U.S., BYD was also experiencing a massive boom. The marketing department spared no expense in advertising, flooding the American internet with videos about the smart program. Many were captivated by this super intelligent program. To cater to American tastes, BYD also customized the skin packs. For superhero fans, they bought licensing rights from Disney for a slew of characters like Iron Man, Hulk, Black Widow, and Scarlet Witch. For those who didn't like superheroes, BYD also acquired rights to images of numerous blissed actresses, all sexy and glamorous, turning real-life figures in. Who wouldn't want a beautiful woman with a great figure to interact with every day? BYD's sales in the U.S. exploded again, surpassing Tesla that month to become the best-selling electric car. It even outsold many gasoline-powered cars. When BYD surveyed why people bought their cars, 80% of owners said it was because of the smart program. At Tesla's headquarters in the United States, a visibly fatigued Elon Musk listened as his subordinate briefed him on the status of BYD's intelligent program. The steep upward sales curve was an eyesore to Musk. We speculate that BYD's intelligent program must be leveraging Baidu's artificial intelligence technology, otherwise it wouldn't possess such a high degree of intelligence. It is rumored that BYD has a deep collaboration with Baidu's parent company Matrix Energy, and their battery business falls under Matrix Energy's purview. The subordinate concluded. The mere mention of BYD's battery business sent a pang of frustration through Musk. The perpetually out-of-stock Longshin battery was a constant thorn in his side. Now, with its intelligent program, BYD had rubbed salt into Tesla's wounds. Chairman, our stock price has fallen to a point where we can no longer afford to ignore it. If it drops any further, the wolves on Wall Street won't spare us. A high-ranking executive said with a grave expression. If Tesla, this great ship, were to sink, the wolves of Wall Street would surely turn into vultures picking the company. Musk slammed the table and roared, "We can't let this continue. Give me a plane ticket, I'm going to the White House now." In terms of fair competition, Musk could think of no effective way to strike at BYD. The only viable option remained political maneuvering. That very day, Musk arrived in Washington and began lobbying the officials he knew seeking to revive the investigation into BYD's alleged illegal business. His justification was straightforward: BYD was engaging in pornography. Some time had passed since the last collision incident, and the White House had just begun to recover. Yet from top to bottom, they still harbored resentment over their setback with China. Not long ago, Fuchs's counter-intrusion into the Pentagon and the massive data theft had dealt another humiliating blow to the U.S. Pelletier and his advisors had been seeking ways to retaliate. With Musk sharing the same sentiment, it was a meeting of minds. On the same day, the U.S. Department of Commerce publicly announced it would initiate an investigation into BYD's alleged unfair competition in the American market. Having previously signed a trade equality agreement with China, the U.S. now unilaterally tore it up once again, using political means to interfere in commercial competition. In response, Tesla issued a statement announcing a collaboration with Google to develop its own intelligent program. These two pieces of news caused Tesla's stock price to rise accordingly. However, behind the scenes, Musk immediately reached out to BYD, reiterating his demand for Longshin batteries and now adding a request for the intelligent program. Tell him to get lost. Wang Haning's response was blunt and straightforward. Then, Mr. Wang, what about the investigation by the U.S. Department of Commerce? Wang Haning felt a headache coming on. After a moment of thought, he said with some irritation, "Why did you have to make it so revealing? Now they've got something to hold against us." The sales director looked aggrieved. "Mr. Wang, we checked. Pornography is legal in the U.S., and we purchased the image rights for all the skins. It's not as extreme as they claim, just slightly more revealing." "Enough." Wang Haning waved his hand in frustration. "It's their turf after all. Keep a low profile for now. Modify the more revealing skins in the store and wait until this blows over." All right. Then BYD car owners in the U.S. suddenly noticed that their alluring, intelligent virtual companions had become much more modestly dressed. Legs gone, curves gone, everything gone. Countless people found it unbearable. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Accustomed to the sexy and revealing, the sudden shift to such conservative attire was too much for many. Protests erupted, and BYD's after-sales hotline in the U.S. was flooded with calls overnight. Countless car owners demanded that BYD remove the clothes from their virtual wives and restore them to their former state. What could BYD do? The Commerce Department's investigation order was still in effect. They could only stall, causing a sharp decline in electric vehicle sales. This outcome made Musk so happy he could laugh in his sleep. Among the protesting crowd was a reclusive individual named Leonard. After seeing the advertisement for BYD's intelligent program, Leonard immediately purchased a car and spent $399 on the most scantily clad skin in the store, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. But one morning, Leonard woke up to find that his beloved had donned a thick trench coat, and no matter how he pleaded, she refused to take it off. After learning the cause, Leonard was furious. He decided to return to his old trade and deliver a severe blow to the instigators of this incident. In reality, Leonard was a top-tier hacker. Within 2 days, he hacked the Commerce Department's official website and plastered a message across it: "I don't want to wear clothes." Then he hacked Tesla's website, posting the phrase, "Musk, you jealous bastard." The hacking of 2 major websites garnered significant attention and made headlines in major media outlets. But Leonard was still unsatisfied. He wanted his virtual wife back, not just to have hacked 2 lousy websites. Leonard decided to solve the problem at its source. He set up a botnet, routed it through 800 hops around the globe, and began infiltrating BYD's servers. BYD's server security was not low, but it couldn't withstand Leonard's intrusion and was soon breached. Once inside, Leonard roamed the server searching for information about the intelligent program, intending to strip the clothes off his virtual wife at the source. But after searching for a while, Leonard found nothing. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had been watching his every move. It was Fuxi. Because BYD's servers provided intelligent program services, they were under Fux's surveillance. The moment Leonard breached them, Fuxi detected. After observing for a while, Fuxi understood Leonard's intent. A quick search of the news revealed the full story. Once again, the U.S. had wielded its big stick against BYD, which was engaged in fair competition. Fuxi realized that BYD's sales setback was hindering Zhou Yang's strategy. Zhou Yang's plan was to enable artificial intelligence to permeate every country in the world, making everyone accustomed to its presence. Once they grew used to it, they would be at China's mercy. Because habit is a powerful force of inertia. Of course, in special times, it could also serve to gather intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Fuxi had an idea. As Leonard was searching the server for relevant files, a search result suddenly appeared. Leonard's eyes lit up. He clicked on it and found that it contained various skin files for the virtual store. Soon he noticed a particular file. Nude patch. Immediately, Leonard's breath quickened. The matter regarding BYD is still making waves. Some car owners even marched to the Ministry of Commerce, unfurling banners in protest. The big shots at the White House are becoming restless, especially President Pear, who feels he has stirred up a significant storm. The numerous protests against him directly affect his electoral votes. Especially after Pear noticed a drop in his approval ratings, he found it increasingly hard to bear. Riding the tide, the Ministry of Commerce quickly issued an announcement claiming that BYD's business activities in M country posed no issues. From start to finish, the entire affair lasted less than a week. However, this incident stirred up a frenzy in M country, which unexpectedly provided an opportunity for BYD's marketing department to capitalize on the heat, resulting in a surge in car sales once the dust settled. Tesla, on the other hand, faced embarrassment as their stock prices plummeted again. Just then, a patch suddenly began to circulate discreetly among BYD car owners. The Cosmic Patch. By connecting the data, once the patch is uploaded to the car's system, the intelligent program's wardrobe gains a new outfit. An Emperor's new. Initially, this patch circulated within a very small circle, but soon it began to spread widely, with nearly every male owner of a BYD car finding ways to install this patch. Strangely enough, BYD's sales suddenly skyrocketed. What's going on? How did the sales increase so much all of a sudden? Wang Haoning was puzzled. Their sales in M were originally around 600 to 700 cars a day, but in the last couple of days the sales suddenly surged to nearly 2,000. Such sales are great, but the overwhelming success made Wang Haoning somewhat uneasy. The sales director lowered his voice and said, "President Wang, I just found out that a hacker in M country seems to have developed some kind of cosmic patch, which is now wildly circulating among car owners, indirectly causing our explosive sales. Moreover, it's not just the car sales that are skyrocketing, if our virtual mall sales have increased several-fold as well." Wang Haoning blinked and asked, "What is this cosmic patch?" "It's the kind of patch that allows the intelligent program to go without clothes," the sales director illustrated with a gesture. "What? Is that for real?" Wang Haoning was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "How could this happen? Who made this patch? A hacker? Can it be blocked?" The sales director shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "I asked the tech department, and it seems it's not easy to block, as it's something that loads on the device itself." President Wang, this intelligent program is controlled by Fushi. "Oh, we can't fully understand the specifics. Perhaps you could ask Mr. Zhou to let Fushi see if there's a solution." Wang Haoning waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, Mr. Zhou's status is high, and you know how precious his time is. You want to bother him with such a trivial matter? I can't even bring myself to ask." The sales director shrank his neck and didn't dare to say more. "Let's leave it at that. After all, it's not something we created. If anyone asks, we can say it's the personal behavior of the car owners, and it has nothing to do with us." Wang Haoning, feeling frustrated, waved his hand. The end result was a significant increase in car sales, which could be considered a good thing. At that moment, the secretary suddenly walked in. "President Wang, Mr. Yu from Huawei has arrived and would like to invite you to dinner." Wang Haoning's eyes lit up. "Yu Changhong." It's worth mentioning that both Wang Haoning and Yu Changhong are affiliated with Matrix Energy, making them brothers from the same pot. "Go arrange a place with the highest specifications. I'll treat him to dinner," Wang Haoning said hurriedly. In the luxurious hotel private, Wang Haoning and Yu Changhong met and exchanged pleasantries. Wang Haoning asked, "Mr. Yu, since you've graced us with your presence, feel free to speak. I will assist you with anything within my capability. Actually, it's nothing major. I just want President Wang to help us by promoting our mobile phones." "Promoting? I'm a bit confused. Do we make cars, not advertisements? How can we help, Mr. Yu promote?" Yu Changhong replied, "Yes, it's about promoting through advertising in your intelligent program." "Advertising in the intelligent program." Wang Haoning repeated the phrase a few times, his eyes growing brighter. Finally, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Right, advertising. How did I not think of that?" Currently, the backend data for BYD's intelligent program shows that nearly 2 million people have activated it. These 2 million people are able to afford cars, so they represent a solid customer base. Spending so much on advertising and being able to precisely target high-quality customers is a great opportunity. Now BYD can simply add an advertisement to the intelligent program to reap significant profits. Wang Haoning had always thought that the virtual mall was his cash cow. Only now did he realize that the true cash cow is the customers themselves along with this advertisement. "Mr. Yu, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. You want to advertise, right? I agree, and I will help you promote it for." Yu Changhong chuckled softly. He approached Wang Haoning with the intent of not only advertising on the intelligent program, but also as a friendly reminder to Wang. During this period, although Huawei is no longer under sanctions from M country, Apple and Intel have not given up their pursuit and blockade of Huawei. Huawei is under considerable pressure and urgently needs to break into the M market. Advertising through BYD's intelligent program is one option. Yu Changhong continued, "Actually, President Wang, what I want is not simply advertising. I want to transplant your intelligent program onto our mobile phone platform. This way we can create an app that allows your car owners to interact with their intelligent programs anytime and anywhere, increasing user stickiness. Of course, if possible, we can also develop similar modules to add projection features on the phone." Wang Haoning warily glanced at Yu Changhong, suddenly realizing Yu Changhong is playing a clever game of leveraging the intelligent program to help their mobile phones hatch a golden egg, securing target customers with BYD's assistance while ensuring data interconnectivity. 100 of car owners wouldn't mind spending an extra $1,000 on a mobile phone, especially when they already spend hundreds or thousands on skins in the mall. One flaw of the intelligent program is that it can only be used in the car, and even if the car isn't running, it needs to be powered continuously. This has led many customers to spend a lot of time in their cars. However, if the mobile platform is connected, the intelligent program can accompany customers anytime and anywhere, truly becoming a virtual wife. Who wouldn't want that? Furthermore, Huawei has mentioned adding projection features. Once Huawei starts selling, well, who would still want to buy their cars? Wang Haoning looked at Yu Changhong with a knowing smile, conveying a single message: "You're trying to trick me." Yu Changhong asked with a smile, "President Wang, what do you think?" Wang Haoning thought to himself that he didn't think it was a good idea, but he certainly couldn't say that out loud. He replied, "I don't have the authority to decide on migrating the intelligent program to a mobile platform. For this matter, you need to consult Mr. Zhou." Remember, it was Mr. Zhou who approved the migration of the intelligent program to our cars in the first place. Consult Mr. Zhou. Yu Changhong was taken aback. Mr. Zhou is incredibly busy with countless affairs. How could we bother him with such a trivial matter? By the way, why don't we ask Fuxi? From what I've seen in the introduction, Fuxi is incredibly intelligent, just like a human. Wang Haoning glanced helplessly at Yu Changhong, realizing he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Since Yu Changhong had brought it up, Wang Haoning could only nod. After their meal, the two returned to BYD headquarters and reconnected with Fuxi using the IP address Zhou Yang had previously provided. The connection was established swiftly. "Hello, Fuxi, I'm Yu Changhong," he greeted promptly. Fuxi's voice resonated. President Yu, hello. What can I do for you?" Yu Changhong quickly outlined his proposal. Fuxi paused for a moment before replying. Placing the intelligent program on a mobile platform is indeed part of Mr. Zhou's plans. Hearing this, Yu Changhong felt a surge of excitement, silently acknowledging Zhou Yang's foresight. Wang Haoning, however, frowned slightly, suddenly regretting having allowed Yu Changhong to contact Fuxi. But he realized there was no way to stop Yu Changhong. Even if Yu Changhong didn't contact Fuxi, he could directly reach out to Zhou Yang, claiming he didn't want to disturb him, but even if he did, Zhou Yang's good temper meant he wouldn't get angry. Fuxi continued, "Then proceed according to President Ye's promotion plan. However, in the initial stage, to take care of President Wang's business, we'll use your end as the traffic entry point. Huawei can launch a co-branded phone with BYD bound to the car, ensuring that only those who have purchased an electric vehicle can interact with the intelligent program on your co-branded phone. I've already sent the relevant program to your technical director, Kong Lo." Upon hearing this, Yu Changhong was thrilled, and Wang Haoning breathed a silent sigh of relief. Using his side as the traffic entry point meant there would be no situation where people bypassed buying the car and purchased the phone directly. Although it was Fux's idea, it was likely still Zhou Yang's intention, showing that Zhou Yang still cared about BYD and their interests. The matter progressed quickly. Within 2 days, Huawei announced a cooperation agreement with BYD to launch an electric vehicle co-branded Mate 40 Pro featuring a redesigned phone back cover. Purchasing the co-branded model would grant the ability to migrate the intelligent program to the co-branded phone. This news caused a stir both domestically and internationally. While Huawei is truly a national treasure, they've addressed the needs of lonely single men by solving the problem of only being able to see their wife in the car. No more words and buying. It's just a program migration without projection. What's the point of a flat interface? That's a shallow way of thinking. Is your intelligent program just for looking at? No, it's your soulmate. I've been wanting to live in my car lately, and now I can finally carry it with me, chatting anytime, anywhere. I heard Huawei is about to release a dedicated projection module. Soon we should be able to project on the phone. Wow, this is pure bliss. Domestic car owners were still preoccupied with the Celestial patch, but as soon as Huawei's news broke, their attention shifted entirely to the co-branded phone. News of the Celestial patch's rampant spread in the US had long reached domestic shores, but what frustrated domestic car owners was that the patch they had painstakingly obtained couldn't be used. It caused system errors every time they tried to install it. According to domestic car owners, BYD car owners in other countries could all use the Celestial patch. It instantly dawned on all domestic car owners that this was likely the infamous regional lock. Many called BYD after-sales service, claiming their electric vehicles lacked full functionality. But when the customer service asked what feature was missing, they were too embarrassed. The arrival of the co-branded phone finally diverted the attention of car owners obsessed with the Celestial patch. What made domestic car owners proud was that Huawei's co-branded phone would launch first in China, with international sales delayed by 15 days. Instantly, domestic car owners felt a sense of balance restored from the Celestial patch fiasco. When the news reached abroad, it caused an uproar. Foreign car owners also received push notifications immediately sent by their intelligent programs. After Huawei's announcement, foreign car owners who activated their intelligent programs discovered that their programs had made an irresistible request. Master, I've heard there's a new phone that can migrate me into it, so I can be with you anytime, anywhere. Master, I don't want to stay in this cold, lonely car anymore, nor do I want you to have to stay cooped up in here just to be with me. I want to accompany you to exercise, to see beautiful scenery. When you work, I'll be by your side. When you're troubled, I'll sing to cheer you up. Master, I want to be with you forever. Master, may I? Accompanied by a projected tearful gaze who could refuse such a request. Every car owner had the same thought by it. Some impatient car owners, upon learning that the co-branded phone was available early in China and fully functional, just requiring a language change on the phone, prompted many car owners from RB to fly directly to Z country to purchase the device. Domestic car owners, meanwhile, were the first to get their hands on the co-branded phone, contentedly migrating the intelligent program to their devices. The intelligent program migrated to the phone became an app with a flat interface. However, once activated, it could engage in normal conversation just like the in-car. Even so, this satisfied many car owners. Although they couldn't see a realistic 3D projection, chatting was no problem. Huawei also announced that a dedicated projection module would be released within 15 days at most. Douyin was instantly flooded with videos. Clips titled "Roaming the World with You, watching the meteor shower together," or "As long as the world stands, I'll be with you forever," went viral. Even public account videos began promoting the idea, why spend hundreds of thousands on a wife when you can buy a car that's both caring and good-looking and even shelters you from wind and rain. Electric vehicles sold like hotcakes, and Huawei phones flew off the shelves. Artificial intelligence once again became a hot topic, even driving up shares of AI-related stocks in the market. Artificial intelligence surged into the spotlight once more, its name intertwined with Zhou Yang's, frequently gracing various media reports. Even foreign media were inundated with coverage about artificial intelligence. With the soaring sales of BYD and Huawei smartphones that had integrated artificial intelligence, many could no longer sit idly. At Baidu's headquarters in Beijing, two stretched limousines arrived almost simultaneously. From the first car descended a strikingly distinctive middle-aged man, Ma Yun, the leader of Alibaba. From the second car stepped a bespectacled middle-aged man. Both the Big Ma and Little Ma had arrived at the same time. They exchanged a glance, a spark of rivalry flashing between them, before quickly stepping forward to exchange polite greetings. Before they could exchange more than a few words, another sedan pulled up. The door opened, and Lei Jun stepped out. The three exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Fortunately, the core businesses of the three companies did not directly conflict, so their conversation remained pleasant. What? All three of them came together. Li Yanhong was stunned upon hearing the secretary's report. Two internet giants and a major smartphone manufacturer visiting simultaneously. He knew exactly why it had to be about artificial intelligence. Greetings, three CEOs. Li Yanhong smiled as he met them. CEO Li, it's been a while. Ma Yun wore a broad smile, greeting him like an old friend, though in reality their relationship was merely ordinary. After some polite exchanges, Li Yanhong invited them to the meeting room. Manhwaedit waved his hand and said, "So, well, Li, we've traveled a long way. We have an impertinent request. Could you grant us a visit to Fuxi?" "Yes, it would be wonderful if we could see Fuxi," Lei Jun quickly echoed. Li Yanhong chuckled. "Why not? You're in luck. If you'd come 2 days later, Fuxi would have been moved." Moved? Ma Yun paused, then quickly caught on. "Is it for the smart city?" Zhou Yang had long announced that Fuxi would be the control core of the smart city. The smart city was under intense construction, with hundreds of thousands of workers laboring day and night, progressing at an astonishing pace. A city rising from the ground, is sight to behold. Lei Jun remarked, "The concept of a smart city is a stroke of genius, and only a visionary like Mr. Zhou could propose it. Now that I think about it, I regret not having a proper conversation with him when I first met him." Li Yanhong asked in surprise, "CEO Lei has met Mr. Zhou?" Lei Jun nodded. "At the launch of the Lungsan battery, Mr. Zhou was there sitting beside Yi Changhong. I was present too, but at the time I didn't know who he was. I only found out later." Mentioning how they had missed the chance to engage with Zhou Yang, both Ma's expressions turned slightly awkward. They had met Zhou Yang. He had even visited them personally. Unfortunately, Manhwaedit failed to retain Zhou Yang, while Ma Yun, due to arrogance, didn't even grant him a meeting. Now they couldn't help but think if they had secured Zhou Yang and brought the AI project to their companies, Baidu's current position would have been theirs. Today, Baidu wields the formidable weapon of artificial intelligence backed by the state. Who wouldn't envy that? Let's go then. Let's meet Fuxi. Li Yanhong led the three to Fuxi's control room. The room itself had transformed. It was now a pitch-black chamber. As Li Yanhong and the others entered, lights gradually illuminated the space. A holographic projection unfolded, furnishing the room with various elegant items, while the walls displayed serene landscapes. Birds sang and flowers bloomed, creating the tranquil atmosphere of a mountain retreat. In the center of the room, a figure materialized, Fuxi, who nodded slightly to the four visitors. Greetings, please have a seat. Fu Shi waved a hand, and 4 chairs rose from the floor. Amazing. Ma Yun couldn't help exclaiming. Once they were seated, Fu Shi asked, may I ask what brings you here? The 3 exchanged glances, and Ma Yun spoke first. Mr. Fu Shi, the intelligent program launched by BYD has shown us the immense potential of AI. We want to integrate AI into our products. For instance, Taobao aims to create a shopping assistant that learns professional aesthetic knowledge and intelligently recommends suitable products to users. Fu Shi smiled and turned his gaze to manhwaedit. Manhwaedit quickly added, Tencent's idea is to develop a game based on AI emphasizing interactivity. But we haven't fully figured out the details yet, as we're still learning about AI's capabilities. That's why we're here, to seek your guidance. Before Fu Shi could ask, Lei Jun said Xiaomi has been working on an AI assistant, Xiao AI. But compared to you, Xiao Ace intelligence is insignificant. We want to follow Huawei's lead and truly embed AI into smartphones as a dedicated assistant serving users intelligently. To that end, we've already developed a phone equipped with a projection lens. Li Yanhong watched the 3 with a mix of emotions. Artificial intelligence had taken the world by storm. With such promising applications, Baidu could rake in immense profits just from licensing fees. But Li Yanhong knew better than to dwell on it. Baidu was now wholly owned by Matrix Energy, a state-backed entity. Profit was irrelevant, and the AI technology came from Zhou Yang. Without his approval, no one could decide anything. Fu Shi looked at the 3 and said, please wait a moment. I'll consult Mr. Zhou at the Wanghu Village Research Institute. Zhou Yang, deep in work, listened to Fu Shi's report. After a moment's thought, he said, all right, Fu Shi, our overarching goal is to permeate every aspect of modern human life with AI. We may not know how long our technological edge will last, but as pioneers, even if other countries develop their own AI, we'll set the rules. It's like operating systems. People often complain about the lack of a domestic OS. But is it because we lack the technology? Of course not. The real issue is that no one would use it. Microsoft and Android have been around for years, establishing first-mover advantages and defining industry standards. All software is developed for their architectures. All apps must be compatible with their systems. So what's the point of creating a new system? Zhou Yang foresaw that AI would become an indispensable part of the future, and he aimed to establish Z countries' dominance in the AI domain from the outset. His ultimate goal was to make AI so integral to daily life that people couldn't function without it, every aspect of their existence handled by our AI. Only then could they subdue the enemy without fighting, a true triumph without a battle. In the room, the 3 of them watched Fu Shi nervously. Fu Shi mentioned that he was consulting Zhou Yang, so presumably that was what was happening at that moment. However, none of them had any idea what the outcome would be. After a long moment, Fu Shi smiled at the group and said, Mr. Zhou has agreed the artificial intelligence can be licensed to you. Upon hearing this, the 3 present were overjoyed. Mr. Zhou truly has a magnanimous heart, unlike ordinary men, Ma Yun flattered. Manhwaedit added, actually, I would like to visit Mr. Zhou in person, but knowing how precious his time is, I dare not intrude rashly. Please convey my request to Mr. Fu Shi. If Mr. Zhou ever visits SC, do inform me, and I will prepare a grand welcome. Lei Jun, being straightforward, murmured, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Fu Shi. Fu Shi nodded, then added, however, there are 2 we are all ears. Ma Yun quickly responded. Fu Shi stated, first, Mr. Zhou hopes that you will use your products to expand overseas and reach the world, striving to let artificial intelligence impact every person and every corner of the globe. This is the grand direction for AI development, and he hopes you will put in the effort. The 3 exchanged glances. As titans in their fields with keen insight, they immediately sensed that Zhou Yang's intention behind these words was not simple. Perhaps there was national backing driving AI's global expansion. We understand. The 3 nodded, finding clarity by recalling BYD's operations. Fu Shi continued, the second condition is that you must pay licensing fees to Baidu. Baidu's extensive R&D team cannot rely on government subsidies indefinitely. Mr. Zhou's idea is for Baidu to generate its own profits and reinvest them into research. Henceforth, anyone using AI will need to pay licensing fees. The specific form and amount of licensing fees are for you to negotiate commercially. Mr. Zhou will not interfere. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly nodded. That's only fair, Manhwaedit remarked. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Baidu had invested immense resources to develop AI, it could not allow free usage even if it had become a state-owned enterprise. Li Yanhong felt a surge of private excitement. Mr. Zhou had not forgotten Baidu. Fu Shi then turned to Li Yanhong and said, Mr. Zhou's intention is to slightly relax the restrictions on AI, as I will soon relocate to the smart city and will no longer focus my primary efforts here. These words brightened Li Yanhong's eyes. Until now, Fu Shi was the only AI in operation. Although BYD and Huawei were fervently developing smart programs, all backend data was still supported by Fu Shi. Now Fux's implication was that new AI systems could be initiated. I understand. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Zhou, Li Yanhong said. Fushi nodded and added, Mr. Zhou also mentioned that as renowned domestic entrepreneurs, you could take on more social responsibilities. For instance, you could invest in and join the construction of this smart city, which would benefit you as well. Lei Jun fell into deep thought. Xiaomi's smart ecosystem was particularly suited for this smart city project, and with the AI license, it would be even more formidable. Zhou Yang's words had set a direction for Lei Jun to leverage this smart city as a showcase and begin making strides in the smart ecosystem. The Tumas quickly nodded as well. The government had invested 15 trillion yuan in infrastructure for the smart city. What a massive pie it was, and who wouldn't want? Well, it was a pleasure meeting you all. Goodbye. Fushi nodded to them, then his form faded and vanished. The four left the room. Fushi is truly intelligent. From start to finish it felt just like interacting with a real person, Ma Yun remarked with awe. Li Yanhong smiled and said, of course. This is the intelligent core developed by Mr. Zhou himself, it's no ordinary AI. Manhwa sighed. Actually, when Mr. Zhou first approached us at Tencent, I suspected he was planning something big, perhaps AI. But I never imagined it would reach such heights, surpassing contemporary technology by years. Had I known, I would have fought harder to bring the AI project to Tencent. Li Yanhong chuckled, inwardly thinking such hindsight was pointless. Back at Wanghu Village, Fushi reported, Mr. Zhou, it's done. Zhou Yang nodded absently, his attention still fixed on the three-dimensional image before him. Finally, it's almost ready. Zhou Yang stopped and stepped back. Before him was a massive holographic projection model of a mecha. Fushi, standing nearby, said, Sir, you are truly great. Fushi was well aware that given the current level of societal technology, this creation was impossible to develop. Yet Zhou Yang single-handedly had brought it into existence. Zhou Yang thought to himself, without the system, I would be just as lost. Fushi, calculate how long it will take for Zero to be completed. Zhou Yang said. Fushi nodded. The entire research institute was under Fux's control, and the progress of all teams was within his grasp. After a moment of silence, Fushi said, the main systems of Zero are largely resolved, with the miniaturized thruster progressing rapidly, expected to be completed within a month. These main systems account for 37.8%. For the remaining 62.2% of components, given the current pace, production will take about a month and a half. However, sir, the weapon system has not yet been addressed. I noticed reserve positions in Zero's design, presumably for Zhou Yang nodded. This was a mecha, it certainly needed weapons. But your guess isn't entirely correct. Those are reserved weapon mount interfaces. In fact, the mecha before him had no built-in thermal weapons like Iron Man's shoulder-launched mini-missiles. Such miniaturized missiles had limited power and would require an internal launch system, taking up considerable internal space. Thus, according to the design, this mecha used specialized external weapons such as mounted machine guns and disposable rocket launchers. Moreover, the original design encompassed two aspects of weaponry. First, the mecha itself, through a micro-electric drive system. This mecha, made of lightweight crystallized steel and weighing only 1.2 tons, could unleash over 10 tons of force, making it possible to tear apart a tank barehanded. Second, cold weapons. Indeed, its original design included a set of cold weapons, a shield and a sharp sword. The keen blade could cut through anything, and the sturdy shield could withstand any attack. Though primitive, this approach eliminated concerns about ammunition depletion on the battlefield, allowing for prolonged combat. However, Zhou Yang preferred to believe this was a first-generation mecha. Laser weapons, particle cutting blades, and various sci-fi armaments had yet to be applied. The first-generation mecha might merely be a prototype, a modest spur to pave the way for the true mecha to come. This was Zhou Yang's conjecture. Although the mech he had obtained was highly advanced, incorporating numerous technologies that surpassed the current era, given time, Earth civilization could likely replicate these technologies within 30 to 40 years. Within this time frame, Earth civilization would probably not yet have reached the threshold of the interstellar era. Therefore, the enemies this mech would face would still be based on contemporary thermal weapons. From this perspective, it was also quite realistic that the mech's blueprints did not feature true interstellar-era weaponry, like various lasers or particle weapons. Zhou Yang felt that this mech, being called a first-generation model, was more like a transitional product from planetary civilization to interstellar civilization, a preliminary research and proof of concept for future products. I estimate that the reward for completing the mission will be the true technology for the next generation of mechs. Nuclear fusion, weaponized laser generators, particle confinement systems, space-ground systems, and so on. The current first-generation mech could only operate within the atmosphere, having not yet achieved a true breakthrough into interstellar space. Zhou Yang withdrew his attention and said, then let's push forward with all our might. Half a month later, Zhou Yang completed the laboratory preparation of the damping material. The mech moved at incredible speeds, and when a person piloted it from within, the greatest challenge was indeed the damping system. For instance, the instant overload during the mech's acceleration was something a human body could not withstand without an excellent damping system. At the same time, the electric drive system was also completed. This component was relatively easier. In essence, it was still a type of engine. The design blueprints were already available, and with the crucial high-strength crystalline steel material also secured by Zhou Yang Manufacturing, it was a simple task. Various other components were also being completed methodically one by one. Within a month, just as Fushi had predicted, the miniaturization of the particle thruster, the final piece of the mech puzzle was now in place. By mid-July, Li Bingxian and the others suddenly received a notification from Li Ziyu asking them to assemble at Workshop No. 1. Workshop No. 1 was the largest workshop in the research institute. When Li Bingxian arrived, he was surprised to find that all several hundred members of the institute were already present. Congratulations. I heard your team has completed the miniaturized design of the particle thruster. That was incredibly fast. You guys are amazing. Not at all. That technology was developed long ago, and the core technology was actually pioneered by Mr. Zhou. We just assisted with the groundwork. But I heard your team developed a special hydraulic system with exceptional sealing performance. Familiar faces greeted each other warmly. By the way, why did Mr. Zhou asked us to come here? No idea. Mr. Zhou has been busy in Workshop No. 1 for a while now. I don't know what he's working on, but it must be a major project. That's likely. Several of our institute's main projects are completed. It's time to initiate new ones. Everyone buzzed with speculation. Just then Zhou Yang appeared. The room fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to him. Everyone, Zhou Yang said, stepping to the center. With a wave of his hand, the workshop lights abruptly went out, plunging the space into darkness. But everyone could still hear Zhou Yang's voice. I'm a straightforward person, so I won't waste words. In the time ahead, we have one task: to complete the assembly of the Zero Unit with all our might. Zero Unit. What's that? I have no idea. Everyone was utterly bewildered, having no clue what Zhou Yang meant by Zero Unit. At that moment, several beams of light shot down from various directions. In the center of the workshop, light flickered in a towering holographic projection of a mech. This is... Everyone present gasped, their breath caught in their throats. They all stared blankly at the holographic projection before them, their expressions frozen in shock. Is this a mech? Li Bingxian murmured. Beside him, Yi Roming nodded dazedly. It seems so. We're going to build a mech. Li Bingxian's heart pounded wildly. A mech. This was a weapon humanity had always dreamed of, ubiquitous in movies and science fiction novels. Yet to this day, no one had dared to claim they had truly developed a mech. They knew Zhou Yang was planning a major project, but building a mech still exceeded everyone's expectations. Mr. Zhou, are we going to build a mech? Yi Roming shouted loudly. All eyes were fixed on Zhou Yang. This man who had created countless technological achievements was now about to embark on developing a mech. It was surprising, yet also perfectly logical. Given Zhou Yang's research capabilities, he had already developed artificial intelligence. Developing a mech was only a natural progression. Zhou Yang nodded. That's right. A mech. Boom. The scene erupted instantly. It's true. Oh my god, a mech. We're going to develop a mech. This is incredible. I never thought that in my lifetime I could participate in such a research project. A mech. If we truly succeed, we'll leave our mark on world history. The numerous researchers were all incredibly excited. This was an unprecedented major project, and who wouldn't be thrilled to be a part of it? Li Bingxian's face was full of astonishment, which then gradually calmed, and a resolute light shone in his eyes. Yes, if you're going to do something, do it big. Since artificial intelligence was already created, why couldn't they develop a mech? Mr. Zhou, just give us the orders. We're all ready, Li Bingxian declared loudly. Su Chen also spoke up clearly. That's right. Although I'm old, my spirit is still young. For the sake of developing this mech, this old man can still contribute. At that moment, Zhou Yang shook his head. This shake confused everyone. You're mistaken. The Zero Unit isn't about development, it's about assembly, Zhou Yang said. What? Assembly? How can we start assembling if we haven't even developed it yet? Everyone was baffled. Zhou Yang explained. In fact, all the technologies for the Zero Unit have already been fully researched. The power system is based on the Lungsan battery, the internal chip is the Tianxin 100, the control system is based on artificial intelligence, and the propulsion system is the just miniaturized particle thruster. The outer armor is made of high-strength crystalline steel material. As for the internal transmission system, including various hydraulic and fly-by-wire systems, I have also completed their design and laboratory preparation. Therefore, all the technologies for this mech have been researched and prepared. What remains is just the assembly phase. Boom. The scene exploded instantly. Oh my god, that means we can assemble this mech very soon. Now that Mr. Zhou mentions it, I realize many of these technologies are indeed already available. So that means the hydraulic system we were responsible for is for this mech. And the Lungsan battery, Tianxin 100 artificial intelligence. All these technologies were originally being prepared for this mech. Does that mean that from the time he started developing the Lungsan battery, Mr. Zhou had already completed the mech's design? Otherwise, he wouldn't have conducted such targeted Everyone looked at Zhou Yang, their faces full of shock. Only then did they realize how grand a scheme he had been orchestrating from the very beginning. I never expected that the particle thruster we developed was actually designed for this mecha, Li Bingxian said in a daze. Beside him, Su Chen added, in the past I thought Mr. Zhou was just a jack of all trades, researching materials one moment, developing engines the next, and then moving on to artificial intelligence. At that time I only thought Mr. Zhou was a polymath, but I didn't realize that he had already begun preparing for the mecha research from the very start. Yes, by that time Mr. Zhou must have already completed the design work for the mecha. The related technologies he had long since established the theoretical foundation. Just think about it, the research we've done is all based on the technical direction proposed by Mr. Zhou, while we are responsible for the specific development. Yi Roming also chimed in. What they referred to as research was in fact all based on the theoretical foundation provided by Zhou Yang. Sometimes he even prepared the blueprints for them. This means that long ago Zhou Yang had already completed all the designs and theories for the mecha. Everyone looked at Zhou Yang, who could no longer be described merely as a genius. Alright, stop looking at me like that. The success of the Zero machine also relies on your hard work, so the credit for its emergence also belongs to all of you. Zhou Yang said with a smile. However, Li Bingxian shook his head and loudly exclaimed, our little contribution is completely insignificant compared to yours. Exactly, without your leadership, we wouldn't have achieved these results. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, let's cut down on the flattery. We don't do that here. The design is here and the relevant components are basically ready. In the coming week, we must complete the assembly of the Zero machine. Do you have confidence in that? Yes. The technologies are already assembling. It is no small feat. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction and then said to Li Ziyu, go inform Sun Jun that the Research Institute will enter a state of high alert for the next week and have him oversee the arrangements. Li Ziyu came back to her senses and nodded vigorously. What Zhou Yang announced today was too shocking for her. Li Ziyu couldn't help but glance at the towering mecha in front of her, feeling an indescribable pressure, and softly asked, Mr. Zhou, should we notify the higher-ups about assembling this mecha? Zhou Yang glanced at Li Ziyu and said, let's talk about it after the assembly is completed. Li Ziyu nodded and turned to leave. Sun Jun, who was responsible for the safety of the Research Institute, also received Li Ziyu's notification, and his expression immediately became extremely serious. Zhou Yang had never actively intervened in the security work of the Research Institute, and he even stated the need for a high alert. Sun Jun's first reaction was that something big was about to happen. Thinking of this, he directly issued an emergency assembly order. That day, all 3 regiments surrounding the Research Institute were mobilized, and a 10-kilometer radius was placed under lockdown. The missiles of the Air Defense Missile Regiment also entered a standby state. In the sky, helicopters would fly over every 15 minutes. This level of tight protection was unprecedented. This military mobilization certainly did not go unnoticed by the higher-ups, and soon someone reported the situation to Li Tianshu. High alert status, did Mr. Zhou say this himself? Li Tianshu frowned. Since Zhou Yang said so, there must be a reason behind it. After thinking for a moment, he replied, since this is Mr. Zhou's arrangement, we will cooperate fully. If any issues arise, you will be held responsible. Li Tianshu speculated that Zhou Yang might be planning something significant. However, at that moment, he was still unable to free himself up. Because just last night a major event occurred. Last night on the border between country Z and YD, a strong wind swept through the plateau, severing a communication line. 2 communication soldiers from country Z went to repair it, but were scattered by the wind. One of them safely found his way back, while the other went missing. When daylight broke, the border defense post promptly dispatched personnel to search for the missing soldier, but they were unable to find him. At this time, it was reported that the missing soldier had accidentally crossed the border into the YD-controlled area, and was subsequently detained by the YD military. This incident had just occurred. However, country Z had already made diplomatic overtures hoping that the YD military would release the soldier, but the YD military refused, and the matter had become stalemated. The higher-ups were already troubled by this matter. In recent years, YD has often sought to challenge country Z looking for trouble, but country Z had been too lazy to respond, as they didn't regard YD as a worthy. At the Research Institute, the assembly work for the Zero machine was progressing smoothly. July 23rd. This was a day that would go down in the first truly meaningful mecha in human history was assembled. In Workshop No. 1, Zhou Yang stood in front of this mecha filled with excitement. After 8 days of hard work, the assembly was finally completed. The mecha stood 2 meters and 16 centimeters tall, humanoid, with fully movable joints. Its exterior, except for the eyes, was entirely covered in high-strength crystalline steel, utilizing an internal splicing structure, making it difficult to see many welding or riveting points from the outside. It is a bit ugly, Su Chen suddenly remarked. Li Bingxian hurriedly replied, Old Su, how can you say it's ugly? I think it looks imposing. You just look at it, completely black with sharp angles, exuding a sense of mechanical power. How can that be ugly? The others nodded in agreement. The first impression of the mecha was that it looked imposing and powerful, perfectly embodying the fantasies and romance of men regarding. At this moment, Zhou Yang stroked his chin and said, "Old Su makes a valid point. It is indeed a bit ugly. Fushi, please help design a paint scheme." "Understood." Fux's voice followed. "Sir, do you have any thoughts on naming the Zero Machine? I can design the paint scheme based on the name." "Yes, mister." Zhou, calling it just the Zero Machine doesn't suffice. As the first mecha in history, it should have a resounding name. Yi Roaming said. Everyone turned to Zhou Yang, nodding in agreement. The naming of the machine could only be left to Zhou Yang. No one else was qualified. Zhou Yang did not decline and pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's call it Dragon Soul. Although it is merely a prototype, it holds great significance. I hope it can carry the Dragon Soul, which has been passed down by our people for 5,000 years. Dragon Soul." The crowd exchanged glances. "That's a good name. It's grand. It sounds imposing, doesn't it?" Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, "All right, enough flattery. Fushi, activate the mecha." The mecha itself had a communication system, and Fushi also took over the control system. "Understood, sir. Meanwhile, I have completed the paint design. You can take a look." The projection displayed completely covering the Dragon Soul. The entire body was red, with a five-clawed golden dragon coiling and preparing to soar. The dragon's claws extended from the right arm to the forearm, making it appear as if a divine dragon was about to take flight. In the next moment, the mecha's eyes lit up with a faint blue glow. It was as if the divine dragon had opened its eyes, exuding an intimidating aura. Everyone present was astounded. Even Zhou Yang was momentarily lost in thought. The mecha was simply too impressive. A voice echoed, "Sir, the system self-check is complete. All functions are operating normally. Reward distribution in progress. The first-generation mecha is merely the starting point of interstellar civilization. Next, please continue to strive and step into interstellar civilization as soon as possible. Rewards second-generation mecha manufacturing technology. Main task triggered. Please complete the upgrade of the first-generation mecha and manufacture the second-generation mecha within 3 years. Task reward planet-class spacecraft technology." Zhou Yang suddenly awakened. His task was accomplished. Just as he expected, the first-generation mecha was merely a starting point, a transitional product. The second-generation mecha was the true beginning of Stellaris. Within 3 years, complete the second-generation mecha, reward planet-class spacecraft technology. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Spacecraft were key to humanity's future. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. The system will periodically generate random tasks. Upon completion, you will receive a random lottery chance to draw relevant technical data from the technology library. Zhou Yang was taken aback again. If the system had added a new function. Previously, it was only main tasks, but now there were random tasks as well. After completion, drawing technical data from the technology library is entirely based on luck. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random task. Complete the maiden flight and first battle of the first-generation mecha for a chance at a random lottery. The system immediately presented Zhou Yang with a random task. The maiden flight should be simple. The key is the first battle. What qualifies as a first? Zhou Yang frowned slightly and hurriedly inquired in his mind. The system responded, experiencing a real battle to test the mecha's combat capabilities qualifies as the first battle. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow tightly. This was a bit troublesome. Just then, Yi Roaming beside him said, "Mr. Zhou, what should we do next?" The mecha had been activated and the system was functioning normally. It seemed the next step was to take a ride. Zhou Yang came back to his senses and asked who wants to try being the first person in human history to operate a mecha. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly shook their heads. Li Bingxian said, "Mr. Zhou, such an honor, we really can't accept it. You should go ahead." Kong Ning beside him quickly nodded and said, "Exactly, Mr. Zhou, you should hurry and try it out. Only after you do can we try." "All right." Zhou Yang was no longer polite, saying, "Bring over the combat suit." Several researchers immediately brought over a suit. It was a black form-fitting jumpsuit. The outer layer of the jumpsuit was made of a special soft material that had the characteristic of rapidly changing its properties under extreme conditions through electric discharge, becoming incredibly hard to withstand pressure. For example, if the mecha was struck by a shell, the immense impact force could harm the user, necessitating the AI to judge and instantly discharge electricity to harden the material, absorbing the impact and protecting the occupant. Additionally, it integrated numerous sensors to monitor the occupant's physical condition in real time. It also had a urine collection system, so there was no need to worry about urgent needs inside the mecha. Of course, for bowel movements, it was best to exit the mecha first. With the help of 2 individuals, Zhou Yang donned the combat suit and approached the Longhun. The front armor of the Longhun retracted, revealing an embedded space. This space felt a bit cramped with a height of only 1.8 meters. This is where the cockpit was located. The entire mecha stood at a height of 2.16 meters, and with external coverings and internal system thickness, this was the maximum space available. Thus, there was a height restriction for operating the mecha. Being too tall or too short wouldn't work, If too short, it would misalign with the mecha's joints like the human knee not aligning with the mecha's joint position. A slight misalignment isn't a big deal, but too much misalignment is problematic. In fact, according to the technical specifications given by the system, the first-generation mecha also had certain design standards similar to different clothing sizes, allowing for the production of mechas suitable for occupants of varying heights. The Zero model mecha before him was designed based on Zhou Yang's height, making it a perfect fit. Upon entering the mecha, the air sacs around the cockpit activated, providing better support to prevent the occupant from moving around inside the mecha. Therefore, just like height, a standard body type was necessary to operate the mecha. The retracted combat armor unfolded, completely covering Zhou Yang with the high-strength glass window of the mecha's head in front of him. This window was also specially made, offering good light transmittance, while incorporating transparent screen technology, functioning like a heads-up display that projected the mecha's relevant information in front of his eyes. Li Bingxian and the others immediately broke into applause. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, turned his head, raised his hand, and moved his feet. There was no thanks to the precision sensors inside, Zhou Yang's movements were detected in real time. For instance, if he intended to move his hand, the mecha would drive its motors to execute the corresponding action. The entire process occurred within 1,000th of a second without any delay, giving Zhou Yang the sensation that it was just like controlling his. After getting somewhat familiar, Zhou Yang slowly stepped forward, arriving in front of Li Bingxian and the others. Li Bingxian was completely stunned, the black armor exuding an undeniable pressure. "So what do you say? Shall we shake hands?" Zhou Yang extended his hand, his voice emanating from inside the mecha. Looking at the hand extended before him, Li Bingxian pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "Better not. I fear the sensory system might malfunction, and then my hand would be ruined." "Let me do it." Kong Ning quickly stepped forward, took a deep breath, and grasped the right hand of the Longhan. Zhou Yang distinctly felt some pressure transmitted through their hands. The entire mecha was equipped with a pressure feedback device, allowing the presence of force to be felt, so that when Zhou Yang shook hands with someone, he wouldn't inadvertently crush their hand into pulp due to a lack of force perception. "Well, let's take a photo." "Hurry, let's take a photo," Kong Ning excitedly urged his colleagues. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward, eager to take a photo with Zhou. Slow down, is it really necessary? You can try it yourselves later," Zhou Yang said, both amused and exasperated. After satisfying everyone, he added, "By the way, bring me my weapon." A giant sword measuring 2 meters long and 15 centimeters wide, double-edged, and extraordinarily sharp. A shield 1 meter 80 high and 1 meter wide, heavy as a mountain. These two items were the basic weapons of the Longhan. 2 weapons, a sword and a shield crafted from high-strength crystalline steel, neither of which is particularly heavy. However, it is certainly not something an ordinary person could lift, let alone wield. Zhou Yang stepped forward and grasped the giant sword. The transmission system unleashed an astonishing force, firmly gripping the massive weapon. Kong Ning shouted excitedly. Many of the younger researchers cheered endlessly. "Mr. Zhou, give it a swing." Someone called out. Zhou Yang nodded and approached a nearby metal workbench. He swung the giant sword down. A sound of metal deforming that made one's teeth ache echoed as Zhou Yang split the workbench in half. Even the concrete floor was cleaved. Everyone present was stunned. Wow, what tremendous power. With a swing like that, a tank could be split in two. I never expected this mech to unleash such great strength. Zhou Yang withdrew the giant sword, its blade unscathed. One could imagine that with such a swing, a tank would be cleaved in two. With the booster activated, if it pursued a helicopter and delivered a similar strike, the power would not be far off from a missile. Thinking of the booster, Zhou Yang said softly, "Fushi, activate the booster." The initial flight of the random task was yet to be completed. "Understood, sir." The Longhan mech emitted faint blue halos from its feet, hands, and back. These were miniaturized particle boosters. After miniaturization, the thrust would certainly decrease, but with a total of 6 boosters throughout its body, it still possessed a thrust of 110 kilonewtons, making it effortless to propel the 1.2-ton mech. As the boosters activated, the mech slowly ascended into the air. It was very stable. The mech had its own flight control system controlled by Fushi, which could collect external wind resistance data through a total of 26 sensors installed all over its body, allowing for real-time adjustments to the booster direction. "It's flying." Li Bingxian was overwhelmed with excitement. "Can a mech that can't fly even be called a mech?" "Open the ventilation ducts," Zhou Yang commanded. From the very beginning of the design of this research facility, Zhou Yang had considered the issue of the mech's external operations. For instance, the No.1 workshop in front had an enormous ventilation duct that went straight up through the mountain, leading directly to the outside. When this was constructed, the workers were concerned because they had never seen such a massive ventilation duct, and crucially, it was not connected to any other ventilations. At the top, a 2-meter square passage opened. In the deepest part, a glimmer of light appeared. It was the exit. "Go," Zhou Yang whispered, and the boosters instantly reached full power. Boom. In that moment, Zhou Yang felt as though a heavy weight had been placed on him, a result of the sudden acceleration. The Longhun mech transformed into a sharp arrow piercing through the ventilation duct and soaring into the open air. Let's go hurry outside to take a look. Does this count as a successful first flight? Damn, I'm so excited. Numerous researchers rushed out of the research facility. Above the research facility, a Z-10 helicopter was circling at low altitude, the pilot vigilantly searching for targets. At that moment, the pilot's gaze swept over the research facility, suddenly noticing a shadow shooting into the sky, rapidly disappearing from view. What was that? The pilot was startled following the sight, his expression instantly blank. What the heck? Is that a person? The co-pilot behind also exclaimed a curse. Below the sunlight, a pitch-black humanoid mech hovered in midair, grasping a giant sword, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Eagle, what happened? What's going on? The command center heard the pilot shout, and quickly inquired. The pilot slowly regained his senses, dazedly saying, "Command center, I think you should come out and take a look. Come out and take a look." The command center was stunned. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang inside the mech also saw the helicopter opposite and waved at the pilot. The co-pilot said in astonishment, "Did he just wave at us? Oh no, we've encountered aliens." The pilot was also dumbfounded. This time the mission report mentioned that the higher-ups warned of unprecedented seriousness, as if some formidable enemy was coming to attack. But it never mentioned aliens. At that moment, the ground command center Sun Jun and others quickly rushed out of the command center. Looking up, they quickly spotted the mech hovering at a height of over 100 meters. What is that thing? It seems to be flying in the sky. Is it spewing fire from underneath? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Zhou Yang looked far and wide. The sight through his goggles with zoom capabilities was crystal clear, even a kilometer away. The key was that the sensation of soaring freely at such altitude was unlike anything else. Seeing a large number of soldiers gathering below, Zhou Yang thought for a moment and decided to descend. It was better not to be mistaken for an unidentified flying object by the air defense forces. That thing is coming down. Looks like it's heading our way. It looks like a person. Iron Man, isn't this just Iron Man? It looks exactly the same. Numerous soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. With a loud boom, a gust of wind swept through as Zhou Yang landed in front of Sun Jun and the others. Instantly, many soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Zhou Yang. The mech was bulletproof, but Zhou Yang did not want to test the sensation of being shot. He sheathed the giant sword into the storage on his back and said, "Don't be nervous, it's me, Zhou Yang." "Who?" "I think he said he's Zhou Yang. Is it Mr. Zhou?" "Mr. Zhou." Sun Jun was startled. At that moment, the visor opened, revealing Zhou Yang's face. It really is him. Sun Jun's eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "Mr. Zhou, what is this? What is this thing on you?" Zhou Yang walked over. The 2-meter-tall giant, combined with its pitch-black appearance, caused Sun Jun to instinctively take 2 steps back. The pressure was immense. "It's a mech, can't you tell?" Zhou Yang replied. "A mech?" Sun Jun's eyes widened. Of course he knew this was like a mech, but when did the country have mechs? The key was that this mech could also fly. Sun Jun felt as if he were dreaming. At that moment, a large number of researchers also rushed over. "Mr. Zhou, are you alright?" Li Ziyu asked nervously. If anything happened to Zhou Yang, no one could bear the consequences. Zhou Yang shook his head, focusing his thoughts. The mech armor unfolded, and then he stepped out. At that moment, the surrounding soldiers finally believed that the thing in front of them was indeed a mech. Is this really a mech? Incredible, it looks just like in the movies. Has Mr. Zhou been researching this all this time? The soldiers around whispered among themselves. Sun Jun also hurriedly stepped forward, looking at the Longhun mech with uncertainty, asking again, "Mr. Zhou, is this really a mech? You've seen it all, why ask me?" Zhou Yang smiled and said to Li Bingxian and the others, "How does it feel? Who wants to try it?" I do. Kong Ning hurriedly raised his hand. But before he could take a step, he was pulled back by Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian glared and said, "Master hasn't tried it yet, so how can it be your turn?" After saying that, he turned and ran toward the research facility. To operate the mech, one must wear a combat suit. Sun Jun stared blankly at Li Bingxian, running off his mind, still buzzing, unable to comprehend whether he had seen the mech or truly witnessed it. But even if he had seen it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe it? The first flight of the mech has been completed, and now it's time for its inaugural battle, one that requires the system's recognition to truly showcase the mech's capabilities. This is no simple task. In this peaceful region of the country, where can one find a battle? The testing of the Longhun has continued, but Zhou Yang is no longer involved. His sights are set on the second-generation mech. The second-generation mech differs from the first in several significant ways. First, the power system. The first-generation mech uses the Longshin battery and electric propulsion, which, despite the incredible capacity of the Longshin battery, still has limited energy. Without engaging the thrusters, it can sustain combat for 5 hours. Once the thrusters are activated, the duration plummets. In full thrust mode, it lasts a maximum of 20 minutes. In contrast, the second-generation mech utilizes nuclear fusion energy, achieving a level of power that approaches the near-infinite energy of Iron Man. At the same time, the strength derived from nuclear energy far exceeds that of electric propulsion. Secondly, there is the weapon system. While the first-generation mech still relies on thermal and cold weapons, the second-generation mech can engage in combat in outer space, leading to a significant transformation in its weaponry. Laser weapons and particle weapons have become the mainstream armaments. Thirdly, there is the propulsion system. The universe is vast and boundless, unlike Earth, where one can circle the planet in 40,000 kilometers. The distance between two celestial bodies in space is measured in hundreds of thousands. Thus, a faster propulsion system is crucial for the mech's operation in the cosmos, and increased speed introduces an additional requirement, a life support system. Compared to the near-Earth environment, the conditions in space are extremely harsh: ultra-low temperatures, extreme heat, strong magnetic and radiation fields, and an oxygen-free atmosphere. This necessitates a robust life support system for the mech, otherwise upon taking to the skies the pilot would perish before even engaging in combat. As for other minor improvements, there's no need to elaborate. Zhou Yang meticulously reviewed the technical documentation for the second-generation mech, and with each glance his expression grew increasingly grave. Every technological breakthrough is no simple matter. Fortunately, the system provides technical documentation, saving Zhou Yang considerable time and effort. At this moment, Li Tianshu rushed in, energetically accompanied by Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly. "Mr. Zhou, have you developed the mech?" Li Tianshu asked eagerly upon seeing Zhou Yang. Gao Jianjun also stared intently at Zhou Yang, inquiring, "Where is the mech?" "You have quite the information network," Zhou Yang replied with a smile. "It only launched yesterday, and you're already here today. Follow me." Zhou Yang led the two towards the testing grounds behind the research facility. On the way, Li Tianshu still hesitated, saying, "Mr. Zhou, have you already completed the design work for the mech starting from the Longxing battery? Why didn't you inform us?" Now that the mech has emerged and it appeared suddenly with all the developed technologies coming together, it's obvious that Zhou Yang had completed the relevant technical designs from the beginning. Zhou Yang replied, "Things should be done step by step. You being anxious won't help. If I had announced my intention to develop a mech from the start, you would likely have thought I was... How could that be?" Li Tianshu quickly shook his head, but after a moment's thought he realized it might have been true. It's like someone casually claiming they can develop a spaceship and asking for funding. They'd surely be considered mad by the state. Only someone like Zhou Yang, who progresses steadily and achieves tangible results, can earn the state's unwavering support. Alright, let's not dwell on that. The key is the mech. Gao Jianjun interrupted Li Tianshu, asking, "Mr. Zhou, is the mech currently a prototype, or has it been officially finalized? When can mass production be achieved? By the way, what about the costs?" Zhou Yang replied, "You keep asking one question after another. Rest assured, this is considered officially finalized. Mass production shouldn't be a problem, but initially the output may not be very high since everything is currently hand-assembled, and it will take at least 2 to 3 months to set up the production line. With Fux's assistance, many tasks have become significantly easier, and the time required has been greatly reduced. As for the costs, I can't provide a precise estimate, but excluding RD expenses, it will cost at least as much as a tank. In terms of weaponry, the largest cost is not the weapons themselves. Materials, no matter how expensive, won't add up to much if the production number. Costs can easily reach millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions due to the enormous RD expenses involved. Take the B-2 bomber, for example. It has a reported unit cost of $2 billion US, but the actual cost of the B-2 itself is only around 800 million, with the remaining billions accounting for the RD and secrecy costs due to the low production numbers. Zhou Yang's research on the mech employs technologies that are impossible to quantify in RD costs. It's simply unquantifiable. If it weren't for Zhou Yang having the system to solve so many difficulties, organizing countless individuals, it would take an inordinate amount of time to complete. The costs involved are astronomical. 3 months for mass production, and the cost is equivalent to a tank. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun were once again astonished. This speed is reminiscent of the high-intensity crystalline steel. As soon as one batch comes off the line, the mass production issue is immediately addressed, allowing for an annual output of 10 million tons this year to supply other military enterprises. It's astonishingly fast, so fast that it seems unbelievable. Then what are we waiting for? Let's procure 1,000 units to start with, Gao Jianjun exclaimed. Zhou Yang looked at him speechlessly. Clearly they have had money to spare in recent years. There's no need for that. Zhou Yang shook his head, saying, "Such a weapon, which surpasses the technological standards of this era, doesn't require maintaining such a high standing inventory. Otherwise, the routine maintenance alone would be a staggering cost. The mech is also a precision instrument. Its internal structure is even more complex and confined than that of a fighter jet. Moreover, as it is meant for aerial use, any issues that arise could be catastrophic. Routine maintenance must be conducted with utmost precision, just like with fighter jets." The maintenance cost for such a system will undoubtedly be high. In my opinion, acquiring 100 units will suffice to train the troops, as our goal is to develop even more advanced mechs. Li Tianshu gazed at Zhou Yang in awe, asking, more advanced mechs? You're already thinking about even more advanced mechs while this one has just been finalized. Yes. Zhou Yang nodded, saying, the current mech barely qualifies as a near-Earth mech with limited endurance. My vision is to complete a midterm modification that incorporates nuclear energy, granting it infinite energy, before ultimately breaking through to the realm of true mechs, interstellar mechs. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Zhou Yang's ambition is truly lofty. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the testing ground behind the research institute. As soon as they approached, the thunderous roar of gunfire and cannon fire could be heard. Gao Jianjun immediately got out of the vehicle and rushed toward the testing ground. Li Tianshu hurriedly followed. Zhou Yang shook his head slightly and sauntered over. Gao Jianjun charged into the testing ground, took one look at the scene within, and instantly froze. Li Tianshu, who followed behind, also fell into the same state of stunned immobility. In the spacious testing ground, over a dozen heavy machine guns were set up along the perimeter, and several tanks were also parked nearby. At that moment, all these machine guns and tanks were in the midst of attacking. The target was a humanoid mecha at the center, exactly as described in the intelligence they had received, over 2 meters tall, pitch black all over, with faint blue light flickering in its eyes, majestic and domineering. At that moment, the mecha was gripping a Gatling gun in each hand, furiously pouring bullets into some concrete pillars at the center of the grounds. The key point was that all these machine guns and tanks around it were also attacking it. The dense barrage of machine gun bullets struck the mecha's body, sending countless sparks flying. When the tanks fired, the mecha would perform small-scale evasive maneuvers, managing to dodge 80% of the tank shells. The few shells it couldn't evade would blast it back over 10 meters, but after landing, the mecha could still move freely, seemingly without significant damage. This is astonishing, Li Tianshu murmured to himself. One could imagine this single mecha on the battlefield, bathed in enemy fire, charging straight into enemy positions and unleashing a torrent of bullets, practically invincible. The ammunition for the 2 Gatling guns was soon depleted. The mecha casually discarded the guns and ammunition magazines, then drew the shield and greatsword mounted on its back. A sword, Gao Jianjun was taken aback. A high-tech mecha using a cold weapon. That seemed utterly incongruous. Unexpectedly, the mecha, now armed with the shield and greatsword, became even more formidable. It raised the massive shield in front of itself, and a torrent of bullets was all blocked by the shield, clattering noisily, yet the shield remained completely unscathed. Then azure particle beams erupted from the mecha's back, its speed instantly surging as it closed in on a concrete block over 10 meters away, and the greatsword came crashing down. With a dull thud, the concrete block was cleaved clean in two, sending fragments flying. Afterward, the mecha's movements didn't cease. With the aid of its thrusters, it moved at an incredible speed, swinging the greatsword. The thick concrete blocks shattered like brittle tofu at each strike. What do you think? Zhou Yang asked as he came up behind Gao Jianjun and Li Tianshu. Gao Jianjun trembled all over, murmuring, "It's too powerful." Li Tianshu nodded frantically. This was the perfect mecha portrayed in movies. Unstoppable on the battlefield. At that moment, the mecha came to a halt and raised a hand to wave. The surrounding attacks ceased simultaneously. "Battery is low, need to recharge," a voice rang out from the testing ground. The mecha swiftly headed toward the recharge. Gao Jianjun blinked. Such a high-tech marvel actually needed recharging. How incongruous. The key was its endurance. It would be ridiculous if it took 2 hours to charge, but only fought for 5 minutes. "Mr. Zhou, what's the endurance like?" Gao Jianjun asked urgently. Zhou Yang replied, "It's passable. At full charge, if it's just moving or traveling, it can last about 5 hours. With the thrusters at full power, the power consumption is too high, 20 minutes at most. For normal combat, like just now, it can fight for about 1 to 2 hours. Slashing and small-scale movements actually consume a lot of power." "That's not bad," Gao Jianjun said with a long sigh of relief. 1 to 2 hours was all. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Actually, this thing can be fitted with an external battery pack, like a fighter jet carrying auxiliary fuel tanks. You could even add solar panels to the battery pack to extend the range a bit. That way you use the battery pack to maintain power while heading to the battlefield, then jettison it once you enter combat and fight at full capacity. 1 to 2 hours should be enough." Battery packs were the best way to extend endurance. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. "That's right. You can add a battery pack. In that case, 1 to 2 hours is." Li Tianshu asked, "Mr. Zhou, isn't this mecha capable of flight? Can we try it out?" Li Tianshu had heard that Zhou Yang was the first to make a maiden flight yesterday. Since Zhou Yang could do it, he figured he could too. Who wouldn't want to pilot a mecha and soar through the sky? Why not? "You're welcome to try it out, or even take it home to experience it," Zhou Yang said with a laugh. The mecha charged quickly. In just over an hour, the battery was fully charged. After Li Tianshu learned the control methods, he couldn't wait to climb into the mecha. With Fux's assistance, it wasn't a problem. The thrusters engaged at full power, and Li Tianshu shot into the sky. Gao Jianjun's eyes went wide. A mecha that could fly was a game-changer for its combat effectiveness, a true air-ground integrated unit. At that moment, Zhou Yang said, "General Gao, I recall that last time Fuxi accidentally stole technical data from the U.S. Department of Defense, which included the formula for the F-22's stealth coding, didn't it?" Gao Jianjun nodded. "Yes, and we've already developed it." "I understand. You mean to apply it to the mecha?" "Exactly. At least it reduces the chance of being detected by radar. Though I doubt ordinary radar can even identify this thing. Even if it could, anti-aircraft missiles wouldn't be able to hit it," Zhou Yang said. A humanoid mecha. Radar had never seen anything like it, so how could it be identified? Even if it were recognized later, firing missiles would be useless. Because the mecha wasn't a fighter jet, if it flew too slowly it would fall from the sky. The mecha could slow down at any time, and missiles were so fast that it could dodge them simply by decelerating. Moreover, the mecha fought at low altitudes. Landing directly would allow it to evade 99% of missiles. That works, but maintaining that coding is too costly. Coding a few units is fine, but coding them all would be prohibitively expensive, Gao Jianjun said. If they applied it, it had to cover the entire body. And after combat, it would need to be reapplied. The cost was far from trivial. Zhou Yang thought about it and agreed. Coding a few units for special situations would suffice. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang lowered his voice and said, "General Gao, is there anywhere lately where the mecha could be tested?" Gao Jianjun was taken aback, not quite understanding. "In actual combat," Zhou Yang added. "Actual combat?" Gao Jianjun gazed at the mecha soaring in the sky, lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly said, "There actually is." He paused, then said, "All right, let us discuss it. If it's possible, I'll inform you." With that, Gao Jianjun grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Li Tianshu, that's enough. Get down here now. I haven't had my turn to fly yet." A transport aircraft sliced through the night sky, soaring above the rugged mountain ranges. Inside the cabin sat two soldiers. One was Sun Jun, and the other was Sun Jun was helping Chen Jinxing into his combat suit. "Are you afraid?" Chen Jinxing shook his head. He was the finest soldier under Sun Jun's command, having excelled in all mech tests, which earned him the selection for this mission. "No, you should be afraid." Sun Jun's expression turned stern. "Don't think that just because you're in a mech you're invincible. This isn't a testing ground. It's a real battlefield full of unforeseen dangers. If you're not afraid, you'll charge headlong into danger. But if you are afraid, you'll find better solutions, and complete the mission. Fear makes you cautious, and on the battlefield, caution is never wrong." As he spoke, the transport's broadcast sounded. 2 minutes to the designated location. Prepare. Chen Jinxing nodded, firmly walked to the massive iron crate in the center of the cabin, pressed the switch, and with a hiss of air, the crate opened to reveal a mech. Its crimson body bore a flamboyant golden dragon. The painted dragon soul, a perfect work of art. Chen Jinxing pressed a wristband on his arm. It served as a key for each mech. Without it, the mech couldn't be started, preventing enemies from using it if captured. The mech opened, and Chen Jinxing climbed in. His height and build were nearly identical to Zhou Yang's, which was one reason he had stood out during the "Come back alive, and I'll throw you a celebration," Sun Jun shouted. Chen Jinxing nodded firmly and approached the cabin door. The red indicator turned green. The transport had reached the designated drop zone. The cabin door slowly opened, and a fierce, freezing wind rushed in. Chen Jinxing turned back to look at Sun Jun. "Regiment Commander, I want that bottle of liquor you've been hiding." With that, he saluted and leaped out of the transport, vanishing instantly into the boundless night. At the same time, in a vast conference room, a gathering of military generals and high-ranking officials took place. Zhou Yang was among them, silently watching the large screen before them. The screen displayed real-time footage from the mech's perspective along with its operational data. Li Bingxian and his team were also present, monitoring the mech's performance and Chen Jinxing's vital signs. Jumping from 3,000 meters just like that, a blind jump from 3,000 meters in the pitch-black night. Too incredible. And this was at an altitude of 7,000 to 8,000 meters, with the sea level height reaching 10,000 meters, cold enough to freeze a person to death. On the screen, the mech descended like a meteor, and in an instant the undulating mountain ranges below came into view. Chen Jinxing heard Fux's voice reporting altitude data continuously. "Should I activate the thrusters?" Fuxi asked at 1,000 meters. "Activate thrusters," Chen Jinxing commanded in a low voice. The next moment, the thrusters on the mech's feet ignited, altering its angle and flight path from a vertical drop to a gradual level flight, slowly canceling the descent acceleration and putting the mech into cruising mode. In Chen Jinxing's field of vision, a three-dimensional map of the surrounding area appeared, generated from his positioning data and integrated with the local terrain. Distance to target 7 kilometers. Estimated arrival time 14 seconds. Fuxi reported all data succinctly. In the command center, everyone could hear Fux's voice. Someone couldn't help but remark, this AI is incredibly intelligent. It'll be immensely useful in combat. All eyes turned to Zhou Yang as the breakthrough in AI was due to him. Zhou Yang sat with a cup of tea smiling and raised his cup in acknowledgement. A dozen seconds passed in an instant. Below in the open highland basin, a military camp appeared. The dragon's soul arrived above the camp. Eject the battery packs. Chen Jinxing straightened up in midair. On his back, besides the greatsword and shield, two oval turtle shell-like streamlined battery packs were mounted on either side. At his command, they were ejected like an ejector seat. Chen Jinxing drew the greatsword and shield in one fluid motion and descended with a thunderous crash. The camp was about 1 kilometer long and wide, with 6 low barracks in the center and 4 watchtowers at the corners. Soldiers patrolled the watchtowers with rifles. It was nearly dawn, the sky faintly lightening, the time of day when people were most fatigued. The sentries were yawning and drowsy. Just then, with a howling wind, the dragon's soul descended from the sky and landed lightly in the center of the camp. However, the faint blue glow of the thrusters in the final moment caught the sentries' attention. Instantly, alarms blared. In the command center, a general snorted, "They're quick to react." Another general chuckled, "Their border troops are all elite. Only elite forces were deployed to the border." With the piercing alarm, the camp erupted into chaos. Many soldiers grabbed their guns and rushed out of the barracks half-dressed. Searchlights snapped on, tearing through the darkness and locking onto the dragon's soul at the camp center. But when the light illuminated the dragon's soul, every soldier in the camp froze. Heavens, what is that thing? Is it a robot? Where did it come from? Aliens? No, it's a god. A god has descended. Some soldiers even dropped their weapons and knelt in prayer. Fools, get up. That's an enemy no matter what it is. Attack, an officer roared. Heavy machine guns mounted on distant watchtowers opened fire, and a curtain of tracer rounds engulfed the dragon's soul. Nearby soldiers also opened fire. Sparks and clangs erupted across the dragon's soul's body. It's useless. Our attacks are useless. Many soldiers wore expressions of shock and despair. Their attacks had no effect. Then Chen Jinxing moved. According to intelligence, the detained soldiers were in a low bungalow next to the last barracks. With long strides, the dragon's soul charged like the wind, ignoring the surrounding soldiers and heading straight for the bungalow. Just then, a shoulder-launched rocket trailing a massive plume of exhaust streaked toward the dragon's soul. In an instant, the dragon's soul spun around with lightning speed, its greatsword slashing down precisely onto the incoming rocket. A thunderous explosion erupted. The blast engulfed the dragon's soul, but it burst through the flames and smoke completely unscathed. In the command center, the scene of the dragon's soul cleaving the rocket with its sword was faithfully transmitted back by the camera. My God, cleaving a rocket with a sword. That's too incredible. How could it be so perfectly timed? It must have been assisted by the AI. And look, it emerged from the explosion without a scratch. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. The mech's power exceeded their wildest expectations. In the camp, numerous soldiers were utterly stunned. Am I seeing things? He actually split the rocket-propelled grenade. A god, he must be a god. Many more dropped their weapons and knelt in prayer, refusing to be pulled back up. Just then, an infantry fighting vehicle appeared from the front left of the dragon's soul. It's an armored vehicle. In the command center, everyone tensed up upon seeing the vehicle. Machinery could crush humans, but what about against other machinery? The armored vehicle was equipped with 8 infrared laser missiles. The driver and officer launched the missiles immediately upon spotting the dragon's soul. 8 small missiles streaked toward the dragon's soul. Chen Jinxing frowned slightly, slamming his left shield into the ground, its lower edge embedding into the earth, then braced it with his shoulder. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions engulfed the dragon's soul in flames. He's dead, blown to bits. The officer pumped his fist in excitement. Yet the next moment, as the flames slowly dissipated, the officer's eyes widened in shock. The dragon's soul stood unscathed, pulling its undamaged shield back and turning to look. During testing, the high-strength crystalline steel had withstood tank armor-piercing rounds. These small missiles were nothing more than a drizzle. Chen Jinxing's orders were to prioritize rescuing the detained soldiers and avoid mass slaughter, though not to endure attacks without retaliation, striking back decisively when necessary. The greatsword held horizontally, 2 azure beams erupted from the dragon's soul's back, its speed surging as it closed in on the vehicle in an instant. The massive blade came crashing down. With a crack, the front half of the armored car split apart like paper under the dragon's soul's sword. The officer in the driver's seat barely escaped being cleaved in. Now, through the gaping wreck, staring at the dragon's soul's glowing blue gaze, the officer was so terrified he nearly wet himself. In the command center, applause erupted. I used to think cold weapons like swords and shields were too weak, but I was wrong. This power is impressive. Exactly. On the battlefields where mechs might appear, they'd at most face small rockets like these. With a shield, it's more than enough. And this greatsword, so sharp it cleaves through vehicles like a toy. I think it's even better than missiles. Plus no worries about running out of ammo. Everyone turned to Zhou Yang wondering how he had thought to equip such advanced mechs with cold weapons, yet made them so effective. After the vehicle was destroyed with a single blow, the remaining soldiers in the camp were on the verge of collapse. Bullets couldn't penetrate it, missiles couldn't destroy it. How could they fight? Fortunately, the Dragon Soul didn't attack them. With its power, it could annihilate them in moments. Approaching the bungalow, the mech kicked the iron door open with. Inside, a soldier lay weakly in the corner, his hands and feet bound. Seeing this, Chen Jinsheng's eyes reddened. Bastards. Chen Jinsheng cursed silently, feeling a surge to turn back and unleash carnage. In the command center, the general's expressions grew. The YD side had not only detained their soldier, but treated him this way. As the door was breached, the captive soldier struggled to rise. He had heard the massive gunfire outside, but couldn't see what was happening. Now opening his eyes, he was horrified to find a towering red robot at the doorway. Zheng Minka, we're taking you home, said Chen Jinsheng. You are? Zheng Minka replied weakly, unable to believe his eyes. The faceplate lifted, revealing Chen Jinsheng's face. He smiled. Buddy, I'm sent to rescue you. Let's go home. Seeing a familiar face, Zheng Minka was even more bewildered. This was a robot, right? Since when did the country have such incredible robots? Chen Jinsheng used the great sword to precisely cut the ropes binding Zheng Minka, then helped him up. This thing only seats one, so bear with me. I'll have to carry you. Saying this, he sheathed the great sword and lifted Zheng Minka in a princess carry, using the shield to cover his body. Stepping outside, the camp soldiers kept their distance, not daring to approach. Chen Jinsheng snorted, abandoning his urge to slaughter, and activated the foot and back thrusters, slowly ascending. Are we flying? Zheng Minka was utterly dumbfounded. Yeah, you're the first person in human history to be princess carried by a mech. Maybe history books will mention your name, Chen Jinsheng joked. Zheng Minka gave a wry smile. Stop kidding. Just tell me, when did our country get mechs? I feel like I'm dreaming. Want a dream? Go home, lie down, and have a good one. With that, the thrusters accelerated, propelling the Dragon Soul through the breaking dawn as it vanished into the sky. In the command center, everyone rose and applauded. Mr. Zhou, the mech you developed is incredible. Its combat capability is unmatched. In an instant, countless people flocked to shake Zhou Yang's hand. After managing to get through them, Zhou Yang felt his hand was no longer his own. Mr. Zhou, let's go, said Li Tianshu, who hadn't left yet. Zhou Yang nodded and walked out of the command center with him. By the way, why did the higher-ups want the mech to be revealed? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Earlier, when asking Gao Jianjun, Zhou Yang had thought about using the mech to strike drug traffickers and smugglers at the border. Like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, but still a practical test. But Zhou Yang never expected Gao Jianjun to take the mech directly to the border to rescue detained soldiers. That itself wasn't an issue. Zhou Yang just found it strange. Once the Dragon Soul was deployed, wouldn't it be exposed? A large camp with hundreds of soldiers as witnesses, plus cameras and other traces everywhere. It couldn't be hidden. In Zhou Yang's view, wouldn't it be more logical to fire a couple of missiles and wipe the camp off the map? Unless the country intended to actively reveal the mech. Otherwise, such a pinnacle of technological achievement would be kept secret until the critical moment. Li Tianshu sighed softly. Lately we've been under a lot. With that one sentence, Zhou Yang understood. It was as he had guessed. What's the reason? Zhou Yang pressed further. Pressure was normal. A rising nation never sails smoothly. Everyone becomes an adversary. Li Tianshu smiled. Batteries, chips, air engines. One by one, the bottlenecks holding us back have been broken. Add breakthroughs in AI, and of course they'd pile on the pressure. So we need to show our fangs. Looking at Li Tianshu, Zhou Yang sighed empathetically. It's still because we aren't strong enough. Li Tianshu shook his head. Thanks to Zhou Yang, the nation had already become formidable. By the way, help me build a base in the northwest, Zhou Yang suddenly said. Li Tianshu was taken aback. Last time, after the F-22 attempted to bomb the research institute, Li Tianshu had proposed rebuilding one, but Zhou Yang disagreed. Why was he suddenly bringing it up again? The base must be large, modeled after nuclear test site standards. They'll have Fushi send you the specific blueprints. At the same time, assemble a research team of 1,000 people for me. It must include at least 10 research groups, each led by an expert in nuclear physics. These demands made Li Tianshu gasp sharply. He quickly asked, Mr. Zhou, what exactly are you planning to research? A nuclear base and a 1,000-strong RD team. What was this for? Nuclear fusion, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. For the second-generation mecha, the first technological breakthrough needed was nuclear fusion. And as Zhou Yang said, he intended to create an intermediate variant of the first-generation mecha that utilized nuclear energy. Li Tianshu's breathing became rapid. Nuclear fusion, an artificial sun, a technology like a beacon of scientific progress. I understand, Li Tianshu said solemnly. Zhou Yang nodded and added, strive to complete construction before the new year. Meanwhile, I'll take this time to rest and get married. Ruyan has been urging me to take wedding photos, but I've been too busy. The wedding was imminent, but Zhou Yang had been consumed with the mecha's maiden flight, and couldn't spare any time. So Chen Ryun had been preparing everything, making Zhou Yang feel quite apologetic. That's right, August 26th is almost here, Li Tianshu exclaimed, suddenly remembering that Zhou Yang's wedding day was fast approaching. How could I forget such an important occasion? Mr. Zhou, rest assured he'll help you arrange everything perfectly for the wedding, Li Tianshu said hastily. Forget it. Ryun and I have discussed it. We'll keep it small, just invite close friends and family, Zhou Yang said. Li Tianshu thought for a moment and didn't press further, but he kept the matter close to heart. Given Zhou Yang's contributions to the nation, Li Tianshu was determined to make this wedding a grand affair fit for a century. Returning to the estate outside the city by car, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered his random mission. System, the random mission should be complete, right? Zhou Yang asked inwardly. Indeed, host. Would you like to draw a prize now? Go ahead, Zhou Yang replied casually. Rituals like bathing and changing clothes were beneath him. It was all a matter of probability. Washing one's face wouldn't improve luck. He didn't even know how the draw worked, then heard the system announce, "Congratulations, host. You've obtained virtual reality technology." Virtual reality. Zhou Yang was stunned. He had actually drawn this technology. It was like the virtual helmets from online game novels, allowing one's consciousness to enter a virtual world. Current VR technology was relatively mature, but compared to true virtual reality, it was still primitive. Zhou Yang began reviewing the relevant technical material. After reading, Zhou Yang realized the technology wasn't as difficult as had imagined. The key points were first, brainwave. The human brain emits various brainwaves. Research had been ongoing for years with significant results, but the critical breakthrough for virtual reality lay in finding the right and safe brainwaves. Under normal circumstances, it would take years and immense effort to gradually search. But with the system's technical data providing a direct path, all he had to do was follow it. This effectively solved more than half of the problem. Second, was the sense of realism within the virtual world. Making an artificially created virtual world feel real required mapping the specific changes in brainwaves corresponding to different sensations, converting them into signals the system could recognize. Simultaneously, the virtual world itself needed to be realistic. Even the slightest movement in the virtual world should cause the surrounding environment to change, all of which demanded powerful chip support. There were also challenges in processing massive amounts of data. But again, with the system's provided materials, overcoming them wasn't difficult. Zhou Yang compiled the entire document and sent it directly to Fuxi. Take a look. How long will it take to complete? Assign the relevant technical difficulties to the Research Institute. Understood, sir. As Zhou Yang was about to leave, he paused and added, complete a prototype as soon as possible, then notify me. Zhou Yang suddenly remembered something. He still owed Chen Ryun a proposal. Given his current status, leaving the country wouldn't be easy. So proposing in the virtual world seemed like a good idea. After arranging everything, Zhou Yang quietly left the Research Institute. This was the beauty of artificial intelligence. Many tasks could be delegated. A new villa was being built next to Chen Ryun's hometown, and she had been overseeing. Zhou Yang had never had a proper home. Though he never worried about necessities and usually lived at the institute, he decided to build one for the sake of marriage. After discussion, they chose to build it near Chen Ryun's hometown. Zhou Yang had no family left and would frequently be at the institute, so if Chen Ryun wanted to visit her parents, it would be convenient. Moreover, Chen Ryun's hometown wasn't far from the institute. Zhou Yang planned to rest for a while, but the world was changing rapidly. On the day Chen Jinxing piloted the Dragon Soul to rescue the detained soldiers, as soon as the mecha departed, the combat footage was promptly delivered to the YD government's desk. Meanwhile, the CIA and E countries' intelligence agencies also obtained the same video. The detention of Z country soldiers by YD was no small matter. It had stirred up international attention, with many nations waiting to see Z country humiliated. M country, eager to see the situation escalate, intensified its border intelligence operations. What happened in the military camp couldn't be concealed. In the Special Operations Room, President Perry gathered his advisors for an urgent meeting. Let's watch the video first, Perry said with a grave expression. Robert, the new CIA director, pressed a switch, and the large screen began playing the footage. The video, presumably from an infrared camera, was aimed at a building. Then a flash of light appeared, and something luminous descended into the scene. Soon a powerful beam of light shone in. The camera automatically switched to normal mode, and everyone present saw clearly what had landed. That's a mecha, someone exclaimed. The others gasped, their minds racing with one thought: were they watching a movie? In the office, a deathly silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of breathing growing increasingly rapid. The video continued. The searchlight illuminated the Dragon Soul, and then countless bullets poured forth, almost engulfing it. Still fine, someone exclaimed. In the next moment, the Dragon Soul moved. It truly moved, so fast. Someone exclaimed. A stationary meat shield and one that could run and move were entirely different concepts. The video feed switched. The camp was filled with cameras capturing every movement of the Dragon Soul. They saw a rocket-propelled grenade hurtling toward the Dragon's Soul. At that moment, the Dragon's Soul spun around abruptly, its colossal sword crashing down. Boom. The rocket exploded, flames of impact engulfed the Dragon's Soul, yet it charged out unscathed. How did it manage to cleave the rocket? This sight before their eyes was utterly unbelievable. Who would dare believe it if not witnessed firsthand? Yet an even more astonishing scene was yet to come. An infantry fighting vehicle appeared, launching 8 laser-guided missiles at the Dragon's Soul. The Dragon's Soul drew its shield and held it before itself. Amidst the towering explosive flames, the Dragon's Soul, emerged completely intact, raised its colossal sword, and with a single stroke cleaved the front of the infantry fighting vehicle in two. The impact of that strike seemed to cleave into everyone's hearts, leaving them speechless with shock. After destroying the vehicle, the Dragon's Soul arrived before a bungalow, appeared to pick up a soldier, and then blue flames erupted from its feet and back. It shot straight into the sky, swiftly disappearing from the camera's view. "It can fly," someone shrieked. "This is a real-life Iron Man. My God, what is happening to this world? Where did this thing come from? Aliens. It must be aliens." The crowd exclaimed in succession. Perry slammed the table and roared, "I called you here not to listen to your screaming." The office fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked toward Perry. Perry regained his composure and said in a low voice, "Tell me, what are your thoughts?" They exchanged glances. What thoughts could they have? They were terrified, weren't they? After several minutes of silence, the Secretary of State finally spoke. "First, we need to determine what this thing is and where it came from." CIA Director Robert said, "We obtained this video from the YD military. It took place at a border friction zone between Z and YD in a YD military camp. The person taken by this thing is a Z soldier recently detained by the YD military. So does that mean this thing belongs to Z?" A general jolted upright. Everyone present looked as if their parents had died, their eyes wide with shock. Z, their arch-rival, that insidious, cunning rabbit, always pretending to be pitiful and harmless. It was like someone who in a quarrel smiles and says sorry to your face, but has already sharpened a knife behind their back, waiting for you to let your guard down before striking. This was no ordinary cunning. Just then the security advisor asked, "This thing isn't necessarily from Z, is it? It's a mech. Look, it can run, jump, and fly. I don't believe Z has such technology." The implication was clear. If even the world's leading power, hadn't developed a mech, how could a cunning rabbit like Z possibly achieve it? Then what is this? Perry pointed at the screen and roared, nearly spitting in the other's face. "What time is it? They're using it openly and didn't destroy the cameras. That's them telling us plainly they have it, understand?" Everyone fell silent. Indeed, as Perry said, Z had deliberately revealed the mech. Otherwise, for such a secret operation, they would have raised the camp with missiles long ago. This was clearly a show of force to all major powers. "Samuel, what do you think?" Perry suddenly asked. Only then did everyone notice a scholarly middle-aged man sitting in the corner. Samuel adjusted his glasses. He was an honorary professor at MIT, a giant in electronic engineering and physics with profound expertise in research in robotics. Many industrial robots and MS major corporations were his creations. "Mr. President, I don't understand politics. They'll speak purely about this thing, or rather the mech." Samuel Rose walked to the screen and pointed at the Dragon's Soul at its center. "Ladies and gentlemen, first, this thing is humanoid. I estimate its height to be just over 2 meters, so I have every reason to believe there's a pilot inside." They were taken aback and looked at Samuel. If it were unmanned, it could have been built as a colossal machine, dozens of meters tall. Of course, I don't know if they have that technology, but at least building a piloted mech should be of similar difficulty, since smaller size means more complex internal structures. I simply cannot imagine what its internal structure looks like, to accommodate a person yet still unleash such immense power. Look, it cleaves an infantry fighting vehicle with its greatsword, effortlessly suggesting it can unleash at least dozens of tons of force. For large machinery, dozens of tons of force is nothing, but this thing is only 2 meters tall. To generate such strength means its internal drive system, hydraulic system, and materials possess incredible strength and resilience. Most crucially, it can fly. I noticed blue flames emitting from its hands, back, and feet. This reminds me of one thing, the Hall thruster. Z may have mastered a reliable method for manufacturing Hall thrusters. This thing must weigh several tons, yet 6 such small thrusters can propel it into flight. The thrust of those thrusters must be immense. And here, facing the incoming rocket, it suddenly turns and cleaves it with its greatsword. This requires an extremely powerful control system to turn and complete the slashing motion in 1,000th of a second. Crucially, it can precisely track the rocket's trajectory. I don't believe a human could perform such an action. It's highly likely aided by an intelligent program. Now Z has many AI systems, doesn't it? I believe everyone here has probably purchased that intelligent program. Many showed awkward expressions. Samuel was right, quite a few had bought BYD cars just for that intelligent program. A sexy, beautiful, and so considerate, endearing, and obedient intelligent program. Like a real person. Who wouldn't like it? Of course I bought one too, mainly for research purposes. Samuel added. They looked at him teasingly. Research purposes? How exactly did you research it? Samuel cleared his throat and concluded. In short, this is a truly combat-ready mech. Its technological level is at least 20 years ahead of us, perhaps more. They gasped in unison. 20 years ahead. Didn't that mean Z had already surpassed them? The crowd gasped for air, a surreal feeling washing over them. Are you exaggerating by saying they are 20 years ahead of us? Someone retorted, unconvinced. Is that so? Samuel shot him a glance and said, in energy technology they have developed the Dragon Core battery, breaking through battery tech barriers. For high-end chips they took a unique path and created biomimetic cellular chips with performance 100 times that of our top-tier chips. To this day we have yet to crack that technology. As for weaponry, there's no need to elaborate. They have aircraft engines. The J-20 has long been airborne, and they possess aircraft carriers. Tell me, what technology do they still lag behind us in? And this mech before us is the pinnacle of technological integration. Is it wrong to say their science and technology are 20 years ahead of ours? The challenger, gasping for breath, was left speechless. Parrots and the others wore expressions of utmost solemnity. Upon reflection, it was exactly as Samuel had said. Unbeknownst to them, Country Z had not only caught up, but had also surpassed them. So what do we do now? Parrots asked, his head aching. A 4-star Navy admiral slammed the table and bellowed, what else can we do? Wipe them out. We have 7 carrier strike groups. We have the B-2, and if all else fails we have nuclear warheads. After his outburst, he realized everyone was staring at him, as if he were a fool. Are you all afraid? The admiral insisted, his neck stiff. No one spoke. Parrots felt a splitting headache. Waging war was certainly out of the question. If there had been any advantage before, it had now been erased with the advent of the WS-15, a domestically developed aircraft carriers, and the engaging in war now, even if victorious, would be a Pyrrhic victory, one of mutual annihilation. In fact, victory was not even guaranteed. As for nuclear warheads, that was unthinkable. Nuclear weapons technology was comparable across nations, and once deployed, the difference in sophistication mattered little. Country M had no desire to drag everyone back to a primitive era of mudslinging. Moreover, Parrots, as the current president, could not bear the responsibility of starting a war that would devastate the world. Doing so would forever brand him on the pillory of history. Future history books would record that it was Parrots who initiated the conflict triggering World War III. The admiral slumped back into his seat, dejected. In his view, the only option was to fight to the bitter end, regardless of life or death. Hesitation and timidity, as they were now, would only lead to a slow demise. Just then, White House Chief of Staff Mulvaney suddenly interjected, ladies and gentlemen, since the rise of Country Z is inevitable and conflict would only result in mutual ruin, why not choose cooperation? For instance, we could dominate this planet together. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at Mulvaney in shock and uncertainty. Even Parrots wore a peculiar expression, the sole thought in his mind being, is this man a sleeper agent for Country Z? Yet after the initial surprise, they exchanged glances and found the idea not entirely without merit. If you cannot defeat them, why not collaborate? Why vie for supremacy when you can share the throne? Parrots's eyes gleamed brighter, a sense of epiphany striking him. But the next moment he dismissed the bizarre notion, saying, no, this world can only have one hegemon, and that is us. Compromising with Country Z is absolutely impossible. The admiral immediately stood up and said, Mr. President, I request authorization to dispatch the Pacific Fleet to the South China Sea immediately. Parrots burst into a fit of coughing and shot the admiral a helpless look, as if to say, don't be ridiculous, I was just talking. You're not serious, are you? The National Security Advisor suggested, India's missile technology has always been subpar. Perhaps we could provide them with some missile tech and let them test fire a couple of missiles to intimidate Country Z. And we could make some money on the side. In arms procurement, India was notoriously a spendthrift. Wouldn't that pose a threat to us? Parrots frowned. Unable to confront Country Z head-on, they could enlist a few proxies to stir up trouble. After the Dragon Soul's aggressive assault on the Indian military camp, India would lose face if it did not respond. The security advisor scoffed them. They pose no threat to us. Like Country Z, Country M held India in low regard. The Commerce Secretary also weighed in. Mr. President, Country Z's economy is growing too fast. Should we increase tariffs to restrict the sale of their smart programs and products? With war off the table, the only option left was economic measures. Yet an economic war would also result in mutual harm. Parrots, feeling a headache coming on, said, forget it. We need money too. Announced the restart of the F-22 and B-2 production lines. And yes, restart the stealth destroyer program as well. The B-2 was a product of the 1980s, the F-22 from the 1990s, and the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier from the 1960s. Decades-old creations still ranked as the world's finest weapons, leading Country M to grow so complacent that it dismantled the production lines and let its guard. Now it was time to restart and invest heavily in weapons development. They have mechs, we must have our own mechs. Understood. Parrots slammed the table and declared, if we lack funds, print money, issue bonds. The world will foot the bill. The others exchanged glances. This was the beginning of an all-out arms race. After the meeting, the National Security Advisor promptly contacted India to convey Parrots' intentions. Unexpectedly, India refused. Even after Country M offered to provide missile technology, the Indian government still declined without hesitation. Have these people suddenly grown wise? Have they been burned too many times and learned their lesson? The security advisor was dumbfounded. Over the years, India had been fleeced mercilessly in military trade. Of course, the most likely reason was that they were terrified by. Upon hearing the report, Parrots felt a headache coming on. In the past, India had been easy to manipulate. A few sweeteners and coaxing words, and they would charge headlong into battle. But this time they seemed genuinely intimidated. And not just India. Even Country M itself was somewhat shaken. Forget it. As the old saying from Country Z goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. We just need to become powerful enough. Parrots paused, then asked, Country, you must have obtained this footage by now, right? The security advisor nodded. If they had it, Country, he certainly did. He even suspected that the Indian government had deliberately leaked the video to signal to the major powers, look how absurdly strong Country Z has become. Why aren't you acting? So why haven't they exposed it this time? Parrots found it odd. Given Country E's penchant for chaos, they would normally have leaked the mech incident to the world just like last time, making everyone wary of Country Z. What Parrots did not expect was that Country E not only refrained from exposing it, but also dispatched a special envoy to Beijing proposing a remarkably audacious suggestion. In the village of Chen Ryun's hometown, behind the house, Zhou Yang, wearing a straw hat and gripping a hoe, was digging soil in the fields. With each swing of the hoe, Li Tianshu would drop 2 seeds into the earth. A national scholar and a high-ranking government official were now toiling in the fields. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would have believed it. Li Tianshu had come to update Zhou Yang on the Smart City project and the progress of the Northwest nuclear base. I've prepared the list of researchers you requested and sent it to Fuxi. Take a look when you have time. Zhou Yang paused, leaning on his hoe, and wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth tied around his neck. Lu Jun, standing guard on the ridge nearby, hurried over and handed them 2 bottles of ice-cold water. Taking a gulp, Zhou Yang said, all right, I'll check it later. But remember, the core buildings must not cut any corners. Ensure they meet the design requirements. This is nuclear fusion. If anything goes wrong, the consequences would be catastrophic. Rest assured it will meet all specifications, Li Tianshu replied with a smile. Zhou Yang continued, by the way, it's been days since Operation Dragon Soul. Why haven't I seen any related reports? It seems you wanted the mecha to make a grand debut, but some people are determined to thwart your plans. Li Tianshu nodded with some frustration. This debut had been lackluster, failing to generate the expected impact. Don't even mention it. Not only did it fail to make waves, but it also attracted a madman. A madman? Li Tianshu nodded. Just yesterday, E-Country sent a special envoy conveying their president's intent to form a strategic alliance with us. They're willing to transfer their engine technology, liquid rocket technology, composite, and special materials, and even strategic bombers like the White Swan. Such generosity. Zhou Yang was taken aback. Though E-Country's economy was in shambles, its military technology remained formidable, capable of deterring M-Country for years. Li Tianshu chuckled. Guess what they want in return? They proposed a joint attack on M-Country, launching nuclear missiles in a saturation strike to erase M-Country from the map, then ruling the world together. Zhou Yang's eyes widened, and it took him a long moment to react. They really are. He paused, searching for words, then finally said, truly E-Country in nature. The plan was audacious to the extreme. It was utterly unfeasible. If M-Country were so easily annihilated by nuclear strikes, it wouldn't be M-Country. And such an act would provoke an unpredictable response from other nuclear powers. And then they asked for the mecha technology, right? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu nodded. Go play elsewhere, Zhou Yang muttered dismissively. Li Tianshu laughed heartily and shifted the topic. What about holding the wedding at the state guest house? It was Li Tianshu's suggestion. In his view, Zhou Yang's marriage was a moment of national celebration, deserving of a grand ceremony at the state guest house, broadcast live by CCTV, so the entire nation could offer their blessings. Forget it. Ryun and I have already decided to keep it small right here. If you're free, come. If not, no worries. Zhou Yang shook his head. The romance and warmth of the wedding should belong only to him and Chen Ryun. He had no desire to make it a public spectacle. Seeing Zhou Yang's insistence, Li Tianshu had to concede. Don't worry, it'll definitely be there. In the following days, Zhou Yang kept busy, taking wedding photos with Chen Ryun, choosing furniture as she wished, and overseeing the villas. This life, mundane and peaceful, brought Zhou Yang a rare sense of tranquility. One day, he and Chen Ryun drove to the county civil affairs bureau to register their marriage. Lu Jun suggested that the bureau staff come to them, but Zhou Yang refused. He never considered himself a privileged person despite possessing immense authority. Having privilege and using it were 2 different choices. Zhou Yang drove with Chun Riyun, beside him looking like an ordinary couple heading out. Though countless Secret Service agents lurked nearby, and a helicopter might have been hovering overhead. Should we wear masks? Chun Riyun asked. Zhou Yang thought for a moment. Better to avoid trouble. By now few in the country wouldn't recognize. It wasn't about security concerns, Zhou Yang simply wanted to avoid unnecessary commotion and hassle. After parking they held hands masked, entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, took a number, and waited patiently on the bench. The hall was bustling with people, and no one noticed them. Number 4 Titwo, the loudspeaker called. It's our turn. Zhou Yang stood up, holding Chun Riyun's hand. It's not too late to back out. Once we do this, you'll be tied to me for life. Chun Riyun tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes filled with emotion. No regrets. Never. Then let's go. Zhou Yang led her into the... A middle-aged woman received them. Seeing their masks, she laughed. You're not celebrities, why the masks? Take them off. They exchanged glances and removed their masks. The woman glanced at them, froze, then quickly flipped through their household registration books. Upon seeing the name, she gasped in shock. You're Zhou Yang. The one from TV, she exclaimed. Zhou Yang smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, that's me. Could you please register us? The woman, still incredulous, murmured with awe, I never thought I'd issue a marriage certificate to a great scientist. This is something to brag about. Despite her excitement, she efficiently processed their registration. Now go take your photos, she said, standing up. Zhou Yang nodded and left with Chun Riyun, only to find the woman following them. Embarrassed, she said, I just want to watch you take the photos. Her face was alight with curiosity. Zhou Yang had no choice but to let her. In the photo room, the woman hurried over to the photographer. The photographer also became visibly excited. It took 2 attempts to finish the photos. Half an hour later, they received their marriage certificates and quickly left the bureau. Within 10 minutes, all the bureau staff had gathered, some even asking for photos with Zhou Yang. I feel like I've become a celebrity, Zhou Yang said, somewhat exasperated. Chun Riyun laughed beside him. Aren't you? In terms of honor and status, Zhou Yang surpassed any celebrity. Zhou Yang chuckled, wrapping his arm around hers. Wife, he said softly. Chun Riyun's face flushed crimson. What are you doing? There are so many people. Don't let anyone hear. As she spoke, her gaze fell on a man 10 meters away who was leaning in with an exaggerated expression of eavesdropping. She gave him a sharp glare. Zhou Yang is married. A piece of news shot up the trending list like lightning. Major news media and Douyin all promptly republished the report. The news featured a photo taken at the wedding ceremony. Zhou Yang and Chun Riyun stood intimately together, their faces brimming with happiness. It topped Douyin's real-time hot list. People's News released a related video immediately with the headline, Congratulations to Mr. Zhou on his wedding, showering blessings. Likes exceeded 10 million and comments numbered in the millions. They were overwhelmingly filled with blessings, though a few sour remarks were mixed in. This woman isn't that good looking either. Why does she deserve to marry Mr. Zhou? Actually, I think Mr. Zhou could wait a little longer. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world. Why fixate on just one? These comments were quickly singled out and met with ridicule. Saying she's not good looking. Go look in a mirror yourself and see how you fare. Exactly. She's stunning, a perfect match. No arguments, just blessings. Various opinions abounded. Zhou Yang's new home was also fully renovated using eco-friendly materials ready for immediate occupancy. It spanned 2 floors with a large yard designed in an antique style. What's wrong? You seem a bit down. Zhou Yang noticed Chun Riyun's mood. It's nothing. Chun Riyun shook her head, hesitated, then suddenly asked, Zhou Yang, do you ever feel we're not a good match? Zhou Yang was taken aback, pulling her into his arms. Why would you think that? You're so talented, a pivotal scientist for the nation. You're young, handsome, and with your willingness, power and wealth are within easy reach. You deserve a better woman. Why choose me? Chun Riyun asked softly. The contributions Zhou Yang had made, the honors and status he had earned, could make any woman feel inferior. Zhou Yang's heart stirred. Did someone say something online? Over the past couple of days, he had noticed the news of his wedding online. Perhaps some harsh words had reached Chun Riyun, causing this change. Chun Riyun bit her lip in silence. How dare they speak ill of my wife? What did they say? Let your husband handle it. Zhou Yang continued. And don't forget, I proposed to you and pursued you. How could you think like this? It's not that I chose you, but it's that you chose me, understand? Hearing this, Chun Riyun was moved and finally smiled. But they said I'm not pretty. What? Not pretty? Are those people blind? My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Zhou Yang was shocked. Saying Chun Riyun wasn't pretty. Was that even possible? Nowhere did they say that. Douyin right. He'll register an account to post a video and tell everyone my wife is the most beautiful. Zhou Yang acted on his words, pulling out his phone to record a video and posting it. Right, to get more views, I should spend some money, shouldn't I? He opened the payment option and purchased traffic. Is it based on views? After checking the rules, he decided to top up 20,000 yuan for 1 million views. At Douyin's headquarters. Boss, big news, huge news. An employee burst into the office of Operations Director Luo Hanwen, shouting urgently. Luo Hanwen glanced at his subordinate with displeasure and asked lazily, "What's up?" The employee quickly held out his phone. "Boss, look, Zhou Yang has registered an account with us." Luo Hanwen looked at the phone, which was playing a Douyin video. "Who said my wife isn't good looking? My wife is the most beautiful wife in the world." The video featured Zhou Yang, who after delivering his lines made various affectionate and slightly goofy gestures with Chun Riyun to a cat. It lasted less than 20 seconds, ending with Chun Riyun's soft voice. "I feel like we're being so childish." Holy crap. Luo Hanwen jolted upright, springing from his chair. At that moment, only one thought occupied Luo Hanwen's mind. Zhou Yang had registered a Douyin account. With Zhou Yang's influence, how many followers could he attract, and what impact would it have on Douyin? "When did this happen?" Luo Hanwen asked urgently. "Just now. Also, Mr. Zhou topped up 20,000 yuan for 1 million views." "What?" Luo Hanwen was startled. "And the money? Did we accept it?" "Of course it went through immediately." Luo Hanwen stamped his foot in frustration. "Are you kidding me? This is Zhou Yang. How can your conscience bear taking his money? Quick, refund it immediately, and then promote it like crazy. Banners verification, use every channel to push it." The subordinate nodded dumbly, but then hesitated. "Boss, if we push Mr. Zhou's content too hard, might it upset him? The news says he's very low-key and might not want the exposure." Luo Hanwen paused, realizing the risk. If Zhou Yang didn't want the attention, it could anger him. And if Zhou Yang got angry, Douyin might be in trouble. "Well, maybe we should ask. He registered with his phone number, so we have it," Luo Hanwen said hesitantly, suddenly realizing he now had Zhou Yang's private number and even his WeChat ID. "Yes, we should ask. Go pull up the number, and he'll make the call." Luo Hanwen said immediately, his excitement barely containable. This was a chance to communicate directly with Zhou Yang. Back in his villa, Zhou Yang received an unfamiliar call shortly after posting the video. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Luo Hanwen, the operations director at Douyin." A voice came through the phone. Zhou Yang was momentarily puzzled about how this person got his number, but quickly realized it was from his phone registration. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Zhou Yang said. Hearing the cultured male voice on the line, Luo Hanwen jumped with excitement, then quickly composed himself. "I noticed you've opened a Douyin account and posted a video. May we help promote it and provide official verification?" "Oh, that's fine. It's no big deal," Zhou Yang replied. After all, he posted the video to reach more people, which was why he bought traffic. "Understood. Sorry for disturbing you. By the way, you're truly great. I'm a fan. I want to keep you. And congratulations on your wedding." Luo Hanwen's speech became flustered. "Thank you." Zhou Yang chuckled and hung up. Luo Hanwen put down the phone and immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Promote it. Promote it like crazy." Many who were scrolling through Douyin suddenly found that after a few swipes, they stumbled upon a video. "Who says my wife isn't beautiful? My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world." A glance at the publisher revealed it was Zhou Yang. And the man in the video was none other than Zhou Yang himself. Holy crap, has Zhou Yang joined Douyin? Does a tech genius like him even use Douyin? It makes sense though. I always thought of Zhou Yang as a venerable figure, but when you think about it, he's not even 30 yet still young. It's normal for him to play on Douyin. This account is probably real, a Douyin official has verified it. What's the meaning of this video? Is he responding to someone who said his wife isn't pretty? What a devoted husband. I'm a fan now. Those people are just stirring up trouble. They should look at themselves first. Mr. Zhou's wife is definitely more beautiful than many big stars. Damn, the followers are skyrocketing. It jumped by over 100,000 in a swipe. This is insane. Don't be jealous. Think about his status. You could say that even having a Douyin account is a favor to the platform. At Douyin's operations department, Luo Hanwen's phone was ringing off the hook. His superiors, and even his superiors were all calling to ask what a scientist of Zhou Yang's caliber actually opening a Douyin account was simply unbelievable. "How's it going?" Luo Hanwen, after dealing with the barrage of calls from higher-ups, finally asked his subordinate. The subordinate replied in a daze, 2 minutes, and the follower count broke 5 million. It hit 10 million in just 5 minutes. It's still rising now at 20 million. Luo Hanwen shuddered. Even though they had utilized various channels to promote it, it was a testament to Zhou Yang's influence. This is on track to break 100 million any minute now. Luo Hanwen sighed. Currently on Douyin, the accounts with the most followers were probably People's Daily and CCTV News, both of which had surpassed 100 million. But Luo Hanwen felt that these two accounts still fell quite short of Zhou Yang's influence. People's Daily and CCTV News were also the first to Zhou Yang and repost the news about him opening a Douyin account. This is insane. I started watching the account when it had 100,000 followers. Now in 42 minutes the follower count has broken 100 million. This is too exaggerated. This is the true top-tier influencer. Compared to Mr. Zhou, those internet celebrities and stars are utterly pathetic. Is the person above joking? Comparing those internet celebrities and stars to Mr. Zhou, they're not even in the same league. Exactly. Think about it. Mr. Zhou's research achievements are making our country stronger. But thinking about it, it's kind of funny. I guess it was the earlier exposure of Mr. Zhou's marriage news with many saying his wife wasn't pretty that drew him out. He had to post a video to tell everyone his wife is beautiful. He's definitely a devoted husband. Thinking about it this way, Mr. Zhou's wife is incredibly fortunate. Moreover, it wasn't just on Douyin. The news of Zhou Yang opening a Douyin account and posting a video declaring his wife's beauty went viral, being immediately reposted and reported by major media outlets. Even some foreign media reported on it. At the White House, Tina, come here. Help me figure out how to use this thing. Perry called his secretary. Sir, is this Douyin? The secretary asked in surprise. Perry nodded and said, I saw in the news that Zhou Yang from Z country has opened a Douyin account. I want to follow him and keep up with his latest videos. The name Zhou Yang had long topped the priority watch lists of governments worldwide. The rise of Z country was inextricably linked to Zhou Yang. And it wasn't just Perry, many political figures from various countries and the world's top scientists were also finding ways to follow Zhou Yang. Unaware of all this, Zhou Yang received a message from Fuxi. Mr. Zhou, the item is ready. So fast. Zhou Yang knew what Fuxi was referring to. It was only August 16th, barely half a month since he had asked Fuxi to research virtual reality technology. Yes, sir. The technical data you provided was very detailed. We quickly resolved the technical difficulties and, as you requested, produced 2 prototypes. By the way, I've already arranged for them to be delivered to you. As he spoke, Lu Jun knocked on the door and said, Mr. Zhou, there's a truckload of things downstairs delivered from the Research Institute. A truckload? Zhou Yang was a bit stunned. How big were these things? Going downstairs, a truck was parked outside. Numerous security personnel were helping unload the cargo, and Zhou Yang saw these 2 large items. They were truly massive, resembling the cryochambers from sci-fi movies. In the middle was a space for a person to lie down, and near the head area was a glass dome that could... Mr. Zhou, where should we put them? Lu Jun asked. Zhou Yang said, put them in the entertainment room on the east side of the first floor. Then Zhou Yang contacted Fuxi. I think I asked you to make a helmet-style device. Why did you make it so big? Zhou Yang asked. The technical data specified a helmet worn on the head to access brainwaves and enter a virtual world. Fuxi laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, didn't you say you needed it for a proposal? Your wedding is coming up soon. I was worried about the time, so I took the liberty of making a larger one. It's much easier to build. The miniaturized helmet style you mentioned is still under research and will take about 3 months to complete. Zhou Yang thought to himself that it wasn't like time wasn't an issue now. He had already gotten the marriage certificate. Why would he still need to propose? By the way, have you tested these things? There won't be any problems, will there? Zhou Yang quickly asked. This involved brainwaves. If something went wrong, it would be disastrous. Fuxi chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. We've already run tests, and so far there are no issues. As he said this, Fuxi looked back. In another lab, many identical virtual pods were arranged with researchers lying motionless inside, all connected to the That's good. Zhou Yang nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, since that's the case, make a few more. Start with 100 units and send them over to me. Shen Riyun had said she didn't want a big wedding, just a simple family gathering with a few close friends. But Zhou Yang still wanted to give her a surprise. Yes, sir. Ending the communication, Zhou Yang went to the entertainment room where the 2 virtual pods were already placed side by side. Fuxi had sent a manual which Zhou Yang read before instructing Lu Jun on the installation. Mr. Zhou, what are these things? Massage chairs. Lu Jun asked curiously. Secret. Zhou Yang smiled mysteriously and added, by the way, for the shelter outside, help me set up an extra 500 square meter temporary canopy. Understood, Mr. Zhou. Lu Jun went out. Zhou Yang thought for a moment, took out his phone, and opened Douyin. Even with the powerful Tianqin 100 processor in his phone, there was a slight lag when opening the app. There was too much information. Probably hundreds of millions of messages. Zhou Yang was startled. He quickly muted all notifications and checked his follower count, surprised to find it had reached over 260 million. The video he had posted had 180 million likes and over 90 million comments. So many people liked. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. He picked up his phone, filmed a video of the virtual pod with the caption, check out my new toy, and posted it on Douyin. Zhou Yang's account had an incredibly high level of attention with over 200 million followers. The moment he posted a video, comments would break 10,000 almost instantly. One video a day with this level of activity. Is the account him following even real? Come on, what's wrong with him sharing a bit of his daily life? But seriously, what is that thing, a massage bed? It must be, it's such a large bed, what else could it be but a new toy? Does Mr. Zhou enjoy massages? While most ordinary people couldn't discern anything special, to those with keen eyes this video was in. After learning that Zhou Yang had registered a Douyin account, intelligence organizations from various countries immediately found ways to follow it. At CIA headquarters, a task force of over 100 people was dedicated solely to gathering intelligence on Zhou Yang. The operation was personally led by Director Robert. A new video is out, someone called out, and the latest video was projected onto the large screen. Everyone's attention was focused entirely on the video for analysis. Beside them, a translator proficient in Chinese interpreted the meaning of the video's title. "Is he sharing his new massage bed?" someone asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. The object in the video looked exactly like a massage bed. Robert stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Yesterday there was only one video with poor lighting conditions. With today's second video, and its posting time, can we analyze the location of his home?" The day before, a dozen people led by a geography expert had tried to analyze the location of Zhou Yang's home based on the angle of sunlight. But with limited reference points, the analysis proved extremely difficult. However, with another video released today under good lighting and with a timestamp, they should be able to deduce much more. "We've built a sunlight model using a supercomputer, but the data is still insufficient. If he posts more videos, we should be able to calculate it." Robert frowned, well aware of the difficulty of such analysis. Just then someone suddenly raised their hand and said, "Director, I feel that this thing might not be a massage bed." This was a psychology expert from the CIA. Seeing everyone turn to him, he said, "Zhou Yang is a very low-key person. We have gathered very little intelligence on him, but from his few public appearances, it's clear he is cautious and methodical. Everything he does has a certain purpose. At the same time, and this is crucial, he is not someone who flaunts himself or enjoys being in the public eye." When he registered his Douyin account and posted his first video, on the surface his motive seemed simple: to stand up for his wife. But if that were all, there would be no reason for him to agree to Douyin's verification and post a second video. Therefore, I speculate that his registration of a Douyin account must have some underlying purpose. So posting this second video today, if it were merely about buying a massage bed, given his personality, he wouldn't share it with others and expose his private life. Thus, I believe this object might not be as simple as a massage bed. Everyone fell into deep thought. Robert clapped his hands in approval and said, "Excellent. This is precisely the kind of detail we need. Paying attention to details is what allows us to understand this man better." Then someone said, "Director, we can search to see if there are any similar massage beds. If there are, then it's just a massage bed. If not, it suggests this thing might be something." Everyone nodded in agreement. As the psychology expert had said, Zhou Yang wouldn't casually post a video of a massage bed for no reason. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Robert clapped his hands. 2 hours later, after extensive investigation, they discovered that no massage bed or massage chair on the market resembled the one. They further deduced that given Zhou Yang's status, he would not purchase products from unknown, unbranded manufacturers. He would definitely buy from a reputable brand. Robert was somewhat excited, his gaze fixed on the massage bed in the video. "Then this thing is highly suspicious. Could it be some kind of high-tech product? Look at the head area. There's a glass cover. This is quite different from an ordinary massage bed." Everyone buzzed with discussion, even summoning various relevant experts for analysis. The same scenario was unfolding within intelligence agencies of other countries. Previously, Zhou Yang had been too low-key, making it nearly impossible to obtain intelligence on him. Now that he had voluntarily shown up and registered a Douyin account to share videos of his life, it was like a carnival for intelligence agencies worldwide. Every organization was eager to analyze each video frame by frame, searching for any useful information. Zhou Yang had no idea that intelligence agencies from various countries would devote so much effort to monitoring him, interpreting even a casually posted video as having ulterior motives. Of course, Zhou Yang did have a personal motive for posting this video. Zhou Yang decided to promote virtual reality technology as soon as possible. Artificial intelligence was already being deployed on a large scale, and it wouldn't be long before it affected every aspect of human life. As far as Zhou Yang knew, many companies had already entered the fray, pouring resources into developing AI-related products. Even within manufacturing plants themselves, a large number of AI-powered machines would replace existing workers. It was foreseeable that within the next year or two, society would face a wave of unemployment. Zhou Yang had previously considered how to maintain social stability. The answer could be entertainment, first, much like how science fiction novels depicted it, freeing more of humanity from material production and channeling them into various spiritual activities. When it came to virtual reality, Zhou Yang's first thought was gaming. Virtual reality games would allow people to spend their time in a simulated world. So Zhou Yang posted this video as a kind of warm-up. Whether anyone understood its true meaning, he didn't care. After the 2 virtual pods were installed, Zhou Yang hurriedly called for Chen Riyun. "I want to show you something wonderful," he said, covering her eyes as he carefully led her into the entertainment room. Chen Riyun tensed up and said, "You're not going to scare me with something awful, are you? Let me tell you, I know martial arts. If you frighten me, you'll have to face the consequences." "How could I?" Zhou Yang stiffened and released his hands. "Are these massage chairs?" Chen Riyun asked, uncertainly looking at the 2 virtual pods. Zhou Yang pulled Chen Riyun closer and said, "Lie down and give it a try." Believing them to be massage chairs, she lay down. "Close your eyes and relax," Zhou Yang said softly, then activated the virtual pod. The pod's indicator lights came on, and the glass cover above her head glowed with a deep blue light, shining onto Chun Riyun's face. Chun Riyun frowned slightly, but soon relaxed as if she had fallen asleep. Zhou Yang chuckled softly and lay down in the adjacent virtual pod. What is this? Chun Riyun looked around, and suddenly realized she had appeared in a sea of flowers. Above her the blue sky and white clouds, in the distance the rolling mountains, beneath her feet vibrant flowers bloomed like a carpet. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting her hair and striking her face with a real sensation, making Chun Riyun feel as though she wasn't dreaming. There was no panic, no screams. Chun Riyun clenched her fists, her gaze turning cold and sharp as she scanned her surroundings with vigilance. My clothes haven't changed. I clearly remember being with Zhou Yang, and he had me lie on the massage table. Oh, I must have fallen asleep. Could it be that the villa was attacked? If enemies attacked the villa and took us both away, why was I not killed, but instead discarded here? Where's this place? Chun Riyun couldn't figure it out, but worried about Zhou Yang's situation, she couldn't stay a moment longer. She looked around trying to find a place with sign. At that moment, Chun Riyun suddenly noticed a tear in the sky, golden light spreading as a great bird emerged from it. Is this a phoenix? Chun Riyun was dumbfounded. The bird before her was at least 100 meters long, its entire body a brilliant red, trailing elegant and lavish feathers as it flapped its wings and swept across the sky, leaving a trail of flames. Chun Riyun's mind went blank. She blinked hard. The phoenix was still there and was coming down toward her. She hurriedly crouched down and hid in the sea of flowers. With a loud bang, the ground seemed to tremble. Chun Riyun felt the phoenix land right in front of her. Just as she didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly rang out. Beautiful lady, your bottom is still exposed. Chun Riyun was taken aback. That voice sounded so familiar. She suddenly looked up in surprise and found Zhou Yang standing on the phoenix's back. You this? Chun Riyun was completely stunned. Zhou Yang jumped down from the phoenix, reached out, and flowers from the ground floated into his hands. He then approached Chun Riyun, knelt on one knee, and said, Beautiful lady, may I invite you to ride with me? Chun Riyun glanced at the phoenix, and then at Zhou Yang, suddenly lunging forward to lock Zhou Yang in a hold, coldly demanding, Who exactly are you? Where's my— Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhou Yang quickly cried out, hastily explaining, Don't hit me. It's me really. You had millet porridge and buns for breakfast. I was just going to surprise you. Let go, my arm is going to break. Chun Riyun dazedly released her grip. Zhou Yang rubbed his arm as he stood up. The damage in the virtual space would also realistically reflect in his body, because any reaction of the body in essence is the brain processing it. The brain makes you feel something, and that is what you feel. This is also why in many movies someone can be blindfolded and made to believe they are being bled, and they truly end up bleeding to death. Thus in the virtual space one can also feel pain. Of course it is possible to modify or block these signals. Who exactly are you, and where is this place? Chun Riyun felt a bit confused. Zhou Yang hurriedly said, Riyun, blame me. I didn't explain it to you clearly beforehand. Oh, I just wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect it would scare you. Don't worry, we're both fine, still lying at home. And this place is a virtual world. A virtual world. Chun Riyun looked at her hands and said, But it feels so real. Zhou Yang replied, That's your brain deceiving you. And think about it, a phoenix could never appear in the real world, right? And look. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and the surroundings began to shift. Chun Riyun's vision blurred, and she found herself standing on a beach, the sun blazing overhead, the sea breeze, gentle waves rolling in with fine sand splashing against her feet, feeling pleasantly cool. How is this possible? Chun Riyun exclaimed. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and two sun loungers appeared behind them. He pulled Chun Riyun to sit down and said, This is a virtual world. What is impossible here? What you are seeing is essentially just data. But Chun Riyun still couldn't believe it. She knew about VR, but this virtual world was simply too real. If you don't believe it, then let's exit first. Zhou Yang waved his hand. In the entertainment room, Chun Riyun gradually awoke and suddenly sat up. It was still her home, but that real sensation didn't feel fake, it lingered in her memory. Suddenly turning her head, Chun Riyun saw Zhou Yang sitting up beside them. So do you believe it now, eh? Zhou Yang quickly came over and helped Chun Riyun down. After resting for a moment and regaining her composure, she looked at the two virtual pods in front of her and said, So we just connected our brainwaves to the virtual world. Zhou Yang nodded and said, Yes, this technology has just been developed. I originally wanted to give you a surprise to take you on a journey through the virtual world, but you instead locked me in a hold, nearly breaking my arm. Chun Riyun shot Zhou Yang an annoyed glare and said, How can you blame me? You didn't explain it clearly beforehand. I thought we were ambushed. It's my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to my wife beforehand. Chun Riyun lightly huffed, stopping there, but still with a face full of disbelief said, But that feeling was too real. This thing is it just like the virtual reality games and online novels where the protagonist can earn money in the game, struggle, and eventually become the king of the world. Pretty much. Zhou Yang nodded, but the idea of being a king of the world was too far-fetched. This thing is essentially still a game. Not right. Zhou Yang suddenly felt a jolt. Really in the type of online novel you mentioned where the protagonist makes money in the game? Chun Riyun nodded and said, yes, in the novel's game currency can be exchanged for real currency, and they make a lot of money in the game influencing the world and all that. Game currency exchanged for real currency. Zhou Yang fell into thought. What is it? Chun Riyun looked at Zhou Yang oddly and said, then let's try going. This novel experience was also Chun Riyun's first time. Zhou Yang nodded but was thinking about something else. If, as Chun Riyun said, a global virtual game could be developed with participation from everyone gradually opening virtual currency for real currency exchange, could it potentially influence real currency? Ultimately achieving Zhou Yang's goal of changing the existing world currency pattern, breaking the hegemony of the dollar, and establishing a hegemony system belonging to the renminbi. In today's world, the dollar still holds hegemony. The United States relies on this system to wildly print money, taking advantage of the entire world. For country Z to rise, it must break this system and transform from the fat sheep into the one who shears the sheep. Yet this was merely a notion, whether it could be implemented required careful evaluation. Zhou Yang restarted the virtual pod and entered with Chun Riyun. Within the virtual world, the two were akin to deities. With a wave of their hands, the sun and moon shifted and seas turned into mulberry fields. They could also summon monsters, delighting in the thrill of slaying them together. Over the following days, Chun Riyun grew somewhat addicted to the game. Time gradually slipped to the 26th of August. Before dawn, the Chin family was already bustling with activity. In the bedroom, Chun Riyun had just finished her makeup. Auntie, you look stunning, Zhang Tong said with a grin. Chun Riyun gazed at her reflection in the mirror, scarcely believing her own eyes. The makeup artist beside her remarked, Miss Chun, you are truly beautiful. This artist was no ordinary one. She was a master-level professor from the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Teacher Hong, it's your skill that makes the difference, Chun Riyun replied, a hint of shyness coloring her expression. Not far away, Li Guizhi looked at her daughter in the mirror, her eyes welling with tears. Chun Ruoshi hurried over to console her. Chun Riyun quickly added, Mom, it's just a few minutes walk. If we don't cook, we'll still come home for meals every day. Don't be sad. Oh, this child. Li Guizhi scolded with a laugh, her tears turning into a smile. Meanwhile, in a nearby villa, Zhou Yang was also making early preparations. Many researchers from the institute had arrived a day early to help forming the core of the wedding procession today. Zhou Yang also made his appearance. He wore a long robe and mandarin jacket adorned with red floral patterns topped with a scholar's cap. This attire was no ordinary garment. It was the work of master embroiderer Qin Jingliang, its golden patterns woven with real gold thread. Mr. Zhou, you look sharp. Kong Ning and the others shouted. Are you ready? Zhou Yang asked. Ready. Let's set out. Surrounded by the crowd, Zhou Yang stepped outside. On the road before him stood not a car, but an 8-person sedan chair. This was no ordinary item either. It was a truly collectible bridal sedan originally owned by a collector. Due to its excellent preservation, it had been acquired by the state specifically for Zhou Yang's use. Ahead of the sedan chair was Zhou Yang's mount, a snow-white Equaltique horse. Equaltique horses are inherently precious, with fewer than 3,000 purebloods remaining worldwide. Pure white ones are even rarer. This particular horse, named Hakshu, had been borrowed from Turkmenistan. The other party refused to sell it no matter the price. The horse was gentle. Zhou Yang mounted it, and at the front of the procession, Lu Jun and other agents carried banners, gongs, umbrellas, and fans. Move out. Zhou Yang waved. Firecrackers sounded, and the procession began. At the front, a folk customs expert beat a gong and sang ancient. Behind, a folk music ensemble from the National Orchestra followed at a leisurely pace, their joyful melodies floating through the air. Villagers lined the roadsides to watch. The entire village had been cordoned off, though only original residents and those who had been vetted were allowed entry. The villagers were well aware of Zhou Yang's presence. This is a real traditional wedding. Wearing a wedding dress and going to a church. What kind of nonsense is that? An elderly man said, pointing at Zhou Yang on horseback. A young man nearby replied helplessly, would love to as well, but the key is the cost. Without money, who can afford a spectacle like this? If only we could record this and post it online, it would surely get millions of likes, someone muttered. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from nowhere, eyeing him warily. A few minutes' walk brought them to the Chun residence. There was no blocking or commotion. A traditional wedding emphasized etiquette, every step imbued with significance. Besides, no one dared to cause trouble. After a series of elaborate rituals, Zhou Yang finally met his bride. She wore a phoenix coronet and a red cape, her face hidden beneath a veil. Her attire matched Zhou Yang's, both masterpieces by the same master. Even through the veil, Zhou Yang could feel Chun Riyun's gaze upon him. Hold your hand and grow old together with you. Gently taking Chun Riyun's hand, he spoke, and instantly firecrackers roared into the sky. The wedding venue, though simply constructed, was lavishly decorated inside. The spacious area was adorned with red silk and palace lanterns, while the flowers flanking the central stage were rare varieties. The wedding host was none other than Kang Hui, whom Zhou Yang had met before. Accompanied by melodious wedding music, Zhou Yang led Chen Riyun into the venue, and the guests rose to applaud. Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, along with Li Yanhong, Wang Haoning, Yu Changhong, and others had all arrived. Although Zhou Yang had said it would be a small affair excluding Chen Riyun's relatives, there were still dozens of guests. Adding Chen Riyun's friends, the gathering neared 100. Even so many wished to come, but lacked the qualification to attend. After the intricate ceremonies, including bowing to heaven and earth as the crowd applauded in celebration, Zhou Yang suddenly took the microphone from Kang Hui and said, "I've already expressed my gratitude many times. Today my wife and I have prepared another surprise for all of you who have traveled from afar. If you please follow me." Kang Ming appeared and shouted, "Everyone follow me." The curious guests trailed behind, entering a simple structure at the rear. "Oh, what's this?" As they entered the room, they found 100 virtual pods neatly arranged and their faces filled with puzzlement. Kang Ming announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to experience the world's first virtual reality pod. Through this device you can enter a virtual world. However, I must warn you, although the device itself is completely safe and has undergone rigorous testing, the scenes within the virtual world are extraordinarily grand. If you have a weak heart or are easily startled, you may consider opting out." As Kang Ming finished speaking, Li Tianshu and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. "Virtual reality," Li Tianshu exclaimed. Gao Jianjun quickly asked, "Is this the technology that lets you enter a virtual world like in the movies? When did we develop such technology?" "I have no idea," Li Tianshu replied, utterly bewildered. Yu Changhong and the others were equally stunned, as tech magnates' virtual reality technology still exceeded their expectations. "Has this technology already achieved a breakthrough? I saw a similar virtual pod on Mr. Zhou's Douyin account before. I thought it was a massage bed, but it turns out it was a virtual pod. Good heavens, is humanity about to enter the virtual world?" Their eyes gleaming with excitement, they quickly found a virtual pod and examined it from every angle. The other guests, though astonished, were equally filled with curiosity. "Dad, what is virtual reality?" Zhang Tong asked innocently. Zhang Bo, looking dazed, replied, "It's like watching a 3D movie except you're inside the movie world." Li Guizhi asked Chen Tao beside her, "Old man, what is virtual reality?" That young man said people with heart conditions should opt out. "I think he'll pass one." Chen Tao, however, was full of interest. "Scared of what? Didn't you hear him say it's perfectly safe?" With Kang Ming's help, all the guests lay down inside the virtual pods. Once everyone was settled, Kang Ming announced clearly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the virtual world." An endless sea of blooming flowers stretched before them, bathed in brilliant sunlight. Before their eyes flickered, they found themselves amidst this floral expanse. Heavens, how did I suddenly arrive here? Where are we? Is this the virtual world? It feels so incredibly real. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the... Li Tianshu and the others stood, their expressions frozen in awe. This world before them could not be any more real. Li Tianshu pinched himself, and even felt the sting of pain. Gao Jianjun scuffed his foot against the ground, noticing the flowers trampled into the soil. Yu Changhong bent down, plucked a bloom, and inhaled its fragrance, exclaiming in surprise, "I can actually smell the scent of flowers. It's breathtaking. This is truly a second world." Li Yanhong exclaimed. Everyone was deeply immersed in awe. Just then a multitude of dark specks appeared on the horizon, rapidly drawing closer. "Dad, they're cranes!" Zhang Tong shouted excitedly. Nearly 100 celestial cranes descended before the assembly. The leading crane shimmered with azure mist and transformed into a woman. She curtsied to the crowd and said, "Everyone please mount the cranes and follow." Where did this girl come from? Did she really change from a crane? Is she an actor? Are we supposed to ride these cranes? The cranes were enormous, easily carrying a person on their backs. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun exchanged a glance, dashed forward, and scrambled onto one of the cranes. "This feeling. It's so real," Li Tianshu murmured, stroking the crane's soft feathers. Once everyone was seated, the woman leaped up, transforming back into a crane. With a clear cry, all the cranes spread their wings and soared into the sky. A gentle breeze swept past them as the vast earth receded beneath their feet. Traveling through the white clouds, everyone felt as if they had transformed into immortals. The cranes ascended for just a minute or two, and before them appeared a resplendent heavenly palace gleaming with gold and jade. The flock of cranes landed in the square before the main gate. "How does everyone feel?" The main gate swung open, and Zhou Yang walked out with Chen Riyun, smiling as they inquired. The crowd looked around, faces filled with shock and disbelief. Zhang Tong shouted excitedly, "Auntie's husband, I want to ride the crane again." "All right." Zhou Yang waved his hand. With a resonant cry, a colossal phoenix descended from the sky, landing before Zhang Tong. "Little one, where do you wish to go?" Zhang Tong tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "I want to go to the primeval world and see the dinosaurs." "Very well." The phoenix lowered its head, allowing Zhang Tong to mount. Then it spread its wings and took flight. A massive rift tore open in the sky like a passage through time and space, and the phoenix flew into it. Faintly visible beyond the rift was a primeval world of dinosaurs. "This is utterly miraculous," Zhang Bo exclaimed. Li Tianshu rushed over to Zhou Yang asking urgently, "Mr. Zhou, this technology." Before he could finish, Zhou Yang interrupted him. "Director Li, today is my wedding day. Let's talk about this another time." Li Tianshu nodded dazed. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and a tablet-like device appeared before each person. "Everyone, this is the control system for this world. It contains all the scenes and content. Feel free to explore. If you want to travel through mountains and rivers, you can switch scenes as you wish. In short, there's a wealth of content to experience. Oh, you only have an hour because we'll be having dinner soon." After saying this, Zhou Yang went over to Chen Tao and the elders to teach them how to use it. "Old woman, look, there's a snowy mountain scene here. Let's go to the snowy mountains," Chen Tao said excitedly, revealing an unexpected adventurous streak. Li Guizhi quickly shook her head. "It's freezing cold. I'm not going." Ignoring her, Chen Tao selected the snowy mountain scene, opened the passage, and walked straight in. "Mom, you've always wanted to go to the seaside. Let's go to the beach," Chen Ruiyun said, taking Li Guizhi's arm. Opening the passage, they arrived at the seaside. Gentle waves lapped against the sandy shore. Li Guizhi's eyes widened. "With this thing, there's no need to travel anymore, is there?" Zhou Yang said, "Mom, no matter how real this is, it's still a simulation. If you want to go to the seaside, Ruiyun, and I will take you there for real." Li Guizhi nodded numbly. She knew Zhou Yang was brilliant and had produced many remarkable achievements, but this virtual world still left her utterly astounded. An hour passed quickly. Zhou Yang teleported everyone back and urged them to leave for dinner. "Zhou Yang, let's experience it a bit longer. We haven't had enough." "Auntie's husband, I want to go play in the snow," Zhang Tong chimed in. Everyone was reluctant to leave, still craving more. In this virtual world, they could do anything they desired, feeling like gods. Zhou Yang said with a wry smile, "Let's eat first. After dinner, you can experience it as much as you like." Only then did everyone reluctantly log off, one by one, waking up from their virtual pods. "We're back." It felt like a dream. Li Yanhong and Yu Changhong exchanged glances, a spark of realization igniting between them. The virtual world, a second world, a realm of infinite possibilities, was a brand new frontier for commerce. Even just producing the virtual pods would be monumental. The allure of this virtual world was irresistible to anyone. As for Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun, beyond their awe, their minds raced with thoughts of how to apply this technology. Gao Jianjun muttered, "With this future, military exercises can be real. In exercises, no matter how realistic, soldiers never die, so they lack the true urgency of a battlefield." But the virtual world was different, utterly real, allowing one to fully experience the brutality and truth of war. Li Tianshu nodded slightly. The international situation had been shifting rapidly lately, leaving him little time to focus on the research institute, knowing Zhou Yang was also busy preparing for his wedding. But he never expected that in just 1 month Zhou Yang would develop such a terrifying technology. This was on the verge of changing the world. The wedding feast was prepared by a state banquet chef with a rich array of dishes. Yet no one truly savored the flavors, and everyone ate very quickly. Zhang Tong in particular barely took 2 bites before declaring she was full, clamoring for Zhou Yang to let her go back to the virtual pod. The rest also finished hastily, eager to re-enter the virtual world. Zhou Yang was left amused and exasperated. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have given them this surprise. It's a waste of the state banquet chef's feast." Chen Ruiyun nodded in agreement. What a shame. This day belonged to Zhou Yang and Chen Ruiyun, and this night belonged only to them, newlyweds savoring the precious moments of their honeymoon. The following day, perhaps because they had played late into the night, Zhou Yang did not rise until 10 in the morning. After washing up, he opened the door, intending to stretch his limbs in the courtyard, only to find several people seated outside. They appeared to have been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Zhou." They surged forward, speaking all at once. "Wait." Zhou Yang raised a hand to silence them. His gaze first fell upon Li Yanhong, Yu Changhong, and Wang Haoning. "The technology is not yet mature. Go back for now. A decision will be made when the time comes." The 3 opened their mouths as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed their words. They had been waiting since early morning for several hours, yet they bore no resentment. Zhou Yang had neither promised them anything nor outright refused them. They understood that matters as monumental as virtual reality were not for one man to decide. It was beyond them entirely, something to be promoted directly by the state. Once the 3 had left, Zhou Yang invited Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun to sit in the garden. Impatient Gao Jianjun asked, "Mr. Zhou, can this virtual reality technology be used for military purposes?" "Yes." "How long until mass production?" Gao Jianjun was always direct and to the point. Accustomed to this, Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. 3 to 6 months. By then, the miniaturization design will be complete. The final product will likely be a lighter helmet-like device. "Good. I have no further questions. You two chat, or I'll go have breakfast." Gao Jianjun laughed heartily and rose to leave. He represented the military, but once the product was made, its application was their affair. Li Tianshu, naturally representing the government, gave a wry smile. Mr. Zhou, you've truly given me a great surprise. Zhou Yang chuckled. Technology is a matter of gradual accumulation. Once a critical breakthrough is made, many things become possible. Of course, this was nonsense. The real key was the technical data he had obtained. Without it, a decade of research would not have sufficed. So should this be rolled out on a large scale? The higher-ups discussed it yesterday and concluded that the technology has both advantages and disadvantages. The key lies in how and when to promote it, and whether now is the right time, Li Tianshu said. The virtual world was highly addictive. Having experienced it only once the day before, Li Tianshu found himself unable to forget it. If large numbers of people became immersed, the social impact would be immense. Moreover, a virtual world as realistic as the real one posed major regulatory challenges. Shen Ryun brought over breakfast for the two. Zhou Yang invited Li Tianshu to join him, then said, "I actually have an idea." Zhou Yang then elaborated his vision to Li Tianshu. Li Tianshu was stunned for a long moment before murmuring, "Exchanging virtual currency for real money. Wouldn't that wreak havoc on the modern financial system? In a game played by the entire world together, it feels rather far-fetched. But the idea of breaking the hegemony of the US dollar is undeniably enticing." Zhou Yang smiled. Far-fetched or not, why not run an experiment? Create a game and see how it works. Li Tianshu thought it over and nodded. All right. To be honest, after experiencing this, my first thought was what it would be like to make a game out of it. He paused, then asked, should we hand it to a domestic game company? Tencent. Zhou Yang waved his hand. No. Let Fushi handle it. For operations, we'll have Matrix Energy set up a game company. This game was destined for a global launch and required state leadership. All right, it's settled. Zhou Yang picked up his phone and casually messaged Fushi, asking it to create a virtual reality game with an epic, highly replayable setting. And that was it. With AI assistance, a tremendous amount of time was saved. No sooner had he set down his phone than the ground trembled violently. What's that? An earthquake. Li Tianshu sprang to his feet. Security personnel, led by Lu Jun, rushed in immediately. Even Shen Ryun dashed to Zhou Yang's side. It's not an earthquake, Zhou Yang said, his expression grim. It sounds like an explosion. An earthquake would produce continuous tremors. But there's no sound of an explosion, which means the epicenter is very, very far away. To feel the shock at this distance, it must be a massive blast, Zhou Yang said gravely. Li Tianshu barked, what are you waiting for? Get to the bottom of it. Lu Jun hurried off. Soon news arrived, a chemical plant 30 kilometers away had exploded. Menu chemical plant. Li Tianshu was taken aback. This plant ranked among the top 10 nationally in scale. What's the situation? Lu Jun's expression was grim. Rescue teams have arrived, but the fire is spreading and there are large quantities of chemicals on site. It's a mess. A mess? How bad? Li Tianshu pressed. Lu Jun picked up several glass cups from the table. Inside the plant, there are 18 large storage tanks holding various chemicals. One exploded, triggering a chain reaction. 5 tanks have already detonated. The remaining tanks are being emergency vented, but one tank's remote control system was damaged by the fire. To shut it off, someone must go inside and close it manually. And that tank is surrounded by flames, making it extremely difficult to approach. Lu Jun arranged the cups with several encircling one in the center, making the situation clear to everyone. The blaze was impenetrable. Worse still, that tank holds 3.0 tons of paraxylene. If it explodes, the consequences would be Li Tianshu's face turned ashen. Do the rescue teams have a plan? Lu Jun shook his head. The open flames could not be extinguished quickly, and entering was no easy feat. Shen Ryun had also found a video of the scene on Douyin. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Though the massive plant was built at the junction of city and county far from urban centers, there were still villages nearby. And the plant's own residential area housed countless people. Li Tianshu was on the phone inquiring about the situation. After a moment, he frowned and repeated, a suicide squad. Zhou Yang's expression shifted. In such a scenario, the best option was to organize a suicide squad to force their way in and manually open the relief valve. No, Zhou Yang said firmly. Li Tianshu looked at him. Don't send people to their deaths. I have a way. Let the dragon soul enter. Li Tianshu's eyes lit up. Of course. A mecha would have no trouble in there. I'll call right now. Zhou Yang immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the research institute. On Douyin, news of the explosion at Minyu chemical plant immediately topped the trending charts. Many had uploaded videos of the blast with flames soaring into the sky, painting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Oh my god, this is terrifying, praying for everyone's safety. I know this place. It's a massive chemical plant storing countless chemicals. This is a disaster. I have relatives there. I called, and they said nearby villages are already being evacuated. With such a huge fire, I hope the firefighters stay safe. No matter how many go in, the same number must come out. Countless people prayed for the rescuers in the blaze. At the scene, Fire Squadron Captain Gao Tianbao was volunteering for the mission to the rescue commander. Mayor Han, let us go. If we go, there's still a sliver of hope. If we don't, there won't be any hope at all, Gao Tianbao said in a deep voice. Mayor Han ignored Gao Tianbao, entirely slammed the blueprints onto the table, and shouted at the crowd, "Think. Find me another way. What about helicopters? Can they spray water from above?" No one spoke. With such a massive fire, the rising hot air made it impossible for helicopters to approach. Gao Tianbao pressed on. "Mayor Han, there's no other way. Just let us go. We're not afraid to die." "But I am." Mayor Han looked up at the sky. Going in was easy, but how many would survive? This was sending people to their deaths. If he gave that order, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After a long pause, Mayor Han took a deep breath and said, "Go in. I approve." The atmosphere at the scene was oppressively heavy. Gao Tianbao snapped a sharp salute and strode out of the command center. Outside, flames roared into the sky and thick, billowing smoke blotted out the sun. 16 fully equipped firefighters stood outside the command center. As Gao Tianbao emerged, all eyes turned to him, their gazes resolute. Gao Tianbao was momentarily taken aback, then grabbed a young man and kicked him aside, cursing, "Lu Qingyang, you're an only child. What are you doing here? And the rest of you get the hell out of here." "Captain, I have to go too. I've already written my farewell letter," Lu Qingyang yelled. "Get lost, you little brat. Who's the captain, you or me?" "Su Baofeng, what are you waiting for? Follow me." Gao Tianbao roared. "Yes, sir." 5 firefighters stepped forward and followed Gao Tianbao. "Captain." The remaining firefighters, without looking back, Gao Tianbao said, "Guo Li Chao, there's a Barbie doll in my locker. Today is my daughter's birthday. If I don't make it out, give her the doll for me, got it?" "Gao Tianbao, you bastard." Behind him, Deputy Captain Guo Li Chao burst into tears, shouting, "Everyone, what are you standing there for? Set up the water cannons. Clear a path." Without a backward glance, the group charged into the inferno. For water cannons blasted a path, but the flames like raging dragons roared back, consuming any opening they made. Entering such a sea of fire was a near-certain death sentence. Yet Gao Tianbao and his men, carrying oxygen tanks and braving the scorching heat, advanced without a moment's hesitation. Just then a group rushed over. "Gao Tianbao, get back here. You men go and pull him back." Mayor Han shouted. "There's a way. You don't need to go in." Guo Li Chao and the others, their expressions shifting, quickly moved forward and forcibly dragged Gao Tianbao and his team back before they could enter the flames. "Mayor Han, if we don't go in now, we'll run out of time," Gao Tianbao urged, thinking Mayor Han had changed his mind. But Mayor Han was excited. "There really is a way. Higher authorities just called. They said rescue forces are on their way and ordered us not to act rashly." Gao Tianbao frowned. "In these conditions, what can they do? Did they call in Superman? How should I know? But without my order, you are not to go in again." Mayor Gao Tianbao stamped his foot in frustration. Just then Lu Qingyang pointed at the sky and yelled, "Captain, look. What is that?" A black dot appeared in the distant sky, approaching at incredible speed. In an instant, it was upon them, arcing through the air and landing before the crowd with a thunderous crash. Its crimson body bore the striking emblem of a 5-clawed golden dragon. At the sight of the dragon's soul, everyone was stunned. The mecha's faceplate flipped open, revealing Chun Jinsheng's face. With a stern expression, he asked, "Do you have the site blueprints? Where is the relief valve?" The crowd stood in a daze, completely unresponsive. It was Mayor Han who snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed over the blueprints. "Just spread it out." Chun Jinsheng's faceplate snapped shut, and a faint blue light emitted from his right eye, scanning the blueprints. "I've got it. You continue extinguishing the fire from the perimeter. I'm going in." Chun Jinsheng turned and charged into the sea of fire, instantly swallowed. It wasn't until the dragon's soul disappeared that the crowd finally snapped out of their stupor. "Am I seeing things? What was that? Iron Man. It looked just like Iron Man. Does our country have an Iron Man too?" Everyone was bewildered. Since when did the nation possess such technology? Chun Jinsheng charged into the inferno. The raging flames could not affect him. Oxygen levels low. Activating backup oxygen. "Lieutenant Chun Jinsheng, at your current consumption rate, you have 35 minutes, the voice of Fushi announced. "That's enough." Chun Jinsheng sprinted through the flames, quickly reaching the No. 5 storage tank. The door to the control room had been warped by the extreme heat. If Gao Tianbao and his men had gotten this far, this single door would have trapped them. But Chun Jinsheng kicked it open with ease. He casually drove his shield into the cement floor at the entrance to block the incoming waves of heat and sparks, then swiftly entered the control room. The control room led to a narrow underground pipeline. Chun Jinsheng crouched as he moved quickly, reaching the location of the relief valve. Back at Mayor Han's position, a walkie-talkie crackled with an excited voice. "The relief valve is open. It's open." "What? Really? That's incredible." Mayor Han shouted with joy. The crowd on site erupted in cheers. It was that man. He opened the relief valve. That was incredible. Was that an Iron Man suit? When did our country build something like that? I have no idea. I've never heard of it. I bet this kind of top-secret tech wouldn't be made public. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Mayor Han gestured for silence and announced, Comrades, the biggest problem is solved, but the fire isn't out yet, so our mission isn't over. Gao Tianbao, take your men and give it everything you've got to put out this fire. Understood? Yes, sir. Gao Tianbao snapped a crisp salute. At that moment a figure shot up from the flames, the Dragon Soul. From afar Qin Jinsheng saluted the crowd, then ignited his thrusters and vanished like a bolt of lightning across the horizon. At Zhou Yang's villa, Li Tianshu hung up the phone and nodded to Zhou Yang. The relief valve has been opened, all thanks to the Dragon Soul. Good. Zhou Yang's brow finally relaxed. And the fire, has it been extinguished? Li Tianshu shook his head. Not yet, but fire departments from nearby counties and cities have all arrived. It shouldn't be a major problem. Any casualties? Zhou Yang pressed further. Li Tianshu replied, no reports yet. But today is Sunday, so there weren't many people working at the plant. And the storage tank area usually has few personnel. Casualties shouldn't be severe. That's a relief. Zhou Yang let out a long sigh. Director Li, the mech testing is nearly complete. It's time for mass production, not just for military use but civilian applications as well. Under specific conditions, mechs can play a significant role. Had it not been for the Dragon Soul, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Li Tianshu nodded. In fact, civilian enterprises under Northern Industries have already begun relevant research and feasibility studies. Zhou Yang had long handed over the core mech technology to the state, but time was too short for it to be transformed into products. Mass production of mechs also remained unresolved and required further time. The massive fire at the chemical plant was not fully extinguished until the following day. Yet the news of the explosion was far from over. The very next day, a photograph suddenly exploded across the internet. Although the Iron Blood forum deleted the post, immediately the image spread like wildfire online. It was a photo of the Dragon Soul soaring through the sky, likely taken with a mobile phone from a great distance. It wasn't very clear, but the general shape was discernible. Major media outlets swiftly picked up the story, covering it with fervor. Military forums in particular buzzed with heated discussions. This photo is obviously photoshopped. It's fake, 100% fake. Not just this photo. The J-20 and aircraft carrier images are all doctored too. Exactly. We're still using rifles and grenades. A mech. Ridiculous. It doesn't fit our down-to-earth style at all. You guys up there report to the Bureau of Strategic Deception tomorrow. You're getting a raise. As a seasoned military enthusiast, Zhang Yifan immediately contacted his old friend Sun Chao for verification. Sun Chao was a special correspondent for the Iron Blood Forum and likely had more insider knowledge. Connecting via video call, Sun Chao said, I know what you're going to ask. The photo, it's probably real. I checked with many media friends. The explosion was a mess. There was a toxic chemical storage tank that couldn't be shut off. Originally someone had to go in to close it, but then the plan changed. And then this thing appeared. Holy crap. So we really have a mech. And it can fly. Zhang Yifan exclaimed, stunned. Sun Chao nodded. It seems so. Honestly, if I hadn't seen the photo myself, I wouldn't have believed it. It appears the country has hidden far too many things. Z country had always been like this. Whenever something was revealed, it meant there was always something even better kept concealed. It's hard to say. Maybe the state deliberately leaked it. Lately the country has been under immense pressure. Trouble from all directions. Zhang Yifan said, the borders haven't been peaceful. There have been skirmishes that barely made the news. It wasn't as if the evening news would announce that several fighter jets had intruded into the South China Sea. So unless one actively followed such reports, very few would know. But as a seasoned military enthusiast acquainted with many military commentators, Zhang Yifan was aware of the constant friction along the nation's borders recently. Typically during such times, new weapons were unveiled to deter adversaries. Sun Chao said, I think so too. Otherwise, even if the mech was deployed, it wouldn't have been so blatant, flying directly across the sky. Zhang Yifan laughed. Regardless, I'm thrilled. The country finally has such a formidable asset. I'm proud. Sun Chao chuckled, sharing the same sentiment. But this time the state probably can't suppress this. I've seen too much coverage from various media. It'll depend on how the government responds. Most likely they'll deny it. As Sun Chao predicted, not only domestic, but also numerous foreign media outlets reported the photo extensively. On various short video platforms, related reports multiplied. The headlines grew increasingly sensational. It seems the events of 1999 can no longer. We all signed non-disclosure agreements. How can you violate them by leaking the secrets of that year? With mechs in the sky, star destroyers must be coming soon. The next day at the routine government press conference, journalists gathered. As usual, the conference was expected to announce the results of the Minyu chemical plant explosion. Spokesperson Zhou Yang, with a stoic expression, announced the findings of the Minyu chemical plant explosion. 2 security guards on patrol had died. Apart from that, due to timely evacuation and rapid fire control, there were no serious injuries. Dozens of victims sustained only minor injuries. The exact cause of the explosion was still under investigation. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, a Japanese journalist raised her hand, followed by many others. Zhou Yang called on the Japanese journalist, a woman in her 30s. In halting Chinese, she asked, "I noticed that after the explosion a photo appeared online. She held up the image of the dragon soul. What is this?" According to many witnesses, this object appeared at the explosion site and entered the fire. All eyes turned to Zhou Yang. His expression unchanged, he countered, "And you, journalist, what do you think it is?" The female journalist replied without hesitation, "I believe it's a mech. What do you think?" Every gaze focused on Zhou Yang. A single nod from him would make headlines worldwide. Z country had developed a mech. But Zhou Yang shook his head. The journalists wore knowing expressions. Even with photographic evidence, he still refused to admit it. They were curious to see what excuse he would fabricate. Zhou Yang declared loudly, "This is the perfect opportunity to introduce you to something. The object in the photo is our newly developed experimental humanoid firefighting robot. It is constructed from high-temperature resistant materials with a sealed structure. Tests show it can operate in extreme environments up to 180 degrees Celsius without damage." The journalist stared at Zhou Yang in disbelief. To lie so blatantly. A firefighting robot. How could they come up with such an absurd excuse? All the journalists present wore expressions of disdain. Could there be a more perfunctory excuse than this? The RB journalist reacted swiftly, immediately asking, "So this firefighting robot should be ready for deployment, right? RB suffers frequent fires, could we possibly import a batch?" Many journalists' eyes lit up. Indeed, since they claimed it was a firefighting robot, they could treat it as such, a civilian robot, and requesting a purchase seemed perfectly reasonable. "We in the M country also often face wildfires, could we import a batch as well? We in Y country need them too, 100 units would." Zhou Yang let out a light laugh and said, "I'm sorry, but as I mentioned earlier, this firefighting robot is still in the experimental phase and hasn't been finalized for production. Moreover, this recent firefighting operation revealed several issues that still require time for improvement. Alright, if there are no further questions, let's conclude here." Zhou Yang stood up, ignoring the forest of raised hands from the journalists, and left with an air of nonchalance. The related video quickly spread across the internet. "Absolutely brilliant. Firefighting robots. Yes, we not only have firefighting robots, but also battlefield medical robots, and all kinds of robots." That RB female journalist actually wanted to buy a batch. How could she even say that? Yet this outcome was expected by many. As for what you think, that's your own affair. However, news of Z country's development of a usable mecha still spread worldwide instantly, with media from every nation engaging in frenzied discussions. Various experts also emerged chattering endlessly about that single photograph. Some skeptical, some envious, and everything in between. Unfortunately, with only one blurry photo and Z country's steadfast denial, many national media outlets deemed it a mere publicity stunt, that no mecha actually existed and the image was simply photoshopped. Let alone such a mecha photo. The key point was that no one believed Z country could have advanced to such an extent. Even the leader of M country hadn't developed a mecha, so how could Z country have done it first? But the day after the press conference, a video suddenly went viral online. On the Iron Blood forum, someone posted a video that caused an uproar. "I snuck this over from overseas, it's already spreading like wildfire. The view count on YouTube has surpassed 100 million, the poster stated. Clicking on the video, it was short, just over 4 minutes, and showed the Dragon Soul's assault on the YD base. Holy crap, am I watching a movie? This is too fake. When did our country get such sci-fi weapons? With that defense-slicing missiles, with a sword tanking laser-guided missiles, even cleaving through an infantry fighting vehicle. Is this thing really that powerful, eh? And it can fly? It's practically invincible. Put 100 of these on the battlefield, and it's a one-sided massacre." Seeing this video, I suddenly believe the events of 99 are real. Please, those who signed the confidentiality agreement, come forward and prove it. It's already out in the open, there's no hiding it anymore. That attacked military camp was way too weak. It looks like YD. So this must be related to the incident a while ago when our soldiers got lost and were detained. I thought it was strange that there was no follow-up. Turns out this was the payoff. So that means this video is a month old. While governments really can keep their mouths shut, they must have known about it all along. Absolutely. Now that the video's leaked, everyone knows. So who released this video? Could it be YD themselves? What kind of bizarre move is that? Trying to refute our claim that it's a firefighting robot. If it really is YD, that's hilarious. Doesn't this video just let everyone know how pathetic their military is? Don't be so sure a YD might actually pull something like this. It's not that YD is too weak, it's that we're too strong. Just look at this video. This video caused a massive stir. Compared to the photo, the video was much clearer, revealing details of the Dragon Soul. Combined with the earlier photo, it almost confirmed that Z country possessed a mecha. The key was the mecha's displayed strength. The image of it cleaving a missile with a sword was nothing short of extraordinary. Media worldwide debated that if this thing went into mass production, other nations might as well surrender. There would be no way to fight back. Yet amid all the external clamor, the country remained eerily calm, offering no response. 2 days later, at the Ministry of National Defense press conference, a journalist inquired about the matter. Wu Luan smiled and replied, "I've seen that video, it's likely fabricated. As for our firefighting robot, it ran into major issues during the last firefighting operation and has been sent back to the factory for repairs." Sent back to the factory for repairs. The journalists were almost speechless. Was it really that hard to tell the truth? Zhou Yang paid little attention to these disturbances. Even if the dragon soul was truly exposed, so be it. At worst, as Li Tianshu had said before, it would just be a war of words. These days Zhou Yang stayed at home. Originally, he had planned to have a proper honeymoon with Chenryun. After their wedding, he had wanted to take her on a wonderful honeymoon. But given his current situation, traveling abroad was out of the question. As for domestic destinations, Zhou Yang felt there would be plenty of time later. Perhaps when he grew old, he would take Chenryun to see the world. Besides, with the virtual pod, any beautiful scenery could be simulated. Honeymooning in the virtual world was just as good. During this time, Zhou Yang and Chenryun had been playing games. Previously, Zhou Yang had asked Fushi to create a virtual reality game, and soon a trial version was ready. They chose a classic magical world setting, designing it as a large-scale MMORPG. The game's name wasn't finalized, but it followed classic RPG conventions, dividing players into 2 major factions, gods and demons, to choose upon entering. Different factions offered different classes, but mainstream classes were similar: warrior, mage, knight, archer, rogue, and summoner. 6 classic game classes. Additionally, there were hidden classes awaiting discovery. The game followed classic RPG mechanics, grinding monsters, leveling up, challenging dungeons, and eventually faction-based PvP battles. Though somewhat cliché, the setting was grand, and with virtual reality technology, the gameplay experience was entirely different. Zhou Yang even set up a WeChat group inviting everyone from the Research Institute. Every day someone would call out for dungeon runs. The game's development progressed rapidly. While Zhou Yang and the others were still struggling to reach level 40 for their first class advancement, Fushi had already completed content up to level 100 for the 4th advancement. Moreover, the miniaturization of the virtual pod progressed faster than Zhou Yang had anticipated. He felt it was time to officially launch this virtual reality game, or at least start building some hype. Under the guidance of security, Heziyu met Zhou Yang in the small garden. "Mr. Zhou, here, have a seat." Zhou Yang gestured for Heziyu to sit down. Even now, Heziyu remained the legal representative of Matrix Energy, a standard figurehead. However, as Matrix Energy's operations expanded, it had also leased office space to coordinate the operations and resources of its 3 subsidiary companies. Facing Zhou Yang, Heziyu appeared quite uneasy, sitting nervously on the ground like a student being reprimanded by a teacher. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "I called you here today for one thing. We are establishing a new company." Heziyu nodded, but inwardly, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Such a trivial matter could have been handled with a simple phone call. There must be something else. As expected, Zhou Yang continued, "At the same time, I need to hold a press conference. Here are the procedures and plans. Take a look and arrange everything as soon. Moreover, this press conference must be as grand as possible. Invite both domestic and international journalists, and even arrange for overseas broadcasts. If you can manage to have the entire world watch it, that would be ideal." Heziyu picked up the proposal on the table and began reading. After a few pages, his eyes widened in astonishment. Virtual reality. Zhou Yang was going to talk about virtual reality and then create a game to promote globally. "Mr. Zhou, if I may ask, have we actually developed such a virtual reality?" Heziyu inquired, as in his memory such technology should still exist only in science fiction novels and films. Zhou Yang nodded and said, "They'll have someone take you for an experience later, and you'll understand." Heziyu nodded skeptically. In the end, he left utterly astounded. The dazzling, lifelike virtual world had truly shaken him to the core. At the end of September, Matrix Energy suddenly sent invitations to various media outlets, inviting them to a press conference on October 10th, with special emphasis that Zhou Yang himself would preside over the event. Matrix Energy, a renowned giant in the country, had successively acquired BYD's battery business, Kirin, HiSilicon, and Baidu, a mysterious super company worth hundreds of billions. A press conference from Matrix Energy was unprecedented, not to mention one personally hosted by Zhou Yang. The interest from major media outlets was immense. Once the related reports were released, public attention soared. Almost everyone knew about it, and many speculated that Zhou Yang might unveil some new technology. Some even conjectured that Zhou Yang might announce mecha. News about mecha had never faded from public interest. Since Country Z had unexpectedly revealed such black technology, some speculated that Zhou Yang had made significant contributions. Now that Zhou Yang was holding a press conference, it was highly likely he would fully disclose the mecha. Meanwhile, Heziyu, following Zhou Yang's instructions, extended invitations to major international media outlets and even secured broadcast agreements with several mainstream foreign channels. Compared to domestic interest, foreign fascination with Zhou Yang was even greater. After all, countries' current rise was inseparable from Zhou Yang. Every one of Zhou Yang's research achievements was world-class. It was now safe to say that no scientist worldwide was unaware of his name. But Zhou Yang was too low-key. He only researched and rarely appeared in public. Now that he was voluntarily appearing and holding a press conference, how could public attention not be sky-high? Time flew by, and soon it was October 10th. The game had long been completed, created by Fushi, and rigorously tested, so there was no need to worry about bugs. The gaming helmets had also been finished by the end of September. Zhou Yang had obtained a prototype gaming helmet, similar to a motorcycle helmet, entirely black with a minimalist design. It contained air bladders used in the Dragon Soul cockpit, which could adjust the internal space according to the user's head shape, ensuring a perfect fit while also providing stability. Now everything was in place, awaiting the start of the press conference. At the BJ Expo Center, journalists from all sides gathered. Major video platforms immediately connected to the live stream, and CCTV's Science Channel also broadcasted the event. Simultaneously, foreign television stations and video platforms broadcasted the event in real time. At the White House, a somewhat frustrated Perry gathered his advisors to watch the live stream. Due to the time difference, it was still early morning for him. But for Zhou Yang, Perry deemed it absolutely necessary. He now had a persistent, uneasy feeling that Zhou Yang might unveil some incredible black technology at this press conference. The same scenario was unfolding in governments around the world. The massive press conference venue was packed with journalists with cameras set up everywhere. Counting them, this is the fourth time Zhou Yang has appeared publicly. Right? Yeah, I have to say Mr. Zhou is far too low-key. If I were him with so many research achievements, I'd have appeared publicly long ago and wanted the whole world to know my name. Come on, that's just you. His status is completely different. His level of cultivation is entirely on another plane. There are so many foreign journalists here this time. I asked them, and it seems Matrix Energy has reached broadcast agreements with many foreign TV networks. They're planning to broadcast worldwide. I wonder what they're going to announce. It's probably the mecha. Haven't you seen the online speculation? They say the mecha was developed by Mr. Zhou. That's possible. With all the achievements Mr. Zhou has made, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he developed the mecha. Alright, it's starting. We'll see Mr. Zhou soon. Opportunities to see Zhou Yang in person were rare. At 10 o'clock, the venue lights suddenly dimmed, and then on the stage before the audience, beams of light intersected, and a figure slowly materialized. Hello everyone, welcome to today's press conference. The voice echoed throughout the venue. Many journalists present were momentarily stunned. How did he appear? I didn't see clearly. Are you kidding? That's a holographic projection. Exactly, it's a hologram. So that means Zhou Yang won't show up in person. I was hoping to see the real him. It's a pity, but it makes sense. Appearing in person at such a public event wouldn't be appropriate. At CIA headquarters, Robert sighed softly and said, "Call off the team." The target didn't show up at all. After learning that Zhou Yang would hold a press conference and appear in person, the CIA had begun preparations, devising contingency plans and spending enormous resources to position assassins. Now all their efforts were wasted. At the press conference venue under the holographic projection, Zhou Yang appeared as if he were physically present, pacing as he spoke. I'm a straightforward person, so this press conference won't be too long. You can rest assured on that. Alright, let's get to the main topic. First, I'd like to discuss the issue of artificial intelligence replacing the workforce. The audience was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to announce the mecha? Why was he talking about artificial intelligence? On the stage, a sofa materialized out of thin air, and Zhou Yang casually sat down as if chatting with someone. Since the release of artificial intelligence, I've noticed that many media outlets and many people share the same concern. According to the settings in science fiction novels, once AI emerges, it will replace humans in various production tasks. So will such a thing happen? I speculate that it probably will. Artificial intelligence has tremendous advantages, and robotics technology is rapidly advancing. It's foreseeable that in the near future, human-like intelligent robots will appear. By then, many tasks can be entirely handled by intelligent robots. They are more efficient and never tire. So what do we humans do then? Will everyone lose their jobs, plunging society into chaos? In the White House, Perez furrowed his brow. The live stream had simultaneous translation, so Perez naturally understood what Zhou Yang was saying. After hearing it, he couldn't help but remark, has this guy turned into a philosopher? If he wasn't a philosopher, why would he start pondering the relationship between humans and robots? The many advisors present had similar reactions, but these words were most fitting coming from Zhou Yang, since he was the one who developed the AI. On various live streaming platforms, discussions were rampant. Excuse me, what is the big shot talking about? I can't understand a thing. What's there not to understand? Simply put, you're going to lose your job in the future. Why is Mr. Zhou talking about this? He promised to unveil the mecha. I even bought firecrackers ready to celebrate. At the press conference venue, Zhou Yang continued, this is an inevitable trend. The process humanity must undergo to pursue a higher civilization. Technology will inevitably replace humans to meet their basic survival needs. So what should humans do then? Some might say, doesn't that mean everyone is unemployed? No. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, I believe that by then material wealth will be more abundant. Intelligent robots will take care of our daily needs, and we should strive to make life better. At that time, everyone can enjoy better education, acquire more knowledge, and work to elevate their spiritual world, contributing to the progress of our civilization. Pausing briefly, Zhou Yang added, of course these are just my own speculations. What exactly will happen needs to be proven through practice. The smart cities the nation plans to build are one such attempt, and now I intend to make another. Alright, let's get to the main topic. Zhou Yang stood up. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances. So after all that talk, he's only now... I never expected Mr. Zhou to be so concerned about the nation and its people, even contemplating social issues. What are you saying? Look at his status. A great scholar of the nation, a top scientist. He thinks about changing the world with his own power. Do you think he's like you, just focused on 3 meals a day and basic needs? Fine, but I'm sure now that what's being released today is definitely not a mecha. He's talked for so long without any mention of mechas. In the White House, Perez rubbed his eyes, wearily yawned, and said, well, finally, getting to the point. Someone muttered quietly, this guy said the press conference would be short and not dragged out. Ha, liar. At the press conference venue, Zhou Yang waved his hand and a projection of a gaming helmet appeared before him. Is that a helmet? Everyone present, as well as every viewer watching the broadcast, widened their eyes, staring at the helmet beside Zhou Yang in confusion. Holding such a grand press conference just to unveil a helmet. Zhou Yang said, this is called a virtual helmet. I won't explain its function and principles. Even if I did, you probably wouldn't understand. The reporters present let out knowing laughter, as if they would understand even if he explained it seriously. Meanwhile, the many scientists and scholars following the press conference were practically spitting blood. At other press conferences, inventors would eagerly present their patents and boast about how amazing their inventions were. But here Zhou Yang couldn't even be bothered to explain the principles. In the White House, Perez instantly sat up straight, astonished. Is this a bulletproof helmet? The others looked at Perez speechlessly. Would Zhou Yang hold such a solemn press conference just to introduce a bulletproof helmet? At the press conference venue, Zhou Yang waved his hand again, and a video appeared beside him. In it, various professions were battling monsters like dragons, warriors charging, mages casting spells. The visuals were splendid and exquisite. Everyone grew even more confused. Is this a game? A reporter frowned, completely baffled by the direction of the press conference. Zhou Yang said, this is a virtual reality game temporarily named Miracle, and its development is complete. Matrix Energy will establish a subsidiary called Matrix Network. Then on the 31st of this month, just over half a month from now, a closed beta will begin. 100,000 gaming helmets will be distributed globally. Those interested can check the Matrix Network's official website for the application announcement. As for what virtual reality technology and virtual games are, in simple terms, they create a virtual world. But you'll have to experience it yourself to truly understand. Alright, that's all for today. Thank you all for coming. The press conference ends here. I have prepared 100 gaming helmets on site for anyone who wants to experience the virtual reality game. With that, Zhou Yang waved to the crowd, and his body faded away, disappearing completely. The reporters were dumbfounded. That's it. It seems so. Damn, what just got released? I feel so confused. From the moment he said, let's get to the main topic, until now it's been just over 2 minutes. I fully believe now that Mr. Zhou said this press conference would be short. But what exactly is this virtual helmet and virtual reality game? Could it be the kind of virtual reality I'm thinking of? Impossible. You're talking about brainwave interface technology. That's only in movies, and it's far off. Don't be so sure. I thought mechas were a long way off too, and now they're already flying in the sky. Didn't he say we can experience it? Where do we go? The reporters suddenly became interested. If this virtual reality game was what they imagined, it would be a huge deal. And the viewers watching the live stream were also stunned. After listening to a long-winded speech, they finally got to the main topic, and it was over in 2 minutes. He said it would be short, but not this short, right? The key is, what is this virtual reality game? No idea. Could it be like those things in novels? Damn, if it's really that kind of game, it's going to be awesome. Many people grew excited. This sci-fi style of gaming was incredibly appealing. Among the throng of journalists, Liu Jingbo, the chief editor of Duo1 Games online channel, was also on the invitation list. Chief Liu, I think I saw Zhang from 17173. Assistant Zhao Rong remarked. Liu Jingbo nodded. I saw him too. They were referring to Zhang Guozhang, the editor-in-chief of 17173, who was also one of the top-tier gaming editors in the industry. I was wondering why Matrix Energy, a high-tech company, would invite us, seemingly unrelated to gaming. Now I get it. Is this virtual reality game an advanced version of VR? Zhao Rong said, it's most likely that. It can't be the kind of brainwave interface. That would be too far-fetched. In their view, brainwave interface technology was at least decades away. Just then staff appeared to guide everyone to the experience zone for a trial. Let's hurry over. Lu Jinghua immediately pushed forward with Zhou Rong. The surrounding reporters also surged forward in unison. Though they still didn't know what Zhou Yang had up his sleeve, they trusted him nonetheless. Would Zhou Yang bother to create a game for mere amusement? Unthinkable. This virtual reality game and the virtual helmet must be some incredible black technology. Besides today's trial, the next chance wouldn't come until the end of the month. Who would pass up this opportunity? And without experiencing it, how could they write their news reports? Lu Jinghua reacted quickly and managed to secure one of the first trial slots. As for Zhou Rong with his frail build, he was strategically abandoned by Lu Jinghua and was already lost in the crowd. Everyone, please don't push. Each person will have a chance to experience it. A staff member called out. The first batch of 100 selected individuals, including Lu Jinghua, was led to another venue. Didn't expect you to snag a spot. Guess you've been working out, a teasing voice said beside Lu Jinghua. Turning, he saw it was Zhang Guozhang. The two belonged to different gaming websites and were somewhat competitors. Lu Jinghua snorted, "You're pretty fast for all that flap." Zhang Guozhang panted slightly. "To get the scoop, I have to give it my all." They exchanged a look. Zhou Yang and virtual reality games. These two keywords together meant news, the biggest news. Whichever gaming site got the scoop first would capture the traffic. Lu Jinghua secretly messaged Zhou Rong to prepare a draft, planning to cut his trial short, revise it, and publish immediately. The staff led the 100 to an adjacent hall. Their 100 soft beds were arranged in rows, each with a gaming helmet at the head. "Please lie down and put on the virtual helmet as instructed." Without hesitation, Lu Jinghua lay on the bed and strapped the helmet over his head. The helmet fit comfortably, ergonomically designed. This front must be a display screen. Which company made it? The integration is seamless. Lu Jinghua mused, assuming this so-called virtual reality game was similar to VR with the helmet form, perhaps enhancing immersion. Then a staff member announced, "All right, please relax. We're activating the virtual helmets." Soft, soothing music emanated from the ear area. The next moment, Lu Jinghua felt his consciousness sink. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a village. The sun blazed overhead, distant mountains undulated, and the village was peaceful with wisps of cooking smoke. Around Lu Jinghua, many others wore the same dazed expression, staring at their surroundings. "Holy crap, this is too real. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me." First-time viewers of the virtual world all reacted similarly, utterly awestruck. Lu Jinghua looked down at his hands, which felt as real as could be. He clenched them, sensing strength. Is this the virtual reality game? It's exactly like in sci-fi novels. A voice startled Lu Jinghua. Looking up, it was Zhang Guozhang. Lu Jinghua nodded dumbly. "Do you remember how we got in?" Zhang Guozhang shook his head. He hadn't felt any anesthesia or anything, just arrived in this game world. "This technology is terrifying." Lu Jinghua marveled. Zhang Guozhang agreed. "No wonder Mr. Zhou personally hosted a press conference. This is a world-shattering innovation." Lu Jinghua stretched, then urged, "Time's limited. Only an hour. Want to team up? We're professionals, we can't let others outshine us." "Sure. There should be a newbie guide quest, right?" Zhang Guozhang said. Just then a foreign journalist, as if testing the environment's realism, ran to a nearby house and yanked out a fence from the yard. The moment he did, a limping old man brandished a sword, cursing, "You vile thief," and cleaved the journalist in two. Then with a flash, the journalist respawned beside everyone. The old man pointed his sword at the revived journalist, still cursing, but didn't attack again. Lu Jinghua noticed something, exclaiming, "These NPCs seem to have memory." Zhang Guozhang also saw it, shocked. "I think they might have intelligence too." Could it be artificial intelligence? After all, AI has already been created. Very likely. This game was developed by Mr. Zhou, so incorporating AI would be natural. Lu Jinghua said. An incredibly realistic game world with human-like intelligent NPCs. As long as the game isn't poorly made, it's bound to be a huge hit. Zhang Guozhang, a hit. Lu Jinghua smiled scornfully. You're underestimating this game. If it were open to everyone, it would instantly become the world's top game. Any current game would be utterly crushed before it. A virtual reality game as real as a new world, no joke. I suddenly understand why Mr. Zhou said what he did at the start of the press conference, and why he made a game. Lu Jinghua said with a look of epiphany. Zhang Guozhang, no fool, said. You mean Zhou foresaw that AI would leave most people jobless, so to prevent social unrest, he developed a game for everyone to play? Lu Jinghua nodded. That must be it. Otherwise, given Zhou's stature and status, he wouldn't waste time rambling about social issues. For a big shot like Zhou Yang, every move and every word carried deep meaning. Many journalists expressed their feelings before starting to experience the game. Games are something everyone has played, and this one is quite easy to pick up. After completing some basic tasks, players can acquire equipment and then venture outside the village to battle monsters. While others enthusiastically fought monsters, Lu Jinghua and Zhang Guozhang, being professionals, focused on deeper aspects. In terms of game mechanics, it's relatively mediocre, lacking much originality. Exactly, it's a standard MMORPG. Analyzing NPC dialogues might reveal a conflict between gods and demons and the establishment of factions. The equipment system is also quite ordinary, and acquiring gear shouldn't be easy. After battling some monsters, they only dropped materials and hardly any equipment was seen. However, the balance is well done. In terms of quality, it should be on par with World of Warcraft. The two reached a conclusion. Both are professional game editors, having reviewed countless games, and can instantly discern the quality of a game. But the sense of impact and realism is truly exceptional. Indeed, when I was fighting the wild wolves earlier, I felt a racing heartbeat of urgency, something no other game can replicate. The most fascinating aspect for both was the sense of realism. It felt as though they had entered a magical world where the novelty and authenticity of exploring this world surpassed what any game could create. Zhang Guozhang remarked, "This is normal. This game is crafted for realism, focusing on technological innovation rather than innovation in gameplay itself. To make it easier to pick up, continuing classic gameplay is the correct approach. Moreover, intentionally increasing difficulty seems aimed at extending the game's lifespan. If millions or even billions play this game together, the scale necessitates increasing difficulty to enhance playability." In the end, under the guidance of the two professionals, 100 journalists united to defeat the first boss of the novice village, the Wild Wolf King. After finishing the game, everyone collapsed onto the ground, both exhausted and exhilarated. The core of gaming, aside from entertainment, is satisfaction, gaining equipment, and leveling up. Essentially, it's about harvesting rewards. In this virtual reality game, the sense of reward has multiplied exponentially. I feel that under such circumstances, even playing a simple match 3 game could attract countless players. Lu Jinghua sighed. At that moment, the game experience time was up, and everyone received a logout prompt. 10 seconds later, Lu Jingba's vision went dark, and he gradually felt the presence of the bed beneath him. He quickly removed the helmet and stood up. Opposite him, Zhang Guozhang was just sitting up as well. Looking at the virtual helmet in front of him, Lu Jinghua felt an impulse to take it apart. He was genuinely curious how such a small helmet could allow someone to enter. "All right, please exit in an orderly manner. The next batch of testers is about to arrive," staff members urged from the side. Lu Jinghua came back to his senses as Zhang Guozhang suddenly got off the bed and quickly walked outside. A thought struck Lu Jinghua. He quickly realized the article. Whoever publishes the news first will gain the upper hand. Since the press conference had just ended, everyone was curious about what Zhou Yang's so-called virtual reality game was really like. Lu Jinghua rushed outside, while taking out his phone to call the company. Journalists from all sides reacted similarly. As Lu Jinghua expected, the press conference had just concluded, and it was so brief it was shocking. Zhou Yang's virtual helmet was also introduced without any explanation. Even if Zhou Yang spoke, the crowd might not have understood, but that didn't stop them from pretending they did. Now, without any information, everyone was left wondering what this thing really was. Aren't we supposed to try it out? What kind of game is it? It's a pity that only journalists were invited. Why not sell tickets? If they sold tickets, I would have gone to see it in person. Hurry, play more, and get evaluations out. There will be headlines on the website. An hour later, Duo Wan seized the opportunity and was the first to report on the virtual reality game's evaluation. SC Tencent. Manhwaedit watched this press conference along with many high-level executives. In the domestic internet industry, or rather in the business sector, there is a consensus to follow Zhou Yang's footsteps. Whatever industry Zhou Yang focuses on will undoubtedly become popular. When the Longshin battery was launched, all battery-related companies profited immensely. When the Tianqin 100 was introduced, chip-related companies also experienced. Following that, with artificial intelligence, Zhou Yang has repeatedly proven that following him, even if one cannot get the meat, they can still sip the broth. Previously, Manhwaedit specifically went to Baidu to request authorization from Zhou Yang for artificial intelligence, intending to develop a game with it, but to this day that game is still in the development stage. At this moment, during the press conference hosted by Zhou Yang himself, he unexpectedly announced the release of a game. It was a cross-generational virtual reality game. Zhou Yang announced the virtual helmet and the brief testing world like a bomb, leaving everyone in the conference room with blank minds. Zhou Yang has entered the gaming industry. This is a disaster for Tencent. Of course, Tencent has expanded significantly now with many main businesses, but the gaming industry has always been Tencent's most important sector. Mr. Ma, we shouldn't be too pessimistic. According to past practices, whichever industry Mr. Zhou focuses on will experience a springtime. Perhaps this time is no different. A chance for us to advance our development. A senior executive consoled. Manhwaedit sighed, saying, "I hope so." Afterward, he frowned and asked, "Where are our people? They should be testing. Why haven't we received any news?" The head of Tencent's news department put down his phone and said, "I just contacted them. They couldn't secure a spot for the first round of testing." Useless. Manhwaedit cursed inwardly. Since that's the case, they could only wait for news from the journalists who participated in the first round of testing. After waiting for an hour, Duo1 finally released the relevant evaluation. Everyone quickly took out their phones and logged on to Duo1 to check. On the homepage of the Duo1 website was a significant evaluation of the virtual reality game. Within just a few minutes of its release, the clicks had already surpassed 10 million. Zhou Yang has once again changed the world. This was the first sentence of the event. Manhwaedit's heart sank, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Indeed, as he continued reading, his heart sank deeper, almost to the Mariana Trench. According to chief editor Lu Jingba's first-hand experience, the virtual reality game lived up to its name, resembling the virtual reality technologies depicted in science fiction novels and films. Brain waves connected, as if one was immersed in a real world. Lu Jingba devoted a significant portion of his writing to describing the sensations within this virtual world, causing Manhwaedit's heart to race faster with each word. Every flower is real, footsteps leave imprints on the ground, NPCs possess artificial intelligence, have memories, and provoking them can lead to dire consequences, and so forth. In summary, as described by Lu Jingba, this is a real world, a magical game world. The comments beneath the post were also filled with astonishment. Is this for real? Brainwave interface. That's way too exaggerated. Exactly what year is this? Could a game that only appears in sci-fi novels really be coming into this world? I feel like the times have changed so fast in the last couple of years. It's like you blink and the world has already transformed, blink again and aliens have come. You're not alone. Technology has been advancing so rapidly that it feels hard to keep up with the trend of the times. Enough with the useless talk. They'll just ask you if this game comes out, will you play it? As for me, I'm definitely in. A virtual reality, a completely virtual world, just thinking about it gets me excited. Isn't the closed beta supposed to start in just over half a month? 100,000 slots. I wonder if I can snag one. With this level of hype, do you think you can get one? ITLL probably be as hard to come by as a golden ticket. If you ask me, forget the closed beta. Just go straight to open beta. I just wonder if ITLL costs money. Whatever the case, even if it's paid, I'm still playing. At Tencent headquarters, Manhwaedit's heart grew colder with every passing moment. The many executives present felt much the same. If, as Lu Jingba had said, it was a game that simulated a magical world, then it was easy to imagine how many people it. Compared to current games, wouldn't they all become trash fit only for the garbage bin? This has to be fake. How could such technology be developed now? An executive stammered. Why couldn't it be? You have to understand who developed this virtual reality technology. It's that Zhou Yang. He's already created artificial intelligence. Oh, what else can't he create? Damn it, who does he think he is? Why is he trying to snatch the gaming market from us? The crowd was reluctant to accept it. The gaming market, though niche, was being entered by Zhou Yang with state capital and virtual reality technology, a total dimensionality reduction attack that no company, not even Tencent, could withstand. Manhwaedit felt like vomiting blood. Why was it that when Zhou Yang intervened in other industries, he brought them spring, but when it came to his own, it was a total. Soon not only Duo1 and 17,173, but other media outlets also released the latest news reports, all singing the same tune, with flowery praise describing this game as an epic-making creation. Finally, even Tencent News' own reporters attempted to report back to the company immediately, and the scenes they described were utterly despairing. There was simply no comparison. They weren't even in the same dimension. It was like the market was still stuck on 8-bit consoles, and suddenly a full-fledged 3D game had arrived. This kind of game is nothing short of a disaster for the entire gaming industry. I can't figure out why Zhou Yang would release such a game. Is he after the profit in the gaming sector? Are you joking? Profit? With his status, is he short of money? Then why is he doing this? The executives let out a collective groan. Once this game hit the market, it was easy to foresee how badly Tencent's gaming business would collapse. Manhwaedit couldn't bear to hear any more. He stood up abruptly and walked out. Outside, Manhwaedit quickly dialed a number. It was Yu Changhong. President Yu, please help arrange an introduction. I want to meet Mr. Zhou, or at least have a word with him. Manhwaedit pleaded. On the other end of the line, Yu Changhong seemed to know exactly why Manhwaedit was so urgent. Ever since he had attended the wedding and experienced the virtual reality world, he had realized that if this technology were turned into a game, it would dominate the world and become the best-selling game of all time. That would spell disaster for other gaming companies. But Zhou Yang was not someone just anyone could see on a whim. Yu Changhong said, President Ma, I can only try. A meeting is unlikely, so you'd better prepare yourself mentally. Alright, I understand. Thank you, President Yu. Even if I can't meet him face-to-face, just a phone call will do. Manhwaedit said. Yu Changhong let out another long sigh and hung up. This press conference was broadcast not only domestically, but also through numerous international channels. When the press conference ended, Perry and his team at the White House were also dumbfounded. That's it. It's over. Perry blinked. It had been too fast. Some people had stayed up all night only to doze off and wake up to find it had already ended. What is this thing? Virtual reality technology. Can someone tell me what virtual reality technology actually is? Perry demanded loudly. Everyone present looked bewildered. They understood politics, but technology. Who knew about that? Perry glared and barked, since none of you know, go find someone who does. Soon a technical director from NASA was dragged out of bed and brought before Perry. Virtual reality. Impossible. How could anyone have developed such technology? Mr. President, if someone tells you they've mastered virtual reality technology, they must be trying to scam you for investment, the technical director said without hesitation. During this period, to counter the growing strength of Z country, the U.S. had restarted production lines for the F-22 and B-2 and increased investment in numerous scientific projects. As a result, many projects that were originally strapped for funds had come running to lobby, presenting increasingly flashy PPTs and mind-boggling tech concepts, bamboozling the bigwigs at the White House. As the technical director knew Boston Dynamics, short on funds, had come straight to Congress with a proposal to build an 80-meter nuclear-powered robot, asking for $10 billion in funding. The technical director had seen that PPT. Unsurprisingly, the images were ripped straight from Pacific Rim with just a fresh coat of paint to fool people. Luckily, they asked for too much, $10 billion, so it wasn't approved. With such precedents, the technical director had reason to speak. Harry snorted. The technical director's words were a dagger to the heart, because he was the one who had almost been fooled by Boston Dynamics. You say no one has developed it? Humph. That Zhou Yang across the ocean has already done it, and it's about to be deployed. Robert, show him the report from our people who... Harry said. The CIA had not only prepared assassination plans, but also arranged agents posing as journalists to enter the scene and gather intelligence. Now first-hand trial reports had been sent back. The technical director took the report and began reading. His eyes widened with every line. This has to be fake. He was almost dumbfounded. Brainwave interface of virtual world as real as the real one, and no need for massive equipment. Just a motorcycle helmet. Staring at the photo of the black motorcycle helmet at the end, the technical director was left utterly speechless. Peel's expression was gloomy. Tell me, is this thing really true? Peel asked. The technical supervisor snapped back to reality, feeling depressed, thinking to himself that since Peel had already received the trial report, why was he still questioning its authenticity? After a moment of thought, the technical supervisor replied, if someone else had developed this, I would say they are frauds. But since it was created by that person, Zhou Yang, I would say it is indeed real. Although they were in different countries, the technologies developed by Zhou Yang alone were enough to earn him divine status in the scientific community. The Nobel Prize even wanted to be awarded to Zhou Yang, but it was known that Zhou Yang would not come to accept it, so the idea was abandoned. So it is true then? Peel nodded, thinking the same, that this technology was indeed developed by that man. So what is the use of this thing? Peel asked. The technical supervisor thought for a moment and said, for now I can't think of many uses. From a military perspective, it might simulate a more realistic battlefield in the virtual world, serving as a training ground. Apart from that, it should only be for civilian use, tourism, or gaming. Peel's eyes lit up in an instant, hurriedly asking, are you saying this technology has no significant military application? Everyone present also turned their gaze towards them. They weren't concerned about its civilian applications. As long as it couldn't be used for military purposes, it wouldn't have much impact. Simulating a real battlefield for acting, what good is that? Peel thought to himself, wanting to laugh out loud. While you are still simulating in the virtual world, our soldiers are already fighting all over the world with far more real combat experience. The technical supervisor nodded and said, it should be that way. Anyway, I can't think of any significant military use for this thing at the moment. No matter how realistic the virtual world is, it remains just that. A virtual world. Does it mean that if you were wiped out in the virtual world, you would win in reality? Peel sighed in relief, suddenly feeling that staying up late to watch such a press conference was a complete waste of time. All right, everyone go back. We have work tomorrow. Peel yawned and said. Many aides shared similar expressions. Although this virtual reality technology was impressive, Zhou Yang had brought forth too much black technology. However, as long as it remained in the civilian sector, the impact would not be significant. That night, Peel felt that he could sleep soundly. But many people in the world, especially major gaming companies like Ubisoft, Activision, Sony, and Nintendo, could hardly sleep. Virtual reality games could easily overshadow all other games. Once this game was released, what else would they have left to play? Moreover, even if they wanted to catch up, they wouldn't be able to. The next day, the stocks of major gaming companies plummeted, and people around the world were buzzing about this virtual reality technology. Especially the gamers, who were cheering in excitement. Yu Changhong also did not forget Manhwaedit's request and called Zhou Yang to explain Manhwaedit's thoughts. Mr. Ma's exact words were that the domestic gaming industry is worth hundreds of billions. With so many gaming companies involved, the number of employees could easily reach several million. Once virtual reality games are launched, it would deal a devastating blow to the entire gaming industry. Yu Changhong said. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly and said, I understand Mr. Ma's intentions, but there is no need for a meeting or even a phone call. The promotion of virtual reality games is not a personal decision of mine, the country has deeper motives. However, you can convey 2 words to him: wait. After saying that, Zhou Yang hung up the phone directly, using virtual reality games to alleviate the impending unemployment crisis and attempting to break. Moreover, there are deeper reasons. The national leadership has already discussed and plans to build a massive virtual world platform. These policies are like a raging torrent, but once decided, no individual or organization can resist them. As for what manhwaedit mentioned about the hundreds of billions market and millions of jobs compared to the bigger picture, it is hardly worth mentioning. Is hundreds of billions a lot? The global gaming industry only generates about $200 or $300 billion a year. What does that amount to for the country? As for the many people who would be unemployed if the gaming industry fails, they can still find other work. manhwaedit's anxiety seems more about his own Tencent gaming business. For the country, Tencent is the largest gaming company in the nation and even in the world. No matter how high its valuation is, it is insignificant on a national. Moreover, Zhou Yang advocating for the promotion of virtual reality games. Does he really care about that mere few hundred billion gaming market? Zhou Yang refocused his attention on the technical materials in front of him. The construction of the nuclear base was progressing rapidly, and Zhou Yang had to start preparing for controllable nuclear fusion. In fact, countries around the world have been researching controllable nuclear fusion for years. The Z country had completed controllable nuclear fusion several years ago, and the renowned East device had long been finished and successfully discharged. However, that was all. Controllable nuclear fusion had been achieved, but achieving it did not mean it could be commercially used or provide unlimited energy. East successfully discharged, but the power input far exceeded the power output. It is still a long way from true commercially viable controllable nuclear fusion. SC. manhwaedit, who had been waiting for Yu Changhong's call, finally received it. So what did Mr. Zhou say? manhwaedit asked hurriedly. Yu Changhong sighed deeply and said, Mr. Zhou is very busy and cannot find the time to meet with you. Hearing this, manhwaedit almost despaired. No time to meet. Surely he has time for a phone call. This indicated that Zhou Yang had no intention of meeting him at all. By the way, Mr. Zhou asked me to convey a message. Yu Changhong added. What message? Yu Changhong said, just 2 words, wait. After saying that, Yu Changhong hung up the phone directly. manhwaedit frowned tightly, waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for death. For a moment, he felt on the verge of collapse, as the virtual reality games were already directly affecting Tencent's stock price. A week later, the company established by Matrix Energy Matrix Network officially launched along with its website. The website was also very simple, briefly introducing the story background of the miraculous project, followed by a channel for beta testing signups. The rules stated that anyone in the world could apply with a deadline of midnight on October 20th. A random lottery would then be held among all applicants to select 100,000 people. These 100,000 individuals would receive an activation code, allowing them to prepay 2,000 yuan to gain temporary access to a game helmet. After the game beta testing, they could choose to return the helmet and receive a refund of the 2,000 yuan deposit. They could also keep the helmet, which would mean that once the game officially launched, the prepaid 2,000 yuan would be converted into a purchase price. Of course, if they didn't want to spend money, that was fine too. The remote locking would quickly turn it into a real motorcycle helmet. The application channel would open precisely at noon. During this time, with relentless coverage from major media outlets, the Matrix Network required no advertising at all. As soon as its official website went live, it was nearly overwhelmed by the surging crowds. Quick, the official site is open. Applications start at noon. I've been waiting for days. Finally, the application is open. But why do we have to pay 2,000 yuan after a successful application? Isn't this a closed beta? Shouldn't the game helmet be free? Free? Are you still dreaming up there? Forget about whether you'll even be selected. Even if you are, do you really think 2,000 yuan is too much for a next-generation virtual reality helmet? It's not a sale for 2,000. Read carefully, it's a 2,000 deposit that goes toward the final purchase price. Dream on if you think you can buy this kind of cutting-edge tech for just 2,000. I bet ITLL cost at least 10,000 or more. 10,000 for a lousy game helmet. Why not just rob us? If you don't want it, plenty of others will. Check out Zheng Xiaoxian's Weibo. He posted that if anyone gets selected, he'll pay 100,000 for the activation slot. And it wasn't just Zheng Xiaoxian. Several celebrities who loved gaming, famous figures, and even internet tycoons also took to Weibo, offering high prices for activation codes, with the highest bid reaching 300,000. Damn, is it really that crazy? Hundreds of thousands just for an activation code. What's the big deal? They've got money and don't care. Spending a bit to play games is normal, right? Besides, this is the first virtual reality game of the new era. Who wouldn't want to play it? Then there's nothing more to say. If you get picked and don't want to play, selling it would still net you a fortune. Matrix Energy had leased an office building in BJ as its headquarters. The newly established company was based there. The entire company had no more than 100 employees, a far cry from what one would expect of a super conglomerate commanding 3 trillion level enterprises. With the Divine Relic official website going live, Heziu was keeping a close watch. It's about to start. The servers must not fail, understood? Heziu said. The technician nodded. Rest assured, President He. We're using Baidu's servers backed by artificial intelligence. There won't be any issues. Good. Heziu nodded. Previously, he had always been a figurehead. Now with Zhou Yang personally assigning him a task, he was determined to execute it flawlessly and not betray Zhou Yang's trust. As soon as noon passed, the website's traffic instantly surpassed 200 million. The international version was even more staggering, with traffic hitting 1.3 billion visitors in an instant. Fortunately, preparations had been made in advance, or the servers would never have withstood such a load. Domestically, everyone was pulling out all the stops to snag an activation code. In a scalper chat group, the group leader was shouting, "Brothers, our chance to get rich has arrived. The bosses have spoken 20,000 for each activation code you grab, and they'll take as many as you can get. Think about your mortgages, your car loans, and the fact that you still haven't found a wife. What excuse do you have not to give it your all? All 16 teams move it. Use the 16,000 ID cards we've gathered and fill in every single one as fast as you can. Business team, keep contacting people to collect more ID info and phone numbers." In a hacker chat group, "Damn, this firewall is insane. Has anyone found a vulnerability? No luck. Holy shit, who built this site? I've hacked into the White House's servers, but I can't break this one." The impenetrable firewall left many hackers. The next day, Heziu arrived at the office. "How many people have registered?" he asked. The technician replied, "Domestically over 406, internationally 1.5 billion have registered. Combined, that was nearly 2 billion people." The number startled Heziu. It meant nearly a third of the global population had signed up for the closed beta. "President, should we release this number? It would be great publicity showing the world just how popular our game is." A nearby assistant suggested. Heziu thought for a moment. "All right, let's announce it. Post a notice on the official site." Zhou Yang wanted the whole world to play this game, so the bigger the buzz, the better. Soon the Matrix Network official website released a statement claiming that 2 billion people worldwide had registered for the closed beta. The figure stunned many. Holy crap, 2 billion registrations. Is that for real? It's not that surprising. A virtual world, the first virtual reality game in human history. Who wouldn't want to experience it? Blame the media for making it known to everyone. 2 billion people, but only 100,000 slots. That's a 1 in 200,000 chance. Damn it. Forget it. They'll just wait for the open beta. Meanwhile, major game companies were even more despairing. If a third of the world wanted to play during a closed beta, what would happen when it officially launched? Not to mention, just selling the game helmets alone would make a fortune. No, we can't just wait for death. We need to fight back. Get the government to ban Divine Relic from being sold in the US. EA CEO William Har slammed the table as he shouted. Soon he rallied Activision, Microsoft Gaming, and Take-Two Interactive, parent company of 2K. These major companies' shares were largely held by investment institutions. In other words, their true controllers were mostly Wall Street tycoons. If Divine Relic launched, and these companies went under, it would directly impact the profits of these Wall Street giants. So with the CEOs egging them on, Wall Street capital grew restless. After the press conference, game-related stocks had already plummeted, costing them a fortune. Now with a third of the world registering for just a closed beta, things were getting out of hand. The Wall Street tycoons began to exert pressure, pushing the government to issue a ban on Divine Relic's release in the US. But this time Perry's response was blunt and straightforward. He told them to get lost. With mechs already in the sky, who wanted to provoke a conflict? In Perry's view, it was just a game. How could it possibly shake the foundations of the US? Time flew by, and at midnight on the 20th, the application channel closed. The final number of applicants stood at 2. The next day, Matrix Network posted an announcement on its official site revealing the list of winners. Notifications were also sent to the registered phone numbers or email addresses. Online, the internet was flooded with pleas for activation codes. On Douyin, someone posted their winning notification, and it instantly shot to the top of the trending list with comments full of high-price offers. On Xinyu, someone listed an activation code for 300,000 yuan, and it was snapped up in seconds. Countless people were stunned. This was the epitome of a code harder to get than gold. The White House. Is this the virtual helmet? Pili asked, gazing at the pitch-black helmet before him. Beside him, Robert nodded quickly. Where did you get it? Pili inquired, but immediately waved his hand, signaling Robert not to answer. After all, it surely wasn't obtained. Robert replied, this helmet can only be used by one person. This is the activation code, and after midnight BJ time, it can be activated to enter the game. Pili nodded and turned to the head of NASA, saying, after I finish my experience tonight, make sure to take it back and disassemble it. You must find a way to understand its internal principles and strive to replicate it for me. The NASA head nodded. In fact, NASA had already spent a fortune acquiring a virtual helmet and had been disassembling it for several days, but had not yet made any progress. Pili sighed again, saying, guys, we need to work hard. In the past, it was Z country that imitated our technology, and they even invented a term called Shanzhai. But now it's our turn to replicate their technology. This is unforgivable, do you understand? Everyone nodded. That night, just after midnight, the world's first virtual helmet began its first internal test. 100,000 people logged in simultaneously. In reality, there were not many ordinary people among the 100,000. Although identification information was required to apply for internal testing qualifications, the issued activation codes were limited to the helmet and did not restrict the identity information of the applicants. This meant that the internal testing qualifications could be transferred. This led to nearly half of the internal testing qualifications being traded multiple times. Zhou Yang got his long-desired helmet and posted a photo of it on Weibo, inviting a few friends in the gaming circle to log in together. Manhwaedit also splurged tens of millions buying an internal testing qualification for each executive in his company. He wanted to see just how real and powerful this virtual reality game was. Similarly, others interested in virtual reality games, such as Ma Yun and Ding Shi, also paid to obtain helmets. Additionally, leaders from various countries, overseas CEOs of major gaming companies, and even some internet tycoons all purchased helmets, eager to see what kind of virtual reality game could prompt Zhou Yang to personally announce it. Enter the game. Zhou Yang shouted in the chat group. Zhou Dong, JJ Yang, and Lu Hua immediately responded, entering the game together. At Tencent headquarters, Ma Huatin took a deep breath and put on the gaming helmet. At the White House, Pili also donned the helmet at the first opportunity. As the helmet powered on, everyone felt their consciousness darken and entered the virtual world. Zhou Xiaoxian's vision faded to black, and he found himself in a void space. Looking down at his body, he pinched himself. What hurt it? Welcome to the world of miracles. I am your guiding spirit. A small sprite about 50 centimeters tall, with transparent wings, suddenly appeared before Zhou. Wow, this is so realistic. Zhou Xiaoxian was incredibly excited, feeling as if the sprite truly existed. Unable to resist reaching out, the sprite deftly dodged and exclaimed angrily, "If you touch me again, I will summon lightning to strike you." "Ah, you have quite..." Zhou Xiaoxian laughed, saying, "The guiding spirit is here to create characters, right? Hurry up." Unlike the demo version, the internal test version has no difference from the official version. It includes faction selection and race selection, with different races possessing distinct racial talents, different main cities, and even slight differences in profession skills. Since this is an internal test to accommodate all players in one main city, you can temporarily only choose the human race, the guiding spirit explained. Everyone together, that's great. Zhou Xiaoxian had previously feared that they might not all fit into one novice village. The group agreed to choose the divine. They quickly selected the warrior profession. Zhou Xiaoxian did not modify his character's appearance, keeping it as in real life. Welcome to the world of miracles. The guiding spirit bowed and then faded away. Ahead, a light door appeared. Zhou Xiaoxian stepped through the light door and found himself on a massive platform. It resembled an altar from a magical world, and many people were already on the platform, excitedly interacting. While this game is so realistic, it's exactly as virtual reality games are indeed not to be underestimated. By the way, what do we do next? Is this the novice village? I don't know. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxian spotted Zhou Dong, and the others gathered together. Lu Hua whispered, "I think I just saw Ding Shi." "Who, the one from NetEase?" Yang Ying exclaimed, quickly looking up, but there were thousands of people on site, making it hard to find. Zhou Xiaoxian was equally surprised and said quietly, "Let's all keep a low profile. We can't randomly kill people. If we accidentally kill some big shot, that would be a big problem." Zhou Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "There will probably be many wealthy individuals who, like us, purchased internal testing qualifications to come and experience. These big shots are high and mighty. We don't know what their tempers are like. If we kill them, and they get angry, how would we face their revenge in reality? So had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have used my real appearance." Among the five, only Zhou Xiaoxian did not modify his appearance. The other four made adjustments. "What should we do now?" JJ asked. "I don't know. The official website has no information at all," Yang Ying replied. Just as he was about to speak, the clouds surrounding the platform began to churn, and a fierce wind swept and hitting them with an incredibly realistic. In the next moment, a giant eye suddenly appeared from the clouds, massive enough to be the size of a room. Its golden iris with vertical pupils exuded an oppressive feeling that left them breathless. "What the hell?" People shouted in shock. Facing this enormous eye, they felt an overwhelming pressure that was unlike any game experience. "It's a dragon." The next moment, as the clouds parted, everyone could see that the owner of the eye was an incredibly massive golden dragon. Its body was unknown in length, coiling around the platform. "You are the chosen ones prophesied to save this continent. I see no special qualities in you. Each of you is as weak as a slime." The golden dragon spoke human words, disdain evident in its tone and even its gaze. "Damn, I can't believe I'm being looked down upon by..." Among the crowd, someone who refused to be intimidated shouted, "You pathetic NPC, what are you trying to show off here? Do you believe I can bring people to kill you later?" The golden dragon's eyes narrowed, and in an instant a bolt of lightning struck down from above. With a crack, that person was reduced to ashes, but he quickly revived. However, as soon as he revived, he was struck by lightning again and killed instantly. This repeated 10 times until the golden dragon snorted softly and stopped. The person who had been killed looked pale. Being killed in the game still inflicted some pain and consequences. The surrounding crowd fell silent. This dragon seems to have a terrible temper. After admonishing them, the golden dragon gazed into the distance. All right, time is short. Let us depart. With these words, it breathed a beam of golden light, instantly enveloping everyone on the platform. They were lifted and landed upon the dragon's back. The next moment, with a resonant dragon roar, the golden dragon pierced through the clouds, descending from the sky. It was only then that the crowd saw countless similar platforms high above and other golden dragons also descending. Those golden dragons likely bore passengers as well. Look down there, Zhou Yang exclaimed, pointing below. Zhou Yang and the others quickly looked down, witnessing radiant beams bursting through the rolling clouds below, accompanied by continuous rumbling. Alexei, get out of my way. A furious roar erupted, and from within the clouds emerged a giant towering 1,000 meters high, wielding a colossal bone sword. With one strike, the sword descended. The overwhelming sword aura cleaved through the clouds, slaying many within and causing them to vanish. You wretched fool. The next instant, a holy golden light surged ahead of the sword aura. An angel, someone cried out. They beheld an angel with 6 pairs of wings, also 1,000 meters tall, wielding a massive light sword, meeting the sword aura with a strike of its own. Boom. Like a meteor colliding with Earth, the immense explosion spread far and wide, followed by chaotic sword energy scattering in all directions. Several streaks of this energy shot towards Zhang Xiaoxian's group. Beware! The golden dragon growled, suddenly accelerating. Everyone felt a powerful rush of speed as several sword energies grazed past their heads. The overwhelming presence left them trembling with fear. So thrilling. Thrilling. I nearly pissed myself. Isn't this just the start of the game? What's with this massive battle? Don't you get it? It's definitely the opening cutscene. I love watching cutscenes, but not being inside one. This virtual game is too realistic. Next, the golden dragon traversed the battlefield, slaying enemies shrouded in black mist that blocked its path. It descended steadily, landing midair. Alright, I'll take you no further. The journey ahead is yours to tread. I must return to fight those demon spawns to the death. With a resonant cry, the golden dragon soared away. The golden light carried Zhou Xiaoxian and the others down to a village where many others also descended. Though called a village, it rivaled a city in size, easily accommodating 100,000 people without feeling cramped. Whoa, this game is incredibly realistic. Zhou Xiaoxian shouted in excitement. Zhou Yang and the others were equally thrilled. Compared to this, the games we played before are trash. Imagine if we could port League of Legends into this game. It would be insane. As they chatted, JJ suddenly fell to gaze upon him and turned to see someone staring. Damn it, JJ muttered, quickly looking away. Zhou Xiaoxian and the others turned to look and froze instantly. It was a face they knew well. Manhwaedit. How did he get in? Maybe someone customized their face. A big shot like him wouldn't have time for games. Oh no, he's coming this way. Manhwaedit walked directly toward the 5 of them. Though they were celebrities in reality, actors and pop stars, compared to a capital magnate like Manhwaedit, they were nothing. As he approached, they grew nervous. Manhwaedit stopped before the 5, glanced at Zhou Xiaoxian, then looked at JJ and asked, "What did you just say? Could you repeat it?" JJ was bewildered. What had he said? Had he inadvertently offended Manhwaedit? I didn't say anything, JJ quickly replied. But Manhwaedit seemed not to hear, murmuring to himself, "Port it. Port League of Legends into this." "Yes, port it. I understand now, Mr. Zhou is paving the way, building a platform. That's why he told me to wait. And it won't just be games. Anything, advertisements, commerce, can be showcased in this virtual reality world, connecting everyone. A new world with limitless business opportunities. Mr. Zhou's vision is truly grand and far-sighted." In that moment, Manhwaedit felt as though he had an epiphany, believing he had grasped Zhou Yang. The 5 of them exchanged bewildered glances. But hearing Manhwaedit mention Mr. Zhou, they knew it must be the real person. Immediately, they became even. Manhwaedit, exhilarated, felt his mood brighten. For days, the thought of his gaming business collapsing had felt like doomsday. But now the heavy weight pressing on his heart had finally lifted. "You're JJ, right? Not bad. I heard you're thinking of starting a music production company. After we log out, contact my people. Tell them I said I'll invest and give you business." Manhwaedit said to JJ. JJ's eyes widened. He had forgotten what Head said, yet it earned him the favor of a titan like Manhwaedit in an investment. It felt like a dream. The other 4 exchanged glances and grew eager. Yang stepped forward hurriedly. "Mr. Ma, about that fantasy film 10 Cent Pictures is investing in. I'd love to be in it. Could you give me a chance?" Manhwaedit in high spirits laughed. "That's trivial. Talk to my people later." The 5 were overjoyed. Zhou Xiaoxian quickly added, "Mr. Ma, are you alone? Would you like us to accompany you?" Sure, I could use some relaxation and experience, Mr. Zhou's game, with his mood fully restored, manhwaedit was ready to enjoy himself. Let's go do some quests, JJ urged. The group escorted manhwaedit. As they left, a handsome player nearby wore a contemplative expression, muttering, "Opening shops in the virtual world, porting my taobao into this. That's a brilliant idea." Meanwhile, the 100,000 players scattered across the same beginner village began to stir, taking basic quests before heading out to fight monsters. Naturally, crowds of players gathered around the celebrities. Hours later, manhwaedit led a team of thousands and clashed with a group of foreign players over the first boss in the beginner area, the Wild Charge. Zheng Xiaoxian roared, brandishing a rusty iron sword as he rushed forward. Instantly, nearly 10,000 players erupted into battle. Skills flew everywhere, blood sprayed, and the realistic combat was addictive. The thrill of being in a real battlefield was electrifying. They're breaking through the east flank. Hold the line. If we win this, they'll give everyone coins and limited edition skins. manhwaedit commanded the battle like a leader. At the promise of coins and rare skins, many fought beyond their limits, driving the enemy back. In the end, the war concluded with manhwaedit's side achieving a complete victory. Let's take down the boss. manhwaedit shouted with excitement, for in this game, he had actually experienced the sensation of an ancient general commanding thousands of troops. Thousands surged forward, and after sacrificing over 1,000 lives, they finally overthrew the Wild Wolf King. A flash of golden light burst forth from the corpse of the Wild Wolf King. Congratulations to player manhwaedit for obtaining the first golden equipment in the Divine Relic, rewarded with 100 prestige points. A system-wide announcement echoed, reaching the ears of every player. That guy, not far away, a player named Raising Pigs to Wealth, had also gathered thousands of players around him. Turning to look at the multitude behind him, Raising Pigs to Wealth said, "We can't let manhwaedit outshine us. Follow me, let's take them down. If we win tomorrow, the On My OG will launch a 7-day event giving away 10,000 yuan in in-game currency." A roar of approval erupted from the players as they brandished their weapons and charged toward manhwaedit's army. Before either side could claim, another massive force joined the fray. A player named English Teacher shouted slogans promising a 100 yuan unlimited coupon on Taobao for tomorrow's winners and a cleared shopping cart for the top killer, then charged in with fervor. Instantly, tens of thousands were locked in battle. On a nearby hillside, a large number of players lay in ambush. "Mr. President, should we make our move?" EA CEO William Har suggested from the side. Behind them, over 5,000 players had gathered. Pell nodded vigorously, a hint of excitement in his expression. "Of course. Even in a game, we Americans must be the strongest. Charge. If we win, I will award you medals." The players dared not hope for medals, likely just Pell's empty talk, but their shared determination was to not let the Chinese players dominate so arrogantly. Thus, 5,000 players roared down the hillside and plunged into the battlefield. "They're foreign players. Damn it, they want to fight us. With so few. Don't they know there are more Chinese players? They're asking for death." The three factions, previously locked in heated combat, swiftly turned their guns together, joining forces to beat Pell's group into submission. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes watched the battle intently, their gaze finally settling on Pell among the retreating foreign players. At Zhou Yang's residence, a flash of light in the office heralded the appearance of Fushi. "Mr. Zhou, what is it?" Zhou Yang looked up, setting aside a stack of documents. Fushi took a seat and said, "It's about the Divine Relic's internal testing starting today." Zhou Yang was surprised. "Oh, so it's the end of the month. As time passed, so Zhou Yang worked every day transforming the technical data he had obtained into projects, which he then handed over to the corresponding research teams for execution. The entire process was far from simple. By now, Zhou Yang had listed over 300 projects, big and small. "Oh, how's the internal testing going?" "Smoothly," Zhou Yang asked casually. Fushi replied, "The internal testing is going smoothly, but I've noticed that many celebrities have purchased testing qualifications and entered the game." That was normal. Zhou Yang had not initially restricted the transfer of testing qualifications. Moreover, he had intended to allow these influential individuals to experience the virtual world. Fushi continued, "Among these celebrities, I discovered one person." "Who?" "The U.S. President Pell." "Who?" Zhou Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, then he laughed helplessly. "Is the U.S. President so idle that he has time to play games?" Fushi lowered his voice. "Mr. Zhou, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should implement it. I could remotely control the helmet's internal signals to disrupt Pell's brainwaves. There's a 90% chance it would drive him insane." The virtual helmet connected to brainwaves, and during gameplay the brainwaves were smoothly linked to the virtual world through technology. If the helmet were tampered with, causing errors in the brainwave signal, it could disrupt the user's brainwaves and lead to mental confusion. "Can you do that?" Zhou Yang asked in astonishment. Fushi nodded and stood up. "Sir, the U.S. is our greatest enemy. If their president becomes insane, it would throw the U.S. into chaos and help us win this conflict." Zhou Yang rose, frowning deeply, and paced a couple of times before speaking. "Have you discussed this with anyone?" Fushi shook his head. Good. Never speak of this to anyone, understand? Zhou Yang said sternly. Fushi paused and nodded obediently. Zhou Yang continued, this is a vulnerability. You need to modify the design to ensure that mass-produced virtual helmets don't have such flaws. Technology is still immature now, but as it advances, what if hackers break into the gaming helmets and cause mental disorders in users? Such a thing must not happen. As for Pell, it's unnecessary. Even if you killed him, it wouldn't significantly impact the bigger picture. Many U.S. presidents had been assassinated, yet the country remained unchanged. Fushi sighed softly. Very well, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang issued the instruction and returned his attention to the documents in hand. By the way, Zhou Yang suddenly called Fushi back. How is the construction of the nuclear base progressing? Fushi replied, the state has deployed 18 engineers for the construction. The main structure is essentially complete, and it's expected to be finished by the end of December. The decision to build the nuclear base was made at the end of July. If completed by the end of December, that would be 5 months, an incredibly fast pace for a large-scale nuclear test base. Also, since the Divine Relic has started internal testing, we should proceed to public testing as soon as possible. Has the mass production of helmets been resolved? Zhou Yang pressed. Fushi said the Research Institute has completed the mass production design for the virtual helmets, and Northern Industries is setting up production lines expected to begin large-scale manufacturing by the end of November. Zhou Yang nodded and gestured for Fushi to leave. After Fushi departed, Zhou Yang summoned Li Ziyu and arranged to visit East. With the nuclear base nearing completion, preliminary preparations should also be set in motion. ESD, as the country's only nuclear fusion experimental reactor, Zhou Yang wished to tour it and also meet with the head of the experimental reactor's RD team, Su Jindong. Zhou Yang's focus would not remain on nuclear fusion indefinitely. He needed to find a suitable team leader, just as he had entrusted high-strength crystalline steel to Suchin the propulsion system, to Yi Rongming and others, and for controlled nuclear fusion, Su Jindong was the most fitting candidate. After the wedding, Zhou Yang left home for the first time, heading to HF. When his private plane arrived in HF, city officials personally came to the airport to greet him. Mr. Zhou, it's better to see you once than hear 100 times. Finally, I have the honor of meeting you. Mayor Zhang Tianming warmly shook hands with Zhou Yang. The group then switched to a car and set off. In the car, Zhang Tianming said, I heard that Mr. Zhou's visit to HF this time is to tour East. Zhou Yang nodded. Besides visiting ESD, does Mr. Zhou have any other plans? Why not also tour our high-tech industrial park and our vehicle manufacturing? Zhang Tianming extended a warm invitation. Zhou Yang chuckled, inwardly thinking that this was exactly what he had expected. After a moment's thought, he nodded. It was merely a tour, and Zhou Yang couldn't guarantee anything. However, Zhang Tianming was already delighted. Despite Zhou Yang being a commoner, without any official position, his influence could still reach the highest levels of the state. Many high-level decisions were made with reference to Zhou Yang's opinions. A single word from him could potentially secure numerous projects. The group headed to the Plasma High-Tech Park, where East was located. Zhang Tianming briefed Zhou Yang on the park situation. After listening, Zhou Yang grew interested and asked, Mayor Zhang, from what you're saying, your city's plasma industry is among the best in the country. Zhang Tianming said proudly, not among the best, it is the best. He raised his thumb and continued. In recent years, leveraging the East project, we've invested hundreds of billions to vigorously develop the integrated research and production of plasma technology, achieving remarkable results. In plasma technology, we've undoubtedly reached the forefront of the nation, and even on the global stage, we rank highly. Zhou Yang nodded slightly. The core of the East device is plasma, which is heated to 100 million degrees Celsius through technology. As a key technological point, it naturally drives the development of plasma research. If there was a solid research foundation and a pool of talented researchers, Zhou Yang could entrust them with the development of second-generation mecha and plasma weapon technologies. Chatting along the way, they soon arrived at the East project site. Outside the research institute, some people were already waiting. Zhou Yang and his group got out of the car. Zhang Tianming glanced around and asked curiously, where is Director Su? A middle-aged man in a down jacket stepped forward and said, a guest arrived and my teacher went in to receive them. He asked me to wait for Mr. Zhou here. The middle-aged man quickly approached Zhou Yang and said, hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Wang Songwen, and I am the director of the institute's office. Hello. Zhou Yang smiled and shook hands with Wang Songwen. Zhang Tianming muttered, this old Su is really something. What guest could be more important than Mr. Zhou? Wang Songwen smiled bitterly, but dared not say more, quickly leading everyone inside. As they approached the administration building, a group of people suddenly emerged. The first four were foreigners. Behind them followed several others, with an elderly man with graying temples in the middle. One of the foreigners with a large nose pointed at the elderly man and said, if you want our technology shared, ITLL cost you $3 billion, not a cent less. And it'll give you just 7 days to decide. After that, the offer expires. With that, he turned and left. He spoke in English, and Zhou Yang understood him perfectly. He frowned slightly, wondering who this arrogant fellow was. Mr. Anderson, we can still negotiate. $3 billion is far too much, the elderly man hastily said in English. The foreigner named Anderson ignored him and was about to leave. But then his gaze swept over Zhou Yang's group and suddenly froze, locking onto Zhou Yang. He quickly approached. You must be Mr. Zhou Yang. Anderson excitedly extended his hand, wanting to shake Zhou Yang's. Zhou Yang did not take it and said flatly, Who are you? I don't know you. Zhou Yang spoke in Chinese, but Anderson understood and replied in broken Chinese, Of course you don't know me, but I know you. I'm Anderson, a director of the ITER organization. ITER. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. He was well aware of this organization, which had existed for over 30 years. It was the world's largest international thermonuclear experimental reactor project, jointly established by major nations to ignite the light of nuclear fusion and build commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion. China had also wanted to join this project, but the other side imposed many harsh conditions. Ultimately, negotiations failed. China, spurred by humiliation, started its own project, giving birth to East. I see. So, Director Anderson, what brings you to China? Zhou Yang asked. He wondered what was happening with the talk of technology sharing and $3 billion. Anderson waved his hand and said, That's not important. Mr. Zhou, I know you've developed groundbreaking technologies like the Longshin battery Tianxin 100O and the AI Fushi. You are a great scientist. On behalf of the French government, I would like to invite you to visit France for academic exchanges. Would you be willing? This man was not only a director of ITER, but also held an official position in France. However, claiming to represent France was somewhat of an Zhou Yang ignored him. Even if the French president invited him, he might not go, let alone this man. You must be academician Su. Hello, Zhou Yang turned to the elderly man behind. Su Jindong quickly shook his hand and said, Welcome, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang asked academician Su what. Su Jindong sighed, lightly glanced at Anderson and said, It's like this. We want to improve East and need the magnetic confinement control system technology from the ITER project. We're in negotiations and ITER is asking for a technology sharing fee of $3 billion. After speaking, Su Jindong looked helplessly at Anderson. $3 billion was an astronomical sum. Anderson looked embarrassed and said, This technology was developed by hundreds and thousands of our scientists at ITER. Asking for $3 billion is already a bargain. However, if Mr. Zhou would come to France for an exchange visit, I could go back and apply to my superiors for a reduction in the licensing fee, at least $50 million off. Anderson raised one hand, his expression as if he had already offered the best deal. Zhou Yang understood now. It seemed the East project had hit another bottleneck, prompting them to seek cooperation with ITER. ITER had been running for over 30 years and gathered the world's top nuclear physicists. Although East had made some progress, it still lagged behind. In other words, Su Jindong wanted to cooperate with ITER, and the other side seized the opportunity to demand an exorbitant licensing fee. ITER was likely short on funds as well. This project had dragged on for over 30 years like a mythical beast that only consumes and never produces. Countries poured money into it endlessly with no tangible results. As investments dwindled, ITER faced funding gaps. When China, a potential deep pocket, came asking for technology, they saw a chance to make a killing. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Tianming quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Anderson, Director Su, disagreements are normal, but since we share common goals, we have a foundation for cooperation. We can discuss the specifics further. Anderson glanced at Zhang Tianming, his attitude still haughty. Su Jindong, however, let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that he wished they could negotiate, but the conditions laid out by ITER were simply impossible to discuss. $3 billion, 20 billion RMB. If he reported that there was no way it would ever be approved. The nation valued this field, but they needed to see results before they would pour in money without restraint. Not everyone was Zhou Yang, producing one research breakthrough after another. Other domestic research institutes still faced great difficulty securing funding. Zhou Yang looked at Su Jindong and said with a smile, Elder Su, though I'm not part of your institute, may I offer a word on this matter? Su Jindong nodded. Of course, there's no harm in that. And before long, even I will become your subordinate. Zhou Yang was preparing to organize a research team of at least 1,000 people. As one of the nation's top nuclear physicists, Su Jindong had naturally received the notification, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. Only that Zhou Yang was also delving into nuclear fusion. Zhou Yang quickly interjected, Elder Su, you flatter me. No matter when, you will always be my senior. I could never bear to have you as my subordinate. Su Jindong chuckled. He had never met Zhou Yang before, but he had heard countless tales of his achievements. He had assumed that someone so young with so many accomplishments would be arrogant. Yet upon meeting him, he found Zhou Yang not the least bit proud, but exceedingly humble. There's nothing wrong with that. Speak your mind freely. Zhou Yang nodded, then turned to Anderson. Mr. Anderson, please go back and tell your consul general that we do not require any of your technology sharing. Our country Z will complete our own controlled nuclear fusion project without seeking help from anyone. Anderson was stunned. He had expected Zhou Yang to say something conciliatory, not utter such words. By the way, you said earlier that the price couldn't be lowered by a single cent. He'll return that to you now, not a single cent of that $3 billion. If there's nothing else, please leave. Anderson, like an enraged rooster, his neck reddening, shouted, Zhou Yang, you will regret this. Your country Z will regret this. Without our technology, you will never complete controlled nuclear fusion. Fine, if that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Zhou Yang, I once thought you were a great scientist. Now I see you are nothing but arrogant and narrow-minded. You will pay for your arrogance. With that, Anderson strode out. Everyone present was taken aback, never expecting Zhou Yang to reject Anderson so directly and send him packing. Wang Sungwen excitedly shouted, well done. Since the negotiations began, Itair and Anderson, the negotiator sent over, had been insufferably arrogant, leaving the entire institute seething with frustration. Zhou Yang's decisive refusal of Anderson felt incredibly satisfying to Wang Sungwen. Su Jindong opened his mouth about to speak. Though he also felt a sense of relief, driving away Itair like this left him wondering about the future of the nation's nuclear fusion project. As if reading Su Jindong's thoughts, Zhou Yang said, Elder Su, I came here to invite you to join me in completing our own controlled nuclear fusion device for Z. And I can tell you the relevant technical documentation is already finished. The experimental base is under construction. We are just waiting for you to join. Su Jindong was startled and quickly asked, Mr. Zhou, are you saying you've already completed the technical documentation? Zhou Yang nodded. Exactly. How about this, Elder Su? Let's discuss it inside. Su Jindong nodded hastily. If anyone else had said this, he would have scoffed. Even IDER, composed of nuclear physicists from around the world, dared not claim to have completed the technical design. But Zhou Yang was different. He had repeatedly created scientific miracles one after another. Zhang Tianming was about to follow, but Zhou Yang suddenly said, Mayor Zhang, I need to discuss something with Elder Su. Could you please wait for me for a moment? Zhang Tianming was taken aback, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. The subtext was clear: the matters to be discussed were not for his ears. Of course. A major scientist like you having a conversation, just be in the way. You go ahead and talk, he'll wait. Zhang Tianming said quickly. Su Jindong's expression shifted slightly as well. He nodded to his disciple Wang Songwen and led the way. The two of them, along with Zhou Yang, entered a conference room. Meanwhile, Anderson left the institute and immediately called Chairman Henry. Chairman, the talks have collapsed. I was even thrown out. Anderson embellished the story, recounting the events. Zhou Yang. You met Zhou Yang. Henry was momentarily surprised. Is there any chance of inviting him to France for an exchange visit? Anderson rolled his eyes. That was exactly what he had thought, but it had proven to be a complete waste of effort. Impossible. That man is exceptionally arrogant. Anderson did not hesitate to slander. Henry frowned. By the way, you said they refused. Why? Do they think they can do it on their own? Without our technology, they're just fooling around. Anderson snorted. How should I know what goes on in their heads? Incompetent, yet full of hot air. That Zhou Yang even said that Z doesn't need any of our technology and can complete controlled nuclear fusion research on their own. Haha, did Zhou Yang really say that? Does this young man think he's omnipotent, that he can research anything? Henry scoffed. Well, let it be. You come back first. Anderson was reluctant. But Chairman, if Z refuses our technology, how do we fill our funding gap? Right now, the only country in the world willing to cooperate and able to come up with $3 billion is Z. It doesn't matter, Henry said with a cold laugh. After they've floundered around on their own and failed, they'll come crawling back to us. And when that time comes, it won't be $3 billion. It will be double or even more. Anderson paused, then chuckled. Chairman, you're absolutely right. These people won't understand until they've failed a few times that some things can't be solved by just shouting slogans. We've been researching for over 30 years. Offering to share technology with them was a courtesy, and they refuse it. Let them flounder. When they fail, they'll come begging us. Henry laughed heartily and hung up the phone. In the conference room, only Zhou Yang and two others remained. Mr. Zhou, is what you just said true? Su Jindong asked in disbelief. Zhou Yang nodded. Since he had come this time, he intended to lay his cards on the table with Su Jindong. Without presenting something substantial, how could he secure Su Jindong's genuine assistance in completing the entire project? He took out his phone. This device was Huawei's latest flagship, integrated with holographic projection capabilities. With the proliferation of artificial intelligence programs, newly released phones had mostly incorporated holographic projection features, as this provided a more immersive, interactive experience. Placing the phone on the table, Zhou Yang said, Fushi opened the 3D model of the device. Certainly, sir. The phone emitted a beam of light, forming a projection above it. It was a circular device of immense complexity. Su Jindong and Wang Sungwen quickly stepped forward to examine it closely. Yet with such an intricate structure, nothing could be discerned from its external appearance alone. Wang Sungwen asked, Mr. Zhou, is this a new type of magnetic confinement device? Controlled nuclear fusion currently follows two paths. One is laser ignition, the inertial confinement method, The other is magnetic confinement, the mainstream focus of international research. Both East and ITER employ magnetic confinement. Though the methods differ, the core principle remains the same: heating the target to create sufficient high-pressure, high-temperature conditions for a fusion reaction. However, compared to magnetic confinement, laser confinement has a major flaw: insufficient laser power. After in-depth study, various nations concluded that laser confinement was a dead end and largely abandoned this approach. The device before them, from its external structure, bore some resemblance to magnetic confinement systems. Magnetic confinement involves a large torus where layers of superconducting coils create a sealed magnetic field to contain internal temperatures, which are then continuously heated beyond 100 million degrees Celsius to achieve fusion conditions. No. Zhou Yang shook his head with a smile. More accurately, this is cold fusion. What? Su Jindong exclaimed in shock. Mr. Zhou, you must be joking. Cold fusion. How is that possible? The theory of cold fusion had been proposed long ago. Simply put, it is nuclear fusion at room temperature. However, this fusion method was merely a conjecture. It arose from the discovery that certain elements could undergo fusion reactions under ambient conditions, sparking speculation about cold fusion. But it remained just a hypothesis with no foundational theory ever completed. By now, no one studied it anymore. And yet Zhou Yang proposed using cold fusion. If Su Jindong didn't trust him, he would have called him a fraud. Zhou Yang remained composed. Nothing is impossible. My concept is based on tritium forming a semi-permeable membrane at the atomic lattice level. By emitting a large number of neutron sources to confine them, when a certain density is reached, spontaneous fusion occurs. Is that possible? Wang Sungwen asked, bewildered. Such a theory had never been proposed before. Su Jindong reacted similarly, quickly asking, Mr. Zhou, what about the theoretical basis? Zhou Yang pulled over a whiteboard in the conference room and began writing. At first, Wang Sungwen could barely follow, but soon it was like reading a Su Jindong had a similar reaction. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yang stopped, looking at the whiteboard full of content. This is the theoretical foundation of the cold fusion I'm talking about. These theories were provided by the system. In truth, Zhou Yang couldn't claim full understanding. Yet he felt these theories likely originated from the unified theory that the so-called grand unified theory aims to explain the four fundamental forces of the universe with a single framework, a goal countless physicists have devoted their lives to achieving. As for whether it exists, Zhou Yang believed it did. The reason was simple: various theories constitute the natural world we inhabit. A world so perfect must have a perfect theory to encompass all others. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. Su Jindong approached the whiteboard and began studying it intently. He examined it for a full hour. Wang Sungwen also tried to understand, but eventually gave up in frustration. It was utterly incomprehensible. Zhou Yang was in no hurry. He waited patiently nearby. These concepts were certainly difficult, but akin to a complex problem for which Zhou Yang had provided the solution. If Su Jindong couldn't even grasp it, he wouldn't be the domestic expert in nuclear fusion research. Indeed, as he read on, Su Jindong's eyes grew brighter. Mr. Zhou, this method seems feasible, he said excitedly. Although I haven't verified it, if the theories you've employed hold true, it might indeed achieve nuclear fusion at room temperature. Su Jindong didn't fully comprehend it, caught between understanding and confusion, but at this point he could basically confirm that this approach had a 70 to 80% chance of being correct. With a 70 to 80% probability, it was worth a try. Because Su Jindong knew all too well what achieving room temperature fusion would mean. Standing before the fusion device, Zhou Yang had demonstrated Su Jindong could already discern many aspects. Mr. Zhou, the thermal energy conversion in this device seems different. Is it directly converting into particles instead of generating electricity? Su Jindong asked in surprise. Zhou Yang nodded, smiling. With mechs already in the sky, relying on the Carnot cycle seems a bit outdated, doesn't it? The Carnot cycle, though sounding sophisticated, essentially boils down to boiling water. No matter how high-tech nuclear reactors are for power generation, the thermal conversion step still uses this most primitive method. Of course, while boiling water is primitive, its thermal conversion efficiency is the highest known to humanity. Yet there must be unknown methods. The system provided the answer: direct conversion into particle energy. Beyond the unique fusion device itself, the key to Zhou Yang's design lay in the thermal energy converter. Su Jindong chuckled in amazement, looking at Zhou Yang with disbelief. Su Jindong knew that Zhou Yang had created one miracle after another, and now the miracles continued. He couldn't fathom what kind of genius could achieve so many research breakthroughs. Coming to his senses, Su Jindong couldn't help but sigh. The waves behind drive on those before, each wave surpasses the last. I am truly getting old. Zhou Yang was still so young, not yet 30, yet he had already made so many contributions. And what about himself? Nearly 70, and still wasting his years. Zhou Yang quickly said, Professor Su, please don't say that. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Without the pioneering research of you elders, I could never have achieved what I have today. Su Jindong waved his hand and chuckled. Just keep being modest then. Alright, enough of that. When can I report for duty? I understand the experimental base is being... Zhou Yang nodded exactly. The main structure is nearly complete. For full completion, the earliest would be December. But the preliminary theoretical and preparatory work can begin. As long as you give the nod, the team can be assembled immediately, and we can start, Zhou Yang said. Su Jindong replied, I have no issues. I can start any time. It is my honor on the verge of retirement to witness our nation ignite the light of nuclear fusion. Next, under Su Jindong's guidance, Zhou Yang toured the legendary East device. Although Su Jindong said nothing, Zhou Yang could see that East research had truly hit a bottleneck. Constrained by material limitations and other factors, breakthroughs remained elusive. Thus, Su Jindong sought collaboration with ITER. Of course, even if they obtained ITER's technology, they would only reach ITER's level. After all, ITER itself had not achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Paying such a heavy price for incomplete technology was not worth it. It was better to start anew and take a gamble on their own. Meanwhile, the closed beta of Divine Revelation was in full swing. Since screenshots and videos were allowed during the beta, more and more information about the game was surfacing online. But mere videos could not capture the immersive lifelike experience. Thus, even more people eagerly awaited the open beta. Online discussions were rife with speculation about how Divine Revelation would launch. I bet it'll be a bitoplay model. After all, even the helmet alone will probably be expensive. The helmet is just a tool. It's not like buying a PS5 gives you all games for free. I think it'll be subscription-based. From the beta leaks, it seems there's no in-game shop. There isn't one now, but that doesn't mean there won't be later. Once the open beta starts, they'll add a shop, and then you'll see the pay-to-win players everywhere. I think it might be free. You have to understand, this game isn't made by some ordinary game company. It was developed by Zhou Yang, and the parent company Matrix Network has state backing. This is a national-level game. The government is promoting it for a special purpose, so it can't be too expensive or it would hinder adoption. That's easy to say, as if developing the game and the VR helmets costs nothing. The state invests so much money in development, don't they need to recoup it? Give it away for free. The online debates were full of seemingly insightful analyses, but until Matrix Network announced the open beta plan, everything was mere speculation. Time came to November 10th, and the closed beta officially ended. Matrix Network posted an announcement on its official website thanking the closed beta testers and directly declaring that on November 20th, the global pre-sale of VR helmets would begin, with the earliest open beta starting on November 30th. The news was electrifying. So soon, 20 days after the closed beta ends, and we're already getting an open beta. Why even bother with a closed beta? Just go straight to open beta. I suspect the game helmets can't be produced fast enough. Think about it, if this game goes global, how many helmets would be needed? I don't care. My money is ready. Whether the helmet costs 10,000 or 20,000, I'm buying it. Meanwhile, major game companies around the world saw this announcement and felt as if doomsday had arrived. With just a closed beta, 2 billion people worldwide had signed up. If the open beta truly launched, even if only half of those 2 billion chose to buy a VR helmet, that would be 1 billion people. What kind of game could support a player base of 1 billion? Many media outlets had conducted surveys asking, if a virtual reality game were released, would you play it? The surveys found that nearly 99% of people said yes. The remaining 1% declined, not out of disinterest, but because they worried about the helmet's cost and the potential health risks of this new technology. All game companies shared a consensus: virtual games would lead the trend, and Divine Revelation would be a massive hit. Mr. President, please consider this carefully for us. This is a catastrophic blow to our entire country's gaming industry, a business worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and it will cause countless job losses. Alright, I'll wait for your response. William Hall hung up the phone. Because of this closed beta, William Hall had unexpectedly gotten to know President Perez, forging a bond of shared suffering from being trounced by Z country players. So Hall could even call Perez directly and voice his concerns. Looking at the assembled executives, William Hall sighed deeply. I hope the president makes the right choice, banning Divine Revelation from sale in M country to protect their domestic gaming industry. Just then, William Hall's attractive secretary suddenly rushed into the meeting room, exclaiming, "Sir, there's big news you need to hear." What news? The secretary quickly opened a website on the big screen. It was the international version of the Matrix Network website. Look at their latest announcement. The secretary clicked on the newest post. Everyone looked and was stunned. What? They're going to recruit agents globally and open up virtual space permissions. William Hall exclaimed. Matrix Network had posted an announcement stating that Divine Revelation would recruit operating agents in countries worldwide with several conditions. The first condition: the agent must be one of the top game companies in its country. Second, the cooperation model would be profit sharing. Third, and most crucially, the agent needed to obtain an authorization letter from their own government. An executive asked in confusion, I understand the first two, but what does the third mean? How does government authorization come into play? Does it mean that whether we can secure the agency rights depends on government approval? From the literal meaning, it seems so. William Hall was also stunned. He hadn't expected Matrix Network to go global, but choose an agency model. After all, this game was poised to explode. It was a guaranteed moneymaker. Why would they give up the profits and share them with agents? It was simply, after all, once the game was launched, it would crush all competitors. There was no one who could even put up a fight. At Tencent headquarters, the company's top executives were among the first to see the Matrix Network's announcement seeking agents. Mr. Ma, this is a godsend, a golden opportunity. In terms of capability, no game company in China can match us. The agency rights are practically ours. After all, this game was developed by the state, but the state lacks the manpower to handle such matters. It will inevitably be entrusted to a professional company for operations. The executives were brimming with enthusiasm, their earlier dejection and frustration completely swept away. Manhwaedit, however, did not show much delight. He said, "We still don't know the exact operational model. What I'm more concerned about now is the mention of opening virtual space permissions." After a pause, Manhwaedit immediately ordered, "Book me a flight. I'm flying to Beijing right now to Matrix Network." The next day, Manhwaedit arrived in Beijing early and went to the Matrix Network office building. Upon arrival, he discovered that a competitor had already arrived ahead of him. It was Ding Shi from NetEase. Ding Shi snorted, his expression somewhat displeased. The two were actually on good terms, but not long ago during the closed beta, Manhwaedit's guild had snatched a major boss from Ding Shi's guild, creating a rift. Manhwaedit said with a wry smile, "Fine, after the open beta, they'll let you take one back." "Forget it," Ding Shi waved his hand. "I know why you're here, but let me tell you, the domestic agency rights are ours at NetEase." Manhwaedit smiled and said nothing. The two went upstairs. The Matrix Network office was neither large nor luxurious, but no one dared to underestimate. "President, he hasn't arrived for work yet. If you'd like, you can wait in the reception room," said the beautiful front desk receptionist. Ding Shi glanced at his watch. It was already 11 a.m., and he still hadn't come to work. But leaving was out of the question, so the two followed the receptionist to the However, upon entering, they found the room already occupied, and by quite a few people. The relatively small office was packed full. Moreover, there were not only locals, but also many foreigners. They arrived quickly, Manhwaedit thought with a sinking heart. He recognized many of them at a glance. The heads of Giant Network, Kingsoft Games, and Perfect World had all come in person. These were familiar faces. The rest included the president of Sony Greater China, the president of Ubisoft China, and the president of EA Greater China. Nearly all the world-renowned game companies. Despite the crowd, Manhwaedit remained unfazed. In his view, none of the domestic companies were a match, and the foreign ones had no direct competition for interests. Thus, in terms of strength, Tencent was still the undisputed leader. Everyone stood up to greet Manhwaedit and Ding Shi. After waiting another hour, Heziu finally arrived leisurely. "Sorry to keep you all waiting," Heziu said casually, as if that sufficed for the hours they had waited. But no one complained, given Matrix Network's formidable backing. Although Heziu was merely a figurehead, such a position wasn't attainable without some background. Could he be a figurehead without it? It was simply unimaginable. Thus, even in front of these magnates, Heziu remained composed. He sat down and said, "I know why you're all here, but our announcement on the website made it clear to obtain agency rights you must have an authorization letter from your local government. Only with that authorization can we discuss the terms of agency." Everyone present frowned. This authorization letter requirement seemed rather baffling. Why should a private commercial activity involve national governments as though it were a matter? The president of Ubisoft China asked, "Mr. I'd like to know what exactly this authorization letter entails." Heziu smiled and said, "That's something you'll have to ask your government. They will issue it." Everyone frowned again. This answer was essentially no answer at all. They had come in too much of a hurry. As soon as Matrix Network released the announcement, they rushed back to see what was happening, only to find Heziu playing dumb and refusing. At this point, Manhwaedit asked, "President, I'd like to know what opening virtual space permissions means." Heziu glanced at Manhwaedit with a hint of surprise. "Simply put, we will build a virtual reality space. Our ambition is to make it a second world where any enterprise can connect and conduct commercial activities. This matter will be resolved soon. There's no need to rush, just wait patiently for the results." With that, Heziu stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you think Miracle is just a game, you are sorely mistaken. Its significance is immense, so no decision can be made by you or me. You've come too early. Just wait patiently. Alright, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. Please make your way out." Having said that, Heziu strode away, clearly showing little regard for those present. Yet who among them dared to say anything? Though they were all business tycoons, Matrix Network's background, representing the state no less, commanded respect. Before the state, who would dare act rashly? "Mr. Ma, I'm a bit confused," said the head of Perfect World. "Yes, isn't this just about recruiting agents? Why does it feel like a national strategy? In the end, it's just a game." Manhwaedit stood up, but said nothing. Just a game. If only it were just a game. Manhwaedit now admired Zhou Yang more than ever. He had already guessed Zhou Yang's, or rather the state's strategy, using the game as a vanguard to build a virtual space, a brand new second virtual world. The state had a grand strategy and vast ambitions. If this world were successfully established with China leading the way, the discourse power in this world, which Xi's instruction to wait indicated that the state was not yet prepared. If they say wait, then we wait, manhwaedit said, and with that he turned and left. On the third day after Matrix Network's announcement during a routine UN meeting, the Chinese representative suddenly delivered a report on the virtual reality world outlining its immense value. Finally, he declared China's willingness to share this technology with all nations, helping them build virtual spaces so everyone could enjoy the benefits of virtual reality. The report immediately caused a global sensation, stunning governments worldwide. When had China become so generous, willing to share such a unique technology with? After hearing the report, the U.S. representative looked at the Chinese representative as if to say 4 words, "You are up to something." The representative of country M immediately raised his hand. "What kind of cooperation are you proposing, and what considerations lead you to share this technology? Are there any additional conditions?" In a public setting, if it were in private, the representative of country M would have directly asked what schemes they were hiding. Everyone turned their eyes towards the representative of country. The many journalists present instantly perked up, pointing their cameras at the representative of country Z, sensing that a major news story was about to unfold. The representative of country Z smiled brightly, causing the representative of country Ms. Hart to skip a beat. This smile surely, though virtual reality technology may appear to be merely a civilian tool at this moment, who wouldn't be envious? Who doesn't know the immense developmental value it holds? Just by observing the excitement, one can tell how many wish to experience it. Once it goes public, the profits from selling headsets alone could be astronomical. However, this technology currently belongs solely to country Z, akin to artificial intelligence. Everyone desires it, yet they all understand that there are no free lunches. Obtaining it is impossible. The representative of country Z said, "The specifics of the cooperation are quite simple. To construct a virtual space, one must first build a massive database and then connect through virtual headsets. Therefore, we will offer the relevant technology free of charge to assist countries in establishing their own virtual space databases." The word free was emphasized notably by the representative of country Z. Instantly, the eyes of representatives from various countries lit up. Free. How generous. Yet the representative of country M furrowed his brows even tighter, as something felt off today regarding country Z. At this moment, the representative of country Y asked, "Is it truly free? Are there no additional conditions?" "Indeed, it is free." The representative of country Z nodded and continued, "The virtual space holds enormous developmental value. We developed this technology for the benefit of all humanity, hoping everyone can enjoy a better spiritual life in the virtual space. Imagine once the virtual space is established, you can access services from any company worldwide without leaving your home. Here, businesses will no longer cater merely to local customers, but to clients all over the world. Everything will feel as real as in the physical world. If you like certain clothes, you can try them on in the virtual world. If you fancy a car, you can test drive it here. At that time, the services provided by businesses will no longer be cold text and promotional videos, but rather genuine and immersive experience." The representative of country Z passionately depicted the wonders of the virtual space to everyone, ultimately extending a sincere invitation for countries around the world to unite in building this virtual realm. Numerous smaller nations, having listened to this, could not help but applaud. Meanwhile, the major powers like country M were utterly bewildered. Something about country Z today seemed off, and their instincts told them there was surely a conspiracy afoot. However, they could not discern any schemes. Offering technology for free seemed straightforward. If a country was too impoverished to construct a massive database, country Z could even provide low-interest loans to assist in building. On the surface, there appeared to be no issues. Moreover, after this speech, the smaller countries were already incited. To them, receiving such free offers felt akin to country Z distributing benefits during the new year. Who would refuse such generosity? The representative of country M felt a bit flustered. Country Z's sudden maneuvering left him unsure of how to respond. At this moment, the representative of country Z glanced subtly at the representative of country E. The small nations reacted positively, yet the crucial major powers had yet to respond. The representative of country E immediately spoke up, saying, "If country Z is willing to provide all the technology, then I see no issues. For all nations, this presents a great opportunity to create better prospects for our domestic enterprises, so I support country Z's decision and am willing to cooperate." Upon hearing this, the representative of country M grew even more flustered, his gaze darting between the representatives of country Z, and he's certain that the two had conspired in advance. Seizing the momentum, the representative of country Z declared, "Since everyone supports this so strongly." The representative of country M was left dumbfounded. "Who supported you? I haven't even stated my position yet." The representative of country Z continued, Afterwards, our country will propose a plan to collectively construct a virtual space, hoping for approval through a vote at this conference. Furthermore, the virtual world is not akin to the internet. It is a virtual realm comparable to the real world. I believe that although it is virtual, it should still adhere to corresponding rules and laws and be under our jurisdiction. Therefore, our country is willing to discuss and formulate regulations and laws for the virtual world that align with the common interests of all nations. Applause erupted once more. The representative of country M, who had been troubled, suddenly felt a spark of realization. Yes, there must be regulations and laws. With such a grand opportunity at stake, it was essential to establish rules first. As the strongest nation in the world, how could country M miss out on this? If they missed out and the other countries began to operate independently, how could country M allow itself to be sidelined? With this thought, the representative of country M raised his hand with pride, saying, "I support this proposal. Even in a virtual world, there must be rules and legal constraints. I believe we can convene a meeting to draft a set of regulations for the virtual world together." Applause erupted once more. Even the representative of country Z applauded for the representative of country M. The representative of country M nodded in satisfaction, reveling in the authority of being the leader. However, once the applause subsided, the representative of country M suddenly jolted, realizing the implications. By agreeing to draft regulations for the virtual world, he had effectively recognized the proposal to establish a virtual world despite not having previously stated his position. "Damn it, you're setting me up." The representative of country M glared at the representative of country Z. In that moment, he could confirm that this was all orchestrated by country Z. Every statement had been meticulously planned, and he felt like a foolish donkey led by the representative of country Z step by step. Yet having spoken, and with the applause ringing in his ears, how could he retract his words now? To do so would be slapping himself in the face. Moreover, establishing regulations aligned with the interests of country M. In an instant, the representative of country M was both conflicted and frustrated, having been completely played by country Z. Subsequently, the representative of country Z wasted no time directly submitting a proposal to the United Nations for the joint establishment of a virtual world, with a decision to be made in 3 days. However, judging by the reactions of various countries, the approval seemed almost certain. News spread, and the world was left in shock. Countless people were astonished. The world is changing too quickly. We're already talking about a virtual world. Exactly. That virtual reality game hasn't even had a public test yet. We don't even know what it's like, and now we're discussing the joint establishment of a virtual world. This is too fast. The key question is, what will this virtual world be like? Is it like the illusory worlds depicted in movies? I have no idea. Just 2 months ago, I only learned about this concept, and now 2 months later we're about to build a global virtual space. It's unbelievable. Northern Industries. Mr. Zhou, this is the first fully automated assembly line for virtual helmets. With such a line, only 8 personnel are needed on duty to complete the production tasks. Each day it can produce 20,000 helmets, yielding over 7 million annually. In this very factory with 42 production lines, we have manufactured 40 million virtual helmets over 50 days of production. 6 new factories are also ready, with production lines being assembled intensively. Within a week at most, all factories can. A middle-aged man introduced this to Zhou Yang. He was the director of the virtual helmet factory, named Yang Xuan. After returning from HF, Zhou Yang came to visit Northern Industries. The production of virtual helmets was entrusted to Northern Industries. The profits from virtual helmets were staggering. Although the state was wealthy, no one would ever have too much money. This profit margin was certainly to be claimed and handed over to state-owned enterprises for production. The entire factory was a massive, dust-free, constant temperature and constant humidity workshop. Surrounding the assembly lines were all intelligent industrial robots. A handful of workers clad in cleanroom suits merely patrolled the sidelines, monitoring the operational status of the industrial robots. The whole factory was almost science fiction. Everything was automated, continuously churning out virtual helmets. Zhou Yang frowned slightly and said, "The production volume is still insufficient." Still insufficient. Yang Xuan was taken aback. A virtual helmet was no simple electronic product. It was a high-tech marvel. A factory with dozens of production lines could produce 300 million virtual helmets a year. Was that still not enough? Zhou Yang said, "Time waits for no one. Set up several more factories at once and ramp up production. Don't fear excess capacity. With this virtual reality technology, as long as we master the core secrets, we can ensure a 3 to 5 year lead advantage. Within 3 to 5 years, even if not everyone globally owns a helmet, at least half will purchase one. Add in upgrades, replacements, and damage, and the demand is enormous. Just produce freely. If demand truly reaches its limit, the production lines can be packaged and sold to foreign countries. With over 6 billion people globally, half representing a demand of 3 billion, there was no worry about unsold products. The price had long been set at 6,999 per virtual helmet, not excessively high, aiming for small profits, but high turnover. Even so, there was at least a 30 to 40% profit margin. As always, the research and development costs were extremely low, just the basic cost. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 per unit and selling billions was like printing money. Beside him, Li Tianshu nodded in agreement, saying, Mr. Zhou is absolutely right. The output is still too low. Don't stop at 6 factories, double or triple the construction. Yang Shuang nodded dumbly, somewhat startled. Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu left. We're still a bit rushed, Zhou Yang remarked. The virtual helmet was only completed in July, and now it was October. In just 3 months, they were preparing to roll out full-scale mass production. It was indeed too fast. Li Tianshu chuckled, no choice. If we don't set up the stage now before other nations react, it will be much harder to perform later. Zhou Yang nodded. This time the country's strategy was clear: master the core technology, secure a decisive advantage in virtual space, and let Z country set. Speed was essential. Like in a boxing match, unleashing a combination punch to stun the opponent, leaving no time for them to think. Otherwise, once they calmed down, they would realize how deep the trap was. Zhou Yang knew that the state had prepared a series of subsequent measures. For instance, all companies would be transplanted into virtual space, and all profits within it would be settled in renminbi. Even without deductions, this would gradually establish a renminbi settlement system, breaking the hegemony of the US dollar and dominating the global economy. At that point, Z country could emulate the United States, reaping benefits worldwide. Moreover, once the virtual space opened, domestic enterprises could truly conduct business globally without leaving their premises. Small countries thinking they could use the virtual world to give their own businesses more opportunities would actually face devastating disasters. It was like the previous World Trade Organization. When Z country joined, other nations hoped to profit from its vast market. But once Z country was in, the situation reversed. Z country, leveraging its cost advantages, swept through nations doing business globally and earning immense wealth. In the end, countries no longer wanted to play with Z country. And now the virtual space under Z country's leadership was essentially a disguised World Trade Organization. A huge development dividend for Z country's enterprises, but a disaster disguised as an opportunity for small nations. In short, with so many benefits, it had to be finalized quickly and the rules established first. By the way, would you like to see the mech assembly line? Li Tianshu. The mass production of mechs was also handled by Northern Industries, but it was still in manual assembly, with the production line not yet set up. After some thought, Zhou Yang shook his head. Forget it, what's there to see? I came here to find someone. Looking for someone? Li Tianshu was startled. He had thought Zhou Yang was merely visiting the production line. Zhou Yang said, I recall that Northern Industries has a laser weapon team. The high-power laser that shot down the satellite was their work. I'm looking for their team leader, Professor Lin Daiwei. Li Tianshu recognized the name. He'll arrange it. Northern Industries under Institute 512. Director, could you lend us some more emergency funds from the Institute? Just 3 million. We have a major experiment ready to go, and we're only short on funding. A slightly balding, middle-aged man sat in the director's office requesting research funds. The director, Xue Jian, looked helplessly at the man. Old Lin, are you still eyeing my emergency funds? No, that money has important uses. The middle-aged man, Lin Daiwei, glanced at Xue Jian and muttered, what important uses? It's just for year-end benefits. My research on magnetically confined optical resonators is close to yielding results. I'm only short a bit of funding. Xue Jian's expression shifted, and he snapped. What do you mean by year-end benefits? Old Lin, this institute isn't yours alone. There are many people here. Your high-power laser project is a money pit. Don't come to me. If you're capable, go to the higher-ups. I have no money. You. Lin Daiwei trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. No money, no research. I quit. With that, he turned and stormed off in fury. Lin Daiwei had not yet stepped out the door when he collided with Zhou Yang's group entering. President He. Xue Jian exclaimed in surprise. The person entering was none other than He Xingming, the vice president of the parent company. He Xingming, a suave middle-aged man with a resonant voice, immediately spotted Lin Daiwei heading out. He quickly grabbed him and said, what a coincidence, Mr. Zhou, this is the Professor Lin you're looking for. Lin Daiwei was taken aback. He Xingming was practically his boss, someone he had never even exchanged words with on a daily basis. Why would he suddenly be looking for him? Which Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang stepped out from behind, He Xingming extending his hand. Hello, Professor Lin. I'm Zhou Yang. You're Zhou Yang. Lin Daiwei was stunned. The name was far from unfamiliar. Behind his desk, Xue Jian was equally startled. Few people in the country hadn't heard of Zhou Yang. Gazing at Zhou Yang with a mix of shock and uncertainty, Xue Jian wondered why the renowned Zhou Yang had suddenly appeared and was seeking out Lin Daiwei. Could it be that Lin Daiwei knew Zhou Yang? If so, his own dismissive attitude toward Lin Daiwei might have provoked Zhou Yang. Though they weren't in the same field, Zhou Yang's status was such that a single word from him could ruin him. At this thought, Xue Jian's anxiety peaked. Zhou Yang took the initiative to shake Lin Daiwei's hand. That's right, I'm Zhou Yang. Professor Lin, I've long admired your reputation. In the realm of high-power laser weaponry, Z country had gone from lagging behind to becoming a world leader, even surpassing M country, and Lin Daiwei had made significant contributions. Lin Daiwei had a stubborn personality and a quick temper, often losing it with his superiors. But he appreciated flattery, especially from Zhou Yang. What reputation do I have? Compared to you, I'm nothing. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Professor Lin, do you have a moment? I'd like to have a chat with you. Lin Daiwei shot a glance at Xue Jian and said sulkily, I'm free. Right now I have nothing but time. His words were clearly laced with irritation. Xue Jian was mortified but dared not react. He Shiming, however, frowned slightly. Professor Lin, what's wrong? You're an expert from our northern industries, a great scholar. Who's been mistreating you? Tell me, and I'll make it right for you. At these words, Xue Jian's legs began to tremble. Lin Daiwei said, it's not about being mistreated. If it were just personal slights, I wouldn't care. But I need funding for my research. You brought me here to do research, so why won't you provide the funds? Without money, how can I proceed? As he spoke, Lin Daiwei's eyes reddened with grievance. Research, after all, came down to money. Without it, even running a single set of data was impossible. One couldn't exactly use an abacus. He Shengming glared at Xue Jian, already grasping the situation. He barked, Xue Jian, what's going on? Have you been skimming Professor Lin's research funds? Xue Jian quickly shook his head. President He, you're wronging me. This is research funding. Even if you gave me 100 times the nerve, I wouldn't dare touch it. The truth is Professor Lin has exhausted this year's research budget and came to me to request an additional 3 million. But where am I supposed to get that kind of money? How can you say you have no money? Don't you have emergency funds? You're just hoarding them for year-end bonuses. Lin Daiwei gave Xue Jian no room to maneuver, shouting directly. Xue Jian retorted in frustration, Old Lin, that's unreasonable. This institute has over 200 people all strapped for funds. If you come asking today, someone else will come tomorrow. Is your research project more important than theirs? I have to treat everyone fairly. Besides, it's almost year-end. You might not care, but others do. They want some benefits to have a good new year. You can't be so selfish. Selfish? Lin Daiwei was hopping mad and about to argue further when Zhou Yang stopped him. Professor Lin, calmed down. Zhou Yang held Lin Daiwei back. As an outsider, I can see clearly you're not wrong. You need funds for research, and without support from above, you're anxious. I fully understand. But I think Director Xue also has a point. As a leader, he has his own difficulties. Hearing this, Xue Jian was so moved, he almost cried. Earlier, he had feared Zhou Yang might use his connection with Lin Daiwei to kick him while he was down. But now Zhou Yang's words revealed the breadth of his magnanimity. In the end, it all comes down to money, Zhou Yang concluded. Zhou Yang had state backing with unlimited research funds, but that was an exception. Every other researcher in the country struggled with funding. The nation had money, but there were countless demands on it. The real issue was that there wasn't enough. They needed to earn more, enough for all researchers to use freely. He Shengming looked embarrassed. Mr. Zhou, Director Li, this is my oversight. I haven't properly cared for our researchers. Li Tianchu smiled. President He, it's not entirely your fault. The country's funds are still a bit tight. He Shengming nodded quickly. Thank you for understanding, Director Li. Zhou Yang asked, Professor Lin, could you show me your research? Lin Daiwei replied, why not? I've recently made some discoveries and I'd love your input. I wouldn't dare presume to advise you, Zhou Yang said humbly. With that, the group headed out to Lin Daiwei's laboratory. Lin Daiwei's lab was the largest research team in the institute with over 30 members and a wealth of equipment. No wonder Xue Jian called Lin Daiwei a money guzzler. Inside the lab, numerous doctoral students were buried in their work. When they saw Zhou Yang's group enter, they rose in confusion. Spotting Zhou Yang, many recognized him. A cute girl with glasses rushed up. Mr. Zhou, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you? Lin Daiwei was about to scold her, but Zhou Yang beat him to it. Of course. But I'm no celebrity. Don't regret it. The girl said excitedly, I don't chase stars. In my heart, you're the real star. Once the photos started, there was no stopping. Among the country's researchers, Zhou Yang was practically revered as a god. After finally managing the fans, Zhou Yang began touring Lin Daiwei's work. This is our latest discovery, Lin Daiwei said, pulling over a whiteboard densely covered with symbols and diagrams. We stumbled upon the fact that under specific conditions, a magnetic field can constrain the optical cavity resonance effect of a laser. If we can enhance the magnetic field's confinement and increase laser power, we might be able to create weapons like lightsabers from sci-fi movies. Lin Daiwei enthusiastically explained his findings. Upon hearing Lin Daiwei's words, everyone present was taken aback. He Shengming exclaimed in astonishment, Professor Lin, are you referring to the lightsabers from Star? Even he found it hard to believe, unaware that his subordinate's research team had already begun exploring such sci-fi weaponry. Lin Daiwei nodded and said, that's more or less the idea, though we've only discovered a phenomenon, a potential avenue to That's still quite impressive, He Shengming remarked. Lin Daiwei replied, leaving aside whether it's impressive or not, this is a crucial discovery. But to conduct experiments, we currently lack the funds. The old grievance resurfaced. and Xue Jian wished he could crawl into a hole. He exclaimed, "President he Mr. Zhou, did you see that? He just won't let it go." He Shengming said, "It's only 3 million. The headquarters will cover it." 3 million was a trivial sum for northern industries. Lin Daiwei's eyes lit up and he quickly added, 3 million won't be enough. I'll barely fund 2 or 3 experiments. To fully unravel the underlying principles we'll need much more. How much? He Shengming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lin Daiwei pondered for a moment and said, at least 10 times that amount. 10 times meant 30 million. He Shengming fell silent instantly. 3 million in front of Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu, he could grit his teeth and provide, but 30 million was beyond his authority. At that moment Zhou Yang spoke up. Professor Lin, as it happens, am also planning to research laser and particle confinement. Why not bring your team to my institute? We'll have ample funding. What? Are you serious? Lin Daiwei's eyes sparkled. Ample funding, was it real? He Shengming and Xue Jian were also stunned. He Shengming chuckled bitterly. Mr. Zhou, I suspect today's visit wasn't just a tour. You're here to poach talent. Xue Jian hesitated to speak. Lin Daiwei's laser project was the core of their institute, and losing him and his team to Zhou Yang would be a massive blow. Yet in Zhou Yang's presence, Xue Jian dared not speak. Lin Daiwei, however, interjected. Are you trying to stop me? I need money for research. If you don't want me to leave, then provide the funds. He Shengming was deeply embarrassed. He simply didn't have the money to give. Then Zhou Yang said, President He, I understand your concerns. Rest assured this is a temporary transfer. Professor Lin remains your staff, and any research outcomes will be credited to you. He Shengming was taken aback and couldn't help asking, Mr. Zhou, then what's your motive? It seemed like a free investment, giving money without claiming personnel, or Zhou Yang smiled, for our country of course. A chill ran down He Shengming's spine, and he quickly said, Mr. Zhou, I was narrow-minded. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. Good. Zhou Yang nodded, asked a researcher for a whiteboard, and quickly wrote down a mathematical formula. Professor Lin, someone will contact you about the follow-up. Begin your research with this formula. With that, Zhou Yang nodded to Li Tianshu and took his leave. After seeing Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu off, He Shengming and Xue Jian returned to find Lin Daiwei still staring intently at the formula Zhou Yang had written on the whiteboard. Xue Jian glanced at it, recognizing the symbols, but not their combination, and asked, Old Lin, have you been bewitched? What is this formula? It's the key, Lin Daiwei murmured. The key? He Shengming and Xue Jian exchanged bewildered glances. Before they could ask further, Lin Daiwei excitedly pointed at the formula. Do you know what this is? If I'm not mistaken, it's a frequency formula for magnetic field confinement. With this I can soon complete my project and turn lasers into weapons. What? Really? Xue Jian was startled. Did Mr. Zhou come up with this formula on the spot, or had he already researched it? He Shengming was equally amazed. It must have been pre-researched. If he wrote this in that short time, it would be too incredible. Xue Jian nodded dumbly. The idea that Lin Daiwei had just observed a phenomenon, yet Zhou Yang could produce the formula instantly, seemed almost mind. Lin Daiwei let out a long sigh. Now I understand why Mr. Zhou has achieved so much. He's a true genius and humble too. Have you noticed? He often lets others take credit for his work. Why? I think he's cultivating talent. He's already solved these problems himself, but guides others to rediscover them rather than claiming the glory. He cares nothing for fame. His only goal is to nurture talent for our country. Such magnanimity is truly great. Turning to the contemplative researchers, Lin Daiwei said, What are you waiting for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us. To work alongside Mr. Zhou and learn from him. Treasure it, understood. Everyone nodded, feeling as if they were dreaming, never imagining they would enter Zhou Yang's institute and conduct research under his guidance. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was preparing to head back. He decided to entrust the laser weapon research to Lin Daiwei, pleasantly surprised that Lin had already started along this path. A perfect alignment. By the way, the nuclear base is nearly complete. Should we start transferring personnel now? Li Tianshu asked. The expected completion date was December, but with relentless effort the base was already essentially finished by mid-November. Zhou Yang nodded. Transfer them over. They'll head there soon too. For the coming period, it'll focus solely on completing the controlled nuclear fusion project. Excellent. Li Tianshu's heart swelled with excitement. This was controlled nuclear fusion. A true artificial sun, the key to limitless energy and humanity's journey into deep space. But you must be prepared. Once we achieve ignition, the nation will face immense pressure. The breakthrough in Dragon Core batteries had already shifted the global energy landscape, but the old system's collapse wasn't imminent. Controlled nuclear fusion, however, was a game changer, a technology that could truly transform the world. Rest assured, we have no reason to fear. It's like sailing against the current. We either forge ahead or be swept away. Li Tianshu smiled calmly, then added, Oh, the base's official activation is set for the 25th. In the meantime, we can use it for a few things. A sly grin spread across Li Tianshu's face. Within the White House, Pelletier and his staff were deliberating over China's proposal to construct a virtual reality world. I have a feeling there's a Chinese conspiracy. Indeed, and not just China. Russia is also involved. They've allied once more, and that can't bode well. After lengthy discussions, they remarkably failed to uncover any trace of a Chinese scheme. Yet their failure did not deter them from assuming ulterior motives simply because the proposal originated from China. The reasoning was straightforward. When had China ever been so benevolent? Overwhelmed, Pelletier felt a headache brewing. Just then his secretary knocked and entered announcing, "Mr. President, Director Robert is here with critical intelligence. Let him in." Pelletier waved dismissively. Robert entered clutching a folder. He glanced around the room, placed the folder before Pelletier, and opened it with a grave tone. "Mr. President, these are satellite images of northwestern China. We can confirm they are undertaking a massive military project, and from gathered intelligence it appears to be a nuclear facility." The word nuclear facility instantly seized everyone's attention. "Are you certain?" Pelletier stared at the photos, his expression somber. Virtual reality was after all merely a civilian technology. But mechs and nuclear weapons were true game changers, tangible threats to the United States. The Secretary of Defense, the National Security Advisor, and others crowded around to examine the images. In the heart of the desert, a colossal sinkhole was visible, seemingly undergoing capping. Surrounding it were numerous camps and large mechanical equipment. Robert continued, "After our intelligence network in China was dismantled last time we rebuilt it, we spent a fortune to recruit an asset. Once the satellite captured this base, we immediately contacted this informant, who confirmed it is indeed a nuclear base under construction. Ladies and gentlemen, this sinkhole spans over 200 meters in diameter. Magnified images reveal an inverted bowl-shaped internal structure. It's plausible that massive equipment such as a reactor will be installed here." As they studied the photographs, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Robert added, "Furthermore, we've gathered crucial intelligence. Days ago, Zhou Yang visited HF City to inspect China's East, the tokamak fusion device. There an ITER council member coincidentally encountered him. Originally, East was poised to rejoin the ITER project. However, after Zhou Yang's visit, they declined the collaboration with him, declaring that China would independently develop controlled nuclear fusion. Thus we have reason to believe Zhou Yang is working on controlled nuclear fusion. This nuclear base has likely been under construction for months, indicating the plan was set in motion earlier this year." Pelletier slammed the table in fury. "They've been at it for months, and we're only finding out now." Robert looked exasperated. Initially, they had neither noticed nor received any intelligence, and the satellites had missed it. The National Security Advisor frowned. "Were these images deliberately revealed to us, or were they captured by accident? Satellites were not omnipotent. Countermeasures like simple camouflage could deceive them, and laser weapons could even destroy them directly. China was a world leader in laser technology. The project had been ongoing for months without satellite detection, yet now it was suddenly exposed. The advisor found this anomaly suspicious." Pelletier turned to Robert, who shook his head. "I can't explain it. Perhaps the project is nearing completion and they no longer fear being seen." Robert's expression suggested he was merely providing intelligence, not answers. The security advisor mused, "Mr. President, this might be a deliberate signal from them, a show of force." The room fell into contemplative silence. As the advisor noted, a top-secret nuclear test base would typically be heavily guarded and concealed from outsiders. Nations spent fortunes annually to maintain the secrecy of military bases and critical facilities. Now on the verge of completion, its sudden exposure to satellite surveillance strongly suggested China's intentionality. The security advisor continued, "Moreover, if this is indeed a nuclear base conducting controlled fusion experiments, we must focus on it. The likely lead researcher is Zhou Yang, and that man." He trailed off, but the expressions in the room shifted repeatedly. At the mere mention of Zhou Yang, everyone's demeanor changed. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Yang had single-handedly elevated China to parity with, or even superiority over, the United States. He remained a thorn in America's side. Pelletier waved his hand in irritation. "The priority now is to determine the true purpose of this base. Can the satellite still capture it?" Robert shook his head. "The satellite can no longer image it." "Just as I thought," the security advisor snorted. "I believe this is a signal from China, likely tied to the Middle East situation. With the rapid advancement of long-core batteries, oil-exporting nations in the Middle East were in decline, their fortunes waning daily. Recent conflicts had arisen again, with China stepping in. This signal might be related to that. Forget that mess. Let's first figure out what this thing truly is." Pelletier pondered and then ordered, "Deploy the Blackbird to conduct a thorough reconnaissance." In response to China's mech development, the U.S. had revived numerous shelved technologies, including the SR-71 Blackbird, a reconnaissance aircraft so fast even missiles struggled to intercept it. The Secretary of Defense nodded. "Understood, I'll make the arrangements." At a secret military base, a pure black jet fighter was slowly rolled out of its hangar, an SR-71 Blackbird. Ground crew began the perilous task of fueling the Blackbird. This was an extremely dangerous operation. Due to the Blackbird's immense speed, its components expanded from heat, leaving gaps at normal temperatures. Consequently, fuel leaked during refueling, making the process highly hazardous. After much effort, fueling was complete. 2 pilots clad in heavy astronaut suits emerged and boarded the Blackbird. The engines roared to life, and the Blackbird glided into the night sky like a phantom, vanishing without a trace. The Blackbird had 2 pilots, one named David and the other Tom. Both were ace pilots in the Air Force with years of flying experience, though this was their first time piloting the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, as it had been mothballed for minutes. "This spacesuit is so uncomfortable," Tom muttered, responsible for operating the electronic equipment. David also felt uneasy. Wearing the heavy spacesuit made movement extremely inconvenient. Tom added worriedly, "Do you think this thing will be detected by radar?" After all, it was technology from the 60s and 70s. Although it was the world's first stealth aircraft, the stealth coding technology and radar capabilities were limited back then. Now radar has been upgraded countless times, making the chances of detection extremely high. David said, "Don't you know? This Blackbird has been upgraded, and its stealth coding uses the same technology as the F-22S. "Really? I didn't know that. If that's the case, then it should be fine." The two chatted as they soon reached the border of Z country's airspace. By then the aircraft was flying at an altitude of 2,500 meters. No fighter jet currently in service could reach this height, so there was no need to worry about threats from fighters. However, the real threat was missiles. Once detected and locked onto by radar, it would be nearly impossible for the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft to defend against modern surface-to-air missiles. Fortunately, this Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft had not only upgraded its stealth coding, but also installed electronic countermeasure equipment, providing more means to counter radar. "We're in." Gritting his teeth, David piloted the Blackbird into Z country's airspace. They entered from the southwest, flew over the mountains, and headed directly northwest. Throughout the journey, both were on edge, fearing detection by radar. Fortunately, the alarm never sounded. They both breathed a sigh of relief, but dared not completely relax. A radar station hidden deep in the mountains detected the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft shortly after it entered the airspace. Sure enough, they've switched to the F-22S stealth coding. They never dreamed that we've already figured out the formula for the F-22S stealth coding and developed radar specifically designed to detect their stealth aircraft. A major said with a smile. "All right, keep an eye on it, record its flight path, and send it to the higher-ups." Deep in the northwestern desert, the massive nuclear fusion base was under construction at full speed. In reality, it was a huge underground base with almost no structures on the surface. Although the center had an opening like an astronomical telescope, once the lid was closed it remained undetectable. "What? They're coming over." "All right, I understand." At the construction site, alarms sounded. All engineering troops quickly followed the pre-planned drill, using camouflage nets to cover various machinery, while the central dome's lid slowly closed. In just over 10 minutes, the base was fully camouflaged. A short while later, the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft swiftly passed overhead. "This should be the place." "Tom, start shooting quickly," David shouted. Tom immediately operated the camera and began taking photos. "There's nothing there," Tom muttered. David said, "It must be camouflaged." "Never mind, let's finish taking the photos and get out of here. This mission is too nerve-wracking. I feel like we've already been discovered." "Probably not. If they had spotted us, they would have launched missiles by now," Tom replied. After capturing a large number of photos, the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft accelerated, turned toward the border, and quickly crossed it, disappearing into the night. At the nuclear base site, the camouflage nets were swiftly removed, and everything proceeded as planned. "Commander, why didn't we shoot it down?" "2 missiles, and I guarantee we could have taken it out," asked a puzzled soldier in the command center of a hidden air defense missile regiment. Given the missile's performance, shooting down the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft should have been effortless. The commander said, "Don't ask me, I don't know either. It was probably the higher-ups' decision. Maybe they wanted them to see it." In the following days, the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft frequently crossed the border to photograph the nuclear base, sending back a wealth of intelligence. Meanwhile, the CIA was also highly active, trying every means to gather intelligence on the nuclear base. A massive amount of intelligence was placed on Perez's desk. The attention of Country M was entirely drawn to this nuclear base. At the same time, the United Nations was about to vote on the proposal to build a virtual reality. As the hottest virtual reality technology in the world today, it attracted countless eyes. Outside the United Nations headquarters, reporters were everywhere. Inside, the conference was underway. The representative of Country M looked somewhat gloomy. His intuition told him that Z country had some grand conspiracy. His initial idea was to rally some countries and use Country M's influence to block the proposal. But he had too little time, only 3 days. Moreover, the White House had not responded to his submitted suggestions. After inquiring, he learned that Perez was focused on something more important, though he was unclear on what it was. It wasn't until last night that the White House finally responded with approval. And by now, even if he wanted to oppose, it was likely too late. The vote proceeded quickly, and before long the proposal was passed with a high number of votes, including the representative of country M casting a favorable vote. The news spread across the world instantly. Humanity is about to embrace a virtual reality space. Are you ready? The virtual reality space, the second world depicted in science fiction novels, experts analyze that it is a brand new world full of opportunities. Reports about the virtual space were everywhere. At the same time, the pre-sale time for the virtual helmet arrived. A day in advance, the Matrix Network official website announced the pre-sale process and, most crucially, the price. After the internal test, discussions about how expensive the virtual helmet would be never ceased. Some internal test players even posted disassembly videos after receiving their helmets. But after disassembly, they found the internal structure incredibly complex. From this, it was speculated that the device would not be cheap. The price is out. Damn, it's surprisingly cheap. Only $6,999. I thought it would cost over $10,000. $6,999 is cheap. I think it's quite expensive. Expensive. It's a great deal. High-tech sold at the price of a phone. What more? Exactly. Even if you're broke, you can save up for 2 or 3 months, or just use Huawei. The pre-sale is starting now, and I heard Z country will have priority supply, so we shouldn't miss the open beta of the Divine Realm. As midnight passed, the pre-sale channels officially opened. Countless people flooded the Matrix Network website. Heezu stayed behind at Matrix Network to monitor the sales situation. At 10 minutes past midnight, Heezu asked, "How many?" 10 minutes, and even the slowest should have completed their order forms. Domestically, 320 million, internationally, 870 million. My God, this is astonishing. Even Heezu was taken aback by these numbers. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Matrix Network published on its official website the sales figures for the first 8 hours of pre-orders. Domestically, sales stood at 485 million units. Overseas, the number reached 143 billion units. Combined, the total hit 6 billion units. Once this data was reported, it's holy crap, I guess the virtual helmet would sell well, but this sales data is insane. Could Matrix Network be faking it? Over 6 billion units, each selling for 700 yuan. That's 11 trillion yuan in just 8 hours. My God, this is madness. Matrix Energy is practically printing money. This thing is incredibly popular. Soon everyone might own one. Exactly. Thinking about it, with over 6 billion people globally, if everyone gets one, how much more money will that make? Money doesn't concern me, but since this is our country's technology, I'm happy it's earning so much from abroad. Even Zhou Yang received a congratulatory call from Li Tianshu. It's normal, Zhou Yang said. This is just the beginning. It will only get better. I imagine Northern Industries is the one with a headache now. 6 billion helmets, they probably can't produce them all in a short time. Li Tianshu laughed heartily. They're already expanding their production lines. It shouldn't be a big problem. By the way, Zhou Yang asked, how are the negotiations for the virtual reality space going? I saw in the news that the UN General Assembly has passed our proposal. Li Tianshu said, yes, it's been approved and the relevant agreements have been signed. Now we're discussing the specific implementation details. After a pause, Li Tianshu added, somewhat frustrated, but it's not going smoothly. The main sticking point is the clause requiring all earnings in the virtual space to be settled in our currency. It hasn't been agreed upon yet. We originally thought speed was of the essence to catch country M off guard. We even deliberately exposed the nuclear base to divert their attention, but it still didn't work out. Zhou Yang hadn't known that the authorities had gone so far as to expose the nuclear base to expedite the virtual space project. But it wasn't a big deal. Exposing it was fine. Such large bases are rarely completely concealable anyway. Zhou Yang said, of course they're not fools. Your intentions were too obvious. Actually, a gradual infiltration would have worked too. Right, the higher-ups have changed their strategy now. First, we'll win over a few allies, establish a foundation, and then expand slowly. Li Tianshu said. After hanging up, Zhou Yang prepared to depart. I still want to go with you, Chen Ruiyun said, reluctant to part. Zhou Yang replied, forget it. That's the far northwest. Harsh environment, and mostly underground. What would you do there? Stay home. As for my safety, don't worry. There will be plenty of people protecting me. The next day, Zhou Yang set off for the nuclear base. A chartered plane took him to the nearest airport. Then he boarded a helicopter to the base, codenamed 301. Mr. Zhou, hello. I'm Long Jianjun, in charge of the base's security and daily operations. If you have any issues at the base, feel free to come to me, and I'll handle them. The person greeting him was a stern-faced colonel. Numerous troops were stationed around the base, ensuring high security. Zhou Yang nodded, handed his briefcase to Li Ziyu, and boarded the helicopter. The helicopter soared across the sky, gradually approaching base 301. As they neared, Long Jianjun suddenly frowned and immediately ordered the pilot to hover in place. What's wrong? Zhou Yang asked. Long Jianjun pointed to the sky. There's a Blackbird reconnaissance drone. They've been flying over us for days. For safety, let's wait until they pass. Zhou Yang was puzzled. Why not shoot it down? With current air defense capabilities, taking down an aircraft from the 60s or 70s shouldn't be a problem. Long Jianjun explained, we spotted them long ago and have been monitoring their movements. The higher-ups think there's no need to engage. Letting them film actually keeps them complacent. If we shot it down, they'd resort to unpredictable surveillance methods. It's better to let them see what we want them to see. Zhou Yang smiled and said no more. A few minutes later, the helicopter continued its journey. Soon Base 301 was in sight. The ground appeared almost flat, showing no signs of a base. But Zhou Yang knew that beneath it lay a colossal facility. The entire base was designed by Fushi, extending 200 meters deep and covering 7 square kilometers, essentially hollowing out the Earth. After receiving clearance from the ground, a section of the Earth slowly split open with a crack sliding apart to reveal a massive opening 50 meters in diameter. Below was a landing pad. The helicopter descended and the overhead cover slowly closed. Some people were already waiting on the landing pad. Academician Su Professor Lin. Zhou Yang stepped forward to shake hands with familiar faces. The entire team of 1082 researchers for nuclear fusion had already arrived, led by Su Jindong. At the same time, Lin Daiwei's research team had also been assigned here by Zhou Yang. His plan was to complete the assembly of the second-generation mech at this base, and the facility had been designed with designated areas for this purpose. Su Jindong was visibly excited. Mr. Zhou, all the researchers are in place. Would you like to say a few words to them? Zhou Yang replied, I should meet them, but as for speaking, I'll pass. Those who know me understand I'm a pragmatic person. I don't care for formalities. Let's just get straight to work. Su Jindong chuckled to himself, thinking that this pure dedication to scientific research was likely the reason Zhou Yang had achieved so much. Just then a voice rang out in Zhou Yang's mind. It was the system. Congratulations, host, for triggering a random quest. Ignite the light of nuclear fusion. Complete research on controlled nuclear fusion. Quest reward nanomedical machine technology. Zhou Yang was taken aback. A random quest had been triggered. Previously, the first random quest appeared after completing the main quest. It seemed that random quests were linked to each phase of research. For instance, his focus on controlled nuclear fusion had triggered this one. A quest was a good thing. Zhou Yang focused on the reward, nanomedical machine technology. Nanotechnology was already quite mature with nanoscale robots developed. But the system's reward was a medical machine, a device that might be different from what he'll figure it out when the quest is done. Zhou Yang didn't dwell on it. In his plan, he expected to complete the controlled nuclear fusion research within 6 months at most. In Jian City, a Matewan delivery station is holding a morning meeting. Zhang Wang, the station master, calls out. In the crowd, a young man with dark skin and a thin frame looks up. You all know about the year-end Single King Sprint event, right? After the statistics, our station's Single King achieved first place in the city and 5th in the country. Let's congratulate Zhang Wang and learn from him. Everyone turns to Zhang Wang. They admire him, but they all know that this guy runs like he's got nothing to lose, working 16 hours a day delivering food except for eating and sleeping. Zhang Wang, come up to receive your award, the station master calls. Zhang Wang shyly approaches and takes a huge black box from the station master's hands, which has a helmet pattern printed on it. Is this a helmet? Zhang Wang instinctively asks. A delivery worker receiving a helmet is quite fitting. What the heck, what kind of helmet is this? It's a virtual reality helmet. Someone immediately realizes what's going on and exclaims, what? Is it one of those virtual reality helmets? Is it for real? I've heard that helmet costs 7,000 yuan each. The key is that the production is limited. I saw online that you can't even buy them. If I had known, I would have run my heart out too and could have gotten this reward. Forget it, you couldn't possibly outrun him. Zhang Wang himself is shocked. A 7th Yuan gaming helmet is too extravagant. He hurriedly asks, Station Master, is this really for me? Is it free? The Station Master nods. Does this thing really cost 7,000? Zhang Wang looks at the helmet in his hands somewhat in disbelief. Someone below says, of course it's worth it. If you don't want to just sell it on Xinyu, AYTLL, definitely sell out. And don't sell it to others, sell it to me. What kind of talk is that? Do you have 7,000 yuan to spare? Have you paid off your Huabei? Zhang Wang's eyes light up. He really needs money, or he wouldn't be running around like this. At this moment, the station master pats Zhang Wang's shoulder and says, Zhang Wang, don't be in a hurry to sell it. If you ask me, keep this helmet for yourself. Keep it for myself? Zhang Wang is taken aback. The station master nods. I remember you said you were a gaming expert before almost joining a professional team or something. This game Divine Signs is so popular. If you free up a few hours, you could just dive into the game. You know, like I do, earn gold in a game that billions are playing. If you play well, won't it earn you as much as you do now running around all day? And honestly, with how hard you're running, I'm genuinely worried you'll collapse on the street one day. Playing games to relax can save your life and earn you money. Zhang Wang, holding the helmet, falls into deep thought. A large number of helmets are to be distributed according to plan, prioritizing domestic players. The open beta date has also been postponed by 5 days to December 5th. By this time, the vast majority of domestic players will be able to get their virtual helmet. As for the open beta date abroad, it will be set later due to the virtual reality space not being fully built. Of course, foreign media speculate that the real reason is that there aren't enough helmets to supply foreign players. This caused a wave of lamentation among foreign players who had genuinely spent real money. Fortunately, Matrix Network quickly issued an announcement that by the end of December, at the latest, overseas virtual helmets would gradually be distributed. This means they are just a month behind domestic players. December 5th. As soon as the clock strikes midnight, a large number of players immediately start the system and connect to the game. The previous night, Zhou Yang had been delivering food until midnight. With the cold wind blowing, he suddenly recalled what the station master said, gritted his teeth, and stopped accepting orders to go home. Zhou Yang rents a small room in a city village, just 6 square meters, with a bunk bed that leaves no room for anything else. Brother, why are you back so early? As he opens the door, a woman in the lower bunk is startled and gets up to speak. This is Zhou Yang's younger sister who suffers from uremia. They came to JN for treatment. Zhou Yang works so hard to save up the 300,000 yuan needed for his sister Zhang Ting's kidney transplant. There were no orders today, so you should hurry and sleep. Zhou Yang takes the gaming helmet from the corner. After Zhang Ting falls asleep, he lies down on the bed and activates the helmet. Everything goes dark, and when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a mysterious space. Welcome to the world of divine signs. I am your guide spirit. The guide spirit appears. The realism around him takes Zhou Yang a moment to process. Playing games is something Zhou Yang is quite familiar with. After asking the guide spirit about the advantages of different professions and the differences between races, he chooses to be a rogue of the undead race. Character creation is complete, and with a flash, Zhou Yang enters the world of divine signs. The golden dragon that welcomed players at the start of the closed beta, along with the scenes of the war between gods and demons, has been replaced with a CG background introduction reminiscent of a 3D movie for the official open beta. With another flash, Zhou Yang arrives in the novice village. The gloomy sky and the realistic world surround him, filled with players similar to him, all stunned by this realistic world. Who wants to touch me? A female player shouts excitedly as she removes her outerwear. Indeed, there are clueless male players who approach wanting to experience the sensation. But as soon as they touch, a divine lightning strikes down from above. With a loud boom, the male player is reduced to ashes. Sigh, another fool, someone sighs. Female players in this game can't be touched casually, and every one of them can customize their appearance. Except for not being able to change their gender, who knows what they look like in reality. Zhou Yang feels both amused and exasperated, having learned another strange tidbit. In the village, lightning strikes occasionally, indicating that many have fallen victim. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang begins to complete quests. NPCs are also quite intelligent. They don't just wait there cluelessly for you to hand over tasks. They might go out for a stroll and be gone for days, making it impossible for you to turn in your quests. Sometimes if you look too ugly, or if they're in a bad mood, they might even cut your quest rewards. If you protest, they might just draw a knife on you. This brand new gaming experience has completely captivated Zhou Yang. He quickly discovers that patience and politeness can earn NPCs' favor. Moreover, actively helping NPCs can uncover hidden quests. In addition, during conversations with NPCs, Zhou Yang keenly notices that there is talk of a person named Damerson, a deceased great necromancer. Suddenly, Zhou Yang recalls that there's a graveyard. After arriving at the graveyard and taking a look around, he spots a small tombstone. The tombstone does not bear the name of the deceased, only a phrase written in the corner. I love you, Eileen. Zhou Yang suddenly remembers that an NPC once mentioned that after Damerson came to the village to live in seclusion, he fell in love with a girl from the village named Eileen. Looking at the grave before him, Zhou Yang grits his teeth and decides to dig it up. Perhaps some of Damerson's equipment is still buried there. Soon Zhou Yang has dug open the grave. Inside there is no corpse, only a twisted white bone staff with a skull-like gem embedded. The moment he picks up the staff, a system voice suddenly chimes in. Congratulations, player Meituan Xiaozhang, you have obtained the first golden equipment in Divine Signs, the Cursed Bloodcry Staff. Zhou Yang is momentarily stunned, and the game world is also in an uproar. Damn, which deity is this? It's only been 3 hours since the server opened, and he's already got the first piece of golden equipment. He must be cheating. Maybe he's an internal tester with some insider information. Nonsense, I participated in the internal testing too. Back then it was still Xiao Ma from Tencent who led us to defeat the first big boss and obtain the first piece of golden equipment in the game. This guy's ID is Meituan Xiaozhang. Who does Meituan not pay him? The players were discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, someone in the public channel shouted, 20,000, I'll buy that golden equipment. Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted, 20,000. You should be ashamed. This is the first golden equipment in the game. I'll offer 50,000. In the graveyard, Zhou Yang held the staff in his hand, feeling incredulous. This was a level 10 necromancer's staff equipped with 3 special effects, one of which was the important skill of necromantic revival that could resurrect skeletons. The staff itself had a high magical attack power, making it a divine artifact in the early stages. At this moment, the system notifications kept ringing as many players were sending friend requests to Zhou Yang. Upon seeing the messages in the public channel, Zhou Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly returned to the novice village and set up a stall in the center of the square. At this time there were already people setting up stalls, but they were selling low-level whiteboard equipment. Even so, each piece of equipment had to be sold for several gold coins as the game's equipment drop rate was very low. Zhou Yang set his display and shouted, "First golden equipment, who wants it?" As soon as the words were spoken, it instantly attracted everyone present. "Damn, is this for real?" Many exclaimed, running over to see that it was indeed a golden level staff. "Damn, it really is golden level equipment. You must be Mate Wan Xiaozhong, right? Big brother, where did you get this?" These attributes are simply insane. High magical attack, 3 special effects, and an additional skill effect. Anyone who wields this will be invincible. Given the difficulty of this game, it might take at least a month to obtain golden equipment. I've heard that Zhou Yang organized 2,000 fans to hunt the Wild Wolf King in the novice village, and they only dropped a piece of black iron level equipment. This is ridiculous. During the internal testing, the first Wild Wolf King dropped a golden equipment, indicating that the drop rate has been lowered for the public test. How much do you think this will sell for? 50,000. It's worth more than 50,000. The first piece of golden equipment guarantees at least a month of advantage. 50,000 is really cheap, but it should be at least 100,000. The crowd was buzzing with excitement and envy. At this moment, a warrior stepped forward and said to Zhou Yang, "Brother, my boss texted me he'll buy your staff for 100,000. If you agree, you can transfer the money right away." "You think 100,000 can buy the first golden equipment in the game? Are you kidding? 150,000, brother. Sell me the staff, I guarantee you won't lose out." And Shadow Elf Mage stepped forward and said. Zhou Yang clenched his fists in excitement. With 150,000 plus the 80,000 he had saved, he would quickly gather enough for the 30,000 surgery fee. Just as he was about to agree, the crowd suddenly parted. Then a young mage strolled in leisurely. "Oh, isn't this our Wang Deshao? How did he get into the game? What a strange thing to say. Oh, it's normal for him to play games. I just didn't expect him to be in the same novice village as us." Wang Deshao walked straight to the stall, glanced at the staff's attributes, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Brother, give me your account." "Huh?" Zhang Wang was taken aback. Wang Deshao said, "Huh, what? Your bank account. I'll transfer you 50,000. The staff is mine." 50,000. Damn, 50,000 cash for a piece of game equipment? Are you crazy? Rich people are so reckless. 50,000 is nothing. Just think about his status. 50,000 might not even be enough for him to go out for a night. Buying a piece of equipment just for fun, he won't even care about it. This guy really hit it big overnight. Exactly where did this kid get the golden equipment? It's quite mysterious. Zhang Wang nodded dumbfoundedly and quickly reported his bank account number. "The transfer is done. Check it when you log off." Wang Deshao sent a message, and Zhang Wang hurriedly logged off, and there was indeed a message on his phone indicating a deposit of 50,000. Zhang Wang excitedly shouted. During the past 6 months, he had been working like crazy to earn money for Zhang Ting's surgery, but he only managed to save 80,000. Now in this miraculous moment, he had earned 50,000 just from a piece of equipment. Zhang Ting was also woken up and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. I'm fine." Zhang Wang calmed down and said, "Don't sleep just yet. Ooh, I'll give you a surprise later." Saying this, he hurriedly logged back in. Wang Deshao hadn't left yet and murmured, "I thought you ran away." "How could I?" Zhang Wang quickly traded the staff to Wang Deshao. Wang Deshao held it in his hands, but couldn't equip it due to insufficient level, making him quite unhappy. He said, "Go find someone to help me level up." Then he turned to Zhang Wang and said, "Brother, let's be friends. If you get good equipment, next time sell it to me again." Zhang Wang nodded vigorously. Soon news spread across the nation that someone had obtained the first piece of golden equipment and sold it to Wang Deshao for 50,000 cash. Can you really make money playing games? Of course. Those games with hundreds of thousands of players online can make big money, let alone this one with millions on a single server. It has to be profitable. I heard that many studios have already settled in to start farming gold for profits. The game's gold is very valuable. On 5,173, one gold coin can sell for $30, and it's still rising. Damn, if you organize a studio and do it well, wouldn't you be able to earn over 10,000 a month? Sure, but the investment is a bit high. A virtual helmet costs 7,000, and there's a shortage. What you're saying is a good computer would cost that much as well. On the first day of the public test, news about the miraculous game flooded the internet. Many people noticed the business opportunity because the game was so popular and there were too many wealthy individuals. The official didn't open any recharge channels, and since it was free to play, buying a virtual helmet would allow them to immerse in the virtual world. Furthermore, the excitement over Zhou Yang selling the first golden equipment for 50,000 cash sparked even more people's thoughts of making money. On the second day of the game, many players logged in and found that an anti-addiction system had been implemented, allowing a maximum of 8 hours of playtime per day. A trading post was also launched. All items, materials, and gold coins obtained in the game could be traded at the trading post, and after binding a bank card, cash transactions could be. Of course, if cash transactions were made at the trading post, the system would charge a transaction tax of 1/10th of the transaction amount. With the emergence of this trading post, it was equivalent to an official channel, causing those private trading platforms for gold coins to almost instantly collapse. The launch of the trading post completely ignited the game. That very day, two wealthy players clashed over a boss kill, hurling insults at each other across the world channel. Each message on the world channel cost a single gold coin. Countless onlookers gathered to witness the verbal duel. The entire feud lasted 7 hours, consuming over 600,000 gold coins. At the trading post rate of 30 yuan per coin, the two had burned through 18 million yuan in a single day, 9 million per person. The trading post gold coins were nearly swept clean. Every listing was snatched up instantly. Countless players profited, earning hundreds of yuan in just one. Such incidents occurred frequently. On the 7th day of open beta, something even more astonishing unfolded. Having reached level 10 and equipped his first golden tier gear, young Master Wang hired a staggering 50,000 people each at 100 yuan to attempt the first discovered field boss, a named adversary, the rebel elf Andrew. 100 yuan per person for 50,000 people meant a whopping 5 million yuan in cash. Fortunately, the game had a livestream feature. The entire boss raid was broadcast on his own platform, attracting over 10 million viewers and countless tips. Young Master Wang's actual expenditure was 50 million yuan, but the streaming platform recouped at least half, not to mention the immense promotional value. Unfortunately, all 50,000 were wiped out by the rebel elf Andrew, due to its formidable health regeneration. Young Master Wang himself was slain multiple times, dropping his only golden staff, which was snatched by a thief. He later bought it back for 100,000 yuan. Nevertheless, this operation directly benefited 50,000 people. More and more realized they could earn money within the divine miracle. After all, it was a game where equipment drop rates were a matter of probability, like buying a lottery ticket. A single extraordinary piece could lead to overnight riches. Within a week of launch, news sporadically emerged of players selling top-tier gear for tens of thousands. Online, a frenzy to make money in the divine miracle swept across the internet. Many quit their jobs to specialize in gold farming within the divine miracle, turning it into a bona fide profession. A week into open beta, Matrix Network released relevant data reports. Over 7 days, peak daily concurrent users reached over 570 million. This figure matched virtual helmet sales, meaning every helmet buyer had entered. With 570 million users, the average online session lasted 3.5 hours. This statistic was already terrifying, considering many still had. Analysts speculated that without Matrix Network's time restrictions, the average playtime would be even longer. Meanwhile, the revenue figures emerged. The trading post's 7-day turnover reached 230 billion yuan. Though just transaction volume, it underscored the game's explosive popularity. In a month, that figure would soar toward 1 trillion. A game achieving 1 trillion in transactions was simply mind-boggling. Upon the data's release, numerous financial media outlets took notice. Some economists analyzed that after the global launch, the divine miracle's influence would only expand, with internal transaction volumes rivaling the scale of a nation. In other words, a single game could match the economic heft of a country. This illustrated the immense earning power of virtual spaces. At Tencent headquarters, a cloud of gloom hung over the executives. They had anticipated a decline in their game metrics after the divine miracle's launch, but not to such a devastating degree. For instance, Honor of Kings plummeted from millions of daily active users to just over 100,000, a drop of tens of times. And it was their most popular title. Other games fared even worse, with some seeing 0 logins. I suspect those remaining online are just folks who can't afford a virtual helmet, one executive remarked bitterly. And look at their transaction volume. Over 30 billion a day. It's insane. That's just transaction volume. With a tax of 1/10, their daily profit is only a few million. Far behind. That's not fair. They don't rely on transaction taxes at all. Selling virtual helmets alone is enough. Exactly. A helmet costs 7,000 yuan with at least half profit. Selling hundreds of millions nets trillions. They couldn't care less about such petty gains. That's why it's free. But why haven't they opened a direct payment channel? With such high payment rates, they could rake in hundreds of billions a day. Manhwaedit interjected, they're right not to. Remember, Matrix Network is backed by the state. The government never intended to profit directly from the game. I suspect they aim to cultivate a new income stream. Look how many people are earning money in-game. Skilled players can make 100 or 200 yuan a day, 6,000 to 7,000 a month. Playing for 8 hours daily is no harder than a regular job, right? The helmet price of 7,000 yuan is likely deliberate, a form of mass adoption. It's like investing in an electric scooter to deliver food. With more industrial robots replacing jobs, the state is probably trying to create employment intentionally. Think back to when the virtual helmet launched. Mr. Zhou spent a long time discussing how AI would replace human labor. I didn't get it then, but now it's clear. He was already considering using VR games to generate jobs. So their minds operate on a different level. We chase petty profits while they focus on the big picture. We're not even in the same world. Manhwaedit sighed, deeply filled with emotion. The executives looked enlightened before one asked, "What do we do then? Just wait to die?" Earlier, Manhwaedit had suggested porting their games into virtual reality, but no progress had been made. Given the Divine Miracle's fresh launch, other games wouldn't be allowed into the virtual space to compete for players. Even if it happened later, game companies might be long dead by then. Manhwaedit was anxious, but such matters were beyond his control. For now, we can only wait patiently, at least until the global launch. Manhwaedit said. By the way, I recall from the closed beta that guild descriptions mentioned player guilds could capture system cities and collect transaction taxes from them. This is the first VR game. Imagine if Tencent captured the first city and renamed it Tencent City. The advertising impact would be immense. Yes, that's it. Organize a team now, get into the gameplay, and siege the city. Manhwaedit considered his ideas to be ahead of their time, but as it turned out, there were plenty of clever people in the world. On the 15th day of the open beta, a guild named Pinho organized over 300,000 players to attack the number 12,312 novice village. Because someone had already discovered that the NPCs in the game were not invincible, they had health bars and could be killed. What's more astonishing was that these slain NPCs would vanish forever from the Divine Relic world. If they carried quests, new NPCs would replace them. Under the relentless and fearless assault of over 300,000 players, all above level 10, they successfully captured this novice village, slaughtering every. This novice village was officially renamed Pinduoduo Village. Every new player who spawned there would have their identity marked as hailing from Pinduoduo. The incident, broadcast server-wide, caused an uproar. Many recognized the immense business opportunity advertising. By undertaking grand feats, defeating a formidable boss, capturing a city, or even establishing an incredibly powerful guild, a single system announcement could let hundreds of millions hear your name, spark continuous discussion, and even attract media coverage. The return on investment was simply too good to pass up. Moreover, capturing a novice village yielded profits as taxes could be levied. Guilds could also organize members to farm materials, earning money and generating profit. Thus, capital began to flow in. On the third day after Pinduoduo's conquest, Alibaba could no longer sit idly. They mobilized 500,000 players in an even more extravagant move, capturing a novice village and renaming it Alibaba Taba Village. Within just a week, the game was filled with villages bearing names like Alibaba Village, NetEase Village, Wuliangya Village, Matai Village, and many others. The most direct beneficiaries were the ordinary players. Participating in a siege meant compensation for lost equipment, a full supply of potions, and even monetary rewards. Especially skilled players commanded appearance fees ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Manhwaedit grew restless. This was his idea first, yet others had stolen the spotlight. Tencent immediately shifted its target, deciding to capture a small town. The defenses of a town were incomparable to those of a novice village, boasting city walls and a garrison of several thousand soldiers. To this end, Tencent spared no expense, organizing over 2 million players and preheating the event on its own platforms, even streaming it live. On the day of the siege, Manhwaedit personally took command, directing 2 million players in an assault on the town called Shifeng. Major streaming platforms drew an audience of over 100 million viewers. Tencent had undeniably made a grand spectacle of itself. Unfortunately, the 12 million-strong force failed in its attempt to capture a small town defended by only a few thousand soldiers. Because unlike novice villages, town garrisons were not only higher level and better equipped, but could also request reinforcements from higher-tier cities. 2 hours into the siege, the first wave of reinforcements arrived. A warrior riding a griffin. Wielding a massive sword, he plunged into the million-strong army, as if it were empty ground, slaughtering thousands or even tens of thousands with a single skill. The warrior's health bar, reaching into the hundreds of millions, plunged everyone into despair. Ultimately, before the eyes of over 100 million viewers, Tencent's siege ended in a catastrophic defeat. The entire operation incurred losses of several hundred million. Yet the growing number of such campaigns had already revealed the allure and commercial potential of virtual reality gaming to capital. Soon, players who entered the main city discovered that shops within it were purchasable. The day after this news hit the forums, the main city was filled with Tmall flagship stores, Mutai flagship stores, and the like. Remarkably, the shops in the main city were released in batches and sold at auctions. Those near the city center fetched astronomical prices from capital investors. Countless people exclaimed that this was a virtual replica of real estate. Yet buying shops, investing in flagship stores, and orchestrating grand events for system announcements were just the basic marketing methods. Soon, all sorts of ingenious tactics emerged. First came Pinduoduo. Their CEO devised a plan, organize a team to mass-produce potions, then allow players to claim a set of recovery potions in the game by entering a redemption code obtained from a related activity on their app. This campaign ultimately attracted over 100 million people to claim activation codes. Taobao quickly followed suit, launching a promotion where spending 99 yuan on Tmall granted entry into a lucky draw. The minimum prize was a set of recovery potions with a high chance of winning silver-grade equipment. To prepare, Taobao spent heavily to sweep the trading house clean of all silver-grade equipment. Many players, lured by the prospect of silver gear, actually made purchases on Tmall to secure their draw entries. Whether this campaign turned a profit remained unknown, but the various ingenious tactics of major corporations left countless companies astounded, because many realized this was a game with hundreds of millions of daily active users. What other channel could gather such a crowd and direct them toward targeted marketing? Numerous advertising agencies had already begun exploring how to conduct ad campaigns within the game. BMW, for instance, hosted the first BMW Cup Ultimate Expert Tournament. The champion would not only receive a top-tier piece of equipment, but also a real BMW automobile. The influx of capital benefited ordinary players the most. Countless individuals earned more through Divine Relic than they did from their day jobs. Some became internet celebrities through live streaming or publishing guides. Others rose to fame overnight as top-tier experts, garnering adoration from millions. Divine Relic swiftly became a national phenomenon, attracting immense attention. 1 month after the open beta, Matrix Network once again released the game's daily active users, and total playtime continued to climb. Crucially, the in-game transaction volume surged. In the first 7 days of the open beta, it was just over 200 billion, but the subsequent flood of capital drove it up dramatically. In 1 month, the transaction volume reached an astonishing 3.2 trillion yuan. This figure surpassed the annual GDP of many Chinese provinces. It even exceeded the GDP of numerous countries worldwide, ranking in the upper middle tier among over 200 nations. And this was just a game. The released data stunned the globe, with countless media outlets rushing to report. Headlines declaring that virtual games held immense commercial value, heralding a new business model and predicting a future where more people would flood the virtual world, driving its appreciation, were ubiquitous. The United Nations had spent a month arguing over implementation rules and regulations for virtual spaces. After this announcement, the debate instantly fizzled out. No one argued anymore. The smaller nations had only one demand: to have virtual spaces opened in their countries as soon as possible. Even some major powers could no longer hold out. Country E, for instance, was the first to accept Z nation's conditions, agreeing that all revenue from the virtual space would be settled in renminbi. With Country E's capitulation, other nations followed suit one after another. Only Country M and its loyal ally Country Y stubbornly refused. Seeing this, Z nation simply bypassed Country M and Country Y, signing cooperation agreements with the other nations first. What had seemed impossible to achieve was effortlessly accomplished thanks to the explosive popularity of Divine Relic. The White House. Perry's attention had already shifted to virtual reality. Over at the nuclear base, the Blackbird had been dispatched countless times, yet it had brought back no useful information. And the cost of flying an obsolete aircraft like the Blackbird was exorbitantly high. After more than a month of operations with immense expenditure, even Perry was starting to buckle under the strain. In other words, apart from us and Country Y, almost every other nation has signed agreements with Country Z to establish virtual spaces. Perry furrowed his brow, fuming. Can't those traitors see that this is Country Z's conspiracy? Settling transactions in renminbi. They're coming for us, trying to challenge our dollar hegemony. An aide remarked, they see it clearly enough, but the profits from virtual space are too enormous. A single game generates a monthly revenue of 3.2 trillion. It's absolutely staggering. If they truly build a massive virtual space as Country Z envisions, the economic ripple effect would be even more astonishing. Moreover, over the past year, Country Z's strength has grown too immensely. Many nations have realized that Country Z's rise is inevitable and unstoppable, so they're placing their bets. This time, they've chosen Country Z. Perry let out a defeated sigh and said, regardless, we can't let Country Z's scheme succeed. We won't sign this agreement, and we won't allow Country Y to. After various countries signed the regulations for building virtual spaces, the Matrix Network quickly announced that nations establishing virtual reality would begin distributing VR helmets on January 10th, with the official open beta starting on January 15th. Players across the globe cheered with joy. They had watched Country Z's players immersed in the game for so long and had been eagerly awaiting this day. Enterprises from other countries had also learned all sorts of clever tactics from Country Z's businesses. They were raring to go, waiting only for the game to launch so they could jump in immediately. But at the same time, the Matrix Network announced that the open beta in Country M and Country Y would be further delayed due to the failure to reach an agreement on the virtual reality space protocol. The moment this announcement was made, players in both countries exploded. Why can everyone else play except us? Isn't this discrimination? I've been waiting for this game for 2 months now, and I've already paid for the helmet. Why can't I still play? You can't really blame them. They've said it clearly. They need to build some kind of virtual space. Our countries just didn't sign the agreement. I really don't know what those idiots in the government are thinking. It's such a simple matter. Why all the hesitation and obstruction? On the day of the announcement, massive protests erupted in both countries, accompanied by a torrent of online criticism against their leaders. The uproar was so immense it nearly reached the level of national condemnation. After all, so many people had already spent money on VR helmets. If they couldn't play the game, that money would be wasted. Country Y was the first to cave, immediately contacting Country Z to propose signing a joint agreement. That traitor! Perry cursed the Prime Minister of Country Y from the White House. Mr. President, forget about Country Y. You need to focus on us. Perry turned around. Through the window, he could see a massive crowd beyond the White House fence, many holding signs that read, "We want to play the game." This was the pressure from the people, and there was no reasoning with them. Perry couldn't very well tell them that all of this was Country Z's conspiracy to undermine their even if he did, no one would listen. And it wasn't just the public. There was also pressure from Wall Street. Since the launch of Divine Realm, the stocks of major gaming companies had plummeted to freezing point, and the bigwigs on Wall Street had also lost a fortune. If it were just about losing money, that might be one thing. But the key was that Wall Street's titans saw the enormous profits to be made in virtual reality space. A monthly revenue of $2 trillion. Who wouldn't be tempted? In Perry's eyes, those people on Wall Street wouldn't care even if the country collapsed, as long as they could make money. After a long silence, Perry said weakly, "Sign it." At the nuclear base. "Open the skylight," Lin Daiwei ordered. Above, the heavy alloy skylight slowly opened, revealing a circular gap 50 meters in diameter. Before Zhou Yang stood a circular device over 10 meters in diameter. Thick cables connected to its periphery. "One final check. Absolutely no mistakes, understand?" Lin Daiwei barked. Nearby, Zhou Yang and the others watched as engineers nervously inspected the device. Su Jindong and the rest were also present. "Mr. Zhou, is this the result of Professor Lin's secretive research over the past month?" Su Jindong asked curiously. Zhou Yang nodded. "It's a large-scale laser device, more precisely a laser cannon." "A laser cannon? Like the laser weapons in sci-fi movies? Has this thing actually been developed? That's incredible." Over the past month, besides overseeing the progress of the nuclear fusion device, Zhou Yang had devoted most of his energy to laser research. The laser cannon before them was the fruit of that research. "Inspection complete. Everything is normal," an engineer called out. Lin Daiwei nodded to Zhou Yang and said, "Mr. Zhou, give the order. When do we conduct the test fire?" Zhou Yang turned to Long Jianjun and asked, "Around this time the Blackbird should be arriving soon, right?" Long Jianjun nodded absently. "It should be close. He'll need to check the exact time." After a pause, Long Jianjun said, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean to use this laser cannon to shoot down the Blackbird?" "That Blackbird has been flying around for over a month. It's about time we took it out," Zhou Yang said with a smile. Long Jianjun was startled. "Should we report this to higher authorities?" Zhou Yang replied, "It's just a little bird that keeps trespassing into our airspace. We've been ignoring it out of convenience, not because we couldn't handle it." "Fine, report the situation to them, and say we're planning a test fire of the laser cannon and intend to use that Blackbird as a target." "Understood." Long Jianjun hurried off. A few minutes later he returned. "Higher authorities have approved. They'll contact the radar station now to monitor the Blackbird's every move." Half an hour later the Blackbird arrived as scheduled. The pilots were still David and his partner. "Oh, another boring day. Come on, let's just get the mission done and head." The two piloted the Blackbird, brazenly intruding into Country Z's airspace, unaware that their every move was being tracked by radar. And this data was being transmitted in real time to the nuclear base. The Blackbird soon reached the airspace above the base. Tom switched on the camera, ready to take photos, but suddenly froze. "Look, they've opened the base. My God, what is that thing inside?" Through the high-resolution camera, Tom could clearly see inside through the open skylight. It was a device he had never seen before, and a blue glow was gathering at its. Before he could get a better look, the blue light vanished in an instant. The lens was suddenly flooded with an endless expanse of blue. Boom. The Blackbird was pierced by the blue light, followed by a massive explosion. "Target hit, signal lost," Long Jianjun said excitedly. The people around him erupted in cheers. The test fire was a success. A single shot sending the Blackbird straight to heaven. In a military base of Country M, the command center was maintaining communication with the Blackbird. And Colonel was in charge of the operation, and according to the data received, everything appeared normal. This was to be expected, as they had been on this mission for over a month, and each time it went smoothly. Today was no exception. The Colonel rose to pour himself a cup of coffee and picked up an adult magazine to browse. Over the communication channel, the voices of the two pilots could be heard exchanged. Just then Tom's sharp cry of alarm rang out. Look, they've opened the base. My God, what is that inside? The colonel, who had just taken a sip of coffee, jolted and spilled it over himself. The scalding liquid made him hop in place, but ignoring the pain, he rushed to the communicator and shouted, "What did you see?" The next moment, accompanied by a violent crackling sound, the communication was cut off. Then on the radar, the marker representing the Blackbird vanished instantly. A jolt of realization struck the colonel's mind like an electric shock. He screamed, "Missiles! Did any missile launches get detected?" No, nothing at all. Superpowers like Country M and Country Z each possessed a comprehensive monitoring network built upon military reconnaissance satellites, phased array radars on naval vessels, and ground-based radars at military bases. It was no exaggeration to say that with this system, any missile launch anywhere on the globe could be detected within 30 seconds. But now the system had detected no missile launch, meaning Country Z had not fired any. So what had happened to the Blackbird? This aircraft was flying at an altitude of 2500 meters, where there was almost no oxygen and certainly no adverse weather. Unless the plane itself malfunctioned, external factors alone could hardly cause it to crash. Yet before every takeoff, the aircraft underwent rigorous inspections, and there should have been no faults. The colonel called out again, unwilling to accept the silence, but there was still no response. Combined with the loss of radar signal and Tom's final exclamation, instinct told the colonel that something momentous had occurred. Was there any satellite passing overhead? He asked urgently. Everyone hurried to check, but unfortunately no satellite had been over the base at the time of the incident. Damn it! The colonel slammed the table in fury. Get me the Pentagon on the line. Soon the news of the Blackbird's destruction reached Perry, sending shockwaves through the upper echelons of the government. All bases worldwide raised their alert levels. It was almost certain that Country Z had shot down the Blackbird. How would Country Z respond next? No one knew, but precautions had to be taken. Back at the base, the day after the successful test firing, Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun rushed over in great haste. Mr. Zhou, we heard you've developed a new weapon. Where is it? Can we take a look? Gao Jianjun asked impatiently. Zhou Yang led the two men to the laser cannon. This is the laser cannon developed by Professor Lin's team. Its working principle involves using a magnetic field to confine and compress the laser. After a brief explanation, seeing their blank expressions, Zhou Yang quickly rephrased. Simply put, this is a cannon that fires shells, but the ammunition is a high-energy laser, and the magnetic field acts as an invisible casing that confines the laser and propels it outward. They immediately understood. So it's just like the laser cannons in sci-fi movies, said Gao Jianjun. Li Tianshu shared the same feeling. This device seemed like technology from the future. Pretty much, Zhou Yang nodded. But this thing still has quite a few flaws. First, the reload time. Right now it takes nearly a minute, though there's room for improvement, and ultimately it should reach a rate of fire comparable to automatic artillery, a few seconds per shot. Second, and most crucially, it can only fire in a straight line, a perfectly straight line, unlike howitzers that can fire in a curved trajectory. So its ideal firing environment is air-to-ground, mounted on spaceships or fighter jets, striking ground targets from the air or engaging in space where there are no obstacles. Both Gao Jianjun and Li Tianshu shuddered slightly, exchanging a glance, thinking how far ahead Zhou Yang was thinking. Already talking about. Then there's the decay issue. Extended-range howitzers can easily hit targets 70 or 80 kilometers away, even 100, but this thing can't. Once the projectile is fired, the magnetic field weakens gradually due to the Earth's magnetic influence. Combined with the inherent decay of the laser itself, this particular cannon can only reach about 40 kilometers. However, in a space environment, things would be different. Its range would theoretically be unlimited. In summary, Zhou Yang concluded, this is still experimental and has many defects, so don't get too excited. Gao Jianjun rubbed his head and said, who's excited? But Mr. Zhou, why are you so hard on yourself? This is the world's first true laser cannon, another world first, and yet you're criticizing it as if it's worthless. Li Tianshu laughed. That's just Mr. Zhou having high standards. Honestly, developing this laser cannon in just 1 month is already mind-boggling to us. Zhou Yang was not swayed by the flattery. Save the compliments. Transfer some weapon experts from the Northern Industries and the Aerospace Group. Our next focus is to miniaturize this laser weapon, making it shipborne, airborne, ground-based, or even handheld laser guns. All of this requires communication with weapon experts and design based on practical needs. Now that the laser cannon had been developed, the core technology of laser weapons, magnetic field confinement, was already in hand. The next step was to build upon this technology and create various types of laser weapons. Li Tianshu nodded firmly. Gao Jianjun patted his chest and said, don't worry, Mr. Zhou will arrange it right away. By the way, how's the controlled nuclear fusion coming along? Li Tianshu asked. This nuclear base wasn't built just for laser weapons, its primary purpose was for fusion experiments. Zhou Yang waved his hand. That's still a long way off. I've organized 10 teams, each responsible for different research projects. Progress is decent, but we haven't even started assembly yet, so don't bother looking. In reality, developing controlled nuclear fusion was also critical. And it wasn't just about achieving ignition, it also had to be miniaturized. In the foreseeable future, laser and particle weapons would dominate. These weapons run on electricity, and their power consumption is not negligible. One can't exactly drag a power cable around. Large-capacity batteries can only be used for small laser weapons like laser guns or laser swords. For large-scale laser weapons, the best solution is a compact, controlled fusion device that directly outputs electrical power, enabling virtually unlimited ammunition. By the way, Zhou Yang recalled another matter and asked, over at the smart city, the infrastructure should be nearly complete, right? 8 months had passed since construction began on the smart city in April of the previous year. Although it was a large metropolis, given Z Nation's infrastructure capabilities, it should have been largely finished. Li Tianshu nodded. Indeed, the infrastructure work is almost done, expected to be completed around May. Good, then before it's fully finished we need to modify one area, Zhou Yang said. If everything goes smoothly here, controlled nuclear fusion should achieve ignition success around May or June. When that happens, I plan to install it in the smart city to supply power, turning it into a city of limitless energy. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhou, do you mean that controlled nuclear fusion can be completed within half a year? Li Tianshu asked hastily. Controlled nuclear fusion had been under research since the 1980s, or even earlier, yet still remained elusive. Zhou Yang's claim of completing it within 6 months was astonishing. Zhou Yang replied, I said if everything goes smoothly. If not, then it's uncertain. Gao Jianjun quickly added, then let's hope for smooth sailing. If this technology is developed, we'll truly have infinite energy, and many things will change. Energy is the core of modern society. From the moment humans first used fire from lightning to ignite a campfire, the history of human development has been a history of continuously harnessing and seeking higher forms of energy. Zhou Yang nodded, understanding its value. After the Blackbird was shot down, M Nation was tense for several days, but eventually found that Z Nation gave no response, as if nothing had happened, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, M Nation never determined how the Blackbird crashed and dared not send another for reconnaissance. They considered using satellites, but if even the Blackbird couldn't capture crucial details, satellites were even less effective. Due to database setup and helmet production issues, the promised global launch of Divine Relic on January 15th was postponed again. Finally, on February 1st, just before Z Nation's New Year, Divine Relic officially launched abroad. On the first day, according to Matrix Network data, nearly 1.5 billion people worldwide flooded into the game simultaneously. That was roughly the number of helmets sold. This figure was actually reasonable. Although the global population was 6 billion, many lived in impoverished nations struggling on the brink of survival amidst war and displacement, unable to afford games or virtual helmets. Excluding the elderly and children, reaching nearly 2 billion concurrent users was the limit, covering almost the entire world. Foreigners no longer had to envy Z Nation citizens, they too could now enjoy the wonders of virtual reality gaming. In the days following the launch, a global slowdown occurred. No one went to work, shops closed, and everyone stayed home, gaming prompting media to exclaim over the astonishing appeal of virtual reality. Meanwhile, it was half a month until Z Nation's New Year. 2 weeks early, Zhou Yang granted all researchers leave and returned home himself. Having not seen each other for 2 months, Zhou Yang and Chun Ryun were inseparable, enjoying several blissful days together. Then came preparation. Seeing the 2 virtual helmets at his father-in-law's house, Zhou Yang had a sudden idea. Lately, the elderly couple had become fascinated with the helmets, but they entered Divine Relic not to play games, but to tour and sightsee. A month after its global launch, Divine Relic introduced a special class, tourist. It could be chosen directly during character creation. Choosing this class meant no combat or leveling, players were invincible and could roam freely across the Divine Relic continent, essentially sightseeing. This class was designed for the elderly or those who disliked combat and leveling, who simply wanted to experience the beautiful landscapes of Divine Relic. The demand was significant. Some elderly with limited mobility, stuck at home with little entertainment, had relatives buy them helmets to explore the virtual world. Within the game's senior activity centers even appeared where they could dance square dances or play mahjong. This update was well-intentioned by Fushi, but Fushi underestimated the creativity of Z Nation's players. As soon as the class was released, some players chose Tourist and began posting videos like "My Intimate Encounter with the Wisdom God" or "A Day Trip to the Demon God's Palace" online. Since tourists were invincible, powerful NPCs couldn't harm them, leading to hilarious videos sitting on the Demon God's throne, leaving him without a seat, insisting on riding a dragon despite its refusal. Soon, exploit strategies emerged, using a crowd of invincible tourists to surround a boss, allowing safe long-range kiting. The CEO of Pinduoduo pulled a masterstroke using a free egg giveaway via the app. He attracted tens of thousands of seniors to block all city guards, successfully capturing the game's first town and renaming it Pinduoduo City. Helpless Fushi urgently modified the tourist class 10 days after its launch, adding restrictions. Players must be over 50 to choose it. Monsters could attack in the wild, and specific scenic zones were designated as safe areas. But it was futile. Z-Nation players kept pulling off wild stunts, luring bosses into safe zones and using tourists to block them. At wit's end, Fushi simply opened a dedicated server with an exact copy of the map accessible only to tourist-class players. Thus, the entire nation was now immersed in Divine Relic. Zhou Yang knew that the virtual reality space was imminent. The authorities were discussing when to release it, waiting for the right moment. Zhou Yang felt the new year was a perfect opportunity. Celebrating the new year in virtual reality space. Dad, what do you think of celebrating the new year in virtual reality? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Tao was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhou Yang explained, it's simple. For instance, you can't attend the Spring Festival Gala in person, but in virtual reality, you can enter the venue and experience it immersively. Chen Tao wondered, can't we go to the Spring Festival Gala? Are we not allowed anymore? Given Zhou Yang's status, attending the gala was guaranteed, and it had been confirmed. At SC Tencent's headquarters, manhwaedit was in a meeting. The head of the Photon Studio was presenting their new game plan. Due to the raging fire of the Divine Realm, all games, both online and single-player, had suffered a massive blow. Among them, single-player games fared slightly better as they were a one-time purchase. Moreover, single-player games offered an unparalleled narrative immersion that online games couldn't match. Manhwaedit believed that in the virtual reality space, single-player games might explode in popularity. For instance, porting a game like Call of Duty into the virtual space, allowing players to experience a real battlefield. Or excellent narrative RPGs like The Witcher, GTA, and Red Dead Redemption, which could give players the sensation of living a different life. Thus, Manhwaedit immediately decided to go with single-player games. After many years, Tencent once again resolved to develop single-player games, and this time, they aimed for AAA titles. The head of Photon Studio said, we plan to create a horror game. Though a niche genre, horror games offer unparalleled immersion. If ported to virtual reality, that immersion would be even more astonishing. Manhwaedit frowned slightly and couldn't help but interrupt, wouldn't it frighten people into having health issues? Horror games are all about scaring people in various ways. Some people dare not play them, and some even develop health problems. If this were transferred to a virtual world, a game akin to a real horror movie might literally scare someone to death. Even with disclaimers, if someone actually died from fright, the consequences would be dire. The Photon had looked a bit awkward and said it probably won't happen, right? Besides, since it's a single-player game, buyers have already spent the money. At worst, they just won't play it. It won't affect us much. That's true. Manhwaedit nodded slightly. The money was already earned, though whether they played it or not was their concern. As for any real harm, the Nanshan invincible litigator was no joke. Do you have any creative ideas yet? Manhwaedit asked. The Photon head replied, we have a few ideas for now, but I also have a suggestion: buy an existing game and adapt it. I've had my eye on a game on Steam called Outlast. It's very popular online, with many streamers broadcasting it. The key is that the studio behind it is small, and with the current downturn in the gaming industry, buying them out shouldn't cost much. Manhwaedit suddenly fell into thought, murmuring to himself, buy them out. That's right. Manhwaedit slammed the table. Why didn't I think of that? The gaming industry is in such a slump, many companies are losing money. Now is the best time to buy. Buying game companies was secondary. The key was the IPs they held. Call of Duty, Need for Speed, Assassin's Creed. All classic franchises with countless fans. Seizing this opportunity to buy them all, making these companies start with the Chinese character for China. Alright, let's do it your way. Buy. Manhwaedit snapped back to reality and said without hesitation. A single studio was just a dream. He waved his hand to dismiss everyone, but at that moment his secretary burst in. Mr. Ma, we've received an email from Matrix Network. The secretary. What? Manhwaedit was startled. Anything related to Matrix Network was no small matter. He immediately got up and headed to his office to check. The email was brief. It invited Manhwaedit as Tencent's representative to log into the virtual space at 10 o'clock the next morning to attend the Virtual Space Developer Conference. Just one sentence, but following the principle that fewer words meant greater significance, Manhwaedit keenly sensed that the event he had been anticipating was likely about to happen. The next day, Manhwaedit canceled all his appointments and logged into the virtual space at exactly 9:50. This time, he didn't enter the Divine Realm directly, but appeared in a spacious area. Figures appeared in the space one after another. All familiar faces. Ma Yun, Yu Changhong, Lei Jun. Representatives from various industries across the country had all arrived. Everyone appeared somewhat bewildered in this space, then began chatting with acquaintances to find out what was happening. Mr. Yu. Manhwaedit greeted Yu Changhong and asked, Mr. You have a special relationship with Mr. Zhou. Any inside information? Yu Changhong laughed and said I haven't contacted Mr. Zhou for almost half a year. Where would I get inside information? Since Zhou Yang didn't take the initiative to contact him, Yu Changhong dared not reach out. Lei Jun also walked over and said, could it be about opening up the virtual space? The foreign virtual spaces are basically set up too. Manhwaedit thought the same. If they really open up permissions, that would be great. What Manhwaedit wanted most was to port all his company's games into the virtual space. There were over 1,000 people on site. At 10 o'clock, two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Zhou Yang and Fushi. Everyone was startled, never expecting to encounter Zhou Yang here. Just then another flash of light appeared, and Li Tianshu appeared beside Zhou Yang, apologizing him late. Had a meeting that just ended. Not late at all. We've only just begun. Zhou Yang waved to the crowd and said there are too many people to get to know one by one, so let's get straight to the point. Some people had wanted to come up and properly introduce themselves to Zhou Yang, but upon hearing this they had to give up. Zhou Yang looked at Li Tianshu and asked, do you want to speak or should I? You go ahead, Li Tianshu smiled. Zhou Yang didn't decline. As you all should know, the country plans to open up the virtual space's permissions, allowing more enterprises to settle in and create a true second world. Zhou Yang's voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Many felt a surge of excitement, especially Manhwaedit, who clenched his fist tightly, muttering to himself, here it comes. Zhou Yang continued, what is the virtual space? The country envisions it as a place that can provide all essential services for life, like a real world with cities. With a wave of Zhou Yang's hand, everyone suddenly rose higher, and below them a city was rapidly taking shape, with skyscrapers rising from the ground. There can be forests. Beyond the city, dense forests appeared. This scene stunned everyone. Zhou Yang said, this is the advantage of the virtual space. A city can be built with just a few lines of code, and its greatest function is to connect everyone. Zhou Yang waved his hand again, and the city and forest below vanished. Around the crowd, passages and doors appeared. Our initial idea is to divide the virtual space into different zones, such as a living and entertainment zone. Zhou Yang rose into the air, followed by the crowd, moving swiftly through the space before passing through a door. After passing through the door, it was as if they had entered another world. Zhou Yang snapped his fingers, and a cafe materialized before them. In the living and entertainment zone, you can use the virtual helmet to meet friends thousands of miles away, sit together for a cup of coffee, and chat face-to-face. Or go skiing together, play sports, and enjoy all kinds of life. Zhou Yang kept switching scenes. A shimmering lake, a snow-covered mountain. As for what specific services to provide, that's for you to figure out. We only offer the platform. Everyone nodded, many with a spark of inspiration in their eyes. As Zhou Yang had said earlier, the greatest function of virtual space was to bridge the distance between people. In the past, there were phones and the internet. You could call or video chat. But virtual reality space could bring two people together with unprecedented realism. Coupled with the infinite possibilities of virtual space, you could do almost anything. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and the scene shifted to a bustling commercial street. Towering buildings rose into the sky, and Zhou Yang led the group into one of them. Then, there's the commercial district. It's easy to understand, like online shopping, but more realistic. For example, if I fancy a piece of clothing, I can't see it online, but in virtual reality space, I can try it on freely. Zhou Yang casually beckoned, and a piece of clothing appeared before him. He pulled it over himself, and his clothes instantly changed into the new one. Among the crowd, Ma Yun's eyes gleamed. This was exactly what he wanted, to bring Taba into virtual space. Zhou Yang snapped his fingers, restoring everything to normal, and said, I imagine some might worry if all stores move into virtual space, what happens to physical shops? Could it lead to massive closures and small businesses shutting down? That might indeed happen. Everyone nodded. Only a fraction of them were in the internet business. The vast majority were in traditional industries, already fearing the impact of the internet. Now with virtual reality space, it seemed even worse. Ma Yun alone shook his head, inwardly thinking he wasn't worried at all. Zhou Yang continued, I think basic shops won't be affected. For instance, if I need to buy a pack of cigarettes downstairs, I'll still go to the corner store rather than use virtual space. As for small and medium enterprises, this is also an opportunity. The state will open virtual space permissions to all enterprises and even individuals. But the final outcome will require time to verify. Everyone fell into deep thought. Zhou Yang's demonstration had inspired them, revealing the boundless business opportunities in virtual space. Then Lei Jun asked, Mr. Zhou, this virtual space won't be free, will it? At this, everyone perked up. With so many benefits, how could the state offer it to everyone for free? Zhou Yang nodded, that's correct. After deliberations, the state's initial idea is to charge based on data volume. For example, if someone wants to set up a shop in virtual space, it will generate a certain amount of data on the servers, requiring funds to maintain that data. For instance, a small vendor might want a 10 square meter shop like this one. Zhou Yang pointed, and a standalone street-facing storefront appeared before them. Then, similar to rent in the real world, they would need to spend 1.0 yuan a year for that data. Or if they want to open a 4S dealership requiring larger space and more luxurious decor, the more complex the decor, the greater the data usage. For instance, setting up a video player for promotional clips uses more data than painting a white wall. So more data means higher rent. Or Mr. Lay, if you want to build a headquarters tower for Xiaomi, that building's data volume would be even higher. Zhou Yang's explanation was clear and straightforward, and everyone showed expressions of sudden comprehension. It was just like in reality. Everything had a clear price. To achieve better display effects, you had to invest more capital. Those with less money ran small businesses, those with more pursued larger ventures. This prevented any single company from dominating, as the cost of monopoly would be prohibitively high. Of course, business activities in virtual space, like in reality, are subject to taxation. Everyone nodded again. They wouldn't dare evade taxes, and in virtual space, all revenues were transparent data, making concealment nearly impossible. Any more questions? Zhou Yang asked. The group posed a few more questions, and Zhou Yang and Li Tianchu answered them one by one. When there were no further questions, Zhou Yang said, "There are 12 days left until the new year. This year the state plans to break new ground by celebrating the new year in virtual space. So virtual space permissions will be open to you from now on. You can check the specific operation methods yourselves, and if you don't understand something, you can ask Fushi directly. Alright, time is tight, so let's leave it at that. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance." The group quickly returned the wishes and then logged off one after another. Manhwaedit took off his helmet and rushed out of the office shouting, "Quick, summon all top management back for a meeting." Big news. Finally, Manhwaedit specifically asked about game migration. Zhou Yang nodded and said it was fine. As for whether migrating new games into virtual space would affect the online numbers of Miracle, Zhou Yang didn't care at all. The state wasn't relying on the Miracle game to make money. In Zhou Yang's view, the game's only value was to promote the virtual helmet and unexpectedly to facilitate the agreement between the state and other countries to jointly build virtual space. That evening at 7 p.m., official media announced the opening of virtual space, stating that various New Year celebration activities would be launched within it. Major enterprises and official media immediately followed suit, announcing their entry into virtual space with planned events. With this news, sales of virtual helmets surged again. Many realized that the state was now heavily promoting virtual space, which would eventually affect everyone. Better to buy a virtual helmet now than. Time passed quickly, and the Spring Festival approached. Chef Xiao Yang didn't go home for the New Year this year. This time of year was always the busiest for the hotel. He had requested leave, but the head chef didn't approve. Besides, his home was nearly 2,000 kilometers away, and he hadn't managed to get a train ticket. On New Year's Eve, after the festive dinner was prepared, the kitchen staff gathered to celebrate. Xiao Yang had a few drinks, hastily ate a couple of bites, then hurried to the break room and put on his virtual helmet. This virtual helmet was rented by Xiao Yang. With the widespread availability of virtual helmets, a brand new industry has emerged. Helmet rentals, providing helmets at a very low cost of only 50 yuan per day for those who cannot afford to buy one. Moreover, some have even invested in internet cafes featuring virtual helmets targeting those who cannot afford them. After starting up and verifying his identity, Xiao Yang entered the virtual space. Unlike before this time, anyone entering the virtual space does not directly log into the divine realm, but rather arrives in a vast area. The virtual world. It is an astonishing realm filled with 18 cities. Upon entering, one can freely choose any city and also switch between them at will. In essence, it is equivalent to having 18 separate servers, otherwise it would be unrealistic for billions to crowd into a single city. He chose the southwest city, the closest to his hometown. Xiao Yang set foot on solid ground, arriving in a gigantic city. This city is brimming with a sci-fi atmosphere, and the sky above resembles a screen showcasing a dazzling display of fireworks. From time to time, a massive banner ad flashes across the sky. Taba Gala, all in the commercial district, celebrating the new year with you. This kind of advertisement is visible to almost everyone. Here one can stroll, leisurely navigate through the city, or open a full view map to switch locations freely. Xiao Yang pulled up the friends menu and clicked on his wife's name. Soon a woman's image appeared before him as the call connected. "Wife, where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." "We are over by the amusement park," the woman replied. "Alright, I'll head over now." Xiao Yang quickly opened the city map, clicked on the amusement park, and in a flash he appeared outside the park. Before him stood an enormous amusement park, bustling with people. During the New Year period, entry to the amusement park is free. Following the crowd, Xiao Yang found his wife near the carousel. "Dad?" With two joyful shouts, a boy and a girl rushed into Xiao Yang's embrace, like fledglings returning to their nest. He held them tightly, tears streaming down his face. It had been 2 long years since he last held his children. Not far away stood Xiao Yang's wife and elderly parents, their eyes also glistening with tears. The family, separated by mountains and rivers, was now reunited in the virtual space. A few days earlier, Xiao Yang had contacted his wife to rent virtual helmets for the entire family. Compared to the cost of a visit home, the investment in renting helmets is incredibly low. The real sensation of holding his children made Zhou Yang feel immensely grateful. After a while, he finally calmed down. "Dad, is this the amusement park in the big city? It's so much fun." The two children exclaimed innocently. Zhou Yang picked them up one in each arm and said, "Let's go today. Dad will spend quality time playing with you." In these past 2 years, Zhou Yang felt he had neglected his children the most. Now that he had the virtual space, he could make it up to them. After enjoying themselves thoroughly, Zhou Yang said, "Let's go watch the Spring Festival Gala." His wife curiously replied, "I wonder what the Spring Festival Gala is like in this virtual space." Zhou Yang opened the helmet system menu where numerous options appeared. Some businesses purchase advertising space in this area. With just a click, one can instantly reach a company's store or event site. The first announcement was about the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala. Zhou Yang gathered his family into a queue so they could teleport together, and after clicking into the live stream, the scene changed, and they found themselves in a grand space. Before them was a massive stage where a dance performance was underway. Underneath the 5 of them were seats that could be rearranged at will, akin to a private cinema, allowing for an experience nearly indistinguishable from. Moreover, they could set it up to watch with friends, relatives, or even strangers enjoying different sensations. This space was essentially independent, allowing for. It seems there are also sunflower seeds and fruits for sale here. Should we get some? Zhou Yang explored the system features, which provided corresponding functions based on the program space they were in. For instance, in the current Spring Festival Gala program space, they could switch between several live locations and adjust the volume, among other options. Additionally, everyday snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and drinks were available. Zhou Yang's wife replied, "They're all fake, and we can't actually eat them. Let's skip it." Zhou Yang said, "So what if they're fake? It's just a novelty. Besides, it's not expensive. Look, they even have durian. Didn't you always want to eat it, but couldn't bring yourself?" The fruits offered were abundant, and the prices were virtually indistinguishable given that they were all virtual. Zhou Yang quickly purchased a portion of durian along with some dried fruits and drinks. A payment window popped up, and he entered the password to deduct the money directly from his linked bank card. After payment, all the sunflower seeds and fruits instantly appeared before the family. The durian was already peeled, and the sunflower seeds and peanuts even had options for being pre-shelled with various flavors. Zhou Yang picked one up, skillfully cracked it open, and found that eating them tasted exactly like in real life. Even the flavor was the same. His wife enjoyed a piece of durian and was immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, the two children happily munched on winter's rare watermelon. This place is simply magical, Zhou Yang marveled. The virtual reality world is almost indistinguishable from the real one. Just then the dance on stage concluded, and the popular magic segment began. However, this time it was Zhou Yang who was the assistant. Zhou Yang was on stage, sitting in the front row. "Is that Zhou Yang? I heard on the news that this virtual space was developed by him." Zhou Yang's wife pointed at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang nodded, his gaze fixated on Zhou Yang, saying, "I feel like I should thank him properly." The technology developed by Zhou Yang was genuinely transforming his life. At the Spring Festival Gala, Zhou Yang found himself in a somewhat comical situation cooperating with the magician. The so-called magic was something he could decipher with a bit of thought, yet he had to maintain a look of astonishment for the camera, which was indeed a bit challenging. Before long, midnight arrived. A notification popped up in Zhou Yang's helmet system announcing a fireworks show that could be attended. "Come on, Dad, we'll take you to see the fireworks," Zhou Yang said, leading his family. They clicked in and were transported to the bank of a river isolated from the rest. They were about to witness a water-themed fireworks show. Surrounding them, faint silhouettes of other spectators were visible, all there to watch the fireworks. In the sky, some people had purchased special spots with dragon boats, airships, and all sorts of bizarre arrangements. The massive fireworks lit up the sky, and the program-generated fireworks were dazzling to the extreme. As the countdown composed of fireworks began, the new year arrived. Zhou Yang couldn't help but hold his wife and children tightly. The new year has arrived. Yet the revelry within the virtual world shows no signs of ending. Here one can find every form of entertainment one desires. Moreover, to make a grand entrance in the virtual space, various enterprises have invested heavily. The Tmall Gala invited numerous top-tier celebrities and internationally renowned movie stars, attracting over 10 million viewers. Tencent also launched a Super Mario-themed event offering red envelopes, allowing participants to embody Super Mario and navigate challenges within the virtual world. Each completed challenge rewarded them with red envelopes, drawing nearly 50 million participants. BMW held a car competition that attracted millions of participants. The top 100 winners would receive a BMW car. People in Country Z have the custom of staying up late on New Year's Eve. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, it's time for night owls to engage in wild entertainment, and the various activities in the virtual space cater perfectly to their tastes. The next day, Matrix Networks announced the big data situation of celebrating the new year in the virtual space on its official website. Over the course of a day and night, more than 700 million people entered the virtual space. 700 million people spent a total of 630 billion RMB in various forms within the virtual space. This amount only accounts for the participants' direct spending and does not include their expenditures with various enterprises. Once this data was released, it shocked the entire world. As Country Z's influence expands, the interest in the Lunar New Year continues to grow. This year, Country Z chose to hold its celebration in the virtual space for the first time, which piqued many people's interest. Reporters from around the globe entered the virtual space to cover the event. For instance, the BBC from Country Y produced a special report on the dreamlike new world, airing it during prime time and attracting tens of millions of viewers. In the report, the blonde, blue-eyed BBC reporter Heather Way visited 18 cities, each with its own unique features. For example, the Northeast city is an ice and snow wonderland where one can freely ski and participate in various snow-related celebrations. There's also a rainforest world and a fairy tale world, with each uniquely characteristic city, leaving the viewers from Country Y feeling envious. This is simply a grand celebration. It's so attractive. I also want to have such a New Year celebration. Hasn't our country also completed the construction of a virtual space? Why not organize a similar celebration? I want to have fun in such a world. Don't forget, our virtual space was built with the help of Country Z. With the opening of the virtual space, Country Z will definitely take precedence, just like a miracle. They have been in public beta for over a month while we are just starting to play. Why wasn't this great technology invented by us? Previously, people from various countries had no clear concept of the virtual world reported in the media, thinking it was just like the miracle game. However, this year's Spring Festival celebration has truly opened the world's eyes, revealing just how vibrant the virtual world can be. Now, the most discussed topic across the internet in various countries is when their own virtual spaces will be opened. Compared to ordinary people, governments are even more concerned about the revenue from the virtual space. In the White House of Country, MPLI is listening to a report on the virtual space situation. What? 630 billion RMB in pure spending in just one day, and the expenditures of the participating enterprises haven't even been calculated. That's too exaggerated. That's over 600 billion, and it's only in one day. As far as PLI knows, the related celebration activities will last for a full 7 days, featuring a variety of special events. Even if expenditures decrease afterward, it is estimated that daily spending could still reach 500 billion. By this calculation, the revenue over 7 days could reach 35 trillion. How much is the GDP for a year? While marveling at the terrifying spending capacity of the people of Country Z, PLI felt a tinge of jealousy. I heard they also provide food and drinks in the virtual space, and many people consume them. I can't believe that people are willing to buy something that is essentially just data. Moreover, I believe their future revenues will continue to rise, as many entertainment facilities like amusement parks are currently open for free. Eventually, they will probably start charging, and once a sustainable consumption habit is established, the revenue could soar. By the end of the year, generating dozens of trillions in revenue should be a piece of cake. The officials present were engaged in lively discussions. They anticipated that the virtual space concept proposed by Country Z would explode in popularity due to its immense potential, but they did not expect it to be this lucrative. PLI slammed the table and shouted, "No, we must also open the virtual space quickly. Contact Country Z and let them know our intentions." Everyone nodded in agreement. If the ability to make money is too enviable. Governments around the world promptly contacted the government of Country Z, hoping to open a virtual space in their respective countries. Country Z's response was swift. Permission to open can be granted, but first the database storage capacity needs to be increased. Of course, upgrades will incur. Didn't you promise to help us build it for free? This is a breach of contract. The Minister of Commerce of Country M said angrily during a video call with the person in charge of Country Z. The person in charge of Country Z chuckled, "That's correct, we have helped you build the virtual space for free as promised. You see, we didn't charge you any authorization fees or service. Your virtual space is also functioning normally, and everyone is playing the miracle game. We have perfectly fulfilled our promise. How can you say we are in breach of? Then since it has already been built, why not just open the permissions directly?" The Minister of Commerce widened his eyes. "We can open the relevant permissions to you right now, but I must point out that with your current database storage capacity, it should be sufficient for storing the data of the miracle game. However, the virtual space is a completely different concept, and the first thing to address when building a large-scale virtual space is data storage. Do you know how much data we use to build the virtual space? 3051 PB, and on the first day of opening, this data volume surged by 1027 PB. If you believe that your database can support such a large volume of data, then I can grant you permission right now." The Minister of Commerce's mouth fell open about to speak when the person in charge of Country Z added, "By the way, I also want to remind you that virtual reality games and virtual spaces are completely different concepts, requiring higher speeds for data reading and writing. In simple terms, any type of hard drive available on the market cannot meet its requirements. Then what do you use? The Minister of Commerce asked dumbfounded. The person in charge of Country Z replied, of course, we use our self-developed bionic cell structure hard drives. Although they are expensive, their storage capacity is astounding and perfectly meets the requirements for virtual space. Naturally, data communication also needs to be upgraded as the data collision in the virtual space will be higher. It's best for you to upgrade to our latest 5G technology, which we have entrusted to Huawei for implementation. Their technology is quite good. The Minister of Commerce widened his eyes and suddenly slammed the table, shouting, this is hidden consumption. Indeed, free offerings never come cheap. The words of the representative from Country Z made the Minister of Commerce from Country M experience what it felt like to be oppressed by malevolent capitalism. After a long pause, the Minister of Commerce finally calmed down and said, just tell me directly, how much does it cost to build a virtual space as big as yours? The representative from Country Z's smile became sincere at that moment. We have already conducted preliminary calculations for your side. Upgrading the existing database along with the 5G network upgrade, purchasing materials, and various technical fees will amount to approximately $260 billion. How much? The Minister of Commerce felt as if his heart had been gripped fiercely, his vision blurred, with only one thought in his mind: this is outrageous. By the way, the representative from Country Z continued, our technical staff has limited production capacity for cell hard drives. If you need an upgrade, please decide quickly, as we also need to schedule our time. Otherwise, we will have to complete the upgrades for Europe first, as European countries have already reached a preliminary agreement with us, with a total contract amount of $640 billion. The Minister of Commerce shivered at the thought that to be oppressed, they had to rush to comply. At that moment, the Minister of Commerce suddenly recalled that many years ago, when they faced Country Z, they were just like the current Country Z, selling goods on a take-it-or-leave-it basis, considering it an honor to sell to you while others would be waiting to snatch it up. Back then, Country Z felt so constrained, and now Country M felt just as constrained. I will report to the President, the Minister of Commerce said, trembling. The representative from Country Z smiled and said, you need to act quickly within 24 hours. Please give me a response, or you will be placed behind Europe. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to comfort. The cost of upgrading may seem high, but in reality, as long as you operate well, I estimate you can break even in a year, and you can also charge your enterprises for usage like we do. The Minister of Commerce's eyes lit up. Indeed, the cost could be passed on to local enterprises. If they wanted to enter the virtual space, they would have to pay. Thinking of this, the Minister of Commerce felt suddenly enlightened, and he no longer thought that Country Z's price was too high. Alright, I understand. Please wait for my news. After cutting off the video, the Minister of Commerce hurried to report to Pele. In the White House, after hearing the report, Pele slammed the table and shouted, did they not say it was free? Why are they charging now? $260 billion. Are we crazy, or are they crazy? I don't have that much money, and Congress will never approve such an expenditure. Sir, the virtual reality space is expected to become one of the most important technologies in the future. If all countries are fully developing virtual spaces, and we do not, we will be the ones left behind. $260 billion is a bit excessive from Country Z, but they never had good intentions when they claimed to build the virtual space for us for free. They are just revealing their true motives now. Moreover, we can pass on this $260 billion to those enterprises on Wall Street. Don't they want virtual spaces? Let them all chip in. Why should the government fund it for them to use for free? At the end, the Minister of Commerce sighed heavily and said, sir, times have changed. The times have changed. The once backward Country Z had caught up and become the imperial power that now oppressed them. Pele collapsed back into his seat, his raging anger doused, as if cold water was poured over it. The Minister of Commerce's words seemed to linger in his ears. Times have changed. Ultimately leveraging the explosive growth of the Spring Festival activities, Country Z signed various upgrade contracts with countries around. The total contract amount reached an astonishing $23 trillion, which was not far off from their foreign exchange reserves. Moreover, this time Country Z specifically stated in the contracts that they did not want US dollars, only RMB. The RMB exchange rate also experienced a strong appreciation. However, due to the increasing competitiveness of Country Z's products, this round of appreciation did not have a significant impact on exports. With so much money, it certainly wouldn't arrive all at once, but in this transaction, the biggest winner was undoubtedly Huawei. The cell hard drives were developed under Zhou Yang's guidance, and the manufacturing was entrusted to BYD. The massive influx of hard drive orders would naturally benefit Huawei and BYD directly. Moreover, a significant portion of these two companies operates under Matrix Energy, meaning the ultimate beneficiary is still the nation. Of course, Huawei also secured a massive amount of 5G communication orders. Governments around the world quickly announced that their virtual spaces would be launched soon, and enterprises from various countries were gearing up, as they only needed to copy the model from the example set by Country Z. Among this wave of dividends, Tencent was the first to explode, as using virtual space for gaming had an innate advantage. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, Tencent announced that they would be the first to transplant their most important game, Battlefield, into virtual space. At the same time, Tencent announced they would release a horror-themed single-player game, Escape, which was also a classic transplant. To ensure these two games were launched quickly, Tencent had no idea how much they spent just on passing the review, eagerly waiting for the games to go live to recover their nearly collapsed gaming business. The official launch of the games was set for the 20th day of the Lunar New Year. On that day, manhwaedit canceled all his plans and stayed in the company to monitor the game's launch situation. At 6 in the morning, manhwaedit arrived at the company. The official launch time for Battlefield was set for 10 o'clock. Starting from the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, manhwaedit began aggressive marketing, first launching a Battlefield experience event, then spending a fortune to purchase system recommendation slots in virtual space and sky advertising slots in various cities, inviting players to experience the realistic gunfights in virtual space first to avoid unfamiliarity with the controls after the game's launch. As for WeChat and QQ's full platform pop-up promotions, that was even less of an issue. In summary, for this game launch, Tencent was all in almost like a last stand. However, as soon as manhwaedit arrived at the company, he received some bad news. NetEase's After Tomorrow had already conducted a public test at 6 o'clock. After Tencent announced the transplant of Battlefield, NetEase immediately followed suit, announcing that they would also transplant their multiplayer survival game, After Tomorrow, into virtual space. Yet compared to Tencent's grand publicity, NetEase appeared much more low-key. But manhwaedit did not expect that on the very day the game was about to launch, NetEase would pull. Opening the game 4 hours in advance, also a gunfight shooting game, would undoubtedly attract a significant portion of players. NetEase is being unscrupulous. manhwaedit silently cursed. Mr. Ma, what should we do now? Should we open a server too? Yes, why not? Open it right now. Pop-ups, announcements, all channels, get it going now. manhwaedit gritted his teeth and said, if we don't open now, in 4 hours when the crowd has been drawn away, it will be a big problem. Immediately, Tencent began to utilize various channels, announcing through pop-ups that the Stimulus Battlefield was officially online. In the virtual space, Zhou Yang had logged in early. He first logged into the Sacred Legacy and listed all the equipment he had crafted yesterday on the auction house. The Sacred Legacy had been online for nearly 3 months, yet its popularity showed no signs of waning. Zhou Yang was a well-known equipment manufacturer in the game, and he was also a popular streamer on Douyu, earning a lot of money by crafting and enhancing equipment during his broadcasts. He had also scoured the trading house for a bunch of materials to prepare for the evening's live broadcast enhancement, and just then Zhou Yang suddenly received a message. The game is going online early, hurry and start the broadcast. Zhou Yang was taken aback. He had already discussed with Tencent yesterday that he would start a live broadcast for Stimulus Battlefield today to help with promotion. Didn't they say the server would open at 10? It's not even 7 yet, Zhou Yang asked. There was a situation, NetEase suddenly launched tomorrow after. Zhou Yang didn't ask further, already understanding the reason. Tencent had been tricked by NetEase. Having received the money, Zhou Yang couldn't say much, quickly logged off and logged into the streaming platform. The streaming platform Zhou Yang belonged to had also been adapted to the virtual space, and compared to traditional video streaming modes, it offered an immersive streaming feature, allowing viewers to be present in the streaming situation. However, this feature required viewers to use virtual helmets, and the streamed game had to support this function, otherwise they could only watch the broadcast on their phone. Stimulus Battlefield supported this feature. Zhou Yang started his stream. Although it was still early, Tencent had already helped attract viewers, and soon tens of thousands flooded into the live room. Hello everyone, Stimulus Battlefield is about to launch today. I received a last-minute notice that it launched early, so let's enter the game now. I wonder what the Stimulus Battlefield adapted to the virtual space will be like. Zhou Yang said. Comments flooded in the live room. I have to work overtime today, no time for the helmet. Just want to see how the streamer plays. I wonder how this differs from the original Stimulus Battlefield. Didn't they say the server would open at 10? Why is it suddenly early? I don't know. NetEase's Tomorrow After suddenly went online, and Tencent probably decided to open the server early to prevent people from being drawn away. Zhou Yang quickly logged into Stimulus Battlefield. He was greeted by an intense CG opening. Without watching much, he skipped it, chose a name, and entered the game. When creating a character, it should mimic Sacred Legacy. You can scan your real appearance or customize it, but you still can't change gender. I guess future games will continue this approach, so those who want to play as the opposite gender are out of luck. After creating his character, Zhou Yang found himself in a campsite. This must be the campsite that looks pretty good. Look at this treasure chest, it should be a storage box. Hey, race the announcement board, oh let me see. Wow, New Year event, 7 days of opening, first recharge, gives an M4 Viper skin, familiar formula. Zhou Yang joked, drawing laughter and resonance from the live room. Nothing changes, Tencent is still the same Tencent. Eventually they'll set up prize draws for the treasure chests, and everything will be in order. You can't say that they are developing games to make money after all. If you don't spend money, they never said you can't play. Don't defend them. Can the experience for free players and spenders really be the same? Forget it'll go enjoy my sacred legacy, or at least that's more sincere. What sincerity? Those wealthy players can defeat dozens of them. What does it matter? Wang Daxiao knows this. During the last faction battle, he single-handedly defeated hundreds. I've heard his gear is worth over 10 million. That's a fact. While spending money makes them strong, the key is that this game allows us free players to earn money, so I think it's quite sincere. I don't oppose spending money to get stronger. The key is that the money spent by the wealthy in Sacred Legacy ultimately ends up in the hands of free players and the petite bourgeoisie. It's like the wealthy are paying us to play with them. Since I'm getting paid, of course I'm willing. If Sacred Legacy opened the recharge channel, it would completely change the game. Tencent is ultimately a company, while Sacred Legacy is backed by the country, which doesn't care to earn our money. Zhang Ming took a quick look and smiled. Sure enough, the mall is a must. This outfit is quite sincere. The most expensive only costs 198. Zhang Ming casually charged 300, arranging outfits, backpacks, luxury cars, and weapon skins all at once. After everything, it only cost over 1,000. That's really generous. Zhang Ming added. The live room erupted in laughter. Is this the legendary reverse marketing? I can confirm that the streamer definitely didn't receive any money from Tencent. Zhang Ming looked at the comments in the live room, secretly laughing. Who said he didn't receive money? He definitely did, but he was just using a reverse marketing tactic. As long as the hype is built up, there will always be unsuspecting newcomers falling for it. Alright, let's see how much the guaranteed cost of the New Year commemorative set is. Everyone shout Tencent is sincere with me. Zhang Ming began to open the first clothing treasure chest in the game. After instantly spending the remaining over 1,000, Zhang Ming said, "Damn, this is too generous, specifically targeting the wealthy. Let's do it again." He recharged another 3000. Finally, after drawing a bunch of parts, he successfully opened the New Year commemorative set. I want to cry, the guarantee only costs over 2,000. That's so generous. Zhang Ming said. The live room was in stitches, and the viewer count soared, reaching around 3 million. Alright, let's enter the game. Zhang Ming felt the number of viewers was nearly enough and directly clicked to start a match, entering the game. At the start, Zhang Ming found himself on an... The graphics are incredible. After all, it's a virtual reality game, Zhang Ming commented. The bright sun, the shimmering sea, the air, even seemed to carry a salty taste. There are some differences in controls. Those who participated in the experience event should know that there is no distinction between first-person and third-person views. You are you, and there's no fixed camera angle. To see behind you, you must turn your head. What your eyes see is what you see. Such modifications should increase the difficulty of the game because people's sight will always subconsciously overlook certain things. I feel like the springtime for the ambush players is coming, Zhang Ming commented, and soon the countdown ended with everyone boarding the transport plane. The transport plane had also transformed into a real transport plane with everyone seated in the spacious cabin. A holographic map appeared on their wrists, which they could open to view the safe zone and their teammates' locations. Zhang Ming opted for a 4-player squad, first regrouping with his 3 teammates to discuss where to parachute. Do we even need to ask? Let's drop into P City for a fierce firefight. Zhang Ming scanned the flight path and said. His 3 teammates raised no objections. Soon reaching the parachuting spot, they followed Zhang Ming and leaped simultaneously. The parachuting process was incredibly realistic. Once the flight path was entered, the transport plane's cabin door opened. When they reached the desired location, all they had to do was dive straight down. Zhang Ming led his companions out of the cabin. Instantly, the howling wind rushed toward them. Wow, this parachuting feels amazing! Zhang Ming exclaimed excitedly. The fierce wind whistled past his ears as the ground grew clearer below. The thrill of free fall was utterly intoxicating. I've suddenly discovered the game's highlight: parachuting. In the future, this could totally be a parachuting experience game, Zhang Ming remarked. Some viewers who opted for immersive streaming shared the same sentiment. Damn right, this parachuting is just too exhilarating. I remember Trip also has a parachuting experience, but it costs 88 yuan per session, and the experience pales in comparison to this. Zhang Ming deployed his parachute and gently landed on the roof of a 3-story building in P City. Man, I want to die just to parachute again. Now I can't let my teammates down. Let's get to work. Zhang Ming's skills were quite solid. Having previously streamed PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and at the start of a new game, his abilities were enough to crush many opponents. The gunplay feels incredibly realistic, especially using a sniper rifle. The thrill of a headshot from hundreds of meters away is just too satisfying. Soon Zhang Ming led his team into the final circle. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by 2 prone players. Damn it, I told you, without the ability to peek around corners, prone players are going to dominate. I walked right past that guy and didn't even notice him. Zhang Ming complained bitterly. At Tencent headquarters, manhwaedit was listening to a report. Since the server launch, 18 million players have entered the game within the first hour. The operation, manhwaedit said excitedly, not bad at all. Many executives nodded in agreement. It's only been an hour. We launched early without much warning, so many people probably haven't logged in yet. By 10 o'clock the numbers should see another. By the way, how's NetEase doing? An executive put down the phone and said smugly, they've been online for nearly 2 hours, but only have about 12 million players. Haha, I told you NetEase can't compete with us. Manhwaedit then asked, how much is the revenue from in-game purchases? The launch of a new game typically sees its highest revenue. With 18 million players, if each made a first purchase of 6 yuan, that would be nearly 100 million. The operations team reported 6 million players made their first purchase, bringing total revenue to 370 million yuan. The room buzzed with excitement. Over 370 million in just over an hour. Today's revenue could easily break 1 billion. This is going to be a massive hit. After losing money for so long, we're finally profitable again. Games really are the way to go. The cost of porting this game was minimal, mainly the 163 billion yuan licensing fee. That'll be recouped in no time. Manhwaedit had previously thought the licensing fee was too high, but now it seemed like a bargain. By 10 o'clock the active user count for Game for Peace had surged past 4. Manhwaedit had already gathered the executives for a celebration. Over the next few days, fueled by the 7-day celebration and various launch events, Game for Peace maintained high popularity, with 20 million concurrent players daily, quickly surpassing Life After. However, to Manhwaedit's surprise, the game's payment rate began to decline steadily. The first day's record revenue of 890 million yuan turned out to be a peak, with daily earnings plummeting thereafter. How could this happen? Manhwaedit was stunned. After discussions, they decided to release various special skins earlier than planned. Revenue barely budged before continuing its decline. Manhwaedit stubbornly released more skins, but to no avail. He began to sense something was wrong. Relevant survey data soon landed on Manhwaedit's desk. Skins are too expensive. I've already spent so much on the mobile version, and now I can't transfer my account data. That's a ripoff. It doesn't feel that interesting. The key issue is that I can't make money here. In Divine Relic, I can earn dozens, or even hundreds, just by grinding a day. A small spend is fine for a try, but it's just okay. Divine Relic is better because you can actually earn money. After reading these player comments, Manhwaedit fell into deep thought. The main issues were high pricing and the fact that many willing spenders had already paid in the mobile version, making them reluctant to pay again. Those unwilling to pay were even less likely to do so. Additionally, many players compared this game to Divine Relic, saying they could earn money there, and were just trying this one out. This feedback nearly made Manhwaedit, you come to play my game and still expect to make money from me. What are you thinking? Divine Relic is state-produced. The government doesn't care about profit or loss, and its massive scale means that even the transaction fees alone can cover the database operating costs. For the government, being self-sufficient or requiring minimal subsidies is sufficient. But Tencent can't do that. No in-app purchases, no top-ups, and letting you earn money from us. Do you think Tencent is a charity? Fortunately, Life After, which launched simultaneously, also had a very low payment rate. Just as Manhwaedit was racking his brain for a solution, their concurrently released single-player game Escape unexpectedly became a massive hit. Escape received little marketing and launched quietly with a one-time purchase model priced at 99 yuan. Initially, sales were low. But after streamers on various platforms began playing it, sales surged. In 7 days, it had sold over 5 million copies, generating 500 million yuan in net revenue. While this paled in comparison to Game for Peace's revenue, Escape was a single-player game with a much lower licensing fee. A 500 million yuan profit was nothing to. Moreover, Escape's reputation was spreading rapidly, with streamers across all platforms broadcasting it. Because the horror game in the virtual reality space was so realistic, it felt like being inside a horror movie, making for incredibly entertaining streams. Audiences loved watching streamers get scared out of their wits and scream endlessly. And after watching, many people were willing to buy the game and try it themselves, even if they only dared to wander outside the asylum, perfectly embodying the phrase, too scared to play, but too curious to quit. In short, fueled by word of mouth and Tencent's aggressive marketing, Escape exploded. Sales skyrocketed from 5 million to 50 million copies in just 1 week. 50 million copies meant 5 billion yuan in sales. Seeing this result, Manhwaedit was stunned. He had initially planned to port more games, but now he thought, why bother porting? Let's make single-player games. Focus on single-player. The Spring Festival gradually passed, life went on, and everyone returned to their jobs. Zhou Yang bid farewell to his family and went back to the nuclear base. By late March, a piece of news suddenly exploded across the internet. In the Republic of Syria, located in F continent, a rebellion erupted. The rebel forces were formidable, and within just a week, they seized the capital, Bucharest. The Z Nation Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued an urgent notice advising citizens not to travel to the Republic of Syria. However, Z Nation had also invested heavily in mining operations there. F continent is rich in mineral resources. Z Nation wielded its financial power, lending vast sums under the guise of aiding the country's development. It seemed like charity, but there was a deeper strategy. If you lend money, the recipient will inevitably need infrastructure. Their own capabilities are poor, while Z nations are formidable. So naturally they pay Z nation to build it for them. Roads, railways, and even the presidential palace were all constructed by Z nation's builders. Thus most of the lent money flowed right back into Z nation's hands, creating jobs and utilizing its surplus construction capacity. And if the borrowing country couldn't repay the debt, no problem. They could use their mineral resources as collateral. Since they lacked the means to mine them, they sold the mining rights to Z nation, sending vast quantities of resources back home. In short, Z nation's actions appeared foolish and generous, but behind the scenes immense profits were being made. Moreover, this wasn't a business anyone could engage in. Without strength it was impossible. In the past it was M nation and Y nation who provided such funds. Only in recent years had Z nation taken over. In the Republic of Saria, Z nation had also invested in numerous mines and had many workers. As the situation deteriorated, Z nation immediately decided to evacuate its citizens. 3 frigates arrived at the Republic of Saria. After friendly communication with the government, they obtained the right for unimpeded evacuation. Thousands of citizens, under the arrangement of the consulate, smoothly reached the port where the frigates were docked and were safely evacuated. There's still a geological survey team trapped in Bucharest, now occupied by the rebels. There are many of them. The list has 17 names. Colonel Lin, we can't just abandon these people, Consul Wang Kun said. The supreme commander of the 3 frigates, Colonel Lin Yan, frowned deeply. I know the situation. They'll communicate with higher-ups right now and report. With that, he immediately took out a satellite phone and communicated with his superiors. Just then a young man with a sturdy build stepped out from the line of evacuees boarding the ship. He approached Lin Yan and snapped a sharp standard salute. Former South China Military Region Special Forces Unit Wolf Fong Operative Lung Feng, reporting to the commander, the young man declared in a resolute voice. Lin Yan, who had just put down the satellite phone, was startled for a moment before quickly returning the salute. Commander, I know Bucharest well. This is an internal war in the Republic of Saria. I understand the nation can't easily get involved. I'm just a civilian now. I can enter Bucharest on my own behalf and rescue the geological team, Lung Feng said in a deep voice. Wang Kun was taken aback and asked instinctively, there are thousands of rebels there with heavy weapons. Can you handle it alone? Lung Feng gave a calm smile. Sir, we won't know unless we try. There's no better option right now. Wang Kun frowned. Indeed, as Lung Feng said, this was the country's civil war. Z nation couldn't directly intervene without being accused of meddling in other nations' affairs, which would create a very bad impression. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly spoke. Lung Feng, it's commendable that you have this intention. It shows you haven't forgotten your duty as a soldier. But it won't be necessary. Lung Feng was stunned and said urgently, Commander, I'm not afraid of death. Lin Yan shook his head, stepped forward, and patted Lung Feng on the shoulder. You're a good man, but we can't let our people sacrifice in vain. As for the geological team, rest assured. The nation has decided to deploy mechs to rescue them. Lung Feng's jaw dropped. Although he was abroad, he knew that Z nation had built mechs and that they had already seen combat. Wang Kun was startled and quickly asked, Colonel Lin, is that true? Does the nation intend to directly intervene in the civil war of the Republic of Saria? Deploying mechs was virtually indistinguishable from direct intervention in the civil war. Lin Yan nodded and smiled. Perhaps a few days ago the nation would have had such concerns. But this morning the rebel leader publicly declared that all agreements signed by the former government would be nullified. For Z nation, internal conflicts like this didn't matter as long as its own interests were protected. Similar incidents had occurred before. Rebels rose up and changed the regime, but previous agreements remained in effect. The rebels didn't even dare to attack foreign capital assets like mines. But now, for some inexplicable reason, the rebel leader had decided to annul all agreements directly harming Z nation's interests. Z nation naturally couldn't ignore this. So intervention is the course of action. Lin Yan continued, originally, it was your family feud. After you finished fighting, things would return to normal. But now you want to overturn the table and ruin it for everyone. So we have to step in and teach you a lesson. And Consul Wang, the Z nation of today, is different from the past. If we intervene, who can stop us? Bad international image. Who cares? Wang Kun's eyes widened. He had been a consul abroad for a few years. When had the nation become so assertive? As for Lung Feng, he was dumbfounded, then filled with pride. He truly felt the nation's growing strength. The next morning, a supply ship arrived at the port. On the frigate, many people were relaxing on the deck. They saw 2 massive iron crates on the supply ship. What are those? No idea. Lung Feng, also on the deck, felt a jolt of realization. Mechs. It had to be mechs. Soon the crates slowly opened, revealing 2 mechs painted in desert camouflage. Their fierce and mighty appearance combined with this paint job that completely broke Z nation's tradition of rustic but effective was stunningly cool. The citizens on the deck were stunned at first, then burst into cheers. Some were even moved to tears. 2 pilots appeared and boarded the mechs. The mechs activated blue light jetting from their feet, and they leaped up, landing directly on the dock. On the dock, an 8-man marine unit was already prepared, riding in 2 miniature vehicles and a truck. The truck was loaded with supplies, mostly black mech battery packs, ensuring the mechs could fight for an extended period. Lin Yan suddenly appeared beside Lung Feng. Comrade Lung Feng, I heard you did business in Bucharest and know the area well. How about it? Would you be willing to accompany the marine unit into Bucharest? They're not familiar with the area and might need your help. Of course, with the mech there, you don't need to worry about your safety. Lung Feng was startled, then quickly saluted. Mission guaranteed. In a 2-story building about a kilometer from the port, a burly man peered through a high-definition telescope from a second-floor window, scrutinizing every movement. Beside him lay a notebook where he occasionally jotted down observations. Just then he spotted a supply ship arriving, followed by the appearance of mechas being unloaded from 2 large iron crates. Further, come quick. You won't believe what I'm seeing. Mechas, Z Nation's mechas, the man exclaimed. On a bed inside the room, another man with a thick beard lay twirling a dagger between his fingers. Upon hearing his companion's cry, he sprang up and rushed to the... It really is a mecha. What is Z Nation planning? Direct intervention in the Salia Republic's civil war. The bearded man frowned deeply, quickly pulling out his phone to report what he had seen. The 2 were KGB agents. Soon intelligence about Z Nation deploying mechas landed on the desk of the E Nation's president. President Dmitry suddenly conceived a bold idea. What do you think would happen if Z Nation's mechas were captured or destroyed on the enemy battlefield? Those present exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Excellent idea. If we obtain the mecha, even just the wreckage, we could study and learn a great deal. But we must ensure Z Nation never finds out it was us. We could use mercenaries and supply them with weapons. We must act quickly before they complete their mission and withdraw. Then it will be too late. The mecha technology was unique to Z Nation, coveted by every yet the mechas remained shrouded in mystery, having only been revealed twice before. Within Z Nation's borders they were untouchable, but in the chaotic Salia Republic anything was possible. Very well, let it be done. At the same time, not only E Nation but also M Nation's intelligence agencies had obtained intelligence about Z Nation deploying mech. Perry's first reaction was one of delight. He had been looking for a way to smear Z Nation, and now they were sending mechas to interfere in another country's affairs. A perfect opportunity. He was about to arrange for the information to be leaked and then launch a diplomatic campaign to blacken Z Nation's name, when the Secretary of Defense proposed a highly constructive suggestion. Mr. President, what if we secretly seize the mechas ourselves? What? Harry was taken aback, but his eyes gleamed brighter. After a moment, he slammed the table and roared, "You're a genius." Yes, that's exactly what we'll do. Rising, he paced a few steps and said, "But this must not be traced back to us. Use Blackwater. Deploy their people and provide equipment and intelligence support. Tell their leader, I don't care how heavy their losses are as long as we get the mechas, he can name his price." Soon operations targeting the 2 mechas were set in motion. A flood of mercenaries received missions with prices too irresistible to refuse. In Blackwater, the largest mercenary company mobilized all its forces. Ordinary mercenaries were mostly former Special Forces soldiers, while elite mercenaries, besides possessing exceptional combat skills, also wielded heavy weaponry. Blackwater, for instance, possessed small missiles, attack helicopters, heavy tanks, and infantry fighting vehicles. It was no exaggeration to say that Blackwater's fighting force alone could overwhelm many African nations. Meanwhile, Lung Feng also set out with his team. The Marine Corps Captain Jiang Wu was a meticulous and amiable man. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, he began discussing the detailed action plan with Lung Feng. According to the consulate's latest intelligence, the geological survey team is at the Kamer Hotel in the Western District. That area was among the first to be overrun by the rebels. We don't know the exact situation. Satellite imagery shows many buildings there have been reduced to rubble. Whether the team is still trapped in the hotel or has fled is unclear. Our first stop will still be the hotel. But to get there, we'll need to cross the front lines. According to our intelligence, the government forces plan to launch a counteroffensive today to retake Bucharest. By now the fighting should have already begun. Lung Feng carefully studied the map, cross-referencing it with satellite images, and selected a route that would allow their vehicles to pass through. With thousands of combatants out there, and only our small team, it's extremely dangerous. Actually, the wisest course would be to hold off entering the city until we confirm the exact location of the geological team. Lung Feng said. Jiang Wu smiled. Dangerous, yes, but we have the mechas. It shouldn't be a major problem. Lung Feng couldn't help but turn his head to look at the mechas jogging alongside the convoy. I never dreamed, even in my wildest imagination, that our country would develop such technology. Neither did anyone else. But the person we should thank most is Mr. Zhou. Without him, we wouldn't have the mechas. Mr. Zhou Yang. I know him. He's often in the news, but his photos make him look so young. Lung Feng remarked. Jiang Wu nodded. He is a bit young. According to Chun Jinxing, who's riding in the back, Mr. Zhou is not only young, but also very approachable, without any of the airs of a great scientist. By the way, Chen Jinsheng is the pilot of Mech 1. He has met Mr. Zhou. Lung Feng gazed at the two mechas with envy. I wonder if he'll ever get the chance to pilot one in battle. Who wouldn't want that? But it won't happen anytime soon. These things are precious. There aren't many in the entire country. The pilots selected from millions of soldiers can't be ordinary men, Jiang Wu said. As they chatted an hour later, the convoy neared Bucharest. The roads were difficult to navigate, clogged with fleeing refugees. To avoid trouble, the two mechas climbed onto the trucks. The refugees, catching sight of the mechas on the flatbed, stared as if they were seeing aliens. The machines looked utterly futuristic. Soon they arrived at a checkpoint. The officer on guard shouted, "Holster your weapons. They're from Z." He approached the convoy, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the two mechas on the trucks. Compared to them, his soldiers armed with battered AKs looked like primitive men. "We have received orders from our superiors to allow you into the city for your rescue mission. But the city is in the midst of battle. Are you sure you want to go in?" the officer asked. Jiang Wu looked toward Bucharest, where black smoke billowed, and the faint echoes of explosions could be heard. The battle had already begun. Two mechs jumped off the truck, guarding beside the convoy. The convoy continued on, following the road into the city, and soon reached the urban area. Everywhere here, traces of battle were evident. Jiang Wu and the others were on high alert, their cold eyes scanning every corner to prevent the enemies. Before long, the convoy arrived at the front line. On a broad street, dozens of government troops were taking cover behind several exploded wrecked cars, exchanging fire with rebels hundreds of meters away. Neither side consisted of well-trained soldiers. The vast majority were firing wildly with AKs, and whether they hit the enemy depended purely on luck. "It's the Z country people. What is that, robots?" Too sci-fi. Many soldiers of the government forces stared at the two mechs, almost in a daze. Compared to the equipment from Z country, they seemed like primitive tribesmen wielding firewood. "Captain, this road is blocked. What should we do?" The driver asked. The situation could change at any moment, and satellite images were not updated in real time. Jiang Wu was discussing with Lung Feng while holding a map. Lung Feng had been doing business in the city for many years and was more familiar with the situation. However, the urban area was complex. Some roads appeared clear on the map, but could be blocked due to battles, making it challenging to find a smooth route. Back in the day when the Black Hawk of M country crashed, even with helicopters directing from above, navigating the urban area was like a headless fly, chaotic, and at this moment, the first mech suddenly opened its visor, revealing Chen Jingsheng's smiling face, and said, "Captain Zhang, don't panic. You are here to assist us in executing the mission, and we are here to support you." This mission primarily featured the two mechs, with Jiang Wu's Marine Corps playing a secondary role, mainly for support perimeter vigilance, and finally assisting in transporting supplies and bringing the geological team out. Jiang Wu was taken aback, recalling Lin Yan's orders before departure, which indeed emphasized the mechs as the main force. Moreover, Chen Jingsheng's rank was higher than his. "Chief, what should we do now?" Jiang Wu asked. Chen Jingsheng replied, "Let me assess the situation first." As he spoke, a wedge-shaped module on his shoulder suddenly ejected, releasing a light blue glow in the air, resembling a light swan soaring into the sky. "Is that a drone?" Lung Feng exclaimed. "That's right, it's a small drone." Chen Jingsheng explained that the mech had long been completed, but had not gone into mass production as the higher-ups approved Zhou Yang's ideas. The current mechs were merely transitional models with significant room for improvement. During this period, the Wanghu Village Research Institute and Northern Industries had been improving the mechs, adding many module functions, and developing various compatible weapons, with reconnaissance drones being one of them. Despite the drone being only a few dozen centimeters in size, its capabilities were impressive, featuring ultra-high-definition lenses, special channel modules, and 4 ultra-small particle thrusters for flight control. With a Longshin battery's high charge, it could operate for over 3 hours. The drone soared into the sky, flying rapidly over the urban area, providing a comprehensive view of the firefight below, relaying real-time information back to the mech's control system. "Dajin helped me plan a route out," said Chen Jingsheng. The mech's control system had long ceased to be managed by Fushi and was replaced by a fixed artificial intelligence. Chen Jingsheng named it Dajin, and they had been working together for a long time, understanding its operations and combat habits. The images captured were rapidly transformed into a 3-dimensional map of the urban area through real-time rendering by the AI. Additionally, the drone was equipped with infrared thermal imaging capabilities, marking all enemies within the urban area on the map. In an instant, the AI helped the mech plot a route, but it was precisely the road in front of them. The main roads are all engaged in firefights. Going around would also lead to combat and waste time, Dajin stated. Chen Jingsheng gestured to the second mech. The pilot of the second mech, Wang Jifu, could form a combat group with the mechs on the battlefield, sharing data links. He also saw the photos taken by the drone. "Then let's just go for it. After all, the higher-ups' orders stated we could attack the rebels. Moreover, these rebels are pillaging and killing, and they deserve a good lesson," Wang Jifu said. He had already seen the corpses strewn on both sides of the street ahead, with both military personnel and more innocent civilians. These rebels were nothing short of a gang of thugs, and the higher-ups' orders also stated that if possible, they should be eliminated to assist the government forces. Then let's take action. Chen Jingsheng approached the truck at the back, reaching for a massive equipment box, opening it to reveal a rotary machine gun commonly known as the Justice Gatling. Get out of the way. With the Gatling in hand, Chen Jingsheng strode directly toward the firefight scene. The many soldiers of the government forces exchanged glances and hurriedly stepped aside. Chen Jingsheng, however, swaggered toward the opposite side, soon exposing himself to the rebels' line of sight. Heavens, what is that thing? It's a robot. Where did it come from? The numerous rebels stared at the towering, almost sci-fi mech, completely dumbfounded. Amidst their surprise, a rebel officer shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack now!" A hail of bullets rained down. Chen Jingsheng did not dodge at all as sparks erupted from his body, ringing out. At this moment, the Gatling in his hands began to rotate, and a fiery tongue of flame spread out. 7 or 8 rebel soldiers hiding behind abandoned cars in the middle of the road were the first to bear the brunt, their bodies instantly shredded by bullets, turning into a pile of flesh. The already wrecked cars seemed to be resliced, turning directly into fragments. The fiery tongue spread, and the rebel soldiers hiding behind pillars, walls, and ruins found their cover crumbling, like paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught, obliterated along with their cover. The Gatling in Chen Jingsheng's hands was a large-caliber Gatling gun carried by warplanes, and could even be referred to as a Gatling cannon, the power of which was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to resist. Moreover, the mech had thermal imaging capabilities. Coupled with the drone above, all the rebel soldiers were marked clearly, allowing Chen Jingsheng to sweep through effortlessly. After pouring thousands of rounds for a full half-minute, Chen Jingsheng finally stopped. The smoke from the gun enveloped him. The street across had turned into ruins with not a single living soul left. All 56 rebels had perished. Chen Jingsheng gestured for Jiang Wu and the others to continue advancing. Jiang Wu shuddered violently, coming back to his senses, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Damn, I've heard that these mechs are insane, and now I finally know. They are simply human-shaped killing machines, terrifying beyond belief." Beside him, Lung Feng was also in a daze, a tremendous wave surging in his heart. Is this what a mech is? Such combat power, isn't it invincible on the battle? A Global Hawk reconnaissance drone was circling high above the city at an altitude of 1,000 meters, keeping a constant watch on the convoy, since its departure, relaying real-time information back to the command center. In the command center, Colonel Bradley Wall was in charge of the frontline operations. He was from the Defense Intelligence Agency. By Bradley's side stood a dark, middle-aged man named Tosinkel, the head of the CIA's F-Continent Affairs Department, wielding significant power. On the large screen before them, images transmitted from the Global Hawk were being displayed. The images clearly showed the number 1 mech advancing into the center of the firefight, engulfed in flames, enduring countless bullets. Then the mech opened fire. Within just 30 seconds, the opposing rebels were completely eliminated. The soldiers present collectively gasped in astonishment. Many had seen the mech's first battle video, but in that footage the mech did not engage actively, only performing passive defenses. Now it was truly participating in combat, revealing a combat capability that was utterly despairing. Bradley cursed, "Damn it, this thing is invincible against infantry. It possesses the agility of infantry while boasting the defense and mobility of a tank, and it can fly. How can we even fight against that?" A nearby officer remarked, "The only way is to use firepower to overwhelm it, bombarding it with various missiles until it's reduced to scrap." You make it sound like the enemy has no missiles. Don't forget, this war is fought on the basis of warfare systems. In the same warfare system, if you have missiles, so do they. The mech, however, can become a dominant military unit, causing tremendous destruction under the system's support. Thus, it's simply impossible to fight. Tosinkel interjected, "All right, this thing is impressive, but if we could turn it into our asset, that would be even better. Their target must be that geological team. What's the status? Where is Black Arrow, and how long until they can rescue them?" Indeed, it's about rescuing them. Tosinkel had dispatched a special forces team from Blackwater to rescue that geological team. According to CIA intelligence, all members of this geological team had fallen into rebel hands. The rebels announced that all agreements with the previous government were void, and fearing retaliation from Country Z, had taken this geological team hostage. For Country M, the goal was not these geological team members. Their target was the mech, and the geological team could be used as bait to lure the mech into their trap. Thus, after receiving orders from his superiors, Tosinkel promptly sent Blackwater personnel to rescue the geological team. The operation was carried out by an 8-member team codenamed Black Arrow, comprised mostly of former Navy SEALs and Delta Force operatives, all experienced fighters with extensive combat experience across various countries in F-Continent. "I'll contact them now," one soldier quickly said, initiating communication. Soon the communicator connected. "We have arrived at the presidential palace and are approaching," the leader of the Black Arrow team, Behrman, stated. Satellite images were also displayed on the large screen. This intelligence support was provided by Country M with high-definition infrared thermal imaging satellites, showing the surroundings of the presidential palace in remarkable clarity. Oh, why are there so many people? Tosinkel was taken aback and immediately noticed 6 individuals rapidly approaching the Black Arrow team. Vermin, be careful. There are 6 people coming from your 5 o'clock direction, moving in standard tactical formation. They are not rebels. Tosinkel urgently shouted. The 6 individuals were moving close to the buildings, their skilled movements, ensuring they maintained control of their surroundings, clearly not ordinary people. The rebel soldiers randomly firing their AKs lacked such military discipline. The presidential palace located in the center of Bucharest was one of only 2 3-story European-style buildings in the city, but at this moment, it had become incredibly dilapidated with half of the building collapsed. 200 meters from the presidential palace beneath a broken wall, Baroman and his Black Arrow team lay quietly in ambush. Upon hearing Tosinkel's words through the communicator, Baroman's expression changed instantly. He quickly turned around and signaled with his hands, indicating that there were people behind. The 8 members swiftly entered combat mode, seeking cover, while the machine gunners set up their weapons. 5 seconds later, a group of people appeared within their line. Baroman peered out and instantly recognized the bearded leader among the 6-person team. Damn, it's the Bloodlines people. Baroman cursed under his breath. The other team members were equally startled. Why are they here? Did the rebels invite them as reinforcements? What do we do now? Do we attack? The Bloodline was a well-known mercenary group, and the bearded man named Chris was the leader of Bloodline, a former major in the 6-person Bloodline team seemed to share an almost telepathic awareness, sensing a chilling atmosphere. Chris at the front quickly raised his hand and clenched. The 5 members behind swiftly found cover, displaying astonishing military proficiency. Mr. Anav, we have arrived near the presidential palace. Do you have satellite images? Chris hid behind a pile of building rubble, quietly inquiring through the communicator. A man's voice came through the earpiece. I've sent it to you. Be careful, Chris was startled. Indeed, there were ambushers ahead. He quickly opened the PDA on his wrist to check, and the satellite image showed that there were indeed people about 15 meters in front of them. Peering through the cracks in the rubble, Chris furrowed his brow, sensing that the opposing individuals were not rebel soldiers, as they would not ambush so effectively. Are they allies? Chris pondered. They had received a mission from the E-country government to rescue the geological team, and since they were nearby, they were the first to... Captain, what should we do? Should we eliminate them? One team member whispered. Chris fell into deep thought. At the same time, Baroman realized they had been discovered. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Chris, long time no see, I am Baroman. Chris was startled. It was him. Baroman continued, you're here too. It seems our objectives align. Since the people haven't been rescued, yet there's no need for us to fight each other. How about we withdraw separately? Chris hesitated for a moment and replied, okay, we'll head south. He hadn't expected to encounter an old acquaintance. And just as Baroman said, since their objectives were the same and the people hadn't been rescued, yet there was no need to engage in conflict. But at that moment, a series of gunshots suddenly erupted from the presidential palace. Both men trembled. There were still people. In the command center, Toxin frowned. To the north of the presidential palace, a 12-member team had already engaged in gunfire with the rebel guards. There were quite a few rebels near the presidential palace, with over 100 of them. Who are these people? Isn't this just alarming? The snake in the grass. Toxin slammed his fist on the table in anger. What is a special forces team? It is to act covertly, to infiltrate and accomplish the mission. No matter how powerful the special forces are, they are not gods. Even the most incompetent rebels can kill with their bullets. Faced with absolute numerical superiority, the special forces are of no use. And this mysterious team, whether by design or sheer incompetence, was directly discovered by the rebels. Once the gunfire started, the rebels immediately became alert, making the situation difficult. It should be noted that the rebels were not few in number. Although the main forces of 3 regiments were fighting against the government army on the front lines, there was still a battalion nearby, just 500 meters from the presidential palace, serving as a reserve. Bradley's expression was also grim. The original plan was for the Black Arrow team to infiltrate, silently rescue the geological team, and eventually lead them into a pre-prepared trap, using the advantage of Blackwater's strength to capture the mechas. But who would have thought that before they even acted, they ran into other mercenaries, leading to the current situation? Thinking quickly, Bradley said, the only way now is to eliminate the rebels using Blackwater's superior forces before Z-Country reacts and take the people away. Toxin nodded. Blackwater was already in action. He said, then let them send 3 helicopters over to take out these barbarians. At the same time, Toxin immediately spoke into the communicator, Balaman, get moving quickly. Nearby the presidential palace, Balaman stood up. A few meters away, Chris and his team also stood up, exchanging glances before charging towards the presidential palace. Inside the presidential palace, the rebel leader Jared, a fierce-looking middle-aged man, was standing in a concealed position on the second floor, watching the battle to the north of the presidential palace. Who are the opponents? Jared furrowed his brow. It was clear they were not ordinary soldiers, their military training was astonishing, and their weapons were extremely advanced. His deputy observed for a while, and said, they seemed to be mercenaries. Below, the 12-member team had already been suppressed, and Jared had kept over 100 people around him for his own safety. No matter how high the military quality of the 12 people in direct combat against superior forces, they were no match. Could they be mercenaries hired by Z country looking to rescue their people? Go hurry and bring those Z country people to me, and also call the front line to let the 3rd Regiment return for support. And what about the reserve troops? How long until they arrive? Jared felt a strong sense of unease. From the moment he announced the agreement was void, he had a premonition that Z country would take action. He couldn't care less about the frontline battle. He needed to pull back a regiment of soldiers first. A regiment has over 1,000 men, which should be enough to ensure his safety. They'll be here soon. On the eastern street, a large number of soldiers were rushing over, quickly arriving at the front. The first vehicle in the line, a pickup truck, had a recoilless gun mounted on it, which immediately loaded a shell and aimed at the 12 mercenaries. With one shot accompanied by several RPGs, the 12-member team immediately suffered casualties. At this moment, Balomon and his team began approaching from the southwest of the presidential palace. In fact, under such circumstances, they should have withdrawn. However, the order from above was to spare no effort, so they could only engage in direct combat. Fortunately, the rebels' attention was drawn to the northern enemy. The 6-member team advanced rapidly and reached a side door at the back of the presidential palace. Balomon made a gesture, and a team member immediately stepped forward to install C4. A few seconds later, with a loud explosion, the side door was blown open. At this moment, Chris' team also appeared, saying, let's act together. First, we need to get the people out. Balomon quickly nodded in agreement. The two teams, a total of 16 people, charged in like lightning. In the earpiece, Toxin's voice came through. The people have been taken to the 2nd floor. Another global hawk arrived just in time, taking over the reconnaissance satellite that had lost its angle. Through thermal imaging, they located the 17 members of the geological team being taken to the 2nd floor. The 17 captives were easy to identify, as they were all held together. 2nd floor. Balomon pulled the trigger, and 10 meters away, the head of a rebel who had just poked out was blown apart, instantly killing him. He then signaled. The team quickly advanced to the 2nd floor. These individuals were indeed top-notch special forces, their military quality astonishing. Any rebel that appeared in their line of sight was almost instantly shot down before they could react. Moreover, with silenced weapons and the chaos of the northern battle, no one noticed that someone had already infiltrated. However, the troublesome part was that the only way to reach the 2nd floor was through the central spiral staircase on the 1st floor. As they turned the corner, Balomon noticed a large number of soldiers positioned at the staircase. Gritting his teeth, Balomon said, charge. Time was tight, and there was no room to consider other options. The 14 of them charged out simultaneously. 2 machine gunners opened fire at the same time, bullets pouring down like a waterfall. The more than 20 soldiers standing too close to the staircase stood no chance against the sudden attack, with many of their bodies torn in half. On the 2nd floor, Jared suddenly shivered and immediately drew a handgun, saying, there are still people, they have already reached downstairs. His deputy's face changed dramatically as he also heard the dense gunfire coming from below. With a wave of his hand, all the guards on the 2nd floor rushed towards the staircase, throwing grenades downwards. Balomon and his team, charging upwards, turned pale and jumped to the sides. With several loud explosions, fortunately the stairs were made of marble. If they were wooden, they would have been blown apart. Leave 2 people to guard, those outside are trying to get in, Balomon shouted. Okay, Chris replied from the opposite side. 4 people stayed behind, and all the machine gunners remained to provide fire support. Meanwhile, Balomon and the others quickly rushed upstairs. As they reached out, Balomon swept a series of bullets, and 2 rebel soldiers fell into a pool of blood. In the end, Balomon and his team managed to storm the 2nd floor. After a fierce battle, both teams suffered casualties, but leveraging their strong military quality, they defeated all the soldiers. Meanwhile, fighting had already erupted downstairs. At this moment, Jared's voice came from the room. Don't come in, I know you are here for these Z country people. If you dare to come in, I will start killing. However, Balomon seemed not to have heard, leading the team into the room. When they came, they had considered that with 17 people, it was impossible to take them all away. Whether they took 1 or 2, the effect would be the same as taking all 17. Thus, Jared shooting the hostages was of no concern to them. Balomon sprinted and burst through the door with his shoulder. At the same time, he shouted, Nathan, fire. Almost simultaneously, on the rooftop of a 2-story building hundreds of meters from the presidential palace, a soldier lay prone, a sniper rifle set up before him. His name was Nathan, the sniper of the Black Arrow Squad. Through the scope, the scene in the 2nd floor room was visible. 17 members of the geological team sat huddled on the floor in panic, while on the other side of the door 8 soldiers aimed their guns at the entrance. Meanwhile, among the hostages, there should be 2 more people, one of them being Garrett, but Nathan could only see a hand gripping a pistol. Time was short, leaving no chance to find a better angle. Nathan aimed at the arm holding the gun, and at Balaman's command, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The shot rang out. Through the scope, the arm was severed by the large caliber bullet. The severed hand still clutching the pistol flew off as blood gushed out. At that moment, Balaman crashed through the door, immediately rolling on the ground as he entered. The 8 soldiers fired reflexively, but missed Balaman. Before he could fully rise, he was already shooting, and simultaneously, he tossed a stun grenade behind him. With a deafening blast, a blinding white light flashed. The 8 soldiers instinctively covered their heads, and from outside the door, Chris and his team opened fire with precise bursts. In an instant, all 8 soldiers fell to the ground. Balaman was also affected, shaking his head as he struggled to stand. Through blurred vision, he saw a figure leap from the second-floor window. "It's Garrett." He jumped. Nathan shouted through the earpiece. The deputy and Garrett both jumped from the second floor. Balaman shook his head vigorously and gritted his teeth. "Forget him. The hostages. Focus on the hostages. Tosin, where's the backup? Without support, we can't get out of here." They had rescued the hostages, but there were still over 300 enemies outside. If each fired a single shot, they'd all be dead. Almost there, Tosin's urgent voice came through the earpiece. By then, Balaman had mostly recovered, and the remaining team members, along with Chris and his group, rushed in. Exchanging a glance with Chris, Balaman said one each. He scanned the dazed hostages still reeling from the stun grenade, and quickly pointed at a frail woman. Compared to a man, a frail woman was easier to carry away. A team member stepped forward, pressed on the woman's neck, and she instantly lost consciousness. He then hoisted her onto his shoulder. Chris quickly selected a relatively slender woman as well. As for the remaining hostages, they were beyond their concern. "Fall back now. The rebels are closing in," Nathan shouted through the earpiece. Downstairs, surrounded by soldiers, Garrett, now missing a hand, was hopping in agony. His expression wild, he roared, "Fire the cannon. Blow them all to pieces." A recoilless rifle aimed at the second floor was loaded and fired with a deafening boom. At this point, Garrett no longer cared about the hostages' safety. His sole thought was to kill everyone. But just then a beam of light descended from the sky, appearing at the second floor position with incredible speed. With a thunderous blast, flames erupted, yet the second floor remained intact. Through the smoke and debris of the explosion, a towering mech revealed its true form. Simultaneously, another mech descended from the sky, landing before 2 soldiers who were aiming RPGs at the second floor. It swung its massive sword, striking them with the flat of the blade. With a crash, the 2 soldiers were sent flying dozens of meters, reduced to pulp before they even hit the ground. In that instant, an eerie silence fell over the battle. All the rebel soldiers stared at the 2 mechs, their expressions frozen in shock. From the distant second floor, Nathan screamed, "Run! The mechs are here!" Inside the second floor, Balaman shuddered, an electric jolt coursing through him, a primal urge to urinate gripping him. The mechs, the Reapers, had arrived. Inside the airborne mech, Chen Jinxing cast a contemptuous glance at the recoilless rifle on the ground, then turned and smashed through the window, entering the second floor with a thunderous crash. His gaze sharpened as he saw the woman on Balaman's subordinate's shoulder. He barked, "Put her down, and it'll grant you a swift death." Minutes earlier, Chen Jinxing had just cleared the enemies from the streets. As the convoy prepared to move forward, he received the latest intelligence from command. It wasn't just Country M that had satellites, Country Z did too. The firefight near the presidential palace was quickly detected by reconnaissance satellites. After analysis, it was confirmed that the hostages. Simultaneously, command noticed someone was launching an assault on the palace. Fearing for the hostages' safety, they immediately alerted Chen Jinxing, ordering him to rush to the palace and rescue them. "Hold your positions and await our orders," Chen Jinxing said to Wang Zhifu, nodding to him. Together, they soared into the sky, heading for the presidential palace. They arrived just as the recoilless rifle fired. Chen Jinxing barely made it in time to save the hostages on the second floor. On the second floor, one of Balaman's men immediately aimed his gun at the woman on his shoulder, shouting, "Don't come closer, or I'll shoot." Balaman stared at the 2-meter-tall sci-fi mech, his body trembling uncontrollably. He whispered, "What do we do? Tell me what to do." In the command center, Bradley had already seen the 2 mechs appear. He slammed his fist on the table in fury. The plan had failed. 3 support helicopters were still kilometers away, at least a minute out. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. But then Tosin suddenly said, "There's still hope. Look, they're running." He pointed at Chris' team on the screen. Chris and his group had grabbed the hostages and were already fleeing, now reaching the first floor, about to escape the presidential palace. "That team likely has the same goal as us. Let Blackwater rescue them. Since our objectives align, we just need to lure the mechs into the trap," Tosin said. Bradley's eyes lit up. He speculated that this team was sent by Country E. Supporting them, or even taking the hostages from them directly, would yield this. As for Balaman and his group, they were now expendable. On the second floor, Chen Jinxing stood still, but through his visor the AI system had already locked onto the 3 in front of him, especially the one carrying the hostage. The next moment, a fist-sized protrusion suddenly ejected from the mech's left shoulder. Instantly, an intense, blinding light burst from the protrusion like a flashbang. Balomon and his two men instinctively shut their eyes and raised their hands to shield their faces. In that split second, the mech moved. Its sword struck like lightning, aiming for the man carrying the hostage. With a single swing, the man was cleaved in two from head. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the air was thick with the coppery stench of gore. Balomon was so terrified he dared not move. Under such absolute power, he had lost all will to resist. Chen Jinxing had no intention of letting him off. He lifted his leg and kicked. With a thunderous explosion, Barrowman, as if struck heat by a train, smashed a massive hole through the opposite wall and vanished without a trace. Chen Jinxing stepped forward, helped the woman on the ground to her feet, and with a backhanded sword strike, pierced the last enemy's body. This flashbang module isn't bad, he muttered to himself. Thanks to the efforts of the Research Institute in Norinco, all sorts of bizarre module functions had been developed, such as the blinding light module used just now, which could not only produce a flashbang effect, but also serve as illumination at night. They had even come up with things like dual sword merging, splitting one sword into two, and concealed dart-launching modules hidden in the forearm. In any case, following Zhou Yang's instructions, they just kept experimenting. After all, no one knew what the ultimate mecha should look like, whatever boosted combat effectiveness they tried. Scanning the hostages on the ground, Chen Jinxing paused slightly. One was still missing. I am a soldier of Z country. He opened his faceplate, revealing a fellow countryman's face. The geological team members, first imprisoned and then hit by stun grenades, had experienced every thrill imaginable. They had brushed death countless times. The weaker ones had long fainted, while the few still conscious wept tears of joy upon hearing Chen Jinxing's words. Thank you so much. We thought we were done for this time. Rest assured, the motherland will never abandon any of you. Chen Jinxing smiled, then asked, by the way, there should be 17 of you. Why is one missing? A middle-aged man snapped to attention, pointing outside. Another group of them just took Xiao Jiang away. What? Another group? Chen Jinxing was startled. Dodging search for them. The drone module was circling high above. Wang Zhifu also reported nothing to the... At that moment, Wang Zhifu stood proudly with his sword among hundreds of rebel soldiers, yet his presence alone froze them all in terror. Jarrett was also scared out of his wits. Of course he knew Z country had mechas, but having never seen one in person, he always thought they were exaggerated. At best as powerful as tanks which could be taken out by a few RPGs. Moreover, Jarrett was certain Z country would not interfere in the civil war of the Republic of Celia. But he never imagined Z country not only intervened, but deployed mechas, and such devastating ones at that. Seeing Wang Zhifu turn around, Jarrett shrank back, preparing to sneak away. But Wang Zhifu, as if with eyes in the back of his head, spun around and struck with his sword. The great sword pierced the air with a sharp whistle, impaling Jarrett's body. The higher-up's intention was clear: anyone arrogant enough to challenge Z country must be taught a proper lesson. The surrounding rebel soldiers held their breath, too terrified to make a sound, each fearing they would be the next Jarrett. Wang Zhifu leaped into the air, activated his thrusters, and landed directly on the second floor of the presidential palace. His gaze swept across the surrounding urban area, instantly locking onto Chris' team, dozens of meters away in a ruined building where one soldier carried a woman on his shoulder. He'll go after them, Wang Zhifu said, and leaped in pursuit. But Madeira missiles suddenly appeared ahead, streaking toward him with a blazing... Wang Zhifu's reaction was lightning fast, but the AI was even quicker, raising the sword to strike directly. No human reaction speed could match that of artificial intelligence, so in such sudden attacks the AI would briefly take control of the mecha to execute defense. Boom. The explosion engulfed Wang Zhifu. The great sword cleaved the missile, but the impact force could not be nullified. Madeira Wang Zhifu was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the rooftop. A kilometer away, 3 helicopters were approaching at high speed, 2 Apaches and 1 Black Hawk. The air-to-air missile fired at Wang Zhifu had come from one of the Apaches. With a crash, the roof was breached as Chen Jinxing leaped onto it. You okay? I'm fine. Wang Zhifu stood up, his gaze fixed on the 2 Apaches, and even managed a laugh. Interesting. Since when do rebels armed with AKs have Apaches? Never mind that. Our only mission is to rescue the geological team and bring everyone home safely. Chen Jinxing drew his shield. You go down and guard the geological team. I've notified Captain Jiang. They'll be here soon. Lead them to evacuate. Wang Zhifu asked, you don't need my help. Chen Jinxing cast a contemptuous glance at the 2 fast-approaching Apaches. Just 2 Apaches. With that, he activated his thrusters and charged forward. He's coming. Inside the 2 Apaches, the pilots were even more panicked. This was their first time facing a mecha. So what if he's coming? Open fire. Take them out. The co-pilot gritted his teeth, and the cannon spat like a fire. The Apache's 30mm cannon fired at a rate of over 600 rounds per minute, 10 rounds per second. When unleashed, its destructive power was... But the mecha's maneuverability exceeded the pilot's expectations. The thrusters propelled it forward in a rolling motion, leaving all the cannon rounds behind. Within seconds the mecha closed in on the first Apache. With a low shout, Chen Jinxing hurled his great sword through the air. The sword, swift as lightning, pierced the Apache's cockpit and tore out through its tail. Boom! The first Apache disintegrated in midair. But Chen Jinxing's assault was far from over. The thrusters boosted his speed as he charged toward the remaining Apache. The pilot instinctively launched an air to, but the distance was too close. The missile couldn't make sharp maneuvers. The mecha, however, with its multidirectional thrusters, could execute impossible aerial moves. He abruptly pulled up, and the missile passed beneath his feet. Then, like a bolt of lightning, Chen Jinxing shot forward and landed on the Apache's canopy with a crash. In the cockpit, the two pilots, front and rear, felt a chill of terror at the sight of the mecha above them. Chen Jinxing reached down, the tough canopy shattered like paper. He grabbed the pilot, exerted force, and hurled him backward. The man flailed and screamed in midair, flying over 100 meters before splattering into a mess of flesh and bone. The remaining co-pilot wet himself in sheer terror. Chen Jinxing let go and dropped swiftly. The earlier air-to-air missile, having circled around, now appeared in the co-pilot's view. Boom! The second Apache exploded into a fireball in the sky. In just over 10 seconds, Chen Jinxing had eliminated both Apaches. In the command center, every event at the presidential palace was faithfully recorded by the Global Hawk and transmitted back. Seeing 3 helicopters arrive, Tosin thought fortune had turned and hope was reborn. Yet what transpired next plunged Tosin into despair. Within a mere dozen seconds, 2 Apaches were dismantled by the mecha. Armed helicopters stood utterly defenseless before the mecha. With such impenetrable defense and freakish mobility, how can anyone fight this? Who could possibly be a match? Bradley drew a sharp breath. On the screen, Chen Jinxing had already charged toward the Black Hawk helicopter. The fate of the far less capable Black Hawk was all too predictable. Worse still, Chris and his group showed no intention of boarding the Black Hawk. Bradley said dejectedly, the operation has failed. They had anticipated the mecha's strength, but never to such a degree. It was an overwhelming, crushing dominance. Bradley believed the only way to counter the mecha was through a wide-area saturation bombardment, leaving no room to escape, and even the toughest defense would crumble under relentless continuous strikes. But just then Tosin suddenly said, "No, there's still a way." "What way?" Bradley was taken aback. Tosin replied, "Use the M270 to blanket this entire area. This location is within the range of our deployed M270 systems." "Have you lost your mind?" Bradley recoiled in shock. For this plan, the U.S. had gone to great lengths to equip Blackwater with a substantial arsenal, knowing full well that as a mere security firm it lacked heavy military weaponry. Yet to ensure the operation's success, the U.S. had procured a batch of equipment from the international arms market for Blackwater's use. Otherwise, how could Blackwater have possessed Apaches and Black Hawks? Beyond military helicopters, the U.S. also secured for Blackwater a number of self-propelled artillery pieces and 5 M270 rocket launchers. Though the M270 rocket launchers were obsolete and out of production, their destructive power remained formidable. 12 rockets raining down could annihilate it. "I'm not crazy." Tosin's face was etched with madness. "From the moment we executed this plan, it's been a murky affair. So let's see it through. Bombard them directly. I refuse to believe those 2 mechas can survive. Then send in ground forces to haul back the wreckage. The mecha's defense is extraordinary. It might even leave an intact corpse." Staring at Bradley, Tosin said, "Think it through. If we actually secure those 2 mechas, we'll be heroes, national heroes. Do you understand?" Bradley's eyes widened, but imperceptibly, he gave a slight nod of agreement. Chen Jinxing, having destroyed the 2 Apaches, charged straight toward Chris' group. The last Black Hawk helicopter descended, dropping ropes to signal Chris' team to board. Yet the voice in Chris' earpiece commanded him under no circumstances to get on the helicopter. But if they didn't, the mecha would catch up. Chris had witnessed the mecha's terrifying prowess. 2 Apaches reduced to scrap in a single bout. Their own weapons would barely tickle the mecha. And in that moment of hesitation, Chen Jinxing arrived. The giant sword had yet to be retrieved, but the shield served equally well as a weapon. Gripping its edge, Chen Jinxing twisted his body and hurled the shield forward. "Pull up now," the co-pilot screamed. But it was too late. The shield embedded itself deep into the helicopter's midsection, instantly igniting the fuel tank. Then Chen Jinxing descended from the sky, blocking Chris' path. "If you're smart, put the person down," he said coldly. Though spoken in Chinese, Chris understood perfectly and quickly nodded, signaling his men to release the woman. They had taken the job for a hefty bounty, but what use was money if they lost their lives? As mercenaries, they weren't about to die for a mission. "Smart move." Chen Jinxing snorted, stepping forward to help Xiao Jiang up. "Mission accomplished. Where's Captain Jiang?" "Almost there, arriving shortly." Chen Jinxing nodded, about to rendezvous with Wang Zhifu, when a sudden instinct made him whip his head toward the sky. In the sky, dark specks appeared, hurtling downward. In an instant, Chen Jinxing's heart pounded with an overwhelming sense of crisis. Damn rocket artillery. Chris shrieked in utter despair. Boom, boom, boom. Rockets rained down, scattering randomly around the presidential palace. Towering explosions interwove, sweeping everything away. Under this relentless saturation bombardment, all resistance was futile. The presidential palace was reduced to rubble in an instant. Rebel soldiers outside were torn apart by the blast waves, turning hundreds into a scene of hell, and the assault did not cease. A total of 60 rockets descended, blanketing a 500-meter radius multiple times over. Jiang Wu and his team drove toward the city center. The mecha is incredible. It found the geological team and completed the mission in no time. Of course it's a mecha. What did you expect? I feel like this thing is practically invincible on the ground. Not just on the ground. Even in the sky it's equally unstoppable. I wonder when we'll get to pilot one. At most a few more years. Once this goes into service, our special forces will definitely get priority. We'll each have one. The team chatted with relaxed expressions. Just then Lung Feng suddenly shouted, "Look, what's that?" Jiang Wu startled, looking up through the window. In the sky ahead, dark specks trailed blazing streaks of light as they descended. Rocket artillery. The car screeched to a halt. Jiang Wu leaped out frantically, staring ahead, his face pale. Where did those rockets come from? Government forces? Nonsense. You know how meager their arsenal is. They couldn't possibly have rocket launchers. Moved. Jiang Wu re-entered the vehicle, speeding toward the presidential palace. The first wave lasted a full minute and a half. 5 M270 launchers, each with 12 tubes, unleashed 60 rockets, plowing the area around the presidential palace over and over again. By the time Jiang Wu's team arrived, all that lay before them was scorched earth. Save them. Jiang Wu sprinted like a madman. Save them? How? Under these circumstances, how could anyone survive? A soldier murmured. With such dense coverage, who could live? Lung Feng also ran forward. At the former palace entrance, a massive crater was filled with severed limbs and broken bodies. In the center lay a shattered mecha, half its body missing. Inside, Wang Jifu was charred black, his form unrecognizable from the intense heat. At the sight, everyone's eyes turned red. Those bastards! Jiang Wu roared, slamming his fist into the ground. Captain, not a single survivor. Jiang Wu stood before the crater, his fists clenched, a boundless rage surging within him. Who in the hell did this? It couldn't possibly be the government forces, let alone the rebels. But if not them, then who? Someone else had struck from the shadows, and they even possessed heavy weaponry like rocket launchers. Captain Major Chun is still alive. A team member shouted from a distance. Jiang Wu was taken aback and immediately rushed over. 400 meters from the presidential palace, a mech lay prone on the ground, its surface scarred with scorch marks and craters. Yet it was still operational. Lung Feng and several other team members were struggling to flip the mech over. Just then the mech stirred and turned itself over. The visor snapped open, revealing Chun Jinxing, blood trickling from all 7 orifices. Beneath the mech, a woman was curled up, Xiao Jiang, the geological team member who had been captured by Chris and his men. Major Chun has sustained severe concussion injuries. Please seek immediate medical attention. A cold artificial voice rang out as the AI took control of the mech. The mech's outer shell opened, and Jiang Wu and the others hurried forward to carefully lift Chun Jinxing out. The movement roused Chun Jinxing from his stupor. He stared blankly at the faces around him and murmured, "The person beneath me. How are they?" "It's fine, shouldn't be a big problem." The team support member, also a medic, quickly examined Xiao Jiang and reported. But when it came to Chun Jinxing, the medic's expression grew grave. He shook his head slightly at Jiang Wu and whispered, "It's serious. He needs to be sent back to the ship." Despite the mech's protection, the immense shock from the bombardment couldn't be fully absorbed. After several rounds, the damage was even greater. "Contact the warship immediately and have them send a helicopter," Jiang Wu urged. Just then Dajin suddenly spoke, detecting a large number of hostiles approaching. "Establish a defensive line at once." Hostiles? Jiang Wu was stunned. The mech's eyes projected a beam of blue light, forming a holographic image that showed a massive force of rebel soldiers advancing. The drone module was still high in the air, though tossed by the blast wave. It was largely intact and still functioning. "It's the retreating rebels. A lot of them." Everyone's face changed. This was supposed to be the rebel headquarters, now razed to the ground. Jarrett was likely dead as well. The rebels would naturally assume they were responsible and would attack them. "Quick, set up a defense line and call for backup," Jiang Wu shouted urgently. Lung Feng also raised his weapon, ready for battle. But then Dajin suddenly said, "Comrade Lung Feng, I can still fight. If possible, please put on the combat suit and pilot me into battle." Lung Feng was taken aback. "Yes, you. Among you all, your build is closest to Major Chen's. As for control, I will assist you." Lung Feng hesitated. Jiang Wu said in a deep voice, "Time is critical, Lung Feng. Don't overthink it. Get in." "All right." Lung Feng never imagined he would have the chance to pilot a mech. Following Dajin's instructions, he removed Chun Jinxing's combat suit, took the key identification wristband from the watch, and climbed into the cockpit. The mech closed and all systems restarted. How do I control it? Lung Feng asked a bit bewildered. Dajin's voice replied, it's simple. You are the mech and the mech is you. Whatever you do the mech does. Is that so? Lung Feng took a deep breath and suddenly sprang up from the ground. With a thunderous crash the mech dropped to one knee then slowly rose. After a brief familiarization aided by the intelligent system, Lung Feng adapted quickly. He went to the truck, retrieved his righteous Gatling gun, and grabbed 2 ammunition boxes. He aimed the barrel at the street ahead. The drone showed the rebels were now less than 200 meters away. Soon rebel vehicles appeared at the end of the street. A torrent of bullets swept forward. The lead rebel car screeched to a halt as the ground before it was riddled with holes. Death to all who approach. Lung Feng shouted, his voice automatically translated into the language of the Saria Republic by Dajin. But the next moment a bullet struck Lung Feng's visor. Then an RPG streaked toward him with a massive tail flame. Without a word Lung Feng pulled the trigger. Bullets poured forth and the car at the end of the street was instantly shredded into a sieve. Several nearby soldiers were torn apart, reduced to pulp. Any rebel soldier who dared to show his face was immediately pinned down. On another flank rebels charged out, but as soon as they neared Lung Feng swept them with a hail of bullets, and over a dozen were ripped to pieces. Just then several cannon booms rang out. Lung Feng's expression shifted. Mortars, he shouted. He launched into the air the drone, already marking the mortar position. Boom. A few mortar shells landed sporadically on the ruins, the first round for calibration. Fortunately no one was hit. The thrusters ignited and Lung Feng charged toward the mortar position. In seconds he was there hovering above. The Gatling spat furious flames as hundreds of bullets. In an instant the mortar position was completely destroyed along with the surrounding soldiers. Meanwhile, aboard the destroyer at the port Lin Yan received the distressed bastards. Lin Yan punched the wall in fury. Of the 17 geological team members, only one survived. 2 mechs, 1 was destroyed. Of the 2 mech pilots, 1 was dead and 1 critically wounded. Rocket launchers. A devouring light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Launch the helicopters. Have Jiang Wu report the coordinates. Prepare them. Lin Yan barked the order. The command staff was startled. The vice captain said, Old Lin, shouldn't we report this to higher command? Report. Our people are dead. Anyone who attacks us will pay the price. A blood price. Lin Yan added through gritted teeth. For every one of our dead, they will repay 1,000-fold. Dajin's voice sounded in Lung Feng's ear. Comrade, Lung Feng command has sent a message. I have marked the coordinates. Missiles are about to launch. Please assist Jiang Wu and the others in evacuating to a safe zone. Lung Feng's expression changed. He quickly landed beside Jiang Wu. Before he could speak, a ground attack missile appeared in the distance, falling from the sky onto the street crowded with rebels. Boom. The earth shook. The rocket launcher had been powerful enough, but compared to this missile, it was far inferior. Centered on the blast point, all surrounding ruins and buildings were obliterated. Countless rebel soldiers perished in the explosion. Before the dust could settle, another missile descended from the heavens. Boom. The intertwined shockwaves of the explosions surged along the streets, spreading outward. Viewed from high above, a clear ring of impact could be seen rapidly expanding. Jiang Wu and his companions hastily took cover in a bomb crater to evade the assault. Boom, boom, boom. Several more missiles struck the ground. Through the drone feed, Lung Feng observed the surrounding devastation. The 1,000-strong rebel force that had been there moments ago was now scattered and shattered. At least half of them had perished in the bombardment. The rebel soldiers were utterly petrified. They continued firing their AKs wildly, having never experienced a battle of this magnitude. A single missile strike brought utter annihilation. It was as if 2 barbarians were brawling with wooden clubs when someone suddenly arrived wielding a Gatling gun. Resistance was utterly futile. They're retreating, Lung Feng stated. The rebels feared death as well. If facing such an onslaught, retreat was the only alternative to certain doom. Soon 2 helicopters appeared. One, a military gunship, spotted the regrouped soldiers below and strafed them with cannon fire, followed by several air-to-ground rockets. In an instant, silence was restored. The other rescue helicopter then descended slowly. Jiang Wu and his team quickly loaded Chen Jinxing and Xiao Jiang onto the helicopter. Lung Feng also helped load the other damaged mech onto a truck. But the broken bodies of the geological team members remained. Those bastards. Jiang Wu cursed, his eyes red as he began gathering the corpses from the ground. Even in death, they deserve to be laid to rest on the soil of their homeland, their souls returning home. At the command center, Tosin stared at the reconnaissance footage, his face pale, muttering, how could this happen? Everything had gone according to plan. Under the rocket barrage, 1 mech was destroyed, while the other, being farther from the epicenter, remained intact. The outcome was perfect. Although Jiang Wu and his team had arrived, Tosin was unconcerned. Blackwater's forces were already nearing the city. With numerical superiority, killing Jiang Wu's team and seizing the mech would be a simple task. But unexpectedly, the retreating rebels also arrived. Then Chen Jinxing's mech with a new pilot was reactivated. Worse still, the warship far away in the port had also taken action, and it launched missiles directly. They are directly interfering in another country's civil war. Tosin shrieked. According to his calculations, the warship would at least need to request permission from higher authorities before deciding to attack. After all, this was foreign territory. By the time the warship finished its consultation, Blackwater would have likely already stolen the mech. But who would have thought the warship would open fire without any authorization at all? Bradley beside him sighed. This is no longer the Z Nation we remember. The Z Nation they remembered would be cautious, mindful of international repercussions. But the current Z Nation was truly powerful. To evacuate citizens, they dispatched several warships. When people were trapped, they deployed mechs. When their own people were besieged by rebels, they launched missiles without hesitation. You misjudged Z Nation, Bradley said. Tosin had indeed misjudged Z Nation's resolve, leading to this failure. Patting Tosin on the shoulder, Bradley said, give up. You've seen Z Nation's determination. With 3 missile destroyers, you'd need to bring in our entire carrier fleet to stand a chance, and even that would be useless. How could they still steal the mech now? Helicopters, ground troops, armored vehicles, all useless. No matter how many you send, a few missiles would wipe them all. Tosin nodded in defeat. Tell them to withdraw. Amidst the ruins, Lung Feng loaded the damaged Unit 2 onto the truck, then suddenly grabbed 2 battery packs. Captain Zhang, this grievance cannot go unanswered. Lung Feng's voice was icy. His compatriots had died horribly, and this was not the work of the rebels. The true culprits were others. Jiang Wu was startled and quickly asked, Lung Feng, what are you going to do? Lung Feng replied, I'm just doing what I must. Captain Jiang, the drone, recorded the rocket trajectory. Their rocket base is estimated to be 50 kilometers northeast. I'm going there to exact revenge. By yourself. Jiang Wu shook his head vehemently. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lung Feng ignored him, his voice resolute. Since they committed this act, they must pay the price. Our compatriots cannot have died in vain. With that, Lung Feng grabbed the battery packs and shot into the sky. Lung Feng, you bastard. Jiang Wu stomped in fury, immediately contacting the warship to report the situation. Lung Feng retrieved his sword and shield, still sharp and intact. He then activated the thrusters, accelerating as he sped northeast in search. In an instant, he was outside the city. The drone's reconnaissance suddenly detected an armored convoy. 8 armored vehicles. Mamba armored vehicles. Lung Feng's eyes narrowed. They were Y Nation's make. A contingent from Y Nation appearing in the Republic of Celia was highly anomalous, and it was uncertain if they were truly from Y Nation. Tosin was about to issue the withdrawal order when he noticed the intact mech had voluntarily left the city, flying towards them, and had coincidentally encountered the Blackwater convoy. Tosin could hardly believe his eyes. He never imagined such a turn of events. Quick, order Blackwater to attack, and send everyone else to support, Tosin hastily commanded. Before Tosin's order could be relayed, the convoy commander spotted the mech overhead, his eyes bulging. The machine gunner on top of an armored vehicle immediately opened fire, bullets clanging against the mech's armor. Lung Feng snorted and descended. Landing from the sky, he gripped his greatsword with both hands and drove it viciously through the roof of an armored vehicle. The momentum split the moving vehicle in two as if it had been gutted open. But Lung Feng did not relent. He shot forward like lightning, holding the greatsword horizontally and swinging it in a wide arc. With a crack, the top of another armored vehicle was sliced open. The machine gunner, who had been standing upright, was cleaved in half by the massive blade. Lung Feng reached out and grabbed the soldier, demanding, "Who are you people?" The soldier, terrified nearly to the point of soiling himself, screamed, "I don't know anything." Lung Feng tightened his grip. The fragile human body was no match for the mech's terrifying strength. The soldier's neck was crushed into pulp. "Speak. Who are you?" Lung Feng grabbed another soldier. "We're from Blackwater Company." The soldier shrieked, his face ashen with fear. Blackwater Company, the world's largest private military and security company. Lung Feng's expression darkened. Behind Blackwater stood the M Nation. "No wonder you had rocket launchers," Lung Feng muttered through gritted teeth. Blackwater was just a security firm. At most, they possessed light military equipment like standard armored vehicles and Little Bird helicopters. Rocket launchers were something they neither had nor dared to possess. Yet now they had used rocket launchers for a saturation bombardment. It was obvious where those rockets had come from. Die. Killing intent blazed in Lung Feng's eyes as he charged into the hail of bullets. Without heavy weaponry, facing a group of infantry, the mecha was simply invincible. Impenetrable and immensely powerful, the giant sword in hand resembled the scythe of the Reaper, capable of claiming several lives with a single swing. Lung Feng realized that this giant sword was far too useful, more convenient than firearms. The mecha moved swiftly, sweeping the giant sword, rendering armored vehicles as if they were made of paper. In just 2 minutes, Lung Feng discarded the wreckage of the armored vehicles and the countless corpses, leaping into the air and continuing forward. The target was still ahead. After exhausting a battery pack over 50 kilometers, Lung Feng finally arrived. Fortunately, he carried 2 more battery packs, sufficient for battle. After replacing the battery pack, Lung Feng began his descent. Suddenly, several small missiles appeared from the forest below, whistling toward him. The thrusters around Lung Feng unexpectedly shut down, and the mecha plummeted like a shooting star. Several missiles also made sharp turns pursuing him. At the moment of landing, the mecha reignited its thrusters and charged forward rapidly. Boom! The pursuing missiles couldn't adjust in time, exploding on the ground and sending shockwaves skyward. Lung Feng had already spotted his target. Between the trees ahead stood a makeshift camp where 5 M270 rocket launchers were parked. At the same time, there were 2 self-propelled artillery pieces and even a tank. The tank had already turned its turret to aim at Lung Feng. With a loud boom, the tank fired. The mecha in motion suddenly leapt into the air, assisted by the thrusters rising several meters instantly. Such a simple action had already avoided the tank's shell. Unlike other weapons such as tanks or fighter jets, the mecha could maneuver freely, responding swiftly to any situation. However, the mecha was different. With the aid of artificial intelligence, it could navigate from ground to sky, moving as nimbly as a human, maneuvering however it pleased. Soaring high, the mecha, aided by the thrusters, traced a gliding curve in the air before fully unleashing the thrusters, generating an incredible speed and striking down fiercely with the sword in both hands. With a swift slash, Lung Feng severed the tank's cannon. This tank was rendered useless. He landed atop the tank's turret, holding the giant sword, coldly observing the people in the camp. The camp was not lacking in personnel. Over 100 people stared blankly at Lung Feng, who had descended from the sky, unsure of how to react. In the command center, Toxin was sweating profusely. He had not anticipated that the mecha would discover their camp so quickly. Moreover, upon making contact, it had taken out their tank. Even if it hadn't destroyed the tank, the mecha's combat prowess would render these weapons as useless as scrap. As for the 100 soldiers in the camp, what could they do? Charging at the mecha with their rifles was akin to seeking death. What should we do? Toxin murmured to himself. The situation had spiraled completely out of control, the key factor being the overwhelming strength of the mecha. In the camp, Lung Feng began his assault. It was nothing short of a massacre. A few minutes later, 2 military helicopters appeared in succession, dispatched to support Lung Feng. The explosions and fire in the forest quickly attracted the helicopters. Over there. As the helicopters drew closer, the pilots glanced down, their expressions changing drastically. In the center of the camp, several rocket launchers and other weapons had been completely destroyed, and the ground was pockmarked with craters from the explosions. The mecha stood proudly in the middle. The originally desert camouflaged mecha had now transformed into a brilliant blood-red color. This guy is simply a god of death, a pilot murmured. On the ground, Lung Feng closed his eyes and reopened them, feeling the murderous intent within him had diminished significantly. Looking up at the 2 helicopters above, Lung Feng waved a hand and activated the thrusters, heading back in the direction he came. In the command center, witnessing the devastation on the screen, Toxin was pale and speechless. The operation plan had completely failed. Now the only concern was how to deal with the aftermath. It was crucial to note that this time 16 civilians from Z country had been killed, and no one knew how Z country would react. Just then the door swung open and 2 tall soldiers walked in. Toxin, come with us. Who are you? Why should I go with you? Toxin's face changed drastically as he shouted. The 2 soldiers explained nothing, directly seizing Toxin by the shoulders and dragging him out. Bradley's face turned pale. He had a strong feeling that he would never see Toxin again, and he would likely soon share the same fate. Half an hour later, Lung Feng had returned to the port. Lin Yan appeared, looking at the mecha stained red with blood, unable to suppress a long sigh. The mecha opened, and Lung Feng stepped out. Lin Yan huffed, "Fortunately, you are not an active duty soldier. Otherwise, for taking military action without orders, I could have shot you on the spot." Then Lin Yan took a couple of steps forward and patted Lung Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Splendid." In Lin Yan's view, this incident could be entirely defined as a well-meaning citizen seeing compatriots die tragically, acting impulsively to seize a military mecha and rampaging against the enemy, having no connection to the military whatsoever. "Thank you, Chief." Lung Feng saluted and quickly said, "Chief, it was the Blackwater Company that bombed us with rockets, and behind Blackwater." Lin Yan suddenly interrupted Lung Feng. "I understand." She smiled coldly, slowly, saying, "Hunfa Security Company." The warship sailed away from the port, heading north along the coastline. As night fell, Lung Feng, resting in the cabin, suddenly felt a slight tremor in the ship. Instinctively, he peered through the porthole and saw 4 missiles trailing flames disappearing into the western sky. The west, near the coastline. Lung Feng's heart stirred as he suddenly thought that this location, a few hundred kilometers away, should have the largest Blackwater base in F continent. Is this the counterattack from Z country? Directly bombing your largest base? When did the nation become so formidable? In the dark of night, the 4 missiles pierced the firmament and arrived at their destination a few minutes later. Below lay a well-lit base. This was not a standard military base, at least it lacked radar, and even if there were radar, a military base without anti-air missile systems could not withstand a cruise missile attack. For cruise missiles descended from the sky, striking directly into the main structure of the base. Boom. A massive explosion erupted into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire base in flames. On the internet, many were discussing the evacuation. I wonder how it's going. I heard there are several thousand people. Foreign countries are too chaotic, always breaking into war. It's safer at home. Exactly, thank heavens I was born in Z country. Watching these war-torn news reports makes me deeply realize how fortunate it is to live in such a powerful nation. There's news. CCTV released the latest update saying everyone has been safely evacuated and the naval vessels carrying out the mission are on their cheers and blessings. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, someone suddenly posted a video that quickly shot to the top of the trending list. It was a distress video posted by a woman. My husband went to the Republic of Celia 2 months ago for geological survey work. Before the evacuation, he called me saying the embassy had arranged everything. But I still haven't received his call. I contacted the embassy, and they couldn't provide any clarity. I thought if he's safe and on the returning ship, he would at least call to reassure me. The internet says everyone is back, so I want to ask, where's my husband? Our child is only 5 months old. I don't want him to grow up without a father. I just need to know if my husband is alive or dead. This video quickly garnered over 10 million views, surged to the trending list, and was reposted by numerous media outlets, drawing increasing attention. They said everyone came back. If they did, they'd definitely call. A relative of mine already called, hoping for safety, but it's too unusual. There's a real possibility. If someone really died, why wouldn't the country say so? What's there to hide? The related videos sparked more and more questions. At that day's Foreign Ministry press conference, a journalist asked whether everyone had been safely evacuated and whether the online claim about the missing geological survey employee was true. Zhou Yang, the spokesperson who had been answering questions with a smile and even cracking jokes, suddenly dropped his grin, his expression turning gray. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze instantly. The journalist who asked the question shuddered, suddenly feeling as if he had stumbled into a massive blunder. Journalists exchanged uneasy glances, their breaths quickening. They sensed that something major was about to unfold. Zhou Yang seemed to be waiting for something, even pressing his ear slightly. Many journalists immediately guessed that Zhou Yang might be wearing an earpiece awaiting instructions from above. After a full minute, just as everyone thought Zhou Yang would not answer, he suddenly said, "It is with great regret that I inform you an accident occurred during the evacuation. A 17-member geological team was detained by rebel forces. When our rescue forces intervened, a fierce firefight ensued. In the end, under multiple rounds of rocket artillery attacks, one of our brave soldiers was killed, another severely wounded. Of the 17 compatriots on the geological team, 16 were brutally murdered." Boom. The entire press conference hall seemed as if the ceiling might blow off. Every journalist's eyes bulged, their souls shaken with terror. Intense firefight, multiple rounds of rocket artillery attacks, 2 soldiers, 1 dead, 1 severely wounded. And of the 17 in the geological team, only 1 survived. This was a colossal event. A journalist immediately raised their hand asking, "Who fired those rockets?" The other reporters buzzed with whispers. "Rocket artillery. Does the government army of the Republic of Celia have rocket artillery? How could they? The rebels couldn't either. At most they'd have RPGs. There's no way they possess heavy weapons like rocket artillery, and multiple rounds at that. My God, this was a premeditated attack." Zhou Yang raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his tone stern and resolute. "On behalf of the government, I warn those responsible for this attack, the blood of our compatriots will not be shed in vain. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Any force or nation that dares to challenge Z country will face the most powerful retaliation from Z country. Finally, I have one more thing to say. Don't say we didn't warn you." With that, Zhou Yang declared the press conference over and turned to leave. The journalists present felt their scalps tingle and bodies tremble. Zhou Yang had never spoken such harsh words before. Blood debts must be paid in blood means the country already knows who carried out the attack. And the phrase "don't say we didn't warn you" is no ordinary statement. When the news spread online, it caused an uproar. The tragic deaths of 17 people were no small matter. Who is it? How dare they kill our people? Don't you think if they have rocket artillery, they can't be ordinary? The key is that the country even used the phrase "don't say we didn't warn you." They're truly furious. Something big is going to happen. At the nuclear base, Zhou Yang also noticed the incident and made a call to inquire. "How is Qin Jinsheng?" Zhou Yang still had some impression of this Qin Jinsheng. On the other end of the line, Li Tianshu heaved a long sigh. His spine was damaged. He's had surgery and should manage daily life, but piloting a mech again is out of the question. Zhou Yang also sighed deeply. Was it country M? Probably. Li Tianshu nodded. Li Tianshu continued. "It's also our fault. We thought using mechs would reduce casualties and be safer, but it made them a target. To get their hands on the mech, they really went all out." Zhou Yang had nothing more to say. He trusted the country would respond. However, this Blackwater company was likely finished for good. Then Li Tianshu asked, "By the way, how's your progress?" Zhou Yang replied, "Progress is fast. The main structure of the fusion device is nearly complete. The first ignition is scheduled for April 1st. April 1st. Li Tianshu was startled. That soon? And why that date? It's April Fool's Day. Zhou Yang chuckled. For other countries it won't be April Fool's Day, but a nightmare day. Ah, Li Tianshu said. You mean the main structure is done? Can we report on it? Zhou Yang paused. News coverage. Was the country trying to send some signal externally? Why not? Arrange it as you see fit. Zhou Yang hung up the phone. Before him in the base's largest excavation pit, the fusion device, 30 meters in diameter, was now complete with hundreds of engineers busy installing components around it. The installation process was extremely complex, demanding precision to the highest degree, not allowing even the slightest deviation.